Gu Chan was diagnosed with a disease that could not be cured even with money. The doctor said he had only 3 years to live at most. In order not to burden his girlfriend, he chose to break up. No one knew that after that night, he almost became a walking corpse. It wasn't until 6 months later that he calmly came to the local Red Cross and said, "Hello, I want to donate my body. We are deeply sorry for your misfortune and are grateful for your contribution to others. Does your family wish to donate your body?" "No, I want to donate my own." "Oh, you are so young, and already?" The staff looked at Gu Chan in shock. He finally signed the agreement without hesitation and decided to find a place to spend his last days alone. However, when he was walking on the street, he was suddenly selected by the director of a dating reality show to be a guest. He agreed with a smile, perhaps to gain more happiness for himself. But on the day of the live broadcast, when he appeared on the show wearing a shabby suit, netizens mocked. "He's so poor. How could anyone possibly be interested in him? Is he only going on a dating show for the prize money? Haha, this passerby is so funny, even wearing an old suit to a blind date." But they didn't know that the suit was given to him by his girlfriend 3 years ago. When he walked into the villa and his eyes passed through the crowd, time stood still at that moment. The pure goddess Zhang Ruowei on the stage was the girlfriend he was most reluctant to break up with back then. "Have you ever been in love?" the host asked. She smiled, but then said something heartbreaking. "I had one, but afterward I never wanted to be in love again." The whole place erupted in an uproar, and Gu Chun felt a pain in his chest. When she looked up, her eyes met Gu Chen's. They were both stunned. In that moment, it was as if the air froze. The director walked forward with a smile and said, "Let me introduce you. This is the final male guest, Gu Chun." Gu Chun lowered his head and said calmly, "My name is Gu Chun. I'm currently unemployed. I'm participating in the show mainly for the prize money." Everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Ruowei looked at the familiar suit, her heart churning. Wasn't that the one she gave him back then? Hadn't he thrown it away long ago? Memories of the past flooded back like a tide. Those sweet words, those cold reversals. She sneered inwardly, suppressing her surging emotions. The director announced an hour's break. Gu Chan was assigned to the small bedroom on the second floor. He sat on the edge of the bed, took out his cell phone, and dialed, "Dr. Lin, it's me." A soft female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Xiaoyan is already asleep. Don't worry." Gu Chan said softly, "Thank you for taking care of her. I have transferred the money. Don't be too polite. We have known each other for so long." "Gu Chun, you know your body." He was silent for a moment and just said, "I understand." After hanging up the phone, Gu Chen's eyes became determined. An hour later, all the guests arrived at the concert venue, and the director announced the start of the first interactive game. Netizens were frantically flooding the live stream with comments like, "Is Zhang Ruowei unclean? What's wrong with being in a relationship? And all 5 male guests, stay away from Ruowei." The atmosphere was lively. The male guests were not very noticeable, and the camera was almost completely occupied by the 5 beautiful guests. Lin Yueshi is so cute. She has dimples when she smiles. Yi Wanqing has an amazing temperament. Shen Shirhan has long curly hair, like a fairy. Xia Zixuan is gentle and natural, and her beauty is just right. But the most eye-catching one is still Zhang Ruowei. The game grouping began. Shen Shirhan and Lin Yuxuan are in one group. Lin Yueshi and Gu Zikai are in one group. Yi Wanqing and Xiao Yifan are in one group. Xia Zixuan and Sui Chen are in one group. Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun are in one group. Zhang Ruowei's expression froze, and she said in a cold voice, "I don't want to be in the same group with him." The live broadcast room exploded instantly. "Isn't she too arrogant? How is Gu Chun unworthy of her? This attitude is too bad." The director explained, "This is a random grouping and cannot be changed." Gu Chun said calmly, "Director, she may be allergic to the special perfume I used." The director was stunned, then nodded. "Let's change groups." The new groups were announced. Gu Chun and Shun Shirhan were in one group, and Zhang Ruowei and Lin Yuxuan were partners. Netizens joked, "Gu Chun is so lucky, he got replaced by a popular singer. Hope he doesn't make a fool of himself this time." The music starts, and the balloon passing game begins. Gu Chun and Shun Shirhan worked in perfect harmony, making almost no mistakes. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruowei's group nearly popped the balloons from time to time. When the music stopped, Gu Chen's team successfully kept the balloon and won the first round. Shen Shirhan looked at him with a smile. "You are amazing." Gu Chen smiled slightly. "You're not bad either." Netizens were instantly excited. "Gu Chun is so stable." Shun Shirhan and him have a great CP feeling. After the game, Shun Shirhan's impression of Gu Chun improved significantly, and she took the initiative to chat with him. Zhang Ruowei stood aside with a complicated expression, seeming a little unwilling. The director announced the next segment. The male guest will compose a song and teach the girls to sing it. Finally, they will perform live and netizens will vote. The scene immediately became lively. This is too difficult. Can an ordinary person like Gu Chun write a song? Shun Shirhan is in trouble now. The guests murmured. Writing a song? Isn't that something a professional can do? Just rhyme, give it a try. Someone chuckled. Gu Chun will definitely be at the bottom this time. Shun Shirhan glanced at him secretly and said cautiously, Gu Chun, can you do it? He smiled and replied, let's try. This sentence made her slightly stunned. Although she was unsure, she chose to believe him. The other groups were full of confidence, but Gu Chin's group alone seemed calm and focused. The sounds of discussion, keyboard tapping, and camera clicks intertwined. The director, watching the screen in the monitoring room, said softly, the other teams are all good. The only uncertainty is Gu Chun. The staff member chimed in, Gu Chun might be holding Shun Shirhan back. The camera panned across the guests. Lin Yuxuan wrote rapidly, while Zhang Ruowei hummed the melody earnestly. Gu Chun, however, wrote quietly, his eyes calm, as if he had already planned it. No one knew that beneath his pen, perhaps, lay the final melody of his life. Netizens were merciless in their criticism of Gu Chen's group, with comments filled with mockery. Shun Shirhan is truly pathetic, actually being paired with Gu Chun. Is she headlocked? This will definitely be last place. Shun Shirhan looked at Gu Chun, who was concentrating on writing lyrics beside her, sighed in her heart, and said softly, I hope there will be a miracle. Zhang Ruowei occasionally glanced at him with a complicated expression. Gu Chun, however, seemed to be isolated from the world. His expression was focused, his brows were calm, and there was no trace of anxiety. Time passed slowly. Other groups had already finished their creations and started rehearsals, but he was still looking down, writing the last few lines. The ridicule from netizens grew louder and louder. It's already this late, and you haven't finished writing yet. What a drag. Shun Shirhan must be crying. What bad luck. Gu Chun took a deep breath, looked up and said, okay, let's start rehearsing. Shun Shirhan picked up the lyrics and hummed softly. As the melody flowed, her expression changed from confusion to shock. She looked at Gu Chun, her eyes brightening. This song, did you write it? Gu Chun simply nodded, his expression remaining calm. Shun Shirhan covered her mouth in disbelief. The lyrics and melody are so perfect. She was excited for a moment, but also a little hesitant. I'm afraid I won't sing well and ruin it. Gu Chun smiled slightly, his tone calm but firm. Believe in yourself. Shun Shirhan looked at the lyrics in her hand again, her voice trembling. This song is so special. Every sentence seems to have soul. Gu Chun was silent for a moment and replied softly, I just wrote down the feelings in my heart. Is there a story? Shun Shirhan couldn't help asking. He smiled faintly. We'll talk about it later. Shun Shirhan nodded. Then let's do our best to sing it well. However, the people in the live broadcast room were still questioning it. Is Shun Shirhan acting? Can Gu Chun write a good song? I'm dying of laughter. This must be a stage performance by the production team. After an hour of rehearsal, the performance officially began. The stage lights shone brightly, and the audience roared with activity. The host, smiling, came on stage. First group, Lin Yueshi and Guzukai, will perform with Ze. The audience cheered, and comments filled the screen. It's finally started. I'm definitely rooting for this duo. The music started, and Lin Yueshi began to sing. Although she wasn't a professional singer, she performed well with a steady breath. Zhang Ruowei commented lightly. The melody is simple and lacks depth. The judges nodded as they took notes. Although the lyrics and music are ordinary, the emotions are sincere. The audience applauded, and the atmosphere was lively. The singing was okay, not amazing, but sincere. The second group took the stage, Yuan Xing and Xiao Yifan. As the music started, the audience's expressions gradually turned dull. Her singing was too ordinary. Someone shook their head. But she's really beautiful, the judges frowned, while the director remained expressionless. The singing wasn't good, but her looks saved the day. The performance ended, and Yuan Xing bowed her head slightly, walking off the stage awkwardly. The third group was Xia Zixuan and Sui Chen. As soon as the prelude began, the audience fell silent. Xia Zishuan's voice stunned the audience as she opened her mouth. Her voice is amazing. It's on par with a professional singer. Zhang Ruowei nodded slightly, and Shun Shirhan couldn't help but applaud. The judges all showed their approval. The director excitedly clenched his fist. Perfect beyond expectations. The audience applauded loudly. What a great voice. Xia Zishuan is definitely in the top 3. The atmosphere on stage reached a climax. Next came Zhang Ruowei and Lin Yushuan's turns. The entire audience fell silent, and one could almost hear their breathing. As the music started, Zhang Ruowei slowly opened her mouth. Her voice was clear and penetrating, instantly captivating the audience. The judges exclaimed, "This is the power of a queen." The director was so excited that he practically stood up. Flawless. The audience applauded and cheered. Zhang Ruowei. Zhang Ruowei. What a divine voice. Her singing voice is so full of stories. She's truly a goddess. The guests backstage looked at each other and sighed. No doubt, she's the first. Zhang Ruowei was fully engaged, the stage lights shining on her face, her aura so strong that people couldn't take their eyes off her. When the song reached its climax, her emotions burst out, and her singing pierced the air and touched people's hearts. The applause was thunderous and prolonged. Perfect performance, the judges almost chorused. Zhang Ruo walked off the stage with a slight smile, his eyes glancing at Gu Chun, who was in the audience, his expression indifferent. The host took the stage, his voice still filled with excitement. Thank you, Zhang Ruowei, for your wonderful performance. Next up, the last group, Gu Chun and Shun Shirhan. The audience immediately erupted in discussion. This group is no good. They're definitely going to be in last place. Gu Chun is just a passerby. What can he possibly write? I'm sure they'll be terribly embarrassed. The staff also murmured. Hopefully they don't ruin the show. The previous groups were too strong. The director frowned and sighed inwardly. Gu Chun, don't let me down. The host announced, the song is called If Heaven Has Feelings, and it's sung by Shun Shirhan. The whole audience was silent. Shun Shirhan slowly took the stage, the lights shining on her face. The audience murmured. This song title is quite artistic. I hope it's not too unpleasant. There were whispers in the guest area that it definitely can't hold up. Maybe there could be a little surprise. The live stream comments continued to flood the screen. Here we go. Let's see how this group goes down. Hope it's not too embarrassing. The director sat in the audience, his arms folded, his expression serious. Zhang Ruowei had just stepped off the stage, glanced coldly at Gu Chun, and turned to leave. The music started, the prelude, as gentle as the wind, the melody clean and pure. The place was instantly quiet. Even the sound of breathing became light. This melody, someone exclaimed softly, it's surprisingly beautiful. It's a little sad, but very touching. Shun Shirhan spoke slowly, her clear, gentle voice instantly capturing the attention of the entire audience. The wind blows, the flowers fall, and the prosperity on the ground turns to ashes. Who will hold the pen and paint you a picture? A lone figure under the moon, tears staining my clothes. Water flows silently, yet remembers a lifetime of love. Someone in the audience exclaimed, and everyone was stunned. This opening is amazing. The lyrics are as beautiful as poetry, full of ancient charm. I didn't expect Gu Chun to have such a deep literary foundation. Another male guest couldn't help but whisper in admiration. The lyrics are truly poetic. It doesn't seem like they were written by a random person. Many in the audience were moved to tears, and a young woman choked up, saying, "This song reminds me of my first love." That sadness, that feeling of missing out, it's so real. The live stream's comments were ablaze. This melody, these lyrics, are simply unbeatable. I cried. It resonated so deeply. Gu Chun is a god, right? This is so well written. I was wrong. I thought he would be at the bottom. Shun Shirhan's emotions grew stronger, her voice filled with forbearance and pain. Looking back alone is too fleeting. So much love and hatred in this life. I only wish to be with you forever. If the heavens have feelings, they're ultimately ruthless. Love to the end, but we still have to separate. Zhang Ruowei listened, completely stunned. Every word of the lyrics felt like a heavy blow to her heart. Looking back alone, it's too hasty. Gu Chun, isn't this our story? She murmured, her memory instantly ripped apart. 3 years ago, she desperately tried to forget this man, but she couldn't escape the memory. Gu Chun, why did you do this to me? I gave you everything. Tears welled up in her eyes. and she tried to hold them back, but they still flowed. I only wish to be with you forever. If the heavens have feelings, they're also heartless. Zhang Ruowei softly repeated the lyrics, a wry smile on her lips. You are so heartless, she whispered. At this moment, she finally understood. Perhaps they were destined to be wrong from the beginning. Shen Shirhan on the stage sang to the end, and the whole person was completely immersed in it. Her voice was like magic, sad yet restrained. Many in the audience shed silent tears. Gu Chan watched quietly in the background, his expression calm, but he couldn't hide the deep meaning in his eyes. The barrage of comments surged again. This melody is so tear-jerking. The lyrics touched my heart. It felt like they were singing my story. Shen Shirhan sang so well, I was completely drawn into it. It made my heart ache like being cut by a knife. Who understands the pain of unrequited love? I never thought a dating show could make me cry like this. Gu Chen's song is truly legendary. Someone even wrote a lengthy review. Every line of the lyrics is like a knife piercing my heart. Gu Chen is truly a hidden genius. I've listened to songs for so many years, but I've never heard one that moved me this much. This song is no longer just a competition piece, but a classic. The atmosphere was completely ignited. When the last note fell, the whole audience was first silent and then erupted into thunderous applause. The audience stood up and shouted until they were hoarse. It's so beautiful. This song is absolutely amazing. Gu Chen is amazing. The judges stood up and applauded, and the host could hardly contain his excitement. Next, we're going to announce the ranking results. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense, and the audience held their breath. The host smiled mysteriously. The third place is Xia Zixuan and Su Yichen. Applause broke out, and the two men took the stage and bowed. Next, the most anticipated winner and runner-up will be announced. The host paused deliberately to whet the audience's appetite. The second place goes to Zhang Ruowei's team. The whole audience was in an uproar. Zhang Ruo walked onto the stage with a slight smile, but there was an unconcealable sense of loss in her eyes. She lost to the man she thought she would never win against again. The comments in the live broadcast room instantly split into two camps. That's impossible. Ruowei is the best. This show is so obviously shady. How can a moment of romance be as stunning as Ruowei's? Some people also refuted. I can't help but admit it. A moment of romance is written into my heart. Gu Chen is the real genius. The host took a deep breath and announced loudly. First place in this competition, Gu Chen and Shen Shirhan. The whole audience was boiling. The audience cheered, the judges applauded, and netizens flooded the screen with messages. Gu Chen's counterattack is successful. From the most despised passerby to a god. This song is bound to be a hit. The director laughed so hard that he couldn't stop. I never thought that I would find a treasure by just picking up a passerby. On the other side, in the study of a luxury house, top music critic Zhao Gang was staring at the TV. When the song sounded, he was just watching a variety show with his wife. But as the lyrics progressed, he was completely stunned. He stood up suddenly, his voice trembling. Wife, listen. When the wind blows, the flowers fall. Who will take up the pen to paint for you? This word is so beautiful and profound. His wife, Sun Min, came over, listened to a few words, and exclaimed in amazement. This artistic conception, this emotion, is simply art. Zhao Gang's eyes lit up. If the heavens have feelings, they're also heartless. This line is so beautiful. Anyone who can write such a line must have a story in their heart. Sun Min smiled and nodded. Maybe he once loved, maybe he is forgetting. Zhao Gang was filled with emotion. This song is not just a work of art. It is the cry of the soul. He slammed the table excitedly. I have to study the lyrics. Maybe I can find new inspiration from it. Sun Min smiled and shook his head. You finally believe it, right? Dating variety shows can also produce masterpieces. Zhao Gang smiled. I believe it. This isn't a romance show. This is a miracle. In the high-level conference room of QiuQiu Music's headquarters, several executives were sitting together, staring intently at the live broadcast on screen. When Shen Shirhan sang the last note, the whole room fell silent. There was a sense of shock and amazement in the air. The first person to break the silence was Mr. Li, who was in charge of copyright. He stood up excitedly. This song, we must obtain the copyright. This is not an ordinary work. This is a gold mine that can make the platform explode. Mr. Wang, who was in charge of marketing, had a gleam in his eyes and nodded repeatedly. Mr. Li is right. Once this song goes online, our popularity will increase tenfold. Mr. Zhao, the financial director, frowned and spoke cautiously. Don't be too impulsive. You need to calculate the costs and benefits first, and don't let your emotions get the better of you. Mr. Li paced back and forth, barely holding back. What are you evaluating? If you hesitate for another minute, this song might be snatched away by a competitor. Mr. Wang couldn't help but agree. Mr. Zhao, the traffic and brand effect this song can bring are beyond the reach of any advertising budget. Mr. Zhao was silent for a moment, then looked up and nodded slowly. Okay, let's get started. Contact the production team immediately and negotiate the copyright price first. Several people reached a consensus in an instant. Contact the director of Let's Fall in Love right away. I can't let anyone else get there first. At the same time, the popularity of A Moment of Romance spread at an explosive rate on the internet. Hashtag Guchun Shunshur Hantian Rua Yu Qing hashtag A Stranger Becomes a Queen. Becoming a god online. Zhang Ruowei actually lost to an amateur? That's outrageous. But this song is truly amazing. The melody is explosive, and the lyrics are amazing. The hot search list was instantly overwhelmed, and netizens continued to debate. Some people were busy reviewing Gu Chen's background, while others were speaking up for Zhang Ruowei. This isn't a competition. It's a reshaping of the music landscape. No matter what, A Moment of Romance is destined to become a masterpiece. Even many celebrities are posting. The Chinese music scene finally has a new soul. Gu Chun and Shen Shirhan were completely unaware that the storm outside had already swept the entire internet. The show is still going on, and the groups of guests who did not win have received a mysterious punishment. Lin Yueshi and Gu Zikai were the first to take the stage. The host smiled slyly. Your punishment is imitate the sounds of 5 animals. Huh? This is too embarrassing. Lin Yueshi widened her eyes. Gu Zikai had no choice but to imitate the sound of oh, 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 and the whole audience burst into laughter. Lin Yueshi imitated a cat's meow, 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 and the audience screamed so sweetly. The second group was Xiao Yifan and Yi Wanqing, who looked at each other in bewilderment. The punishment is make a love gesture with your body for 10 seconds. The two leaned stiffly against each other, and the audience's laughter and applause mixed together. For a moment, the atmosphere was completely relaxed and laughter continued. Seeing this, the host announced the prize. First place is 500,000, second place is 300,000, and third place is 300,000. Gu Chun and Shen Shirhan smiled at each other, their eyes full of joy. Zhang Ruowei looked indifferent. To her, 300,000 was just a small amount. There was constant discussion in the audience. Gu Chun and his team are making a killing. They're winning bonuses and becoming incredibly popular. This is the pinnacle of their lives. The director nodded with satisfaction, having already determined in his heart that this episode was destined to be a huge hit. Then, the director announced the new segment. It's dinner time. Team up in pairs and prepare 3 dishes within 1 hour. The most popular team will get a priority date. As soon as the group results came out, the whole audience was boiling. Gu Chun and Yi Wanqing are in one group, and Zhang Ruowei and Sui Chen are in one group. Shen Shirhan partners with Lin Yushuan. Lin Yueshi is paired with Xiao Yifan, and Xia Zishuan teams up with Gu Zikai. The kitchen war has officially begun. Yi Wanqing tied her hair up and stood in front of the stove with a gentle temperament. Gu Chen looked at her and said with a smile, "Then let's get started." She smiled slightly, her demeanor elegant. "I'll chop the vegetables. I haven't cooked for a while." Gu Chen nodded. "Okay, take your time." But after a few cuts, the vegetables were cut unevenly. He walked over and said gently, "This dish needs to be cut into thin strips so that the heat can be controlled." Yi Wanqing pursed her lips and chuckled, then responded in a low voice, "Thank you for your guidance." Her movements became more and more skillful, and her eyes became more serious. Unconsciously, she began to secretly observe the man next to her. He can not only write songs, but also cook. She sighed silently in her heart. And he's always so gentle when teaching. Even his tone is powerful. Gu Chun pondered the menu as he flipped the wok. Sweet and sour spare ribs, sweet and sour to stimulate the appetite, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, simple and classic, and stir-fried seasonal vegetables. Yi Wanqing smiled softly. This combination is perfect. The two of them divided the work in an orderly manner and cooperated seamlessly. While Gu Chun was preparing the ribs, Yi Wanqing had already skillfully handed the sugar to him. As soon as he reached for the seasoning, she had already put it there. Their cooperation is so seamless that one would suspect they already had a tacit understanding. Suddenly, Yi Wanqing accidentally cut her finger while cutting vegetables. "This," she cried softly. Gu Chan immediately put down the spatula, took her hand, and took a closer look, his tone gentle but firm. "Don't move. I'll take care of it." He took out a Band-Aid and carefully wrapped her finger. At that moment, Yi Wanqing was stunned. His focused expression and gentle breath made her heart beat a little wildly. Gu Chen turned around and continued cooking with neat and efficient movements. Blanching, frying, and preparing the sauce are all done in one go. A rich aroma wafts through the kitchen. Yi Wanqing scrambled eggs with grace and fluidity. Gu Chen occasionally reminded her of the heat, and the two seemed like a natural pair. By the time they made the last dish of stir-fried seasonal vegetables, they worked in perfect harmony, hardly using words. An hour passed in a flash, and 3 dishes were served. The sweet and sour spare ribs are attractive in color. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes are fragrant, and the vegetables are green and refreshing. Gu Chen took off his apron and wiped his hands with a smile. Done. Yi Wanqing smiled brightly. Her eyes and eyebrows were picturesque. We worked together so well. She looked up at Gu Chen, the sunlight shining on her face so brightly that people couldn't look away. Gu Chen just smiled faintly. Then let's eat together. The kitchen was filled with the aroma of food and an indescribable sense of ambiguity. In this quiet air, a new story seems to be quietly brewing. The sweet and sour spare ribs are shiny in color, and the aroma of sweet and sour is overwhelming. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes are golden and attractive, and the tender egg flowers are wrapped in bright red juice, instantly igniting both the visual and taste buds. The stir-fried seasonal vegetables are green and crisp, with a fresh natural flavor that whets your appetite at first sight. When Gu Chen and Yi Wanqing brought the last dish to the table, the words, "Let's eat," came out, and the live broadcast room instantly exploded. This teamwork is so perfect. Gu Chen is truly an all-rounder, capable of everything from songwriting to cooking. Yi Wanqing has grown tremendously from a complete novice to a seasoned expert. What a pleasant surprise. The barrage of comments kept scrolling, and the audience's exclamations almost drowned out the background music. Someone commented with a smile, "This group of theirs was a complete surprise. Their auras are so compatible. I thought they didn't match, but I didn't expect it to be so suitable." Gu Chen is so stable. From his creations to his cooking skills, everything is impeccable. This show is getting more and more interesting. He really surprises us everywhere. While their enthusiasm continued to soar, the other group's kitchens were in chaos. Shun Shirhan and Lin Yushuan looked at each other, looking worried at the ingredients on the table. Shin Shirhan sighed helplessly. "Neither of us can cook. What should we do?" Lin Yushuan scratched his head and smiled bitterly. "I can't even scramble an egg. It's over." They tried to do it, but the mess just kept getting worse. Shin Shirhan picked up the spatula and put it down again, frowning. She glanced towards Gu Chen and saw that the two of them were calmly arranging the dishes, with relaxed expressions as if they were filming a commercial. A look of envy flashed in her eyes. Gu Chen's set of movements is so skillful, it's comfortable to watch. Lin Yushuan spread his hands. "Gu Chen is a genius. He knows everything. We're just trying to hold on." Shin Shirhan pursed her lips, her eyes determined. Even if you can't do it well, you can't give up. The two of them tried again, trying hard to find a breakthrough. As a result, Lin Yushuan almost cut his hand while cutting vegetables, which scared Shin Shirhan so much that she screamed. When Shun Shirhan poured the oil, it splashed everywhere and the two were forced to retreat. This scene made the audience in the live broadcast room laugh uncontrollably. Kitchen disaster scene. Are they here to cook or to film a comedy variety show? Shin Shirhan's frightened expression is so real. Others start to make a fuss. I feel that Gu Chen and Shin Shirhan are a better match. One is reliable and the other is cute. That's right, their interaction during the singing session was also supernatural. They look like a perfect couple. I hope the production team can give them more screen time. I'm definitely hooked. At the same time, Zhang Ruowei and Su Yichen's group was also in a state of panic. Zhang Ruowei stared at the table in a daze, his mind no longer on the pot. Scenes from the past emerged in her mind. When she was still with Gu Chen, he always cooked for her personally. At that time, she had never even touched a kitchen knife. Now, 3 years have passed, and Gu Chen is standing side by side with another woman in the kitchen, his smile natural and gentle. The bitterness in her heart surged like a tide. Didn't I let it go a long time ago? She laughed at herself secretly. But when he saw Gu Chun handing candy to Yi Wanqing and bandaging her wounds, his heart still ached. Sui Chen noticed that she was distracted and asked in a low voice, Ruowei, are you okay? Zhang Ruowei forced a smile. It's okay. But her eyes couldn't help but drift towards Gu Chun. On the other hand, Lin Yueshi and Xiao Yifun's progress was much smoother. The two people have a clear division of labor. One cuts the vegetables and the other seasons the food, and they work together as skillfully as old partners. Lin Yueshi's knife skills are neat, and her movements are smooth and continuous. Xiao Yifan controls the heat precisely, and every stir-fry is just right. They don't need any extra words. Just a glance can coordinate and complete the next step. The audience in the live broadcast room praised it. This group is incredibly talented. They're a bit like professional chefs. The cooperation between Xia Zixuan and Gu Zikai was also unexpectedly tacit. Xia Zixuan carefully arranges the dishes and carves the ingredients into exquisite shapes, which are full of beauty. Gu Zikai is very skilled. The aroma spreads out as the spatula stirs the food, and his movements are graceful and neat. The two of them communicated with each other with smiles, and the atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. Their calmness was in stark contrast to the flustered group of Shen Shirhan. The audience left comments. These two groups are so stable, they are definitely candidates for the championship. Time flew by in the bustle and laughter. An hour passed quickly. All the dishes were neatly placed on the table, and the aroma filled the air. The table is full of delicious food, which makes people salivate. Shen Shirhan smiled a little embarrassedly and said, I guess there's no hope for our group. Lin Yuxuan comforted her. It's okay, just do your best. The director walked forward with a smile and announced, Everyone, pick up your chopsticks. After you finish eating, please vote for the guests. Don't vote for yourself. Everyone sat around the dining table, and the air was filled with tempting aromas. When the first chopstick of the sweet and sour pork ribs made by Gu Chun entered their mouths, everyone was stunned almost at the same time. Lin Yueshi's eyes widened, and before she could even swallow the food in her mouth, she couldn't help but exclaim, Gu Chun, your cooking skills are amazing. These ribs simply melt in your mouth. Xiao Yifan nodded repeatedly and praised while eating. It's amazing, it tastes better than the restaurant outside. Xia Zixuan was also impressed and said in surprise, Gu Chun, you're really good at hiding it. I thought you only knew how to write songs, but it turns out you're also such a great cook. Gu Chun just smiled faintly, his tone calm. When you stay alone for a long time, cooking becomes a habit. Yi Wanqing smiled and raised her chopsticks. Then you'll be the royal chef of our program team from now on. Shen Shirhan couldn't stop eating and kept exclaiming, It's so delicious. It's even more fragrant than in a restaurant. The scene suddenly became lively. Everyone ate and praised the food and laughed continuously. Gu Chun was surrounded by people and smiled shyly. As long as everyone likes it. He didn't say much, but his calm demeanor inspired respect. He also tasted the braised pork made by Lin Yueshi and Xiao Yifan and commented with a smile. It's fat but not greasy, and the cooking time is just right. It's great. Lin Yueshi responded with a smile. Don't praise me. We are far behind you. Zhang Ruowei also picked up her chopsticks and tasted Shen Shirhan's dish. Although it was a bit salty, she still smiled encouragingly. It tastes good. It has potential. But her chopsticks never touched the dishes from Gu Chen's group. Shen Shirhan smiled awkwardly and responded softly. Thank you, Sister Ruowei. The atmosphere seemed harmonious, except for Gu Zikai, who looked unnatural. He had a smile on his face, but there was a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Seeing Gu Chun being surrounded like the moon surrounded by stars, he gritted his teeth in his heart. It's just a few dishes, what's the big deal? He muttered to himself. On the surface, he was still applauding and praising. Gu Chun, your craftsmanship is really top-notch. But that smile was so stiff that one could see the unwillingness at a glance. He scanned the expressions of several female guests. Shen Shirhan, Yi Wanqing, Lin Yueshi, and Xia Zixuan. Each of them looked at Gu Chun with a hint of admiration. The anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. These women are really blind. He snorted in his heart, trying hard to maintain a fake smile. After a while, everyone started eating and chatting. Lin Yueshi looked up and asked curiously, Gu Chun, you're such a good cook. How come you don't have a girlfriend? As soon as the words came out, all eyes turned to Gu Chun. Gu-chan was slightly startled, then replied with a smile. Maybe it's not fate yet. Yi Wanqing stroked her hair gently, smiling. How could someone like you not be liked by anyone? Gu-chan just shrugged. It's good to be alone. Life is simple. Shin Shirhan laughed and joked. Maybe coming to the show is fate. Gu Zakai snorted coldly, his tone bitter. Maybe the request is too high. The atmosphere became slightly awkward for a moment. Xia Zishuan quickly tried to smooth things over. Love is something you can't rush. Meeting the right person is the most important thing. Lin Yuxuan also smiled and said, Gu Chun, maybe he is among us. Just as he finished speaking, Gu Zakai couldn't help but interrupt again. Gu Chun, you must have discussed this condition many times in the past, right? Zhang Ruowei's heart trembled slightly, and her eyes flickered. She also wanted to know how Gu Chun had been doing over the years. After they broke up that year, he was indeed with another woman, and that became a permanent thorn in her heart. Gu Chun's smile froze slightly, and his expression became a little complicated. He was silent for a few seconds before speaking calmly. What happened in the past is not worth mentioning again. Zhang Ruowei sneered, his tone sharp. Why don't you dare to say, or is it because there are too many things and you can't remember them all? The air suddenly froze. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes all falling on Gu Chun. Gu Chun raised his eyes to look at her and said calmly, Two. Zhang Ruowei's tone tightened, her voice trembling slightly. Then why was the first one divided? Gu Chun's eyes were calm and his tone was low. That relationship was too tiring. She had a bad temper and was always making trouble for no reason. When I get home from get off work and want to rest, she starts arguing. She complains and suspects me every day. I'm really exhausted. Being with someone like that makes even breathing feel oppressive. Separation is a relief for both of us. Zhang Ruowei was stunned, anger welling up in her eyes. Gu Chun, how can you say that? Even if we break up, you should still show some respect. Gu Chun's eyes turned cold, and his tone was calm but sharp. I'm just telling the truth. His expression remained calm, but he was suppressing another layer of pain in his heart. He knew that Zhang Ruowei would hate him even more after hearing these words. This was exactly the result he wanted. He will not live long, so at least you should learn to let go completely. Zhang Ruowei's eyes were slightly red, and her voice was trembling. What about the second one? Is she perfect? Gu Chan was silent for a moment, and his expression gradually softened. The second one is different. She's gentle, thoughtful, and never holds anything against the grain. When I was at my lowest point, she gave me the strength to stand up again. She doesn't ask too many questions or say too many words, but she's always there for me when I'm in the most difficult times. With her, I feel like I can breathe again. Zhang Ruowei forced a smile, a trace of sadness flashing in his eyes. If it's so good, then why did you break up? Gu Chan said calmly. We have broken up peacefully. Lin Yueshi nodded gently, trying to ease the atmosphere. Yes, the past should be let go. Gu Chen's expression was indifferent, his eyes unfocused. Once you make some mistakes, you can never go back. Zhang Ruowei didn't say anything, but her expression was cold, and the atmosphere suddenly froze. After a moment of silence, Xia Zishuan broke the awkwardness and teased with a smile. All right, stop talking about the past, and let's do something happy. Her words made everyone feel a little relieved, but the audience in the live broadcast room had already exploded. Oh my god, Gu Chun has actually been in a relationship. I always thought he was a workaholic, but I didn't expect he had experienced love. It's so shocking. This image is completely subverted. He looks so steady, but it turns out he has a past. Some people were surprised, while others started gossiping, and the topic instantly became a hot topic. Then who is his ex? If he mentions her, she must be extraordinary. Is that the reason he's no longer in love? The popularity is getting higher and higher, and even the haters are flocking in. Why is this person pretending to be affectionate? He's in a relationship and still trying to sell his persona. How hypocritical. I heard he's only had 2 relationships. Are you bringing that up too? Zhang Ruowei's question is too direct. Isn't this just exposing someone's scars? His tone was so cold and emotionless. What a scumbag. I thought he was quite sincere before, but now I see clearly. The barrage was in chaos, and the emotions in the comment section were completely divided. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the director immediately stepped in to control the situation and asked everyone to prepare to vote. This round of voting will determine who will get the independent date opportunity on the show. Everyone looked nervous and excited as they put their ballots in a box. The scene was so quiet that you could hear your heartbeat. After counting the votes, the director announced the results with a smile. Gu Chen's group's food is the most popular, and they won this independent date. Applause suddenly broke out at the scene, and smiles appeared on Gu Chun and Yi Wanqing's faces. Yi Wanqing said excitedly, "Thank you all for your support. We will cherish this opportunity." Gu Chen nodded and smiled. "It is our honor to be liked." Lin Yuxuan joked, "How enviable." Xiao Yifan agreed with a smile. "I am really impressed by Gu Chen's cooking skills." Gu Zikai muttered sourly, "Just good luck." Lin Yuxuan frowned. "That's called strength." Gu Zikai curled his lips. "It may not be our turn next time." The atmosphere became lively again, but everyone felt a little uneasy. Zhang Ruowei looked at Gu Chen's smile with a complicated expression, and a coldness flashed in her eyes. The director spoke again. Yi Wanqing and Gu Chun can each choose a guest. Once selected, the other party cannot refuse. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became tense again. Lin Yueshi prayed secretly, hoping to be selected. Xiao Yifan clenched his fists, looking forward to it. Gu Zikai pretended not to care, but his eyes were fixed on Yi Wanqing. The results will be revealed soon. Yi Wanqing said without hesitation, "I choose Gu Chun." The whole audience fell silent instantly. The director nodded. "Since you choose Gu Chun, then Gu Chen's chance to choose is cancelled." The light in Lin Yueshi's eyes dimmed, and disappointment was written on her face. Xiao Yifan also sighed, his expression a little embarrassed. Shen Shirhan lowered her head slightly, unable to hide the loneliness in her heart. Zhang Ruowei suppressed her dissatisfaction. Her face changed slightly, and her fingers clenched on her knees. Gu Zikai smiled stubbornly. "It's just a date. There's nothing to be proud of." But that hint of jealousy had already overflowed from his eyes. Yi Wanqing's smile was as bright as light, and her eyes were full of joy and possession. She looked at Gu Chun as if they were the only two people left in the world. The director announced the end of the program, and the atmosphere finally eased. However, the other side of the network was completely blown up. The top 5 trending searches on Weibo are all about "Let's Fall in Love." The first one, Zhang Ruowei lost to a passerby. Countless netizens exclaimed, "This is impossible. She is a big star. How could she lose? Who is that passerby? Why is he so important? There must be some inside story. I'm going to dig it out." Article 2. Let's Fall in Love surpasses 100 million viewers on its first broadcast, directly topped the charts. Isn't that outrageous? It's already over 100 million views right after it premiered. What kind of magic power does Gu Chun have that he can actually carry the entire show? The heat is getting higher and higher. Article 3. Yi Wanqing chooses Gu Chun, caused an uproar. Countless people began to speculate about their relationship, discussing, forwarding, and gossiping endlessly. Some people are happy, some are jealous, and some are sarcastic. The next morning, the sun shone over the city park, and the air was fresh. Gu Chun and Yi Wanqing got up early and started the show's independent date with a little nervousness and anticipation. They walked into the park path, and the sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Yi Wanqing was wearing a light blue dress. The wind blew gently, and the hem of her skirt swayed, making her look particularly gentle. Gu Chun was wearing a simple white shirt, looking neat and tidy, with a hint of gentleness between his eyebrows. The two walked side by side. The atmosphere was a little awkward at first, and no one spoke first. Yi Wanqing coughed lightly and said with a smile, "The weather is really nice. It's quite comfortable to go out for a walk." Gu Chun smiled slightly, his tone calm. "Well, it's very suitable for relaxing." They walked slowly to the lake and saw a small boat floating quietly on the water. Yi Wanqing's eyes lit up, and she suggested, "Why don't we go boating?" Gu Chun nodded in agreement, and the two of them got on the boat. The wooden oars cut through the water, creating layers of ripples. "What do you like to do?" Yi Wanqing asked. Gu Chun thought about it and said with a smile, "Cooking, reading, and occasionally exercising." "I like painting, especially landscapes," she responded softly. As the conversation unfolded, the atmosphere gradually became relaxed, and their laughter echoed across the lake. After finishing rowing, a breeze blew, and the air was lightly filled with moisture. When Yi Wanqing got off the boat, she bent down to pick up her silk scarf, but she stepped on a loose stone and lost her balance instantly. She screamed and fell into the lake. Gu Chun reacted very quickly, reached out and grabbed her arm, and pulled her back violently. "Don't be afraid, I've got you," he shouted in a deep voice. The lake water splashed, Yi Wanqing desperately grabbed his hand. Gu Chun gritted his teeth and used all his strength to drag her ashore. Yi Wanqing was soaked all over, her face was pale, and her heart was still beating violently. Gu Chun helped her sit down and comforted her softly. It's okay, it's safe. She pursed her lips, her eyes reddened, and she choked and said, if it weren't for you, I might have. Gu Chun interrupted her and said gently, don't be silly, I won't let anything happen to you. This scene was recorded in full by the live camera. Netizens who were initially making fun of the awkward atmosphere between the two now all held their breath. Oh my god, she fell into the lake. Gu Chen's reaction was so quick, it was like a hero saving a beautiful girl. Just now it was awkward, but now it's so sweet. The barrage of comments flooded the screen like crazy, and the live broadcast room instantly had over 1 million viewers. When Yi Wanqing leaned on Gu Chen's shoulder, the scene in the camera was as gentle as a movie. It's so good, this is a lock for me. My heart was in my throat just now. Gu Chen's aura is so cool. Saving people is so handsome. Just as the atmosphere was getting warmer, the sky suddenly darkened. The wind was blowing and the clouds were rolling, and raindrops as big as beans fell heavily. Yi Wanqing looked up in panic. Is it going to rain heavily? Gu Chun glanced around, his expression tense. Quick, go to the pavilion to take shelter from the rain. They ran towards the pavilion, and the wind was getting stronger and stronger, almost blowing them over. Suddenly, a huge plastic sheet from the construction site was picked up by the wind and came whistling towards the two of them. Gu Chun suddenly stretched out his hand and pushed Yi Wanqing away, but he was hit hard and fell to the ground. Gu Chun! Yi Wanqing screamed and rushed over. Gu Chen's face turned pale with pain, but he still gritted his teeth and said, don't come near, it's dangerous. Yi Wanqing ignored her and tried to lift the plastic board, but she couldn't do it no matter how hard she tried. Tears streamed down her face as she frantically called out, help, please send someone quickly. At this time, the drone footage was transmitted back to the villa, and the director stood up suddenly with a dark face. Who suggested this close-up shot? Send someone over there. The staff immediately rushed to the scene. Gu Chun endured the pain, breathing rapidly. Wanqing, go find someone quickly. Yi Wanqing had tears in her eyes, bit her lip and nodded, hold on. She rushed into the rainstorm, shouting for help as she ran. Soon, she met several security guards and rushed back to the scene together with the program crew. Everyone worked together to lift the plastic board and finally rescued Gu Chun. Yi Wanqing threw herself beside him, sobbing. You scared me to death. Gu Chun smiled weakly. It's okay, I can still move. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also completely shocked. It was so thrilling. I held my breath just now. Gu Chun is so desperate that he is willing to sacrifice his own life to save others. This is a real man. Their experience is so touching. When the camera froze on the two hugging each other, netizens almost burst into tears. The feelings that have gone through life and death are the most real. Is this really going to happen? Gu Chen's boyfriend charm is overwhelming. I'm completely hooked. This date was like a movie, from sweet to thrilling, and finally to a heartwarming ending. The emotional roller coaster is huge. When Gu Chun was sent to the hospital for examination, the live broadcast was temporarily interrupted. In the villa, Zhang Ruowei looked at the screen with a complicated expression. There was worry and a hint of pain in her eyes. You're still so stupid, even giving up your life for others. Thinking of the reason why Gu Chun left that year, her heart ached. So, I've never been important to him. Yi Wanqing paced back and forth in the villa, feeling uneasy, her mind full of the image of Gu Chun being injured. When she saw Gu Chun being brought back in a wheelchair by the program crew, she could no longer hold back her tears. Gu Chun, how are you? It's all my fault. If I had been more careful, you wouldn't have been hurt. Her voice trembled with deep guilt. Gu Chen's face was pale, but he still showed a comforting smile. Don't cry, I'm fine. How can you be okay? Your back was hit by the iron plate, and you need a rest for a month. Yi Wanqing almost cried out. Gu Chun shook his head and said calmly, it's just an accident. Don't blame yourself too much. Yi Wanqing bit her lip, tears glistening in her eyes. If I'd been more alert, I wouldn't have hurt you. From today on, I will take care of you and make you get better as soon as possible. Gu Chun nodded and smiled gently. With you here, I will recover faster. After his condition stabilized, the program was suspended. Gu Chun was recovering in the hospital, and the director came to visit him in person. He told Gu Chen that Xiaoqiu Music was interested in purchasing the copyright of the original song in his show. Gu Chen thought about it and agreed to cooperate. A few days later, the two sides reached an agreement. The contract price was 10 million plus profit sharing. When the top executives of Xiaoqiu Music came in person, the atmosphere in the villa suddenly became lively. Mr. Gu Chen, I've long heard of your name. The senior executive extended his hand with a smile on his face. Gu Chen sat in a wheelchair and responded politely, "You're welcome." The other party got straight to the point. "We are very optimistic about your song and think it will become a hit. Are you satisfied with this contract worth 10 million plus commission?" Gu Chen smiled and nodded. "Satisfied. Thank you for your trust." In fact, he knew that the price was too low, but he really needed the funds at the moment. The executive continued, "We will do our best to promote it and hope to cooperate in the future." Gu Chen responded appropriately and calmly. "Of course, as long as there is a suitable opportunity, I would be happy to do it." The senior executive glanced at his injured leg and said with concern, "Rest well and don't work too hard." Gu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. I will pay attention." Soon, the contract details were finalized, the other party left, and the villa returned to silence again. When the other guests learned that Gu Chen had returned, they all gathered around him. Sui Chen was the first to ask, "Are you okay? Don't force yourself." Gu Zakai's tone was concerned, but there was a hint of gloating hidden in his voice. "Heal your wounds well." Xiao Yifan's expression was gentle. "Just tell me if you need anything." Ling Yueshi warned, "This injury must be treated well. Don't let it become a chronic disease." Xia Zixuan encouraged with a smile, "It will be fine." Shen Shirhan added softly, "I hope you recover soon." Yi Wanqing stayed by Gu Chen's side, not even daring to take her eyes off him for too long. Amidst everyone's concern, Zhang Ruowei walked over and sneered, "You're acting like a hero when you don't have the ability?" Yi Wanqing instantly retorted, "If it weren't for me, he wouldn't be hurt." Zhang Ruowei crossed his arms and sneered, "Humph, doesn't he know how to act within his capabilities?" Yi Wanqing said angrily, "Don't insult him." Sui Chen frowned and said, "Ruowei, now is not the time to blame." Gu Zakai interrupted, but Gu Chen could have avoided it, but he insisted on blocking it. Xiao Yifan shook his head. At that moment, he instinctively saved people. That's right. Zhang Ruowei listened with a complicated expression. She knew her words were harsh, but she couldn't control herself. She wanted to care about him, but when she saw Yi Wanqing standing by his side, she couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. Gu Chen looked at her and smiled bitterly. "It's okay, it was my own carelessness." His tone was light, but it filled the air with a sense of powerlessness. Seeing the atmosphere was slightly tense, the director spoke in time. "Gu Chen has agreed to continue the program, and our subsequent recording will proceed as usual." Next, everyone regroup. When the results were announced, the whole audience was in an uproar. Gu Chen and Xia Zixuan are in one group, and Yi Wanqing and Sui Chen are in another group. Lin Yueshi and Lin Yushuan are partners. Zhang Ruowei and Xiao Yifan are teamed up, and Shun Shirhan and Gu Zakai are in a group. Different combinations make everyone feel different. Yi Wanqing frowned slightly, obviously reluctant to partner with Sui Chen. Lin Yueshi smiled naturally. Zhang Ruowei had a blank expression, and Shin Shirhan was obviously a little disappointed. Xia Zixuan walked to Gu Chen and said gently, "You are injured. I will take good care of you." Gu Chen smiled and nodded. "Thank you." Yi Wanqing looked at him, her eyes flashing with worry. Sui Chen patted her shoulder. "Let's get ready to go too." Lin Yueshi was already chatting enthusiastically with Lin Yushuan, and the atmosphere was much more relaxed. Shin Shirhan's expression was a little stiff, and her eyes fell on Gu Chen again and again. She forced herself to smile, but she couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes. Why not be in the same group with him? She sighed in her heart. In response to Gu Zakai's conversation, she just responded mechanically, her mind drifting elsewhere. After a while, everyone came to the study and the activity officially began. The director announced, "Today's segment is called You Draw the Picture, I Write the Poem." We invited 3 literature professors to serve as judges. The first place team will receive a one-day orientation date. After the words fell, everyone reacted differently. Some people are eager to try, while others are nervous. Xia Zixuan smiled confidently, and Lin Yueshi blinked curiously. Zhang Ruowei smiled coldly, obviously not very interested. Shen Shirhan was still distracted, her thoughts all on Gu Chen. Gu Zakai folded his arms across his chest, looking calm. The director gave the order. The activity begins. After the director announced the rules of the game, you describe the pictures and I write the poems. The atmosphere on the scene suddenly became heated. Gu Chun and Xia Zixuan were assigned to the same group. They were sitting very close to each other, whispering about their creative ideas. Whatever you say, I can write it. Gu Chan smiled faintly, his tone revealing confidence. Xia Zixuan raised her eyebrows. Really? Of course you suspect me? Gu Chen teased. She couldn't help laughing and nodded gently. I believe you. From the lyrics that Gu Chun wrote on the show, she knew that he was adept at this kind of creation. Their cooperation was natural and smooth, and the atmosphere was relaxed. This scene happened to be seen by Shan Shirhan. Her smile froze slightly, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. That indescribable feeling of sourness spread slowly in my heart. Yi Wanqing also noticed the interaction between Gu Chun and Xia Zixuan, and her expression unconsciously became a little lonely. Recalling the hug in the rain, she felt an indescribable imbalance in her heart. Shen Shirhan took a deep breath and said calmly, Xia Zixuan, seeing how engaged you two are in your conversation, it looks like I'm sure to win this round. Xia Zixuan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and replied, No, we were just discussing ideas. Yi Wanqing frowned, her voice a bit colder. Your discussion seems a bit too intimate, doesn't it? Xia Zixuan's expression changed slightly, but her tone remained gentle. It's just a collaboration for the good of the show. Shen Shirhan added softly, but just looking at it makes you think too much. Gu Chen noticed the subtle atmosphere and quickly interrupted. Don't get me wrong, we are really just discussing work. Yi Wanqing pursed her lips and said in a light tone, Maybe, it just doesn't look like it. Xia Zixuan's smile froze, and she retorted more directly, Why, do I need your permission to chat with Gu Chun? Everyone is working hard for the show, so don't put your mind in the wrong place. The air suddenly froze. Sui Chen quickly tried to smooth things over. Okay, stop arguing, everyone calm down. Lin Yueshi also quickly agreed. Yes, it's just a game. There's no need to take it so seriously. Zhang Ruowei crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Tisk, you're already jealous before the competition even begins. This show is quite interesting. After being persuaded by several people, Yi Wanqing and Shen Shirhan stopped talking, but the expressions on their faces remained stiff. The director frowned and said, Everyone, please adjust your posture. The game will begin soon. The scene gradually became quiet, with an undercurrent of tension in the air. The live broadcast room had already exploded. Wow, this romance show is getting more and more exciting. They are really jealous. Xia Zixuan's words. None of your business were so explosive. Gu Chun is stuck in the middle. How embarrassing. Haha, this show is even more exciting than the drama. I originally thought it was a sweet love show, but it turned out to be a surest scene. The emotions are so real. I'm really moved. This is going to be interesting to watch. There will definitely be more explosions later. The barrage of comments flew by like crazy, and the popularity soared. Then, the game officially began. In the first group, the female guest describes the picture and the male guest writes a poem. Yi Wanqing and Sui Chen walked forward. Yi Wanqing was a little nervous as she began to describe. The morning sun shines on the ancient town. The cobblestone streets are winding, smoke rises from the eaves, and the flower shop on the corner has just opened. Sui Chen lowered his head in thought. After a moment, he picked up the pen, and the tip of the pen made a rustling sound on the paper. After a few minutes, he put down his pen and smiled confidently. The judges took the poems, read them carefully, and discussed them in whispers with each other. The barrage of comments from the audience in the live broadcast room broke out again. Wow, the imagery is so beautiful. Sui Chen looks quite talented. Yi Wanqing's description is truly meaningful. The first group had such a high level of skill, it put a lot of pressure on the people behind them. They're a good match. Is the show going to create a new couple? But I always feel that she still has Gu Chun in her heart. A few minutes later, the judges gave their score 70 points. Not bad, the director announced with a smile. Then it was the second group's turn. Lin Yueshi stepped forward and said with a smile, My picture is a spring garden, with flowers in full bloom, a gentle breeze blowing, and petals falling like rain. Lin Yushuan nodded, picked up the pen, but didn't put it down. His brows were furrowed, and his expression became increasingly stiff. Time passed by minute, and beads of sweat slid down his forehead. The audience was worried for him. Is this guy's brain short-circuited? The previous group was too strong. The pressure was too great. It's over. He's so nervous that he can't even hold the pen. This pace is so suffocating. Don't be unable to write it, otherwise it will be too embarrassing. Lin Yuxuan gritted his teeth and persevered, finally finishing writing 4 lines of poetry before the deadline. The judges took the poems with indifferent expressions. It's okay, my thoughts are a little confused. There was a sigh in the live broadcast room. It stuck indeed. The first group is too strong, the rest will be difficult. I feel like this game not only tests your literary talent, but also your mental strength. This dating show is becoming more and more like a poetry competition. The atmosphere at the scene changed subtly, and everyone's expressions varied. Gu Chan sat aside, watching the arguments and tensions around him. His expression was calm, but complicated thoughts were rising in his heart. After reading Lin Yuxuan's poem, the judge sighed and said directly, 55 points. There's almost no rhyme and lacks artistic conception. As soon as the words fell, the scene became so quiet that one could hear breathing. Lin Yuxuan froze in place, his eyes dim and his shoulders drooped slightly. He sat back in his chair, his hands hanging limply at his sides, as if all the strength had been drained out of him. He bit his lips hard, trying not to lose his composure, but a look of loss was already written on his face. The gazes from all around him made him feel very uncomfortable. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at anyone. Lin Yueshi patted his shoulder gently, wanting to say something to comfort him, but she didn't know what to say. It was Zhang Ruowei and Xiao Yifun's turn to play in the third group. Zhang Ruowei's tone was calm, but confident. The picture I imagined was a snowy mountain in winter, covered in silver, the sound of the wind and the snow intertwined, and the world was silent and still. After hearing this, Xiao Yifun frowned, his expression obviously tense. He stared at the blank paper, the pen twirling in his hand, but he was reluctant to put it down. As time passed, the atmosphere became more and more tense, and even the audience was worried for him. Xiao Yifun felt secretly bitter. The scene she chose is too difficult to write. Isn't this embarrassing for me? But he quickly pursed his lips. He couldn't lose face no matter what. He closed his eyes and tried hard to recall the words. Finally, when everyone thought he couldn't hold on any longer, the pen tip touched the paper. He wrote slowly and firmly, line by line. Gu Zakai folded his arms and watched, muttering softly, "Isn't this too slow? I wonder if I really can't write it." Lin Yuxuan agreed. Zhang Ruowei's scene is indeed difficult to write. I have no inspiration at all. Lin Yueshi stamped her feet anxiously. "Oh, time is almost up." Sui Chen waved his hand. "Don't make noise. Let him concentrate." Gu Zakai shook his head. "I don't think it's possible." Lin Yuxuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "Maybe he's planning a big move." "I hope so." Lin Yueshi curled her lips. As soon as she finished speaking, Sui Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. "Start writing," he exclaimed in surprise. Everyone held their breath immediately. Gu Zakai frowned and observed, "Writing so slowly, it can't be very exciting." Lin Yueshi immediately glared at him. "Stop talking nonsense and wait for the result." Xiao Yifun finally put down his pen and let out a long breath. The judges took the poems, read them seriously, and gave scores after a brief discussion. 60 points, barely passing. This sentence instantly caused an uproar in the live broadcast room. Xiao Yifun is so lame. What a waste of the goddess's scene. Zhang Ruowei said it so beautifully. Why did he write it so flatly? This combination is totally incompatible. It's really not worth it for Ruowei. It felt like he was so nervous that his mind went blank, and he didn't perform at all. The first group scored 70 points, and now look at this, the gap is huge. Zhang Ruowei's fans must be furious. I hope she can change her partner next time. She's dragging the team down to an outrageous degree. The barrage of comments was so dense that it almost covered the screen. Just as the heat was rising, the director announced, "Next group, Gu Chun and Xia Zixuan." The audience's emotions were instantly ignited. Finally, it's Gu Chen's turn. He's such a great songwriter. He must be pretty good at poetry. Don't forget, this is improvisation. There's no script to copy. I believe him. Gu Chen has always been very stable. Some people also say that his previous works relied on the team, but this time it depends on real skills. Fans, shut up. He can definitely do it. Wait till you see the moment when genius writes poetry. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room completely exploded. The camera turned to Yi Wanqing and Shen Shirhan, both of them staring at Gu Chen. Yi Wanqing's fingers were unconsciously twisting the corners of her clothes, and there was worry in her eyes. Why is Xia Zixuan in the same group with him? She muttered in a low voice. Shen Shirhan bit her lip, feeling uncomfortable. I hope she doesn't take this opportunity to get too close. But he remained calm on the surface and said lightly, let's see the performance first. Yi Wanqing leaned closer and whispered, if Gu Chun writes too well, Xia Zixuan will definitely get more attention. Shen Shirhan sighed softly. Don't think too much, Gu Chun is not that kind of person. Their eyes met again, and neither could hide their nervousness and uneasiness. At this moment, Xia Zixuan walked forward and began to describe the scene in a clear voice. The scene I imagined was one of endless mountains and a world of silence between heaven and earth. There were no birds in the sky, and no one was seen on the roads. Only by the river, an old man was sitting alone in a small boat, fishing. The sky was covered in snow and wind, and the world was white, as if even breathing had frozen. Yi Wanqing frowned slightly and muttered softly, this scene is too desolate. It's hard to write this kind of mood. Her voice was not loud, but it was heard by several literature professors sitting in the front row. The three judges looked at each other, their expressions becoming serious. The white-haired professor sighed softly, shook his head, and said, this picture is too lonely and desolate. It is extremely difficult to write a poetic beauty in such a short time. Poetry emphasizes the integration of emotion and artistic conception. Such a subject cannot be mastered without a profound literary foundation. The professor next to him, wearing black-rimmed glasses, pushed up his frames and said cautiously, indeed, this kind of lonely imagery cannot be written without the accumulation of years and the loneliness of the soul. I don't think a young person can express that level right away. Another young professor nodded and added, it's not just about the craftsmanship of words, it's also about the control of emotions. Gu Chun may have spiritual energy, but it would be difficult to write a heart-shaking poem in this scene. The director frowned and whispered to his assistant, Xia Zixuan's question is too tricky. The assistant nodded. Yes, no matter how talented Gu Chun is, he may not be able to finish it in a few minutes. The staff members were talking in low voices, most of them with suspicion. This question is too tough. Gu Chun is likely to fail. Songwriting is one thing. Poetry is another. I guess at most 50 points. At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room had already filled the screen. Isn't the contrast too great? Xia Zixuan is usually so sunny, but the imagined scene is so lonely. It's so unexpected. I want to see how Gu Chun writes it. It's really hard to write. This scene is too quiet and cold. Gu Chun is under a lot of pressure. If he messes up this time, he will probably be criticized badly. If I could write a masterpiece, I would be deified. I suspect Xia Zixuan deliberately created difficult questions. Isn't she testing Gu Chun's literary talent? The barrage of comments kept scrolling, and everyone's eyes were focused on Gu Chun. He was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly picked up his pen and read out word by word. No birds have flown away from the thousands of mountains. Just 5 words instantly quieted the scene. The young professor raised his eyebrows and nodded slightly. Interesting. That's a good start. Very impressive. Gu Chun continued. All traces of people have been wiped out. The young professor's eyes suddenly lit up, and he almost blurted out, great. Wonderful. These 2 lines perfectly capture the loneliness, desolation, and sense of emptiness. The white-haired professor couldn't help but look up, his expression shocked. Gu Chun's voice was steady as he continued reading, a lone old man in a straw hat and raincoat in a boat. The young professor's hands clenched into fists unconsciously, and he became increasingly excited. Great sentence. This picture is so powerful. That loneliness isn't solitude, but a kind of transcendence. When Gu Chun finished his last sentence, fishing alone in the cold river snow, the whole audience was silent. The 3 judges were stunned almost at the same time. The young professor's lips trembled slightly, and his voice was hoarse. This is a stroke of genius. The previous part was just a picture, but this sentence gives the whole poem a soul. The white-haired professor stood up almost tremblingly. It's perfect. The artistic conception, style, and charm of this poem are all integrated into one. No one can surpass it. The bespectacled professor was so excited that he dropped his pen and kept muttering to himself. Unbelievable. How could this be improvisation? This poem will go down in literary history. The white-haired professor rested his hands on the table, his voice trembling. I have been reviewing poetry for decades, and I have never seen a work like this. 10 words capture the silence of heaven and earth, and the next 10 elevate solitude to the height of philosophical reflection. No birds have flown from the thousands of mountains. No traces of people have been seen on the thousands of paths, as if everything has fallen silent. Then there's an old man in a straw hat and raincoat fishing alone in a boat on a cold, snowy river. That detachment, that aloofness, that tranquility, perfect. The young professor exclaimed, "This is not just poetry, it is the pinnacle of art. Perhaps all future poems about snow and loneliness will be marked by this." The white-haired professor turned to Guchan excitedly and said, "Young man, are you a literature major?" Guchan smiled and shook his head. "I study mechanics." The three judges were stunned, their expressions frozen in an instant. "Are you a science student?" Incredible. How could a young man studying mechanics write such a poem? The professor with glasses held his forehead and murmured, "I have never written such a sentence in my life." The white-haired professor took a deep breath and said excitedly, "We are not qualified to grade this poem because it goes beyond the competition itself and has become a page in literary history. This is not a work of art, but a masterpiece that will be passed down through the ages. We are all lucky to witness the birth of such poetry." Xia Zixuan stood there in a daze. She is a psychological counselor and has some knowledge of literature, but she has never seen anyone write about loneliness so vividly. Gu Chen's 4 lines of poetry were surprisingly short, but like a silent painting, they accurately depicted the scene she imagined in her mind. "Your literary attainments are too high, aren't they?" She couldn't hide her amazement. Gu Chan smiled faintly, picked up a bottle of water from the wheelchair, and took a sip. "I told you to trust me." The white-haired judge Zhang Xuefa, who was sitting in the front row, was still not calm. He was the vice dean of the Faculty of Literature at Haijing University. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Gu Chan, and his tone was filled with excitement and respect. "Young man, you obviously studied science and engineering. Why do you have such a deep foundation in literature?" Gu Chan looked calm and waved his hand slightly. "Professor Zhang, you are too kind. I just like reading. After accumulating a lot of knowledge for a long time, I occasionally write something to entertain myself." Zhang Xuefa sighed softly, his face full of shock and shame. "I've studied poetry all my life, and I thought I knew everything from ancient times to the present. But now it seems that this poem of yours is enough to put all my other works to shame." He suddenly smiled and introduced himself solemnly. "My name is Zhang Xuefa, Vice Dean of the Faculty of Arts at Haijing University. I would like to formally invite you to be a guest teacher of literature at our school. Just come and give a lecture occasionally, even once a week. We need souls like you to awaken students' love for words." As soon as he finished speaking, another young judge, Wang Lun, couldn't help but interrupt. "Mr. Zhang, this is so unfair. You're poaching people before they even leave the recording studio." He smiled and turned to Gu Chun. "Master Gu Chun, I am an associate professor in the Department of Literature at Yin University. Why don't you come to our school? We'll prepare the best research environment for you and allow you to create freely. Professorship and research funding are not a problem." The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became lively. The third judge, Peng Ming, who was wearing black-framed glasses, also stepped forward and said solemnly, "Gu Chun, I am the Vice Dean of the School of Literature at Huaqing University. Our school is willing to set up an independent research group for you and arrange overseas literary exchanges. I sincerely invite you to join Huaqing. Your poetry is enough to become a literary benchmark for the new generation." The three of them were arguing with each other, neither of them giving in. Everyone is trying their best to win over this young talent. Their eyes were all focused on Gu Chun, filled with burning anticipation. Gu Chun looked humble, his hands resting lightly on his knees, his tone calm and sincere. "I am grateful for the kindness of the 3 teachers, but I really can't accept it. Literature is a passion for me, not a way to make a living. I would rather it remain free." Zhang Xuefa was stunned, then smiled and shook his head. "You are so free and easy. Even I envy you." The netizens in the live broadcast room were completely shocked. Gu Chan rejected invitations from 3 top universities? Is this really a dating show? I feel like I'm watching a biopic of a genius. Writing songs, cooking, writing poetry. What else can't he do? Too omnipotent. Isn't this person real? Some were amazed, while others were skeptical. I think this is a script arranged by the production team, right? A black fan named Cold-Eyed Bystander was madly attacking in the barrage, writing poetry, cooking, and dating. Haha, it's purely a character setting. Rejecting 3 universities? That couldn't be more fake. It's obviously a publicity stunt. What kind of science student would write a divine poem? He must have prepared the manuscript long in advance. This show is really willing to do anything for ratings now. Gu Chun is just a fake character who was packaged to deceive you naive viewers. The black fans' words triggered a chain reaction, and some netizens were led by the rhythm. The topic hashtag Gu Chun script incident hashtag quickly became the top hot search topic. The comments section is polarized, with one side praising the product crazily and the other side questioning its authenticity. Just as the internet was buzzing with discussion, the director coughed, interrupting the chaos. Everyone calm down, there's one last group. Everyone gradually withdrew their attention and turned their eyes to Guzukai and Shun Shirhan. Guzukai's eyes at this moment were complicated and gloomy. He looked at Gu Chun and swore in his heart, "This time, I will step on him and get to the top." He took a deep breath and started writing quickly. That overly forceful posture almost reveals obsession. Shun Shirhan watched anxiously from the side, her expression tense. After a moment, Guzukai put down his pen and smiled triumphantly. The judges took the manuscript and looked at each other after reading it. Zhang Xuefa shook his head and said calmly, "It's too deliberate, with a lot of words and no emotion." Wang Luan sighed, "It's so different from Gu Chen's work, even incomparable." Peng Ming was even more direct, impulsive, empty, and lacking in concentration. 40 points. Guzukai's smile completely froze on his face. He stared at the judges blankly, his breathing becoming disordered. His original pride collapsed in an instant, and the jealousy in his eyes turned into shame and anger. The live broadcast room was boiling again. Only 40 points? That's a huge gap. He wanted to challenge Gu Chun, but ended up getting beaten. This is not a script. This is a crushing victory. The black fan was speechless for a moment, but unwillingly kept posting comments. That's too fake. The gap is so exaggerated. Do you understand poetry? Just spray it. A quiet single-family villa in Shanghai. Mr. Fong was sitting at his desk, his pen moving like a dragon, the vigorous ink flowing on the rice paper, his words and lines revealing his calmness and grace. Suddenly, the phone vibrated. Apprentice Shao Li sent a message, his tone excited. "Master, I just saw a poem. It's amazing. Please help me take a look." Mr. Fong put down his brush and picked up a cell phone. No birds have flown from the thousands of mountains. No traces of people have been seen on the thousands of paths. An old man in a straw hat and raincoat is fishing alone in the snowy, cold river. He read it in a low voice, his expression calm at first, but halfway through, his eyes gradually became solemn, and finally he was stunned. The loneliness and emptiness revealed in the poem made his heart tremble. "Did you write this poem?" Mr. Fang's voice trembled slightly. "Master, this wasn't written by me. It was written by a young man on a dating show." "Young man?" Old Fong frowned, surprised and suspicious. "How can young people nowadays write such poems?" "I'll send you the video, you'll see." Mr. Fong couldn't wait to click it. In the video, Gu Chan was sitting in a wheelchair with a calm expression and deep eyes. When the 4 lines of poetry slowly came out of his mouth, Mr. Feng's hands trembled slightly, and he almost forgot to breathe. Is this a live creation? How could he write about the loneliness of the world and the isolation of the human heart so perfectly? Mr. Feng's heartbeat quickened and his eyes gleamed. "Shally, what's this young man's name?" "Master, his name is Gu Chun." "Gu Chun," Mr. Feng repeated in a low voice, his eyes showing more respect. "I want to see him, no matter how far away." "Master, you are in the Magic City, and he is in Kyoto." "What's the big deal?" Old Feng slammed the table and said firmly, "I must meet such a genius." Shally hurriedly comforted him. "Master, don't worry. I will contact the production team first." "Go quickly," Old Feng urged, pacing back and forth. After a long time, Shally shook his head. "I haven't contacted him yet." "Then keep looking." Old Feng's voice was firm, his face full of expectation and longing. He stood in front of the window, gazing into the distance, silently reciting the poem Snow on the River in his heart. If this young man could really enter the literary world, perhaps he could rekindle the spirit of ancient poetry. At the same time, the atmosphere of the show reached a new climax. The director stepped forward, his eyes sweeping across the audience, and said solemnly, "The first-place winners of this event are Gu Chun and Xia Zixuan." The audience burst into applause. They will be given an opportunity for a self-appointment tomorrow. In an instant, everyone turned their eyes to Gu Chun and Xia Zixuan. Some people envy, some are jealous, and some sigh secretly. Xia Zixuan took a deep breath and looked at Gu Chun in the wheelchair with soft yet firm eyes. "Gu Chun, can we go on a date together?" Her voice was clear, but a little nervous. There was a sudden silence at the scene, and even the cameraman was stunned. Xia Zixuan took the initiative to invite Gu Chun. The staff murmured in surprise. Gu Chun raised his head slightly, as if he didn't expect her to be so direct. "Me?" he whispered. Xia Zixuan bit her lip and looked at him seriously. "Yes, I want to know you better. During this time, I've discovered that there are so many things about you that I don't understand. I'm very curious, and I also want to get closer to you." Gu Chun was silent for a moment and sighed softly. "But will my current body cause you any trouble?" Xia Zixuan quickly shook her head and said sincerely, "What I care about is you, not the wheelchair." "Gu Chun, this will be a special date." After she finished speaking, everyone stared at Gu Chun, and he nodded gently. "Okay." Just one short word made the air in the whole place seem to soften a little. However, on the other side of the camera, Yi Wanqing's smile froze instantly. She watched the interaction between Gu Chun and Xia Zixuan, feeling mixed emotions. She forced a smile and walked forward. "Gu Chun, your back injury hasn't healed yet. Don't overwork yourself." Gu Chun nodded, his tone calm. "It's okay." She smiled slightly, but couldn't hide the disappointment in her eyes. This scene, captured by the camera, quickly exploded in the live broadcast room. "Haha, the Shura field is here. Yi Wanqing is obviously jealous. Xia Zixuan is so brave. She directly confessed her love to you. I think Shen Shirhan is also a little panicked." Gu Chun is now the most popular male guest, and the situation of three women competing for one man has already formed. "I support Yi Wanqing. She is the gentle goddess who is most suitable for Gu Chun." "I disagree. I support Xia Zixuan. She's bold in love and outspoken, and has an explosive temperament. Shen Shirhan's fans are here, and her intellectual and gentle nature is very touching. Don't forget Zhang Ruowei. Although she has a cold face, her eyes are so complicated. Maybe there will be a reversal." The other male guests have really become background members now. Gu Chun is just a random guest, right? His debut speed is ridiculous. I wait for updates every day. This variety show is so addictive. The question now is, who will Gu Chun choose? You won't lose out by choosing any one of them. All three love lines are good. We in the audience are already going crazy. The barrage of comments was overwhelming, and the entire platform was almost flooded with the three words Gu Chun. His one word yes completely ignited the show and also ignited the hearts of countless people. Chapter 19, Playing the X. When everyone arrived at the hall, the director said calmly, "We've been together for 3 days. Let's have something fun today." The director had a mysterious smile on his face, which instantly aroused everyone's curiosity. Role-playing. As soon as the director finished speaking, a low murmur arose in the crowd. "Pair up and play the roles of your exes." It's completely improvisation. The best performing group will be selected through online voting by netizens. The first-place winner will receive a free date and a relationship bonus. The director's words were like a huge rock thrown into the lake, causing 1,000 waves. There was an uproar at the scene, and everyone began to discuss excitedly. Only Gu Chun and Zhang Ruowei didn't know what they were thinking. Random grouping begins. The director's voice sounded again, and everyone quieted down, nervously waiting for the grouping results. Shen Shirhan and Xiao Yifan are in a group. Yi Wanqing and Gu Zikai are in a group. Xia Zixuan and Lin Yuxuan are in a group. Lin Yueshi and Su Yichen are in a group. Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun are in a group. When Gu Chun heard that he was in the same group with Zhang Ruowei, his heart skipped a beat. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. What the hell? Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun? Is this director crazy? This is definitely the most bizarre group. There's no way they can act it out. I bet they're definitely the worst. How could Zhang Ruowei possibly get into the role with that look of disgust on her face? Poor Gu Chun. He was forced to partner with Zhang Ruowei, who didn't like him. This show is going to cause trouble. Just wait and see the joke. Maybe there will be an unexpected surprise. I want to see how they end up in embarrassment. Zhang Ruowei has always been indifferent to Gu Chun. How can this be a good performance? The director team must have done this on purpose. They'll do anything to boost ratings. No matter what, this group will definitely become a focus. It's so dramatic. I've already prepared a lot of complaints. It all depends on how they perform. I feel like the live stream's popularity is going to explode because of this group. The guests at the scene couldn't help but whisper to each other. This grouping is amazing. Zhang Ruowei has always been very cold towards Gu Chun. It's strange that this can be performed well. I have a feeling they're going to be a disaster. Someone asked curiously, Zhang Ruowei, what do you think? Zhang Ruowei's face was gloomy, and she bit her lip and said, what can I think? Ruowei, give it a try. I approve of your acting skills. The director actually did it on purpose. He knew that this would be the only way to improve the show's effect. Why try? I don't want to be with him at all. Zhang Ruowei said mercilessly. At this time, the director smiled and said, everyone, get ready. The performance will begin soon. However, the atmosphere in Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun's group was extremely tense and awkward. The first group is Shen Shirhan and Xiao Yifan. Shen Shirhan was wearing a simple and elegant long dress. There was deep sadness in her eyes, and her voice trembled slightly. Yifan, why did you leave me in the first place? Tears welled up in her eyes, as if they would fall at any moment. Xiao Yifan was wearing a simple shirt, his face full of guilt and helplessness. Shirhan, I have my own difficulties. My family has encountered a sudden change, and I don't want to drag you down. Shen Shirhan took a step forward, her voice raised a few degrees, and asked, hardship? Is our relationship so fragile that it can't stand the test? You just leave when you say so. Have you ever considered my feelings? She became more and more emotional, and finally couldn't hold back her tears. Xiao Yifan lowered his head. Shirhan, I was wrong. I thought leaving you was good for you, but I didn't expect it would hurt you so much. Shen Shirhan covered her face with her hands. Then what does it mean that you come back now? Do you think I will forgive you? Xiao Yifan stretched out his hand, wanting to hug Shen Shirhan, but stopped in midair. Shirhan, give me a chance to make up for my past mistakes. Although the performances of the two were a bit immature, but the emotions are sincere, and the complex emotions of a couple reuniting after a breakup are well portrayed. Yi Wanqing couldn't help but say, I didn't expect them to be so devoted in their performance. Gu Zikai nodded. Although there are still some shortcomings, it is already very good. Xiao Zixuan looked at Lin Yuxuan with some concern. They performed so well, we have to work harder. Lin Yuxuan patted her hands and said, don't worry, we also have our advantages. There was also shock in the live broadcast room. Wow, the first group was so exciting. The pressure will be high for the next few groups. Although this performance is not particularly perfect, it can already make people feel the emotional entanglement. I feel they still have potential, and I look forward to the performance of the next few groups. However, some viewers found the performance to be mediocre. It's just like that, nothing special. I felt their dialogue was a bit stiff, and the emotional expression wasn't subtle enough. Maybe my expectations were too high, and I feel like it didn't meet my expectations. The director watched from the side with a serious expression, secretly evaluating their performance in his mind. The second group, Yi Wanqing and Gu Zikai, began their performance. Yi Wanqing, dressed in a smart business suit and high heels, walked up to Gu Zikai aggressively, raised her hand and slapped him, shouting, Gu Zikai, you bastard! Gu Zikai covered his face, a look of astonishment and anger. Yi Wanqing, are you crazy? Are you really going to hit me? Yi Wanqing's eyes were red and full of anger. Am I crazy? When you were with another woman behind my back, why didn't you think that I would go crazy? Gu Zikai's eyes dodged, and he stammered. That was just a misunderstanding. Ye vaning sinirit, misunderstanding. I saw it with my own eyes, and you still dare to say it's a misunderstanding? Gu Zikai took a step forward and tried to grab Yi Wanqing's arm. Wanqing, listen to my explanation. Yi Wanqing violently shook off his hand. Explain? What else is there to explain? From the moment you betrayed me, we were finished. Gu Zikai said anxiously, I know I was wrong. I have broken up with her. Please give me another chance. Yi Wanqing glared at him. Chance? Do you think I will trust you again? Throughout the performance, Yi Wanqing and Gu Zikai were very emotional. However, the performance was a bit exaggerated and the lines were not smooth enough, making the whole performance look a bit awkward. At this point, the other groups reacted differently. Shen Shirhan and Xiao Yifan looked at each other, and Shen Shirhan whispered, the plot is quite intense, but the acting is a bit stiff. Xiao Yifan nodded. Yeah, it feels like they're trying too hard. It's unnatural. Xia Zishuan curled her lips and said, "This is too exaggerated, but it's still worse than we imagined." Lin Yuxuan shrugged. "Maybe I was too nervous and didn't perform well." Live broadcast room. This performance was a bit too much, and it wasn't very comfortable to watch. The plot is quite interesting, but the actors just can't carry off. Oh, how embarrassing. It feels like they themselves don't know what they're acting. Let's look forward to the performance of the next few groups. This group is not doing well. Chapter 20, It's You Who Asked Me to Get Out. The third group, Xia Zishuan and Lin Yuxuan, performed on stage. Xia Zishuan was wearing casual clothes and stood there with a confused look in her eyes, unable to speak for a long time. Lin Yuxuan looked embarrassed and tried to break the silence. "Dear, long time no see." But his voice was weak and emotionless. Xia Zishuan finally came to her senses and stammered in response. "Well, it's been a long time." Lin Yuxuan continued. "I really regret breaking up." However, his expression did not show any regret. Xia Zishuan laughed dryly. "Oh, really?" Then, the two fell into a long silence, as if they didn't know how to continue. Lin Yuxuan suddenly asked, "How are you doing now?" Xia Zishuan replied casually, "It's okay." Throughout the performance, Xia Zishuan and Lin Yuxuan not only spoke their lines stiffly. Moreover, the movements were stiff, lacking any sense of rhythm or emotional involvement in the performance. They seemed to be just reciting their lines mechanically, without showing the complex emotions that the characters should have. Seeing their performance, the other groups couldn't help but show expressions of surprise and helplessness. Yi Wanqing couldn't help laughing out loud. "What kind of performance is this? It's a mess." Gu Zikai shook his head and said, "It's a complete mess. I have no clue what's going on. Worse than us." Shun Shirhan also whispered, "It feels like they're not prepared at all. That's too bad." Xiao Yifan sighed. "It's a bit embarrassing." There was even more complaints in the live broadcast room. "This is the worst show I've ever seen, bar none. Are they here to make people laugh? Can this be called a performance? I can't stand watching this, it's so bad." The fourth group, Lin Yueshi and Sui Chen, walked onto the stage and began their performance. Lin Yueshi was wearing a simple white dress, with her long hair draped over her shoulders and a hint of sadness in her eyes. Sui Chen was wearing a casual shirt and jeans, and his expression was a little reserved. Lin Yueshi said softly, "Yi Chen, seeing you again seems like a lifetime ago." Her voice was soft, but lacked sufficient emotional depth. Sui Chen took a deep breath and responded, "Yueshi, I didn't expect to meet you here again." His tone was relatively steady, just a little bland. Lin Yueshi lowered her head slightly, her voice a little depressed. "You left so decisively at the time, without even a word of explanation." Sui Chen showed a trace of guilt on his face and said, "I know it's my fault. I was too cowardly at that time and didn't dare to face the problems between us." Lin Yueshi raised her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "What about now? What do you want to do now that you're back?" Sui Chen took a step forward, wanting to get closer to Lin Yueshi, but then stopped. "I just want to make up for my past mistakes and hope to be by your side again." Lin Yueshi sneered. "Make amends? Do you think that once the damage is done, it can be easily repaired?" Sui Chen said anxiously. "Yueshi, give me a chance to prove myself." Shin Shirhan frowned slightly and said to Xiao Yifan, "Their performance was quite smooth, but it was a little bland and not very appealing." Xiao Yifan nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it feels like they're just completing the task step by step without truly showing the character's inner thoughts." Yi Wanqing curled her lips. "Not as good as the best, but better than the worst. Anyway, it didn't give me any surprises." Gu Zikai commented, "It's passable, but it's probably going to be difficult to win the competition. Almost the same as us." Live broadcast room. This group's performance is just average, nothing special. It's just ordinary. There's nothing memorable about it. It felt like they weren't fully engaged, and the emotions weren't full enough. But it's not too bad, at least it's watchable. The director sat in the audience with a serious expression, writing something in a notebook with a pen in his hand. He knew in his heart that this group's performance was not too bad, but it did not achieve the effect he expected. In the live broadcast room, the performances of the first few groups were so disappointing. I didn't really convey the feeling of regret at all. Yeah, I was really looking forward to it, but each one turned out to be worse than the last. I think this show is going to fail. Not a single group is really eye-catching. I wonder if Gu Chun and Zhang Ruowei's group can offer some surprises. The previous ones were just too bad. I think it's terrible. They don't seem to get along. It's a wonder they can act well. but at least we should keep hoping for a miracle. I don't hold out much hope. The previous groups have exhausted my patience. That's right, this level is not as good as my performance. Just as everyone was complaining, someone said, no matter what, let's see how Gu Chun and Zhang Ruowei perform. They might be the dark horse. Dark horse? I think it's more like a black donkey. They look so reluctant. If they can act well, I'll twist their heads off. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. What if they perform exceptionally well? Overachieving? Are you kidding me? What sparks can they create together? I just hope they don't do any worse than the previous groups. My expectations are already as low as they can be. Haha, I agree. If it gets any worse, this show will be unbearable to watch. I really hope they can slap me in the face and make me look at them in a new light. The last group, Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun, came on stage. I saw Gu Chun sitting in a wheelchair and Zhang Ruowei sitting opposite him. The two of them just sat there in silence. Neither of them spoke, and time seemed to have stood still. Everyone around was stunned, looking at each other, unable to believe the scene before them. Can it be performed like this? Someone couldn't help but whisper. What are they doing? They don't say a word. Is this their show? This is too weird. Just sitting there. How can this be considered a performance? Someone laughed out loud. The live broadcast room was in an uproar. Oh my God, are these two here to make fun of me? This performance is absolutely amazing. I've never seen anything so perfunctory. Have they given up on the game? They're actually dealing with it this way. I'm dying of laughter. The previous groups were terrible at acting, but they just kept silent. This is outrageous. I think they are just throwing everything away. The director must be mad at them. This is ruining the show. Oh, I was expecting them to have some surprises, but they turn out to be frightened. Zhang Ruowei's brows were tightly furrowed, forming a deep Chuan character, and his lips were tightly pursed with stiff lines. The delicate face was slightly distorted by anger. Her originally fair skin also turned a little red due to excitement. You're the one who told me to get out. Why do you still appear in front of me? Her voice seemed to come from an ice cave, and every word was filled with a deep chill. Her eyes burned with flames of anger, a rage that had been suppressed for a long time. Chapter 21. Great Acting. Gu Chun, we have been together for 7 years. Zhang Ruowei's voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. But she forced herself not to let them fall. 7 years. 7 whole years. For these 7 years, I have loved you with all my heart and soul, and have considered you my whole world. I gave you everything, my youth, my dreams, everything I have. Her hands were clenched into fists, and her body was shaking slightly with excitement. In the end, I'm just a replacement. I'm like a clown. I love you to death. Zhang Ruowei's laughter was full of self-mockery and despair, and it pierced the hearts of everyone present. You're kind to me and care about me because of her. Her voice suddenly rose, questioning sharply. Look into my eyes and tell me, have I been just her shadow since the beginning? Is it true that every time you smile at me and treat me kindly, you are thinking of her? Zhang Ruowei gasped and continued to shout. Why don't you go find her? Why are you doing this to me and intruding into my world? Hurt me all over and leave me. Why? Her voice was almost a roar, a cry from the depths of her soul. At this moment, she could no longer control her tears, and they burst out like a flood. I was certain we would be together forever. I have imagined our future, our home, and our children countless times. I thought we would grow old together and watch the sunrise and sunset together. But all this is just my wishful thinking. Her voice gradually became hoarse. You trampled on my heart with all your might. Do you know how much pain I'm in? That pain goes deep into my bones, keeps me awake at night. It makes me feel worse than death. I can only work hard day and night to stop myself from thinking about you. Everyone around watched quietly, infected by Zhang Ruowei's sadness. Some people couldn't help but have tears in their eyes, and some people sobbed softly. Gu Chun nodded yes. I told you very clearly at the beginning. You've been a substitute from the beginning to the end. His voice was cold and decisive, and there was no expression on his face. When Zhang Ruowei heard his words, her body trembled violently, as if she had been struck by lightning. Her eyes widened, her lips trembled, but she couldn't utter a word. He is still as heartless as ever. Gu Chun's eyes were as cold as ice, and he continued, From the moment we started, I never loved you. She is the one I have always had in my heart, and you are just a temporary comfort. Have you forgotten what I said to you? Do you want me to say it again? Every word he uttered was like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing Zhang Ruowei's heart. Zhang Ruowei choked up. You promised to be with me forever. Her tears flowed from her red and swollen eyes like a flood. I'm tired. Can you let go of this relationship? Gu Chan sat in a wheelchair with a heartless look on his face. But his eyes unconsciously avoided Zhang Ruowei's desperate look. Calm down, okay? Although his voice was cold, there was a slight, barely perceptible tremor in it. Zhang Ruowei cried and begged, roaring, You said all this. Why did you lie to me? Why lie to me? I don't want to be calm. Zhang Ruowei's voice was filled with endless stubbornness and unwillingness. Let's talk it out, okay? Can you please not leave? I really miss you. I miss you so much. Can you stay with me forever? I really can't live without you. Zhang Ruowei choked and roared, Don't leave. Her hands were tightly gripping the armrests of Gu Chen's wheelchair, and her knuckles turned white from the force. I like you. I really like you. Her tears fell on Gu Chen's hands, hot and burning. I don't want to meet another person and be with him. All I want is you. I want to be with you forever. May I? She raised her head and stared at Gu Chen with her tearful eyes, expecting him to waver in the slightest. The air around seemed to freeze. Only Zhang Ruowei's broken cry echoed in the silent space. Others watched this scene. Everyone feels sad and helpless. Gu Chen shook off Zhang Ruowei's hand that was holding onto his wheelchair. I told you, I think you're dirty. Zhang Ruowei, are you lacking love? We've been apart for 3 years. You're still crying your heart out. You know I never loved you. You're just a substitute, so just go away. Why do you still have masochistic tendencies? Every move and every word you make makes me feel sick. Zhang Ruowei choked up. It's been 3 years. I think about you every day, thinking about every little thing we had. Zhang Ruowei's voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. I don't believe you don't have any feelings for me. Gu Chan turned his head away, not daring to look at Zhang Ruowei's desperate eyes. Stop deceiving yourself, Zhang Ruowei. You think the past was beautiful because I treated you as her and you enjoyed being loved. But I'm tired. Do you know the pain of facing the person you love every day, but she is not yours? His voice was a little hoarse. I have never been attracted to you. This is all just your wishful thinking. Why do you treat me like this? Zhang Ruowei's voice was filled with deep despair and helplessness. What did I do wrong? Her body was shaky, as if she would fall down at any moment. Gu Chan was struggling painfully in his heart. He wanted to hold Zhang Ruowei in his arms. Tell her none of this is true. But he couldn't. He could only harden his heart and continue to say hurtful words. He can only live for half a year at most. A short pain is worse than a long one. He is willing to bear all the pain by himself. Don't you feel disgusted? Gu Chan said with disgust in his eyes. Zhang Ruowei's tears burst out again, and her world completely collapsed at this moment. Everyone around was stunned by this scene. The two of them acted so well. At this time, the director came out and said, Okay, good acting. I almost thought you two were really exes. Gu Chen didn't expect your acting skills to be so good. I have a male lead for a drama, and I think you can definitely play the role. Gu Chen waved his hand and rubbed his temple. No need, director. The director looked at Zhang Ruowei, who was still on the ground, and admired her in his heart. She is indeed a professional. He gave Zhang Ruowei a thumbs up and said, Ruowei, your performance was really good. I've been put into your shoes. You guys deserve full marks. Chapter 22 Impossible. How could be the X? Okay, I'm sick. I was blind and stupid and fell in love with you. Don't worry, I will never fall in love with you again. Who you're with is none of my business. Zhang Ruowei adjusted her mood, stood up, and wiped her tears with her hands. Gu Chen said coldly, That would be best. Zhang Ruowei shuddered slightly when she heard this, and a sad smile appeared on her face. Okay, if you are heartless, don't blame me for being heartless too. Gu Chan turned his head away, not looking at Zhang Ruowei's expression. Heartless? Humph, it's better than you pestering me endlessly. Zhang Ruowei took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Still pestering me? In your eyes, my love for you is so unbearable. Gu Chen, you will regret it one day. Gu Chan sneered. Regret? You think too highly of yourself. Yuan Qing, who was standing aside, looked at Gu Chen and Zhang Ruowei in disbelief. The two of them are still acting and haven't finished the show yet. Her mouth was slightly open, and her eyes were full of surprise and confusion. Are they really not exes? Yuan Qing thought to herself. No matter how you look at it, the emotional entanglement between these two people does not seem like a simple performance. This is the strength of a movie queen. Gu Chen actually took on the role firmly and performed even better. Yi Wanqing couldn't help but look at Gu Chen's acting skills with admiration. Thinking back to when Gu Chen risked his life to save her, Yi Wanqing felt touched. She looked at Gu Chen sitting in a wheelchair, his slightly lonely figure, and guilt unconsciously appeared in her eyes. Yi Wanqing's eyes swept over Xia Zixuan and Shun Shihan. She clearly caught the affectionate look in the eyes of the two men as they looked at Gu Chen. There was anticipation in Xia Zixuan's eyes, while Shun Shihan made no secret of her admiration and admiration. Yi Wanqing bit her lips lightly, with 1,000 thoughts in her mind. This perfect and mysterious man seems to have an invisible charm that attracts everyone around him. His bravery, his talent, and the occasional tenderness in his indifference all made Yi Wanqing's heart beat faster involuntarily. Yi Wanqing knew that she was gradually falling in love with Gu Chen. Faced with many women who had a good impression of Gu Chen, she felt a little uneasy. She didn't know what position she occupied in Gu Chen's heart, nor did she know where this budding love would eventually lead. The director was so happy that his heart was beaming with joy. Gu Chen really gave him surprises again and again. Xiao Li, a staff member standing by, said to him in shock, "Director, they both acted very well." The director rolled his eyes at Xiao Li and said sarcastically, "Humph, do you even need to tell me that? How could the person I picked be bad? You're really talking nonsense after the fact." Another staff member, Xiao Wang, also came over and said, "Gu Chen plays the scumbag so vividly." The director sneered, "Of course, don't you see who is directing it? You guys, you doubted my judgment before. Now you know how powerful I am, right?" Xiao Li quickly agreed. Yes, director, you have a good eye for talent." The director curled his lips and said, "Don't try that on me. What were you doing earlier?" Xiao Wang continued, "At first, when they didn't talk, it really felt like exes meeting each other." The director snorted, "That's called artistic tension. You know nothing. With your limited skills, what can you really see?" At this time, Xiao Zhao couldn't help but say, "Zhang Ruowei's explosive power is really amazing." The director rolled his eyes. "Do you even need to tell me that? Did you think Zhang Ruowei's victory was for nothing? You guys, all you know is to make a fuss. None of you have the foresight to see things through at the critical moment." Xiao Li added, "I'm starting to sympathize with Zhang Ruowei after watching this. Fortunately, it's just an act." The director scoffed, "Sympathy? If you have the time to sympathize with others, you might as well think about how to improve your own professional skills. Stop making such a fuss all day long, acting like you've never seen the world before. This show is a hit because of my directing skills. It has nothing to do with you." The staff looked at each other and dared not say anything more. Shun Shihan has never admired anyone so much in her heart. Gu Chen is the first one. Her gaze remained on Gu Chen, her eyes full of admiration and respect. She couldn't believe that such a talented person was just an ordinary person. Gu Chen is a treasure boy. The more you get to know him, the more surprises you will get. She murmured to herself with an intoxicated smile on her face. Gu Chen's appearance, character, and talent were the best she had ever seen. Whenever Shun Shihan thought of him, her heart felt like a deer running around. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. "Shihan, that's great. What's wrong?" Shun Shihan's voice trembled a little with excitement. "Gu Chen has given you the singer of If Heaven Has Romance." The voice on the other end of the phone was full of excitement. "Chocho Music asked you to record a song tomorrow. I'm telling you, this song, If Heaven Has Romance, is going to be a hit. It's hard for it not to be a hit. It could even win this year's Music of the Year award." Shun Shihan was stunned, and for a moment, she couldn't believe her ears. She slowly put down her phone and looked at Gu Chen sitting in a wheelchair, feeling warm in her heart. Her pace involuntarily quickened as she walked towards Gu Chen. "Gu Chen, you gave me the singer of the song, If Heaven Has Feelings?" Gu Chen smiled slightly and nodded. "Yes, I believe this song will shine the brightest in you." Tears welled up in Shun Shihan's eyes. "Thank you, Gu Chen. I really don't know what to say." "No need to say anything. Your strength deserves all of this," Gu Chen said lightly. Shun Shihan's singing was indeed good. Shun Shihan was trembling with excitement. "I will definitely work hard and won't let you down." Gu Chen looked at her gently. "I believe you." Xia Zixuan felt that something was wrong with the condition of Gu Chen and Zhang Ruowei. Her sharp eyes moved back and forth between the two of them, and her brows unconsciously frowned. As a psychological counselor, she has extraordinary insight into people's emotions and behaviors. Zhang Ruowei cried heart-wrenchingly, and every tear seemed to carry endless sadness. Every trembling movement seemed so real that she felt it was not an act. And Guchan, although he looks cold and heartless on the surface, but Xia Zishuan still caught a hint of unnaturalness from his subtle expression and eyes. She could feel that Guchan was acting a little. A bold thought arose in her mind. Are they really exes? Once this idea appeared, it grew wildly in her mind like weeds. Xia Zishuan's heartbeat began to accelerate, and her breathing became rapid. She couldn't believe her own guess. If it was true, the story behind this scene would be too complicated. Impossible. How is this possible? If they are indeed exes, then what is going on here? Chapter 23, Let Him Go. Gu Zikai's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water could drip out of it. His eyes, which had once been quite pretty, were now narrowed into slits, flashing with jealousy and anger. He also didn't expect that Gu Chun and Zhang Ruowei could act so well. Gu Chun, showing off in front of everyone again. He muttered to himself with gritted teeth, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Gu Zikai left the crowd angrily. He walked to the corner and picked up the phone, his voice filled with anger and unwillingness. I want to find out who you are. His tone was rapid and fierce, as if he wanted to swallow the person on the other end of the phone in one bite. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to say something, and Gu Zikai became even more excited. He shouted loudly, "What? You haven't found out yet? I gave you so much time. What are you doing for a living?" His breathing became rapid, and his chest rose and fell violently. I don't care what method you use, you must find out Gu Chen's background for me as soon as possible. How could he, an ordinary passerby, have such ability to steal my thunder time and time again? Gu Zikai paced back and forth in the corner, cursing nonstop. Gu Chun, don't think you can stay so complacent forever. I don't believe you don't have any shameful secrets. Wait until I expose all your secrets and see how you can still be so arrogant. I'm the pride of the Gu family. How can I let someone like him keep putting pressure on me? It's just a temporary good luck. I want to see how long his good luck can last. Gu Zikai became more and more excited as he spoke, the veins on his forehead bulging. Just wait and see. I'll let you know the consequences of going against me. After hanging up the phone, Gu Zikai threw the phone to the ground as if it was Gu Chen himself. I will never allow you to steal my thunder all the time. Absolutely not. In the living room of Li Ming's luxurious villa, he was watching the live broadcast of Let's Fall in Love with his two good friends, Lao Wang and Lao Zhao. I heard that this program is very popular recently. Let's check it out, Li Ming said as he turned on the huge HD TV. At the beginning of the show, the three of them chatted casually. When Gu Chen appeared on the screen, Li Ming's eyes lit up. This guy has a good image. But as time went on, the first few groups failed to show amazing acting talent. Li Ming couldn't help but shake his head and said disappointedly, "Oh, I thought he was a good seedling, but it seems he can't act." Lao Wang also agreed. "It's a pity, it's just a good-looking thing." However, when Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chen's rivalry began, the situation changed instantly. At first, the three of them didn't take it too seriously, but gradually, Li Ming's expression changed from relaxed to solemn, and then to shocked. "Oh my God!" Li Ming couldn't help but shout. "This performance is absolutely amazing." Old Zhao was also drawn to this. "This is amazing. This emotional tension." Li Ming stood up excitedly. "How come I didn't realize how outstanding these two people are before?" Lao Wang was also amazed. "It's really unexpected." Li Ming was so angry that he stamped his feet. Those so-called big-name stars, who get paid exorbitant salaries, what kind of acting are they? Look at these two. That's what acting is all about. Lao Zhao continued. The entertainment industry nowadays only looks at traffic, not talent. It's really sad. Li Ming waved his arms angrily. I don't know what those directors were thinking. They left such a treasure untapped and instead used some unskillful vases to fill the scene. And those screenwriters, their scripts are just completely fabricated and illogical, Li Ming said, growing increasingly agitated. The entire entertainment industry has been tainted by this. Lao Wang sighed. Yes, the truly talented people are buried, while the incompetent ones are jumping around on the screen. Old Zhao nodded in agreement. If there were more actors like this, the entertainment industry might still be saved. Li Ming snorted coldly. Those who only know how to hype will be eliminated sooner or later. The audience has sharp eyes. Zhang Ruowei deserves the title of Best Actress. I even think she plays the role better than the one she has played in movies and TV series. If these two people can develop well, their future will be limitless. Li Ming sat back on the sofa and lit a cigarette. Lao Wang smiled and said, "Then let them play the male and female leads in your next drama." That's what I thought. Zhang Ruowei went to the bathroom and washed her face. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was her best friend Lin Xiao calling. Zhang Ruowei answered the phone, her voice thick with nasal sounds. "Hello, Xiao Xiao." When Lin Xiao heard this voice, he knew that Zhang Ruowei was sad again and immediately said anxiously, "Wei Wei, please don't be sad, okay? That Gu Chun is a scumbag. He's not worth you doing this for him." Zhang Ruowei sobbed and said, "But I still can't let him go." Lin Xiao said angrily, "How could you be so stupid? Look at what he did to you, what he said to you. How could he possibly love you at all? He's just a bastard, trampling on your sincerity." Zhang Ruowei remained silent, tears streaming down her face. Lin Xiao continued, "Wei Wei, you have to cheer up. Is it worth it to make yourself so haggard for such a scumbag? What's so good about him? Isn't he just handsome and good at sweet talk? But these are all empty words. He is not sincere to you at all. You've been together for 7 years. He treated you like that. You absolutely cannot forgive him. You are so good, so kind, and so beautiful. You can find someone better if you leave him. Gu Chun is a guy without vision. It's his loss if he missed you." Lin Xiao became more and more excited as he spoke. Zhang Ruowei choked up and said, "I know you're doing this for my own good, but I just can't control my emotions." Lin Xiao sighed and slowed down his tone. "Wei Wei, I understand how you feel, but you can't keep going like this. You have to think about your future and not let this scumbag ruin your life. Think about it. He could be so heartless to you. What else is there for you to cling to? He is a selfish person who only cares about his own feelings and doesn't care about your life or death at all. You have given so much to him, but he doesn't know how to appreciate it. You still don't let go of such a person? Do you want to wait until he hurts you completely?" Lin Xiao said sarcastically. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip and said, "Xiao Xiao, I will definitely let it go." Lin Xiao encouraged her. "That's right. Wei Wei, you must believe that there will be someone who truly loves you waiting for you in the future. Gu Chun is just a passerby in your life, a mistake. Let him go, and you can embrace a new life and a new love." Chapter 24, I really didn't mean it. Live broadcast room. I cried. Do you know how it feels to be treated as a substitute? 7 years of love just gone like that. Gu Chun deserves to die as a scumbag. Zhang Ruowei's performance was so good. The heartache and despair were simply heartbreaking. This isn't an act. It's clearly a genuine outpouring of emotion. Zhang Ruowei must have put her entire soul into the role. Gu Chun, this scumbag. How could he treat Zhang Ruowei like this? I can almost feel the pain in Zhang Ruowei's heart. It's so real. This plot and this performance are absolutely amazing. They pull my heart out. Oh my God, I've never seen such a wonderful performance. Zhang Ruowei really brought the feeling of being hurt to life. 7 years of love, and you just throw it away like that? Is there any justice in this world? The director brought everyone to the spacious music theory room, where a wide variety of musical instruments were placed. The director cleared his throat and began to explain the rules. "Everyone, today we are having a music competition here. Boys compete with boys, girls compete with girls, each one for himself. Each person needs to choose 2 instruments and play 2 pieces of music by themselves. After the performance, the boys voted for the girls and the girls voted for the boys. The person who votes first will receive a mysterious reward during the tour the day after tomorrow." The director clapped his hands and signaled for silence. "Now, everyone can choose their favorite instruments and prepare to begin the performance. Remember, play your best and strive to get first place to win that mysterious reward." When everyone heard about the mysterious reward, they became excited and began to discuss it among themselves. "Wow, a mysterious reward. I wonder what it will be," Xia Zixuan said with anticipation. Yi Wanqing smiled and continued, "Whatever it is, it must be very tempting. Everyone, please perform well." Shen Shirhan also came over. "Of course, I'm ready to go all out." Everyone walked towards the instrument stand. Some picked up familiar instruments without hesitation, while others hesitated between several instruments. Xia Zixuan spotted the piano immediately and ran over happily. "This piano is definitely my first choice." Yi Wanqing hesitated between the guzheng and pipa, muttering to herself, "Which one should I choose?" Shen Shirhan stood in front of the violin, her eyes determined. "This is it. Tell me, if Gu Chun takes first place, who will he share the reward with?" Yi Wanqing blushed slightly. Huh, who knows? Shun Shirhan also lowered her head a little embarrassedly, but there was a smile on the corner of her mouth. Xiaozi Xuan said boldly, "Anyway, I hope it's me." Everyone laughed when they heard this. Gu Chen sat in a wheelchair and smiled helplessly. "Stop making fun of me." Xiaozi Xuan walked over to Gu Chun and said with concern, "Gu Chun, your legs are not convenient. Let me help you choose the instrument." Gu Chun looked at her gratefully. "Thank you, but I can do it myself." Yi Wanqing also came over. "Gu Chun, if you need anything, just tell me." Gu Chun responded with a smile. "It's really okay. Go and prepare your own things." On the other side, Gu Zikai kept staring at Yi Wanqing. Seeing her concern for Gu Chun, he felt a little uncomfortable. He walked over and said to Yi Wanqing, don't just focus on Gu Chun. Have you made your choice?" Yi Wanqing raised her head, looked at Gu Zikai, and said, "I've made my choice. You don't have to worry about it." Gu Zikai stood there awkwardly. Xiao Yifan felt a little disappointed when he saw Xia Zishuan circling around Gu Chun. He walked over and said to Xia Zishuan, "I think you will definitely perform very well." Xia Zishuan smiled and replied, "I'm borrowing your good wishes." During the preparation time, everyone was busy tuning their instruments, and the atmosphere was both tense and full of anticipation. Xia Zishuan looked at Gu Chun from time to time, her eyes full of concern. Yi Wanqing secretly observed Gu Chen's every move. Shun Shirhan encouraged herself in her heart and decided to perform well in front of Gu Chen. Gu Zikai looked at Yi Wanqing's concern for Gu Chun and secretly clenched his fists. "Just wait for me." Zhang Ruowei looked at Xia Zishuan, Yi Wanqing, and Shun Shirhan, who were interested in Gu Chen. She pretended not to see it and turned around to stand with Lin Yueshi. Lin Yueshi said softly, "Ruowei, look at them. It's so obvious." "Let them be. It has nothing to do with me." Zhang Ruowei smiled faintly. "Can you really be so carefree? I don't believe it. You were crying your eyes out just now." "What can I do? I just said I won't like him anymore." At this time, Lin Yushuan came over, looked directly at Lin Yueshi, and said, "Yueshi, what instrument are you going to choose?" "I haven't thought about it yet. Don't disturb me." Lin Yueshi frowned. Lin Yushuan said flatteringly, "Then I'll give you some advice." "No, I can do it myself." Lin Yueshi said impatiently. Zhang Ruowei on the side shook her head helplessly. Sui Chen also came over and looked at Zhang Ruowei gently. "Ruowei, I look forward to your performance." "Thanks." "Ruowei, actually I've always been." Before he could finish, Zhang Ruowei interrupted, "Stop talking. I don't want to hear it now." Sui Chen looked lost. Gu Chan was about to get the flute when Gu Zikai suddenly came over and pretended to accidentally knock Gu Chen's wheelchair almost away. "Oh, sorry, I didn't notice." Gu Zikai said sorry, but there was a barely perceptible smugness on his face. This sudden situation scared everyone around, and everyone gathered around to show concern for Gu Chun. "Gu Zikai, why are you so careless?" Xia Zishuan glared at Gu Zikai and said angrily, "Gu Chen, are you okay?" Yi Wanqing asked anxiously. "Gu Zikai, you're going too far. You obviously did it on purpose." Shun Shirhan accused him bluntly. "I really didn't mean it. I just didn't see it." Gu Zikai shrugged and responded innocently. Gu Zikai, do you think we will believe you? You are just jealous that Gu Chan is better than you." Xia Zishuan sneered. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm jealous of him? What a joke." Gu Zikai's face darkened. "Okay, Gu Zikai, your excuse is too far-fetched," Yi Wanqing said with a frown. "It's already very difficult for Gu Chan to sit in a wheelchair. Gu Zikai, you're still like this. It's so ungraceful." Shin Shirhan continued. At this time, Lin Yushuan also came over, looked at Gu Zikai coldly, and said, "Gu Zikai, everyone knows what you are thinking, so stop pretending here." Gu Zikai felt a little guilty after hearing what Lin Yushuan said, but he still said stubbornly, "I really was careless. You all misunderstood me." The people around cast dissatisfied glances at Gu Zikai, but Gu Chan said calmly, "It's okay, I'm fine. Everyone, don't get upset over this little thing." Chapter 25 Perfect Performance. Live Broadcast Room. Look, Xia Zishuan, Yi Wanqing, and Shun Shirhan have already started competing for Gu Chun. This is so exciting. That's right, Gu Chun is so popular, who made him so outstanding. But Gu Zikai is going too far. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he deliberately bumped into Gu Chen's wheelchair. What a narrow-minded person. That's right, compared to Gu Chun, Gu Zikai is far inferior. His character is not good enough. Oh, let's not talk about Guzukai for now. Who do you think Gu Qin will choose in the end? I think Xia Zixuan is lively and cute, and she's a perfect match for Gu Chun. I think Yi Wanqing is gentle and generous, and is more suitable for Gu Chun. Shen Shirhan is not bad either. She is beautiful and elegant, and she and Gu Chun are a perfect match. No matter who Gu Chun chooses, I will support him. I can support all these couples. Haha, this dating show is so interesting. Everyone has their own unique characteristics. Gu Chun is so outstanding. No wonder three girls like him. The competition is so fierce. Xia Zixuan is so cute when she's worried about Gu Chun. I'm going to support this couple first. When Yi Wanqing cares about Gu Chun, her eyes are full of love. I support this couple. Shen Shirhan looked at Gu Chun with such deep affection. I think they have a chance. Oh my, it's so hard to choose. Every couple is so sweet. Gu Chun is still the most charming one. He is the focus of the show, and the other male guests are overshadowed. Gu Zakai's fuss actually makes Gu Chun look even more generous and outstanding. He really lost more than he gained. I look forward to the next development. I don't know what surprises or accidents there will be. The girls' competition has begun. The first person to come on stage was Zhang Ruowei. She first walked to the piano and sat down gracefully, her posture straight, like a noble swan. She gently placed her hands on the keys, took a deep breath, and then her fingertips fell. Notes flowed from her fingertips like running water. The melody, sometimes cheerful and lively, like the dancing sunshine in spring. Sometimes it is slow and melodious, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Gu Chun sat in the audience, his eyes closely following Zhang Ruowei, his eyes filled with complex emotions. His heart was trembling slightly, and the familiar melody reminded him of every little thing he had done with Zhang Ruowei. The love in my heart surges like a tide. Thinking of his illness, he secretly clenched his fists and told himself that he must be ruthless. Zhang Ruowei walked towards the guzheng. She plucked the strings gently, and the sound of the guzheng was clear and pleasant, like crying and complaining. Every note seemed to express her deepest emotions: pain, longing, and relief. Gu Qin's eyes became deeper, and he wanted to stand up and rush forward to hug Zhang Ruowei tightly in his arms. But he knew he couldn't. His eyes were slightly red, but there was a bitter smile on the corner of his mouth. He said silently in his heart, "Ruowei, forget me. I can't give you a future." Zhang Ruowei was completely immersed in the performance. She was unaware of Gu Qin's inner struggle and expressed her emotions to her heart's content. Gu Qin's heart was constantly torn apart by this wonderful music. In the live broadcast room, the audience was originally chatting casually, but when Zhang Ruowei sat in front of the piano and lightly touched the keys with her hands, the entire live broadcast room instantly became quiet. Wow, this opening is so amazing. Oh my God, this note seems to go straight into my heart. This technique, this emotional investment, is simply amazing. I have goosebumps, it's so intense. When Zhang Ruowei switched from piano to guzheng, the live broadcast room was once again plunged into a shocked atmosphere. The sound of the guzheng is so beautiful. How can she control it so perfectly? The professional level performance was so stunning. I can't believe this is a performance I can see on a dating show. It's so shocking. It felt like I was at a top-notch concert. I originally thought it was just a casual flick, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I was completely shocked. With this level, he should go straight to the national team. Lin Yuxuan, Gu Zikai, and Xiao Yifan stood aside, looking at Zhang Ruowei sitting in front of the guzheng. Lin Yuxuan couldn't help but speak up. You guys said Sister Ruowei's appearance and talent are simply amazing. She really deserves to be a top female star. Gu Zikai said sourly. Huh, isn't it just that she can play the piano and looks good? There are many people like this in the entertainment industry. Xiao Yifan glared at Gu Zikai. What are you talking about? Sister Ruowei can achieve her current status because of her real ability. You're just jealous. I am jealous. What should I be jealous of? Don't be so stubborn, Gu Zikai. Look at yourself. You have nothing, and yet you're still here, making sarcastic remarks. Everyone has seen Sister Ruowei's efforts and kindness over the past few days, but you're the only one finding fault with her. Gu Zikai's expression turned ugly. Lin Yuxuan, don't go too far. Xiao Yifan continued. You're the one who's going too far. Sister Ruowei's performance just now was so heartbreaking, but you didn't feel anything at all. You're so cold-blooded. How can someone like him understand the excellence of Sister Ruo Wei? I guess he just can't stand seeing others doing well. Gu Zakai was furious. Stop singing the same tune as the two of you. You can't do it yourself, but you don't allow others to say it. Sister Ruo Wei's beauty is all-encompassing. Not only is her face pretty, her temperament is outstanding, and her piano skills are superb. Unlike you, you are narrow-minded. Lin Yuxuan nodded. That's right, Sister Ruo Wei is serious and responsible at work, and she is friendly and kind to everyone. You can't compare to her. Gu Zakai gritted his teeth and said nothing more. Xiao Yifan looked at Zhang Ruowei in front of the Guzheng and murmured to himself, she is really too outstanding. I wonder what kind of person can be worthy of her. Lin Yuxuan patted his shoulder and said, let's work hard to improve ourselves first. Don't be like some people who only know how to envy others and will never achieve anything. The members of the director team gathered together, staring at Zhang Ruowei in a music theory room. Zhang Ruowei is indeed a top-tier female star. Her abilities are beyond imagination. Humph, I was worried she was just a name, but I didn't expect her to be so outstanding. Those who doubted her before are going to be slapped in the face now. That's right. Every time I think she has reached her peak, she always brings new surprises. Those short-sighted guys who always thought that celebrities make a living by their looks. Now they know they are wrong. The assistant director next to her was very satisfied with Zhang Ruowei's performance. Look at her fingering and her emotional investment. Our show has found a treasure. Those who are waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves will be deeply disappointed this time. Some people used to say that Zhang Ruowei was lowering her status by participating in our show. But now it seems that our show has been elevated several notches because of her. Chapter 26 Help? How to help. The second person to appear was Yi Wanqing, who looked a little nervous and shy. Yi Wanqing bowed slightly to everyone and glanced at Gu Chun. Sit down at the piano. Her fingers landed on the keys, and she began to play. She only knew a little bit of piano, the notes were a little unfamiliar and inconsistent, and the rhythm was also off. The guests applauded and whispered to each other. Yi Wanqing is so cute. Yeah, even though she doesn't play very well, she's so cute when she looks serious and a little nervous, Lin Yuxuan agreed. Yi Wanqing's face flushed slightly, and there was a hint of caution in her eyes, as if she was afraid that her performance was not perfect. It is this cautiousness that makes her look even more lovable. Her fingers moved slightly clumsily on the keys, and every imperfect note seemed like proof of her effort. Occasionally, she would bite her lips lightly when she made a mistake, and she looked like a child who had made a mistake, making people want to comfort her. The sweetness of her cute appearance, her sincerity, and the courage to try hard. When the song ended, she stood up and picked up the guitar beside her. I started playing again, and this time the music was also very simple, with simple chords, no complicated techniques, and no gorgeous melodies. Her performance was not outstanding. Even if your skills are not yet sophisticated enough, it takes courage to stand on this stage and show yourself. After the performance, Yi Wanqing's face flushed. She knew that her performance was not perfect. I smiled and bowed again to express my gratitude to all the guests. There was sparse applause from the guests. The third person to appear was Xia Zixuan. She walked onto the stage gracefully and first sat in front of the Guzheng. With a slight lift of her jade fingers, beautiful notes flow out from her fingertips. The sound of the Guzheng is crisp and pleasant, like running water in the mountains or pearls falling on a jade plate. It is very, very nice to hear. The audience in the audience was instantly attracted and intoxicated by the beautiful melody. However, discordant voices were heard from the crowd. Humph, she's just showing off her skills. Gu Zakai thought of Xia Zixuan mocking him before and started to criticize her again. That's right, maybe he was just lucky and played the piano well this time. Su Yichen agreed in a sour voice. He didn't want to pretend anymore since everyone liked Gu Chun. But most people praised Xia Zixuan's talent. Xia Zixuan plays the piano so well. The musical attainments of studying dance are also quite high. Yes, this level is simply amazing. Xia Zixuan ignored the bad voices and immediately picked up the flute and started playing it softly. The melodious flute sound floats in the air, like crying and complaining, as if telling a touching story. Wow, she plays the flute so well too. That's amazing. This talent is absolutely amazing. Gu Zakai was somewhat speechless, but he still said stubbornly, "What's the big deal? Maybe it was rehearsed in advance. Even if we are rehearsing, it is very rare to reach such a level." Lin Xie now dislikes Gu Zikai more and more. Is it difficult to acknowledge the excellence of others? Xia Zixuan always has a sweet smile on her face, which is like the warm sunshine in spring, warm and lovely. After the performance, the guests burst into warm applause. The fourth and fifth performers were Shen Shirhan and Lin Xie respectively, both of whom chose to perform with piano and guitar. Shen Shirhan was the first to walk onto the stage. She sat gracefully in front of the piano, her hands gently falling on the keys, and beautiful notes flowed out instantly. Lin Yuxuan, who was in the audience, nudged Xiao Yifan and said, "Hey, look, Shen Shirhan plays the piano really well." As expected of a singer. Xiao Yifan nodded. "Indeed, this level is quite good." Lin Yuxuan continued, "Let me tell you, I noticed something. Shen Shirhan was always looking at Guchan while she was playing the piano." Xiao Yifan was surprised and asked, "Is this true? Are you sure you saw it right?" Lin Yuxuan said with certainty, "I saw it clearly. There's no mistake." Shen Shirhan picked up the guitar and continued her wonderful performance. At the end of the performance, the audience applauded loudly and praised the performance. Lin Xie then took the stage, and her performance was also outstanding. Lin Yuxuan, although Lin Xie is also good, Shen Shirhan is still more powerful. Xiao Yifan, that's right, but Lin Xie is not bad either. Lin Yuxuan, let's not talk about that for now. You said Shen Shirhan has been looking at Guchen all the time, and she's already tired. Xiao Yifan, it's possible. Maybe they are secretly in love. Shen Shirhan and Lin Xie walked over. Lin Yuxuan smiled and said to Shen Shirhan, "Shirhan, when you were playing the piano just now, your eyes kept glancing towards Guchen." Shen Shirhan blushed. "No way, don't talk nonsense." Lin Yuxuan, "You still don't admit it." Xiao Yifan and I saw it. Xiao Yifan also echoed. "That's right, we saw it clearly." Shen Shirhan said coquettishly, "You two just know how to tease me." Lin Xie smiled and said, "Shirhan, did you hit the nail on the head?" Shen Shirhan, "Lin Xie, you should join them in making trouble too." Lin Yuxuan, "Shirhan, don't hide it. Do you like Guchen?" Shen Shirhan lowered her head shyly. "Oh, I won't pay attention to you anymore." Xiao Yifan, "Don't be embarrassed. Just admit it if you like it." Shen Shirhan blushed. "You just know how to make fun of me." Lin Yuxuan, "Haha, we were just concerned about you." Everyone burst into laughter. Xia Zixuan and Yi Wanqing, who were standing by, were a little unhappy when they saw everyone joking about Shen Shirhan and her relationship with Guchen. Xia Zixuan gently tugged at the corner of Yi Wanqing's clothes and whispered, "Wanqing, look at them." Yi Wanqing frowned and responded softly, "Don't worry about them." At this moment, Lin Xie noticed the two of them and walked over to ask softly, "Zixuan, Wanqing, are you all right?" Xia Zixuan forced a smile and said, "It's okay, what could happen?" Yi Wanqing turned her head away and said nothing. Lin Xie comforted him, "Don't take it too seriously. No one can predict the future of the relationship." Lin Yuxuan and Xiao Yifan heard the noise and walked over. Lin Yuxuan asked cautiously, "What happened to you two? You don't look happy." Xia Zixuan replied coldly, "It's okay." Lin Yuxuan looked puzzled. "No, there's obviously something wrong. Tell us, and we can think of a solution together." Xia Zixuan turned her head, a look of helplessness in her eyes. "What good will it do if I tell you? What can you change?" Xiao Yifan said hurriedly, "Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe we can help." Yi Wanqing finally couldn't help but ask, "Help? How can I help?" Lin Xie patted Xiao Yifan's shoulder and said, "You guys start playing. Hurry over there." Chapter 27, this is not just finding a passerby. Boy Gu Chan will be the first to perform, so start preparing. The director said and left. Gu Chan pushed the wheelchair to the piano and said, "Play a piano piece for everyone." You always think that opportunities are endless, so you don't cherish the people in front of you. He raised his head slightly, as if speaking to the void. "I'm dedicating this piano piece, the truth that you leave, to myself and to everyone." His fingers gently fell on the keys, and the melody of the truth that you leave flowed out like water. The notes are soft and slow, as if carefully uncovering a dusty memory. The sad emotion is like a wisp of smoke, quietly spreading in the air and gradually lingering in everyone's heart. As the melody progressed, the rhythm gradually accelerated. Guchen's fingers danced on the keys, and every note was full of power and emotion. The music seems to be telling the story of the past beauty and the pain of loss, interweaving into a heartbreaking picture. The guests on the side were all immersed in this sad atmosphere. Gu Zakai closed his eyes tightly, frowned, and recalled his past regrets in the music. Yi Wanqing shed tears silently, moved by the deep sadness. Gu Chen's body trembled slightly with the music, as if he had poured his entire soul into the piano music. His face showed an expression of pain, but also a hint of relief. As the music entered its climax, strong emotions surged like surging waves, impacting everyone's heart. The passionate melody seemed to be a cry, a fight against the injustice of fate. Gradually, the music became soothing again, like the calm after a storm. The afterglow of sadness still lingers in the air, making it difficult for people to let go for a long time. Gu Chen's fingers slowly left the keys, and the last note dissipated in the air. The entire music theory room was silent, as if time had stopped. A moment later, thunderous applause broke out. Amidst the applause, many people were still immersed in sadness, tears flowing uncontrollably. It's so touching. This music seems to penetrate my soul. Lin Xie said with a sob. Yes, he told such a sad story through music. Xia Zixuan echoed, with a hint of trembling in her voice. Gu Chan sat in a wheelchair, bowed slightly, and a tired yet satisfied smile appeared on his face. This piano piece shows everyone his inner world. Zhang Ruowei sat quietly in the corner of the music theory room. Her eyes were wide with shock. This melody, she murmured to herself, her thoughts involuntarily pulled back to the past. Recalling the night with Gu Chun at the beach, with the sea breeze blowing gently, they made an eternal vow. I will love you forever and never leave you. Gu Chen's firm words seemed to echo in his ears. How could this happen? Zhang Ruowei couldn't help but exclaimed, her voice trembling and full of disbelief. The rhythm of the music became heavier, just like the thunderous moment when she discovered Gu Chen's betrayal. How could you do this to me? Don't you think this is true? It's all fake, right? Are you kidding me? I won't leave. I won't leave. I want to stay by your side forever. Please don't abandon me. She cried out at the top of her lungs, her heart feeling as if it were being cut by countless knives. Tears welled up in my eyes. Gu Chen's playing became more and more intense, and Zhang Ruowei's mind kept flashing through scenes that were once sweet but now extremely painful. I recalled the scene where I had humbly begged Gu Chen to save their relationship and was rejected. The music reached its climax, and Zhang Ruowei's emotions completely collapsed. Why? Why do you treat me like this? She was shaking all over, trying hard to hold back her tears. Lin Xie, who was standing aside, was already crying like a tearful person. This piano piece, like a sharp knife, pierced through her painful memories that she had deliberately kept secret. She took the initiative to break up with her first love, fully believing that she could say goodbye to that relationship freely. Why? Why did you do this to me? Lin Xie recalled the moment when she discovered the truth, and she angrily questioned her first love. I'm sorry, Xie. I was confused for a moment. First love tried to explain, his face full of guilt. Confused? Is it your excuse? Lin Xie yelled, tears welling up in her eyes. Chiyu, I still love you. Please forgive me. First love held her hand. Lin Xie shook him off fiercely. Don't touch me. We're over the moment you cheated. She buried this memory deep in her heart and didn't want to think about it again. In this piano piece, those painful images emerge again. I thought I let it go. Why does it still hurt so much? I trusted you so much. Why did you cheat on me? I'm such a fool for not discovering your betrayal sooner. As the music became soothing, Lin Xie's crying gradually became softer. This song, she sobbed, how can it touch my heart so accurately? She raised her head and looked at Gu Chun on the stage, her eyes full of shock. How could he write such a painful song? Lin Xie murmured to herself, this talent is amazing. Lin Xie's voice trembled slightly. Gu Chun, what on earth did he go through to be able to play such a piece of music? Lin Yuxuan was once again shocked by Gu Chen's talent. He widened his eyes, opened his mouth slightly, and was speechless for a long time. Since joining the show, it has always been Gu Chen's personal performance show, and Lin Yuxuan feels tremendous pressure. I really can't stand it anymore. Lin Yuxuan couldn't help but complain. This isn't a competition at all. It's simply Gu Chen's special performance. Xiao Yifan beside him shook his head. Unbeatable. Another top-notch original piano piece. Lin Yuxuan looked helpless. I was originally full of confidence and felt that I could shine in this show, but Gu Chun is too outstanding, so outstanding that I feel like I am just a foil. Xiao Yifan patted his shoulder and said, "Don't give up so easily. The show isn't over yet." Lin Yuxuan smiled bitterly and said, "What else is there to compare? What on earth can't he do? Every time he performs, he captures the entire audience's attention. No matter how hard I try, it's useless." Xiao Yifan frowned. "You can't say that. Everyone has their own shining points. Maybe Gu Qin's brilliance is just too dazzling, temporarily overshadowing us." Lin Yuxuan sighed. "I know I can't give up easily, but this gap really makes me feel desperate. Look at the reactions of the female guests. They're all looking at Gu Chan with eyes full of love. This isn't just finding a passerby. This is finding a true god." Piano music, the truth that you leave. Author, Piano Boy Gao Zhihao. Chapter 28, Gu Chun. Who are you voting for? Gu Chun, what on earth have you been through? Shin Shirhan broke the silence first. Gu Chun slowly opened his eyes, with a hint of loneliness in his eyes, but did not answer. "Why is every piece of your music so sad?" Shin Shirhan took a step forward and continued to ask, "Did something painful happen that you can't forget? Your music makes people want to understand your inner world. This piece of music is so lonely. What is the name of this piece of music?" Gu Qin was silent for a moment, then whispered, "It's called Desolation." Desolation? This is the most desolate and lonely song I have ever heard, bar none. Whether it's a moment of romance, the truth that you leave, or desolation, they're all good for relieving depression. Gu Chun, I know everyone has secrets they don't want to tell, but I hope you know that you are not alone. If you are willing, I'm willing to listen to everything you have to say." Gu Chun raised his head and looked at Shin Shirhan's sincere eyes, feeling touched. "Thank you, Shirhan." Shin Shirhan bit her lip lightly. "I understand. It's just that seeing you immersed in sadness like this makes me feel bad." Gu Chun smiled slightly. "Perhaps this is the charm of music. It allows me to release my inner emotions." Gu Chun smiled and said, "Cure depression? I think it's okay. Is this okay? Gu Chun, do you have any better way to cure depression? I'm about to cry to death." Tears were hanging in the corners of Yi Wanqing's eyes. Listening to Gu Qin's sad music, the scene of her grandmother, still being alive, emerged in her mind. All the guests present looked at Gu Chan with anticipation. Gu Chen looked at the director team, and the director, with tears in his eyes, made an okay gesture. "Since you all want to listen, I'll satisfy you. Then I'll play another piano piece. A song of collapsing world for you." He placed his hands on the piano and began to play. The staff of the program team felt something was wrong when they heard it. "It's over. I need to treat my depression." Xia Zixuan looked at Gu Chun playing the piano with admiration. "I'm already looking forward to going on a date with you tomorrow, Gu Chun." She admitted that she was really moved. The heart that had been frozen for many years finally began to beat. "Gu Chun, I want to pursue you." Xia Zixuan's eyes never left Gu Chun. Live broadcast room. "Gu Chun, what are you doing? Do you want me to cry to death? You haven't recovered yet, and you come again? Chasing and killing, right? Is this still a dating show? How did it become a music show? I'm about to cry my eyes out. I want to ship CP. Please don't do this." With Gu Chin's arrival, the romance variety show is really going to become a music variety show. All 5 female guests cried, and they looked so beautiful even when they were crying. He composed these 3 piano pieces on the spot. All 3 are top-notch. Is this some kind of freak talent? I've been writing music for 10 years, and I haven't come up with a single impromptu song. After the performance, everyone was still immersed in Gu Chen's moving yet sad music. The staff of the program looked at each other with shock in their eyes. Shaoli from the planning team opened his mouth wide, unable to close it for a long time, muttering to himself, This effect far exceeded our expectations. It's incredible." Xiao Wang, who was in charge of the sound effects, kept shaking his head. "I still couldn't believe what I heard. This kind of performance, this kind of infectiousness, is the first time I've encountered this kind of performance in all my years in this industry. Genius! Why don't you give me such talent?" Coming back to his senses, the director quickly picked up the intercom and excitedly said to each department, "This is excellent material. Everyone must do their best in the follow-up work. This show will definitely cause a sensation." His voice trembled with excitement, and his hand unconsciously clenched the walkie-talkie. It's nothing great, just playing a few sad songs." Gu Zikai muttered softly in the corner, his eyes filled with jealousy. "Why am I not the one who is in the spotlight?" The unwillingness in his heart drove him to the piano, determined to give it a try. He sat in front of the piano, pressing the keys hard with his hands. The notes he played were chaotic and had no rhythm at all. Yi Wanqing was the first to laugh and taunt. Guzukai, what are you playing? You were just belittling Gu-chun, but now look at yourself. How dare you be jealous of others at your level? Xiaozi Xuan tilted her head slightly, the corner of her mouth raised with a hint of sneer. That's right, Gu-chin's music can touch people's hearts, while yours is just making noise. You were saying bad things about others before, and now you've made a fool of yourself. Lin Yueshi stared straight at Guzukai and said in a serious tone, Guzukai, you should know yourself. You mocked Gu-chin before, wasn't it because you were jealous of his talent? But look at you now, there's no comparison at all. Shun Shirhan shook her head and said, Guzukai, there's something wrong with your character. Gu-chin played with all his heart, but you were just standing there making sarcastic remarks. Now you come up here and embarrass yourself. It's really despicable. Guzukai's face flushed red, his hands still randomly pressing on the keys. Try to refute. I just haven't performed well yet. Yi Wanqing sneered. Didn't perform well? Do you think we can't see that you don't have that ability? You said Gu-chan was pretending to be profound, but I think you were the one who is narrow-minded. Xiaozi Xuan then sarcastically said, You said Gu-chin's music was just whining. Then what is yours? Is it just playing it for no reason? Lin Yueshi frowned and said, Guzukai, what you said before exposed your ignorance and jealousy. Still trying to prove yourself now will only make you look even more ridiculous. Shen Shirhan snorted softly. Stop struggling, Guzukai. Is it so difficult to acknowledge other people's excellence? Doing so will only make everyone hate you more. Guzukai finally stopped playing, his hands hanging limply at his sides. Facing the ridicule of the crowd, he felt ashamed. He was still not convinced and could no longer defend himself. Yi Wanqing finally said, Guzukai, in the future, you should learn more about how to respect other people's talents and stop being so self-righteous. Soon the remaining 3 male guests also finished playing. The director came out and started voting. Boys, let's get started. Gu-chun, who are you voting for? The heartbeats of the 5 female guests began to accelerate. Zhang Ruowei glanced at Gu-chun coldly. He really wouldn't vote for her. Gu-chun thought she was dirty and told her get lost. Gu-chun looked around at the 5 female guests, his eyes sweeping across each of their faces. Xiaozi Xuan's face was full of anticipation, and her eyes were filled with desire. Yi Wanqing pretended to be calm, but her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed her nervousness. Lin Yueshi clasped her hands together in front of her chest, as if praying silently. Shun Shirhan smiled, but her eyes showed unconcealable concern. Zhang Ruowei had a cold expression. Gu-chun was silent for a moment, then slowly said, This time, I vote for Desolate Original Version. I Once Loved Someone, sung by Wan Honyao, lyrics and music by Lu Tao. Collapsing World Lightscape. Chapter 29. Zhang Ruowei. Who do you vote for? Zhang Ruowei. She plays the best. Gu-chun said lightly. Zhang Ruowei was stunned. Gu-chun voted for her. Ripples appeared in my heart, and I said coldly, Thank you. A hint of disappointment flashed across Yi Wanqing's eyes. The remaining 4 people also cast their votes. The director came out and said, Okay, the final result is that Zhang Ruowei got 5 votes. Let's congratulate Zhang Ruowei for getting all the boys' votes. Live broadcast room. Congratulations, Goddess Ruowei. Well deserved. No pressure to be number 1. Looking forward to Zhang Ruowei's first date. The director looked at Zhang Ruowei and said, Zhang Ruowei, you have the opportunity for a targeted date. Pick a male guest. The 4 male guests around were very excited, except Gu-chun. Everyone wants to date top celebrities. The live broadcast room began to discuss. Wow, who will Ruowei choose? It must be the most handsome one. Maybe it's Gu-chun. He seems very special. It's impossible to choose Gu-chun. The 2 of them have never spoken to each other alone, except for playing exes. Have you forgotten that Zhang Ruowei refused to team up with Gu-chun on the first day? Zhang Ruowei's gaze slowly swept across the crowd and lingered on Gu-chun for a moment. Everyone's heart was in their throat, curious about her final choice. The director urged, Zhang Ruowei, make your decision quickly. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip lightly, as if she was having a fierce struggle in her heart. The atmosphere on the scene became increasingly tense, and everyone held their breath as they heard an incredible answer. Gu-chun. This answer was like a bombshell, causing an uproar at the scene. Everyone showed a surprised expression. She chose Gu-chun. Their relationship was not harmonious before. Gu-chun himself also stood there in a daze, his eyes full of disbelief. Yi Wanqing whispered to Xia Zixuan beside her in surprise. Oh, Zhang Ruowei actually chose Gu Chun? She likes Gu Chun too. Xia Zixuan frowned and responded. I thought she would choose someone else. Could it be that the performance made her feel good about Gu Chun? That's possible. Lin Yueshi also came over and interjected. I think it was Zhang Ruowei who discovered Gu Chen's shining point. But this change was too sudden. Shun Shihan shook her head and said, but can Gu Chun accept her? Their relationship seemed a bit strained before. Yi Wanqing curled her lips. Who knows? But if Gu Chun rejected Zhang Ruowei, it would be embarrassing. Xia Zixuan nodded. Yes, if she refused, Zhang Ruowei would be so embarrassed. The barrage in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Oh my god, Zhang Ruowei actually chose Gu Chun. What kind of twist is this? I didn't expect this at all. There was no sign of this before. This is too sudden. I thought I had misheard. This plot development is so exciting. Is there a hidden plot that we haven't seen? How will Gu Chun respond? I'm so nervous. This dating show is so full of surprises and unexpected things. My little heart can't take it anymore. Zhang Ruowei was acting impulsively. I hope she doesn't get hurt. No, I have to go back and look at the details to see if I missed anything. This show is getting more and more exciting. It felt like everyone in the live stream was stunned. I was confused too. My brain was spinning. The director looked at Gu Chun. What's your choice? You can refuse. Gu Chun looked at Zhang Ruowei and thought for a moment. I refuse. The director looked at Zhang Ruowei with regret. I'm sorry, Gu Chun refused. We've run out of dating opportunities. The other female guests also widened their eyes and were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Yi Wanqing couldn't help but cover her mouth and muttered softly. How could this happen? This is too unexpected. Xia Zixuan frowned, her face full of disbelief. Gu Chun actually refused. How sad Zhang Ruowei must be. Lin Yueshi gasped in surprise. I thought Gu Chun would at least consider it, but I didn't expect him to refuse so directly. Shun Shihan also shook her head, a look of shock on her face. Who could have imagined this situation? The staff on the scene looked at each other and whispered to each other. Gu Chun is so heartless. Zhang Ruowei must be so embarrassed. Exactly. I thought he would accept it. This show is really awesome. I don't understand what Gu Chun is thinking. Zhang Ruowei refused. Maybe Gu Chun has his own considerations, but it's not a good idea to reject him directly like this. This isn't going to end well. I wonder if Zhang Ruowei will cry. Hey, I hope this doesn't affect the subsequent recordings. This situation is so unexpected. Is Gu Chun deliberately creating this topic? This is too risky. Who knows? But now there's something to watch, and I'm sure the audience will react greatly. There was an uproar in the live broadcast room. Oh my god, Gu Chun refused. I can't believe it. This plot twist happened so quickly. I haven't even reacted yet. So shocking. How could Gu Chun be so heartless? Zhang Ruowei is so pitiful. She mustered up the courage, but was rejected. This show is really full of drama, but it's also really heartbreaking. What kind of person is Gu Chun? He has no compassion for women at all. This is too much. And you're still participating in a dating show like this? You have a negative EQ. Zhang Ruowei was so brave, but he actually rejected her outright. How shameless. I think Gu Chun has a very good self-image and thinks no one is worthy of him. This kind of man is destined to live a lonely life. Is there something wrong with him? He doesn't want such a good girl. Gu Chun is afraid of falling in love. You coward. I really don't know what he's talking about. What's wrong with Zhang Ruowei? Who does he think he is? He doesn't give girls any respect. This show really made me see Gu Chun's true face. What scumbag? You refuse so bluntly. There must be something wrong. I guess Gu Chun is just here to take advantage of the popularity and isn't really looking for a partner. Humph. With him being like this, he'll never find someone who truly loves him. Zhang Ruowei must be blind to choose him. Gu Chun is not worth it at all. The director spoke again. Girls vote for boys. Yi Wanqing, who are you voting for? Gu Chun. Yi Wanqing looked at Gu Chun and a blush appeared on his face. The director looked at Xia Zixuan again. Xia Zixuan, who are you voting for? Xia Zixuan looked at Gu Chun without hesitation. It must be Gu Chun. Shun Shihan and Lin Xia also voted for Gu Chun. The director looked at Zhang Ruowei and asked, Zhang Ruowei, who are you voting for? Chapter 30, being boyfriend and girlfriend for 2 days. Live broadcast room. Gu Chun just rejected Zhang Ruowei. Zhang Ruowei will definitely not choose Gu Chun. Right? I also think, how could Zhang Ruowei still choose him? That would be so embarrassing. Gu Chen is going too far. Even if he doesn't like me, there's no need to reject me so directly. If I were Zhang Ruowei, I would definitely ignore him. But then again, this dating show is so dramatic. Who could have imagined such a development? Maybe Zhang Ruowei is magnanimous and won't bother with Gu Chen. How is that possible? Being rejected in public must be very frustrating. I think so too. If Zhang Ruowei chooses Gu Chen again, it would be really humble. But maybe she really likes Gu Chen, so she let bygones be bygones. But among the boys, Gu Chen did perform best. Anyway, I think there's no hope for them. Yes, I'm not optimistic either. Gu Chen's actions have really ruined his impression of me. Let's see how things develop later. Maybe there will be a reversal. I hope Zhang Ruowei can find someone who truly understands and cherishes her, rather than someone like Gu Chen. That's right. I hope Zhang Ruowei can meet someone better. The audience in the live broadcast room were talking to each other, all looking forward to Zhang Ruowei's choice. Zhang Ruowei looked at Gu Chen. Gu Chen. The director was stunned for a moment. Zhang Ruowei was rejected by Gu Chen, but she still voted for Gu Chen. Okay, one vote for Gu Chen. Douyin's multimillionaire internet celebrity Su Baobao was dragged by his fans to watch a dating show. After watching the show for 2 days, he was really shocked. Although he's not a professional singer, he still has his own level of singing. He's been playing Gu Chen's song, If Heaven Has Feelings, on repeat for a long time. He planned to add 2 consecutive piano pieces and the flute piece Desolation to the playlist. Seeing Zhang Ruowei choose Gu Chen, he slapped the table and laughed. Huh, how was my prediction? Just tell me if I'm right or not. I told you that Zhang Ruowei would still vote for Gu Chen. You guys are not good enough. Gu Chen's level is there. The other 4 male guests are not even on the same level. At this time, the viewers in the live broadcast room spoke one after another. Brother Bao, you're awesome this time. But who could have imagined it would develop like this? That's right, but Gu Chen is indeed charming. It's no wonder Zhang Ruowei chose him. Gu Chen is so pretentious. He only knows a few songs. What's so great about that? That's right. He was so heartless when he rejected Zhang Ruowei, and now he's enjoying the attentions of the female guests. What a scumbag. I think he's just showing off his talent to attract attention. It's really annoying. Gu Chen definitely has no friends in real life. Who can stand his bad temper? Humph. I just can't stand Gu Chen's self-righteous attitude. People like Gu Chen can only show off on the show. Outside of the show, they are nothing. What level? I think it's just luck that the female guest happened to like him. I really don't know what those female guests like about him. I think he can do nothing but pretend. Brother Bao saw that there were some black fans in the barrage. Management, kick all these black fans out of the live broadcast room. Lin Xie, where's your vote? The director had a smile on his face, and he already knew the voting results of everyone. It must be Gu Chen. Lin Xie did not hesitate. Gu Chen's strength was obvious to all. Soon the girls' votes came out. Gu Chen 5 votes, first place. We've just adjusted the first place prize from a targeted date to having a random female guest become your girlfriend for a day. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 female guests became nervous. When Gu Chen heard the reward, he was slightly surprised, but he quickly regained his composure. The 5 female guests each had their own thoughts at this time. Zhang Ruowei looked at Gu Chen coldly, not knowing what he was thinking. Yi Wanqing prayed silently in her heart. I hope it can be me. I hope it can be me. Xia Zixuan appeared calm, but inwardly she was eagerly anticipating. Will Gu Chen choose me? Lin Xie thought confidently. I just voted for him. Maybe he will choose me. Shen Shirhan clenched her hands nervously. What if I'm chosen? The director smiled and looked at Gu Chen. Gu Chen, the random drawing has begun. Gu Chen's gaze swept over the 5 female guests again, and the atmosphere on the scene was extremely tense. Being a girlfriend for a day? Right. The results are out. Brother Bao began to look forward to who could be Gu Chen's girlfriend for a day. He stared at the screen, muttering, this is actually random. Gu Chen can't choose. That's even more exciting. This is too hard to guess. Every female guest seems to have chance. The fans also had a heated discussion in the live broadcast room. Brother Bao, it all depends on luck. I wonder which female guest will have this fate. Brother Bao nodded and said, yes, this kind of randomness is the most interesting. No one can predict it. I think Xia Zixuan might be lucky. Brother Bao responded, it's hard to say. Who knows the random result? It might be the one that everyone least expects. Oh, I really hope the results come out soon. It's so curious. It would be really fun if Zhang Ruowei were to be there. The show would be really great. Yes, Zhang Ruowei voted for Gu Chen. She was rejected by Guchen before. Would Guchun feel embarrassed if she really became his girlfriend for a day? The director didn't keep the secret. Random result. Xia Zixuan. Xia Zixuan originally had a date with Guchen tomorrow. The production team discussed and decided to change being a girlfriend from 1 day to 2 days. Guchun, Xia Zixuan, do you have any opinions? Guchen shook his head and said lightly, no. Xia Zixuan, who was standing beside her, was full of joy. Me neither. The director continued. The first episode of Let's Fall in Love has ended now. In the second phase, we will start a tour across China, with the first stop being Hai Province. Other guests can take 2 days off. Of course, you can also withdraw from the program. We will gather in Hai Province in 2 days. There will be new guests joining in 2 days. Live broadcast room. Wow, it's Xia Zixuan. How lucky. I feel like the other female guests are going to be sad, but that's the charm of randomness. Guchun and Xia Zixuan seem to be a good match. I look forward to their 2 days together. I hope the new guests can bring more beauties. This show is getting more and more interesting. I wonder what will happen in the rest of the trip. Poor other female guests. They can only watch Xia Zixuan and Guchun helplessly. I feel like Xia Zixuan and Guchun will have many sweet moments in the next 2 days. I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 31, he is a scumbag. Xia Zixuan's happiness did not spread to others. The disappointment on Yi Wanqing's face was obvious. Looking at Guchun sitting in a wheelchair, she hesitated and did not take that step. She said gently and with concern, Guchun, you must remember to take your medicine on time. Thank you. Don't worry, I will take the medicine on time. Guchun looked at Yi Wanqing's cheeks with tears on them. Shen Shirhan went straight to Guchun and took off her watch. Guchun, I want to give this watch to you. Huh? Guchun was stunned. Give me a watch? A clock. Shen Shirhan waved her hands and immediately explained in a panic. That's not what I meant. I know. I'll accept it. Guchun took Shen Shirhan's watch and shook his head when he saw her happy expression. The other male guests were full of envy. Gu Zikai felt annoyed if he stayed for even a second longer. Director, can you please leave now? The director nodded. Okay, the first shoot is over. The director now feels that his original decision was absolutely right. He signed a 3-term contract with Guchun, which is not much, but enough considering the current popularity. Then the other guests left one after another. In the end, only Xia Zixuan and Guchun were left. Xia Zixuan looked at Guchun. Let's go on a date. I'll give you a romantic date. Why did Guchun feel something was wrong? Isn't it a surprise and romance that boys give to girls on a date? Have you become a little wife? Okay. Guchun agreed. Yi Wanqing returned to her room and sat on the bed in a daze, recalling Guchun's appearance, her heart full of regret. Shen Shirhan held her phone and looked at Guchun's photos, secretly looking forward to having more interactions with him next time. Gu Zikai complained in the room. What's so good about this Guchun? I really don't understand. Xia Zixuan happily brought Guchun to a quiet and peaceful temple. As you step into the temple, the curling incense gives you a sense of solemnity. Guchun, it is said that the fortune sticks here are very effective. Let's draw a fortune stick together to see our fate. Xia Zixuan's eyes were full of anticipation. Guchun smiled and nodded. The two of them put their hands together and prayed devoutly in front of the Buddha statue. Then each drew a lot. The fortune teller looked at their fortunes and smiled kindly. My 2 benefactors, this is a sign of a good marriage sent by heaven. After hearing this, Xia Zixuan's face blossomed with a smile as bright as a flower. She lowered her head slightly and said shyly, Guchun, what kind of relationship do we have now? Sometimes I feel like my feelings for you are more than just friendship, but I don't know if it's love. Guchun's heart moved, but he didn't dare to show it easily. He just responded softly. Zixuan, I often think about this question. When I'm with you, I'm always so happy, but I'm also afraid it's just a temporary illusion. Xia Zixuan raised her head and looked at him firmly. What if this is not an illusion? If I really like you, more than just a friend, what would you think? Guchun was a little flustered, his eyes dodging. Zixuan, I'm not worthy of your feelings. Xia Zixuan sighed softly. Guchun, why are you always so cautious? Don't you have any special feelings for me? Guchun was silent for a moment, then said seriously, Zixuan, are you confessing your feelings? Aren't we boyfriend and girlfriend now? Huh, no way. Xia Zixuan smiled awkwardly. After leaving the temple, Xia Zixuan took Guchun to a cozy handicraft shop. Guchun, how about we be hand-holding models and leave a special memory for us? Xia Zishuan's voice was full of sweetness. Gu Chen readily agreed. They coated their hands with a special material, then clasped them together and placed them into the mold. While waiting for the hand mold to take shape, the two looked at each other. His eyes were full of affection, and the air around him seemed to become especially warm. Xia Zishuan was the first to break the silence, her voice soft and nervous. Gu Chun, do you think we look like a real couple? Gu Chun was slightly startled. Then the corners of his mouth rose. We are real now. Enjoy the present moment. Zishuan, to be honest, every moment I'm with you, I have a special feeling. Sometimes I wonder, if this is love, how wonderful it would be. Xia Zishuan's face flushed, her eyes sparkling. Then do you think it's possible for us to become a real couple? Gu Chen hesitated for a moment, his eyes flickering. Do you want to be a real couple with me? After hearing this, Xia Zishuan's face immediately turned red. She naturally understood what Gu Chen meant. Xia Zishuan gently held Gu Chen's hand. Gu Chen, in my heart, you are the best. I don't need you to be perfect. I just hope to face every day of the future with you. After the hand model was completed, Xia Zishuan held it carefully and said happily, Gu Chen, this will be our most beautiful memory. At this moment, their feelings have unknowingly warmed up further, and their hearts have become closer. Zhang Ruowei felt a slight pain in her heart as she watched the live broadcast. She clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, her eyes full of pain and unwillingness. Gu Chen, we once agreed to be hand models together. Humph. I didn't expect you to do it with another woman. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip, her voice trembling. Lin Xiao, her best friend sitting next to her, patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. Wei Wei, don't be sad about that kind of man. What's so good about him? He doesn't know how to cherish you. Zhang Ruowei's eyes were red and tears welled up in them. Shower, how could he do this to me? Were all the promises we made before false? I've given so much to him, and yet he turns around and is so sweet with someone else. Not only did he forget our agreement, he also went to do what we agreed to do with another woman. Xiao Xiao, my heart hurts so much. Lin Xiao frowned and said angrily, Wei Wei, you're just too kind. That Gu Chun, he thinks he's a little charming, so he flirts with everyone. Look at him now. He's with that Xia Zishuan. He might have completely forgotten about you. Zhang Ruowei sniffed and cried. I'm really stupid. I still have fantasies about him. I thought there was still a possibility between us, but now it seems that everything was just my wishful thinking. Lin Xiao held Zhang Ruowei's hand and said, Wei Wei, you have to cheer up. With your conditions, you can find any man you want. Why bother hanging yourself on Gu Chen? I'll find you a handsome guy with 6 feet 8 inches abdominal muscles. Zhang Ruowei shook her head, looking dejected. Shower, we don't understand. I still can't let him go. When I saw him and Xia Zishuan together, my heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. Lin Xiao snorted coldly. You have to let go even if you can't. That Gu Chun is not worth it at all. Look at him sitting in a wheelchair, flirting with women everywhere. He's a scumbag. Chapter 32, Gu Chun CP List. In a live broadcast room, Su Baobao stared at the interaction between Gu Chun and Xia Zishuan on the screen with a smile on his face. Oh my goodness, this is too sweet. Baby Su couldn't help but shout out. The barrage of comments from netizens instantly filled the screen. So sweet, I'm hooked. Brother Bao, are you surprised by this romantic scene? Su Baobao wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, This speed of development is far beyond my imagination. They're getting fortunes and making hand models. This whole series of operations is like an idle drama. Seeing Xia Zishuan and Gu Chun looking at each other affectionately while waiting for the hand model to be formed, Baby Su stood up from his chair excitedly. Oh my, this atmosphere, it's so surprising. The netizens echoed the sentiment. Brother Bao, do you think they can achieve the desired result? Su Baobao sat down again, stroking his chin and thinking. It's hard to say, but based on the current situation, there is hope. After Yi Wanqing returned to the room, she sat down on the bed, her face full of disappointment and jealousy. Seeing this, her mother hurried over and sat beside her, asking with concern, Daughter, what's wrong? Yi Wanqing pouted and muttered, Mom, Gu Chun and Xia Zishuan were randomly selected to have more opportunities to spend time together. I feel bad. Her mother patted her shoulder gently and said, This is random. There's nothing we can do about it. But don't be too discouraged. Yi Wanqing frowned and said, But I really like Gu Chun. When I see him with someone else, I can't help but feel jealous. The mother comforted him. Silly child, love can't be rushed. Didn't you say Gu-chan was injured? You should be more worried about him. Yi Wanqing nodded. Mom, I'm worried about his injury, and I don't know if Xia Zishuan could take good care of him. The mother smiled and said, this shows that you have a kind heart. My dear, since this result cannot be changed, let's prepare for the second phase and take the initiative. Yi Wanqing's eyes lit up. Mom, do you support me in pursuing Gu-chan? The mother took her hand and said, of course I support you. As long as it's something my daughter really likes, I will work hard to get it. But you have to remember that this is a random result, not chosen by Gu-chan himself, so you have to let him see your sincerity and strengths. Yi Wanqing bit her lip. Mom, I know. I will definitely perform well in the second period. Yi Wanqing secretly made up her mind that in the second episode, she must let Gu-chan see a different side of herself and try to win his heart. Shen Shirhan dragged her tired body back home. As soon as she put down her bag, her cell phone rang. She looked and saw that it was a call from her agent. Shirhan, I have good news for you. The song, If Heaven Has Romance, that you sang for Gu-chan has entered the top 10 of the Qiuqiu music chart. The agent's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Shen Shirhan's originally dim eyes instantly brightened up. Really? This is such a surprise. Of course it's true. Your performance this time made this song a huge hit, and the attention and downloads are soaring. And the data is still increasing rapidly. The agent continued. Shen Shirhan sat on the sofa, the corners of her mouth raised unconsciously. This is all thanks to the good songs written by Gu-chan. The agent changed the subject. Shirhan, I see you're quite interested in Gu-chan. Why don't you just go after him? Shen Shirhan was stunned for a moment and said hesitantly, this is not a good idea. After all, we met on the show. The agent hurriedly advised, what's wrong with that? There are so many couples in the entertainment industry who met through TV shows. Besides, look at Gu-chan. He's talented and a nice guy. It would be a shame if you missed him. Shen Shirhan was silent for a moment, then whispered, but I don't know how he feels about me. The agent encouraged, how do you know if you don't try? You are so outstanding, beautiful, and capable. I believe Gu-chan will be tempted. And through this cooperation, you have developed a certain level of tacit understanding, which is a very good foundation. Shen Shirhan was a little moved by what she said. Then what should I do? The agent thought for a moment and said, the second episode is about to begin. Take the opportunity to interact with him more and show your charm and concern. You can also keep in touch more often to increase your familiarity with each other. Shen Shirhan nodded. Well, I'll give it a try. After hanging up the phone, Shen Shirhan couldn't calm down for a long time. She recalled every moment with Gu-chan on the show, and a sweet feeling welled up in her heart. She secretly made up her mind to bravely approach Gu-chan in the second episode. No matter what the result is, at least you won't leave any regrets. Lin Yueshi returned home and threw herself on the sofa, exhausted. At this moment, her best friend rushed over. Yueshi, you're finally back. Her best friend sat down next to her. Lin Yueshi raised her eyelids lazily. What's the matter? Why are you so anxious? My best friend excitedly pulled out her phone and said, did you know? Netizens have created a list of Gu-chan's best friends. Lin Yueshi's heart skipped a beat, but she pretended to be calm and said, oh, what's so strange about that? The best friend continued, the couple with the highest support rate is Gu-chan and Xia Zishuan. The second is Gu-chan and Yi Wanqing. The third is Gu-chan and Shen Shirhan, and the fourth is Gu-chan and you. Lin Yueshi listened, feeling a little disappointed, but still said stubbornly, this is just netizens making a fuss. What does it mean? Her best friend rolled her eyes at her and said, stop pretending. Don't I know you? Actually, you have feelings for Gu-chan, right? Lin Yueshi blushed slightly. No way, don't talk nonsense. Her best friend took her hand and said seriously, Yueshi, is there anything we can't talk about between sisters? I admit I like Gu-chan too. He's indeed very talented and handsome. But I hope you can be happy more. If Gu-chan can make you happy, you should go for it. Lin Yueshi was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. But look at the rankings. His and other support rates are higher than mine. How can I stand a chance? Her best friend patted her shoulder and said, this is just the beginning. Opportunities are created by yourself. Besides, matters of the heart aren't just about approval ratings. You're gentle, kind, and thoughtful. Gu-chan might have feelings for you too. Lin Yueshi's eyes flashed with anticipation. Really? But my performance on the show wasn't particularly outstanding. Her best friend encouraged her. What's the big deal? Perform well in the second episode, communicate more with Gu-chan, and let him see your good qualities. Lin Yueshi bit her lip and said, I'm afraid of making a fool of myself and being rejected. Her best friend hugged her and said, don't be afraid. Even if you fail, at least you tried your best. You won't regret it when you think about it later. Lin Yueshi nodded, and her heart seemed to be more resolute. Well, you were right. I can't give up like this. My best friend smiled and said, that's right. I'm waiting to hear your good news. Chapter 33. Not even a single word. Leaving the craft shop, Xia Zixuan and Gu Chun came to a busy hot pot restaurant. The store was bustling with people, and the aroma of hot pot filled the air. After the two of them found a good place to sit down, Xia Zixuan said with a smile, Gu Chun, you take a rest first. I'll go get the seasoning. First, take a look at what dishes you want to eat. Please order me some tripe, it's my favorite, and a serving of pig brains. After saying that, he walked towards the seasoning area. Gu Chun was stunned for a moment. Zhang Ruowei's favorite foods were also tripe and brains. Xia Zixuan's beautiful figure attracted the attention of many passers-by, and some people whispered in admiration, this girl is so beautiful and so gentle. Xia Zixuan quickly came back with the seasoning and placed it in front of Gu Chun. The hot pot was boiling and steaming, and the two of them started chatting while eating. This tripe is absolutely amazing. How about taking you to Shancheng to eat hot pot next time, Gu Chun? Okay. Gu Chun agreed happily. Xia Zixuan shared with great interest. Gu Chun, let me tell you an interesting case. There's a client who washes his hands repeatedly, dozens of times a day, and his hands are almost broken. Gu Chun answered without hesitation. This should be a typical manifestation of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Xia Zixuan's eyes lit up, and she continued. There's another person who's particularly afraid of enclosed spaces, like elevators. Once they enter, their breathing becomes rapid and their heartbeat speeds up. Gu Chun nodded and said, this is claustrophobia, usually caused by some traumatic experience or psychological shadow in the past. Xia Zixuan was surprised by Gu Chun's professionalism and continued. There was a visitor who always had the same nightmare. In the dream, there was a dark shadow chasing him, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. Gu Chun thought for a moment and responded, from a psychological point of view, this may reflect that he faces some kind of inescapable pressure or fear in real life. Xia Zixuan couldn't help but praise. Gu Chun, you are really amazing. You can come up with these professional terms and analyses as soon as I say them. I feel like you're almost as good as a professional psychologist. Gu Chun smiled and said, maybe I'm really interested in psychology, so I know more about it. Gu Chun smiled and responded, you spoke so brilliantly that I was immersed in it. Suddenly, a hint of shyness appeared on Xia Zixuan's face, and she said softly, Gu Chun, actually I want to tell you. This is the first time I've had dinner on a date with a boy in my life, and I've never been in a relationship before. Gu Chun was shocked when he heard this. His chopsticks stopped in midair. He said in disbelief, really? Zixuan, I thought a girl as outstanding and beautiful as you must have had a lot of love experiences. Xia Zixuan lowered her head and gently stirred the seasoning in the bowl. Really, maybe it's because I haven't met the person who makes my heart beat. Gu Chun felt a complex emotion in his heart. Zixuan, then I am honored to be your first date. Xia Zixuan raised her head, her eyes twinkling, and said with a smile, I'm happy to be with you too. The hustle and bustle in the hot pot restaurant seemed to stop at this moment. The two people's eyes met, and a special atmosphere spread between them. In a spacious and luxurious mansion, Xia Zixuan's parents were sitting in the comfortable living room watching the live broadcast. On the huge high-definition screen, the scene of Xia Zixuan and Gu Chun chatting and laughing in the hot pot restaurant was playing. Xia Zixuan's mother held a cup of coffee, her eyes fixed on the screen, a gentle smile on her face. Old Xia, look how well our daughter and Gu Chun get along. Father Xia put down the newspaper in his hand, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, looked at the screen intently, nodded and said, well, it looks good. The young man looks quite energetic. Mother Xia took a sip of her coffee and continued. That's right, and judging by the way they were communicating, my daughter seemed very happy. Father Xia frowned slightly and said thoughtfully, however, the key lies in the character and ability of this child. At this time, the live broadcast switched to a scene where Gu Chun and Xia Zixuan were discussing a psychology case. Gu Chun's clear analysis and unique insights made Xia Zixuan's eyes full of appreciation and admiration. Father Xia couldn't help but sit up straight. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes and said, this child is quite capable. He has such a deep understanding and knowledge of psychology. It seems that he is a person with profound connotations. Mother Xia smiled and agreed. Yes, it's rare to be able to chat so well with our daughter about this. Father Xia crossed his arms over his chest and continued. And from his words and actions, it can be seen that he has a certain level of cultivation and insight. Mother Xia nodded and said, I think so too. It might be fate that my daughter met a boy like this. Father Xia showed a satisfied smile on his face. If he can always treat our daughter well and has real talent and knowledge, I don't object to their further development. Mother Xia rolled her eyes at Father Xia and said angrily, Look at you. You haven't even started yet, and you're already thinking so far ahead. Father Xiao laughed heartily. I'm just checking out in advance. But to be honest, I am quite satisfied with Gu Chen's current performance. Especially the talent he displayed, it's hard not to admire him. The two continued to watch the live broadcast, exchanging a few words from time to time, and their liking for Gu Chen continued to grow. In an office building, a middle-aged man was angrily watching the scene of Xia Zixuan and Gu Chen dating on TV. He was so angry that his face turned red, and he gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to eat the TV screen alive. This ungrateful girl, he roared, raising the remote control in his hand and pretending to smash the TV. This middle-aged man is Xia Zixuan's boss and once tried to take advantage of her. After learning that Xia Zixuan was the daughter of a wealthy family, he no longer dared to do anything excessive, but he still did not give up and kept pestering Xia Zixuan. How am I inferior to that brat? He widened his eyes, his gaze filled with jealousy and resentment. Xia Zixuan, you actually ignored me. He recalled all the times he had tried to please Xia Zixuan, and his heart was burning with anger. Every carefully prepared gift was returned unopened, and every invitation was declined without hesitation. Humph! Do you think you can ignore me just because you have some looks and background? And that Gu Chun, isn't he just a pretty boy who uses his looks to seduce women? Who do you think you are? You, a cripple, dare to steal my woman. He cursed viciously, the corners of his mouth twitching constantly. You'll regret this one day. When the time comes, I will make you kneel down and beg me. Humph! You stinky bitch, just wait and see. He shouted, but his voice was clearly filled with guilt and helplessness. Chapter 34, You Have to Tell Her. Gu Chun and Xia Zixuan's date ended in warmth and sweetness. The two walked side by side on the path back to the villa, the moonlight like water sprinkling on them. Xia Zixuan's face was filled with a happy smile, and her eyes were sparkling with excitement. When she reached the villa lobby, she stopped and turned to face Gu Chun. Gu Chun, today is really wonderful. Xia Zixuan's voice was soft and full of joy. Tomorrow I will be your girlfriend. Gu Chun looked at her, his heart filled with warmth, and responded with a smile. Well, I'm looking forward to it. Xia Zixuan smiled sweetly and waved. Well, good night. See you tomorrow. After that, she turned around and walked into the villa briskly. Xia Zixuan returned to the room humming a little tune, with a smile on her face as bright as a blooming flower. She couldn't wait to make a video call to her best friend. As soon as the friend answered the phone, she was amused by Xia Zixuan's excitement. Oh, you look so happy. Your date went well today. Xia Zixuan nodded vigorously, her eyes smiling into crescents. Honey, you don't know how great today is. Gu Chen and I went to the temple to draw lots, and the fortune teller said that we are destined to be a good match. My best friend opened her mouth in surprise. Really? That's great. Xia Zixuan continued. Also, we went to a handicraft shop and made a hand model of holding hands. Look, as she spoke, she held up the hand model to the camera and showed it. My bestie said enviously, Wow, that's so romantic. Xia Zixuan continued to talk nonstop. Also, I found that Gu Chun and I have a lot of common topics. No matter what we talk about, we can always have a great time. My bestie asked curiously, for example, Xia Zixuan was full of admiration. He actually understands psychology. When we talked about those cases, he always hit the nail on the head, and his insights were very unique. My best friend laughed and joked, Wow, it looks like you've met your soulmate. Xia Zixuan blushed and said, Although we have only known each other for 2 days, I have already fallen in love with him. I have decided to pursue him. Tomorrow, I will become his girlfriend. My best friend encouraged me. That's great, dear. Go for it bravely. I support you. Xia Zixuan clenched her fists. Yes, I will. I feel that he has a good impression of me, too. It's really wonderful to spend time with him today. My best friend said, You must seize the opportunity and don't miss it. Xia Zishuan nodded happily. I know. When I'm with him, I'll be the first to tell you. Okay, I look forward to your good news. The best friend responded with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Xia Zishuan lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, her mind full of Gu Chen's figure. Thinking that she would become Gu Chen's girlfriend tomorrow, her heart was pounding and nervousness spread in her heart. Oh, what should I call Gu Chen tomorrow? Call him dear? Will that be too intimate? Call him Gu Chen? It seems too unfamiliar. Xia Zishuan muttered to herself in confusion. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. Xia Zishuan simply picked up her phone and called her best friend. As soon as the phone was connected, she couldn't wait to say, Dear, I want to talk to you again. My best friend laughed and asked, What's wrong? Are you too excited to sleep because you're going to be Gu Chen's girlfriend tomorrow? Xia Zishuan admitted embarrassedly, Yes, I've been thinking about how to face him tomorrow and what to call him appropriately. My bestie thought about it and said, Just follow your heart and call it whatever comes to your mind. Xia Zishuan said distressedly, But I just can't make up my mind. What if I call the wrong name? It would be so embarrassing. The best friend comforted her. Don't think too much. You and Gu Chen get along so well. He won't care about these little details. Xia Zishuan sighed. I hope so. I'm really too nervous. My best friend encouraged me. Relax, Zishuan. This is a wonderful thing. I believe everything will go smoothly tomorrow. Gu Chen returned to the room. The smile on his face gradually disappeared, replaced by a deep worry. He took a deep breath, took out his cell phone, and dialed a familiar number. The call was quickly connected, and Dr. Lin's gentle voice came from the other end. Hello, Gu Chen. Dr. Lin, how is Xiaoyan today? Gu Chen's voice sounded a little tired. Xiaoyan is very happy today and in great spirits. Dr. Lin said softly. She's been watching your live stream. Seeing you in a wheelchair, she got very worried and kept saying she wanted to come see you. I comforted her for a long time before she fell asleep. Gu Chen tightened his grip on the phone, his eyes slightly reddened. This girl is always so worrying. Dr. Lin sighed softly. Gu Chen, your illness. Gu Chen was silent for a moment, then slowly said, It's still the same, Dr. Lin. Gu Chen, I have to emphasize to you again that you don't have much time left. You only have half a year to live. Dr. Lin's voice was full of helplessness and regret. Gu Chen smiled bitterly. I know, Dr. Lin, please take care of Xiaoyan during this period of time. Gu Chen, don't say that. Dr. Lin's voice was a little anxious. I'm just worried about you. You've given too much for Xiaoyan, but you should also think more about yourself. Gu Chen looked out the window with empty eyes. I don't have anything to think about anymore. As long as Xiaoyan is fine, I will be satisfied. Dr. Lin said earnestly. Gu Chen, you can't always be so pessimistic. Xiaoyan is a sensible child. You should find a chance to tell her the truth. Otherwise, she won't know until the day you leave. I'm afraid she won't be able to accept it. She is the only relative you have in this world. Gu Chen's body trembled slightly, and his voice choked. I dare not tell her, Dr. Lin. I'm afraid she will collapse. She is still so young. How can I bear to let her endure such pain? Dr. Lin comforted her, but hiding it from her isn't a long-term solution. She has the right to know the truth, and she should spend the limited time with you. Gu Chen was silent for a long time, and finally couldn't help but shed tears. Dr. Lin, I really don't know what to do. Every time I see Xiaoyan's innocent smile, I can't speak. Gu Chen, you have to be strong. Dr. Lin encouraged. Xiaoyan needs your courage and support. You can't keep avoiding this problem. Gu Chen wiped away his tears with his hands and took a deep breath. Dr. Lin, you are right. I can't escape anymore. I'll find a suitable time to explain everything to Xiaoyan. Well, that's right, Dr. Lin said. No matter what happens, I will always be by your side to support you. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chen leaned back in his wheelchair, his mind full of thoughts. He recalled every moment he spent with Xiaoyan, and those happy times seemed to be still before his eyes. Xiaoyan, how should I face you? Gu Chen muttered to himself. The night was getting deeper and deeper, but Gu Chen had no desire to sleep. The next morning, sunlight shone through the window onto Gu Chen's face. Gu Chen had just gotten up when Xia Zishuan, already putting on her makeup, came knocking on her door. Chapter 35, Chopin National Piano Competition. Xia Zishuan wore comfortable black casual clothes. The slim design brings out her figure even more perfectly, making her look capable and beautiful. The moment she saw Gu Chen, Xia Zishuan's face blossomed with a bright smile. Today, I am your girlfriend. Can I call you baby? And should you call me baby too? When Gu Chen heard this, he was stunned. A blush instantly appeared on Xia Zishuan's face. Gu Chen was also a little embarrassed by Xia Zishuan's straightforward words. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out for a long time. After a long while, he stammered, I'd better call you Zishuan. This scene made Brother Bao in the live broadcast room laugh so hard that he fell over, with his mouth wide open. Brother Bao smiled and said to the camera, "Oh, this Gu Chun is too shy. Our Zishuan is so proactive. It is too sweet. Xia Zishuan is really going to make me die of laughter." So, direct, right from the start. Gu Chun was scared. The barrage in the live broadcast room instantly became lively. Gu Chun, this is embarrassing. Xia Zishuan is so brave. I like her. This couple is so interesting. Xia Zishuan didn't get angry when she heard Gu Chen's answer. Instead, she winked playfully and said, "Okay, I'll let you call me that for now, but you can't be so formal in the future." Gu Chen scratched his head and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll listen to you." The two smiled at each other, and the air was filled with sweetness. Even though it was a little awkward at first, Xia Zishuan pushed Gu Chen's wheelchair, and the two of them basked in the rising sunshine together. The warm light shines softly on them, outlining a beautiful picture. "Gu Chun, I know a great breakfast shop. Let's go try it," Xia Zishuan said happily with a bright smile on her face. Gu Chun smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Soon, they arrived at the breakfast shop. Xia Zishuan carefully seated Gu Chun and then went to order food. Just then, two ruffians walked in. When they saw Xia Zishuan's beauty, their eyes widened. One of the thugs said sarcastically, "Wow, this girl is really pretty, but it's a pity that she's pushing a disabled person. What a waste." Another thug echoed, That's right. Beautiful lady. Come and have some fun with us brothers instead of serving a cripple here." Xia Zishuan was so angry that her face turned pale. Just as she was about to open her mouth to refute, Gu Chan smiled faintly and said, "Looking at the way you two look, I guess your life is not going well, right?" The two thugs were stunned, and one of them shouted angrily, "What did you say? A cripple dares to be so stubborn." Gu Chan said slowly, "Although I am in a wheelchair, my mind is much clearer than yours. Your hurtful words only make you look more ignorant and vulgar. Do you think you can prove your strength by bullying others?" The thugs were speechless after what Gu Chun said, and were so angry that they wanted to attack. Gu Chun continued, "There are surveillance cameras everywhere here. If you dare to take action, the police will come to you soon. Besides, with so many people around, do you think you can get away?" Hearing this, the gangsters looked at each other and began to wonder. Gu Chun struck while the iron was hot. In fact, you could have chosen to be good people and live your life in a proper way instead of causing trouble here. At this time, the owner of the breakfast shop also came over and said seriously, "You two, stop making trouble in my shop. Get out of here." Seeing that the situation was not good, the two thugs ran away in shame. Xia Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Gu Chun, "Gu Chun, you are really amazing. You sent them away with just a few words." Gu Chun smiled and said, "Force is not the best way to deal with people like this. Only by making them feel scared can they retreat." Xia Zishuan looked at Gu Chun, her eyes full of admiration and love. "No matter what, I feel at ease with you by my side." Just when Xia Zishuan and Gu Chun were enjoying the warm moment of breakfast, an energetic old man and a middle-aged man walked into the store. As soon as the old man saw Gu Chun, his eyes lit up and he walked straight over with the middle-aged man. "Young man, you are Gu Chun, right?" The old man's voice was loud and urgent. Gu Chun looked at the strange old man in front of him with confusion and replied politely, "I am Gu Chun. May I ask who you are?" The old man laughed heartily. It doesn't matter if you don't know me. I came here specially to find you." Gu Chun was even more confused. He really couldn't remember when he had any intersection with this old man. At this time, the middle-aged man next to the old man smiled and explained, "Gu Chun, the teacher has always admired your musical talent, especially your two piano pieces. I came all the way here to see you." The old man waved his hand and said, "I just saw you being harassed by some thugs and was about to take action, but I didn't expect you to handle it so easily by yourself." "Not bad, not bad." Gu Chun scratched his head embarrassedly. "I'm sorry to have let you see this unpleasant scene." The old man continued, "I've heard your two piano pieces, The Truth That You Leave and Collapsing World. They're absolutely wonderful." Gu Chun said modestly, "It is my honor to receive your praise." The old man's eyes fell on Xia Zishuan. He smiled and praised, "Young man, your girlfriend is very beautiful." Gu Chun smiled a little embarrassedly, while Xia Zixuan lowered her head with a red face. The old man continued, I happened to hear the two piano pieces you played yesterday, The Truth That You Leave and Collapsing World, and was deeply shocked at the time. I want to hear you play live again. Gu Chun readily agreed, and the old man took Gu Chun to a piano room. When the piano room owner saw the old man, his eyes widened in shock, and he stammered, Isn't this a master of the piano world? I didn't expect you to come here. The middle-aged man smiled and waved his hand, signaling the boss not to say anything. Gu Chun sat down in front of the piano, took a deep breath, and placed his hands lightly on the keys. As the fingers danced, beautiful notes poured out like flowing water, once again showing the moving charm of the two piano pieces. The old man closed his eyes and was intoxicated by the music. The middle-aged man and Xia Zixuan beside him were also attracted by the beautiful melody. After the performance, the old man excitedly stepped forward, shook Gu Chen's hand, and said, My child, you are truly a musical prodigy. I believe that you will have a glorious place in the piano world in the future. I want you to represent China in the Chopin International Piano Competition. Chapter 36 no longer wanted to have anything to do with the Gu family. Just then, a man and a woman walked in from the piano room. When the beautiful woman saw Gu Chun, her face instantly turned gloomy. Before Gu Yao could say anything, Qin Fo on the side mocked her. Hey, isn't this Gu Chun, the one the Gu family didn't want? Hey, after not seeing him for 3 years, he can even play the piano. I thought you were dead without the Gu family. Gu Chen frowned and ignored it. Seeing this, Qin Feng said even more proudly, Do you think that playing the piano a few times can change your fate? Stop wishful thinking. Gu Yao snorted coldly, her eyes full of disgust, but her expression was somewhat complicated. She hadn't seen Gu Chun for 3 years and even thought he was dead outside. Once upon a time, Gu Chun was always by her side when she played the piano, and he was very kind to her. Seeing Gu Chun at this moment, those memories involuntarily flooded into my mind. Think about it. Gu Chun is not my biological brother. Moreover, he no longer had any relationship with the Gu family, and Gu Yao's heart hardened again. Qin Feng continued to talk. He is a useless waste. Gu Yao, why are you still hesitating? This kind of person doesn't deserve your sympathy. Just as Gu Yao and Qin Feng were about to leave, their eyes suddenly swept over the old man beside them, and their expressions instantly became extremely respectful. Teacher, why are you here? Gu Yao asked cautiously. The old man's face was gloomy, and he said coldly, I want to ask you what's going on. Is he the adopted son that was kicked out by your Gu family 3 years ago? Gu Yao lowered her head and answered in a low voice, Yes, teacher. The old man could no longer suppress his anger and shouted, Nonsense! You Gu family are simply blind. Qin Feng was trembling with fear and didn't dare to say a word. The old man continued, I don't care about your past affairs, but I admire Gu Chen's musical talent now. I have decided to let him represent China in the Chopin International Piano Competition. When Qin Feng heard this, he was so shocked that he opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. He never imagined that Gu Chun, who was abandoned by the Gu family, could actually acquire such abilities. Teacher, his piano playing is terrible. He cannot represent China. The old man sneered. Have you heard of it? Qin Feng was speechless for a moment, his eyes evasive. I haven't heard of him, but as someone abandoned by the Gu family, what real ability could he have? The old man stared at Qin Feng with a sharp gaze. You haven't heard of it yet, and you're just talking nonsense? Gu Chen's talent is unquestionable. You belittle him like this out of jealousy. Qin Feng's face flushed. Teacher, I'm not jealous. I just think such an important competition cannot be handed over to an unreliable person. The old man snorted coldly. Unreliable? In my opinion, you are the unreliable one. Gu Chen's music is full of infectious power. It's the sound that truly comes from the soul, while you are filled with only jealousy and prejudice. Qin Feng wanted to argue. Teacher, you can't be fooled by his temporary behavior. Maybe it's just a coincidence. The old man shouted angrily, Enough! Qin Feng, you are so narrow-minded. How can you achieve anything in the world of music? I know Gu Chen's strength well. It's not your turn to point fingers. Qin Feng lowered his head and dared not say another word, but his clenched fist showed his inner resentment. Gu Yao's face was also full of disbelief. She recalled that Gu Chun had always accompanied her in piano practice, but he himself rarely had the opportunity to play. She never thought that Gu Chan had such amazing talent and was highly recognized by his teacher. The old man looked at their shocked expressions and snorted coldly. You guys only see the so-called family relationship, but not the true talent and potential. Gu Chun is a rare musical prodigy. I will never let his talent go unnoticed. Qin Feng was jealous to the point of madness. He originally thought that Gu Chun was just a down-and-out abandoned child, but he didn't expect that he would soar to the sky now. Xia Zixuan, who was standing by, reacted after a brief moment of shock. She said in disbelief, Gu Chun, this is your former sister. I didn't expect you to have such an experience. Gu Chun's expression was somewhat gloomy, and he lowered his head slightly. Zixuan, it's all over. Xia Zixuan frowned, her face filled with anger. How can we just let it go like this? They're going too far. How could they do this to you? Gu Chan sighed softly. This is fate's arrangement. Xia Zixuan clenched her fists and said firmly, Gu Chun, I will always be by your side and will not let anyone bully you again. Gu Chun raised his head and looked at Xia Zixuan. A touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. Zixuan, thank you. The old man then asked Gu Chun about his thoughts. Gu Chun, this is a rare opportunity. You should think about it carefully. Gu Chun refused without hesitation. Teacher, thank you for your kindness, but I really don't want to participate. The old man was unwilling to give up. He didn't want to miss out on Gu Chun's talent. So he said anxiously, Gu Chun, you should know that this represents the highest honor. It will allow your music to be heard by the whole world. Why would you refuse? Gu Chun looked determined and unmoved. Teacher, I have my own ideas and plans. This opportunity is not suitable for me. This rejection even shocked Gu Yao. She rushed to Gu Chun and glared at him. Gu Chun, you are still as stupid as before. How could you refuse such an opportunity? This is something countless people dream of. Are you crazy? Gu Chun glanced at Gu Yao coldly. This is my decision. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Yao stomped her feet in anger. You ungrateful thing. I'm doing this for your own good. At this time, Qin Feng also laughed and said sarcastically, You are really stupid. You let go of such an opportunity. You will never be able to make a name for yourself in your life. The old man was furious when he heard Qin Feng's ridicule. He turned around and cursed at Qin Feng. Get out of here. You have no right to speak here. You are so narrow-minded, and you are still making sarcastic remarks here. Qin Feng was frightened by the old man's roar and turned around and ran away in shame. The old man looked at Gu Chun again, and his tone softened a little. Kid, I know you may have your own concerns, but this is really a great opportunity. It would be a pity to miss it. Gu Chun still shook his head. Teacher, I appreciate your appreciation, but I'm really not interested. Gu Yao was still persuading him. Gu Chun, can you please wake up a little? As long as you participate in the competition, you can impress everyone and return home to prove your worth. Gu Chun sneered. I don't need to prove anything to anyone, and I don't want to have anything to do with the Gu family anymore. The old man sighed and said, Forget it. Since you were so determined, I will not force you anymore. But child, I hope you won't regret your decision today. After saying this, the old man left disappointed. Gu Yao glared at Gu Chun fiercely, then looked at Xia Zixuan. Are you Gu Chun's girlfriend? Chapter 37, Perfect Match. Xia Zixuan knew that this was Gu Chun's sister, but thinking of how Gu Yao had hurt Gu Chun before, she responded without flinching, I'm his girlfriend. What's wrong? Nothing, just curious. Gu Yao snorted coldly and turned to look at Gu Chun. Gu Chun, you missed a great opportunity. My teacher is a leading figure in the Chinese piano world. Gu Chun had no expression on his face and said indifferently, So what? It has nothing to do with me. Gu Yao was so angry that she raised her voice. Gu Chun, don't be ungrateful. The teacher personally gave you a chance, and you just wasted it like this. Xia Zixuan pulled Gu Chun behind her and said to Gu Yao, Gu Chun made his own choice. You have no right to blame him. Gu Yao glared at Xia Zixuan. What do you know? This is his best chance to turn things around, but he's so stupid. Xia Zixuan retorted, Not everyone is like you, only caring about fame, fortune, and so-called opportunities. Gu Chun's life doesn't need you to judge. Gu Yao bit her lip, her eyes filled with anger and regret. Gu Chun, you will regret this. Gu Chun replied calmly, My life is my own responsibility. I won't be the one to regret it. Gu Yao looked at Gu Chun's determination and knew that it was useless to say more. So she turned around and prepared to leave. But after walking a few steps, he stopped, turned around, and said in a complicated tone, "Anyway, I hope you won't have a miserable life in the future." After saying that, Gu Yao hurried away, leaving Gu Chun and Xia Zishuan standing there. Xia Zishuan held Gu Chen's hand and whispered, "Gu Chun, are you really rejecting this? This opportunity is rare." Gu Chen waved his hand. "Zishuan, don't worry, I know exactly what I'm doing. This opportunity may be a dream come true for others, but it's not for me." Xia Zishuan pushed Gu Chun out of the piano room. At this time, people from the program crew came over. They were just refused entry to the piano room for filming. The director came over and said, "Gu Chun, that person just now was the master of the piano world, Mr. Wang. You guys." The director was very curious about what had just happened to them. Xia Zishuan interrupted the director. "Director, start filming." The director nodded and said, "Okay, let's continue filming." Xia Zishuan pushed Gu Chun slowly along the sidewalk, as if nothing had happened just now. Pedestrians were coming and going, cars were flowing, and the hustle and bustle of the city echoed in their ears. Xia Zishuan was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Baby, let me take you to the movies." Her voice is clear and pleasant, with a hint of playfulness. Gu Chun was stunned at first, then he couldn't help but smile and nodded in agreement. "Okay." Xia Zishuan laughed happily, and her steps became lighter. She hummed a little tune while pushing the wheelchair. When Gu Chun saw Xia Zishuan's happy expression, the haze in his heart dissipated a lot. He turned his head to look at Xia Zishuan, his eyes filled with tenderness and gratitude. "Zishuan, thank you for always being by my side." Xia Zishuan blinked and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? We're going to be together forever." The two of them walked towards the cinema, talking and laughing. The breeze blew by, gently hitting them. Brother Bao was so happy in the live broadcast room that the smile on his face never disappeared and his eyes were almost narrowed into slits. His wife was also next to them, watching the interaction between Xia Zishuan and Gu Chun on the screen. "Honey, look, this couple is really a perfect match," Brother Bao said excitedly, pointing his finger at the screen. Bao Saw smiled and nodded. "That's right, the natural sweetness between them makes people feel warm inside." Brother Bao sat up straight and analyzed with great interest. "Look at the way Gu Chun looks at Xia Zishuan. It's full of love and doting. And Xia Zishuan is also very caring towards Gu Chun. This is what true love looks like." Bao Saw agreed deeply. Yes, every detail of their time together is full of warmth. Just like when Xia Zishuan said she wanted to take Gu Chun to the movies, the anticipation in her tone and Gu Chun's unhesitating agreement were so sweet. Brother Bao slapped his thigh and said, "I'm telling you, I've been doing live streaming for so long and have seen a lot of so-called couples, but it's rare to find someone as real and beautiful as them." Bao Saw continued, "This shows that they are truly destined to be together, and they truly care about each other. Unlike some who are just there for show." Brother Bao looked at the screen again and couldn't help sighing. "Oh, looking at them, I feel young again, as if I'm back to the time when we were in love. Give me a kiss, my wife." Bao's wife gently hit Bao's brother and said, "You are the only one who can speak." Yi Wanqing, who was watching the live broadcast with her best friend, was so jealous at this moment. She stared at the screen, her eyes almost spitting fire. Hearing Xia Zishuan calling Gu Chun baby, Yi Wanqing couldn't hold back any longer. She turned around and said loudly to her bestie, "Huh, Xia Zishuan, she usually looks quite quiet, but I didn't expect she actually has this side to her." The best friend was startled by Yi Wanqing's sudden reaction, but she quickly reacted and said jokingly with a smile, "Oh, Wanqing, are you jealous?" Yi Wanqing glared at her bestie fiercely. "Who's jealous? I just can't stand Xia Zishuan's pretentious attitude." Her best friend pulled Yi Wanqing's arm and advised, "Don't be so angry. Maybe it's just for show. A show effect." Yi Wanqing sneered. "I think they are just pretending to be in love. Look at Gu Chen's face, he looks so happy." The best friend shook her head helplessly. "Wanqing, don't get so excited. Maybe things are not what you think." Yi Wanqing simply refused to listen and continued to vent her dissatisfaction. "I knew that Gu Chun, who has no taste, would actually fall for a woman like Xia Zishuan. What's so good about her? Isn't she just good at acting cute and acting like a spoiled child?" Her best friend tried to calm Yi Wanqing down. "Wanqing, calm down first. Don't get yourself hurt by getting angry." Yi Wanqing stood up suddenly, hands on hips. "Xia Zishuan, don't be so complacent. I won't let you succeed." The best friend quickly pulled Yi Wanqing aside and said, Okay, let's continue watching the live broadcast. Yi Wanqing sat down again angrily, but her eyes were still fixed on the screen, and she kept muttering, I must get Gu Chun in the second round. Gu Chun and Xia Zixuan arrived at the cinema. The staff at the door saw Xia Zixuan and said to Gu Chun with a smile on their faces, Your girlfriend is so beautiful. Xia Zixuan was extremely happy when she heard this. Her eyes curved in a crescent. Hey, are we a good match? The staff member answered without hesitation. It's a good match. Gu Chun looked at Xia Zixuan's smug and cute look and couldn't help but laugh. Look how beautiful you are. Xia Zixuan stuck out her tongue playfully. Of course, I'm happy to be praised. Chapter 38. In memory of God, I met you. In the dim theater, they sat quietly in their seats. Gu Chun and Xia Zixuan were watching a love tragedy. As the plot progressed, Xia Zixuan became more and more agitated. She held Gu Chun's arm tightly, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. At the end of the 2-hour movie, Xia Zixuan's eyes were red from crying. Walking out of the cinema, the sunlight outside was a bit dazzling, and Xia Zixuan squinted her eyes. Turning to look at Gu Chun, she said with tears in her eyes, The hero and heroine clearly loved each other so much, but they didn't end up together. What a pity for them. Gu Chun patted Xia Zixuan's shoulder gently and comforted her. It's just a movie. Don't be too sad. Xia Zixuan sniffed, but I just can't help it. They went through so many hardships, but in the end they still couldn't be together. Why did fate play such a trick on them? Gu Chun sighed. Maybe this is the helplessness of life. Not all love can have a perfect ending. Xia Zixuan leaned in Gu Chun's arms, and her mood gradually calmed down. No matter what difficulties we encounter, we will never separate. Gu Chun hugged Xia Zixuan tightly. Yes, I will. After a while, Xia Zixuan raised her head from Gu Chun's arms. Oh no, I still feel so bad. I need to eat something delicious to feel better. Gu Chun smiled and said, Okay, then I'll take you to eat your favorite. Gu Chun sat in a wheelchair, and Xia Zixuan pushed him to the bustling food street. As soon as you enter the food street, you will be greeted by a fragrant aroma and a variety of food stalls that are dazzling. Xia Zixuan looked around excitedly, her eyes sparkling. Gu Chun, look, there's someone selling barbecue skewers over there. They smell so good, Xia Zixuan said, pointing to the barbecue skewer stall not far away. Gu Chun responded with a smile. Then let's go and try it. Xia Zixuan pushed Gu Chun to the kebab stall and ordered a few skewers of lamb and chicken wings. The boss flipped and grilled the skewers skillfully. After a while, the skewers were sizzling with oil and emitting an enticing aroma. Xia Zixuan took the skewers and handed one to Gu Chun first. Try it. It must be delicious. Gu Chun took a bite and nodded in praise. It tastes really good. Then they came to a stall selling candied haws. The red candied haws are crystal clear in the sunlight and are particularly tempting. Xia Zixuan bought a string of candied haws and handed it to Gu Chun. Eating a candied haws is sour and sweet and can make you feel better. Gu Chun took a bite of the candied haws and said with a smile, It's delicious. It makes me feel like I'm back to my childhood. As she walked, Xia Zixuan saw an ice cream shop. Gu Chun, I want to eat ice cream. Xia Zixuan said coquettishly. Gu Chun smiled helplessly. You just ate so much. How can you still eat ice cream? Yes. Ice cream is my favorite, Xia Zixuan said and ran over to buy 2 ice creams. They continued to stroll through the food street, tasting various delicacies such as stinky tofu, octopus balls, and cotton candy. Xia Zixuan's mouth never stopped eating, and her face was full of happiness. Gu Chun was sitting in a wheelchair, looking at her happy and silly smile, and he also laughed. Oh, I'm so full. Xia Zixuan touched her stomach. Gu Chun smiled and said, Look at how satisfied you are like a little child. Xia Zixuan stuck out her tongue playfully. Delicious food can make people forget all their worries. At this time, a burst of cheerful music came from the side. It turned out that there were street performers performing. Xia Zixuan pushed Gu Chun over to watch, swaying her body gently to the rhythm of the music. Gu Chun, I'm so happy, Xia Zixuan said with a smile. Gu Chun looked at her with gentle eyes. I am very happy too. The afterglow of the sun shone on them, stretching their shadows very long. You too. Your sweet atmosphere is so attractive. I'm a street photographer. Can I take a few photos for you? The photographer said enthusiastically. Xia Zixuan was a little surprised and looked at Gu Chun, who smiled and nodded. Okay. Xia Zixuan agreed happily. The photographer began to instruct them on how to pose. Girls, get closer to boys. Boys, look more affectionate. Xia Zishuan obediently approached Gu Chun, and Gu Chun also looked at Xia Zishuan gently as requested by the photographer. Click, click. The sound of camera shutters continued to ring. After taking a few pictures, the photographer said, "That's great, but how about we change the background? The lighting over there is beautiful." So, Xia Zishuan pushed Gu Chun to the new background. The photographer continued to capture their beautiful moments. Girl, help the boy with his hair. Boy, gently hold the girl's hand. Under the guidance of the photographer, the interaction between Gu Chun and Xia Zishuan became more natural and sweet. Passers-by around also cast envious glances. "This couple is such a perfect match. The photos they take will definitely look great," said a passerby. When Xia Zishuan heard the compliments from passers-by, a happy smile appeared on her face. "Okay, let's take a few more close-ups," the photographer said, moving closer to take pictures of Gu Chun and Xia Zishuan's facial expressions. Girls, smile a little brighter, and boys, look a little gentler. Gu Chun and Xia Zishuan tried their best to cooperate with the photographer, their eyes full of love for each other. After taking pictures for a while, the photographer finally put down the camera with satisfaction. "Great, this set of photos turns out great. I'll export them for you right away," the photographer said as he skillfully operated the equipment. In a short while, the photos were transferred from the camera to the tablet that the photographer was carrying. The photographer handed the tablet to Xia Zishuan and Gu Chun. "Take a look. Are you satisfied? If there's anything that needs adjusting, I can take care of it now." Xia Zishuan and Gu Chun looked at the photos together. Xia Zishuan giggled happily. "They look so good. No need to adjust them at all. Every one of them is great." "Yes, we were photographed very well," Gu Chun also said with a smile. "That's great. Since you're satisfied, I will send the photos to your email and copy a copy to a USB drive for you," said the photographer. Soon, the photographer completed the transfer of the photos and handed the USB drive to Xia Zishuan. "Thank you, photographer. I am so lucky today," Xia Zishuan said happily. "You're welcome. Your sweetness has infected me. I wish you happiness forever," the photographer said with a smile. After saying goodbye to the photographer, Xia Zishuan and Gu Chun continued to stroll the food street. "I was a little nervous when taking the photo just now," said Xia Zishuan. Gu Chun smiled and said, "Now, I feel much more relaxed now that you are by my side." Xia Zishuan once again took the initiative to hold Gu Chun's hand. Xia Zishuan pushed Gu Chun to a stall selling small accessories and picked up an exquisite keychain. "Gu Chun, do you think this looks good?" Gu Chun nodded. "It looks good as long as it is what you choose." Xia Zishuan bought it and hung it on Gu Chun's wheelchair. "This is a souvenir, a commemoration of such a beautiful day. In memory of God letting me meet you." Chapter 39, Gu Chun Lied to Me? Zhang Ruowei stayed with her bestie to watch the live broadcast of Gu Chun and Xia Zishuan's affectionate scene. A best friend agreed to a new friend request from work. When she casually browsed through her circle of friends, she found that the girl in the photo looked very similar to Zhang Ruowei. "This guy's circle of friends is quite interesting." Zhang Ruowei asked casually, "What's wrong?" My best friend stared at her phone and said, "There's a girl named Bai Lin who looks a lot like you." Zhang Ruowei's heart skipped a beat when she heard the name, Bai Lin. Her best friend looked up and looked at her in confusion. "Yeah, what? Are you familiar with this name?" Zhang Ruowei's face turned a little ugly, and she whispered, "Gu Chun once said that I was Bai Lin's substitute." My best friend was so shocked that she almost threw her phone away. "What? There's such a thing?" Zhang Ruowei's voice trembled slightly. "I've seen Bai Lin before, and he does look a lot like me." Seeing Zhang Ruowei's tangled and painful expression, her best friend was furious and couldn't help but curse. "Gu Chun, that bastard, actually dared to use you as a substitute. Who does he think he is? Ruowei, you're so kind and sincere to him, but he treats you like this. He is simply blind. If he really loves Bai Lin, he shouldn't have bothered you. What the hell? Has he ever thought about your feelings? You have invested so much love and sincerity in him, but he dismissed you with just one word, a substitute. Does he think love can be toyed with? This kind of man is selfish and only considers his own feelings without considering others at all." Zhang Ruowei took the phone and fixed her eyes on Bai Lin's latest update. It was a commemorative photo of Bai Lin and her boyfriend's 5th anniversary. The man in the photo had a bright smile, but it was not Gu Chun. 5th anniversary? Zhang Ruowei seemed to be thinking about something. Zhang Ruowei's fingers slid across the screen quickly, constantly scrolling through Bai Lin's circle of friends. It is full of daily details of Bai Lin and her boyfriend, including photos of their travels together and records of their heartwarming dinners. Zhang Ruowei's brows furrowed more and more. She and Gu Chen broke up 3 years ago. Bai Lin has been with her boyfriend for 5 years. The time doesn't match at all. Could it be that Bai Lin and Gu Chen have never been together? Zhang Ruowei felt like her head was a mess. She muttered to herself, "What the hell is going on? Did he deliberately lie to me? Impossible, absolutely impossible." She continued to look through Bai Lin's circle of friends, but found nothing except those sweet daily life of couples. She said to her bestie, "I really don't understand. If what Gu Chen said is false, then what is his purpose? I really don't understand. They're obviously together. You told me to get out. That's impossible. There must be something wrong. Is Bai Lin a scumbag? Then it all makes sense." Her best friend couldn't help but say, "Ruowei, if you really want to break up with Gu Chen, I think we need to make things clear." Zhang Ruowei raised her head and looked at her bestie with a confused look. "What do you mean?" The bestie said seriously, "Let's find a detective to investigate the relationship between Gu Chen and Bai Lin, as well as all the twists and turns involved. Is Gu Chen hiding something, or is Bai Lin a scumbag? Once we investigate, we'll know everything. Only when you know everything can you truly break off your relationship with Gu Chen and no longer be influenced by him." Zhang Ruowei hesitated for a moment. "Is this okay? Is it not good?" Her best friend took Zhang Ruowei's hand and said anxiously, "What's wrong with this? It was Gu Chen who wronged you first. He's caused you so much pain and distress. We just want to find out the truth and give ourselves an explanation." Zhang Ruowei bit her lip, but "I don't think Gu Chen lied at that time. He must have been scumbagged by Bai Lin. He really deserves it." Zhang Ruowei was silent for a long time, then shook her head. "There's no need to find a detective. Gu Chen is just using me as a substitute. I know, Bai Lin is his white moonlight. Humph. Bai Lin doesn't deserve to enjoy Gu Chen's kindness. Gu Chen loved Bai Lin so much, but she cheated on him. Xiao Xiao, I have to get out." Zhang Ruowei looked at Gu Chen sitting in a wheelchair on the screen and breathed a sigh of relief. "You should have thought so earlier. It's not worth it for such a man." Lin Xiao gently hugged Zhang Ruowei. "I understand. I was stupid before, but I won't do that again. Yes, we must live a wonderful life and make Gu Chen regret it." Xia Zixuan found that the time she spent with Gu Chen passed very quickly, and it was already afternoon in the blink of an eye. Gu Chen sat in a wheelchair with the sunlight shining on his face. Xia Zixuan squatted beside him. She gently held Gu Chen's hand and said with a silly smile, "Baby, when I'm with you, time always slips away inadvertently. Because you are by my side, every second is extremely precious." Gu Chen felt the warmth of Xia Zixuan's fingers. Xia Zixuan stood up and pushed the wheelchair with Gu Chen forward. They came to a beach by the sea, where the sea breeze blew gently and the waves beat against the shore. Gu Chen felt a sharp pain in his brain, but he tried hard to endure it so that Xia Zixuan wouldn't notice. Beads of sweat kept appearing on his forehead. The careful Xia Zixuan still noticed his abnormality. "Gu Chen, what's wrong with you?" Xia Zixuan asked anxiously. Gu Chen forced a smile and said, "I'm fine. It's just that the scenery is so beautiful that I'm a little intoxicated." Xia Zixuan wiped the sweat from his forehead distressfully. "Don't be stubborn, I'm here." A well-dressed couple walked over from a distance. The woman was wearing heavy makeup, a gorgeous dress, and twisting her waist. He looked at Gu Chen and Xia Zixuan with disdain and said sarcastically, "Hey, look at this couple. One of them is a disabled person in a wheelchair, and they still want to enjoy this romantic sea view. Beauty, what fun can you have following him? Am I going to spend the rest of his life with him in this broken wheelchair?" The man also echoed with a contemptuous smile on his face, "That's right, sister. You are so beautiful and have such a good figure. It's a waste of your talent to be with such a useless cripple. Can he afford to buy you a designer bag? Can he take you to a fancy restaurant?" The woman continued tartly, "Look at my dear. He's strong and wealthy and can satisfy all my needs. Look at the person next to you. He can't even stand up. What can he give you?" The man proudly hugged the woman and taunted her, "Baby, don't waste your breath on them. This beautiful woman must be crazy to fall for such a loser." The woman laughed, her voice shrill and piercing. "Haha, maybe she's just unworldly and thinks this is love. By the time she regrets it, it will be too late. My dear children, please add books to your bookshelf and ask for all the new books. Chapter 40 must go to the hospital." Xia Zishuan looked at the two of them and said angrily, "Humph, shut up. You have such ugly hearts that you don't even know what true love is. What's wrong with being in a wheelchair? So what? Is it your business if I like you?" The pain in Gu Chen's brain continued, hitting his nerves in waves. After hearing what Xia Zishuan said, the middle-aged couple not only did not calm down, but became even more arrogant. The woman crossed her arms and sneered. "Oh, and you still say we don't understand love? Look at him. He can't even stand up. How can he bring you happiness?" The man also chimed in. "That's right. It's ridiculous to be with a cripple like this and still talk about true love." Xia Zishuan couldn't help herself any longer. What happened? Is love measured by physical integrity? Their quarrel attracted the attention of passersby, who gathered around, whispering and pointing. As middle-aged couples see more and more people around them, they become more proud and think they have more support. The woman raised her voice. "Everyone, come and see if this girl is stupid, being with a disabled person. What era is it now? Do you still believe in love?" Xia Zishuan was obviously angry. "Don't go too far." Gu Chun, who had been silent the whole time, took a deep breath, endured the discomfort in his body, and slowly said, "You are right." His voice was not loud, but everyone present fell silent. "But we don't need to explain our affairs to you, nor do we need your approval." After saying that, Gu Chun looked at Xia Zishuan, his eyes full of tenderness. "Zishuan, let's go." One woman said, "This middle-aged couple is really too much. How can they say such things to others? It's not someone's choice to be disabled. It's enough for them to be loved." "That's right, look how nice this girl is to that boy. This is true love, what do you know?" A fashionable woman curled her lips and said, "You can't say that. Love must be based on reality. This girl will definitely have a hard time in the future." "That's right. It sounds good now, but you will have to endure hardships in the future." The middle-aged couple felt even more proud when they heard that someone supported them. The woman said in a shrill voice, "There are still some people who understand. This girl will regret it later." "That's right. You may feel it's love now, but when you have no money and a bad life, you won't even have time to cry." The man echoed. At this time, an old man stood up and said earnestly, "Young man, don't say such absolute things. There are thousands of kinds of love in this world, and it cannot be measured only by material things and the body." "Old man, what do you know? This is the reality of today's society." The woman retorted impatiently. At this moment, a passerby's eyes suddenly lit up and he said excitedly, "Gu Chun, Xia Zishuan, I didn't expect to meet you. I love watching you guys the most on the show. Let's fall in love. Are you guys recording a show right now? I love you two so much. I've always been rooting for your relationship on the show, but I never thought I'd meet you in person here. Gu Chun, I really like your song, If Heaven Has Feelings. It made me cry. And your piano music for calming depression." He turned to look at the middle-aged couple, his expression instantly becoming serious. "You really don't know what's good for you. They're recording a program right now, and your ugly faces have already been captured on a live broadcast. Your despicable behavior can be seen by the entire nation." When the couple heard this, their faces turned pale instantly. The woman's eyes widened in horror, her voice trembling as she said, "What? Recording a show? How is this possible?" The man was also panicked and stammered, This is not what we said is wrong. Being with a disabled person is a waste of time." At this time, passersby around them also cast contemptuous glances at the couple. "You guys are so uncultured, even during the program recording. It's really embarrassing. Let's see how they can face people in the future. If you discriminate against people with disabilities, you'd better be healthy for the rest of your life." The couple could no longer bear the pressure and turned around and ran away in shame, not even daring to look back. When Xia Zishuan saw the two men running away, she also pushed Gu Chun away slowly. When the ugly faces of the couple were broadcast live, the live broadcast room instantly exploded, and the anger of netizens was like a volcanic eruption. "This couple is going too far. How can they hurt others like this?" "That's right. Seeing how sarcastic they are makes me sick. This kind of person is definitely not a good person in real life, full of malice. I really can't understand their thinking. Is it that they only care about material things and appearances? They don't understand the true meaning of love at all. Gu Chun and Xia Zishuan must be well and not let these bad guys affect their mood. Their love is so sweet. I want to keep rooting for it." Seeing Xia Zishuan defending Gu Chun so firmly, I believe in love again. I hope they will be happy forever. Every time I see them together, my heart melts. This is true love. Xia Zishuan noticed something was wrong with Gu Chun. Gu Chun, where does it hurt? Let's go to the hospital now. Gu Chun waved his hand. No need, it's all right now. Just go to the clinic and get some painkillers. Xia Zishuan frowned, disapproving. No, how can painkillers work? What if it's a serious problem? I have to go to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. Gu Chun held Xia Zishuan's hand and comforted her. It's really okay. I'm probably just too tired recently and have a headache. Xia Zishuan bit her lip and looked at Gu Chun firmly. Gu Chun, I can't take risks with your health. Go to the hospital for a checkup. I can only rest assured when I'm sure everything is fine. Chapter 41, As Long as Xiaoyan Can Get Better. Xia Zishuan pulled Gu Chun's arm and said anxiously, Gu Chun, you can't delay if you're not feeling well. You must go to the hospital. Gu Chun frowned, tried to break free from Xia Zishuan's hand, and said, Zishuan, I'm really fine. There's no need to go to the hospital. Xia Zishuan glared at him and said, No, don't be so stubborn. You must go to the hospital for a checkup before I can rest assured. Gu Chun sighed helplessly. All right, I can't persuade you, so I'll just go. On the way to the hospital, Gu Chun saw the camera following him and said, Stop filming. I don't want to be filmed in the hospital. Xia Zishuan quickly said to the director, Director, why don't we stop filming and respect Gu Chun's ideas? The director was a little embarrassed, but considering that the hospital was indeed not suitable for filming, he nodded in agreement. When they arrived at the hospital, Xia Zishuan asked, Gu Chun, which department are we going to? Gu Chun said, Zishuan, take me to see Dr. Lin Yuewen and tell her that Gu Chun is here to prescribe medicine. Xia Zishuan looked puzzled. Dr. Lin? Gu Chun, are you familiar with this Dr. Lin? Gu Chun nodded gently. Well, she understands my situation better. Although Xia Zishuan was curious, she didn't ask any more questions and took Gu Chun to find Dr. Lin Yuewen's clinic. Xia Zishuan knocked on the door and said, Hello, Dr. Lin. I'm here to bring Gu Chun. Lin Yuewen raised her head, smiled, and said, Come in quickly. Xia Zishuan helped Gu Chun sit down, and Dr. Lin asked, What's wrong? Gu Chun, are you feeling unwell again? Gu Chun smiled bitterly and said, Dr. Lin, it's still the same old problem. Did you fail to take medicine on time? Dr. Lin knew that the illness was caused by failure to take medicine on time. No, I forgot about it these 2 days. Gu Chun said. Xia Zishuan couldn't help but say, Gu Chun, how could you be like this? You even forgot something as important as taking medicine. Dr. Lin asked to ask Gu Chun about his physical condition alone. After Xia Zishuan left, Dr. Lin looked at Gu Chun with a serious expression and said, Gu Chun, your condition is deteriorating rapidly. Currently, medication is no longer able to control it. You can only rely on painkillers to maintain it. Gu Chun's face was pale, but he still forced himself to remain calm and nodded. Dr. Lin continued, The more serious case is your sister Xiaoyan. Her condition is extremely critical. Although the operation was completed, multiple complications arose after the operation, and her organ function is rapidly declining. Gu Chun's body shook violently, and he asked in a trembling voice, Dr. Lin, how is Xiaoyan? Wasn't everything fine yesterday? What on earth happened? Don't hide it from me. Dr. Lin said solemnly, Gu Chun, Xiaoyan is still in a deep coma. Her immune system is almost collapsed, and the risk of infection is extremely high. Moreover, her brain has been severely affected. Even if she wakes up, she may suffer serious sequelae. Gu Chun clenched his fists, his nails almost digging into his flesh. Dr. Lin, please save Xiaoyan. I am willing to pay any price. Dr. Lin shook his head helplessly. Gu Chun, we have used all possible means, but the situation is too bad. It's a miracle she's made it this far. Gu Chun's tears welled up in his eyes. How could this happen? Xiaoyan is still so young. She hasn't seen the world properly yet. Dr. Lin patted Gu Chun on the shoulder. We will continue to work hard, but you must also be mentally prepared. Gu Chun gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a determination and despair. Dr. Lin, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up Xiaoyan. Dr. Lin hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, Gu Chun, there is a hope. Old Dr. Feng may have a way to save Xiaoyan, but when Gu Chun heard that there was hope, his eyes lit up instantly, and he grabbed Dr. Lin's arm tightly. Dr. Lin, tell me quickly, I will try no matter what. Dr. Lin sighed. Mr. Feng is a highly skilled doctor. He has unique knowledge of Xiaoyan's condition. He might be able to save her, but he's retired now and traveling abroad, so his whereabouts are unknown. And even if we could find him, His consultation fee would be very high. Gu Chun said without hesitation, money is not a problem. As long as I can save Xiaoyan, I am willing to lose everything. Dr. Lin, can you help me contact Mr. Feng? Dr. Lin shook his head helplessly. I don't have a way to contact him directly. However, you can inquire through some connections in the industry, but this takes time, and there is no guarantee that you will be able to make contact. Gu Chun said anxiously, Dr. Lin, please think of a solution. Xiaoyan can't wait any longer. Dr. Lin looked at Gu Chun's anxious expression and comforted him. Gu Chun, I understand how you feel. I will do my best to help you. But you have to be mentally prepared. Even if you contact Mr. Feng, Xiaoyan's condition is not optimistic. Gu Chun said firmly, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. Dr. Lin, I'm counting on you. Dr. Lin nodded. Okay, I will go and find out the news as soon as possible. Gu Chun, you should also take care of your body during this period and don't exhaust yourself. Gu Chun smiled bitterly and said, I'm fine. As long as Xiaoyan gets better, I don't care what happens to me. Dr. Lin sighed. Gu Chun, you also have to understand that even if Elder Feng can come, the treatment process may be long and difficult. Gu Chun gritted his teeth and said, no matter how long or difficult it is, I can endure it, as long as Xiaoyan has a chance to recover. Zhang Ruowei was sitting on the sofa resting when her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw that it was her grandfather calling. Zhang Ruowei quickly picked up the phone and said sweetly, Grandpa, why did you think of calling me? Grandpa's hearty laughter came from the other end of the phone. Wei Wei, Grandpa heard that you were on a blind date show. How is it? Did you find the right person? Grandpa is looking forward to you finding a grandson-in-law. Zhang Ruowei said a little embarrassedly. Grandpa, don't worry, this is not that easy. Grandpa smiled and said, Wei Wei, I'm not worried. I just hope there is someone to take care of you and accompany you. Zhang Ruowei felt warm in her heart and said, Grandpa, don't worry about me. How are you doing abroad? Grandpa said helplessly, I came here to travel abroad, but people kept asking me to perform surgery. These people really won't let go of my old bones. Zhang Ruowei said worriedly, Grandpa, please don't overwork yourself. Your health is the most important thing. Grandpa said, don't worry, Wei Wei. I know what's going on. As for you, you should keep your eyes open when you go on a dating show and find someone who is truly good to you. Zhang Ruowei responded, I know, Grandpa. Please stop nagging. Grandpa continued, Wei Wei, I'm not nagging you. I'm just concerned about you. Zhang Ruowei said coquettishly, Okay, Grandpa, I understand. You must rest well over there and eat on time. Grandpa smiled and replied, Yes, my dear granddaughter. By the way, if you find a suitable partner, you must tell Grandpa as soon as possible. Zhang Ruowei said, Of course, Grandpa. Just wait for my good news. After chatting for a while, Zhang Ruowei reluctantly hung up the phone with her grandfather. Chapter 42, Recording Songs. After Gu Chun learned about his and his sister's illness, he felt extremely bad. He found Dr. Lin in a distraught state and said in a hoarse voice, Dr. Lin, I want to go see my sister. Dr. Lin looked at his haggard face with sympathy in his eyes and said, Gu Chun, your sister is still in the intensive care unit and you can't go in to visit her for the time being. When Gu Chun heard this, he became excited instantly. Why? I just want to see her, even just for a moment. Dr. Lin quickly comforted him. Gu Chun, calm down first. There are strict regulations in the intensive care unit, which is also for the safety of patients. Your sister's condition is very unstable and requires an absolutely quiet and sterile environment. Dr. Lin sighed and opened the photo album. Gu Chun, Xiaoyan is now full of tubes and relies entirely on these medical devices to maintain her life. Gu Chun's eyes instantly turned red, tears welling up in them. Dr. Lin, please, you must save her. Whatever it costs, I'm willing to do it. Dr. Lin patted Gu Chun's shoulder and said, Gu Chun, the subsequent treatment costs are not a small amount. Gu Chun gritted his teeth and said firmly, I will find a way to deal with the money. As long as it can save my sister, I will do anything. Dr. Lin said helplessly, Gu Chun, the previous treatment has used up all your savings, and the next cost is probably, and you might not be able to save your sister. Gu Chun interrupted Dr. Lin and said, we must save him even if there is only a glimmer of hope. Dr. Lin, I will borrow money, work, even sell my blood or kidney, but I will never give up on my sister. Dr. Lin said with emotion, Gu Chun, don't do anything stupid. I'll try to help you find some medical assistance, but it's just a drop in the bucket. If Mr. Feng doesn't make a move, all this money will be wasted. Gu Chun looked at Dr. Lin, his eyes filled with despair and pleading. Dr. Lin, I really can't lose my sister. She's the only relative I have in this world. I'm going to find Mr. Feng. I'm going to find him no matter where he is. Dr. Lin comforted him. Gu Chun, don't be too pessimistic. You have to take care of yourself too. If you collapse, what will happen to Xiaoyan? One of Mr. Feng's students is my senior. He said Mr. Feng went to Country D. Senior didn't give me the contact information. Gu Chun took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. I'm going to Country D. Your sister can only hold on for 10 days at most. You'd better bring Mr. Feng back within 5 days. But this is too difficult. Dr. Lin knew that there was basically no hope for Gu Chen's sister. Gu Chun pushed the wheelchair towards the door. Xia Zishuan saw Gu Chen coming out. Looking at his pale and bloodless face, he asked with concern, Gu Chun, are you still feeling uncomfortable? Gu Chen shook his head and said in a low voice, I'm fine, Zishuan. He took a deep breath, picked up the phone, and called the music director of Qiuqiu Music. After the call was connected, Gu Chun said straight to the point, Director Li, this is Gu Chun. Director Li, the music director on the other end of the phone, was a little surprised. Gu Chun, why are you calling suddenly? Gu Chun bit his lip and said, Director Li, I want to work with Qiuqiu Music again. Director Li was silent for a moment and said with some embarrassment, Gu Chun, you know that you can't always write good songs. Gu Chun hurriedly said, Director Li, but I promise that the quality of my music will not decline. I hope you can give me a chance. Director Li sighed. Gu Chun, it's not that I don't want to. The company has its own considerations, and this risk is too great. 100 million Chinese yuan is not a small amount. Gu Chen's eyes became firm. Director Li, I don't need an advance payment or any guarantees, as long as you let me upload the work to the Qiuqiu Music platform. Let the platform check my quality first. If the response is not good, I won't take a penny. Director Li fell silent again, and after a long while he said, Gu Chun, I admire your talent very much. I need to discuss this with the company's higher-ups. Gu Chun said anxiously, Director Li, please give me an answer as soon as possible. I really need this opportunity. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chen's eyes revealed a hint of fatigue and helplessness. Gu Chun said to Xia Zishuan, Zishuan, take me to the recording studio to record a song. Xia Zishuan was a little surprised. Gu Chun now? Can your body handle it? Gu Chun said firmly, Zishuan, I'm fine. Xia Zishuan nodded. Okay, I'll take you there right away. Along the way, Gu Chun remained silent, his mind full of his sister's illness. When he arrived at the recording studio, Gu Chenxiang cheered up and prepared to start recording. Xia Zishuan felt distressed watching Gu Chun trying so hard. During the recording process, Gu Chun paused several times due to physical pain, but he gritted his teeth and persevered. After it was over, Gu Chun seemed to be exhausted and leaned on the wheelchair. Xia Zishuan handed him a bottle of water and said, Gu Chun, you've worked so hard. Xia Zishuan touched her stomach and said pitifully, Gu Chun, I'm hungry. Gu Chun looked at her and couldn't help but smile. Then let's go eat something. Xia Zishuan's eyes lit up. I want to eat roadside barbecue. I haven't eaten it for a long time. Gu Chun nodded. Okay, let's go have barbecue. The two came to a busy barbecue stall and found a place to sit down. Xia Zishuan excitedly picked up the menu, muttering, I want lamb skewers, chicken wings, and leeks. Gu Chun smiled and said, You ordered so much, can you finish it? Xia Zishuan blinked. You are here. Let's eat together. After a while, the skewers were served. Xia Zishuan couldn't wait to pick up a skewer of lamb, took a bite, and said with satisfaction, Wow, it's delicious. Gu Chun, try it quickly. Gu Chun picked up a string and took a bite. It tastes really good. Xia Zishuan said while eating, Gu Chun, you know what? Sometimes I feel that being able to eat barbecue freely like this is the happiest thing. Gu Chun looked at her and said, Yes, simple happiness is often the most precious. If only everyone could think like this. Xia Zishuan suddenly put down the skewers in her hand and looked at Gu Chun seriously. Gu Chun, you have been too hard during this period. Just relax today. Gu Chun smiled slightly. With you by my side, I feel much better. Xia Zishuan smiled and said, Of course. No matter what difficulties we encounter in the future, we will face them together. Xia Zishuan waved her hand. Do we need to talk about this between us? Eat quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Chapter 43 Zhang Ruowei, Please Save My Sister. The scene of Xia Zishuan and Gu Chun feasting at the barbecue stall was transmitted to countless viewers through the live camera. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room kept scrolling. Seeing them eating so happily makes me hungry. This barbecue looks so tempting, I can't help but drool. I'm trying to lose weight. How can I bear it if they do this? No, I have to order some takeout barbecue to satisfy my craving. It seemed like they were enjoying their meal so much. I really wanted to join in. This atmosphere is amazing, with delicious food and good friends. I'm so jealous. Xia Zishuan was eating with gusto when she suddenly noticed that something was wrong with Gu Chun sitting opposite her. His eyes were wandering and his hand holding the skewers was suspended in mid-air, as if he was thinking about something. Xia Zishuan swallowed the food in her mouth and asked, Gu Chun, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? Gu Chun was slightly startled, then forced a smile. Nothing. Eat quickly. Xia Zishuan stared at him for a few seconds and knew in her heart that he didn't want to say it. She picked up a bunch of chicken wings and ate while saying, Gu Chun, I know everyone has things they don't want to talk about. If you don't want to say it now, that's okay. But you have to know that I truly regard you as a friend. No matter what happens, I am willing to face it with you. Gu Chun was silent for a while and finally said, Zishuan, I am going abroad. When? Tomorrow. But I have to have someone with me since I'm in a wheelchair. Would you like to? Xia Zishuan put down the chicken wings in her hand, wiped her mouth, and said without hesitation, I do. As long as it's with you. I'm willing. Gu Chun said with some guilt, Zishuan, this journey may be very difficult. I am afraid that I will cause trouble for you. Xia Zishuan frowned and said, Gu Chun, what are you talking about? Don't think too much at this time. Gu Chun looked at her gratefully. Zishuan, thank you so much. Without you, I don't know what I would do. Xia Zishuan smiled and said, Don't be so formal. By the way, have you completed the procedures for going abroad? Gu Chun shook his head. Not yet, I just decided. Xia Zishuan said hurriedly. Then we have to hurry up and leave tomorrow. Time is too tight. I'll call my dad. Don't worry, it will be done soon. Dr. Lin sent a photo of Mr. Feng. Gu Chun felt that he was very familiar and wondered where he had seen him before. I tried hard to recall and remembered that I had seen him in Zhang Ruowei's growth album. Mr. Feng was Zhang Ruowei's grandfather. Returned to the villa to stop filming the show for a day. Gu Chun hesitated for a long time and finally asked the director for Zhang Ruowei's phone number. He took a deep breath and dialed the number. On the other end of the line, Zhang Ruowei's gentle voice said, Who is this? It's me, Gu Chun. Gu Chun's voice trembled slightly, but he still called the person he least wanted to call. Zhang Ruowei's heart trembled, and her tone instantly turned cold. What's wrong? Didn't you say you didn't want to have anything to do with me anymore? Zhang Ruowei's voice was filled with anger. Please don't bother me. Her tone became more and more impatient. Gu Chun hesitated for a long time, and after listening to Zhang Ruowei's scolding, he slowly said, I want to ask your grandfather to save my sister. Zhang Ruowei snorted coldly. Why? Gu Chun's voice was anxious and sad. She is only 8 years old. She hasn't seen the world properly yet. Zhang Ruowei, please help me. Zhang Ruowei said loudly. Gu Chun, do you think I will soften my heart if you beg me? Gu Chun, what about when I begged you? You were the one who cruelly left me in the beginning, and now you come to beg me. What do you take me for? Gu Chun's voice choked. Ruowei, I know it's my fault, I'm sorry. But my sister is innocent. She is so young and shouldn't have to endure this pain. Zhang Ruowei said mercilessly, What does that have to do with me? Your affairs have nothing to do with me, Gu Chun. You will have to bear the consequences of your own actions. Gu Chun was almost begging. Ruowei, as long as you can ask your grandfather to save my sister, I will do anything for you. Zhang Ruowei roared angrily. You can do anything? Gu Chun, do you think it's possible? I won't let my grandfather save your sister. Forget it. Gu Chun said in despair. Ruowei, I'm really desperate. Only you can help me. Zhang Ruowei replied coldly. That's your business, Gu Chun. Get lost. Don't bother me again. After saying that, Zhang Ruowei hung up the phone. Gu Chun listened to the busy tone on the phone, and tears welled up in his eyes. He knew that he had hurt Zhang Ruowei too deeply, but his sister was his only relative. He called Zhang Ruowei again. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Ruowei shouted, Gu Chun, are you done yet? I told you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Gu Chun cried and said, Ruowei, I beg you, give me another chance, just this once. Zhang Ruowei was silent for a moment, then said, Gu Chun, I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. I won't trust you anymore. Get out. Gu Chen's body leaned weakly against the wall, and severe pain came from his brain again. The pain was like a sharp knife stirring in his head, as if to tear his consciousness apart completely. He held his head tightly with both hands, and his fingers grabbed his hair hard, as if trying to pull the pain out of his head. His facial features were distorted in pain, veins bulged on his forehead, and cold sweat poured down, instantly soaking his clothes. Ah! He couldn't help but groan in pain. His body slowly slid down the wall and finally collapsed to the ground. A low whimper came from his throat, like a wounded beast enduring the pain alone. After Zhang Ruowei hung up the phone angrily, her hands were still shaking slightly and her chest was heaving violently. Obviously, she was still angry. She paced back and forth in the room, muttering nonstop, "Gu Chun, you actually have the nerve to come to me." But as she walked, her pace gradually slowed down and her expression became a little complicated. When she thought of Gu Chen's almost pleading tone on the phone and the sadness in his eyes when he mentioned his sister, her heart couldn't help but tighten. His sister is only 8 years old, so young. This thought flashed through her mind, making her feel a little soft-hearted. She gritted her teeth and said to herself, "No, I can't forgive him so easily." Zhang Ruowei sat down, covered her face with her hands, and fell into entanglement and contradiction. I picked up the phone and dialed beep, beep. The person on the other end of the phone quickly answered, "Grandpa, are you ready to come back soon?" "Why do you miss Grandpa?" "I've had some major surgeries recently and may be back in 2 months." "Well, okay, I'll hang up, Grandpa. P.S. I'm in a bad mood because I failed the 3rd test, so I'll add another chapter. Please give me comfort, gifts, and urge me to update more." Chapter 44, Just a Rubbish Song. In the live broadcast room, when Gu Chun was recording a song seriously, many netizens were watching and couldn't wait to search on Qiuqiu Music. Why are there no new songs? All I found was If Heaven Has Feelings, written by Gu Chun and sung by Shin Shirhan. There's nothing else. That's right, I waited for nothing. I thought I could hear new songs. Maybe it won't come out until tomorrow. But soon, a post went viral. Gu Chen's new song is out. Go listen to it. Just search for Gu Chen on Qiuqiu Music or search for Sunny Day. This is Gu Chen's new song. I haven't even listened to it yet, but I feel like the title of the song is boring, someone questioned. Yeah, this song title is too common. How can it be good? Maybe the song is good. Don't jump to conclusions so early. Some people also held a glimmer of hope. I think it's uncertain. Gu Chun can't always create good songs. The songs he created before are enough to make him a god. You can't dismiss it based on the title alone. Let's listen to it first. Judging from the title, it's probably another one of those cookie-cutter love songs. It won't have much appeal. Maybe Gu Chun can give us a surprise this time, but don't say anything definitive yet. I don't believe it. It feels like they're just exploiting fans' expectations. Don't be so pessimistic. What if it really is good? Bai Hao is an ordinary college student. He couldn't sleep tonight, so he came to the Qiuqiu Music platform to find a song to help him sleep. Seeing Sunny Day on the recommendation, he clicked on it with the mindset of just listening to it casually. He was shocked when the prelude sounded. Damn, this prelude is invincible. I have never heard such a beautiful prelude. He couldn't help but exclaimed, "This prelude is even more stunning than Shan Shirhan's If Heaven Has Romance." He began to wait for the climax with great anticipation. When the touching melody came, "Once upon a time, there was someone who loved you for a long time, but unfortunately, the wind gradually." Bai Hao couldn't help but hum. After hearing this, Bai Hao was completely shocked and could hardly suppress his excitement. He woke up his 3 sleeping roommates without hesitation. "What are you doing? Bai Hao, why are you acting crazy in the middle of the night?" Roommate A was sleepy and his face was full of anger. "Wake up, buddy. I found a great song," Bai Hao said excitedly. My roommate muttered, "What song could make you so excited that it wouldn't let me sleep?" Bai Hao ignored it and turned up the volume. "Listen, I guarantee you will be amazed." The song started again. At first, the roommates looked resentful, but as the melody progressed, their expressions gradually changed. My roommate, Ji Temo's frown relaxed, and she said in surprise, "This song seems really good." My roommate, AI Kuan, also sat up, his eyes shining. "This melody, these lyrics are amazing." Roommate Zine couldn't help but admire. "Bai Hao, you really found a treasure this time." Bai Hao said proudly, "Yeah, I was shocked when I just heard the prelude, and the climax was so exciting that it made me feel like my soul was leaving my body." My roommate, Ji Taimei, asked, Who is this singer? I've never heard of him before. Bai Hao replied, his name is Gu Chun. This is the first time I've heard his songs. My roommate, AI, coincide. With this level, it's hard not to be popular. Roommate Zine nodded repeatedly. Yes, this song will definitely be a hit. Bai Hao said with a smile. We will be the first batch of fans in the future, huh? Gu Chen's song, Sunny Day, began to emerge on the new song chart of QQ Music. He was ranked 29th at the beginning, but he improved very quickly and rose to 25th place in an hour. The song Sunny Day has been recommended by many people online. This song can sweep the entire Chinese music scene now. However, where there are voices of support, there are naturally voices of opposition. Huh, you think this is going to sweep the country? You're exaggerating. It's just an ordinary pop song. What do you know? This melody, these lyrics, which one isn't top-notch? You are just jealous of Gu Chen's talent. Talent? I think you've never heard any good songs. Can this level be called talent? You're just criticizing for the sake of criticizing. You don't really appreciate the song at all. I'll listen carefully, and it's nothing special. You fans are just blindly praising me. To put it bluntly, can you write a song like this? Just because you can't write doesn't mean you can't comment. If it's not good, it's not good. Don't make it sound like it's divine. There are so many better songs than this. It's not going to sweep the music scene, but it's pretty good. It feels a bit overrated. Everyone, don't listen to what the haters say. Go listen to it yourself, and you'll know how good it is. No matter how much publicity is given, it won't last long. At this time, top singing King Zhang Jie posted a Weibo post praising Sunny Day, which instantly caused an uproar on the internet. Zhang Jie wrote on Weibo, Gu Chen's song Sunny Day is so beautiful. In one word, absolutely amazing. As soon as this Weibo post was released, Zhang Jie's fans were shocked. What? Even the king of pop praised this song. Oh my god, this song must be so great to get such a high rating from Zhang Jie. Soon more and more singers posted messages praising Sunny Day highly. Zhang Ruowei called her best friend Lin Xiao. As soon as the call was connected, she couldn't help but say, Shower, I'm so fed up. Lin Xiao asked with concern, Wei Wei, what's wrong? What happened to make you so upset? Zhang Ruowei said angrily, It's that bastard Gu Chun. He actually called me. Lin Xiao was surprised and said, He's looking for you? He still has the nerve to look for you? He hurt you like that before. What does he want to do now? Zhang Ruowei sighed. He said his sister was sick and begged me to ask my grandfather to save her sister. Lin Xiao raised his voice. What? He still has the nerve to beg you. Chapter 45 You are too selfish. Wei Wei, don't be soft-hearted. Have you forgotten how he treated you in the beginning? Didn't you say you wanted to let him go? Don't have anything to do with him anymore. Zhang Ruowei's voice was filled with helplessness. I know, Lin Xiao said. This kind of man does not deserve your sympathy. He only thought of you now that he's in trouble. What does he think of you? Zhang Ruowei was silent for a moment, then said, But when he begged me on the phone, mentioning that his sister was only 8 years old and had to endure illness at such a young age, my heart couldn't help but soften. Lin Xiao said anxiously, Wei Wei, don't be confused. He didn't hesitate to hurt you. If you help him this time, he might continue to hurt you in the future. Zhang Ruowei said in a tangled manner, I know that, but when I think of how pitiful a little girl is, I can't bear it. Lin Xiao advised, Wei Wei, kindness must have a bottom line. You can't fall into his vortex again just because of a moment of weakness. You have to think about yourself and the injuries you've suffered. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip. I understand what you mean, Xiao Xiao, but I'm really confused now and don't know what to do. Lin Xiao said, Wei Wei, you need to calm down and think carefully. Do you still want to be with him? He doesn't deserve you, Wei Wei. Ask yourself, if you help him, will he be grateful? Will he change? Or will he hurt you again? Besides, even if you help him, can you guarantee that you won't feel bad about it? Zhang Ruowei sobbed softly. I don't know. I really don't know how to choose. Lin Xiao comforted her. Wei Wei, don't worry. Think about it slowly. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. But I hope you can protect yourself and not get hurt again. Zhang Ruowei sniffed. Xiao Xiao, I understand. Lin Xiao said, Wei Wei, sometimes it's hard to explain things about the heart, but you must be rational. Don't let the memories of the past and his pleading get to your head. He has Xia Zixuan by his side now. The Xia family has the resources and background to find the best doctors in the world, so you don't have to worry about him. Zhang Ruowei responded, Yes, I understand, Xiao Xiao. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ruowei was still immersed in the conversation with her best friend, feeling upset. At this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. She opened the door and saw a rich young man standing at the door. The young man's name was Zhao Yu, and he was the son of her father's friend. Zhao Yu said in a flattering manner, "Ruo Wei, I brought you your favorite dessert." As he spoke, he quickly handed over the exquisite packaging box in his hand. Zhang Ruowei frowned and said, "Zhao Yu, what are you doing? I don't need it. I saw you participating in a dating show." Zhao Yu's tone was full of complaint. Zhang Ruowei snorted coldly. "What does this have to do with you?" Zhao Yu continued to flatter. "Ruowei, don't misunderstand me. I don't mean anything else. I'm just worried that you're working too hard on the show and that you're being wronged." Zhang Ruowei said impatiently, "Don't worry about it." Zhao Yu hurriedly said, "Ruowei, but I just can't help but want to care about you. How about I go with you to the show? I can be there to take care of you." Zhang Ruowei glared at him. "Zhao Yu, stop messing around. This is impossible." Zhao Yu added, "Ruowei, I'll prepare everything you need for the show." Zhang Ruowei said, "Zhao Yu, I have everything I need. Don't waste your time with me." Zhao Yu looked aggrieved. "Ruowei, I'm doing this sincerely for your own good. Gu Chun from that dating show is very talented. His recently released song, Sunny Day, has even made it into the top 50 of Chiochio Music's Hot Songs chart. I'm afraid you might have a crush on him." Zhang Ruowei snorted coldly. "What does this have to do with you?" Zhao Yu hurriedly said, "Ruowei, I'm really worried about you. I don't want to see you involved with other men on the show." Zhang Ruowei said impatiently, "Don't be so self-righteous. I know my own business well." Zhao Yu still didn't give up. "Ruowei, don't you understand my feelings for you? I can provide you with better resources so that you can develop more smoothly in the entertainment industry." Zhang Ruowei looked at him and said, "I rely on my own efforts and strength, not on the charity of others." Zhao Yu's face turned ugly. "Ruowei, why are you always so cold to me?" Zhang Ruowei's face was very cold. "I know what you're thinking, but I really don't have any feelings for you. Please don't bother me again." After saying that, Zhang Ruowei slammed the door shut. Zhao Yu was left outside the door with a lost look on his face. Zhang Ruowei was really upset. She returned to the room, opened a cabinet, and found a small cardboard box. She took out the photo album she had taken with Gu Chun and flipped through the photos one by one. Those photos record the sweet times they once had, and each one seems to carry the warmth of the past. There's a picture of them leaning on each other on the beach, smiling brightly. There was a heartwarming scene where Gu Chun celebrated her birthday, and she closed her eyes and made a wish. And they played together in the snow, their red, frozen cheeks filled with happiness. Zhang Ruowei's fingers gently stroked Gu Chen's face in the photo, tears welling up in her eyes. She recalled the gentle care Gu Chan had given her, but all those vows he had made to her were now broken. Why did it turn out like this? Zhang Ruowei murmured to himself, his heart filled with pain and confusion. She didn't know whether she hated Gu Chen more or loved him more. Just then, the cell phone suddenly rang. Zhang Ruowei was brought back to reality. She took a deep breath and wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. He put the photo album back into the box and slowly stood up to answer the phone. The call was from Gu Chen. Zhang Ruowei hesitated for a moment, but finally picked up the phone. Gu Chen's voice on the other end of the phone was filled with anxiety and trepidation. "Ruowei, I'm sorry, I really can't do anything. I don't want Xiaoyan to die. I really don't want her to die." Zhang Ruowei bit her lip and tried to keep her voice calm. "Gu Chun, I told you I won't help you. I told you to get out. You don't understand what I'm saying, right?" Gu Chen's voice was filled with pleading. "Ruowei, I'm really desperate. As long as you agree, I could do anything." Zhang Ruowei felt a pang of pain in her heart. The once proud and confident Gu Chun was now so humble. But when she thought of his past ruthlessness, she hardened her heart and said, "Gu Chun, this is your own business. It has nothing to do with me. If it weren't for your sister, you wouldn't have called me. Why do you keep using me?" Gu Chun explained anxiously. "Ruowei, it's not like that. I never thought of taking advantage of you. I know I've done a lot of wrong things and hurt you before, but this time I really can't do it anymore." Zhang Ruowei sneered. "No way, Gu Chun. Your excuse is too lame. Every time you have troubles, you think of me. What do you think of me?" Gu Chen's voice trembled. "Ruowei, I know you won't believe anything I say now, but I really hope you can believe me this time." Tears welled up in Zhang Ruowei's eyes. "Gu Chun, you are too selfish. You only think about yourself and your sister. Have you ever thought about how I feel?" Gu Chen was silent for a while, then said, "Ruowei, I'm sorry. I was too selfish. But I really can't think of any other way." As long as you save my sister, I will give you my life. Get lost. I'm dead. Chapter 46 Departure to Country D. Early in the morning, Xia Zishuan pushed Gu Chun to the airport. They bought business class tickets. When checking in, there was a long queue in front. Xia Zishuan couldn't help but complain, "Oh, even the business class check-in process is so slow." Gu Chun sighed helplessly. "There's nothing I can do. I can only wait patiently." At this moment, a man in a suit and tie nearby glanced at them and said sarcastically, "Huh, flying business class with a disabled person. What a bummer." Xia Zishuan was furious when she heard this. "What are you talking about? How can people with disabilities ruin the fun? Everyone has the right to travel." The man sneered, "Business class is about comfort and efficiency. His limited mobility will only affect everyone's experience." People around him looked at him sideways, and Gu Chin's face became very ugly. He held the armrest of the wheelchair tightly, lowered his head, and said nothing. Xia Zishuan glared at the man. "Don't you have any compassion? You're being so vicious. It's not easy for everyone to be out there. Can't you be more understanding and tolerant?" The man snorted disdainfully. "I'm just speaking the truth. I don't want to be affected by it." After finally getting their turn, the staff told them that their luggage was overweight and they had to pay extra. "How could he be overweight?" Xia Zishuan asked anxiously. The staff member said expressionlessly, "Check it yourself." As Xia Zishuan packed her luggage, she muttered, "What a hassle. I shouldn't have brought so many things." After finally solving the luggage problem, they arrived at the boarding gate, only to find out that the plane was delayed. "It's late? We have to wait a little longer," Xia Zishuan said helplessly. A lady next to me said sarcastically, "You bought a business class ticket and it was delayed. What bad luck. It seems like being with certain people is just bad luck." Xia Zishuan rolled her eyes at her. "It's not something we can control if it's late. No one wants to encounter this kind of situation. Can't you be more polite?" The lady laughed and said, "How can you not be unlucky if you are with this disabled person?" Gu Chun bit his lip and said, "Zishuan, ignore her. Let's just wait." After waiting for a long time, I finally boarded the plane. But when they entered the business class, their seats were taken by others. "This is our seat," Xia Zishuan said. The person who occupied the seat said arrogantly, "I like this seat. Please change to another one." Xia Zishuan was furious. "How could you do this? This is the seat we reserved in advance." The man ignored it and closed his eyes, pretending to rest. The flight attendant came to coordinate, but failed to solve the problem and could only arrange other seats for them. After the plane took off, Gu Chun suddenly felt unwell and his face turned pale. Xia Zishuan asked nervously, "Gu Chun, what's wrong with you?" Gu Chun said weakly, "I feel a little uncomfortable. It may be that the pressure of the plane rising up makes me uncomfortable." Xia Zishuan quickly asked the flight attendant for help. After the flight attendant came over to check, it might be caused by the change in air pressure. "Let him rest first." At this time, a passenger next to him muttered quietly, "I should have known not to sit with them. It always causes trouble." Xia Zishuan glared at the man angrily. "No one wants this to happen. Can you please be a little kind?" During the flight, Xia Zishuan wanted to go to the bathroom. When she came back, she found that the bag she had placed on her seat was missing. "Where's my bag?" Xia Zishuan looked around anxiously. The person next to him sneered, "You can't even take care of your own things, and you're flying business class." Xia Zishuan was both angry and anxious. "Can't you guys have a little compassion? We've been unlucky enough on this journey. Can't you all help each other?" With the help of the flight attendant, the bag was found and it was taken by mistake. The plane finally arrived at its destination, but when they got off the plane, they found that one of the wheels of the wheelchair was broken. "What should we do?" Xia Zishuan said anxiously. Gu Chun said helplessly, "Let's see if it can be repaired first." They found the maintenance personnel at the airport, but the maintenance personnel said it would take a long time. Just when they felt desperate, a kind staff member lent them a spare wheelchair. Xia Zishuan and Gu Chun were very grateful and pushed the wheelchair out of the airport. However, as soon as they left the airport, they found that the scheduled pickup vehicle did not arrive on time. Xia Zishuan called to inquire, but the other party said that there was a traffic jam and she would have to wait another hour. "What should we do? We can't just wait here forever," Xia Zishuan said anxiously. Gu Chun comforted her. "Don't worry. Let's find a place to sit for a while." They found a coffee shop near the airport and sat down, but were met with a waiter with a bad attitude. "Order your food quickly and don't take up seats," said the waiter impatiently. Xia Zishuan said, "Let's sit for a while and leave when the bus comes." The waiter snorted. Don't sit here if you don't want to buy anything. Xia Zixuan was so angry that she almost started arguing with the waiter, but fortunately Gu Chun held her back. An hour later, the pickup car finally arrived. But when the driver saw Gu Chun sitting in a wheelchair, he looked reluctant. Why is there someone in a wheelchair? This is so troublesome. The driver complained. Xia Zixuan said, Master, thank you for your help. We will try our best not to cause you any trouble. Along the way, the driver kept nagging that they were wasting his time. When we arrived at the hotel, there was another problem when checking in. The front desk staff said, I'm sorry, the room you reserved is sold out. Can we change it to a standard room? Xia Zixuan said angrily, We booked a business suite. How can we just change it to a standard room? The staff said helplessly, There is really no way. There are too many guests recently. Gu Chan said, Forget it. Let's just take a standard room. When I entered the room, I found that the facilities were simple and the hygiene was not very good. Xia Zixuan couldn't help crying. Why have so many unpleasant things happened along the way? Gu Chun comforted her. Don't be sad. At least we have arrived, and everything will get better slowly. By the time everything was done, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening in Country D. Xia Zixuan finally couldn't help but ask, Gu Chun, we've been through so much trouble along the way, and I still don't know why you came to Country D. Gu Chun was silent for a moment, his eyes revealing a hint of heaviness, and he slowly said, Actually, I came here to find an expert who can cure my sister's illness. Xia Zixuan opened her mouth in surprise. So that's how it is. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? My dad knows a lot of top doctors. Gu Chun sighed. I don't want to make you worry, and I wasn't sure about this matter in the first place. Xia Zixuan frowned. Then we have to find this expert quickly. Gu Chun nodded. I heard that he is in a well-known hospital in Country D, but I have to find out the specific contact information. Chapter 47 Ruawei. Why did you come to see Grandpa? Xia Zixuan asked with concern. How is your sister doing now? She must be feeling very uncomfortable. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with worry. Her condition is getting worse and worse. She is suffering from the pain every day. It makes me feel very sad. Xia Zixuan gently held Gu Chen's hand. Don't worry too much. We will definitely find an expert to cure her. What's your sister's name? Gu Chan raised his head slightly, his voice a little low. Her name is Xiaoyan. She is a very well-behaved and sensible child. Xia Zixuan said gently. Xiaoyan, this name is really nice. How old is she? Gu Chan said. She is only 8 years old. She should be playing carefree, but she has to endure so much pain. Xia Zixuan's eyes also turned red. What a poor child. By the way, what does Xiaoyan like to do? Gu Chun thought for a moment. She likes painting, and she always paints beautiful scenery. Xia Zixuan smiled and said, When she recovers, she will surely be able to paint more beautiful paintings. After Gu Chun and his friends arrived in Country D, they asked around for the whereabouts of Mr. Feng, the expert who could cure his sister. However, after asking many people, no one knew where Mr. Feng was. Xia Zixuan watched Gu Chun repeatedly hit a wall and felt very anxious. When she accidentally heard that the expert Gu Chun was looking for was Mr. Feng, she was immediately shocked. In the largest hospital in Country D, Xia Zixuan and Gu Chun were sitting in the rest area. Gu Chun, the Mr. Feng you're talking about, is he the famous Mr. Feng in the medical field? Xia Zixuan had heard her father mention him before. Gu Chun nodded tiredly. It's him. Do you know him? Xia Zixuan said excitedly. I don't know him, but my dad knows him. Xia Zixuan called her father immediately without saying a word. Finally got in touch with Mr. Feng. However, Mr. Feng on the other end of the phone rejected them. I'm sorry, I've been too busy lately and don't have time to see new patients. Mr. Feng's voice was cold and firm. When Gu Chen heard this, he was stunned. Mr. Feng, please. Please, this is about a little girl's life. Mr. Feng remained unmoved. I really can't do anything. Please seek help from someone else. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Xia Zixuan put down the phone helplessly, looking at Gu Chen's desperate expression, her heart filled with sadness. The people around heard their conversation and cast mocking glances at them. Thinking you can just find Elder Feng to see a doctor is wishful thinking. These two are too naive. Who is Mr. Feng? Can they meet him whenever they want? That's right, they don't even consider their own strength, yet they still want Elder Feng to treat them. These mocking words were like sharp blades, piercing Gu Chen's heart. Xia Zixuan's tears welled up in her eyes. Gu Chen, what should I do? Gu Chen took a deep breath and said firmly, No, only Mr. Feng can save Xiaoyan. Go to the hospital where Mr. Feng is. Xia Zishuan nodded. Okay, I'll go with you. Came to the hospital where Mr. Feng was. In the hospital corridor, Gu Chun and Xia Zishuan sat on cold chairs and waited for several hours. During this period, medical staff and patients kept passing by and looked at them strangely. I heard they want to find Mr. Feng. What's the point of these two people waiting here like idiots? It's so pitiful and sad. Mr. Feng was forced to work overtime when he came to Country D. He's very busy. Another hour passed. Finally, Mr. Feng showed up. Xia Zishuan immediately pushed Gu Chun over. Gu Chun stood up and knelt directly in front of Mr. Feng. Mr. Feng, hello. My name is Gu Chun. Please save my sister. I really have no other choice. Please save her. Only you can save her. She is still so young. She can't let the disease take her life like this. Mr. Feng frowned. He was used to this kind of thing. I've already said it. I don't have time. Xia Zishuan also cried and begged. Mr. Feng, please. I can pay you whatever amount you want. I'm not short of money. Is 100 million enough? Please save his sister. Old Feng looked at them, his face still expressionless. At this time, a patient nearby said, Mr. Feng, please help them. They look so pitiful. You are always merciful. Please make an exception this time. Mr. Feng was silent for a moment and finally said, Okay, let me take a look at the patient's condition first. After hearing this, Gu Chun and Xia Zishuan were so moved that they burst into tears and thanked him repeatedly. However, when Mr. Feng finished reading Gu Chun's sister's medical records, his expression became very solemn. Her condition is very serious, and I'm not completely sure I can cure it, said Mr. Feng. Gu Chun's mood hit the bottom again. Mr. Feng, as long as you are willing to try, no matter what the result is, I will be grateful. At this time, Zhang Ruowei and a man in a white suit came over. Old Feng was shocked. Wei Wei, why are you here to see Grandpa? You didn't even tell me you were going abroad. Is this my future grandson-in-law? A hint of unnaturalness flashed across Zhang Ruowei's face, and she said, Grandpa, this is my friend. He came with me. The man in the white suit smiled and extended his hand to Mr. Feng. He said politely, Hello, Mr. Feng. My name is Zhao Yang. Nice to meet you. Mr. Feng looked Zhao Yang up and down, his eyes scrutinizing him. Oh, just friends. When Gu Chun saw Zhang Ruowei and Zhao Yang appear, he couldn't help feeling bitter. Xia Zishuan was watching this scene in shock. Zhang Ruowei's grandfather was Mr. Feng? Zhang Ruowei ignored Mr. Feng's question and turned to look at Gu Chun, his eyes full of complicated emotions. Elder Feng seemed to sense the strange atmosphere and asked, Wei Wei, do you know this young man? Zhang Ruowei was silent for a moment, then said coldly, I know him. He also appeared on a dating show. Gu Chun didn't expect Zhang Ruowei to appear here. Is she here to help me? Didn't Zhang Ruowei refuse to help him on the phone? Mr. Feng looked at Gu Chun and said, The young man looks quite energetic. Then he looked at Zhao Yang and said, My grandson is still single, so you all have a chance. Zhao Yang smiled politely and said, Mr. Feng, you're joking. Zhang Ruowei was furious. Grandpa, please don't mess around with other people. Gu Chun stood aside, looking embarrassed and helpless. Mr. Feng, this? Mr. Feng waved his hand and said, Young people, there are always opportunities. Just then, Gu Chun's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the call, and his face instantly became uglier. After hanging up the phone, he trembled and said, The hospital said my sister's condition has suddenly worsened, and she needs surgery urgently. If I don't have surgery, I can only last 2 days at most. Xia Zishuan exclaimed. What should we do then? Chapter 48. It's just nonsense. At this time, a doctor came over. Mr. Feng, Mr. Ding Bo Weston's condition is serious and requires surgery. Mr. Feng nodded and said sorry to Gu Chun. Gu Chun's eyes dimmed instantly, as if his last hope was shattered. Xia Zishuan said anxiously, Mr. Feng, please perform the surgery on Xiaoyan first. She really can't wait any longer. Mr. Feng looked embarrassed. I have no choice. I can't refuse the royal family. Zhang Ruowei remained silent, and Zhao Yang also frowned. Gu Chun gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Feng, I understand your difficulties, but Xiaoyan is also a living being. Mr. Feng shook his head helplessly, turned around, and hurried away with the doctor. Xia Zishuan didn't expect that Zhang Ruowei was actually Mr. Feng's granddaughter. She hurriedly grabbed Zhang Ruowei, her eyes full of anxiety. Ruowei, please help Gu Chun. Zhang Ruowei frowned and refused without hesitation. Impossible. Why should I help him? Xia Zishuan looked anxious. Ruowei, Guchen really needs help now. We are all friends, so help him this time. Zhang Ruowei snorted coldly. Friends? Are we familiar with each other? Xia Zishuan said helplessly. If Elder Feng hadn't taken action, Sister Gu Chun might have been finished. Zhang Ruowei's eyes were cold. It has nothing to do with me. My grandfather has already rejected you. After saying that, Zhang Ruowei turned around and was about to leave, with no intention of stopping at all. Seeing this, Gu Chun got out of the wheelchair directly. Completely ignoring the pain in his body, he knelt on the ground with a plop and begged Zhang Ruowei with tears in his eyes. Ruowei, please. Ask your grandfather to save my sister. She is my only relative. Zhang Ruowei was so shocked by Gu Chun's sudden action that she stopped in her tracks. Zhao Yang was also surprised. Gu Chun, don't be like this, I really can't help it. Zhang Ruowei turned her head away, not daring to look at Gu Chun's pleading eyes. Ruowei, I know I've wronged you before, but this time, please help me for the sake of an innocent life. Zhao Yang hurried to help Gu Chun. Gu Chun, what are you doing? Get up quickly. Gu Chun knelt stubbornly, his eyes fixed on Zhang Ruowei, his voice filled with tears. Ruowei, I beg you, my sister is still so young. She can't lose hope like this. As long as your grandfather can save her, I'll do anything for you. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip. A trace of pity flashed in her eyes, but she still turned her head away. Gu Chun, I can't help you. Gu Chun shouted in despair. Ruowei, I kowtow to you. As long as you can save my sister, I can give you my life. As he said this, he really started to kowtow. People around began to whisper, this is too pitiful. Can't this beautiful lady help me? Xia Zishuan's eyes were red at this time. She rushed over and tried to help Gu Chun up, crying, Gu Chun, don't do this, don't hurt yourself like this. She turned to Zhang Ruowei again, her tone filled with pleading and anger. Go away. Can you please go and beg your grandfather? Zhang Ruowei trembled at Xia Zishuan's accusation. She turned her head away stubbornly and didn't look at Gu Chun and Xia Zishuan. Zhao Yang couldn't stand it any longer, so he said to Zhang Ruowei, why don't we think of another way? Gu Chun is really too pitiful. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip but remained silent. Seeing that Zhang Ruowei remained unmoved, Xia Zishuan said, Zhang Ruowei, I always thought you were a kind person, but I didn't expect you to be so hard-hearted. Xiaoyan is only 8 years old. Her life hasn't even begun yet. If she loses her life because of your indifference, will you have a clear conscience? The people around also began to blame Zhang Ruowei. Little girl, just help a little. This guy is begging you so much. Yes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Don't be so heartless. Zhang Ruowei's expression turned very ugly. She clenched her fists tightly and said, don't blackmail me morally. Gu Chun was still cut out. ING continuously, his forehead was broken and blood oozed out. Xia Zishuan cried distressfully. Gu Chun, please stop knocking, stop knocking. She turned around and shouted at Zhang Ruowei again. Zhang Ruowei, look at him. For his sister, he even gave up his dignity. Is your heart made of stone? Zhang Ruowei finally couldn't help it. Turning around, she saw Gu Chun's bloody forehead, and a trace of panic flashed in her eyes. Gu Chun, don't be like this, Zhang Ruowei's voice trembled slightly. Xia Zishuan took the opportunity to say, Ruowei, as long as you are willing to help, we can do anything. Zhang Ruowei looked at Gu Chun's bruised forehead and said, Gu Chun, I can't help you. Stop bothering me. Don't bother my grandpa either. He turned around and left. This action caused the people around who were originally whispering to suddenly explode. How could this girl be so cruel and just leave like that? That's right, the young man begged her like this, but she remained indifferent. How heartless. How cold-blooded. That child must be so pitiful. How could she not help him? This girl is too stubborn. Even if there's a grudge, you can't just stand by and watch her die. Everyone, please be quiet and stop making trouble, the nurse shouted. Try to maintain order, but people's discussions continued. Gu Chun is really almost in despair now. His sister is his motivation to live. At this moment, he seemed to be in a dark abyss, unable to find a glimmer of hope. His eyes were empty, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he muttered to himself, is there really no other way? Xiaoyan, I'm sorry. Xia Zishuan looked at Gu Chun like this, and tears fell from her eyes. Gu Chun, let's think of a way. There must be hope. Mr. Feng was preparing for the operation when Zhang Ruowei walked in directly. Zhang Ruowei said anxiously, Grandpa, is there really no way? Gu Chen's sister can't wait any longer. Elder Feng shook his head helplessly. Wei Wei, it's not that Grandpa doesn't want to help. This patient has a special status, and this operation is of great importance. I really can't refuse. If we wait until the surgery is done before returning home, it will be too late to save the child. Tears welled up in Zhang Ruowei's eyes. Grandpa, can't you think of another way? Old Feng sighed. Wei Wei, Grandpa is also in a difficult situation. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip and said with a firm look in her eyes, Grandpa, please tell me some key points of treatment and the experts you can contact, and I'll find a solution. Elder Feng looked at Zhang Ruowei in surprise. Wei Wei, this is not something you can handle. Don't mess around. Zhang Ruowei said anxiously. Grandpa, I must try. I can't just watch Gu Chen's sister die. Elder Feng frowned, pondered for a moment, and then said, Wei Wei, this is too risky. What if something goes wrong? Zhang Ruowei interrupted him. Grandpa, I am willing to take this risk. Please help him. That's just nonsense. Chapter 49, I Won't Save His Sister. The second episode of Let's Fall in Love has finally begun. Zhang Ruowei, Xia Zixuan, and Gu Chen are not here. They won't stop participating. They are my favorite three. No way. Could there be some unexpected situation? Don't make blind guesses. Maybe they were delayed by something else. But this is the second episode. It's so important. How can I not come? I heard that Zhang Ruowei seems to be busy with other work. What about Xia Zixuan and Gu Chen? I don't know. I'm so anxious. The show wouldn't be as exciting without them. The director team didn't come out to explain. Maybe they will appear in the later shows. Let's wait and see. I hope so. If they really don't come, I won't even want to watch it. Me too. The interactions between the three of them in the first episode were so interesting. That's right. I hope they come back soon. The scene of the show, Let's Fall in Love. Still in a seaside villa. All the guests were already sitting in the hall. The director came out and said, Gu Chen, Zhang Ruowei, and Xia Zixuan have something urgent to do. They will return to the production team in 3 days. This time our show will be transformed into a travel date format. We have also invited 5 celebrity guests to serve as CP analysts to stimulate the emotions of the audience. 3 male guests have withdrawn this time. Lin Yuxuan, Gu Zikai, and Xiao Yifan. 4 male guests and 3 female guests joined. Please briefly introduce yourselves. A sweet-looking girl spoke first. Hello, everyone. My name is Su Yao. I am a dance teacher, and I am very happy to be able to participate in this program. I watched the first episode and really liked Gu Chen, so I came. Then, a sunny and handsome boy said, My name is Chun Yu. I'm a photographer, and I like to capture the beautiful moments in life. At this time, a girl who looked a little shy whispered, Hello, everyone. My name is Wang Sini. I am from Shancheng, and I hope everyone can have the opportunity to go to Shancheng to eat hot pot. After she finished speaking, her face flushed slightly. After the new guests introduced themselves one by one, the director said, Now let's start dividing into groups and prepare for today's date schedule. Everyone started to communicate with each other, and the atmosphere gradually became lively. However, those viewers who had been looking forward to the return of Zhang Ruowei, Gu Chen, and Xia Zixuan were still a little disappointed and kept discussing in the barrage. Alas, without the 3 of them, I always feel like something is missing. I hope they can come back soon in 3 days. Although the new guests are good, I still miss them. I wonder how the show will change after they return. Yi Wanqing sat in the corner, looking lonely, staring blankly at the ground with her eyes. She never expected that Gu Chen would let Xia Zixuan accompany him to Country D. The loss in her heart overwhelmed her like a tide. Lin Xie, who was standing by, saw Yi Wanqing's expression, walked over, patted her shoulder gently, and whispered, Wanqing, why are you unhappy? But she couldn't hide the disappointment in her own eyes. Yi Wanqing looked up at Lin Xie, smiled bitterly, and said, It's okay. At this time, Shen Shihan also came over, forcing a smile on her face, missing Gu Chen. Lin Xie sighed, Let's not talk about each other anymore. In fact, we all like Gu Chen, but we didn't dare to say it out loud. Yi Wanqing bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. My heart was moved from the first moment I saw Gu Chen. His every smile and every movement made my heart pound. Especially because I got hurt, I still feel guilty about it. She originally thought that in this episode, she could find more opportunities to get close to him and understand him, but now Gu Chen was directly led away by Xia Zixuan. Shen Shihan gently held Yi Wanqing's hand and comforted her. I understand how you feel, Wanqing. But we can't just wallow in our pity now. Maybe they really are just dealing with some urgent matters in Country D. Lin Xia nodded and agreed. Shirhan is right. We can't give up so quickly. Even if they have made some contact in Country D, it doesn't mean we have no chance. The three of us compete fairly. Yuan Qing sniffed and tried to calm herself down, but I'm really scared. I'm afraid that Guchen will fall in love with Xia Zishuan. Xia Zishuan is so beautiful and so considerate. Shen Shirhan frowned and said seriously, Wan Qing, don't belittle yourself like this. Everyone has their own shining points. You are gentle and kind, and that is also your charm. Besides, no one can predict matters of the heart. Guchen may not choose someone based on these external conditions. Lin Xia also said, yes, we must have confidence in ourselves. Maybe when they come back, Guchen will discover how good we are. Yuan Qing sighed, I hope so. But how am I supposed to get through these few days? All I can think about are images of them together. Shen Shirhan thought for a moment and suggested, why don't we shift our focus to the show and interact more with the new guests? Maybe that'll make us feel better. Lin Xia shook her head. I'm not in the mood to communicate with the new guests right now. I feel so confused. Yuan Qing also said, me too, I don't have any thoughts at all. The three of them fell silent again, each thinking about their own things. Just then, the director came over and said to them, girls, stop standing there. A new activity is about to begin. The three of them stood up helplessly and followed the director to participate in the event. But throughout the whole process, they were absent-minded, looking into the distance from time to time, as if expecting Gu Chun and Xia Zishuan to suddenly appear. After the event, Yuan Qing, Lin Xia, and Shen Shirhan got together again. Yuan Qing said with a worried look on her face, this day has been so long. I feel like I'm going crazy. At night, Yuan Qing tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, and Gu Chen's figure kept appearing in her mind. I felt increasingly uneasy. Similarly, Lin Xia and Shen Shirhan were tossing and turning in their respective rooms, unable to fall asleep. The next day, the show went on as usual, but Yuan Qing and the other three were still in low spirits. Grandpa, please. My heart was bleeding when I saw him kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. Grandpa, I'm telling you the truth. Gu Chun is my first love. We were together for 7 years. You and your parents know what happened later. He broke up with me, and I got pregnant with his child. Mr. Feng was stunned. When he heard the child's words, he immediately became furious. So, it was this kid who hurt you. Wei Wei, stop talking. I won't save his sister. Chapter 50. Prepare to return to China for your sister's surgery. Zhang Ruwei burst into tears and tightly grasped Feng Lao's arm, saying, Grandpa, the past is over, but that was an innocent life. Old Feng stamped his feet in anger and said, Wei Wei, how could you be so foolish? He treated you like that, and you still pleaded for him. Zhang Ruwei cried and said, Grandpa, I know you feel sorry for me, but I can't watch his sister lose her life because of our grudge. Mr. Feng turned his head away and snorted coldly. No, I can't promise you. Zhang Ruwei fell to her knees and begged, Grandpa, please consider it as a virtue for me and for the sake of that unborn child. Please save her. Looking at Zhang Ruwei's resolute expression, Old Feng felt a little shaken, but he still said, Wei Wei, get up first. Let me think about this matter again. Zhang Ruwei refused to get up and continued, Grandpa, if you don't agree, I will never be at peace in my life. Old Feng sighed helplessly and said, Wei Wei, you are forcing Grandpa. Zhang Ruwei shed tears. Grandpa, I beg you. I thought I'd let him go. But when I saw him again, I just couldn't control my heart. He called me and begged me to ask you to save his sister, but I clearly refused. But I still came to Country D to find you, because I wanted you to save his sister. I saw him kneeling on the ground with blood on his forehead. My heart aches so much, Grandpa. I really can't let him go. Mr. Feng's face was still gloomy, but there was a hint of reluctance and entanglement in his eyes. He looked at Zhang Ruwei and softened his tone a little. Wei Wei, why are you doing this? Zhang Ruwei burst into tears. Grandpa, I love him, even though he hurt me before, but I still love him. I don't want him to lose his sister because of past grudges. Old Feng sighed heavily. Wei Wei, even Grandpa can't say for sure about matters of the heart. But Grandpa feels bad for you for putting yourself in such a difficult position. Zhang Ruwei raised her head, her eyes filled with determination. Grandpa, I'm not wronged. As long as you can promise to save his sister, I can do anything. Old Feng pondered for a moment, and finally said, Okay, Wei Wei, Grandpa promises you. But this is the last time. You have to think things over carefully between you and him from now on. Zhang Ruowei burst into laughter and quickly thanked him. Thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Grandpa. Zhang Ruowei walked out of the room, and Zhao Yang stood outside the door. Apparently, he had just heard the conversation between Zhang Ruowei and his grandfather. Gu Chun is your first love? You were pregnant with his child? No wonder I've been pursuing you and you've been rejecting me. Ruowei, it's impossible for you two to be together. Why are you still doing so much for him? He already has another girl with him. I watched the last show, and I thought you and him were just acting. He told you to get lost. Was it worth it, Ruowei? The smile on Zhang Ruowei's face disappeared instantly, and her eyes dimmed. After a moment of silence, she said, Zhao Yang, you don't understand. Loving someone doesn't mean you can just let go. Zhao Yang said excitedly. How can I not understand? I have always been by your side, but you never see me. Zhang Ruowei shook her head gently. Zhao Yang, I'm sorry, I only have Gu Chun in my heart. Zhao Yang's eyes were red. Ruowei, you are too stupid. He is not worth your efforts at all. Zhang Ruowei took a deep breath. Whether it's worth it or not, only I know. I don't want to regret it. Zhao Yang smiled helplessly. What about me? In your heart, what am I? Zhang Ruowei looked at Zhao Yang, her eyes filled with guilt. Zhao Yang, you are a good person. I am the one who let you down. But I have given my heart to Gu Chun, and I can never take it back. Zhao Yang gritted his teeth. Okay, I understand. But I will still be by your side, waiting for you to see me one day. After saying that, Zhao Yang turned and left, leaving Zhang Ruowei standing there blankly, tears blurring her eyes again. Xia Zixuan helped Gu Chun onto the wheelchair and felt heartbroken when she saw his haggard face. She took out her phone, quickly dialed her father's number, and asked anxiously, Dad, do you know a doctor better than Mr. Feng? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and the father replied helplessly, My daughter, Mr. Feng has reached the ceiling in this field. Xia Zixuan hung up the phone in disappointment, her brows furrowed, the anger in her heart ignited again. She couldn't help but complain. Zhang Ruowei is too heartless. How could she just watch someone die without helping him? We were all on the show together, but she was so indifferent at this crucial moment. She has absolutely no conscience. After hearing this, Gu Chun showed a bitter smile on his face and said quickly, Zixuan, don't say that about Ruowei. She has her own difficulties. Don't blame them if Mr. Feng has a patient at the last minute. We can only say that we were unlucky. Xia Zixuan's eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, Gu Chun, at this time, you are still speaking for her? She could have helped you, but she was so cruel. Is your sister's life so worthless in her eyes? Xia Zixuan looked at Gu Chun helplessly and said, What should we do now? Should we just watch Xiaoyan? Having said this, Xia Zixuan choked up and couldn't continue. Gu Chun bit his lip and said firmly, Zixuan, don't worry, even without Mr. Feng, we will definitely be able to find a way. Gu Chun picked up the phone with trembling hands and called Dr. Lin. As soon as the call was connected, he couldn't wait to say, Dr. Lin, Mr. Feng can't perform surgery on her now. Can you think of a solution? Dr. Lin on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Gu Chun, this operation is too risky and difficult. Looking at the entire industry, only Mr. Feng has enough experience and skills to complete it. Gu Chun's voice was filled with tears. Dr. Lin, how long can my sister hold on? Dr. Lin sighed. Gu Chun, your sister's condition is not optimistic. She is already very weak, and she really can't hold on for much longer. If the surgery cannot be performed as soon as possible, I'm afraid. Dr. Lin didn't have the heart to say the rest of the words, but Gu Chun already understood what he meant. Gu Chun felt like the whole world was collapsing. He gripped the phone tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. Dr. Lin, is there really no other way? I don't want to give up, even if there's a glimmer of hope. Dr. Lin said helplessly, Gu Chun, I understand your feelings, but this is the fact. You should try your best to find a way to convince Mr. Feng. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chun slumped in the chair in despair, tears flowing uncontrollably. Xia Zixuan watched from the side, feeling heartbroken but not knowing how to comfort him. At this time, Gu Chun fell into deep self-blame and fear. He regretted that he was unable to protect his sister and let her suffer such pain. He thought of his sister's lovely smile and her eyes that were full of anticipation for the future, and his heart felt like it was being cut by thousands of knives. Why? Why is this happening? Guchen muttered to himself. Guchan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. At this time, a nurse came out and asked, "Are you Guchun?" Guchen nodded, "Yes, I am." Mr. Feng asked you to go to his office and prepare to return home immediately to perform surgery on your sister. Chapter 51, it's okay. I can wait. Xia Zishuan grabbed Gu Chen's arm and shouted excitedly. Gu Chen, Mr. Feng agreed. Mr. Feng agreed to save your sister. Let's go to Mr. Feng's office quickly. Okay. Hope appeared on Gu Chen's face, and a bright flame seemed to ignite in his originally dim eyes in an instant. Xia Zishuan pushed Gu Chen's wheelchair and hurried to Mr. Feng's office. As soon as he entered the door, Mr. Feng waved his hand and said, "Little girl, go out first and talk to Gu Chen alone." Xia Zishuan nodded obediently. Okay. Then she walked out of the office and closed the door carefully. The office suddenly became quiet. Grandpa looked at Gu Chen seriously and said slowly, "Young man, I can save your sister, but I have one condition." Gu Chen's heart tightened, and he said respectfully, "Please tell me. As long as I can do it, I will definitely agree." Grandpa took a deep breath and said, "You must stay away from Rual Wei and never appear in her life again. You know in your heart how much pain and hurt you have caused Wei Wei. I can't let her suffer any injustice because of you anymore. I'm thinking about Wei Wei's future. Do you agree or not?" Gu Chan clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, and his heart was struggling in pain. Thinking of everything Zhang Ruowei has done for me, thinking of the hurt he had caused her, his heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife. He felt that he really had no right to appear in her life again. After a long silence, he finally nodded with difficulty. "Okay, I promise you." Old Feng stared at Gu Chan, as if trying to see a hint of hesitation or regret in his eyes. But although Gu Chen's eyes were painful, they were very firm. "I hope you can do what you say." Mr. Feng's tone was still serious. Gu Chen lowered his head and said in a hoarse voice, "Mr. Feng, don't worry, I will keep my promise. As long as I can save my sister, I will do anything." Mr. Feng sighed slightly. "Young man, emotional matters are sometimes so complicated. But as Rual Wei's grandfather, I must protect her." Gu Chan raised his head, tears glistening in his eyes. "I understand. It's all my fault. I'm not worthy of Rual Wei." At this time, Xia Zishuan was pacing back and forth anxiously outside the office. She didn't know what they were talking about, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. In the office, Mr. Feng stood up and said, "Go back and get ready. Return home immediately. Give me the phone number of your sister's attending physician." Okay. Gu Chun wrote down Dr. Lin's phone number on the paper with a pen. Gu Chun nodded, slowly pushed the wheelchair, and walked towards the door. When he opened the door and saw Xia Zishuan's concerned eyes, he forced a smile. "Zishuan, let's go." Xia Zishuan looked at Gu Chen's forced smile. But she didn't ask any more questions, just pushed Gu Chen silently. Xia Zishuan stood aside and said softly, "Gu Chun, don't worry too much. Everything will be fine." Gu Chun turned his head and looked at Xia Zishuan gratefully. "Zishuan, thank you for always being with me." Xia Zishuan smiled and said, "We are friends. Why are you talking about this?" Soon, Gu Chun began to make arrangements for returning home. Zhang Ruowei was sitting on the sofa in the hotel when her mother called her. "Happy birthday, Wei Wei." Zhang Ruowei felt a warmth in her heart when she heard her mother's blessing, but it was also mixed with a bit of bitterness. She said softly, "Mom, thank you. Your grandpa told me." Mom's voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of helplessness and heartache. "You went all the way to Country D to beg your grandpa for Gu Chun." Zhang Ruowei was silent for a moment before she slowly spoke. "Mom, I can't just watch his sister get into trouble. I can't be so heartless." Mom sighed. "Mom wants you to find a boyfriend, but Gu Chen's mother doesn't like it. When you were heartbroken, my heart ached too. Wei Wei, Mommy just wants you to be happy and safe." Zhang Ruowei's eyes became a little confused. She looked at the city lights outside the window and murmured to herself, "Mom, but I just can't let him go." Mom's voice became even gentler. "Wei Wei, Mom knows that love is something that sometimes makes people unable to control themselves. But you should also think more about yourself and don't always put yourself in a difficult position. You've been separated for so many years, it's time to let it go." Zhang Ruowei bit her lip and said, "Mom, I know you're doing this for my own good, but I just can't control myself." When I saw him and heard his voice, my heart started beating faster. When I saw him kneeling on the ground, my heart started aching. I can't control my heart. Mom was silent for a moment, then asked, Today is your birthday, does he know? Has he ever cared about you? Zhang Rui's eyes dimmed. Maybe he has forgotten it a long time ago. The mother complained softly. How can you be so stupid, child? Zhang Ruowei shook her head. Mom, stop comforting me. Maybe he and I are not meant to be together. Besides, he already has another woman by his side. Xiao Zishuan's eyes are full of him. As for me, the mother said distressfully, My dear daughter, no matter what, I hope you can be happy. Today is your birthday. Don't think about the unhappy things. Have a good birthday for yourself. Zhang Ruowei sniffed. Mom, I will. Don't worry about me. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ruowei couldn't help but shed tears. She recalled the good times she had with Gu Chun, and those sweet moments seemed to be still before her eyes. But now, everything has become so strange and distant. She sat on the sofa in a daze. She didn't know how long it had been when the doorbell rang. Zhang Ruowei wiped her tears and stood up to open the door. The moment the door opened, she was stunned. Zhao Yang stood at the door, holding a bouquet of flowers. Ruowei, happy birthday. Zhao Yang's voice was a little hoarse. Zhang Ruowei looked at Zhao Yang in surprise, not knowing how to react for a moment. Zhao Yang walked into the room and handed the flowers to Zhang Ruowei, his eyes full of concern. Ruowei, don't be too sad. Today is your birthday. You should be happy. Zhang Ruowei took the flowers and forced a smile. Zhao Yang, thank you. Zhao Yang looked at Zhang Ruo's slightly red eyes and said distressfully, Ruowei, I know you still think about Gu Chun in your heart, but he is not worth you torturing yourself like this. Zhang Ruowei lowered his head and sighed softly. Zhao Yang, you don't understand. Zhao Yang said anxiously. Why shouldn't I understand? I've always been by your side. Seeing you cry for him, I feel more distressed than anyone else. Zhang Ruowei raised her head and looked at Zhao Yang's serious expression. She felt a little touched, but she was more concerned about Gu Chun. Zhao Yang, I know you are good to me, but my heart. Zhao Yang interrupted her. Ruowei, I won't force you. I just hope you can give yourself a chance, and give me a chance too. Zhang Ruowei was silent for a moment, then said, Zhao Yang, I'm sorry, I really don't have the mind to think about this right now. Zhao Yang smiled helplessly. It's okay, I can wait. Chapter 52 Gu Chun is a substitute. Gu Chun remembered that today was Zhang Ruowei's birthday. He picked up his phone and wrote on the memo, Ruowei, it's your third birthday since we separated. His eyes were filled with pain and helplessness, and his fingers hovered over the screen for a long time. They have broken up, and she has already promised Mr. Phone. Stay away from Zhang Ruowei forever and never appear in her life again. Gu Chun looked through the memo he wrote for Zhang Ruowei's birthday 2 years ago. After finishing writing, Gu Chun slowly put down his phone, closed his eyes, and tears slid down his cheeks. Xia Zishuan, who was standing by, saw Gu Chun crying. She patted Gu Chun's shoulder gently and said softly, Gu Chun, don't worry too much. Didn't Mr. Phone promise to save your sister? She will definitely get better. Gu Chun raised his head and looked at Xia Zishuan, tears still welling in his eyes, his voice a little hoarse. Zishuan, I know. Xia Zishuan sat next to him and comforted him. Gu Chun, you have to believe in Mr. Feng's medical skills and also believe in your sister's strength. You've been tired enough during this period. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Gu Chun nodded slightly, but didn't say anything. Seeing that he still looked gloomy, Xia Zishuan continued, Gu Chun, everything will be fine once your sister gets better. Then you can live happily again as before. Gu Chun smiled bitterly and said, I hope so. Xia Zishuan took Gu Chun back to the hotel to prepare. They had already bought tickets and would return home at 10 o'clock tonight. After returning to the hotel, Xia Zishuan began to pack up quickly. Her cell phone rang, and she saw a green bubble message from her good friend. Xuan will show you a video. The news about Gu Chun has gone viral online. I didn't expect that Gu Chun was the adopted son of the Gu family, or even a substitute. Kicked out of the Gu family 3 years ago. Xia Zishuan clicked on the video and saw a middle-aged couple standing at the door of the villa with expressions of disgust toward the young man in white. You are not our biological son. It's just a substitute. Now we have our real son back. You're no longer qualified to stay in the Gu family. Your things are packed and left outside the door. This is no longer your home. We have already re-registered your household registration. You are no longer a member of the Gu family. You can get out now. Xia Zishuan's heartbeat quickened, and she felt like she couldn't breathe. Gu Chun is not a member of the Gu family. He was just a substitute adopted by his parents. Now the real young master of the Gu family has been found. Gu Chun was kicked away. It's like a commodity. If it gets old, you can throw it away if you want. Looking at his parents' faces full of disgust, Xia Zixuan was stunned. Why do Gu Chen's parents treat him like this? Even if he is not your biological son, you shouldn't hate him so much. Why on earth? The video continues. Since I am not your biological son, why did you adopt me in the first place? Since you hate me, why do you still want to use me as a substitute? I've called you mom and dad for 21 years. Now you're going to drive me away just because I'm not your biological son. 21 years. I am a human being. I have feelings too, and you're treating me like a substitute. Haha, okay. You want me to get out? Okay. From now on, there will be no Gu Chun in the Gu family. Since you want to sever ties. Okay then. From now on, I am me, and you, the Gu family, are the Gu family. Remember, don't regret it. Thunder roared. It's raining heavily. Drops of rain fell on Gu Chun. The clothes were completely soaked. Raindrops streaked across my cheeks. I can't tell whether it's tears or rain. At this time, another girl in pink pajamas walked out of the room in the video. She is Gu Chen's sister, Gu Qingxue. Gu Chun, do you know how much my brother has suffered over the years? And you took on the identity of my younger brother and enjoyed a life of wealth and luxury for 19 years. You were just a substitute. Now that your brother is back, you should get out. You may not know it yet. The whole family knows you're a replacement. You're the only one who doesn't know. Do you really think I'm your real sister? You don't deserve it. If it weren't for our family, you might be just an ordinary person now. Now you must return all this to my brother. I feel sick just looking at you now. When I think of the suffering my brother has endured, I really want you to experience it all. Please grab your things and get out of my house right now. This is not your home. Get out of here. Bang. The door closed. His parents and sister turned away mercilessly. Didn't look at him again. Only Gu Chun was left standing alone in the storm. Xia Zixuan saw Gu Chen's body shaking, and he stumbled and fell to the ground. He held his head, clenched his teeth, and his eyes were bloodshot. Gu Chun stood up with difficulty. A medium-sized white suitcase was lying on the ground. This suitcase contains all his belongings at Gu's house. He picked up the suitcase and looked back at the luxurious villa. Gu Chen turned around, picked up his suitcase, and left the high-end villa directly. But the video has not ended yet. It starts again after a black screen. As soon as he walked out of the security door of the villa, two faces appeared in front of Gu Chun. The two are a middle-aged couple, man in suit and tie. The woman was wearing designer clothes and bags. When the woman saw Gu Chun dragging the suitcase, she began to say sarcastically, "You're still reluctant to leave. This is not your home anymore. Don't go the wrong way next time. This is not a place where ordinary people can come. Humph. You, an outsider, have enjoyed a life of luxury for over a decade. Get out of here." Gu Chun looked up at the two of them and sneered, "Haha, is this the bond of family that has lasted for more than 10 years? Who has a family relationship with you? You're just a replacement. You remember it. You have no blood relationship with us, so you have no family ties with us. I'm not your aunt, and he's not your uncle. Let's go. What are you talking about with an outsider?" The two of them walked forward impatiently. Gu Chun watched the two of them leave. He smiled. It turns out that I've always been an outsider in their hearts. At the end of the day, I'm just an outsider. The video ends here. Xia Zixuan had tears in her eyes after reading it. Xia Zixuan took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She turned her head to look at Gu Chun, who was staring blankly out the window with no expression on his face. "Gu Chun," Xia Zixuan called softly. Gu Chun seemed not to hear it and remained motionless. Chapter 53. Mom and Dad know they are wrong. Can you come back? Xia Zixuan's good friend sent her another green bubble message. It's still a video. Xian, Gu Chun has been away from the Gu family for 3 years, and the Gu family is now asking him to go back. They regretted it. Xia Zixuan clicked on the video and saw a middle-aged couple sitting in the video. "Gu Chun, Mom and Dad were wrong. Please come back. It was only after you left that your parents and sisters realized how good you were. You are not a substitute. Mom, I dream of you coming back day and night. Seeing you on a dating show. Your parents missed you coming home. Chun, you used to listen to your father the most, so come home, okay?" After watching the video, Xia Zixuan frowned and fell into deep thought. She didn't know whether she should tell Gu Chun the news, nor did she know how Gu Chun would react when he heard the news. At this moment, her good friend sent another message. Xian, do you think Gu Chun will come back? Xia Zishuan replied, I don't know, it depends on Gu Chen's own thoughts. She came to the window and looked at Gu Chen, hesitatingly saying, Gu Chen, there's something I don't know whether I should tell you. Gu Chen looked at her tangled expression and said, Zishuan, just speak frankly. Xia Zishuan took a deep breath, handed the phone to Gu Chen, and said, take a look at this. Gu Chen took the phone doubtfully. After watching the video, his face turned gloomy. I have nothing to do with the Gu family anymore. The day I left the Gu family, they were no longer my parents. Xia Zishuan said cautiously, Gu Chen, maybe they are truly repentant? Gu Chen said calmly, they kicked me out of the house and told me to get out. I'm just a replacement. Let me go back now. Gu Chen recalled what Dr. Lin said to him that day. This disease cannot be treated with surgery. The cure rate is 0.0009%. It's basically declared dead. In the best-case scenario, it can live for 3.5 years. For Gu Chen, who had just started his life, this was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue. He returned to the Gu family in a daze, but was told, Gu Chen is not a member of the Gu family. He was just a substitute adopted by his parents. He didn't understand why his parents doted on her so much in the past. Why did his parents treat him like this? He has been both virtuous and academically excellent since childhood. His parents have always loved him very much. Even if he is not my biological son, I shouldn't hate him so much. Why on earth? Now he no longer cares about the outcome. Anyway, I have at most half a year to live. That day was the most desperate and painful day in his life. After breaking up with Zhang Ruowei, he wanted to die, until Xiaoyan was abandoned by her parents in the hospital. And since then, Xiaoyan has been his motivation to live. Gu Chen's eyes were red and his voice trembled slightly. Zishuan, you don't understand the feeling of being abandoned by the whole world. Xia Zishuan looked at him distressedly and said, Gu Chen, no matter what choice you make, I will support you. Country M. In a manner, a girl lying on the sofa immediately sat up when she saw the video of Gu Chen being kicked out of the house. She looked nervous. Zhang Ruowei, I gave Gu Chen to you, and you made him suffer so much. It was obviously me who liked Gu Chen first, and he likes me too. I'm so stupid. Why should I give it to you? Gu Chen, I have loved you for 15 years. If Zhang Ruowei doesn't cherish you, I will. Little Gu family, I want you to pay the price. You still have to pay the price for regretting it. Gu Chen, Yi Jinxian am back. I will protect you. After saying that, she immediately picked up her phone and dialed a number. A voice soon came from the other end of the phone. Miss, what can I do for you? Yi Jinxian said in a firm and urgent tone. Help me arrange it. I want to return home immediately. The person on the other end of the phone was surprised. Miss, so urgent? Yi Jinxian said sternly. Stop talking nonsense and do as I say. The other party quickly responded. Okay, miss, I'll arrange it right away. But may I ask why it's so sudden? Yi Jinxian said angrily. Didn't you see the video of Gu Chen being bullied by the Gu family? I can't sit back and do nothing anymore. The other party said cautiously. Miss, please don't get excited. Is there any misunderstanding here? Ye vinuan yelit, misunderstanding. There's no such thing as a misunderstanding. Gu Chen is such a good person, but they kicked him out of the house. This is their fault. The other party was silent for a moment, then said, Miss, you have been thinking about Master Gu Chen for so many years. Now that he has encountered such a thing, it is understandable that you are anxious. But I still need to prepare well for returning home. Yi Jinxian said impatiently. What are you preparing for? I want to go back now, right now. The other party said helplessly, Miss, please calm down first. The return trip, air tickets, and some related matters all require time to process. I promise to make arrangements as soon as possible so that you can return home as quickly as possible. Yi Jinxian took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Okay, then hurry up. I can't wait any longer. The other party quickly said, I understand, miss. I will get it done as quickly as possible. After hanging up the phone, Yi Jinxian began to pack her luggage in a hurry, muttering as she packed. Gu Chen, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Yi Jinxian suddenly thought of something and picked up the phone. I want to participate in the variety show Let's Fall in Love. Please arrange it for me. The person on the other end of the phone was surprised and said, Miss, this is not easy to arrange. The variety show has already started filming. Yi Jinxian said firmly, I don't care. Use all your resources to make sure I can participate. The other party said awkwardly, Miss, this may cause some trouble and the other guests in the program team. Yi Jinxian interrupted. I don't want to hear these excuses. I just want the results. I want to see Gu Chun on this show, understand? The other party sighed. Okay, miss, I'll try my best. Yi Jinxian said loudly. It's not about trying, it's about making sure. If you can't do it, don't come to see me. Xia Zixuan pushed Gu Chun to the airport. Mr. Feng and his team will be here soon. Let's wait for a while. Gu Chun looked a little nervous and nodded, but his eyes unconsciously drifted away into the distance. Xia Zixuan patted Gu Chen's shoulder gently and comforted him. Don't worry, Elder Feng is a skilled doctor. He will definitely find a way. Gu Chun pursed his lips and said, I hope so. The two waited in silence, as if the coming and going of people at the airport had nothing to do with them. After a while, Xia Zixuan looked at her watch and said, We should be here soon. Gu Chen's hands unconsciously clenched the armrests of the wheelchair. Just then, there was a commotion in the crowd, and they saw Mr. Feng and his team walking towards them. Xia Zixuan quickly waved her hand and said, Mr. Feng, this way. Chapter 54, What is the relationship between Bai Lin and Gu Chun? Zhang Ruowei put down her phone after watching the video. I picked up my phone again to confirm. September 15th was the day he was kicked out of the house. That was also the day they told me to get out. Gu Chun, is this the reason why you broke up with me? Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me why? What is your relationship with Bai Lin? They bullied you. Why didn't you tell me? Why should I bear it alone? Gu Chun, if this is the reason why you broke up with me, I don't agree. Tears welled up in Zhang Ruowei's eyes, and her hand was tightly holding the phone. After hesitating for a long time, she finally picked up the phone and called her best friend, Xiao Xiao. Give me Bai Lin green bubble. Lin Xiao was stunned for a moment, knowing that he could no longer persuade Zhang Ruowei, who still couldn't let go of Gu Chun. Okay. Zhang Ruowei looked at Bai Lin's friend request, which had not been accepted, and became more and more anxious and irritated. She called her best friend Lin Xiao again. Xiao Xiao, Bai Lin still doesn't agree. What should we do? Zhang Ruowei's voice was filled with obvious anxiety. Lin Xiao was also a little helpless on the other end of the phone. Ruowei, why don't you wait a little longer? Maybe she didn't see it. I can't wait any longer, Xiao Xiao. Please help me think of a solution. Xiao Xiao, do you know that the day Gu Chun was kicked out of the house was also the day we broke up? Last time, Bai Lin's circle of friends made me feel that Gu Chun must be hiding something from me. It turns out that he was abandoned by his family that day. He said he didn't love me anymore and asked me to stop bothering him. I thought he had changed his mind at the time, but now I think he definitely didn't want me to suffer with him. Lin Xiao said angrily, Gu Chun is so stupid. We should face difficulties together. Xiao Xiao, what should I do now? After listening to Zhang Ruowei's words, Lin Xiao was silent for a while, then said, Ruowei, I think there may be a misunderstanding here. Gu Chun was in such a difficult situation at the time. Perhaps he had no choice but to say and do those things. Think about it. You two loved each other so much. How could you just stop loving each other? Zhang Ruowei sobbed and said, But I can never forget that scene. He was so heartless and even called me a substitute. Ruowei, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Maybe Bai Lin is just a cover. Gu Chun wants to use this method to make you completely give up. Zhang Ruowei raised her head, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Really? Xiao Xiao, do you think it's still possible to save the relationship? Of course it's possible, as long as you still love him. After Zhang Ruowei hung up the phone, an unfamiliar number called. Gu Chun hesitated for a long time before finally picking up the phone. It's me, Yi Jinxian. Ruowei, I've always regarded you as my best sister and best friend. After reading your diary and knowing that you had a crush on Gu Chun, I chose to fulfill your wish and deliberately distance myself from Gu Chun. Although I love him very much, I don't want to let you down, so I choose to withdraw. Gu Chun and I were admitted to the same university, and I was very happy. But you two are together, and I just like you secretly in my heart. But how did you treat his Zhang Ruowei? I don't cherish him at all. Since you don't cherish it, I will do it. He loves you so much and has given so much for you. Yet you treat him like this. I wouldn't have gone abroad if I had known. Zhang Ruowei said in a trembling voice, Jinxian, you blame me when you don't know anything? We broke up 3 years ago. But what do you know? You gave him to me? Where were you then? I don't cherish Gu Chun. I love him even more than I love myself. Yi Jinxian, it was Gu Chun who told me to get out. He didn't cherish me. He abandoned me. I'm a replacement. I'm a replacement from beginning to end. Yi Jinxian Gu Chun doesn't love you or me. He loves Bai Lin. It's Gu Chun who is sorry for me. It's Gu Chun who has been hurting me. You keep hurting me. I'm really tired. I'm already pregnant with his child. and he told me to get out. I was so stupid at the time, and I lost my child. I gave him everything I had. I was kicked out by the Gu family without telling me, and I carried it all by myself. I've been lying to you all this time, and I only realized it now after seeing the video. Yi Jinxian was silent for a moment on the other end of the phone. Who was Bai Lin? Zhang Ruowei wiped her tears and said with a sob, "She and I look very similar. The person Gu Chun loves. I love him. I love him very, very much. Not less than you at all." Yi Jinxian. Yi Jinxian said lightly, "I wasn't here before, but I'm back later. Yi Jinxian is dead. Come back if you want." After Zhang Ruowei hung up the phone, her heart ached inexplicably. She stood there blankly, her hands unconsciously tugging at the corners of her clothes, her eyes red. At this time, Zhao Yang walked in. "What's wrong with Ruowei?" Zhang Ruowei calmed down and said, "It's okay." But her voice was obviously trembling, and the forced calmness could not hide the pain in her heart. Zhao Yang frowned and looked at her worriedly. "Don't lie to me, Ruowei. You don't look like you're okay. Is it related to Gu Chun?" Zhang Ruowei was silent for a while, then sighed softly. "Zhao Yang, don't ask anymore. Let's go back home. The tickets have been bought. Let's go back home." Zhao Yang said, "No matter what happens, I will be with you." Zhang Ruowei nodded slightly and followed Zhao Yang out of the room. Along the way, she was in a trance, and Yi Jinxuan's harsh words kept echoing in her mind. After getting on the plane, Zhang Ruowei sat by the window, staring at the clouds outside with empty eyes. Zhao Yang sat next to her, looking at her from time to time, wanting to say something but stopping himself. After the plane took off, Zhang Ruowei closed her eyes, but tears still rolled down her cheeks. Zhao Yang handed her a tissue and said softly, "Ruowei, if you want to cry, just cry. Don't hold it in." Zhang Ruowei took the tissue and wiped her tears. "Zhao Yang, thank you. But I'm really fine. I just need some time to sort myself out." Zhao Yang held her hand and said, "I understand, but don't push yourself too hard." During the flight, Zhang Ruowei occasionally fell asleep, but was always awakened by nightmares. Every time she woke up, Zhao Yang would ask about her condition with concern. Finally, the plane landed in the country. Zhang Ruowei got off the plane and took a deep breath, as if to expel all the haze in her heart. Zhao Yang said from the side, "Ruowei, everything will be fine." Zhang Ruowei looked at Zhao Yang and gave him a grateful smile. "Yes, I will." He picked up the phone and called, "Xiao Lu, my grandpa is already performing surgery on Gu Chen's sister. I want to go see Sister Gu Chun. Send me the hospital information." Chapter 55. Xiaoyan is in trouble. Gu Chun and Xia Zixuan had just gotten off the plane. After sitting for more than 10 hours, they returned to Beijing at 9 o'clock in the morning. He took out his phone and turned off airplane mode. I saw Dr. Lin call them hundreds of times. Gu Chun panicked, thinking that something must have happened to Xiaoyan, and his heart skipped a beat. I quickly called Dr. Lin and asked, "Dr. Lin, what's wrong?" Dr. Lin's gentle voice was filled with anxiety. "Gu Chun, you finally answered the phone. Last night at 10 o'clock, your sister Xiaoyan was forcibly taken away by your parents and 7 sisters from the Gu family. Xiaoyan can only hold on for half a day, at most in her current condition." After listening to Dr. Lin's explanation, Gu Chen's eyes were bloodshot. What on earth is the Gu family going to do? I have severed ties with them. I'm just a substitute. What do they want? Xiaoyan has nothing to do with them at all. And how do they know that Xiaoyan is my sister? Not many people know that Xiaoyan is sick, so how could the Gu family know about it? Dr. Lin, how did they take Xiaoyan away? Were you there at the time? Dr. Lin's voice came from the other end of the phone. Gu Chun, I was in the ward at the time. The Gu family suddenly rushed in, and there was no time to stop them. And the dean agreed. They were very tough and took Xiaoyan away directly. Gu Chun clenches fists. Did you tell them that Xiaoyan's condition is very serious and she can't withstand such torture? I told them, but they didn't listen at all. They were like possessed and didn't care about Xiaoyan's life or death at all. What a bunch of bastards. Xiaoyan is so young and so fragile. How could they be so cruel? Dr. Lin comforted him. Gu Chun, don't get excited yet. Getting excited won't solve the problem. We have to think about how to rescue Xiaoyan. Let's call the police first and let them assist us. Then find a way to collect evidence to prove that the Gu family took Xiaoyan away illegally. Gu Chun thought for a moment. Call the police? Is it too late? I'm afraid Xiaoyan can't wait that long. This is the safest way at the moment, Gu Chun. I believe in the power of the police. They will deal with it as soon as possible. Okay, Dr. Lin, I'll do as you say. Call the police first. But if the police are too slow to act, I will still go and rescue Xiaoyan myself. Gu Chan sat in a wheelchair, his brain feeling as if it were being pierced by countless red-hot steel needles. The severe pain instantly swept through his body, causing his facial features to twist in pain. A painful groan escaped from his throat, and he held his head tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. Immediately afterwards, the pain in his waist came like a surging tide, as if an invisible pair of hands were tearing his lumbar spine hard, and every inch of his bones seemed to be crushed. The pain penetrated deep into his bones, as if it was tearing his soul out of his body. Gu Chen's face was as pale as paper, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. His body kept shaking, and every tremor was accompanied by a piercing pain. His eyes were bloodshot, and the pain made it impossible for him to breathe. Every breath he took felt like a sharp blade, cutting his throat and lungs. He felt that he was on the verge of death, and this torture that was worse than death made him want to end his life immediately. But he can't die now, and his sister's life or death is still unknown. Xia Zixuan, who was standing by, saw Gu Chen's distressed expression and became extremely anxious. She quickly supported Gu Chen and asked with concern, "Gu Chen, how are you? Don't scare me." Gu Chen gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and said, "I'm fine, Zixuan. Saving Xiaoyan first is the most important thing." Xia Zixuan's eyes were red, and her voice was filled with tears. "Gu Chen, your body is like this. How can you save Xiaoyan? Let's listen to Dr. Lin and call the police." Gu Chen clenched his fists tightly, cold sweat on his forehead. "Okay, then call the police first." Xia Zixuan quickly called the police and explained the situation in detail. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Gu Chen and said, "The police said they will act as soon as possible, but it will take some time to deploy." Gu Chen's eyes were filled with anxiety and anger. Time. Xiaoyan doesn't have that much time to wait." Xia Zixuan comforted him. "Gu Chen, don't worry. I'll contact my dad. He will definitely find a way." Gu Chen tried to calm himself down and thought, "Zixuan, why did the Gu family suddenly come and take Xiaoyan away? Let me go back to the Gu family? You miss me?" The people in the Gu family haven't changed at all. Just then, Gu Chen's cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. He hesitated for a moment, then picked up the phone. A familiar yet disgusting female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Gu Chen, if you want to save your sister, come to the Gu family's old house alone." Gu Chen roared. "Gu Yao, what on earth do you want to do?" Gu Yao sneered on the phone. "You'll know when you come. Remember, you can only come alone, otherwise you will bear the consequences." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Gu Chen's expression grew even darker, and Xia Zixuan asked nervously, "Who was it? What did they say?" Gu Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Gu Yao, let me go to the old house alone to save Xiaoyan." Xia Zixuan said firmly, "No, this is too dangerous. They definitely have bad intentions. And Xiaoyan must have surgery quickly." Gu Chen's eyes were firm. "I can't ignore Xiaoyan. Even if it's a dangerous place, I will go there." Xia Zixuan said anxiously, "Gu Chen, you can't be impulsive. I can't wait any longer, Zixuan. I can't let anything happen to Xiaoyan." Xia Zixuan held him back. "Gu Chen, I'll go with you." Gu Chen shook his head. "No, you can't go. It's too dangerous. I'll go by myself." Gu Chen endured the pain, climbed out of the wheelchair, and stood up with difficulty. The severe pain had made him numb. Seeing this, Xia Zixuan's heart ached. "Gu Chen, how can you go like this?" Gu Chen gritted his teeth and gasped as he said, "Zixuan, leave me alone." Xia Zixuan's eyes were filled with tears. "Gu Chen, if you go like this, not only will you fail to save Xiaoyan, but you might even get yourself into trouble." Gu Chen's body trembled slightly. "My life is worthless. As long as Xiaoyan is healthy and happy, I will be satisfied." Xia Zixuan rushed over and hugged Gu Chen tightly. "Gu Chen, please, I'll go with you." Gu Chen gently pushed Xia Zixuan away. "There's no time, Zixuan. Xiaoyan is still waiting for me." After saying that, Gu Chen dragged his heavy steps and moved forward step by step. Gu Chen didn't look back and continued to walk forward with difficulty. With every step he took, the pain in his body made him almost faint. Xia Zixuan picked up the phone and called his father. Chapter 56, I'll help you. Xia Zixuan's voice was filled with anxiety and tears. "Dad, Gu Chen's sister Gu Chen has to go alone to save her now. He is not in good health. Please think of a way to help him." Father Xia on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then said, Zishuan, come back. We don't want to get involved in the Gu family's affairs. The water here is too deep. The Gu family's power is not as simple as you think. Gu Chen's grandfather is the second in command of Jiangnan City. Although my Xia family is not afraid of the Gu family, Gu Chen has nothing to do with my Xia family. Be good. Dad will pick you up at the airport right away. There are many good men, not just Gu Chen. Xia Sixuan Xiao Didang Chisli. That. No. I can't watch Gu Chen die like this. He is the one I love, and Xiaoyan is innocent. Father Xia raised his voice on the other end of the phone. Zishuan, don't be willful. This is not something you can get involved in. Xia Zishuan said firmly, Dad, if you don't help me, I will blame you for the rest of my life. Gu Chen is very important to me. I can't just ignore him. Father Xia sighed and said helplessly, Zishuan, you are forcing your father. Xia Zishuan pleaded with tears in her eyes, Dad, please, as long as you help Gu Chen this time, I will listen to you in everything from now on. Father Xia's tone was firm. Absolutely not. Zishuan, stop being so willful. I won't help him. Xia Zishuan was stunned when she heard her father's firm refusal. She didn't expect her father to be so heartless, and tears kept flowing down her face. She trembled and said, Dad, are you really going to watch someone die without helping? Father Xia said, Zishuan, this is for the good of our family. Please stop pestering me. After saying that, Father Xia hung up the phone. Xia Zishuan felt very sad when she saw Gu Chen dragging his body away with difficulty. Standing there, feeling guilty and helpless, she felt that she was useless and could not help Gu Chen. At this time, Mr. Feng and his team came over and said, Little girl, contact the hospital immediately. I have already prepared the surgical plan. We must go there immediately. We can't waste any time. Every second now could put Sister Gu Chen in more danger. Gu Chen received another call. Gu Chen, where are you? We'll send a car to pick you up. Tell me the location quickly. Otherwise, your sister won't be able to hold on for much longer. Gu Chen responded quickly. I'm at the airport. After a while, a car came speeding and took Gu Chen in. Wow, Xia Zishuan didn't expect it was really you. I'm your CP fan. I'm a huge fan of you and Gu Chen. My name is Su Baobao. I didn't expect to see you here. Where's Gu Chen? Gu Chen is my idol, and I really like the songs he wrote. Su Baobao was preparing to go on a trip with his wife, but unexpectedly, he met Xia Zishuan at the airport. He was shocked when he saw Xia Zishuan's tearful eyes and quickly said, Zishuan, don't cry. Did something happen? If it's inconvenient to say, forget it. I won't broadcast live anymore. Xia Zishuan wiped her tears and said, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Xia Zishuan immediately realized, are you live streaming? Is there a lot of people in the live broadcast room? Su Baobao took a look and said modestly, it's not that many, only 700,000 people. Xia Zishuan immediately became excited. So many. She looked at Su Baobao and said, turn off the live broadcast or the sound first. I want you to do me a favor. Su Baobao nodded and immediately turned off the live broadcast sound as Xia Zishuan requested. Zishuan, tell me what you want. If I can help, I will definitely do it. Xia Zishuan took a deep breath and said, Su Baobao, I would like you to use your influence to help Gu Chen speak out. Then she told Su Baobao everything. Su Baobao was very angry after hearing this. The Gu family is going too far. Xiaoyan, you must hold on. Don't worry, Zishuan. I will definitely help you. Su Baobao turned on the sound of the live broadcast room and began to tell about Gu Chen's experience. My fellow fans in the live broadcast room, let me tell you something. Everyone should have seen the video about Gu Chen yesterday. The Gu family first kicked Gu Chen out of the house and then sent a video asking him to go back. You know what's the most infuriating thing? I'll tell you one more thing. Gu Chen also has a younger sister who is seriously ill. Without surgery, I can only last a few days. The reason why Gu Chen and Xia Xuan went abroad was to ask Mr. Feng to treat his sister. After much difficulty, Elder Feng agreed, and the Gu family used their power to forcibly take sister Gu Chen away. My sister Xiaoyan can't hold on for much longer. The Gu family is simply too much. The audience in the live broadcast room were instantly excited when they heard Su Baobao's story. This Gu family is too lawless. How could they do this? We must save Xiaoyan. She's so pitiful. Support Su Baobao. We must speak up for Gu Chen. Gu Chen deserves it. It was his fault for breaking up with the Gu family in the first place. He deserves it. Perhaps he did something shameful and was abandoned by the Gu family. Gu Chen's situation is his own fault. He can't blame anyone else. I think he was just too arrogant. Now he's getting his comeuppance. He deserves it. Thinking that just because you have some talent you are great, and that being punished by the Gu family is what you deserve. Gu Chen deserves what he gets. I didn't have the ability to handle the relationship with the Gu family well. Who can I blame for my misfortune now? I deserve it. I've long disliked Gu Chen. Why do so many female guests like Gu Chen? But at the same time, more comments supported Gu Chen. What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Chen is innocent. The Gu family is going too far. Gu Chen's parents and sisters are too much. Don't talk nonsense. Gu Chen is so hardworking and kind. How could it be his fault? You trolls, you're just trolling without understanding the situation at all. Gu Chen shouldn't be treated like this. Don't listen to those people. We must firmly support Gu Chen and speak up for him. Gu Chen has always been excellent. Those who say he deserves are going too far. The Gu family is simply insane. Can they do whatever they want just because they have power? This Gu family is such a jerk. Not only did they kick someone out of the house, they also wanted to cut off her sister's livelihood. Gu Chen is so talented and writes such beautiful songs, but the Gu family is blind and can't see his good qualities. What a shameless person, the second in command of Jiangnan City, bullying others with his power. The Gu family is a bunch of bullies. They bully Gu Chen and his sister. Aren't they afraid of retribution? Strongly condemn the Gu family's evil deeds and give Gu Chen and his sister justice. This kind of family should be exposed and condemned, letting everyone know their ugly faces. Su Baobao continued. Family members, we can't let the Gu family bully others like this. Let's spread this matter together, let more people know, and put pressure on the Gu family. Soon, the topic hashtag Gu Chen's sister was robbed hashtag quickly became a hot search, attracting widespread attention and discussion. Chapter 57 surgery is required within 8 hours. Shen Shirhan got up early this morning, and they have started the travel style live broadcast today. We're going to Spring City today, so the program crew set off early. Sitting in the car, I took out my phone and started watching TikTok out of habit. Shen Shirhan was sitting in the car watching Douyin and stopped when she saw Xia Zixuan's live broadcast. Didn't Xia Zixuan go abroad with Gu Chen? Shen Shirhan was shocked, and her voice unconsciously rose. Yi Qingwan was awakened by her voice, rubbed her eyes, and asked, Shirhan, what's wrong? Shen Shirhan pointed at the phone screen and said anxiously, Qingwan, look, Xia Zixuan is live streaming and looks like she's crying. Yi Qingwan took a closer look and opened her mouth in surprise. What's going on? Shouldn't they be abroad? Shen Shirhan continued to listen to the content of the live broadcast, her face becoming increasingly grim. Oh my god, Qingwan, Gu Chen's sister Xiaoyan was forcibly taken away by the Gu family. It is said that she can't hold on for half a day. After hearing this, Yi Qingwan angrily slammed the chair and said, how could the Gu family be so excessive? Is there any justice in this? Shen Shirhan frowned and said worriedly, Gu Chen must be so anxious. He loves his sister so much. Yi Qingwan was so angry that her breathing became rapid. The people in the Gu family are simply crazy. Gu Chen has suffered enough, and they still won't let his sister go. Shen Shirhan sighed and said, I don't know how Gu Chen is doing now, and whether Xiaoyan can be rescued. Yi Qingwan clenched her fists. Shirhan, we have to think of a way to help Gu Chen. Shen Shirhan shook her head helplessly. What can we do? Yi Qingwan bit her lip and thought for a while, then said, we can speak out online to support Gu Chen and get more people to pay attention to this matter. Shen Shirhan's eyes lit up. Yes, maybe this can put some pressure on the Gu family. Yi Qingwan immediately picked up the phone. Then let's end it quickly. We can't let the Gu family be so arrogant. How did Gu Chen end up with such adoptive parents? Shen Shirhan also operated her phone, typing as she spoke. This Gu family is so despicable. How could Gu Chen's sister and parents be so cruel? Yi Qingwan echoed. That's right. Xiaoyan is still so young and innocent. How could they have the heart to do that to her? Not a human at all. Shen Shirhan said angrily. I really can't understand why the Gu family would do this. Gu Chen has cut off ties with them. Yi Qingwan said, maybe the Gu family can't stand Gu Chen's success and is deliberately looking for trouble. Shen Shirhan looked at the phone worriedly. I don't know if our voice will be of any use. I hope it can help Gu Chen a little. Yi Qingwan said firmly, it will definitely be useful. With everyone's strength gathered together, the Gu family will always have some concerns. At this time, Shin Shirhan saw someone in the live broadcast room saying that Gu Chun had gone to the Gu family's old house. Her heart suddenly lifted up. Qingwan, Gu Chun went to the old house. I wonder if he is in danger. Yi Qingwan said nervously. I hope he could be safe and rescue Xiaoyan successfully. Shun Shirhan stared at the screen. Oh, I really hope to know the result immediately. Yi Qingwan comforted him. Don't worry too much, Shirhan. Gu Chun is so strong. He will definitely be able to do it. Shin Shirhan nodded. I hope so. This Gu family is really too infuriating. Yi Qingwan said, once this matter is resolved, the Gu family must receive the punishment they deserve. Shun Shirhan sighed. Now I just hope Xiaoyan can be safe and Gu Chun won't get hurt. The two were silent for a while, continuing to pay attention to the live broadcast and online updates, silently praying for Gu Chun in their hearts. The crew of the program were also shocked. When the director opened his phone, the trending searches were all about Gu Chun. He personally admires Gu Chun very much, both for his personal qualities and his talents. The director called his colleague and asked anxiously, Lao Chun, have you seen the trending searches? I admire this kid, Gu Chun, very much. Old Chun on the other end of the phone responded, just saw it. This Gu Tianhua is too much. Gu Tianhua is arrogant and domineering because his father is the second in command of Jiangnan City, but he can do such a thing. The director said angrily, that's right. Gu Chun is such a difficult kid. He's talented and hardworking. Lao Chen asked, is there anything we can do to help him? The director thought for a moment and said, I want to express my support for him on our show. What do you think? Sure. I still don't believe that the Gu family is so arrogant that they don't take the entire China seriously. The director stared at the trending searches about Gu Chen's incident on his phone, his face terribly gloomy. The incident has been exposed. The Gu family is likely to be in trouble, but Gu Chen's sister is in even greater danger. He was well aware of the power of public opinion, but he was also worried that this would anger the Gu family and hurt Xiaoyan. Cameraman Xiao Li was so angry that he threw his hat to the ground and shouted angrily, this Gu family is simply crazy, and now this matter has become a big deal. They might do something even crazier. What will Xiaoyan do? We can't just stand by and watch Xiaoyan get into trouble. The Gu family is such a jerk. It's right to expose them, but please don't harm Xiaoyan. Screenwriter Xiao Zhang frowned, his fingers drumming on the table as he pondered. We need to come up with a comprehensive plan that will both protect Xiaoyan and ensure the Gu family receives the punishment they deserve. At this time, the audience in the Let's Fall in Love live broadcast room also became angry. Gu Chun is my favorite person in this romance show. If something happened to his sister, Gu Chun would definitely not participate in the show again. Several of the couples I support have Gu Chun in them. Gu Chun can't be missing from the Gu Chun CP list. This show is meaningless without Gu Chun. I've been waiting for Gu Chun and his CP to finally get married on the show. I've been following the show because of Gu Chun's CP. If the Gu family makes it difficult for Gu Chun to continue, I'll never forgive them. The Gu family is too much. How can they treat Gu Chun and his sister like this? If anything happens to Xiaoyan, I will never watch this show again. Strongly request the program team to help Gu Chun. If Gu Chun were gone from this show, the ratings would definitely plummet. I hope Gu Chun can successfully rescue his sister and come back to participate in the show. Let's Fall in Love wouldn't be complete without Gu Chun. At this time, the director left his seat and came to the front of the bus. Excuse me, dear guests. The male guest Gu Chun from the program has encountered some difficulties. Everyone can pick up their phones now to help Gu Chun create some hype. The program team contacted Mr. Feng, the expert who performed the surgery on Gu Chun's sister. Mr. Feng said that Sister Gu Chun must undergo surgery within 8 hours. 8 hours, only 8 hours. Chapter 58, No One Can Save You. Inside the Jiangnan Municipal Government Building, Secretary Li, the top leader, was sitting in a spacious and bright office. He was concentrating on processing the documents in his hands. His brows were slightly furrowed, his eyes sharp and determined. Suddenly, the secretary rushed in hurriedly, his steps a little messy. Secretary, something big has happened. There was a hint of nervousness in the secretary's voice, and beads of sweat were clearly visible on his forehead. Secretary Li raised his head, frowning even more tightly. He looked at the secretary with a sharp gaze and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" The secretary took a few breaths, tried to adjust his rapid breathing, and said, "It's about the Gu family." As he spoke, He handed the phone to Secretary Lee, still talking nonstop. The Gu family forcibly abducted Gu Chen's sister from the hospital and prevented her from receiving medical treatment. This matter is now spreading like wildfire online, and the impact it has caused is extremely bad. Upon hearing this, Secretary Lee's expression darkened instantly. His thick eyebrows knitted together, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. To act so recklessly is simply a disregard for discipline. Gu Tianhua is the mayor's youngest son, the secretary said cautiously, with a hint of worry in his eyes. When Secretary Lin heard this, his brows furrowed and his expression instantly became serious. He was silent for a moment, crossed his hands on the table, and said in a serious and firm tone, "No matter who he is, as long as he breaks the law, he must be dealt with according to the law. I will never allow such a violation of laws and morals to occur within my jurisdiction. Contact Lao Gao, secretary of the Jingcheng Municipal Party Committee, and arrest all members of the Gu family and the hospital director first." Secretary Lee slammed the table. He then stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and paced back and forth. After a moment's thought, he said, "Immediately establish an investigation team and draw elite forces from the public security, procuratorial, and judicial departments. We must get to the bottom of this matter." Secretary, Sister Gu Chun can only hold on for half a day at most. Elder Feng is already waiting in the hospital. When Secretary Lee heard this, his face became even gloomier, and the veins on his forehead throbbed faintly. Just then, his boss called, and without further ado, berated him. "Li Cheng, look at the Jiangnan city you manage. You're good mayor. You're bullying people and abusing your power for personal gain. You're doing a really brilliant job. If you can't handle the Gu family's affairs well, you can quit your job as secretary. The people are watching our government's actions closely. If you can't give a satisfactory explanation for such a serious matter, you will be held accountable." Secretary Lee was scolded so much that he broke out in a cold sweat, but he still responded firmly, "Leader, don't worry, I will handle this matter properly." After hanging up the phone, Secretary Lee was so angry that he was shaking all over. He immediately called his second-in-command, Gu Zhenghua, and shouted angrily, "Gu Zhenghua, what on earth are you doing in the Gu family? Is this lawlessness? Immediately have your youngest son hand over Sister Gu Chan to you for surgery. If this matter is not handled properly, your Gu family will be in trouble. I tell you, in Jiangnan City, no one can be above the law and the people, including you." Gu Zhenghua's voice on the other end of the phone trembled a little. "Secretary Lee, this is a misunderstanding. I just found out about this." Secretary Lee scoffed. "Misunderstanding? Your Gu family forcibly abducted her sister, blocked her from seeking medical treatment, and now we don't know where she's been hidden. Is this also a misunderstanding? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Gu Zhenghua hurriedly explained. Secretary Tianhua is young and naive, and he acted impulsively. Secretary Lee interrupted him angrily. "Ignorant? He's almost 50 years old and still not sensible. Is this how you, as a father, educate your son? Does your Gu family think that they can cover the sky with one hand in China?" Gu Zhenghua said in panic, "Secretary, please calm down. I will resolve this as soon as possible." Secretary Lee snorted coldly. "As soon as possible? Gu Zhenghua, let me tell you, Gu Chen's sister can only hold on for a short while. If someone dies because of your Gu family's misdeeds, you will have to bear the consequences. Your term as mayor has definitely reached its limit. I can't protect you." Gu Zhenghua quickly assured. "Secretary, don't worry, I will definitely take care of it." After hanging up the phone, Secretary Lee leaned back in his chair and rubbed his temples. At this moment, another secretary knocked on the door and came in, cautiously saying, "Secretary, public opinion online is becoming increasingly intense. Many netizens are accusing our government of abusing its power for personal gain and oppressing the people." Secretary Lee stood up suddenly, put his hands on the table, and glared at his secretary. "Tell those netizens that we will definitely give them a satisfactory answer." In the mayor's office of Jiangnan City, after Mayor Gu Zhenghua hung up the phone, his face turned ashen, his chest heaved violently, and his anger was like a volcano about to erupt. He picked up the phone tremblingly and called his youngest son, Gu Tianhua. As soon as the phone was connected, he roared in anger, "Gu Tianhua, you bastard! Are you trying to trick me to death?" Gu Tianhua on the other end of the phone cried, "Dad, there's nothing I can do. Gu, he's going to die. He's sick and needs a blood transfusion. His blood type is panda blood, and Gu Qin's blood type matches Gu Yi's. I'm doing this to save your grandson. Gu Zhenghua shouted angrily. You can break the law just because you saved your son? You can forcibly take someone else's sister away. His sister is almost dying. Can you please use your brain before you act? You are bringing shame to the Gu family and discrediting me. Gu Tianhua defended himself. Dad, I was anxious at the time and didn't think too much about it. You haven't thought about it that much? You're almost 50 years old, and you still act so impulsively and thoughtlessly. Now that things have gotten so serious, I can't even keep my position as mayor. Gu Zhenghua was so angry that his voice changed. Dad, I know I was wrong. You must think of a solution. Gu Tianhua pleaded. Think of a solution? You caused this trouble yourself, so you have to clean it up yourself. Gu Zhenghua roared angrily. You've ruined the Gu family's reputation. After saying that, Gu Zhenghua hung up the phone angrily, slumped down in the chair, his eyes full of despair and anger. At this time, his phone rang again. He was shocked to see the note on the phone. I actually alarmed Mr. Yi. It's over. Gu Zhenghua's hands trembled. He hesitated for a moment before answering the phone. His voice trembled slightly. Mr. Yi. Yi Lao's dignified and dissatisfied voice came from the other end of the phone. Gu Zhenghua, your Gu family has caused such a big mess in Jiangnan City. How did you manage to be the mayor? Gu Zhenghua broke out in a cold sweat and stammered. Mr. Yi, I will definitely take care of it as soon as possible. If my granddaughter hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known about such a big thing. Mayor Gu, your children have such great power that they went straight to the hospital to snatch people in Beijing. How did you manage it? When Gu Zhenghua heard this, his heart sank, and he quickly said, Mr. Yi, this is my fault. I really didn't expect Tianhua to be so bold. Elder Yi angrily said, Didn't you expect that? As a father, you didn't notice anything at all? Your Gu family is simply lawless. Gu Zhenghua replied tremblingly, Mr. Yi, I will definitely deal with this matter seriously and give you a satisfactory answer. Mr. Yi said in a cold tone, A satisfactory answer? This matter has caused a great uproar in the city. Do you think a simple solution can calm the public anger? I'm telling you, if the Gu family doesn't give the public a reasonable explanation this time, no one can protect you. Chapter 59, Preparing for a Blood Transfusion. A courtyard house in the capital. After Mr. Yi hung up the phone, he stood up from the armchair. His granddaughter, Yi Jinxian, came to his side and said, Grandpa, the Gu family must pay the price. Yi Lao's eyes were deep, and he said slowly, The Gu family has offended the public this time. The so-called power of the Gu family is vulnerable in the face of true law and justice. Furthermore, the business and social circles will shun them, and the Gu family's reputation will plummet. Elder Yi noticed his granddaughter's strange behavior and asked, Jin Xian, what are you planning? Yi Jinxian gritted her teeth and said, Grandpa, the Gu family bullied Gu Chun so much. I will teach them a lesson. Elder Yi advised, Jin Xian, don't act on impulse. Yi Jinxuan's eyes were firm as she replied, Grandpa, don't worry, I know my limits. I won't discredit the Yi family, but I will never let the Gu family go. After saying that, Yi Jinxian turned and left. She was very angry at the moment and was afraid that Gu Chun would encounter an accident. Yi Jinxian returned to her room and sat at the desk with a cold look in her eyes. I remember the time when I secretly watched Gu Chun on campus. Every smile and every movement of his are deeply imprinted in my heart. After Yi Jinxian made a phone call, several men in suits walked into the room. Investigate the Gu family's assets thoroughly and uncover any trace of corruption. She put her hands on her hips, her eyes were sharp, and her powerful aura made everyone present straighten their backs. Miss, the Gu family seems to have violated regulations in several projects, but the evidence is not sufficient. Yi Jinxian snorted coldly. Keep digging deeper, I don't believe they can be so clean. Also, use the Yi family's connections to put pressure on the companies that cooperate with the Gu family. I want them to know the consequences of cooperating with the Gu family. Let them wait and regret it. As soon as Zhang Ruowei and Zhao Yang got off the plane, Zhao Yang's face suddenly became solemn. He looked at Zhang Ruowei, hesitated for a moment, and said, Ruowei, I have some bad news. Zhang Ruowei's heart tightened and she asked, What's wrong? Zhao Yang took a deep breath and said, It's about Gu Chun. The Gu family forcibly took his sister away and prevented her from receiving medical treatment. Now, this matter has spread like wildfire on the internet. His sister won't be able to hold on for much longer. Zhang Ruowei's eyes widened in shock when she heard this, and her body shook involuntarily. What? Gu family? Didn't his parents let him go home yesterday? You treat him like this today? Zhao Yang supported her and continued. The specific situation is still unclear, but it is said that the Gu family went too far this time. Zhang Ruowei's face turned pale instantly, and her hands clenched unconsciously. Gu Chun, how is he now? Zhao Yang shook his head. I don't know his situation yet, but I think he must be extremely worried. Zhang Ruowei calmed down, quickly opened his phone, and began searching for relevant information. This Gu family is simply insane, Zhang Ruowei said through gritted teeth, her eyes full of anger. Zhao Yang said from the side, Ruowei, let's calm down first. I'm going to find my grandpa. At this moment, in the old house of the Gu family, Gu Tianhua and his 7 daughters were sitting together, all with gloomy faces. Gu Chun actually dared to expose us. He is simply courting death. Dad, we can't let him off easily. His sister won't have an easy life either. Gu Chun, that bastard, shouldn't have been allowed to live until now. I can't care less. I have to let Gu Chun give Gu Yi a blood transfusion. Gu Yi's body can't wait. Gu Chun is a damned thing. He is just a substitute for Gu Yi and should have sacrificed himself for Gu Yi long ago. Yes, he exists for Gu Yi, and now it's time for him to pay his debt. Gu Chun shouldn't have resisted. He should have obediently given Gu Yi a blood transfusion. Perhaps he could have saved his life. If he dares to disobey, just kill him. Gu Tianhua said with a gloomy face. Gu Yi is the hope of our Gu family, and nothing must happen to him. Her 7 daughters were also filled with anger at this moment. Gu Chun, the substitute, was adopted just in case. Now it's time for him to play his role. Dad, we can't be soft-hearted towards Gu Chun. He actually dared to go against us. He thinks he can escape from the clutches of our Gu family? How naive. Gu Chun's death is not a pity. As long as Gu Yi can be saved, it's okay for him to die immediately. He's a jinx. Ever since he showed up, our Gu family has never had peace. If I had known he would be so disobedient, I shouldn't have adopted him in the first place. Let Gu Chun die quickly and drain all his blood for Gu Yi. At this time, Gu Tianhua's cell phone rang. He picked it up and listened for a while. His face became even uglier. The old man already knows. The police have already started an investigation. But it's okay, my Gu family won't fall. Gu Qin said in panic. Dad, what should we do? Gu Tianhua gritted his teeth and said, What are you afraid of? Our Gu family has plenty of ways to deal with it. Gu Yao said disdainfully. You think you can take over our Gu family just by relying on the police? Dream on. At this moment, Gu Qin had already gotten into the car of the Gu family's men and was under firm control. The car was speeding towards the Gu family's old house. In another room, Gu Qin's sister was lying on the hospital bed, dying, her small body full of tubes. These people don't care about the little girl's life at all. He even tortured the little girl in order to threaten Gu Chun. The little girl still had a little consciousness and was moaning in pain. The car soon arrived at the Gu family's old house, and Gu Chun was roughly pulled out of the car and pushed into the house. Gu Chun glared at everyone in the Gu family, his eyes burning with anger. You bunch of beasts, if anything happens to my sister, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Gu Tianhua stepped forward and looked down at him. My dear son, you are finally here. Dad missed you so much during the 3 years you were away from home. Why are you losing weight? You can't lose weight. What if you don't have enough blood? Now be good and give Gu Yi a blood transfusion. Maybe we can still save your sister's life. Gu Chun snorted coldly. You are not human at all. You don't even let child go. Gu Qin walked up and slapped Gu Chun. How dare you talk to your father like that? Gu Chun, you better be obedient. Your sister's life is in our hands. Gu Yi roared, It's not up to you. Your worthless life was originally prepared for Gu Yi. Gu Min walked forward and kicked Gu Chun. Gu Chun, you'd better be sensible, otherwise you will be in trouble. Gu Xian put her hands on her hips and said, Do you think you can escape from her clutches? Don't dream. Gu Ting sneered. It's too late to regret now. If you cooperate, maybe I can leave you with an intact body. Gu Qi walked forward and grabbed Gu Chun by the collar. Don't refuse a toast and then drink a penalty. You have no choice. Gu Chun glared at him. You will be punished. Gu Tianhua said impatiently. Don't waste time talking to him. Take him away and prepare for a blood transfusion. Chapter 60, the Gu family ran away. And in another room of the Gu family's old house, Gu Yi, the young master of the Gu family, was lying on the bed, his face as pale as paper, his breath weak, and he looked very miserable. His parents and 7 sisters gathered around his bed, crying their hearts out. "My son, you must get better." Gu's mother burst into tears, clutching Gu Yi's quilt tightly with both hands, as if this could pull Gu Yi back from the brink of life and death. "Gu Chen's substitute blood can save you. Hold on." Gu's father said, gritting his teeth, his eyes full of anxiety and ferocity. At this time, Gu Chen was forcibly taken to the place where blood was drawn by the Gu family. Gu Chen said loudly, "I'm here, let my sister go. Otherwise you will regret it." Gu Chen has the confidence to come alone, and the police should be here soon. "Humph, you actually dared to negotiate with us?" Gu Tianhua sneered. "Do you really think we will let that little girl go? You are such a fool. You actually dared to expose our Gu family on live broadcast. You are so bold." Gu's father opened his eyes wide and cursed at Gu Chen. "That's right. You think you can threaten us like this? How naive. All our assets have been transferred. No one knows about my Gu family's old house except the Gu family. We're going abroad soon." Gu's mother also echoed, her face full of anger. Gu Qin walked forward and slapped Gu Chen hard. "You ungrateful bastard. The Gu family has raised you for so many years, yet you repay kindness with hatred. You are a useless thing. It is your honor to save Gu Yi now." Gu Yao kicked Gu Chen in the stomach and said, "Don't be ungrateful. Let's draw your blood. Who do you think you are? You're just a dog raised by our Gu family." Gu Yi picked up a stick and hit Gu Chen hard. "You dare to disobey? Today I will let you know how powerful the Gu family is." Red and swollen marks suddenly appeared on Gu Chen's face, and his clothes were torn to pieces. But he still glared at the Gu family. "You can kill me, but let Xiaoyan go. In your eyes, Gu Yi is a human being, but Xiaoyan is not. Your retribution will come soon." Gu Xian stepped forward and spat at Gu Chen. "Retribution? Do you think you can curse our Gu family? You are just a pathetic creature, a bastard born by a mother, but unwanted by her. If we hadn't adopted you, who would you be?" Gu Ting sneered and said, "Look at how embarrassed you are now, and you are still participating in the show. Those little girls seem to like you very much." Gu Qi picked up a pair of scissors and gestured in front of Gu Chen. "I'll scratch your face. I wonder if they still like you." Gu Chen gritted his teeth as blood flowed from his lips. "You guys, I used to treat you as my closest relative. All my efforts and kindness towards you have paid off, but this is the result I got in return. You will pay the price." Gu Chen's adoptive parents and his 7 sisters were stunned for a moment. Gu Chen used to be very, very good to them and very, very obedient. But Gu Chen is just a substitute. He is not their son at all, not their brother. If it weren't for Gu Chen, their son wouldn't have been living outside for more than 10 years. The reason for all this is because of Gu Chen, because of this substitute. Father Gu stepped forward and gave Gu Chen a heavy kick. "Price? Humph, do you think you have the ability to make us pay the price? In my eyes, you are worse than an ant." Mother Gu also said viciously, "Stop talking nonsense. Draw blood quickly and say my son Gu Yi." The doctor picked up the blood-drawing needle and walked towards Gu Chen. Father Gu looked at the doctor and urged, "Hurry up, draw it out." The doctor's hand trembled as it approached Gu Chen's arm. Gu Chen shook it off. "Don't touch me." Seeing this, Gu Yao rushed forward and slapped Gu Chen again. "Behave yourself, or I'll kill your sister right now." Gu Chen's face was red and swollen, but he stopped resisting when he heard that his sister was safe. The doctor tried to insert the needle into Gu Chen's blood vessel again. Gu Chen clenched his teeth in pain and veins bulged on his forehead. "Ah!" Gu Chen screamed in pain, and the sound seemed to come from the roar deep in his soul. Mother Gu shouted from the side, "Pump faster, don't dawdle." Gu Chen's face became paler and paler, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. "Keep pumping until you have enough to save Gu Yi." Gu Chen felt that his life was gradually fading away as the blood flowed out, and blurry images began to appear in front of his eyes. "Let Xiaoyan go. I'll give you all my blood." Gu Chen shouted with his last bit of strength. At this time, the doctor finally stopped and said, "You can't pump him anymore. If you pump him again, he will die." Gu Yao shouted angrily, "No, keep smoking." The doctor stepped back in fear. "It's really no use. It could be fatal." Father Gu hesitated for a moment and said, "Let's see if these are enough." Gu Chen lay on the ground, his body shaking constantly, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. "Xiaoyan, brother is sorry," he murmured to himself. Mother Gu looked at the blood drawn and said anxiously, "How can this little blood be enough to save Gu Yi? Keep drawing." Xia Zishuan, along with Su Baobao, his wife, and police officers, hurried towards the Gu family's old house. Xia Zixuan was extremely anxious. While she was hurrying on her way, she silently prayed in her heart that nothing would happen to Gu Chun. Gu Chun, you must hold on. We will come to rescue you soon. The policemen had solemn expressions and stepped firmly. One of them said, "Everyone, speed up. We can't let the Gu family succeed in their evil deeds." Xia Zixuan and others hurried to the Gu family's old house. However, the scene before them made their hearts sink to the bottom in an instant. The old house was empty and eerily quiet. Xia Zixuan's face turned pale instantly, and her voice trembled. How could this happen? Where did Gu Chun and the others go? Su Baobao frowned and looked around anxiously. This Gu family is too cunning. They must have run away early. Su Baobao's wife was also panicking. What should we do? Xiaoyan's condition can't be delayed any longer. The police officer who spoke immediately took out his walkie-talkie and said, reporting to headquarters, no one is at the Gu family's old house, requesting to expand the search area. Xia Zixuan was so anxious that tears welled up in her eyes. Comrade police, you must find them quickly. Xiaoyan really can't wait any longer. The police nodded seriously and said, don't worry, we will do our best. Su Baobao gritted his teeth and said, we can't just sit there and wait. Let's look around to see if there are any clues. Everyone began to search the old house carefully, leaving no room or corner unsearched. There are no useful clues. Xia Zixuan was extremely anxious. What should I do? If I can't find Gu Chun and Xiaoyan, Su Baobao comforted her. Don't panic, Zixuan. We have to trust the police. At this moment, the policeman suddenly found a few drops of blood on the ground. Look, there are bloodstains here. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn there, and a glimmer of hope rose in Xia Zixuan's heart. Maybe this bloodstain can lead us to Gu Chun and the others. The police carefully followed the direction of the bloodstains, and everyone followed closely behind. Finally, they came to an abandoned warehouse, and the bloodstains disappeared at the door of the warehouse. Xia Zixuan's heart was in her throat. Could Gu Chun and Xiaoyan be in there? The police signaled for everyone to be quiet and carefully pushed open the warehouse door. The warehouse was filled with a damp and rotten smell, and a corpse appeared in everyone's sight. Chapter 61, The One Who Died Should Be You. Xia Zixuan just took a look at the corpse and breathed a sigh of relief. It was not Gu Chun and Xiaoyan. Her stomach suddenly churned, and she couldn't hold it in any longer and started vomiting. The adult female corpse was naked, with crisscrossing scars all over its body. The wounds had already rotted away, and it looked extremely cruel and terrifying, making it unbearable to look at. Su Baobao's wife was so frightened that she screamed and hugged Su Baobao tightly like a frightened bird. The police suppressed their inner discomfort and quickly launched an investigation on the scene. Xia Zixuan's face turned pale from vomiting. She became increasingly worried about the safety of Gu Chun and Xiaoyan. She shouted at the top of her lungs, Gu Chun, Xiaoyan, where are you? At this time, a policeman found some suspicious footprints and dragging marks in the corner of the warehouse. Follow these traces, maybe we can find something, said the police. Everyone followed the trail and came to a remote forest behind the old house. Deep in the woods, a dilapidated wooden house stood there. When we reached the house, the traces disappeared. The policeman carefully pushed open the door of the wooden house, and the house was filled with a dull and depressing atmosphere. Gu Chun, Xiaoyan. Xia Zixuan rushed in impatiently. The room was empty, with no sign of Gu Chun and Xiaoyan. Xia Zixuan collapsed on the ground in despair, tears streaming down her face like a flood. Where are they? Where are they? The leading police officer received a call. Gu Chun is not with you. This Gu family old house is fake. I'll send Gu Chun's location right away, and you guys go over and provide support. The voice on the other end of the phone was urgent and serious. Yi Jinxian sat in the police station, her body tense and her face pale as paper. Gu Chun contacted the police station in advance, and his phone was always on. Yi Jinxian heard the voice coming from Gu Chun's phone. My heart instantly tightened into a ball. I felt so uncomfortable that I almost suffocated, and I was almost crazy. Gu Chun, you must hold on. You must be safe. Gu family, don't even think about running away. Yi Jinxian clenched her hands tightly, her lips trembling, and she kept praying in her heart. Xia Zixuan and others also learned the news. They didn't dare to delay for even a moment and immediately rushed towards Gu Chun's location. Along the way, Xia Zishuan's heart seemed to be in her throat, and all kinds of terrible scenes kept appearing in her mind. How could this extremely hateful Gu family do such a cruel thing? Xia Zishuan's voice was filled with tears and anger. Su Baobao hurriedly comforted her. Don't worry too much, Zishuan. We will definitely find Gu Chun and Xiaoyan. Xia Zishuan bit her lip and said, I'm really afraid of them. Before she finished speaking, tears began to flow uncontrollably. In the police station, Yi Jinxian was about to lose her mind. She yelled at the police. Why haven't you found Gu Chun yet? Do you have the ability? The police officer said helplessly. Ms. Yi, please calm down. We are already doing our best to search for you. Yi Jinxian couldn't listen to him. Calm down? How can you expect me to calm down? Gu Chen's life or death is uncertain now. I can't wait to go out and look for him myself. Ms. Yi, your impulsiveness would not help. We will definitely rescue Gu Chun as soon as possible. The police persuaded patiently. Yi Jinxuan's eyes were red. As soon as possible? How quickly? Every minute could be fatal to Gu Chun. At this time, another policeman came over and said, Ms. Yi, please don't get excited. We have already dispatched numerous police forces based on the location, and I believe there will be more information soon. Yi Jinxian stood up suddenly. Believe? Now I only believe that Gu Chun is still waiting for us to rescue him. She paced back and forth in the police station, muttering to herself, Gu Chun, you must not be in any harm. You must not. Suddenly, Jinxian stopped and shouted at the police again, If anything happens to Gu Chun, you'll all be fired. The police looked at each other and could only continue to calm her down with kind words. No, I can't just sit there and wait, Yi Jinxian said as she was about to rush out. The police quickly stopped her and said, Ms. Yi, you can't act on your own. This will affect the rescue. Yi Jinxian struggled to break free. Influence? If we keep waiting like this, Gu Chen's life will be in danger. At this moment, Yi Jinxuan's phone rang. She picked it up tremblingly. How is it? Did you find Gu Chun? The news from the other end of the phone made her face even uglier. She hung up the phone and slumped in the chair in despair. What happened, Missy? The police asked anxiously. Yi Jinxian said in a trembling voice, The situation at the location is extremely complicated, and it will take time to search. Yi Jinxian covered her face with her hands, tears streaming from between her fingers. Gu Chun, you must wait for me, you must. At this moment, in the old house of the Gu family, Gu Chun was weak in consciousness, like a dying oil lamp. The breath of life lingered faintly in his body. At this time, Gu Yao came forward with a look of malice and ridicule and slapped him in the face. The crisp sound was particularly harsh in the silent old house. Gu Chun, are you really curious about how we know you have a sister? Gu Chen's head was hit to one side, and a clear palm print instantly appeared on his face. But he couldn't even hum. Do you want to know? Gu Yao raised her hand again and slapped him hard. I'll tell you. Xiaoyan's sister told us. Gu Yao's laughter was sharp and piercing. She saw the news and thought we really wanted to bring you back. You know how she begged us. Please ask us to help her find Mr. Feng to save Xiaoyan. Gu Chen didn't say anything, nor did he have the energy to speak. He just closed his eyes tightly, frowned, as if he was in great pain. Gu Yao looked at Gu Chen like this and became more and more proud. She turned to Gu Ting and Gu Xian and said, Look at how pathetic he is. He's still like this, even after 3 years away from the Gu family. Gu Ting walked forward, kicked Gu Chun in the stomach, and snorted coldly. Sister, don't talk nonsense with him. People like him should be taught a lesson. Gu Xian also echoed. That's right. How dare you leave our Gu family? Just get out when I tell you to. Why are you so obedient? Gu Chun, if your blood wasn't still useful, I'd really like to dig your heart out and see if it's because you're so lacking in love that you keep licking us. As she spoke, she picked up the wooden stick in her hand and hit Gu Chun with it. Gu Chen's body trembled with each blow, and each blow seemed to be a sharp cut on his already fragile lifeline. Gu Ting beat him and scolded him. How dare you leave us for 3 years? How can a substitute like you be healthy and well? It's because of you, Xiao Yi, that I got sick. You should be the one who dies, and you should be the one who suffers from the disease. Chapter 62, It's all because of you. Gu Yao looked at Gu Chen's painful expression, her heart filled with twisted pleasure. Hit him hard. Blood continued to seep from the corners of Gu Chen's mouth, and his consciousness had become extremely blurred. Gu Ting was tired from fighting, so she stopped and panted, saying, Why are you healthy? Why are you a substitute? If it weren't for you enjoying Xiao Yi's life, he wouldn't be sick. It's all because of you. You replacement. Gu Yao walked forward and kicked Gu Chun with her foot. Gu Chun, why are you living so well after leaving the Gu family? Releasing songs, writing poetry, playing the piano, your life is truly wonderful. There are beautiful women around. This should be Xiaoyi's life. You little thief stole Xiaoyi's life. However, Gu Chun still did not respond, as if he had lost consciousness. At this moment, Gu Ting suddenly said, "Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you. We have already killed Xiaoyan's sister. You know, when she died, she was begging us to save Xiaoyan, just like you did. Don't hurt Xiaoyan. Do you know how she died? We'll have 8 strong men drive the train for her. Give her some fun. We also took a video. Do you want to see it? Sister Xiaoyan told us not to hurt you, and Xiaoyan with her last breath. Haha, a rat from a stinking ditch dares to scold us. It's simply courting death." Although Gu Chun was unconscious at this time, he heard that Xiaoyan's sister had been killed. The grief and anger in my heart surged out like a flood breaking through a dam. He used up his last bit of strength, trying to struggle and resist, but his body was completely out of control. Gu Yao looked at Gu Chen's slightly trembling body and laughed. What? Can't you bear hearing that woman died? This is just the beginning. Gu Ting kicked Gu Chun fiercely again. Let you also taste the pain of losing your loved ones. A faint whimpering sound came from Gu Chen's mouth, which was an outlet for the endless pain and anger in his heart. Gu Chen's consciousness gradually sank in endless pain. His thoughts began to drift back to the past, recalling the miserable lives of Xiaoyan and her sister. Xiaoyan and her sister were born in a poor and remote mountain village where transportation was blocked, the land was barren, and people lived in hunger. Xiaoyan's fate seemed to be shrouded in darkness, without a glimmer of light. When she was still young and ignorant, both her parents passed away, which brought a heavy blow to this already poor family. She, her sister, and a brother are the only ones left at home. In order to support young Xiaoyan, the elder sister got up before dawn every day and went to the mountain to chop firewood, then walk a few kilometers along the mountain road to the town to sell firewood. The money earned was only enough to buy a few steam buns, barely enough to make a living. The brother went out to work for the sake of his 2 sisters. In winter, there were no thick quilts at home, so the 2 sisters could only hug each other and shiver in the worn quilt. Xiaoyan often fell ill from the cold. In order to buy medicine for Xiaoyan, the elder sister humbly begged the owner of the village pharmacy, willing to work for him for free just to get some medicine. Because her family was poor, Xiaoyan was always ridiculed by other children in the village. They laughed at her for wearing patched clothes and for not having toys. He would deliberately push her into the mud. Xiaoyan cried aggrievedly, but did not dare to resist. In order to ensure that Xiaoyan had enough to eat, her elder sister went to work in the fields before dawn every day, but the barren land yielded very little. Xiaoyan would also follow her sister to pick up wheat ears, and her little hands were full of wounds from being pricked by the wheat awns. Once, Xiaoyan saw the neighbor's child eating candy. She just looked at the child for a few more seconds and was scolded by the adults in the family as a little beggar and driven away. Xiaoyan returned home silently and hid in a corner, crying secretly. When she was old enough to go to school, Xiaoyan didn't have a decent school bag or stationery and was ostracized by her classmates. They called her a poor girl and didn't want to play with her. Xiaoyan always uses the homework books given by the teacher carefully. She uses the back after using the front side, and she is reluctant to throw away the pencil even when it is too short to hold. Xiaoyan's family really couldn't afford to buy her a pair of shoes, so she went to school barefoot. The stones on the road hurt her feet so much that they bled. She still gritted her teeth and limped into the classroom. In winter, Xiaoyan followed her sister to the mountain to chop firewood. She accidentally slipped and rolled down the hillside and was covered in injuries. Her sister carried her on her back for more than 10 miles along the mountain road to see a doctor, but when the doctor saw how poor they looked, he waved his hand and drove them out. In order to provide Xiaoyan with nutrition, her sister went to the river to fish, but accidentally fell into the icy water and almost lost her life. Xiaoyan stayed by her sister's bedside and cried, "Sister, I don't want to eat delicious food anymore. I just want you to get better." A grain dealer came to the village. The crops that my sister worked so hard to grow were sold at a very low price. She had no choice but to sell them for a little money. Xiaoyan fell seriously ill and had a high fever that wouldn't go away. My sister borrowed money from everywhere, but no one was willing to lend it to them. The sister had no choice but to take Xiaoyan to the clinic in town, but the doctor at the clinic saw that they had no money. His attitude was very bad. He just prescribed some medicine and sent them away. Xiaoyan's condition became more and more serious, and her sister carried her on the street. He begged for help from passers-by, but people just looked at him indifferently and left in a hurry. Later, their brother came back and brought them hope. Her brother and sister took Xiaoyan to a big hospital in Beijing. On the way to the hospital to take the seriously ill Xiaoyan, her brother was extremely anxious. He ran desperately, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. However, fate showed its hideous face at this moment. A speeding car roared like a devil and knocked my brother to the ground mercilessly. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and my brother's life came to an abrupt end at that moment. Xiaoyan was lying in her sister's arms, watching her brother fall in a pool of blood with her terrified eyes. That tragic scene deeply hurt her young heart. At that moment, Xiaoyan and her sister's world seemed to collapse in an instant. Endless darkness surged like a tide, completely submerging her small body. My sister took Xiaoyan to the hospital. Surrounded by unfamiliar faces and indifferent eyes, they have no relatives, are lonely and helpless. They are short of money and cannot afford the hospitalization expenses. The hospital staff's expressions changed instantly, and their cold gazes pierced my sister's heart like a sharp blade. My sister kept begging, tears streaming down her face. What they got in return was only more ridicule and ruthless expulsion. Just when my sister fell into despair and felt hopeless, Guchen appeared. His eyes happened to sweep over the figure of his sister kneeling on the ground, crying while holding Xiaoyan. An indescribable feeling of pity suddenly welled up in my heart. Guchen walked forward quickly, listened carefully to his sister's crying, and understood the whole story. Without any hesitation, he resolutely paid Xiaoyan's hospitalization fees. He patted his sister's shoulder gently and comforted her in a gentle but firm tone. "Don't be afraid. Everything will be fine." Now Xiaoyan's sister has been killed by the Gu family, and Xiaoyan can't hold on for much longer. The tears in his eyes flowed uncontrollably. Gu Yao burst into laughter when she saw Gu Chun crying. "Gu Chun is crying in pain? Do you know how much pain my brother is in every day? All this is because of you." Chapter 63, You Can't Hurt My Son. Gu Chun lay on the ground dying. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if the light of life was about to be extinguished. Gu Yao walked up and roughly took off his clothes. When she saw his skinny body, she couldn't help but curse. "You useless thing. How come you are so skinny? How can I continue to give my brother blood transfusions when he's this skinny?" Gu Chun, lying on the ground, did not respond, but just gasped weakly, as if he didn't even have the strength to refute. Mother Gu also came over, her face full of disgust and anger. "You substitute, damn thing. We, the Gu family, have raised you for so many years, and you're not even worth this much." Gu Yao continued to speak viciously. "Do you think you can escape? Even if I die, I must donate my blood to my brother first." At this moment, Mother Gu's eyes fell on Gu Chen's back and discovered a birthmark. She was shocked for a moment, her eyes widening. His mouth opened unconsciously with an expression of disbelief. "How is this possible? How is this possible?" She screamed like crazy, her voice sharp and piercing, her body trembling slightly with excitement. Father Gu heard her scream and asked impatiently, "What are you screaming about?" Mother Gu pointed at Gu Chen's birthmark with a trembling hand. This birthmark, this birthmark." Father Gu looked in the direction of her finger and was also stunned. But then he kicked Gu Chen away and said to his wife, "It's just a birthmark. Why are you so excited? Don't make such a fuss here." Mother Gu seemed not to hear what Father Gu said. She stared at the birthmark and kept muttering, "This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Isn't my son dead? Impossible. I think it's impossible. If I had cared more about him, I wouldn't have noticed the birthmark just now." Gu Yao came over and asked in confusion, "Mom, what happened?" "It's just a birthmark." Mother Gu said excitedly, "This birthmark is exactly the same as the birthmark of my other brother. But your brother died young. He was stillborn in the hospital, and what I will never forget is this star-shaped birthmark." Father Gu frowned. "What nonsense are you talking about? He's just a substitute. Don't let your imagination run wild. Our son is dead." Mother Gu rushed over and squatted beside Gu Chun, carefully examining the birthmark. Her voice trembled as she said, "It can't be wrong. It can't be wrong." Father Gu shouted angrily, "That's enough. Stop going crazy here." "What? Exactly the same birthmark? It's just a coincidence." Mother Gu burst into tears and tightly grasped Gu Chen's arm. "It can't be a coincidence. This must be our son." Gu Yao was at a loss. Mom, are you too excited? How is this possible? Gu Chun is just a substitute. Didn't we adopt him because of his panda blood? He can't be our brother. Father Gu yelled irritably. Stop arguing. To make you give up, call a doctor to do a paternity test immediately. Mother Gu raised her head, her eyes firm. Okay, do a paternity test. If he is really our son, what have we done to him over the years? After a while, the doctor came hurriedly. Father Gu pointed at Gu Chun and said to the doctor, do a paternity test immediately. I want to see if this is a farce. The doctor quickly prepared the tools and drew blood samples from Gu Chun and Gu's father and mother. While waiting for the result, Mother Gu kept staring at Gu Chun, muttering, my son, I'm sorry. Father Gu paced back and forth, feeling irritated and uneasy. A nurse came running over and said in a panic, oh no, young Master Gu Yi's condition has worsened. A blood transfusion is necessary immediately, otherwise your life will be in danger. When Father Gu heard this, he said without hesitation, give me a blood transfusion. Gu Yao also echoed, yes, say my brother first. But Gu's mother firmly objected, no blood transfusion. Gu Chun is also my son. How can I give him another blood transfusion when he is in this condition? Father Gu glared at him and said, Gu Yi is in imminent danger. Put Gu Chun aside for now and give him a blood transfusion. Mother Gu shouted at the top of her lungs, no, I can't forget that birthmark. Gu Chun must be my biological son. We've gone so wrong over the years. We can't hurt him anymore. Father Gu snorted coldly. Don't let your emotions get the better of you here. We owe Yi too much. If anything happens to him, what will happen to our family? Mother Gu burst into tears. What about Gu Chun? Does he deserve to be treated like this by us? I can't do this. I absolutely cannot let him get hurt again. He's definitely our son. Gu Yao said anxiously, Mom, but my brother can't wait either. Mother Gu turned to look at Gu Yao, her eyes filled with disappointment. Are you so cruel? Father Gu pointed at Mother Gu and scolded. You confused woman. Yi's life is the most important thing now. Mother Gu hugged Gu Chun tightly, as if protecting a precious treasure. I don't care. Gu Chun is my son. I can't watch him being tortured like this. Father Gu was so angry that his face turned red. Are you going to watch Yi die? Mother Gu cried and said, I don't want this to happen either. I've already lost him once, and I can't lose him again. I often see my eldest son calling me Mom in my dreams. Tell me, Mom, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Mom, come and stay with me, please. Gu Yao stamped her feet anxiously. Dad, Mom, stop arguing. Gu Chun can't be our brothers. Mom, that brother has been dead for so many years. I know you feel the most guilty and miss him the most, but he definitely can't be Gu Chun. Now we must use Gu Chun's blood to save Xiao. Let Gu Chun, the substitute, die. Xiao, he will be fine as long as he gets through this. Mom, wake up. You only have one son, and that's Xiao Yi. Mother Gu stayed by Gu Chen's side, repeating to herself, my son, I won't let anyone hurt you again. As time passed, everyone became more and more nervous. Finally, the doctor came out with the appraisal report. Mother Gu rushed forward impatiently. Doctor, what's the result? The doctor looked at everyone with a serious expression and slowly said, this result. Mother Gu's heart instantly rose to her throat, and she tightly grasped the doctor's arm. Doctor, please tell me quickly. What's going on? Chapter 64, if he has his blood drawn again, he will be beaten to death. The doctor took a deep breath and said, the results show that Gu Chun is indeed your biological son. When Mother Gu heard this, her body softened and she almost collapsed to the ground. Really? He is really my son? Father Gu's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. How is this possible? How could this happen? Gu Yao also covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Mother Gu rushed to Gu Chen's side, bursting into tears. Son, I'm sorry for making you suffer so much. Father Gu stood there in a daze, muttering to himself, what have we done? Gu Chen opened his eyes weakly, his eyes full of resentment and despair. You know now? It's too late. Mother Gu kept shaking her head. It's not too late, son. Mom will make it up to you in the future. I definitely will. Father Gu walked forward, wanting to say something, but didn't know where to start. At this moment, Gu Chen's other 6 sisters hurried out of Gu Yi's room. Mom and Dad, please let Gu Chun, the substitute, give Xiao Yi a blood transfusion quickly. The eldest sister shouted anxiously. Yes, we can't delay any longer. Xiao can't hold on any longer. The second sister also agreed. Is the substitute dead? Quickly draw his blood. The fourth sister looked anxious. The fifth sister glared at Gu Chun. Stop dawdling. Xiao, he is almost unable to hold on. Let him have a blood transfusion. The sixth sister looked at Mr. and Mrs. Gu and said, Mom and Dad, what are you still hesitating about? Seventh sister stamped her feet. It will be too late if you delay any longer. At this time, Mother Gu cried and said to her 6 daughters, Gu Chun is also your brother. He's your biological brother, my biological son, born after 10 months of pregnancy. The 6 sisters looked at Mother Gu in shock, unable to accept this fact for a moment. Gu Ting frowned and said loudly, Mom, are you confused? How is that possible? He has always been a substitute. You only have one son, Kai. Xiao is your biological son. Have you forgotten that Gu Chun is a substitute? Gu Xian was also full of suspicion and shouted in disbelief. This is absolutely impossible. We knew from a young age that he was not our biological son. How could he suddenly become our biological brother? I only have one dear brother, and that's Gu Yi, not Gu Chun. Mother Gu burst into tears and pointed at the paternity test report, her voice trembling. This is the test result. There is no mistake. Gu Chun is your biological brother. I will never forget this birthmark of his. Gu Ting rushed over and snatched the report. Her eyes quickly scanned the contents, and her hands began to tremble nonstop. How could this be? Fake. It must be fake. He can't be related to us. How could he be our biological brother? How is it possible? I just heard him like that. Gu Xian leaned over to take a look. The moment she saw the result, her face turned pale. No, I don't believe it. There must be something wrong. Father Gu said solemnly, It's true. At this moment, the nurse rushed over again and said anxiously, Master Gu, you must have a blood transfusion immediately. Hurry. Otherwise, Master Gu, you won't be able to hold on for much longer. Gu's father and mother were instantly caught in a dilemma, and Gu Ting and Gu Xian were also stunned. Gu Ting shouted, What should we do? We can't just watch Xiao Yi die. Gu Xian also said anxiously, But Gu Chun is also our brother. Mother Gu's face was covered with tears, and she was at a loss. I don't know. I don't want to lose either of my children. Gu Ting gritted her teeth and said, Or, let's save Xiao Yi first. Gu Xian's eyes widened. What about Gu Chun? This is his fate. We've already hurt him. There's no way he'll forgive us. Xiao Yi, we owe him too much. Just when everyone in the Gu family was in a dilemma. The police officers in the police station who were responsible for monitoring the Gu family's phone calls also heard it all. They were all shocked. The police officers rushed to the Gu family's old house in a police car, honking their sirens all the way. The atmosphere in the car was tense and heavy. The Gu family is such a scumbag. How can they treat their own child like this? A young policeman said angrily. Yeah, it makes people angry just listening to it. I hope we can get there in time. Another policeman echoed. Yi Jinxian sat aside, her face gloomy, her hands tightly clutching the corners of her clothes. Drive faster. Gu Chun and his sister can't wait any longer. The policeman driving the car was sweating profusely. Ms. Yi, this is already the fastest speed. If we go any faster, the car will lose control. Yi Jinxian glared at him. I don't care. If I'm late and something happens, can you take responsibility? The sheriff next to him hurriedly comforted her. Ms. Yi, please don't get excited. We will do our best. Yi Yinwan be tadip. Try your best. Gu Chun and the others have suffered so much. Is your best enough? If Gu Chun died, she wanted the entire Gu family to be buried with him. The car fell into a brief silence, with only the sound of sirens echoing. It'll take another 15 minutes. A policeman said while looking at the navigation. Yi Jinxian became even more anxious when she heard this. 15 minutes? That's too long. The sheriff said, Don't worry, Miss Yi. We have already notified the nearby police for support, and they should be able to make it in time. Yi Jinxian snorted coldly. It's better this way. A police officer said, The Gu family is too arrogant. They did something so outrageous. I just didn't expect that Gu Chun was actually their biological son. It's inhuman to hurt even your own son. Yi Jinchuan's eyes flashed with anger. They are seeking death. As time passed, everyone's heart was in their throat. 5 more minutes. Yi Jinxian leaned forward. Hurry, hurry. Finally, the police car turned the last corner, and the Gu family's old house was right in front of them. Yi Jinxian was the first to rush out of the car. Gu Chun, don't be afraid. We are here. The police quickly followed and ran towards the gate of the Gu family's old house. Yi Jinxian frowned. Break through with force. The police officer hurriedly said, No, Miss Yi, there are two hostages inside and they are both patients. We can't act rashly, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous. Yi Jinxian was extremely anxious. What should we do? Should we just sit there and wait? The policeman looked serious. We need to observe the situation first. Observe? Just rush in. Gu Chan can't hold on any longer. If his blood is drawn again, he will die. Thanks to Moo Swallow for the reminder. The update has been added. Chapter 65. Oh no. The plane is going out of control. In the basement of the Gu family, Gu Chan was lying on a chair. He had fainted and his face was as pale as paper. Hurry, continue drawing blood. Father Gu ordered viciously. The nurse trembled as she inserted the needle into Gu Chen's vein again, and blood slowly flowed out. Stop smoking, that's enough. Xiaochen, Mom is sorry. I'm really sorry. Why didn't I see your birthmark earlier? You've been too thin for the past 3 years. How much have you suffered? Looking at the injuries on Gu Chen's body caused by his sister and father, Mother Gu sobbed, Look, this is all caused by you. Father Gu stood aside, a trace of guilt flashing across his face, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. Why are you crying? This is what he deserves. Mother Gu turned her head abruptly and glared at Father Gu. Do you still have any conscience? He is our son. At this time, Gu Chen's sisters were also standing aside, with different expressions. The eldest sister lowered her head, seeming a little regretful. The second sister looked indifferent, and the third sister avoided looking directly at Mother Gu. Mother Gu looked at them and shouted angrily, You heartless people, look at what your brother has been tortured into. The fourth sister grumbled, Who made him a substitute all this time? Can we be blamed for that? Mother Gu rushed over and slapped the fourth sister. You still don't repent. The fifth sister was frightened by this scene and whispered, Mom, stop hitting me. How do we know that this substitute is really our biological brother? Mother Gu cried heartbreakingly, not wanting to lose either of her sons. Father Gu frowned and said, Take the lady away. When several servants heard Gu's father's order, they hurried forward and grabbed Gu's mother. Let me go. I want to stay with Xiaochun. I won't leave. Mother Gu struggled, stretching her hands towards Gu Chun. Madam, please don't make things difficult for us. The servants said as they forcibly dragged Mrs. Gu out. At this moment, in the Gu family's monitoring room, a bodyguard ran over in panic. Oh no, sir, the police are here. How is this possible? How could they find this place so quickly? Mother Gu's face turned pale in an instant. Dad, what should we do now? The eldest sister asked in horror. Father Gu's eyes were in a panic, and he shouted loudly. What are you panicking about? Hurry, prepare the plane. We're leaving now. Father Gu made a prompt decision. At this moment, Yi Jinxian shouted through the loudspeaker. Listen, people of the Gu family, you have been surrounded. Surrender immediately. Father Gu gritted his teeth and said to the bodyguards, Be prepared to resist. Don't let them in easily. The bodyguards looked at each other, and one of them said, Master, I'm afraid this won't work. We have no chance of winning against the police. I'm telling you to delay me. Hurry up, or I'll kill your family first. The bodyguards showed expressions of fear and anger on their faces, but they did not dare to disobey Gu's father's orders. Mother Gu looked at the unconscious Gu Chan with tears streaming down her face. Take Gu Chan away with you. He won't live long. He's a burden. Leave him here. Gu's father roared. Mother Gu hugged Gu Chan tightly. No, I will never abandon him. At this moment, Gu Yao asked anxiously, What about the child? Father Gu said indifferently, She's going to die anyway. Let her fend for herself. Mother Gu said firmly, I won't leave. I want to take Chun'er with me. You stupid woman. You're going to kill us all. Okay, then take it with you. He turned and ran towards the plane. Father Gu had already boarded the plane and shouted to the people below. Hurry up. We won't be able to leave if we dawdle any longer. Gu's mother finally came to the plane and took Gu Chan on board. The plane took off slowly, and Yi Jinxian and the police rushed into the old house. They're running away. A police officer shouted angrily. Yi Jinxian looked at the flying plane with a determined look in her eyes. Chase them. We must catch them back. On the plane, Mother Gu kept calling Gu Chen's name. Chun'er, Mom has made you suffer. Mom will buy you a very, very nice grave. At this time, the police helicopter also caught up. A warning was issued to the Gu family's plane. Land immediately, or we will take coercive measures. Father Gu panicked. Speed up and get rid of them. Just then, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, and a storm was about to come. The plane was shaking violently in the strong wind, and everyone in the Gu family was worried. Looking at the police helicopter chasing after them, his face was filled with shock and confusion. How could they get here so quickly? How could they possibly find this place? Father Gu glared at his 7 daughters and wife angrily and shouted, "Who on earth secretly contacted the police? No one knows where this place is except you." The 7 daughters looked at each other and shook their heads. Gu Ting said in a trembling voice, "Dad, if it wasn't me, how could I call the police and harm our family? I don't have any either. Please don't doubt me." Gu Xian also said, crying. He looked at Mother Gu again, and Mother Gu cried, "It's already this time, and you are still doubting your own family. We haven't even thought about contacting the police." Father Gu gnashed his teeth in anger. "If it's not you, then who else could it be? They killed Xiaoyan's sister and put her in another old house just to delay time so that the police wouldn't find this place. How could this happen? Maybe there's a flaw in our plan." Gu Yao lowered her head and sobbed softly. Father Gu shouted angrily, "Mistake? What's the point of talking about this now?" At this time, the second daughter, Gu Qi, said tremblingly, "Dad, could it be the servants at home?" Father Gu glared at him and said, "Servants? Impossible. They don't have the guts. Could that be Grandpa?" Father Gu frowned and thought, "Your grandfather? Impossible, absolutely impossible." The plane suddenly shook violently, and Father Gu staggered and almost fell. "Oh no, the plane is going to lose control," the captain shouted in horror. Everyone suddenly panicked, and screams rang out one after another. Father Gu tried hard to steady himself and shouted towards the cockpit, "Hold the plane steady. You must hold it steady." However, the plane's condition became worse and worse, and it continued to fall. Chapter 66. The world is not gentle to her. Office of the Director of the Beijing Public Security Bureau. The director stood up, his breathing becoming rapid with nervousness. He looked at the gray-haired and angry municipal party secretary in front of him with a look of panic. "Secretary, the situation is extremely serious." "Secretary, the deceased is Qiu Xiling from Yunnan province, and she was only 21 years old this year. This child has a miserable life. His parents died young. The 2 sisters have an older brother, and the 3 of them have relied on each other for survival since childhood. 3 years ago, their brother died in a car accident. The driver who caused the accident paid 20,000 yuan in compensation. In order to make a living, Qiu Xiling works 2 jobs every day. I work in a small restaurant during the day and work on the assembly line in a bedding factory at night. Some time ago, because the factory owner didn't pay her wages, she went to report it. The boss hired someone to bully him. A passerby called the police, and we responded. When I looked at the files, I found a lot of problems. After investigation, I found that there was no handling at all. That bastard police officer took money from the factory owner. The municipal party secretary listened to the director's words, his face becoming increasingly gloomy, and veins popped out on his forehead. "This is simply lawless. So, where is this police officer who accepted bribes now? Must be severely punished. Your public security system needs a major cleanup. There must be more than one corrupt element like this." The director quickly replied, "Secretary, we have taken control of him and are conducting further investigation." The municipal party secretary slammed his fist on the table and said, "Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. And that factory owner, we absolutely cannot let him go." The director nodded vigorously. "Yes, Secretary. But the most pressing issue right now is that Qiu Xiling's sister Xiaoyan and Gu Qian are still trapped in the Gu family, and the situation is extremely critical." The municipal party secretary's eyes were sharp. "Mobilize all available forces and rescue them as soon as possible." The director gritted his teeth and said, "Secretary, the Gu family has a huge influence in the capital, and their relationships are complicated. Our rescue operation encountered great resistance." The municipal party secretary shouted angrily, "No matter how difficult it is, I just want results. If we can't rescue them, your public security bureau will be held responsible." The director straightened his back and said, "Don't worry, Secretary. Even if it costs us our lives, we will definitely rescue him." The municipal party secretary's eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, "What else? Stop hemming and hawing." The director took a deep breath and stated with difficulty, "What's worse is that the video of Qiu Xiling being raped at the time of her death was posted online. In the video, Chio silently cried and struggled desperately. She kept begging the demons to let her go, but the beasts had no mercy at all. Her tears and helpless cries seemed to penetrate the screen, deeply hurting the hearts of everyone who saw them. The municipal party secretary frowned and said sternly, "What a bunch of crazy people. They must be severely punished according to the law. The Gu family is simply not human. How long will it take? This case has a serious impact, and we must give the public an explanation as soon as possible." The director wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Secretary, don't worry. We have already assigned more people, and we'll try to get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible." The municipal party secretary slammed the table heavily and asked, "What's the shortest time? I want the exact time." The director shuddered. 3 days, secretary. I will give you a satisfactory result within 3 days." The municipal party secretary stared at the director for a few seconds, then said, "Okay, I'll give you 3 days. If you still can't figure out, you can quit your job as director." The director nodded quickly. "Yes, secretary, I promise to complete the task." The director wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued, "Secretary, public opinion right now is like a volcanic eruption, out of control. If Gu Chun and Xiaoyan meet with any misfortune again, our Public Security Bureau and the Municipal Party Committee will be overwhelmed by the surging public opinion. It's difficult to explain to the public." The Municipal Party secretary glared at him. "You want people? Or money? Or cooperation from other departments?" The director took a deep breath and said quickly, "Secretary, we are seriously short of staff right now. We need to transfer some experienced police officers from other branches. After all, the entire Gu family and all forces connected to the Gu family must be investigated. In addition, we hope to coordinate with the Procuratorate and the court to intervene in advance to ensure that subsequent legal procedures can proceed quickly." The municipal party secretary frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, "I'll make arrangements right away. Remember, we must rescue the person and get to the bottom of the case." The director nodded repeatedly. "Yes, secretary, I promise to complete the task." On TikTok, a well-known blogger, Liliuo, posted a video. The blogger in the video had a heavy face and his eyes were full of grief. "My friends, my heart is truly heavy today. Many people may be paying attention to the incident involving Gu Chen's sister. Gu Chen's sister is Qiu Yan, and she has an older sister named Qiu Siling. Maybe a lot of people online have already seen the video of her being driven into by a train. Until her death, she kept begging the Gu family to save her sister. Please ask the Gu family not to hurt her sister and Gu Chun. The Gu family are truly inhuman, worse than beasts. How could the world become like this?" The blogger's voice trembled, filled with grief and indignation. A girl who is only 21 years old. The blogger's voice choked up as he said this. He left this world just like that. The world is not gentle to her. It's better to leave. I hope she is still happy in heaven. As soon as the video was released, it instantly aroused strong indignation among netizens. In the comments section, netizens were very angry. Is there any justice in this? Those rapists must pay the price. Poor girl, why is the world so unfair to her? This is so infuriating. The murderer must be severely punished and justice must be done to Qiu Siling. Things like this, worse than animals, should be chopped into pieces. I can't imagine how desperate she must have been at that time. She was so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. I hope the law can give her a fair result and let her rest in peace." Netizen Sirius commented, "This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Is there a protective umbrella behind the Gu family? This is not only a vicious case, but also a challenge to society's conscience." However, it is sad that many netizens made chilling and sarcastic remarks. Humph, judging by her expression, she might have had a good time too. She deserves it for not being careful. This kind of woman might not behave properly at ordinary times. These vicious words instantly aroused the anger of other netizens. Do you still have any humanity? She's already in such a miserable state, and you still say such things. Are your hearts made of stone? How can you slander a victim like this? You don't understand the situation at all, yet you make assumptions based on your own malicious intent. How shameless. She worked so hard to make a living, but suffered such misfortune. Not only do you not show any sympathy, but you also add insult to injury. You are completely heartless. Chapter 67 Kiss Me Again. After Elder Feng finished preparing for the surgery, He looked at his watch and frowned. How long will it take to get the patient here? The patient must be operated on within the hour. Dr. Lin, standing by, was also very anxious. They had no idea what was going on. Dr. Lin couldn't help but say, Mr. Feng, time is very tight. What if the patient can't be brought in time? Mr. Feng's face was solemn, and he said in a deep voice, do your best and leave the rest to fate. First, do all the preparations to the utmost. Dr. Lin nodded and hurried to reconfirm the surgical instruments and medicines. Mr. Feng's phone rang, and he picked it up. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is that Mr. Feng? I'm Xiao Lu, the director of the Beijing Public Security Bureau. Xiaoyan's condition is very serious now, and all the tubes in her body have been removed. Her breathing was very weak, and the journey to the hospital was very bumpy. We were afraid she wouldn't be able to hold on. I'd like to invite you to come to the Gu family's old house to perform surgery on Xiaoyan. Our plane has reached the roof of the hospital. After hearing this, Mr. Feng's expression froze, and he said, okay, I'll be there right away. He quickly put down his phone, turned around, and shouted to Dr. Lin, Xiao Lin, the situation has changed. The patient's condition worsened on the way to the hospital, so we have to go to the Gu family's old house to perform the surgery. Quickly pack up the necessary equipment and medicines and follow me. Dr. Lin looked shocked, but his hands kept moving. He quickly packed up his things and followed Mr. Feng to the rooftop of the hospital. Dr. Lin was also worried. Mr. Feng, changing the surgery location at this last minute is too risky. Mr. Feng took a deep breath and said, there's nothing I can do. Saving people is the most important thing. Zhang Ruowei sat in the car, holding a mobile phone in her hand and keeping an eye on the progress of Gu Chen's incident. Su Baobao turned off the live broadcast, and now she can only worry. A message suddenly popped up on the phone. You have passed the verification of your Xiao Xiaolan friend. Zhang Ruowei was stunned. Bai Lin agreed to be his friend. The other party quickly sent a message. You're Xiao Xiaolan? You're Xiao Xiaolan. Who are you? Zhang Ruowei immediately replied. Blueberry Lover Wei. I am Gu Chen's ex-girlfriend, Zhang Ruowei. You're Xiao Xiaolan. Oh, do you want to talk to me about something? Zhang Ruowei took a deep breath and tapped the screen rapidly. Blueberry Lover Wei. I want to talk to you about Gu Chen. You're Xiao Xiaolan. What do you want to talk about? I want to know if you have ever been in a relationship. How did you meet? You're Xiao Xiaolan. Let me tell you, we met at a party and dated for a while, but then we decided we weren't suitable and broke up. Zhang Ruowei was stunned for a long time when she saw the message, and a feeling of disappointment instantly came over her. My heart skipped a beat. Everything he said was true. He loved Bai Lin. It's true that I'm going to get out. With trembling hands, she typed, yes. Thank you. Excuse me. Zhao Yang, who was driving nearby, glanced at Zhang Ruowei and asked, Ruowei, what's wrong? Zhang Ruowei turned her head to look out the window, trying hard to hold back the tears in her eyes. Seeing that she didn't want to say more, Zhao Yang didn't ask any more questions. As the car continued to move forward, Zhang Ruowei's mood became increasingly heavy. She recalled every moment she had spent with Gu Chen. Those sweet moments have now become sharp blades that pierce her heart. On the other side, Bai Lin felt a little uncomfortable when he saw Zhang Ruowei's reply. She had promised Gu Chen that even if she really wanted to tell Zhang Ruowei the truth, she couldn't. The boyfriend beside her looked at Bai Lin absent-mindedly and said, Baby, what's wrong? Why are you so unhappy all of a sudden? Bai Lin looked at her boyfriend beside her with a melancholy look. Baby, have you also been watching Let's Fall in Love recently? His boyfriend nodded. I like Gu Chen very much. TikTok is all about the Gu Chen sister incident right now. The Gu family is going too far. They actually treat Gu Chen as a substitute. Bai Lin also nodded. The Gu family is really going too far. Baby, let me tell you something. Please don't be angry. Her boyfriend frowned and said, What's the matter? Tell me, I'm not angry. Bai Lin bit her lip and said cautiously, Actually, I had a crush on Gu Chen before. But that was before I met you. When we were in high school, he and I were not in the same school. He was in the school next door to me. We go to school on the same road every day. His villa is very close to mine. I had my period one day, didn't I? I was so embarrassed on the way, and the girls in my class even deliberately laughed at me, speaking loudly to the people around and pointing at me. My boyfriend's face turned ugly instantly, but he still managed to hold it in and said, And then? Bai Lin continued. Just when I was at a loss, it was Gu Chen who stepped forward. He scolded those who laughed at me and took off his coat and tied it around my waist. I've had a crush on him ever since. Follow him secretly. I'm secretly in love with him like this. Later, I found out there was a girl around him who was very close to him. I thought that girl would be with Guchan. Then a girl who looked very similar to me appeared. Then they got together. That girl's name is Zhang Ruowei. What? The boyfriend's eyes widened in surprise. Zhang Ruowei? Guchan's ex-girlfriend is Zhang Ruowei. Top star Zhang Ruowei. No wonder Zhang Ruowei refused to be in the same group with Guchan. Bai Lin nodded. Yes, it's her. When I saw her with Guchan, I thought there was no hope for me, so I slowly let go of the relationship. It wasn't until I met you that I truly understood what love was. The boyfriend was silent for a moment, then said in a complicated tone, but since you've let it go, let's not dwell on the past anymore. Bai Lin held her boyfriend's hand tightly. Baby, you are the only one in my heart now. Then she added, the year after I graduated from college, I was on my way to work. I ran into Guchan, dragging his suitcase and holding a diagnosis certificate lying on the ground. My boyfriend looked surprised. Confirmation? What happened to him? Bai Lin's expression was serious. I was also scared at the time, so I quickly ran over to ask him what was going on. He told me he had a serious illness and that he only had 4 years to live. He needed hospital treatment, but he had no money and was kicked out by his family. The boyfriend gasped. For years? That's too. A flash of memory flashed in Bai Lin's eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he said, You mistook me for Zhang Ruowei at the time. He hugged me and cried and... What else? Asked the boyfriend with a grin. And kissed me. Hey everyone, let me tell you that one reminder token will add 1 chapter to the update. I will generate 500 extra chapters for love. Maybe some baby wants to give me gifts for no apparent reason and praise me. Chapter 68, then draw Gu Yi's blood. When the boyfriend heard this, he was instantly shocked. He actually kissed you? Baby, how many things are you hiding from me? Bai Lin hurriedly explained. Bao, it was just a misunderstanding. He was not conscious at the time. Then why didn't you tell me earlier? Bai Lin held her boyfriend's hand and said, I'm afraid you'll be angry and I'm afraid of losing you. Okay, I believe in you, baby. The Gu family plane miraculously regained its balance on the verge of crashing. After a brief moment of relief, the Gu family members were relieved to have survived the disaster. They found that many fighter planes appeared in the sky and surrounded them. Father Gu looked at the dense swarms of fighter planes outside the window. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead, and his eyes were filled with despair and fear. Mother Gu hugged Guchun tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably, and murmured to herself, Xiao Yi and Xiao Chun, you are both the apple of your eye. Father Gu pretended to be calm and shouted to everyone, Stop crying. It's not the last moment yet. However, his trembling voice revealed his extreme panic. At this moment, a stern warning came from the fighter plane. Listen up, people of the Gu family. You have nowhere to escape. Surrender immediately. Father Gu's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and said, How is this possible? They actually alerted the military. Mother Gu cried out, Don't be stubborn anymore. Surrender. Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. Father Gu glared at Mother Gu fiercely. Shut up. It's you and this useless son who have ruined the Gu family. A voice came from the military fighter plane in front of them. Mr. Gu, you have no way out. It would be wise to give up resistance and seek leniency. Father Gu remained silent, struggling fiercely in his heart. Gu's mother cried and said, Old Gu is seeking death by fighting the military. He has a chance to survive if he surrenders. Dad, I don't want to die. Let's surrender. Yes, we can't risk our lives. Surrendering might give us a glimmer of hope. Dad, listen to Mom. Stop the plane and surrender immediately. I don't want to die yet. Surrender, Dad. Xiao Yi can now survive with a blood transfusion. Dad, stop being stubborn. Father Gu's face was gloomy, his eyes revealing despair and unwillingness. But in the end, he said helplessly, Alas, land the plane. The plane slowly lowered its altitude and finally stopped. It slowly lowered its altitude and finally stopped. The members of the Gu family were arrested one by the police, and Yi Jinxian hurried over. When her eyes fell on Gu Chen's bruised body, her eyes were burning with rage as she rushed straight towards Gu Chen's 7 sisters. Bah! Yi Jinxian slapped her eldest sister hard and shouted, You cruel woman! He's your own brother. How could you be so cruel? A red palm print instantly appeared on the eldest sister's face. She looked at Yi Jinxian in horror, but did not dare to refute. Yi Jinxian then waved her palm towards her second sister. Does it hurt? It's not enough. I will pay you back for everything you did to Gu Chun. The second sister was hit and turned her head away, tears welling up in her eyes. The third sister, Gu Yao, tried to dodge, but Yi Jinxian wouldn't let her succeed. Another sharp slap rang out. Substitute? Do you really think you are superior? None of you 7 are innocent. Don't worry, I will torture you. After the fight, Yi Jinxian was panting and her chest was heaving violently. She quickly squatted down beside Gu Chun, tears in her eyes, and shouted hysterically, "Where's the doctor? Where's the doctor? Hurry up and give Gu Chun a blood transfusion." Gu Chun was lying on the hospital bed, his face as pale as paper, his breath so weak that it was almost imperceptible. The doctors frowned and said solemnly, "Gu Chun has panda blood. His blood type is too rare. We have almost no blood of the same type in our blood bank. The situation is very critical." When Yi Jinxian heard this, her mind went blank, and then she seemed to think of something. A fierce look suddenly flashed in his eyes. Draw Gu Yi's blood and return it to Gu Chun. At this time, Gu's parents and 7 sisters who were controlled by the police immediately panicked. Mother Gu struggled frantically, trying to rush towards Yi Jinxian, shouting at the top of her lungs, "You can't hit her. If you draw his blood, he'll die." Father Gu's eyes turned red with anxiety, and he roared, "You crazy woman, you absolutely cannot do this." Yi Jinxian sneered, her eyes filled with grief, anger, and ridicule. His life is life, but Gu Chun's life is not life. Gu Chun is not your biological son. You are a bunch of cold-blooded and heartless people. Gu Chun was tortured like this by you. Now you know how to feel sorry for Gu. How did you treat Gu Chun in the past? The eldest sister of the Gu family burst into tears and begged, "Please, let Gu Yi go. He is innocent." Yi Jinxian glared at him. "Innocent? Then isn't Gu Chun innocent? He suffered so much inhuman torture. Did any of you feel sorry for him?" The second sister also cried and shouted, "Gu Chun is already like this. Don't hurt Gu Yi anymore. How dare you say such things? Gu Chun has been treated as a substitute by you since he was a child, and has suffered all kinds of grievances and pain. You can't use Gu Yi's life to exchange for Gu Chun's life. This is what he owes Gu Chun. It was originally Gu Chun's blood. Please don't be so cruel." "Cruel? What you did to Gu Chun is cruel. We know we were wrong. Let Gu Yi go." Yi Jinxian remained unmoved. "You know you're wrong now? It's too late." At this moment, the doctor came over and said helplessly, "Even if we draw Gu Yi's blood, we may not be able to save Gu Chun. Besides, Gu Yi's physical condition may not be able to withstand blood drawing." Yi Jinxian was shocked. "What does Gu Yi's health have to do with me? I just want Gu Chun to be fine. Pump me. Give me back all the ones they just drew." The doctor wanted to say something, but hesitated when he saw Yi Jinxuan's eyes. Time passes by every second. Gu Chun's vital signs became weaker and weaker, and Yi Jinxuan's heart sank little by little. She stared at Gu Chun blankly, muttering to herself, "Gu Chun, you must hold on, you must. Oh my God, why do you treat Gu Chun like this? Why do I always miss you, Gu Chun? I'm back this time, and you must be well now that I'm back. I will never let you suffer any injustice again. I should have come back to you sooner. Why did I stay away for so long? Didn't you say you loved seeing me smile? I'm smiling for you now. So hurry up and open your eyes and take a look. You always protected me before, but now it's my turn to protect you. But why don't you give me a chance? Gu Chun, as long as you can get better, I'm willing to do anything, even if it means exchanging my life for yours. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have been away from you when you needed me the most." Chapter 69, The Gu Family Are All Beasts. Dr. Lin brought Mr. Feng and his medical team to the Gu family's old house in a hurry. As soon as we got off the plane, many police officers quickly surrounded us. "Mr. Feng, hurry up. Xiaoyan can't hold on any longer. Her breathing is getting weaker and weaker." The policeman's voice trembled, tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. Such a small little girl. The Gu family is really inhuman. As a parent myself, it breaks my heart to see my child like this. Old Feng had a solemn expression on his face and walked towards the old house as fast as the wind. His heart was pounding, and he felt an unprecedented tension. He has been in the industry for many years and has experienced countless critical operations. But this time, facing such a young and fragile life, he felt tremendous pressure. When he entered a room, Mr. Feng couldn't help but frown when he saw Xiaoyan. The child's tiny body lay there, lifeless, in a grave condition. All the tubes in his body were removed, and there was a deep cut on his wrist, but fortunately no artery was damaged. These beasts! Dr. Lin couldn't help but curse, anger filling his eyes. Her hands clenched unconsciously, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Elder Fong took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Hurry up and prepare for the operation. There's no time to delay. The medical team acted quickly. Various instruments and equipment were quickly pushed into the room, and the nurses were busy making preoperative preparations. Mr. Fong stared at Xiaoyan, praying silently in his heart that the child would get through this. We must save her. We must. Dr. Lin muttered softly, with beads of sweat on his forehead. The operation began, and the room was filled with a suffocating atmosphere of tension. Mr. Fong was concentrating on the operation, and every movement was cautious. I am afraid that any carelessness will cause irreparable harm to the child. As time passed, Mr. Feng's eyes remained firm, but his inner anxiety continued to intensify. The blood pressure is dropping, the nurse shouted anxiously, her voice trembling noticeably. Elder Fong frowned even tighter. Increase the blood transfusion speed. His voice was rapid and nervous, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead and dripping onto the operating table. What should we do? Can the child survive? A nurse asked in a tearful voice. Stop talking nonsense and just cooperate. Mr. Fong roared. Outside the operating room, the police were waiting anxiously, anger and worry written all over their faces. How can the Gu family be so cruel to do such a cruel thing to a child? A policeman pounded the wall angrily. His eyes were red as if they were about to spit fire. If the child cannot be saved, the Gu family must pay the price, another policeman said, gritting his teeth, his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. This child is so pitiful. He has to suffer such torture at such a young age. I don't know what will happen if Guchun is taken away by the Gu family. The Gu family is simply crazy. A female police officer couldn't help crying. Her heart was full of sympathy for Xiaoyan and worry about Guchun. Guchun is a miserable child. How can anything good happen to him in the hands of the Gu family? Another policeman said with a sigh. The Gu family deserves to be cut into pieces. Not a single one of them is a good person. The operation is still going on. Mr. Feng's clothes were soaked with sweat, but his hands were still operating steadily. Every step is like a desperate fight with death. Cardiac arrest. This cry made everyone's heart rise to their throat. Prepare for electric shock. Old Feng's voice trembled slightly, and a trace of despair flashed in his eyes, but was quickly replaced by determination. Bang! The sound of electric shock echoed in the room. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the instrument, waiting for a miracle to happen. However, after all her efforts, Xiaoyan's condition did not improve. Mr. Feng's eyes were filled with helplessness and sadness, and his hand slowly stopped. Mr. Feng, what should we do? Dr. Lin's voice was tearful, and her tears were welling up in her eyes, almost bursting out. Mr. Feng was silent for a moment, then said in a hoarse voice, "Continue the rescue." He was unwilling to give up, and he would persist even if there was only a glimmer of hope. But in the end, Xiaoyan still couldn't make it. When the straight line appeared on the instrument, the room was dead silent. Mr. Feng slowly put down the tools in his hands, tears rolling down from the corners of his eyes. We tried our best. He seemed to have lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. Dr. Lin collapsed on the ground, crying loudly, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Her cries echoed in the room, and it was heartbreaking to hear them. When the police outside the operating room heard the news, they burst into anger. Gu family, you bunch of demons will definitely get the punishment you deserve. A policeman roared, his voice filled with anger and hatred. How can there be such a cruel person in this world who doesn't even let a child go? Another policeman's eyes were red and tears were streaming down his cheeks. When the news of Xiaoyan's death came, Xia Zixuan and Su Baobao were waiting anxiously in the corner of the Gu family villa. When Xia Zixuan heard the bad news, she froze instantly and tears flowed uncontrollably. How could this happen? How could it be? Her voice trembled, filled with disbelief and endless grief. Baby Su's eyes suddenly turned red, and tears welled up in his eyes. Such a young child, just gone like this. He choked, his hands clenched into fists, his body trembling slightly with anger and sadness. Many police officers present, those usually strong and resolute men, could not help but shed tears at this moment. An elderly policeman took off his hat, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his rough hands, and said in a hoarse voice, "This child is so pitiful." Another young police officer bit his lip, tears streaming down his cheeks. "It's all our fault. We weren't faster, we weren't stronger. If we had found her sooner, maybe the result wouldn't have been like this." Xia Zishuan squatted on the ground, holding her head in her hands, sobbing. Why did this happen? Why is fate so unfair to Xiaoyan? She's just a child. She should have a bright future and a happy childhood. Su Baobao walked over to Xia Zishuan and patted her shoulder gently, trying to comfort her, but his voice was also filled with tears. "Don't be too sad. We must make the Gu family pay for what they have done. Xiaoyan can't die in vain. We must seek justice for her." A female police officer came over, her voice choked with sobs. "I'm a mother too. Seeing Xiaoyan like this, my heart is broken. Those beasts of the Gu family will definitely be punished." The older policeman took a deep breath, tried to calm himself, and said, "Don't be too sad, everyone. Now is not the time to cry. We must turn our grief into strength and bring the Gu family to justice, holding them accountable for Xiaoyan's death." The young policeman clenched his fists and said firmly, "Yes, we can't let Xiaoyan's sacrifice be in vain. We must make the Gu family pay a heavy price." Xia Zishuan raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. Gu Chun would be very, very upset if he knew. Chapter 70, It's Better to Die, so that he won't become a nuisance when he grows up. The police came to the operating room and informed us that Xiaoyan's body would be taken to the crematorium. When Dr. Lin heard the news, he was struck by lightning. He covered his face with his hands, and tears slowly flowed from the corners of his eyes. How could this happen? How could this happen? Dr. Lin murmured to himself, his voice full of pain and despair. The nurse beside him quickly squatted down, patted Dr. Lin on the shoulder, and comforted him. "Dr. Lin, don't be too sad. This is not your fault." Dr. Lin raised his head and looked at the nurse with tearful eyes. Xiaoyan's sister was killed by the Gu family. Now Xiaoyan is also... I really can't do anything. And Gu Chun might not even be able to see Xiaoyan for the last time. The nurse beside him sighed. This Gu family is simply insane, committing such a heinous crime. Dr. Lin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Xiaoyan loves painting the most. I still remember she drew a picture of her family. Her sister, brother, and Gu Chun are in the picture. But they're all gone now. Xiaoyan's family has suffered a lot, but both Xiaoyan and her sister always have a smile on their faces. They were so strong and optimistic, but in the end, the nurse beside her squatted down and held her hand. "Dr. Lin, we must make sure the Gu family receives the punishment they deserve." A hint of determination flashed in Dr. Lin's eyes. "Yes, they must pay the price. It's just that right now, I'm worried about Gu Chen's safety. I don't want anything to happen to him, either." The nurse said worriedly, "Gu Chen doesn't know all this yet. I wonder how upset he would be if he knew that Xiaoyan and her sister were killed by the Gu family. I can't imagine it. Gu Chun and Xiaoyan have such a good relationship. He definitely can't accept it." Dr. Lin shook his head, tears flashing in the corners of his eyes. The nurse frowned. "Then what should we do? How do we tell Gu Chen? Let's keep it secret from him for now. When he gets better, we'll tell him slowly. Can it be hidden? What if he finds out? Let's take it one step at a time. The most important thing now is to make sure Gu Chun is safe." Dr. Lin sighed. The nurse nodded. "Well, I hope Gu Chun can survive this." Xiaoyan's body was slowly carried out. Xia Zishuan and Su Baobao stood aside, tears pouring out like a flood. Their bodies trembled with grief, unable to suppress the pain in their hearts. All the police officers who were there, those normally strong and resolute people. At this moment, their eyes were red and tears were flowing uncontrollably. They clenched their fists, their hearts filled with anger and helplessness. Mr. Feng walked into the hall very tiredly. His steps were heavy, as if he had used up all his strength in every step. His face was pale, and his eyes revealed deep fatigue and sadness. At this moment, Mr. Feng's cell phone rang, breaking the heartbreaking silence. He slowly took out his cell phone and saw that it was his granddaughter Zhang Ruowei calling. Old Feng took a deep breath and tried to make his voice sound calmer. "Wei Wei, it's Grandpa." On the other end of the phone, Zhang Ruowei asked expectantly, "Grandpa, how was the operation? Is Sister Gu Chun feeling better?" Elder Feng was silent for a moment, then said in a low, hoarse voice, "Wei Wei, the operation failed. and Xiaoyan is gone. Zhang Ruowei was stunned on the other end of the phone for a long time, as if time had stopped at this moment. Then, she asked in a trembling voice, "How could this happen? Grandpa, where's Gu Chun?" Mr. Feng sighed helplessly. "I don't know, he was taken away by the Gu family." Wei Wei, Grandpa really wants to save that little girl. If I had a little more time, even 10 minutes, I could have changed the ending. When Zhang Ruowei heard the news, tears immediately welled up in her eyes, and she said with a choked voice, "Grandpa, this Gu family is simply insane. I don't blame you." After hanging up the phone and walking out of the Gu family's old house, a group of reporters came to Mr. Feng with cameras. "Mr. Feng, how is the operation going?" a reporter asked anxiously. Mr. Feng looked gloomy and said solemnly, "Failure." As soon as the words fell, there was an uproar at the scene. The reporters were whispering to each other, their faces full of shock and disbelief. One of the reporters raised his voice and asked, "Mr. Feng, can you tell us more about what happened? This is so surprising." Elder Feng took a deep breath and said slowly, "Xiaoyan's condition was too serious. Although our medical team tried their best, we were ultimately unable to save her life." At this moment, the live broadcast room exploded instantly, and the entire network was angry. How is this possible? What evil did the Gu family do? Poor child. The Gu family must be held responsible for this. Strongly demands severe punishment for the Gu family. The barrage of comments surged like a tide, and the angry emotions almost overflowed the screen. This Gu family is simply lawless. First, they persecuted the elder sister, and now they indirectly caused Xiaoyan's surgery to fail. This is outrageous. A netizen angrily typed these words. "We must seek justice for Xiaoyan and not let her die in vain," another netizen echoed. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room became increasingly tense, with angry shouts growing louder and louder. At the scene, reporters continued to surround Mr. Feng and refused to give up. A female reporter, with tears in her eyes, said, "Mr. Feng, you've done your best. Everyone sees it. It's just that this child is so pitiful. He's still so young." Another reporter then asked, "Do you know about Gu Chen's current situation?" Mr. Feng shook his head, his face full of helplessness. "I don't know what the current situation is, but I believe that justice will prevail sooner or later, and the Gu family's evil deeds will not be covered up. But there are also many keyboard warriors with problematic ideas who are stirring up trouble online." What's so surprising about that? Her sister was so happy being driven like a train. She deserves it too. That's right, Gu Chen is not a good guy either. He deserves to die. What good things can come from a family like this? This family is just unlucky. They have no power and influence, yet they still want to fight the Gu family. They deserve to die. My elder sister was treated so badly, and my younger sister couldn't escape either. This is fate. Xiaoyan is just a burden. It would be better if she died. She wouldn't be a burden to others. Isn't Gu Chun very capable? Now he can't even protect his sister. What a loser. Their whole family is unlucky. It would be better for everyone if they disappeared sooner. There must be something hateful about pitiful people. Their whole family does not deserve sympathy. It's just right that Xiaoyan died, so she wouldn't become a nuisance when she grows up. Gu Chun shouldn't have provoked the Gu family. Now, he has even lost his sister's life. They brought this upon themselves. They can't blame anyone else. They deserved it if they died. Dear children, please add to your bookshelf and ask for all the new books. Chapter 71 Blood Transfusion is required immediately. Gu Chun was taken to the hospital. A doctor ran out anxiously and shouted, "There's not enough blood. Gui's blood has been drained. Without enough blood, Gu Chun will be in danger." When everyone heard the news, their hearts suddenly tightened. The police acted decisively and started a live broadcast to ask people across the country for help and blood donations. In the live broadcast, the police looked serious and anxious. "The situation is critical now. We urgently need panda blood. Please help." When Zhang Ruowei saw the live broadcast, her heart suddenly rose to her throat. Zhao Yang, who liked Zhang Ruowei, was also there. The two were sitting in the car, preparing to rush to the hospital. While Zhao Yang was driving intently, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Gu Chen's blood type is the same as mine. What a coincidence." Zhang Ruowei seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. She looked at Zhao Yang anxiously, her voice full of pleading. "Zhao Yang, please, give Gu Chun a blood transfusion." Zhao Yang's eyes flickered, and he showed a sly smile and said, "Ruowei, if you agree to be my girlfriend, I will give Gu Chen a blood transfusion. Zhang Ruowei's eyes widened in shock. She couldn't believe her ears. Zhao Yang, how could you do this? This is a matter of life and death. Gu Chen's life is hanging by a thread, and you are here to negotiate terms. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Zhao Yang was unmoved and said stubbornly, I don't care. I have liked you for so long and have paid so much for you. This is my only chance to get you to agree to be with me. If you don't agree, there's no reason for me to help him. Zhang Ruowei was so angry that she was shaking all over, tears welling up at her eyes. She cried, Zhao Yang, I always thought you were a kind and upright person. I didn't expect that at this critical moment, you would be so selfish and so heartless. Zhao Yang frowned and tried to defend himself. Ruowei, I am not selfish, nor am I heartless. I just love you so much that I've lost my mind. I know it's inappropriate to ask for this at this time, but I'm really too afraid of losing you. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know how long I'll have to wait before you can see my true feelings. Zhang Ruowei glared at him, her voice filled with disappointment. You keep saying you love me, but your actions right now are not love at all. True love is not about threats or taking advantage of others, but about selfless giving and sacrifice. You use such despicable means to force me. Even if I agree to you, there will be no real happiness between us. Zhao Yang was silent for a moment, but he still pressed on. So, do you agree or not? I don't want to hear your big talk. I just want a clear answer. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip, her heart in deep struggle. Gu Chen's life is in danger, and every second of delay may lead to irreversible consequences. But Zhao Yang's unreasonable request made her feel extremely angry and helpless. Zhao Yang, you really disappoint me. Zhang Ruowei's voice trembled. I always regarded you as a friend, thinking that you would stand up at the critical moment, but I didn't expect you to be such a person. Zhao Yang looked at Zhang Ruowei's painful expression, and his heart was a little shaken, but he still said stubbornly, I don't care. I've paid so much for you. This time you must give me an answer. Zhang Ruowei took a deep breath, as if she had made a great decision, and slowly said, Okay, Zhao Yang, I promise you, but you must give Gu Chun a blood transfusion immediately. As long as I can save Gu Chun, I am willing to do anything. The moment Zhao Yang heard Zhang Ruowei's agreement, he did not feel the expected joy, but instead an indescribable discomfort. He stopped and said in a low and bitter voice, Ruowei, you agreed to be with me so easily for Gu Chun. Am I just a tool for you to compromise in your heart? Zhang Ruowei's face was covered with tears, and she said anxiously, Zhao Yang, now is not the time to talk about this. Gu Chun is still waiting for help. Zhao Yang's eyes were filled with sadness. I know, but I really hope that you can love me as much as you love Gu Chun, even if it's only a little bit, and not be forced to choose me because of this situation. Zhang Ruowei was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Zhao Yang smiled bitterly and continued, I thought I had you, but now I realize that this is not what I wanted at all. Ruowei, are you really not sincere to me at all? Zhang Ruowei looked at Zhao Yang's painful expression and felt a little sorry for him. Zhao Yang interrupted her. Forget it. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's save Gu Chun first. Soon, Zhang Ruowei arrived at the hospital. When Yi Jinxian saw Zhang Ruowei, her expression instantly turned bad, and she asked in a bad tone, What are you doing here? After she finished speaking, she looked at Zhao Yang, who was beside Zhang Ruowei, and said sarcastically, Zhang Ruowei, you have a lot of men around you. Why are you here now? If it weren't for you, Gu Chun wouldn't be like this now, and sister Gu Chun and sister Xiaoyan wouldn't be dead. Zhang Ruowei had tears in the corners of her eyes. Her lips were tightly closed, and she didn't say a word. Zhao Yang, standing by, couldn't help but speak up. What's Guan Ruowei's business? It's all the Gu family's fault. Yi Jinxian glanced at Zhao Yang with disdain in her eyes. Who do you think you are? How dare you interrupt here? After she finished speaking, she turned her head and stared at Zhang Ruowei, shouting, Zhang Ruowei, I don't want to see you get out. Gu Chen doesn't want to see you either. Zhang Ruowei couldn't hold back her tears and said in a trembling voice, I know you hate me, but I really want to do something for Gu Chun. Yi Jinxian sneered. What do you want to do for him? Can you resurrect the dead? Can you stop Gu Chun from suffering? You can't. Your presence will only make things worse. Zhao Yang took a step forward and stood in front of Zhang Ruowei. Don't go too far. Ruowei is feeling bad too. Ye Jinsuan glutted his yang angrily. Unjom for double. Is her discomfort even 1/10,000th of what Gu Chun experienced? At this time, people around began to whisper. What's going on? It seems they're arguing about Gu Chun. Yi Jinxian became even more agitated when she heard the discussions around her. Zhang Ruowei, look, everyone is laughing at you because of you. Leave now. Zhang Ruowei cried so hard that she could hardly breathe. I won't leave. I want to wait for Gu Chun to get better. Yi Jinxian rushed forward, trying to push Zhang Ruowei away. What are you waiting for? Do you think Gu Chun will forgive you? Zhao Yang held Zhang Ruowei's hand tightly and said, calm down. This won't solve the problem. Zhang Ruowei shook his hand away forcefully. No need for you to be so hypocritical here. All you get out of here. The hospital corridor was filled with Yi Jinshuan's roar and Zhang Ruowei's crying, and the atmosphere was so depressing that it made people breathless. Just then, the doctor came out of the ward, and everyone immediately surrounded him. Doctor, how is Gu Chun? Yi Jinxian asked anxiously. The doctor shook his head solemnly. The situation is not optimistic. He needs a blood transfusion immediately due to anemia. Chapter 72, Zhang Ruowei, get out. Zhang Ruowei said nervously, Zhao Yang's blood type is the same as Gu Chun's. Hurry up and give Gu Chun a blood transfusion. Her voice was a little sharp due to anxiety, which seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet hospital corridor. The doctor and Yi Jinxian beside them were both shocked. The doctor was the first to react and asked in disbelief, is this true? Zhao Yang nodded and said, I do have the same blood type as Gu Chun. Let's save him quickly. Yi Jinxian widened her eyes and didn't know what to say for a moment. She looked at Zhao Yang, then at Zhang Ruowei, feeling mixed emotions. The doctor didn't dare to delay and said quickly, then follow me quickly. I'll prepare to draw blood right away. Zhao Yang followed the doctor without hesitation. Yi Jinshuan's gaze followed Zhao Yang's back, and the shock in her eyes had not completely dissipated. She turned her head and glanced at Zhang Ruowei. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't speak and just sat quietly aside. Zhang Ruowei stood there, her hands tightly clasped together, her body trembling slightly. She stared at the direction Zhao Yang left, praying silently in her heart that everything would go smoothly. Time passed by minute, and every second seemed like torture to Zhang Ruowei. She paced back and forth in the corridor, looking at the door of the blood drawing room from time to time. Yi Jinxian sat quietly in the chair, her eyes somewhat blank. Finally, the door of the blood drawing room opened, and Zhao Yang walked out with a pale face. Zhang Ruowei hurried over and asked with concern, Zhao Yang, how are you? Zhao Yang smiled weakly. I'm fine. I hope I can save Gu Chun. Yi Jinxian also stood up, looked at Zhao Yang, and said softly, thank you. Zhang Ruowei and Zhao Yang both looked at Yi Jinxian in surprise. Anyway, thank you this time, but this doesn't mean I forgive Zhang Ruowei. Yi Jinxian turned her head away. Zhang Ruowei lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes again. Zhao Yang said, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's take a look at Gu Chun's situation first. The three of them once again focused their gazes on the direction of the ward, their hearts filled with anxiety and anticipation. Yi Jinxian was fidgeting, rubbing the corners of her clothes with her hands. Zhang Ruowei leaned against the wall with a dull look in his eyes. After a while, the doctor came out of the ward. The three of them immediately surrounded him and asked in unison, Doctor, how is Gu Chun? The doctor's expression eased slightly, and he said, the situation has temporarily stabilized. After Zhao Yang left for something, Yi Jinxian brought Zhang Ruowei to the rooftop. The wind was blowing, ruffling their hair. Once upon a time, they were best friends, talking about everything and being very close. Yi Jinxian was the first to break the silence, her voice filled with suppressed anger. Zhang Ruowei, do you still remember? I once chose to give in because you liked Gu Chun. Zhang Ruowei folded her arms across her chest and said forcefully, so what? Matters of the heart can't be forced. Who can you blame if you're willing to give in? Yes, I'm willing to give in, but look at what you have done. Not only did you break up with Gu Chun, you also hurt him to this point and almost lost his life. How can I know it would turn out like this? I also have my helplessness and difficulties. You just don't understand. Zhang Ruowei widened her eyes and raised her voice to fight back. Difficulties. Can your difficulties be greater than the harm Gu Chun suffered? You are selfish and only think about yourself. Yi Jinxian, do you think I want this? I'm also struggling in pain. Struggling? I think you deserve it. You've ruined a good relationship like this. Stop making sarcastic remarks here. When Gu Chun and I were together, weren't you jealous? Zhang Ruowei, stop talking nonsense. I sincerely hope everything is going well for you, but you've messed everything up. Yi Jinxian was enraged by these words. Zhang Ruowei snorted coldly. I messed up? If it weren't for the external pressure and various troubles, Gu Chun and I wouldn't have come to this point. Yi Jinxian pressed on. Are you going to give up so easily? Yi Jinxian, don't put all the blame on me. This is not my fault alone. Zhang Ruowei raised her head and roared loudly. Yi Jinxian was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She glared at Zhang Ruowei and shouted, Zhang Ruowei, get out of here. Gu Chun doesn't want to see you at all. Zhang Ruowei responded forcefully. Why should I leave? Yi Jinxuan's eyes turned red with anger. She could no longer control her emotions and slapped Zhang Ruowei in the face. Get out! Get out! The slap caused Zhang Ruowei's face to tilt to one side, and her hair flew messily. After a moment, Zhang Ruowei slowly turned her head. A clear palm print appeared on her face, and her eyes were full of shock and anger. Yi Jinxian, how dare you hit me? Zhang Ruowei roared. Yi Jinchuan's hand was still suspended in midair, trembling slightly. What if I hit you? You hurt Gu Chun like this. Hitting you is not enough. Zhang Ruowei shouted. What do you want me to do? If I leave now, will everything be fine? Yi Jinxian yelled again. Yes, if you leave, at least Gu Chun won't have to see you and remember those painful things anymore. Zhang Ruowei's tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced herself not to let them fall. Yi Jinxian, you've gone too far. I won't leave. I won't wait for Gu Chun to wake up. Yi Jinxian was so angry that her body was shaking. Do you think it's still useful? If Xiaoyan dies, do you know how much of a blow it will be to Gu Chun? Zhang Ruowei, you owe him too much. You'll never be able to repay him in this lifetime. At this time, the wind on the rooftop became stronger and stronger, making the two people's clothes rustle. Zhang Ruowei took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. Yi Jinxian, I understand your anger, but I won't give up. Yi Jinchuan's face was filled with despair. Zhang Ruowei, why can't you just let Gu Chun go and let all of us go? Zhang Ruowei said firmly. Because I love him, I can't just leave like this. Yi Jinxian sneered. Love? Does your love mean hurting him? Yi Jinxian, you don't understand at all. Gu Chun and I have been together for 7 years. I have been by his side for 7 years. What about you? Now you come out and say that you love Gu Chun and like Gu Chun. Yi Jinxian, it's not your turn to take care of the affairs between me and Gu Chun. I never meant to hurt Gu Chun. It was always him who hurt me. My love for him has never changed. Chapter 73, I'm going to see Xiaoyan. Mom. Zhang Ruowei answered the phone while walking in the park and choked with sobs. Hey, I heard about what happened to Wei Wei Gu Chen's sister. It's such a pity. I know you still love him, and you went to Country D because of his sister's affairs. Zhang Ruowei heard her mother's words, and tears burst out like a flood. She cried so hard that she could hardly utter a complete sentence. Mom, I'm in so much pain. My mother was heartbroken on the other end of the phone and continued to comfort me. Wei Wei, listen to me. Xiaoyan's problem is not your fault. You tried your best, and your grandfather did his best too. Zhang Ruowei sobbed, her voice trembling. But Mom, I can't get over this. I saw Gu Chun so desperate and in so much pain, but I couldn't do anything. Wei Wei, this is not your fault. Mom's voice was full of pity and anxiety. Zhang Ruowei took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down, but her words were still filled with sadness. You taught me how to love, but not how to forget. Gu Chun's random move destroyed all my positions. I really can't let him go. The mother sighed and said, My child, love is sometimes tormenting. But you have to think about yourself too. You can't keep torturing yourself like this. Zhang Ruowei looked at the falling leaves in the park and murmured to herself, Mom, I know you're doing this for my own good, but my heart is no longer under my control. Whenever I think of Gu Chun, my heart feels like it's being torn apart. Wei Wei, what are you going to do next? You can't keep being depressed like this. Mom asked worriedly. Zhang Ruowei was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Mom, I can't leave Gu Chun right now. Even if I can only watch him from afar, I'm willing. Mom said helplessly, Wei Wei, why are you doing this? Zhang Ruowei bit her lip and said firmly, Mom, please stop trying to persuade me. Zhang Ruowei hung up the phone, squatted on the ground, hugged her knees, and cried like a child. Why? Why blame me? Mom, why did Yi Jinxian blame me for hurting Gu Chun? Why? For him, I turned down all my jobs and desperately ran to Country D to beg my grandfather. Why did I become the one who hurt Gu Chun? Why? Zhang Ruowei kept murmuring, tears blurring her vision. The wind blew mercilessly. Zhang Ruowei's hair flew in disarray, and her body trembled constantly. I tried so hard and tried so hard to save them. Why didn't anyone see my efforts? She raised her head and looked at the sky with empty eyes. At this moment, the noise around her seemed to disappear, leaving only the painful cry in her heart. Mom, I'm really tired. I don't know what to do. Zhang Ruowei's voice became weaker and weaker, as if the power of life was also fading away with the tears. Suddenly, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a dull thunder. The rain began to fall lightly, hitting Zhang Ruowei. I thought everything I did was for Gu Chen's own good and for his family's good. But why did it end up like this? Zhang Ruowei's lips had been bitten until they bled, but she seemed to feel no pain. It's all because of me that Gu Chun became like this, and his sister died. The show, let's fall in love. Director, I don't want to record anymore. My mind is full of Gu Chen now. I really can't continue recording. Gu Chen's younger sister Xiaoyan and older sister Xiaoyan have both passed away, and the Gu family treated him like that. I'm really worried that Gu Chun won't be able to make it. Gu Chun was injured because of me, and I really can't calm down. Yi Qingwan picked up her light blue suitcase and walked in front of the director. Shen Shirhan also said, Director, I won't record it either. The director stood up anxiously and said, Qingwan, Shirhan, don't be impulsive. The show has already progressed to this point. If you withdraw suddenly, the impact will be huge. Yi Qingwan bit her lip tightly, her eyes full of determination. Director, I can't care about so much anymore. Gu Chun is in this state now. I can't stay here to record the show with peace of mind. Shen Shirhan also said immediately, Director, our minds are really not here anymore. Let's go. The director sighed helplessly. Well, since you have made up your mind, I will not force you to stay. But I hope you will have the opportunity to come back in the future. Yi Qingwan and Shen Shirhan nodded, pulled their suitcases, and quickly left the scene. After leaving the recording venue, Yi Qingwan couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. Shirhan, when I think about what Gu Chun might have encountered, my heart feels like it's been cut by a knife. Shen Shirhan patted Yi Qingwan's shoulder gently. Qingwan, don't worry too much. Let's go to the capital first. Maybe Gu Chun is okay. The two of them took a taxi back to the capital in a panic. Along the way, Yi Qingwan kept looking out the window with her hands tightly clasped together. Shirhan, if something really happens to Gu Chun, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. Yi Qingwan's voice trembled. Shen Shirhan comforted her. Don't say that. It's not your fault. Xiaoyan is still so young, and her sister is also so young. The Gu family is not human at all. How could they do such a thing? Shen Shirhan nodded with red eyes. Yes, this is simply too cruel. Think about Gu Chun. He must have suffered a lot of grievances since he was a child. Yi Qingwan's voice was filled with tears. I don't know how much pain and suffering he went through in that family. He finally thought he could have some warmth, but in the end, such a tragedy happened. Shen Shirhan clenched her fists. I really don't know how Gu Chun managed to get through this. This blow was too great for him. 2 days later, Gu Chun slowly opened his eyes. Everything around him was white, and the smell of disinfectant filled the air. His vision was still a little blurry, and he only saw a figure sitting in front of his bed. Yi Jinxian stayed by the bed, her eyes full of fatigue. The moment she saw Gu Chun open his eyes, an expression of excitement instantly appeared on her face. Gu Chun, you finally woke up. Yi Jinxuan's voice was filled with tears, and she held Gu Chen's hand tightly. Gu Chun was stunned for a moment, trying to wake himself up. Jinxian, why are you here? Yi Jinxian wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, I'm back. I'll always be by your side from now on. Gu Chun did not respond, but asked anxiously, How for Xiaoyan? Yi Jinxian hesitated for a long time and said, Xiaoyan's operation was very successful. You can go see her when you get better. When Gu Chun heard this, he struggled to get up and said, I'm going to see Xiaoyan now. The Gu family killed her sister. Xiaoyan must be very upset. I want to go and accompany Xiaoyan. One reminder notice will add another update. Dear children, please add to your bookshelf and ask for all the new books. Chapter 74 Mr. Gu can only live for 4 months at most. Yi Jinxian quickly held him down. Gu Chun, don't move. You're still very weak. Gu Chun shook Yi Jinxuan's hand away. I don't care, I want to see her. Yi Jinxian stopped him again. Gu Chun, Listen to me. What Xiaoyan needs now is for you to take good care of yourself and appear in front of her in good health. If you run over like this impulsively, not only will your body be unable to handle it, but you won't be able to take good care of Xiaoyan either. Gu Qin's eyes were filled with pain and stubbornness, but Xiaoyan. Yi Jinxian looked at him distressedly. I know you are worried about Xiaoyan, and so am I. But you have to believe that Xiaoyan will be strong. She is also waiting for you to recover. Just focus on recuperating during this time, and don't play with your phone. When you're better, we'll go see Xiaoyan, okay? Gu Qin was silent for a moment, and finally lay back on the bed helplessly, tears sliding down from the corners of his eyes. It's all my fault. If I were stronger, I could protect them. Yi Jinxian gently wiped away his tears. This is not your fault, Gu Chun. Gu Chun, you must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat. Then Yi Jinxian left the ward and walked out in a hurry. As soon as Yi Jinxian left, Gu Chun felt a pain in his brain. The pain was like a surging wave, hitting his nerves wave after wave. He frowned tightly and subconsciously held his head with his hands, trying to relieve the unbearable pain. A painful groan escaped from his mouth, and his forehead was instantly covered with fine beads of sweat. His body was trembling slightly due to the pain, and the white sheets were wrinkled by his fists. Why? Why does it hurt so much? I can't die. I still have to stay with Xiaoyan. Gu Chun clenched his teeth, trying hard to fight the pain that was almost swallowing him. Yi Jinxian hurried back to the ward with food. The moment she pushed open the door, she saw Gu Chen's painful appearance and was completely panicked. The food in her hand fell to the ground with a clatter, and her face turned pale in an instant. Gu Chen was seen frowning, holding his head tightly with both hands. He kept moaning in pain. His face was covered in sweat, and the bed sheets were torn into pieces by him. Gu Chun, Yi Jinxian screamed and flew to the bedside. Her hands were trembling, and she wanted to comfort Gu Chun, but she didn't know where to start. Nurse! Nurse! Come quickly! Yi Jinxian shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice filled with fear and helplessness. The nurse who heard the shouting rushed over and was also shocked when she saw Gu Chen's condition. Go call the doctor! Quick! Yi Jinxian shouted at the nurse, not daring to take her eyes off Gu Chen for a moment. The nurse nodded quickly, turned around, and ran away. Yi Jinxian held Gu Chen's hand tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Gu Chen, you must hold on. The doctor will be here soon. The doctor rushed over and immediately began to check Gu Chen's condition. His expression became increasingly solemn. His hands kept moving, and his eyes revealed deep worry. Yi Jinxian was waiting anxiously on the side, her heart in her throat and her hands tightly clasped together. After a tense examination, the doctor stood up and said solemnly, "The situation is very serious and requires a more detailed examination immediately." Gu Chan was quickly pushed into various examination rooms, and Yi Jinxian followed behind, her steps unsteady, as if she had lost her soul. The time waiting for the test results seemed to freeze, and every minute and every second seemed extremely long. Finally, the doctor came out with the examination report. He looked at Yi Jinxian and said slowly, "Unfortunately, Gu Chen's cancer cells have spread throughout his body. Mr. Gu can only live for 4 months at most. Cancer cell? Impossible. Doctor, you must be joking, right?" Yi Jinxuan's voice trembled violently. The doctor shook his head heavily. "I'm sorry, but it's the truth." Yi Jinxian staggered back a few steps, almost unable to stand. "How could this happen? Why did it end like this? I don't believe it. Are you lying to me? Tell me you lied to me. You must have checked it wrong. You are a bunch of quacks." The doctor sighed. "Ms. Yi, the test results are normal. Mr. Gu can only live for 4 months." Tears welled up in Yi Jinxuan's eyes as she screamed like crazy. "I don't care what the price is, I must heal him. Or I'll make your entire hospital disappear with him." The doctor shook his head and said, "Ms. Yi, no one in the world can cure his disease." Yi Jinxian covered her face with her hands, tears streaming down from between her fingers. Her throat seemed to be blocked by something. She was having difficulty breathing, and her chest was heaving violently. "Doctor, please think of another way. There must be a way, right?" She rushed forward and grabbed the doctor's arm, her eyes filled with extreme desire. The doctor sighed helplessly. This terminal illness cannot be cured by current medical methods. Yi Jinxian let go of her hands weakly, slowly collapsed to the ground, and stared blankly ahead. 4 months. Only 4 months. She murmured to herself, her voice so low that it was almost inaudible. Everything around her seemed to become blurred, and her world completely collapsed at this moment. Gu Chun, why didn't I come back earlier? After a long while, Yi Jinxian slowly stood up and walked towards Gu Chen's ward with unsteady steps. Her eyes were empty, like a body without a soul. When she walked into the ward and saw Gu Chun lying quietly on the hospital bed, Yi Jinxuan's heart was hurt again. She walked to the bed, gently held Gu Chen's hand, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Gu Chun, you must hold on. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, we can't give up, Yi Jinxian said with a sob. But the only response she got was Gu Chen's even breathing. Yi Jinxian knew that he was still in a coma and could not hear her. Yi Jinxian just stood quietly by the bed, tears dripping down her face, wetting the sheets. The sunlight outside the window shone into the ward, but could not warm Yi Jinxuan's cold heart. She looked at Gu Chun and secretly swore in her heart that in these last 4 months, she must make Gu Chun as happy as possible and suffer as little pain as possible. Gu Chun, I will always be with you during your last moments. She picked up the phone and dialed a number. The Gu family is letting them die right away, which is too easy for them. Humph, these inhumane bastards. Do you think you can get away with this? I want them to live in repentance for the rest of their lives. Chapter 75, you have a very bad relationship with him. As night fell, the city streets were ablaze with lights. Zhang Ruowei sat in the back seat of the nanny car, rubbing her temples tiredly. The driver was driving at a steady speed with great concentration. Suddenly, an out-of-control car rushed out from the side and crashed straight into the nanny car that Zhang Ruowei was riding in. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge impact force caused the nanny car to deform instantly. The scene was in chaos, with people's screams and car sirens intertwined. Rescue workers arrived quickly, carried the unconscious Zhang Ruowei out of the car, and rushed her to the hospital. This sudden incident instantly caused an uproar. The news that Zhang Ruowei was accidentally hit by a car became a hot search at an alarming speed and became the focus of attention of the entire network. Fans anxiously waited at the hospital entrance, praying that she would be safe. After emergency treatment, Zhang Ruowei was finally out of danger, but she suffered severe brain damage. Zhang Ruowei slowly opened her eyes, her vision still a little blurry. When her mother and grandfather saw her wake up, their tense hearts finally relaxed. Wei Wei, you scared us. The mother's voice was filled with tears as she held Zhang Ruowei's hand tightly. Grandpa's eyes were red beside him. How you feel, kid? Zhang Ruowei felt a little dizzy, as if she had forgotten something. Mom, Grandpa, don't worry. I'm fine. Her mother sat beside Zhang Ruowei's bed, gently stroking her hair and comforting her with tenderness. Wei Wei, you have survived this great disaster, and you will surely have good fortune in the future. Don't work so hard anymore. Learn to take good care of yourself. Forget all the things that bothered you, especially your relationship with Gu Chen. Stop dwelling on it and don't be so stubborn. Zhang Ruowei was stunned when she heard the name Gu Chun. She asked with a confused look on her face, Gu Chun? Mom, who is Gu Chun? I don't have any impression of him at all. Mother Zhang was stunned. You don't remember this name? Zhang Ruowei shook her head. No impression. I don't know this person at all. But seeing her daughter's confused eyes, she quickly covered it up and said, Oh, baby, you just woke up and your mind is still confused. Get some rest first. Aunt Zhang quickly pulled Grandpa out of the ward. Grandpa lowered his voice and said seriously and with a hint of reproach, Wei Wei may have forgotten about Gu Chun. Don't mention Gu Chun in front of Wei Wei anymore. It might upset the child. For the next period of time, let's observe Wei Wei's condition and see how she recovers. Let's take it one step at a time. I just hope she can get better slowly. It will be a relief for her to forget about the past events involving Gu Chun. If she remembers it, she can only accept the reality and let nature take its course. After hearing what Grandpa said, Zhang Ma nodded with a worried look on her face. Dad, I understand. Grandpa sighed helplessly. Gu Chun is also a pitiful person, alas. It's better not to mention it. In the ward, Zhang Ruowei looked at the scenery outside the window, his mind full of thoughts. The name Gu Chun kept circling her mind, but no matter how hard she tried to recall, she had no memory of this person. The complicated expression on her mother's face when she mentioned this name made her even more curious and puzzled. She wanted to figure out what was going on, and her head started to ache from thinking so hard. When she opened the door of the ward, she saw her mother and grandfather looking at her in surprise. Wei Wei, why are you up? Go back and lie down. Mother hurried forward to support her. Zhang Ruowei stood there stubbornly and said, Mom, Grandpa, please stop hiding this from me. Who is Gu Chun? Why are you so reluctant to mention him? Grandpa remained silent, while Aunt Zhang's eyes evaded. Wei Wei, it's really nothing. Don't overthink it. Zhang Ruowei laughed sarcastically. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? I can feel that there must be something important here. Did Gu Chun do something to let me down? Aunt Zhang quickly shook her head. No, Wei Wei, don't guess blindly. Zhang Ruowei raised her voice. Then why exactly? You guys are being so secretive, which makes me feel even more suspicious. Grandpa finally couldn't help but speak. Wei Wei, it's not that we don't want to tell you, but you just woke up and your body hasn't recovered yet, so it's not appropriate for you to know this. Zhang Ruowei sneered. Not suitable? Then when should I wait? Until I suddenly remember and get hurt again. The mother burst into tears. Wei Wei, Mom is afraid that you can't bear it. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip and said, Mom, no matter what it is, I have the right to know the truth. You're really hurting me by hiding it from me. Aunt Zhang felt a pang of sadness when she saw Zhang Ruowei's stubborn and doubtful expression. She took Zhang Ruowei's hand and said slowly, Wei Wei, since you really want to know, then Mom will tell you. That guy Gu Chun has been chasing you all the time. You don't have any feelings for him at all, but he just won't give up. Grandpa echoed. Yeah, Wei Wei, he's been so persistent and has caused you a lot of trouble. Zhang Ma continued. You rejected him many times, but not only did he not give up, he even did a lot of excessive things. He always messes up when you're working and affects your career. Zhang Ruowei frowned, as if trying hard to recall, but the memory was still blank. Zhang Ma continued to make up lies. Once, he even ran to your event and caused trouble, making you look bad in front of everyone and losing face. Grandpa added, and, Wei Wei, he also secretly followed you, tried to track your whereabouts. He's messed up your life. Zhang's mother's eyes welled up with tears. The worst thing is that in order to achieve his own goals, he deliberately spoke ill of you in front of your friends and destroyed your interpersonal relationships. Zhang Ruowei's expression became increasingly ugly, and she angrily said, How could he do this? Mother Zhang took the opportunity to say, Wei Wei, that's why Mom got angry when she mentioned him just now. Fortunately, you've forgotten him now, which is a good thing. Just remember, he's only going to hurt you. He's not a good person. Grandpa also said, Yes, Wei Wei, forget him and start your life again. Don't be affected by this person anymore. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip and nodded. Mom, Grandpa, I understand. But I still felt something was wrong, and I always felt that things were not that simple. Back in the ward, Zhang Ruowei lay on the bed with a lot of thoughts in his mind. She tried to find clues about Gu Chun from the depths of her memory, but every effort ended in a headache. Do I really have no feelings for him at all? Why do my mom and grandpa's words make me feel a little deliberate? Zhang Ruowei murmured to herself. Just then, the door of the ward was gently pushed open and Zhang Ruowei's agent walked in. Ruowei, how do you feel? The agent asked with concern. Zhang Ruowei raised her head and looked at her agent. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Sister, do you know Gu Chun? The agent was stunned for a moment, his eyes evasive. Gu Chun? I know him. He and you participated in Let's Fall in Love, and you and he have a bad relationship. Show you the sliced video from when you were on the show. After Zhang Ruowei took the phone and read it, she knew that her mother and grandfather had probably not lied to her, and she really didn't like Gu Chun. Chapter 76. Gu Chun, calm down. In the dark and depressing prison, Gu's father, mother, and Gu Chun's 7 sisters were crowded in a small and cramped room. What? Gu Yi is dead. Gu Yao widened her eyes full of shock and disbelief. She shouted hysterically, Gu Chun, why are you still alive? Gu Ting held her head in her hands and screamed in pain. Why is this happening? How can my brother just die like this? Why is God so unfair? Gu Xian's face was covered in tears, and her expression was distorted with anger. She said viciously, It's all Gu Chen's fault. If he hadn't drawn Gu Yi's blood again, how could Gu Yi have died? He's a disaster. Father Gu was furious. He punched the wall hard and roared. Are they still human? Yi is in that state, but he still wants to give his blood to Gu Chun. Is there any humanity left? Although Gu's mother was also heartbroken, her heart seemed to be torn into countless pieces. But after hearing Gu's father's heartless words, he couldn't help but stand up to defend Gu Chun. Enough. Gu Chun can't be blamed for Gu Yi's death. He is also our child. What child? He is a nuisance. Gu Yao rushed over with uncontrolled emotions. With trembling fingers, he pointed at the void and cursed. If it weren't for Gu Chun, would my dear brother have died? Why doesn't he just die? Why isn't he the one who dies? My brother is obviously fine. Why did Gu Chun draw Xiao Yi's blood? Why? Mother Gu burst into tears and shouted at the top of her lungs. How can you say that? Chen'er didn't want this to happen either. His life was in danger. Gu Ting cried and said, does that mean Gui should die? He's still so young and innocent. His life has just begun. At this time, Gu Shui, who had been silent and looked sad, finally spoke. Everyone, stop arguing. What's the point of arguing now? Gu Yi is gone. No matter how much we blame each other, we can't bring him back to life. In the hospital, Gu Chan slowly opened his eyes. The nurse came over and said softly, you're awake. Get some rest. Gu Chan did not respond, but just shed tears silently. The tears slid down his thin cheeks and dripped onto the white pillow. He is now only worried about Xiaoyan. His sister is gone, and he is not with her. Thinking of her small body full of tubes, his heart ached more and more. Yi Qingwan walked into the hospital quietly. Seeing Gu Chen's lifeless yet lucid face, my heart suddenly tightened, as if it was being grasped by an invisible hand. She slowly walked to the bed and sat down carefully, her eyes full of heartache and pity. Gu Chen, how do you feel? Yi Qingwan asked softly, with a slight tremor in her voice, which was full of concern for him. Gu Chen forced a smile, but that smile was uglier than crying, and his voice was as weak as a candle in the wind. I'm fine. I made you worry. Shen Shirhan followed behind and saw Gu Chen's appearance. Tears welled up in my eyes, as if they would burst at any moment. Gu Chen, you don't look okay at all. Shen Shirhan sniffed and tried hard to hold back her tears, but her voice was still clearly sobbing. Yi Qingwan held Gu Chen's hand outside the quilt. The hand was cold and weak, as if it had lost its life. You must get better soon. Yi Qingwan's voice was a little choked, as if her throat was blocked by something. Shen Shirhan walked to the other side and looked at Gu Chen's dim eyes and cracked lips, full of worry and with her brows tightly furrowed. Gu Chen, is there anything you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Shen Shirhan asked, her tone full of urgency. Gu Chen shook his head gently. I have no appetite. Thank you for coming to see me. Yi Qingwan said gently, don't say that, we are friends. This is what we should do. Shen Shirhan agreed. Yeah, just focus on recuperating and don't think too much about other things. Gu Chen nodded slightly, with a hint of helplessness and sadness in his eyes, and that sadness seemed to be able to condense the air around him. Yi Qingwan stood up, poured a glass of water for Gu Chen, and carefully handed it to his mouth. Come, drink some water. You'll feel better. Gu Chen took a few sips from her hand. Thank you. Gu Chen's voice was very low, as if it came from far away. Gu Chen forced a smile and said weakly, I'm sorry to have worried you. When I get better, I'll go see Xiaoyan. Sister Xiaoyan, I'm sorry for her. I killed her. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have gone to the Gu family for help, nor would she have been killed by the Gu family. Gu Jia must pay the price. Xiaoling is so young and hasn't even had a boyfriend yet. This world is not fair to her or Xiaoyan at all. Why wasn't I the one who died? I don't know if Xiaoyan can eat today. Mr. Feng will definitely be able to cure her completely. When Xiaoyan gets better, I will definitely take her to see the world. Yi Qingwan and Shen Shirhan looked at each other. Their expressions instantly became nervous, and their eyes were full of hesitation and uneasiness. Shen Shirhan quickly changed the subject. Gu Chen, don't think too much about it for now. Just take care of yourself. Gu Chen didn't notice their strangeness and continued. Can you go see Xiaoyan later? Yi Qingwan's hands clenched unconsciously. She hesitated, not knowing how to start, her lips trembling slightly. Shen Shirhan bit her lip and said, Okay, we'll go see Xiaoyan later. Gu Chen, you have to take care of your health so that you can accompany Shen. Gu Chen frowned and looked at them in confusion. Why are you acting so strange today? Did something happen to Xiaoyan? Yi Qingwan hurriedly shook her head. No, Xiaoyan. The words came to her lips, but she couldn't say them. Gu Chen felt more and more that something was wrong. He sat up straight and stared at the two of them. No, you must be hiding something from me. Tell me now. Shen Shirhan bit her lip, her voice trembling slightly. Gu Chen, don't force us, Gu Chen raised his voice. What happened? Tell me quickly. Yi Qingwan took a deep breath, took Gu Chen's hand, and said slowly, Gu Chen, you have to be mentally prepared. Xiaoyan's condition is not good. Gu Chen's face turned pale in an instant. Not good? What happened? Tell me clearly. Shen Shirhan couldn't help crying. Gu Chen, We were afraid you couldn't accept it. Xiaoyan, she has already. What already? Tell me quickly. Gu Chen's voice was almost a roar. Yi Qingwan finally couldn't help crying and said, Xiaoyan is gone. Gu Chen is gone. Gu Chen was struck by lightning. He stared at them blankly with a blank look in his eyes. Impossible. You're lying to me. This is not true. He shook his head desperately, unwilling to believe this fact. Yi Qingwan and Shun Shirhan hugged Gu Chen tightly, trying to give him some comfort. Gu Chen broke free from their arms, jumped off the bed, and rushed out like crazy. I want to see Xiaoyan. I can't believe she's gone. Yi Qingwan and Shun Shirhan quickly chased after him and grabbed Gu Chen. Gu Chen cried out at the top of his lungs. Why? Why is this happening? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yi Qingwan burst into tears. Gu Chen, calm down. Xiaoyan doesn't want to see you like this. Chapter 77, Will You Forgive the Gu Family? Gu Chen, calm down. Xiaoyan is really gone. Yi Qingwan cried, her voice full of grief and helplessness. Gu Chen seemed to be unable to hear what they said, and just kept repeating, No, no, you are lying to me. His voice trembled with despair. His eyes were empty and stubborn, and he was simply unable to accept this cruel fact. His body was shaking with extreme pain and sorrow, and every cell in his body was resisting this nightmare-like reality. Why? Why does fate treat me like this? Xiaoyan is so kind and innocent. Gu Chen roared to the sky, and the heart-wrenching sound echoed in the hospital corridor. As if to break through the suffocating atmosphere, the pain in the voice was heartbreaking. Shun Shirhan hugged Gu Chen tightly, trying to calm him down with her own strength. Gu Chen, we all know you are upset, but this won't help. Her voice was filled with tears, and her tears kept falling. Gu Chen suddenly collapsed to the ground, covered his face with his hands, and burst into tears. It's my fault. I didn't protect her well. It's my fault. Gu Chen pounded the ground in self-blame. His hands were already covered in blood, but he seemed not to feel the pain. He just kept blaming himself. Yi Qingwan and Shun Shirhan looked at him with heartache, their eyes blurred with tears. But I didn't know how to relieve his pain, so I could only helplessly stay by his side and cry. After a while, Gu Chen stopped crying. His eyes became dull, as if he had lost all vitality, and his whole body was like a puppet without a soul. Now that Xiaoyan is gone, my world has no meaning anymore. He murmured to himself, his voice low and desperate, as if the vitality of life had been drained from his body. Yi Qingwan pulled his arm, her voice choked with sobs. Gu Chen, you can't think like that. Xiaoyan in heaven wouldn't want to see you giving up on yourself like this. Her eyes were full of worry and heartache. Gu Chen slowly raised his head and looked at them, his eyes full of confusion. Then what should I do? What's the point of me living? Xiaoyan Xiaoling. His voice was filled with helplessness and confusion. Shun Shirhan wiped her tears and said firmly, We must seek justice for Xiaoyan. Let those who hurt her be punished. Her eyes were filled with determination. A gleam flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Yes, the Gu family must pay the price. Just then, a group of police officers and reporters rushed into the hospital. The flashlights kept flashing, making people's eyes hurt, and the microphones were stretched towards Gu Chen like sharp spears. A tall male reporter was the first to introduce himself. Hello, Mr. Gu Chen. I am Li Chong, a reporter from the Huaxia Metropolis Daily. How do you feel now about what happened to Xiaoyan and her sister? He stared at Gu Chen anxiously, waiting for an answer. Another short-haired female reporter then introduced herself. I'm Lin Yu, a reporter for China People's Livelihood Focus. The Gu family's recordings have been exposed, confirming their evil deeds. Now everyone knows that you are the Gu family's biological son, not a substitute. Will you forgive the Gu family? She spoke quickly, asking questions one after another. Gu Chen laughed, and tears fell from his eyes as he laughed. Forgive? I have no relationship with the Gu family anymore. They killed my family. I will never forgive them. His voice was hoarse with anger. At this time, a policeman stood up and said, Everyone, please be quiet. Our police will make every effort to investigate this matter and give the victim an explanation. Now, please ask questions in an orderly manner and do not overstimulate the parties involved. The police's expression was serious as he tried to maintain order. Reporter Li Chong, who had introduced himself earlier, asked again, Mr. Gu Chen, what are you going to do next? What kind of punishment do you think the law will give to the Gu family to appease the public anger? His expression was anxious, and he wanted to get an explosive answer. Yi Qingwan hurriedly said, Gu Chun needs to rest now. Could you please stop asking him that? Her voice was filled with anger and pleading. Shin Shirhan also echoed. Everyone calm down first and let Gu Chun take it easy. Her face was full of anxiety. The reporters refused to give up and continued to ask various questions. Mr. Gu Chun, please answer. Gu Chun took a deep breath, tried to suppress his anger, and said, I will fully cooperate with the police. The Gu family must receive the punishment they deserve. His voice was weak but full of determination. At this time, a policeman stepped forward and said comfortingly, Mr. Gu Chun, don't worry. We will investigate this thoroughly and will not let any criminal go. Gu Chun nodded gratefully. Thank you, police comrade. His voice was full of fatigue. At this time, the live broadcast room was in an uproar, and the barrage of comments was surging like a tide. The Gu family is simply insane and must be severely punished. The Gu family must pay for their blood debt with blood. They can't get away with it. What kind of dark family is this? They don't even let children go. Curse everyone in the Gu family to die a miserable death. The law must give Gu Chun and Xiaoyan justice. Otherwise, we will never agree. Gu Chun is so pitiful. He has endured so much pain. Xiaoyan was so innocent, yet she was murdered like this. I'm so heartbroken that I can't breathe. What the Gu family did is unacceptable. I am willing to donate money to support Gu Chin's lawsuit. I curse the Gu family to suffer retribution from now on. This kind of evil behavior has completely refreshed my understanding. Gu Chin must be strong. We all support you. If the law cannot severely punish the Gu family, it would be a blasphemy against justice. I really want to rush to the Gu family and ask them face to face if they still have any conscience. The interview came to a temporary end. Gu Chun sat tiredly on the hospital bed, holding his head in his hands, his body trembling slightly. Yi Qingwan looked at him with concern and said, Gu Chun, don't be too hard on yourself. Your health is important. She gently stroked Gu Chen's back. Gu Chen raised his head and said in a hoarse voice, Qingwan, how can I not be embarrassed? They're my relatives. Shun Shirhan took Gu Chen's hand and said, Gu Chun, no matter what, we will always be by your side to support you. Gu Chun smiled bitterly. Thank you. You all go back. Can you please leave me alone for a while? Yi Qingwan and Shun Shirhan looked at each other, their eyes full of worry and reluctance. Yi Qingwan said softly, Gu Chun, then you should have good rest. We are outside. Call us if you need anything. Shun Shirhan also nodded. Yes, don't think too much. We will always be here. After saying that, the two of them slowly left the room and gently closed the door. The room suddenly became quiet. Gu Chun stared blankly at the ceiling, tears blurring his eyes again. Xiaoyan's smile kept flashing through his mind, and he recalled every moment he spent with her. Xiaoyan, why did you leave me like this? Why is fate so unfair? Gu Chun murmured to himself. At this time, Yi Qingwan and Shun Shirhan outside the door did not go too far away. They stood quietly in the corridor, feeling equally heavy-hearted. Yi Qingwan couldn't help sobbing. Shirhan, Gu Chun is so pitiful. Xiaoyan and Xiaoling are so pitiful. My heart aches. Gu Chun in the room turned over and buried his head in the pillow, trying to cover up his crying. Chapter 78, no matter how difficult the road is, I will walk with you. Una luxurious villa. The valuable carpet was strewn with all sorts of smashed porcelain and glass ornaments. The man's name was Zhao Yu. He was wearing a custom-made high-end suit, but it looked disheveled at the moment. His face was twisted with anger, his eyes were bloodshot, and veins bulged on his forehead. Damn Gu Chun a substitute. How dare he bring the Gu family to this point? Zhao Yu roared and smashed the antique vase in his hand against the wall frantically, and the vase shattered into pieces in an instant. Gu Xian, whom he deeply loved, was now imprisoned because of Gu Chun, which completely destroyed his sanity. Hey, find a way to get the Gu family out immediately right now. Zhao Yu dialed a number and roared at the person on the other end of the phone, while slamming the table with his hands. A cautious voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Zhao, this is not easy to handle. The Gu family's incident this time has become too big. Not only is there a top force like the Yi family backing Gu Chun, and the public pressure is so great that we really can't do anything. Zhao Yu was furious and jumped up and yelled, Waste. You are all a bunch of waste. I don't care about the Yi family or public opinion. I just want Gu Xian to be safe. Mr. Zhao, please calm down first. The Yi family is not someone we can easily provoke. They have a profound influence in both the business and political circles. The Gu family really went too far this time. Gang rape resulted in death. This crime is unforgivable. Zhao Yu gasped for breath, rushed over to the other party, and said through gritted teeth, "What should I do? Am I just going to watch Gu Xian suffer in prison?" "Mr. Zhao, why don't we start with Gu Chun? Maybe we can find a breakthrough." Zhao Yu's eyes lit up, and he said viciously, "Okay, send someone to the hospital immediately and bring Gu Chun to me." Not long after, the people sent to the hospital returned in disgrace. "Mr. Zhao, this is a mess. There are police guarding the hospital, and Gu Chen's friends are also here. We have no way to do anything." The man lowered his head, not daring to look Zhao Yu in the eye. Zhao Yu kicked the man and cursed, "A bunch of useless people. You can't even do such a simple thing." At this time, one of Zhao Yu's confidants came over cautiously and said, "Mr. Zhao, we can't be so impulsive. Gu Chun is now under police protection and has the support of the Yi family. We can't force him." Zhao Yu glared at him and roared, "Then what do you say we should do?" The confidant thought for a moment and said, "We have to take a long-term view. We could try to start with public opinion and create some news that is unfavorable to Gu Chun to disrupt their position. Also, we can secretly investigate the people around Gu Chun to see if we can find any evidence that can be used against him." Zhao Yu listened and gradually calmed down. He sat back in his chair, crossed his arms, and said, "Okay, I'll do as you say. I just don't believe that I can't defeat Gu Chun." However, things were not as simple as Zhao Yu imagined. When he tried to discredit Gu Chun in public opinion, he found that netizens did not bite at all, but instead strongly condemned his behavior. The Gu family's accomplices are causing trouble again. How disgusting. Want to discredit Gu Chun? No way. We only believe in facts and justice. Zhao Yu was so angry when he saw these comments that he smashed his phone to the ground and cursed, "Damn it, these stupid people." Zhao Yu felt an unprecedented sense of frustration, but the anger in his heart grew stronger and stronger. He pointed at his men and taunted them. "Look at you bunch of losers. You're useless. I can't even deal with Gu Chun." The men all lowered their heads and dared not say a word. Zhao Yu clenched his fists and said viciously, "Gu Chun, I won't let you go." Yi Jinxian sat quietly in front of Gu Chen's ward, looking gently through the window at Gu Chun lying on the hospital bed. Gu Chun had just experienced the huge blow of learning of Xiaoyan's death, and he fell into deep pain and despair. Yi Jinxian was not actually very angry about Shun Shihan and the others telling Gu Chun the news of Xiaoyan's death. She knew in her heart that this matter could not be kept secret for long, and Gu Chun would find out sooner or later. She was just worried that Gu Chun couldn't bear such a blow and that he would do something stupid. At this moment, Yi Jinxuan's cell phone suddenly rang, breaking the silence outside the ward. She glanced at the caller ID, and her expression instantly became serious. "Hello." Yi Jinxuan's voice sounded a little nervous. An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. "Ms. Yi, it's bad. Someone is preparing to attack Gu Chun. But that person has already run away, and we haven't found out who he is yet." Yi Jinxuan's heart sank suddenly, and her brows furrowed. "What? How could this happen? You must find out as soon as possible." After hanging up the phone, Yi Jinxian felt extremely heavy. She took a deep breath, tried to calm herself down, and walked into the ward. Gu Chun was still lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes, with lingering tear marks on his face. Yi Jinxian walked to the bedside, gently held Gu Chen's hand, and said softly, "Gu Chun, don't be afraid. I will always be by your side." Gu Chun turned his head slightly and looked at her. "You don't have to accompany me." Yi Jinxian looked at him distressedly. "Gu Chun, don't say that. It's not time for us to give up yet." "Gu Chun, do you still remember what happened when we were in high school?" Gu Chun turned his head slightly, his eyes a little confused, but still nodded slightly. A smile appeared on Yi Jinxuan's lips as she fell into memories. "Back then, our school organized a spring outing, and everyone was so excited. Do you remember that mountain climb? I was too tired to walk halfway up the mountain, but you were the one who kept by my side, encouraging me and pulling me up step by step." He said he would climb up the mountain to buy me some hot and sour noodles from outside the school. A glimmer of light flashed in Gu Chen's eyes, and he seemed to remember that time. "Yes, you were so tired that your face turned red. You kept saying you were going to give up, but in the end you still persevered to the top of the mountain. So, Gu Chen, you can't give up. No matter how difficult the road is, I will accompany you. I like you. Gu Chen, I will walk the road with you from now on." I started liking you ever since you bought me a bowl of hot and sour noodles during that spring outing. Gu-chun, I really, really have liked you for many years. Promise me, please. Don't reject me. I want to be with you forever. I really regret not confessing to you earlier. I regret why I went abroad. Gu-chun, I really, really like you. Promise me, okay? Chapter 79. Court opens tomorrow. Gu-chun heard Yi Jinchuan's confession. There was no trace of joy or emotion on his face. Instead, it seems more painful and helpless. He slowly turned his head, avoiding Yi Jinchuan's expectant gaze, and said in a hoarse and low voice, Jin Xian, I'm sorry. I can't promise you that. Tears welled up in Yi Jinchuan's eyes, and she asked in a trembling voice, Why? You came back just because of me? Gu-chun, don't you have any feelings for me at all? Gu-chun bit his lip, took a deep breath, and said, Jin Xian, it's not your fault. But I am not worthy of your love at all. Gu-chun hesitated for a while before speaking. I actually won't live long. Xiaoyan is gone. My life is already dark. I can't drag you into this endless abyss. Yi Jinxian held Gu-chun's hand tightly and said anxiously, Gu-chun, I'm not afraid. I don't care about your illness. I don't care what the future holds. I just want to be with you. Gu-chun gently broke free from Yi Jinchuan's hand, his eyes full of determination. But I care. I don't want you to waste your youth and emotions on me. I can't give you a future. I can't give you happiness. You should find someone who is healthy and can accompany you through the long years. Yi Jinxian burst into tears and cried, Gu-chun, how could you be so cruel? I don't want anyone else. I only want you. Gu-chun closed his eyes. Jin Xian, don't be silly. I don't want to delay you, nor do I want to hurt you. My heart is filled with pain and despair, and I have no desire to talk about love. My heart is broken, and I can no longer give you warmth and love. Yi Jinxian shook her head, refusing to accept it. No, Gu-chun, I don't believe it. Gu-chun smiled bitterly and said, Maybe I once had a crush on you, but that doesn't matter anymore. I'm no longer capable of loving anyone. Jin Xian, let go and find your true happiness. Yi Jinxian stared at Gu-chun blankly, her body trembling slightly. Do you still like Zhang Ruowei? You still can't let her go. Gu-chun was slightly stunned when he heard Yi Jinchuan's question, and then said helplessly, Jin Xian, this has nothing to do with Zhang Ruowei. My refusal now is only because of my own situation. It has nothing to do with her. Yi Jinchuan's face was covered with tears, and she said emotionally, How can it be okay? You've been together for 7 years, 7 whole years. Do you think I will never be as good as her? Gu-chun sighed and said, Jin Xian, don't let your imagination run wild. I'm rejecting you now because I really don't want to get you into trouble. Yi Jinxian said loudly, You are just looking for excuses. If you really have any feelings for me, you wouldn't push me away like this again and again. I just want to be with you. Please don't push me away. Please, Gu-chun, I want to accompany you during the last part of your life. I'm not afraid of you delaying me. I want to be with you. Let's leave our memories during this time. Gu-chun looked at Yi Jinchuan's resolute and affectionate expression. There was a sharp pain in his heart, and his voice was filled with deep helplessness. Jin Xian, why are you doing this? Yi Jinxian took a step forward, tightly grasped the corner of Gu-chun's clothes with both hands, and said with a firm look in her eyes, Gu-chun, I have made up my mind. No matter what you say, I will not change. Gu-chun was silent for a long time, then slowly said, Jin Xian, even if you can accompany me through these last moments. But what happens next? How are you going to face life without me? Yi Jinxian bit her lip and said, We'll talk about the future later. All I care about now is every minute and every second I can be with you. Gu-chun shook his head and said, Jin Xian, you are so stupid. Yi Jinxian smiled through her tears. For you, I am willing to be stupid this time. Gu-chun sighed deeply. Jin Xian, I don't want you to suffer because of this relationship in the future. Yi Jinxian raised her head and looked directly into Gu-chun's eyes. No, Gu-chun. Being with you, even for a short time, is extremely precious to me. Please, Gu-chun, even for a month. How about we be together for a month? Just 1 month. Please promise me. Gu-chun. Gu-chun finally couldn't help it. Tears rolled down his cheeks. Jin Xian. Yi Jinxian gently wiped away his tears. Gu-chun, don't reject me anymore. Let me accompany you. Gu-chun looked at Yi Jinchuan's eyes, which were full of expectation and affection. Struggling internally, he said in a trembling voice, Jin Xian, This month may be more difficult than you imagine. Yi Jinxian responded without hesitation, her eyes firm. Gu Chun, I don't care. I can bear it no matter how difficult it is. Gu Chun was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Jinxian, then I promise you. Yi Jinxian burst into laughter and hugged Gu Chun tightly. I will never regret it. In the following days, they went to watch the sunrise together. When the first ray of sunlight shone on their faces, Yi Jinxian looked at Gu Chun's pale face, her heart filled with pity. Gu Chun smiled and said, Jinxian, this scenery is so beautiful. Yi Jinxian held back her tears, nodded and said, with you here, everything is beautiful. Sometimes, Gu Chun would suddenly frown because of illness, and Yi Jinxian would gently massage him to relieve his pain. Gu Chun, is it hurting again? Yi Jinxian asked anxiously. Gu Chun shook his head. With you here, I can bear the pain. They cooked together, and although Gu Chun was slow, Yi Jinxian always waited patiently. Gu Chun, try this I made. Yi Jinxian picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and fed it to him. Gu Chun ate it and said with a smile, it's delicious. Everything is delicious as long as it's made by you. However, as time went on, Gu Chun's health became worse and worse. Yi Jinxian stayed by the bedside day and night. Gu Chun said distressfully, Jinxian, go and have a rest. Yi Jinxian shook her head stubbornly. I want to accompany you. One day, Gu Chun felt a little better and they took a walk in the hospital garden. Yi Jinxian said softly, Gu Chun, no matter what the future holds, I am grateful for this time. Gu Chun held her hand. Jinxian, I am sorry for you. Yi Jinxuan's eyes were filled with tears. Don't say such things. Being with you is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me. Then Yi Jinxian remembered something and spoke again. The Gu family case will go to court tomorrow. Gu Chun's expression instantly became complicated, showing anger, expectation, and a hint of relief. He was silent for a while before he slowly said, I've finally waited for this day. Yi Jinxian held Gu Chun's hand tightly and said, Don't worry, I'm here with you. That night, Gu Chun tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Yi Jinxian stayed by his side, patting his shoulders gently and giving him silent comfort. Chapter 80. You are the murderer. Early the next morning. It was also the 10th day that Gu Chun and Yi Jinxian were together. The court of the capital. Today is the trial day for the Gu family who murdered Qiu Siling and kidnapped and illegally imprisoned Qiu Yin and Gu Chun. The trial was broadcast live across the entire network, with countless pairs of eyes glued to the screen, watching this heart-wrenching case. The atmosphere in the courtroom was solemn, and the gallery was filled with people who were paying close attention to the case. In the plaintiff's seat, Qiu Yin and Gu Chun's family members looked haggard, their eyes filled with grief, anger, and expectation. In the dock, people related to the Gu family lowered their heads and looked nervous. The judge sat solemnly on the bench, glanced at the audience, and announced the start of the trial. The prosecutor stood up first and made an impassioned speech, detailing the crimes committed by the Gu family, every detail of which was appalling. The evidence was presented on the big screen one by one, and the Gu family's evil deeds were exposed. The Gu family has committed such a heinous crime and must be severely punished. Poor Sister Xiaoyan, they were ruined by the Gu family like this. It's unforgivable. I really can't understand how the Gu family can be so vicious. They must receive the most severe punishment. This is outright murder. The Gu family cannot be let off easily. Xiaoyan and her sister are so innocent. I hope the law will give them justice. The Gu family should go to hell and atone for their evil deeds. This cruel behavior is simply outrageous and must be severely punished. The law cannot let the Gu family off the hook. We must uphold justice for the Xiaoyan sisters. The Gu family is a demon. They must pay a heavy price. Seeing what happened to Xiaoyan and her sister, my heart is broken. The Gu family is unforgivable. Shoot them all. If not, it will take 100 hours. Sister Xiaoyan is such a kind person, yet she suffered such a disaster. God is so unfair. The law must uphold justice. I hope the court can make a fair judgment and let the Gu family receive the punishment they deserve. The Gu family's blood debt must be repaid with blood. This kind of insane behavior deserves to be cut into pieces. The court must punish severely. Poor Xiaoyan sisters, may you rest in peace in heaven. The law will bring you justice. The courtroom was filled with a tense atmosphere. Gu Qingxue, the eldest sister of the Gu family, suddenly spoke up. We didn't kill him. This has nothing to do with our Gu family. Gu Chun is our biological brother. We are related by blood. Can this be called kidnapping? We're just taking him home. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the courtroom, and everyone's face was filled with shock and anger. The plaintiff's lawyer glared at him and shouted, "That's ridiculous. Forcibly taking someone away and restricting their freedom. If this isn't kidnapping, what is it?" Gu Qingxue remained calm and continued to argue. Gu Chen obviously got in the car of his own accord. "We are doing this for Gu Chen's own good. He suffered so much outside. We brought him home to give him warmth and care." At this time, people in the audience were whispering to each other, and angry accusations came one after another. Nonsense. What kind of excuse is that? The Gu family is so shameless. The lawyer suppressed his anger and said, "What about Xiaoyan? Her condition in the hospital was already not optimistic. What you call taking her home to take care of her is actually illegally imprisoning her." Gu Qingxue snorted coldly. "Xiaoyan is Gu Chen's sister. What's wrong with us taking her home to take care of her? And it was Xiaoyan's sister, Qiu Xiling, who asked me to take her sister away." The lawyer angrily threw a stack of evidence on the table. "The evidence is conclusive. Xiaoyan suffered inhumane treatment in your Gu family. Is this what you call care?" Gu Qingxue's eyes dodged for a moment, but she still said stubbornly, "That's because she was disobedient and didn't know how to be grateful." The atmosphere in the courtroom became increasingly tense, and the anger of the crowd almost ignited the entire courtroom. At this moment, the judge banged the gavel loudly. "Silence." Then, the lawyer pointed at Gu Qingxue and said sternly, "How do you explain Qiu Xiling's death?" Gu Qingxue's expression showed a hint of panic, but she quickly forced herself to remain calm. "The video has been shown. She was raped to death. It's none of our business. Go find the person who raped her in the video. 8 people raped her. What does it have to do with us? Can I rape her?" These words plunged the entire courtroom into deathly silence. Then came an even greater wave of anger. "How shameless! How dare you say such a thing? The Gu family is simply insane." The plaintiff's lawyer was so angry that he trembled all over. "You, the Gu family, knew that Qiu Xiling was in danger. But you watched someone die without helping him. Isn't this your responsibility?" Gu Qingxue argued, "We don't know. She was raped because she was flirtatious. We don't know. How do we know this would happen? It was an accident." At this moment, Gu Yao, the third sister of the Gu family, could no longer hold back. She sneered, "Humph, what kind of trial is this? It's just a farce. What qualifications do you, the so-called judges, have to judge the affairs of our Gu family?" As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar in the courtroom again, and people were shocked by Gu Yao's audacity. The judge's face was gloomy, and he said sternly, "You will not be tolerated in this courtroom with your nonsense." Gu Yao showed no sign of backing down, but instead became even more arrogant. "Am I talking nonsense? It's you who are wrongly accusing a good person. This trial is totally unfair." Seeing this, Gu Qingxue also echoed, "That's right. You judges and lawyers are just trying to gain fame by using our Gu family." The plaintiff's lawyer was furious. "You, the Gu family, have committed such a crime, and yet you still show no remorse. They actually openly insulted the judge and the law in court." Gu Yao sneered, "Repent. What's wrong with our Gu family? What evidence do you have to convict us?" Gu Qingxue continued, "That's right. Your so-called evidence might be fabricated." The lawyer's fingers were shaking with anger as he pointed at the 2 sisters and said, "You are simply lawless. The facts are right before your eyes, yet you still dare to make such excuses." Gu Yao glared at the lawyer and cursed loudly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you accuse us here?" Gu Qingxue also cursed. "You guys are just a bunch of people who only know how to curry favor with the powerful. I'll do anything for money." The atmosphere in the courtroom was extremely tense, and people in the gallery angrily accused the 2 sisters of their shameless behavior. The judge banged the gavel again and said loudly, "If you continue to act recklessly like this, those who disrupt court order will be punished by law." Gu Yao said disdainfully, "Sanctions? I want to see what you can do to us." Gu Qingxue also shouted, "Sentence us to death if you dare. Let's see if the world will accept it. We are innocent. It was you police doctors who drew my brother's blood and killed him. You are the murderers. You all deserve to die, all of you." Chapter 81, Your Honor. Please give me another chance. The judge glared at Gu Qingxue and Gu Yao and said sternly, "Defendant, Please keep quiet, or I will take coercive measures. Gu Qingxue and Gu Yao showed no sign of restraining themselves and continued shouting loudly in the court. At this moment, Gu Chun, who had been silent the entire time, stood up, his eyes filled with anger and grief. Gu Qingxue, Gu Yao, you still don't know how to repent. Si Ling, Qiu Yin, and Xiao Yin are so pitiful. How can you be so cruel? Is he still a human being? Gu Qingxue sneered. Gu Chun, you're a traitor. You're actually helping outsiders deal with your own family. Gu Chun gritted his teeth and said, We are no longer a family. Gu Yao sneered. Humph, do you think what you said can change anything? Their deaths are none of our business. The plaintiff's lawyer said, Gu family, don't be so arrogant. The law will give justice to the victim. Gu Qingxue said disdainfully, Fair? In this capital, our Gu family is fair. Everyone in the courtroom became even angrier after hearing this and accused the Gu family of being shameless. At this moment, the judge said, After deliberation by this court, the evidence is conclusive and the Gu family is guilty of the crime. Gu Qingxue and Gu Yao widened their eyes, unable to believe the verdict they heard. Gu Yao shouted, Impossible. You are framing me. The judge said coldly, The evidence is clear and beyond doubt. Your sophistry is of no use. The plaintiff's lawyer continued, Gu family, your crimes are clear as day. It's too late to regret now. Gu Qingxue slumped in the dock, muttering to herself, This is impossible, this is impossible. Gu Chun looked at them and said, Gu family, you will have to pay the price for the mistakes you made. Gu Yao suddenly jumped up, pointing at Gu Chun and cursing, It's all your fault, Gu Chun. If it weren't for you, how could our Gu family have fallen to this point? Gu Chun replied, You are the ones who have committed so many evil things, and you still don't know how to reflect on yourself. At this time, a witness came to the court. He was a former housekeeper of the Gu family. He said, I can testify that everything the Gu family did was premeditated. Gu Qingxue glared at him. You traitor, how dare you betray the Gu family? The former housekeeper said, I just don't want to cover up for your evil deeds anymore. I want to speak out for justice. Gu Yao shouted, You're talking nonsense. How much money did you pay them to frame us? The former housekeeper said calmly, I didn't take a penny, but I just feel guilty. I've seen all the harm you've done to Qiu, Siling, and Qiu Yin. The courtroom was filled with condemnation again. Gu Qingxue yelled, Shut up, all of you. This is all fake. The judge banged the gavel again. Defendant, keep quiet. Gu Yao was still unyielding. Our Gu family will not fall like this. Just wait and see. You poor bastards. Are you worthy enough to fight our Gu family? Suddenly, a new piece of evidence was played on the big screen in the courtroom. These are some secret conversations within the Gu family, which clearly show the process of their planning the crime. There is also the recording of Gu Chen's conversation with the police. After seeing this video and recording, Gu Qingxue and Gu Yao's faces turned pale instantly. The plaintiff's lawyer said, Now, what else do you have to say? Gu Qingxue trembled and said, This is fake, it's forged. The judge said, After identification, this video is authentic and valid. You cannot deny it. Gu Yao collapsed to the ground, crying and saying, It's over, everything is over. Gu Chun said, This is what you deserve. Gu Qingxue raised her head, her eyes filled with despair and regret. Gu Chun, we were wrong. Please, save us. Gu Chun looked at them coldly. You know you're wrong now? It's too late. At this point, Gu Tianhua, Gu's father, who had been silent the entire time, finally couldn't contain himself anymore and began to argue. Your Honor, this is all a misunderstanding. Our Gu family has always been law-abiding. How could we possibly do something so outrageous? Someone must have deliberately framed us and wanted to bring down our Gu family. We just took our own son back. As for Qiu Siling, it was 8 rapists who killed her. The judge shouted angrily, The evidence is irrefutable. Your sophistry is nothing but a desperate struggle and is meaningless. Gu Tianhua's eyes widened, and he shouted at the top of his lungs, Your Honor, you are well aware of our Gu family's status and influence in the capital. How can we be convicted based solely on this so-called evidence? There was an uproar in the courtroom, and everyone was furious at Gu Tianhua's shameless sophistry. At this time, the secretary of the Jingcheng Municipal Party Committee and the secretary of the Jiangnan Municipal Party Committee were watching the live broadcast in an office, and both of them looked very ugly. Secretary Gao of the Jingcheng Municipal Party Committee angrily said, This Gu family is simply lawless. They must be severely punished and give the victim an explanation. Secretary Li of the Jiangnan Municipal Party Committee nodded, frowning. The impact this time is too bad. With such immense public pressure, it will be difficult to appease the public anger without a severe sentence. Secretary Gao continued, but Gu Tianhua's wife has a complicated background. Her father is a veteran marshal. He was a founding marshal. Even though he's retired, his prestige is still there. Her brother is your old chief, which complicates things. Secretary Li sighed. The Fong family's background does put us in a difficult position. But we can't let the Gu family off the hook for this. The Jingqing Municipal Party Committee Secretary's gaze was firm. No matter how much resistance there is, the dignity of the law must not be trampled upon. We must uphold justice and give society a satisfactory answer. Jiangnan Municipal Party Committee Secretary agreed. Yes, the Gu family's behavior this time has aroused public anger. If it is not handled properly, it will have a huge negative impact on our work. The Jingqing Municipal Party Committee Secretary pondered for a moment and said, I heard that other superpowers want to protect the Gu family. It seems that the conflict of interest behind this is not simple. In court, Gu Tianhua still tried to exonerate the Gu family. I have made many contributions to the country. We can't let this incident plunge our Gu family into the abyss. The plaintiff's lawyer angrily retorted, Your contribution cannot be an excuse for your crime. Everyone is equal before the law. Gu Tianhua glared at the lawyer fiercely. Don't be complacent. This matter won't end so easily. At this time, Gu Chen shouted angrily, Gu Tianhua, you still don't repent. Gu Tianhua roared, You rebellious son, you're turning your elbows outward. The judge banged the gavel again. Silence. The judge said seriously, Gu Tianhua, your sophistry is meaningless. This court will now make a ruling based on the evidence and the law. Gu Tianhua's face turned pale, but he still shouted without giving up. Your Honor, please give me another chance. The judge remained unmoved and said, In view of the current situation, this court adjourns for 10 minutes. The verdict will continue in 10 minutes. Chapter 82, Someone Framed Our Gu Family. During the 10-minute recess, the atmosphere in the courtroom was solemn. Gu Qingxue and the seven sisters Gu Yao hugged each other and cried bitterly, tears flowing freely, their voices filled with despair and fear. Gu Tianhua sat blankly in the dock, his eyes empty, as if his soul had left his body. Gu Chun stood aside, his brows furrowed, his mood mixed, his clenched fists and tense muscles. Yi Jinxian, who was standing by, held his hand and carefully comforted Gu Chun. The plaintiff's lawyer and the prosecutor were whispering to each other. Their expressions were serious and focused, and they gestured from time to time, preparing for the upcoming verdict. Outside the court, people were waiting anxiously and talking about the case. The Gu family really deserves it. Let's see how they can quibble. A young man said indignantly, his face flushed with anger. I hope he can be sentenced severely and give the victim justice. An old man said in a heavy tone, his eyes full of expectation. In the Fong family's mansion, the atmosphere was equally tense and depressing. Gu Tianhua's wife Fong Gomeng was taken to a room by the police, and everyone in the Gu family had hope in their eyes. Fong Gomeng came to a luxurious little office and saw her father and brother, and she couldn't control her tears. She cried bitterly, holding her father's sleeve tightly, begging, Dad, you can't just ignore Tianhua and the others. After all, we are a family. The old man sat on the chair. He was tall and straight. Although the years have left deep marks on his face, one can still see his former majesty. His thick brows were furrowed and his eyes were sharp, but at this moment they were filled with anger and helplessness. He slammed the armrest hard and shouted, Humph, he committed such a crime himself and still refuses to repent. How can I help him? Look at what you've done. I heard about Xiaoyi and Xiaochen. I was very angry when you kicked Xiaochen out of the house, and you didn't listen to me. Are you okay now? Xiao Yi is gone now, so you should be sentenced as you deserve for the crime you committed. The wife sobbed continuously, her voice trembling. Father. Fong Gomeng's brother sighed beside him. His posture was still upright, but his face was full of worry. He waved his hand and said, Sister, this matter is too serious. We can't help just because we want to. His wife refused to give in and knelt on the ground with a plop. Brother, you have such a high prestige in the army. If you speak up, who would dare to touch the Gu family? The old leader shook his head helplessly and turned his back. Sister, This is a legal matter. It can't be solved by prestige. We can't go against the law and the will of the people. The old commander stood up, put his hands behind his back, and paced back and forth. This matter concerns national law and justice. If we intervene, how can we explain it to the people? How can I be worthy of this military uniform? Fong Goming collapsed on the ground, crying in despair. What should I do? The old general stopped and looked down at his daughter, who was slumped on the ground. A trace of pity flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his determination. Don't cry anymore. The Gu family has committed such a crime and should accept the punishment of the law. If we intervene now, it would be a violation of the law and would destroy the Fong family's long-standing reputation. The old leader also came over, helped my sister up, and said earnestly, Sister, father is right. We cannot sacrifice public interest for personal gain. This is a matter of principle. Besides, if the Gu family doesn't repent, even if they escape this time, they will inevitably make big mistakes again in the future. The wife raised her head and looked at her father and brother with tears in her eyes. Father, Xiao Yao, and the other 7 are still so young, they can't go to jail. The old commander snorted heavily. It's their own fault. You guys really went too far this time. You actually hired someone to gang rape a little girl to death. I almost want to kill you. Hey, how could I have given birth to such an inhuman thing like you? The old leader continued, Sister, it's time for you to wake up. The daily indulgence of the Gu family has led to today's situation. The wife sobbed and said, I know I was wrong, but the old commander waved his hand and said, No need to say more. This matter has been decided. Don't mention it again. At this time, a guard hurried in, saluted, and said, Report to the chief. There is new news from the court. The old commander's expression was stern. Speak. The guard said, The court will continue the trial and pronounce the verdict soon. The old chief looked at the old commander and said, Father, it seems the result will be revealed soon. The old general took a deep breath and said, Let's see what the law says. Bring her back to court. Dad, you can't ignore Tianhua. Elder brother, Fong Gomeng, was taken away, leaving the Fong father and son here. At this time, the old leader's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone, and after listening to a few words, his face became even gloomier. After hanging up the phone, he said, Other forces are also paying attention to this matter and trying to exert pressure. Father, then we... The old general waved his hand and said, Humph, our Fong family will never get involved in such shady activities. Everything must be done according to the law. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the judge returned to the courtroom, with everyone's eyes focused on him. The judge cleared his throat and said, Let's continue with the sentencing. The Gu family is guilty of intentional homicide, kidnapping, and illegal imprisonment. For all these crimes, they are sentenced to... When the judge announced the verdict, the entire courtroom was silent, and Gu Qingxue, Gu Yao, and others cried out in despair. The moment Fong Goming heard the verdict, he collapsed to the ground, as if he had lost all his strength. The judge said solemnly, Given that the crimes committed by the Gu family are extremely serious and of a vile nature, they have caused great harm to society. Gu Tianhua was sentenced to life imprisonment and deprived of his political rights for life. Gu Qingxue was sentenced to 20 years in prison. Gu Yao was sentenced to 15 years in prison. When the Gu family heard the verdict, some fainted while others screamed hysterically. When the people outside the court heard the verdict, they applauded. Finally, the verdict has been announced. It's such a relief. This evil force should be severely punished. After hearing the verdict, Gu Tianhua suddenly stood up and shouted, We don't accept it. This verdict is unfair. Gu Qingxue and Gu Yao also shouted, We want to appeal. This is a false accusation. The judge slammed the gavel and said sternly, This verdict is based on solid evidence and legal provisions. You will not be dissatisfied. Gu Tianhua's eyes widened in anger. What evidence? This is all forged. Someone is framing our Gu family. The plaintiff's lawyer stood up and said, The evidence is conclusive. Your guilt is irrefutable. Stop struggling in vain. At this time, the bailiff stepped forward and tried to calm the Gu family members down. Gu Tianhua still refused to give in. I don't accept it. I want everyone to know that this is a wrongful case. The courtroom was in chaos, and the judge banged the gavel again. If you continue to disrupt the order of the court, you will be subject to more severe punishment. Chapter 83, The Gu family raised a traitor. Amidst the continued noise and protest from the Gu family, The bailiffs took decisive action and forcibly took Gu Tianhua, Gu Qingxue, Gu Yao, and others out of the court. Gu Tianhua struggled hard, still shouting, "Let me go. This is unfair." Gu Qingxue and Gu Yao cried and screamed, "We are not guilty." The bailiffs showed no mercy, grabbing them tightly and quickly escorting them out of the courtroom. At this time, the live broadcast of the trial spread across various video platforms, sparking heated discussions among netizens. On a well-known live streaming platform, barrages of comments instantly flooded the screen. These criminals should have been taken away long ago to restore peace to the court. Good judgment. Let's see if they still dare to be so arrogant. People who have committed such heinous crimes should be severely punished. There's no point in disobeying them. On another video platform, the comment section was also buzzing. Justice will not be absent. The Gu family finally got what they deserved. The law is fair, and their sophistry and resistance are in vain. I hope they reflect on their crimes in prison. Related topics quickly became trending topics on major social media platforms. The Gu family was sentenced, which is very satisfying. The Gu family refused to accept the verdict and was forcibly taken away. They deserved it. Countless netizens liked and forwarded the related news, expressed support for the verdict and indignation at the Gu family's crimes. Xia Zixuan and her best friend sat in the courtroom gallery. His eyes inadvertently swept across the front but suddenly stopped. She saw Gu Chun, the man who had once left a mark in her heart. At this moment, Yi Jinxian was sitting next to him. A hint of surprise first flashed across Xia Zixuan's eyes, and then was filled with doubt. Her lips were slightly parted, as if she wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Her best friend noticed that something was wrong with her. Following her gaze, I saw Gu Chun and Yi Jinxian sitting together. The best friend gently touched Xia Zixuan's arm and whispered, "Zixuan, is the girl next to Gu Chun?" Xia Zixuan frowned and said in a low voice, "I don't know either. I've never seen this girl with him." The best friend was surprised and said, "Could it be his new girlfriend? They look very close." Xia Zixuan didn't want to believe it at all. Impossible. My best friend comforted me. "Don't take it too seriously. They might just be ordinary friends." Xia Zixuan shook her head, her eyes fixed on the front. "They can't be ordinary friends. Look at them. How can they be ordinary friends?" Gu Chun seemed to feel that someone was watching him. When he turned around, his eyes met Xia Zixuan's. Xia Zixuan quickly turned her head away, but her heart beat faster involuntarily. My bestie whispered, "Oh, he seems to have seen us. What should we do?" Xia Zixuan took a deep breath and said, "I'll see it. What are you afraid of?" My bestie then said, "Then let's go out later. It would be so embarrassing if we ran into each other." The trial continued, but Xia Zixuan's mind was not on the case at all. Her best friend patted her shoulder and said, "If you really like her, just go and ask her." Xia Zixuan sighed softly. "Forget it. Let's see what happens first." When Gu Qingxue was forcibly dragged away, she pointed at Gu Chun and cursed, "Gu Chun, you ungrateful wolf. You are not worthy of being our Gu family's son." Gu Yao also echoed. Her eyes widened, and she roared ferociously, "That's right. You traitor, you actually helped outsiders to deal with your own family. You're not worthy of being my brother." Gu Tianhua was also furious at this time. He gasped and said viciously, "Gu Chun, have you forgotten the kindness of the Gu family in raising you? Now you want to put us to death. You are such an ungrateful person. You are not worthy of being my son." Gu Chen's mother Fang Gomeng was also crying beside him. "Chen'er, how could you be so cruel? We are your blood relatives. You are so heartless. How could there be someone like you in our Gu family? Gu Chun, you will be punished. It's against the will of heaven to treat your family like this." Their voices echoed in the courtroom, filled with anger and resentment. Gu Chun stood there, his face pale, his fists clenched, his body trembling slightly. The expressions of the Gu family made him want to kill them with his own hands. When the Gu family mocked Gu Chun so fiercely in court, the Fang family reacted differently. The old commander frowned, his eyes full of majesty and dissatisfaction. He snorted coldly and said, "The Gu family really doesn't know what's good for them. Even at this time, they still don't know how to reflect on themselves and even speak so harshly to their own relatives." The old leader looked worried. He shook his head and said, "Such behavior is really disappointing. Gu Chun stood up for justice, but was treated like this. Gu Chun is still my grandson." Fang Gomeng's brother clenched his fists, his face filled with anger. They're digging their own graves. They still don't understand their mistakes. When the Gu family members mocked Gu Chun unscrupulously in court and said that he was not worthy of being their son and brother, the judge's face instantly darkened. He banged the gavel hard and shouted, "Silence! No nonsense is allowed in this courtroom." His eyes were full of majesty and dissatisfaction. "I am angry at the Gu family's behavior, which has no order and no moral bottom line." The plaintiff's lawyer looked at the Gu family with disdain and said righteously, "It has come to this point, and you, the Gu family, are not only unrepentant, you are still confusing right and wrong and hurting your own family. How shameless!" He straightened his body, as if he wanted to suppress the arrogance of the Gu family with his own momentum. The judge said again in a serious tone, "Gu family, your crimes are already proven. If you still act without restraint, it will only increase your guilt." The plaintiff's lawyer continued, "Your treatment of Mr. Gu Chun in this way only demonstrates your ignorance and callousness. The law will give everyone a fair judgment." After saying that, he looked at Gu Chun, his eyes revealing a hint of sympathy and support. The Gu family continued to insult Gu Chun in court, and the barrage of comments in the live broadcast room also exploded. Gu Chun is such a jerk. He actually goes against his own family. Some people mocked him without knowing the truth. Exactly. He looks like an ungrateful person who can even betray his own father and sister. This kind of person deserves to be scolded. The Gu family raised a traitor. However, there are also some rational voices refutating. "You guys don't understand the situation at all and are just bashing me. Gu Chun is standing up for justice. The Gu family committed a serious crime and still refuses to repent. Gu Chun did the right thing. Don't just follow the crowd and curse. Get the facts straight first, okay?" But the voices mocking Gu Chun continued to emerge. "I think he just wants to be famous and wants to step on his family to get to the top. Such a heartless and ungrateful person will not have a good ending in the future." Chapter 84. When did I take a photo with Gu Chun? Zhang Ruowei had a fever today and was lying at home to rest. She felt weak all over and her head was dizzy. She picked up her phone out of boredom and watched Douyin and accidentally saw the live broadcast of Gu Chun and the Gu family in court. Zhang Ruowei was just watching casually at first, but when she learned about Gu Chun's experience, her heart couldn't help but ripple. She knew that Gu Chun's adopted sister and her sister were killed by his biological parents and sister. Facing the accusations and insults from his relatives in court, Gu Chun seemed so lonely and helpless. Zhang Ruowei couldn't help but sigh that Gu Chun was indeed quite pitiful. She recalled her interactions with Gu Chun in the dating show and realized that she really disliked him. In her eyes, Gu Chun at that time always seemed to have some problems of one kind or another. But at this moment, looking at Gu Chun's painful expression in the live broadcast, her heart was inexplicably gripped. Zhang Ruowei was immersed in her own thoughts when there was a knock on her door. "Who is it?" Zhang Ruowei asked weakly. "It's me, Zhao Yang." A familiar voice came from outside the door. Zhang Ruowei struggled to get up from the bed and open the door. Zhao Yang stood at the door, holding a bag of medicine in one hand and her favorite strawberry cake in the other. "Ruowei, I heard you had a fever, so I came to see you," Zhao Yang said with concern as he walked into the room and put his things on the table. "Thank you, Zhao Yang." Zhang Ruowei looked at him gratefully. Zhao Yang touched Zhang Ruowei's forehead, frowned and said, "Why is it still so hot? Have you taken medicine?" Zhang Ruowei shook her head. "Not yet. I don't have the energy to get up and do it." Zhao Yang quickly opened the medicine bag and read the instructions carefully. He poured a glass of water and handed the medicine to Zhang Ruowei. "Take the medicine quickly, so you can get better quickly." Zhang Ruowei took the medicine and swallowed it obediently. Zhao Yang watched her finish taking the medicine and said, "You should take care of your body and stop being so careless." Zhang Ruowei sighed softly. "I don't want to be sick either. What happened to Gu Chun today made me even more confused." Zhao Yang's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhang Ruowei's words. Gu Chun. Now that Zhang Ruowei has lost her memory, this is indeed a rare opportunity for him. He didn't want Zhang Ruowei to think about Gu Chun again. Zhang Ruowei handed the phone to Zhao Yang, asked him to watch the live broadcast, and said, "Look, he's really miserable." Zhao Yang looked at it for a while, hesitated for a moment, and said, "This Gu family is too much. Gu Chun is also unlucky to have run into such a family. But why do you suddenly care about him so much?" Zhang Ruowei was silent for a moment, then said, "Why did I hate him before? Now I feel sorry for this person." Zhao Yang smiled and said, maybe this is the complexity of human beings. After experiencing some things, their views will change. Zhang Ruoei nodded and said, well, now that I think about it, my attitude towards him in the romance show was indeed not very good. Zhao Yang comforted her, don't think too much about it. What's in the past is in the past. You should recover from your illness first. Zhang Ruoei looked at Zhao Yang and felt a warmth in her heart. I'm glad you're here. Zhao Yang said, of course, I will always take care of you. Just then, Zhang Ruoei's cell phone suddenly rang. She picked up the phone and her expression turned a little ugly as she listened. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ruoei frowned and said, Zhao Yang, my music that could have dominated the charts this month has been squeezed out of the top 5 by Gu Chen songs and Shun Shihans if the sky is clear. Zhao Yang was secretly surprised, but on the surface he comforted her. This is only temporary. Don't be too anxious. Zhang Ruoei said anxiously, but my agent said we have to rush back and can't let this situation continue. Zhao Yang hesitated for a moment and said, Ruoei, you are actually very good. Maybe you don't need to work so hard. Zhang Ruoei glared at him and said, no, I can't let myself be outdone like this. Zhao Yang quickly said, okay, what are you going to do? Zhang Ruoei stood up and paced back and forth while saying, I have to hurry back to the studio and replan the promotional plan. Zhao Yang held her back. You're still running a fever. Can you handle it? Zhang Ruoei gritted her teeth and said, Gu Chen songs can occupy the top 5, so he must have some strengths, but I won't give up easily. Zhao Yang said helplessly, then I'll go with you. The two hurried to the studio, where the agent was already waiting with an anxious look on his face. The agent saw Zhang Ruoei and immediately said, Ruoei, the situation is very serious this time. Gu Chen's song is too powerful. Zhang Ruoei said, I know, we have to find a way to deal with it. The agent continued, I think we can increase our publicity efforts and arrange more performances. Zhang Ruoei thought for a moment. That's one aspect, but the quality of the song itself is also very important. We need to re-examine our work. Zhao Yang interjected, how about trying some new styles? Zhang Ruoei shook her head. No, now is not the time to take risks. We still need to optimize based on the existing foundation. We discussed it for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a definite solution. Zhang Ruoei rubbed her hair irritably. The songs composed by Gu Chen are so amazing. Zhao Yang looked at Zhang Ruoei's tired appearance and said distressedly, Ruoei, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if we can't return to the top of the list this time, there will be opportunities in the future. Zhang Ruoei said firmly, no, I can't lose to him. Zhao Yang sighed. I know you want to be strong, but you also have to take care of your health. She hurried into her studio office. She opened a drawer and an exquisite box fell out. Zhang Ruoei picked up the box curiously, thinking to herself that she didn't remember having such a box. She gently opened the box and a photo came into view. The photo was of her and Gu Chen. The two of them were leaning against each other, looking at the camera and smiling happily. Zhang Ruoei stared at the photo and was stunned for a moment. At this time, Zhao Yang walked in and saw Zhang Ruoei holding a photo in her hand with a strange expression. Zhao Yang asked cautiously, Ruoei, this photo? Zhang Ruoei came back to her senses and said with a frown, I don't know either. I've never seen this box, and I don't remember having this photo. Did Gu Chen and I have a good relationship? Why would he take a photo with me? No, why do I have his photo? No, don't I hate him? When did he and I take the photo? Why was I smiling so happily? Why can't I remember anything? When was this filmed? Who put it in my drawer? Chapter 85, The Gu Family's Company is Left to You. Yi Jinxian had just walked out of the court holding Gu Chen's hand when Xia Zixuan and her best friend came over. When Xia Zixuan saw Gu Chen, she forced a smile on her face and said, Gu Chen, don't be too sad. Things will eventually pass. Gu Chen nodded slightly and said, Thank you, Xia Zixuan. Xia Zixuan's eyes fell on Yi Jinxian beside Gu Chen with a puzzled look in her eyes. Who is this beautiful lady? Seeing this, Gu Chen took the initiative to introduce, This is Yi Jinxian, my girlfriend. After hearing this, Xia Zixuan's smile froze instantly, and her eyes revealed obvious loss and shock. She opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she only managed to squeeze out a sentence. Oh, I see. Gu Chen, we have something else to do later, so we'll leave. After saying that, Xia Zixuan hurriedly turned around and left with her best friend. As her best friend followed, she said, Zixuan, are you okay? You don't look well. Xiao Zishuan fought back tears and said, I'm fine. I just didn't expect he already has a girlfriend. My best friend comforted me. Don't be too sad. Maybe this is a new beginning for you. Xiao Zishuan shook her head and said, I'm very confused. Come with me to the bar for a drink. The two came to the bar and found a corner to sit down. Xiao Zishuan picked up the wine glass, drank it all, and said, Why? Why does he have a girlfriend? And she's so beautiful. Always thought he didn't have a girlfriend. He has a girlfriend, and yet he still participates in a dating show. Gu Chun, how can you have a girlfriend? Her best friend patted her shoulder and said, Zishuan, you can't force relationships. Maybe you and Gu Chun are not meant to be together. Xiao Zishuan poured another glass of wine and said with a wry smile, I thought I still had a chance. I was so stupid. My best friend said, Don't belittle yourself like that. You're also very good. Xiao Zishuan looked at the wine glass and muttered to herself, He may have never noticed me. Is it because I didn't accompany him to Gu's house? That's definitely the case. If I had gone with him, Gu Chun's current girlfriend would definitely be me. At this time, a strange man came over and tried to strike up a conversation. Beautiful girl, drinking alone is so boring. How about I accompany you? Xiao Zishuan glared at him and said, Go away and don't bother me. The stranger continued, Don't be so aggressive. We all come out to have fun. The best friend stood up and said to the strange man, Didn't you hear her tell you to go away? The strange man then left in disappointment. Xiao Zishuan drank another glass of wine and said, I really like him. I've liked him since the first time I saw him. The best friend sighed and said, Zishuan, you can't torture yourself like this. It's not worth it for someone who doesn't love you. Xiao Zishuan started crying and said, I know it's not worth it, but I just can't control my feelings. Her best friend handed her a tissue and said, Don't cry, Zishuan. You will definitely meet someone who truly loves you. Xiao Zishuan sobbed and said, I don't know if I can meet him again. Her best friend held her hand and said, Yes, I will. Xiao Zishuan drank one glass after another until she was drunk and passed out. Her best friend had no choice but to help her out of the bar and take a taxi to send her home. In the car, Xiao Zishuan was still muttering Gu Chen's name. Tears kept flowing, and her best friend looked at her with heartache. Fong Changshan, the old head of the Fong family, was outside the court. He came to Gu Chen and said calmly, The people of the Gu family are too much. They are not worthy of being your parents. But Gu Chen, I am still your uncle. Gu Chen looked at Fong Changshan, his eyes full of gratitude. Thank you. Fong Changshan nodded slightly, then looked at Yi Jinxian beside him and said, Daughter of the Yi family, you have good taste. You have taken a fancy to my nephew. Yi Jinxian held her head high, held Gu Chen's arm tighter, and replied with a smile. Commander Fong, I believe in my own judgment. Gu Chen is worthy. Fong Changshan smiled and said, Little girl, you have courage. Gu Chen has been through so much. We must treat him well in the future. Yi Jinxian said firmly, Don't worry, Chief, I will. Fong Changshan patted Gu Chen on the shoulder and said, Those people in the Gu family behaved recklessly and should be punished. Your grandpa cares about you too. The Gu family company is now in your hands, so you must manage it well. Gu Chen looked at Fong Changshan with determination in his eyes. I don't want to accept anything from the Gu family. Fong Changshan frowned. Gu Chen, this is what your uncle fought for you. Don't act on impulse. Gu Chen shook his head. I'm not acting on impulse. As for the Gu family, I don't want to have anything to do with them anymore. At this time, Yi Jinxian said on the side, Chief Fong, I understand Gu Chen's thoughts. He has his own principles. Fong Changshan looked at the two of them and sighed. Gu Chen, you have to think it through. If I hand this company over to you, it might become the capital for you to start over. I think everything is fine now. Gu Chen shook his head and said. Fong Changshan looked at Yi Jinxian again. Girl, what do your family members think about your relationship? Yi Jinxian said without hesitation. My parents respect my choice very much and they trust my judgment. Fong Changshan said with satisfaction. That's good, but if you two encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me. In the Douyin live broadcast room, Shun Shirhan was sitting in front of the piano. She spoke slowly. This song, If Heaven Has Feelings, was composed by Gu Chen. I also hope that everyone will have no regrets in life. Then, Shun Shirhan played the piano and sang with deep emotion. When the wind blows, the flowers fall. Who will paint for you? Under the moon, my lonely figure wets my green clothes with tears. Flowing water cannot bear my deep affection. Looking back alone is too fleeting. There's so many loves and hatreds in this life. I only wish to be with you forever. The endless drizzle is as fine as sorrow, and I glance back several times in the morning cold rain. Wherever you stay, the heavens may be affectionate or heartless, and love will eventually lead to separation. The singing was so plaintive that netizens in the live broadcast room left messages one after another. Xiaoyan and Xiaoling are so pitiful. They were harmed by those demons from the Goof family. The Goof family should be cut into pieces and pay a heavy price for their evil deeds. When I think of what happened to Xiaoyan and Xiaoling, I feel so sad. I hope they can rest in peace in heaven, away from the pain and evil of the world. This song is so fitting. It seems to express Xiaoyan and Xiaoling's true feelings. Shin Shirhan sang so well that I couldn't help but want to cry. How could the Goof family be so cruel? Innocent lives were destroyed by them. The Goof family must be punished by law, and justice must be done to Xiaoyan and Xiaoling. Poor two girls, their lives had just begun and it ended like this. Why is there so much injustice and evil in this world? I hope justice will not be delayed, and those who have done evil will receive the punishment they deserve. Xiaoyan and Xiaoling, I hope you can be happy in your next life and never suffer such hardships again. Shun Shirhan conveyed our grief and anger through her singing. Every time I think about what they went through, my heart aches. The Goof family must pay a heavy price for their actions. Otherwise, they will be condemned by heaven. I hope such tragedies will never happen again, and everyone will be treated with kindness. This song will be our commemoration of Xiaoyan and Xiaoling, and we will always remember their misfortune. May all darkness be dispelled by light, and may there be no more tragedies like this in the world. Chapter 86, She May Be Jealous. Yi Jinxian and Gu Chan walked hand in hand into a cozy coffee shop. The store is filled with the rich aroma of coffee and soft music flows in the air. When Yi Jinxuan's eyes swept across the corner of the store, her expression changed instantly. Zhang Ruowei and Zhao Yang were sitting there. Yi Jinxian walked over quickly and asked in a bad tone, "Zhang Ruowei, why are you here?" Zhang Ruowei was stunned for a moment. Before she could answer, Zhao Yang quickly stood up, pulled Zhang Ruowei, and said, "Ruowei, let's go." Zhang Ruowei came back to her senses, a hint of doubt and grievance flashing in her eyes. Yi Jinxian, what's your attitude?" Yi Jinxian snorted coldly. "I'm not in a good mood when I see you." Gu Chan was a little embarrassed and tried to persuade her. "Jinxian, don't be like this." Yi Jinxian glared at Gu Chan. "Don't talk." Zhao Yang pulled Zhang Ruowei and said, "Let's not bother with them. Let's go." Zhang Ruowei bit her lip, but was eventually pulled out of the coffee shop by Zhao Yang. Yi Jinxian angrily pulled Gu Chan out of the coffee shop. In the square outside the coffee shop, they met the crew of the dating show, Let's Fall in Love, in which they had participated before. When the staff saw them, they ran over excitedly. "Oh, what a coincidence, Gu Chan, Zhang Ruowei actually met here." Yi Jinxian said unhappily. "What a coincidence. It's really unlucky to meet certain people." The staff member looked embarrassed. "Gu Chan, is this your girlfriend?" Gu Chan nodded, yes. Zhang Ruowei then said, "Yi Jinxian, how did I offend you that you treat me like this?" Yi Jinxian sneered. "You know it in your heart." Gu Chan persuaded again. Okay, Jinxian, let's go." Zhao Yang also said, "Is there anything that can't be said nicely?" Yi Jinxian took Gu Chen's hand and was about to leave. "I feel upset just seeing you." The staff hurried to smooth things over. "Hey, stop arguing. We're all friends." Yi Jinxian felt sad when she thought that Gu Chan only had a few months left to live. Who would be her friend? Zhang Ruowei was also angry. Yi Jinxian, don't go too far." Zhao Yang also tried to smooth things over. "Ruowei, don't argue with her. It's not worth it." Everyone calmed down. Continuing to argue like this won't solve the problem. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, the director of the program came over and said, "What's going on? We finally met each other. We should be happy." Okay. How about this? Let's find a place to sit down and have a good chat to clear up the misunderstanding. Yi Jinxian and Gu Chan were preparing to leave, but Gu Chan had not forgotten his agreement with Mr. Feng. He was with Yi Jinxian for this reason. But the director was too enthusiastic, and Gu Chan had no choice but to stay. Everyone sat down in a nearby restaurant. Yi Jinxian said calmly, "Zhang Ruowei, as long as you don't appear in front of me in the future, we'll be even." Yi Jinxian, I never thought of getting into trouble with you. Yi Jinxian sneered when she heard Zhang Ruowei's words. "Have you ever thought of making things difficult for me?" "You know what I mean." Zhang Ruowei's face was full of grievance. and she raised her voice and said, "How can I know if you don't tell me?" Yi Jinxian glared at him. "Zhang Ruowei, what are you still pretending? Don't you understand? It's best if you don't understand." Seeing the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense, the director quickly said, "Everyone calm down. We are here to solve problems, not to quarrel." Yi Jinxian snorted. "Solve the problem? There's nothing to solve between me and her. I just don't like her anyway." Zhang Ruowei bit her lip, tears welling up at her eyes. "Yi Jinxian, you've gone too far. I've always been tolerant of you, but you've been pushing it too far. Ye Yinwan Sinidet. Tolerate. I think you're just pretending to be pitiful. Do you think that will make everyone sympathize with you?" At this time, the guests at the next table all looked at him curiously. Zhao Yang pointed at Yi Jinxian angrily. "You are simply unreasonable. Ruo Wei has always been kind, but you are narrow-minded." Yi Jinxian slammed the table. "Who are you calling narrow-minded? Say it again if you can." The restaurant suddenly became quiet, and everyone looked towards their table. Gu Chan said to the people around him awkwardly, Sorry. Jinxian, let's go." "Sorry, director." Gu Chan gently pulled Yi Jinchuan's hand and said, "Jinxian, let's go." Yi Jinxian nodded slightly, without looking at Zhang Ruowei and the others. She stood up and walked out of the restaurant with Gu Chen. After leaving the restaurant, the two walked side by side, and neither of them spoke first. The anger that she had just shown in the restaurant was no longer on Yi Jinchuan's face, replaced by a calm contemplation. Gu Chen broke the silence. "Jinxian, don't worry too much about what happened just now." Yi Jinxian sighed softly and said, "Gu Chen, I know I was a little impulsive just now. You're not mad at me. After all, you were with her for 7 years." Gu Chen held her hand tightly and said, "It's okay. It's all over. I know you're doing this for her own good. Let her get angry, and she won't be sad when I leave." Yi Jinxian looked into the distance and said slowly, "Actually, if you think about it, there's no need to confront her like that." Gu Chen smiled and said, "I know what you're thinking. Don't think about it. I just want to get through the last few months. I've completed all my regrets." The two of them walked quietly, the sunlight shining on them, as if the argument just now had never happened. After Gu Chen and Yi Jinxian left, Zhang Ruowei was still sitting in her seat in the restaurant, tears welling up at her eyes. Zhao Yang comforted her from the side. "Ruowei, don't be sad. She is so unreasonable. It's not worth your sadness for her." Zhang Ruowei sniffed, trying hard to hold back tears, and said with a slightly trembling voice, "I really don't understand what I did to make her hate me so much." Zhao Yang patted her shoulder and said, "It's not your fault. Yi Jinxian went too far. You have been very tolerant." The director came over and said, "Ruowei, don't take it too seriously. She's Gu Chen's girlfriend. Maybe she got jealous of you after watching the show. That's why I'm so excited." Zhang Ruowei raised her head and forced a smile. "Director, I understand. Thank you for your concern." Zhang Ruowei thought to herself that after what happened today, she finally realized that her relationship with Gu Chen was really not good. In the past, we just felt that we didn't get along with each other. Now it seems that I really hated Gu Chen before. After today's quarrel, I feel even more annoyed and disgusted with Gu Chen. After a while, Zhang Ruowei stood up and said to Zhao Yang and the director, "Let's go too. This meal today was really..." She didn't finish her words, but just shook her head helplessly and left the restaurant with them. Chapter 87, the beginning of the story. Shun Shirhan took her fingers off the piano, tears in her eyes. "Hello everyone, my name is Shun Shirhan." He's a singer. He just sang If Heaven Has Feelings, composed by Gu Chen. You may have heard this song many times. I will release a new song every day starting today. There are 106 songs in total, 13 piano pieces, 14 English songs, and 52 Chinese songs. These songs are all original works of Gu Chen. The live broadcast room was quiet for a moment, and then it exploded again. So many? Who on earth is Gu Chen to be able to compose so many songs? I'm not bragging, but quantity doesn't mean quality. These songs are all original works of Gu Chen. At this time, there were more questioning voices in the live broadcast room. There's so many songs at once. Don't let them all be shoddy. Can Gu Chen's songs be good? I think they are just for attention. However, many fans immediately refuted this. What do you know? Gu Chen songs are all very good. Right now, the top 5 hits on QQ Music are all written by Gu Chen. That's right, don't say anything if you haven't heard it. Gu Chen's talent is unquestionable. Those who mock others are incompetent themselves and can't stand seeing others succeed. Every song of Gu Chun can touch people's hearts. If you don't know how to appreciate it, don't make a fuss. Two factions suddenly formed in the live broadcast room and argued endlessly. You guys are just blindly following the hype. Maybe this new song is garbage. Nonsense. Gu Chen's creative ability is obvious to all. Just wait to be slapped in the face. Shun Shirhan sat in front of the piano and wiped away her tears. She slowly spoke. This is the beginning of the story. It's a pity that I'm not Chun Jiao and you're not Jiming. Not every Yu Chun Jiao will wait until Zhang Jiming grows up. This song, Love in a Puff, is for everyone. The boy's part has already been recorded in advance. The music started, instantly filling the entire live broadcast room. At first, the live broadcast room was still filled with the noise of the previous choral, but it gradually quieted down as the prelude of the song started. Someone posted a comment saying, "I love this melody. I've never heard such a beautiful prelude. It's even better than the prelude to a moment of romance. Oh my god, this prelude is so touching." There are boys who are really looking forward to it. I feel it's even better than the previous song, If Heaven Has Romance. Gu Chun is truly amazing. This song is absolutely amazing. I don't know how the lyrics are written. Those who had originally doubted it fell silent. After a while, some began to change their attitude. It seems really good. I take back what I said before. It seems I misunderstood. I knew this song was very good as soon as I heard the prelude. But there are still some stubborn people who continue to mock. This is the only prelude that is worth listening to, and we don't know what the rest of it will be like. It might just start strong, but end weakly, and the climax will definitely be lackluster. I think this is all Gu Chun is capable of, relying on one or two brilliant preludes to fool people. Who knows if he's running out of ideas later? The gifts in the live broadcast room kept flooding the screen, and the popularity continued to rise. Everyone was immersed in this moving song and forgot about the previous choral. Soon the prelude ended and a gentle boy's voice appeared. There was a girl who made me grow up. Back then, my childish behavior made a big mistake with you. You have to know that men are born children, and children's weakness makes them ignore their partner's feelings. More experience makes love deeper. Even though there are variables in waiting for UFOs, the most common ones are everywhere in the world. A voice in the live broadcast room began to mock. It's not nice to hear a boy rapping. This intro is so nice. Hey, this boy is so ugly. I don't like his rap. That's right, this rap feeling ruins the atmosphere of the whole song. It doesn't make sense at all. Did Gu Chun make a mistake this time? I don't understand why we have to rap. If we do it wrong, it's really low. However, more fans immediately hit back. Do you know how to appreciate it? This rap is very rhythmic. The rap part is very storytelling. It's you who have no taste. If you don't like it, you can go out. Don't make noises here. Shin Shirhan was not nervous when she saw the mocking comments, but spoke slowly. Jiming's world is always lively and cute. Starting over? Huh. I'm more eager for the future. Did this boy understand love in the past? Do I love this teenage sarcasm? Is this flower blooming? The moment Shin Shirhan's singing voice sounded, the live broadcast room fell into silence. The mocking voices just now suddenly stopped, as if under a spell. A moment later, the barrage began to scroll wildly. Oh my god, this is too amazing! The person who was mocking me just now has been slapped in the face. This singing, this coordination is simply perfect. I was so shocked, I was speechless. What a magical combination Gu Chun and Shun Shirhan are. How can anyone say this isn't nice? I am convinced. From ridicule to shock, all I want to say now is I'm sorry, I was wrong. However, the male voice continued, and the audience watching the live broadcast were all mesmerized. Soon Shun Shirhan spoke. Her breathing was steady, and her gentle voice was extremely pleasant to the ear. Did this boy understand love in the past? Do I love this teenage sarcasm? Is this flower blooming? The moment the song ended, the live broadcast room seemed to be paused. After a few seconds of silence, the barrage of comments poured out like a rainstorm. Oh my god, this is the most touching love song I have ever heard. The lyrics of the song about the growth from a boy to a man are so profound. Gu Chun is truly a genius. Even a grown man like me, I was moved to tears after listening to this. This love story is so real. I didn't understand love before, but now I know how to love. This transformation is so touching. Shun Shirhan and Gu Chun interpreted this emotion so vividly. I am completely convinced. This isn't just a song, it's a story of love. I didn't expect to hear such profound works in the live studio. It's so shocking. Those people who mocked me just now must have swollen faces now. This song must go viral. It will be a crime if it doesn't. I want to share this song with everyone so that they can feel the power of love. After listening to this song, I suddenly felt that I had grown a lot in love. Gu Chun and Shun Shirhan, please stay locked in place and continue to bring us masterpieces like this. The moment Shun Shirhan's voice came out, she was truly enshrined in the world. The female voice is so beautiful, but sound good on boys too. This song is indispensable for both boys and girls. Gu Chen's talent can really sweep the entire Chinese music scene. The special effects of the gift almost filled the entire screen, and the popularity of the live broadcast room soared to an incredible height. After finishing the song, Shun Shirhan took a deep breath and said, "This song, Love in a Puff, is the beginning of the story. What I'll bring to you tomorrow is the climax of the story." Chapter 88, She Already Has a Girlfriend. In the office of Qiuqiu Music, the staff are busy with their own work. Some people are analyzing data, some are discussing promotion plans, and some are screening new music resources. Suddenly, an employee shouted, "Everyone, come and watch this live broadcast." Shun Shirhan is singing. The originally noisy office suddenly became quiet, and everyone gathered around the computer. On the screen, Shun Shirhan sat in front of the piano and sang Love in a Puff affectionately. As the melody flowed, everyone in the office gradually immersed themselves in it. As soon as the prelude of the song sounded, it captured everyone's heart. The beautiful melody made people feel as if they were in a world full of emotional entanglements. When Shun Shirhan sang the first line of the lyrics, many people couldn't help but gasp. "This song, this expression of emotion, is simply perfect," someone exclaimed in a low voice. As the song progressed, everyone's expressions became more and more intoxicated. Some people nodded unconsciously to the rhythm, while others closed their eyes and felt it with their heart. When the song ended, silence fell over the office. After several seconds, someone broke the silence. "This song is so beautiful. It's not worse than her previous work, a moment of romance." Others echoed. At this time, the man spoke again. "Shun Shirhan will release a new song every day. 106 in total. These songs are all original works of Gu Chun." As soon as these words were spoken, the office, which had just been in a heated discussion, suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces filled with disbelief. Several seconds passed before someone broke the dead silence. "Gu Chun is so amazing. How on earth did he do it? We've always known that Gu Chun is talented, but this is beyond our imagination. More than 100 new songs. What a profound creative foundation and endless inspiration this must have. If these 100-plus songs can maintain this high standard, the music industry will be completely revolutionized by him. I can't believe it. Is this still the Gu Chun we are familiar with? He's really going to soar to the sky this time. A musical genius has emerged from a dating show." The supervisor also said solemnly at this time, "Everyone cheer up. Gu Chen's works are a huge opportunity and a severe challenge for our platform. We must be fully prepared to seize this opportunity and take the platform to the next level because of his work." Colleagues nodded one after another, their eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. "I can't wait to hear his next new songs. Yes, I really hope he can keep up this creative state and bring us more surprises." After Shun Shirhan's live broadcast ended, in the office of NetEase cloud music platform, an urgent meeting is underway. Everyone knows that Gu Chen's popularity has been ridiculously high recently. Manager Li, the person in charge, said solemnly, "Yeah, Love in a Puff and his previous songs. Although it was released on the Qiuqiu music platform, we can all see Gu Chen's huge commercial value. In these past few days, Gu Chun has been almost on the hot search list, with discussions about him everywhere." Manager Li frowned. "We can't just sit back and do nothing any longer. We must find a way to get Shun Shirhan to release Gu Chen songs on our platform as well." "But manager, Gu Chun has always had a good cooperation with Qiuqiu Music, so it may not be easy for us to win him over." Someone expressed concern. "We have to do it, even if it's not easy." Manager Li slammed the table. "This is a great opportunity for us to increase the influence of our platform. Then should we contact Shun Shirhan first?" "Yes, contact Shun Shirhan's agent immediately and see if we can arrange time to talk," Manager Li said decisively. Soon, the call was connected. "Hello, is this Shun Shirhan's manager?" I'm Manager Lee from the NetEase Cloud Music Platform. Hello, Manager Lee, what can I do for you? It's like this, we are very interested in Gu Chen songs and hope to discuss with you to have Gu Chen songs released on our platform. I'm afraid it's not easy. Gu Chen and Xiuqiu Music have a long-term cooperation. We know, but we are willing to offer very favorable conditions. No matter how much it costs, we hope to reach a cooperation. I need to discuss this with Shan Shirhan and get back to you later. After hanging up the phone, the office fell into discussion again. What if Shan Shirhan disagrees? Then keep thinking of ways, improve the conditions, and strive to get it. Manager Lee said firmly. But won't the cost be too high? As long as we can succeed, the high short-term costs are worth it. Gu Chen's enthusiasm and talent can bring us long-term benefits. Half an hour later, Shan Shirhan's agent replied. Manager Lee. Shan Shirhan said she needs to consult Gu Chen again. Gu Chen may need to consider it. No, we can't wait for him to think about it too long. Therefore, the NetEase Cloud Music Platform prepared a more detailed cooperation plan and contacted Shan Shirhan's agent again. This is our latest proposal. Take a look. We are truly sincere. The agent was silent for a moment and said, I will discuss it with Gu Chen again. Xia Jing, the president of Kuga Music, was sitting in the office. She felt a little tired after a busy day. Inadvertently, she clicked on Shan Shirhan's live broadcast, and the melody of Love in a Puff sounded. She was instantly attracted, and her eyes lit up. After the song ended, Xia Jing sat in the chair, unable to calm down for a long time, her heart full of shock. This song, this Gu Chen, is amazing, she murmured to herself. She was keenly aware that the Chinese music scene might change because of Gu Chen. Thinking of this, Xia Jing took out her phone without hesitation and called her niece Xia Zixuan. When the call was connected, Xia Jing said anxiously, Zixuan, have you watched Shan Shirhan's live broadcast? That Love in a Puff by Gu Chen is absolutely amazing. Xia Zixuan responded on the other end of the phone, Aunt, I saw it, it's really great. Xia Jing said excitedly, Zixuan, didn't you and Gu Chen participate in a dating show together? And they had a very good relationship. You even accompanied him abroad to find a doctor to treat your sister. Now, Annie wants to ask you for a favor. Can you go and talk to Gu Chen? Let's give some of his songs to Cry Dog Music. Xia Zixuan was silent for a moment, then said, Aunt, I'm afraid this won't work. Xia Jing asked in confusion, why? This is a great opportunity for our company. Xia Zixuan sighed and said, Aunt, Gu Chen has been badly hurt by the Gu family recently and is in a very low mood. I don't want to cause him any trouble at this time. Besides, Gu Chen already has a girlfriend. I don't want to disturb him, nor do I want his girlfriend to misunderstand me. Xia Jing said in surprise. He already has a girlfriend? Xia Zixuan answered affirmatively. Yes, Aunt. So I can't do what you ask. Xia Jing was a little anxious. Zixuan, think about it again. This is too important for our company. Xia Zixuan's tone became firm. Aunt, I can't do this. I cherish my friendship with Gu Chen and don't want to destroy this relationship for personal gain. Besides, what Gu Chen needs now is support and understanding, not these business calculations. Xia Jing said helplessly. Well, okay, since you're so determined, Annie won't force you. But you still have to care more about Gu Chen. After all, it's not easy for him now. Xia Zixuan said, Aunt, I know. Don't worry. After hanging up the phone, Xia Jing sat in the office. I am still shocked by Gu Chen's talent, but I am also helpless about my niece's persistence. Chapter 89, I am no longer the one accompanying her. After hanging up the phone, Xia Zixuan came to the living room. Her eyes were red as she glared at her father angrily and shouted, Dad, why didn't you save Gu Chen? Why? Her voice trembled with excitement and tears welled up in her eyes. His father frowned and explained helplessly, Zixuan, things are not as simple as you think. The situation was extremely urgent. The relationships between the various parties were complicated, and we faced many difficulties. Xia Zixuan couldn't listen at all. She interrupted her father and said, Difficulties? What difficulty can be more important than Gu Chen's safety? You were clearly capable of helping, but you chose to stand by and watch. Her voice was thick with accusation and resentment. The father raised his voice. Zixuan, you are still young. There are many things you don't understand. We have to consider not only Gu Chen, but also the interests and relationships of the entire family. Family interests? In my opinion, these are all excuses. Xia Zixuan shouted at the top of her lungs. Because of your so-called considerations, I lost the person I love. Do you know how much pain I'm in? The father sighed deeply. Zishuan, Dad doesn't want to see you like this either. But at that point, the decision had to be made on a balance of pros and cons. Xia Zishuan sneered. Weighing the pros and cons? Have you ever thought about my feelings? I regret and blame myself every day. If you had taken action at that time, everything would have been different. Zishuan, Dad knows you feel bad, but things have already happened and we can't change them. The father tried to comfort her. I can't get over it. I can never get over it. Xia Zishuan cried. I hate you. I hate your indifference and ruthlessness. After saying that, she turned around and ran back to her room, slamming the door shut. The father stood there, looking at the closed door, shook his head helplessly, tears welling up in his eyes. She lay in bed and slept all afternoon, her mind full of Gu Chun. Xia Zishuan, with red and swollen eyes, made an appointment with her best friend to meet in a quiet cafe. As soon as her best friend sat down, she saw her haggard face and sad eyes. Honey, what's wrong with you? The bestie asked distressfully. Xia Zishuan took a deep breath and began to confide. I had a big fight with my dad because of Gu Chun. Her best friend held her hand and patted it gently. I know you can't let go of Gu Chun in your heart, but quarreling with your uncle won't solve the problem. Xia Zishuan's tears welled up again. You don't know, my father clearly had the opportunity to save Gu Chun, but he didn't. Just because of those so-called family interests, he gave up Gu Chun. My best friend handed me a tissue. Zishuan, maybe my uncle has his reasons. Hardship? What hardship can be more important than a person's life? Xia Zishuan's voice trembled. I love Gu Chun so much. He is the most important person in my life. But my dad gave up on him so easily. I understand your pain and anger, but if you keep holding on to resentment, you'll only be the one who gets hurt, her best friend advised. Xia Zishuan shook her head. I can't forgive. Every time I think about the pain that Gu Chun might have suffered because of my father's inaction, my heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. Her best friend hugged her and said, Zishuan, stop torturing yourself like this. Gu Chun already has his own life. Maybe you should try to let it go and start over. Xia Zishuan broke free from her bestie's embrace. No, I can't let go. There's only Gu Chun in my heart. I can't tolerate anyone else. But if you keep being so persistent, you will miss a lot of beautiful things. The best friend continued to persuade her. Xia Zishuan said firmly, I don't care, I just know that my heart is dead. Except Gu Chun, no one can bring it back to life. Xia Zishuan stirred the coffee in front of her, sighed softly, and said to her bestie, Do you know? Gu Chun wrote 108 songs for Shan Shirhan. My best friend looked up in surprise. 108? That's astonishing. Xia Zishuan smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, my aunt even asked me to ask Gu Chun to give some of those songs to Crying Dog Music. My best friend frowned and said, This is not easy. What are you going to do? Xia Zishuan said firmly, I rejected my aunt. Gu Chun is already troubled enough. I don't want to add more trouble to him. Besides, he already has a girlfriend, so I can't get involved. The best friend gently held Xia Zishuan's hand and said, You did the right thing. Friends shouldn't make such requests at this time. At this moment, her bestie remembered something. Oh, by the way, have you heard the song Chun Jiao and Jiming sung by Shin Shirhan? I haven't heard it yet. Xia Zishuan smiled slightly. Of course, it sounds really nice. My best friend's eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to take out her phone. Then I'll listen to it now. The music started and my bestie quickly got into it. Her expression gradually changed from initial curiosity to deep intoxication, and her eyes unconsciously closed slightly. When the song ended, my bestie suddenly opened her eyes, her face filled with shock. Oh my God, this is so beautiful. The melody and the lyrics are absolutely amazing. Xia Zishuan smiled and said, Yeah, I said it sounded nice. My best friend said excitedly, I never thought there would be such a touching song. Gu Chun is really a genius. Xia Zishuan said with emotion, He has always been very talented, but not many people discovered it before. My best friend said thoughtfully, I feel like this song speaks out the voices of many people. The growth in helplessness and love make people feel the same. Xia Zishuan nodded. Yes, I think this is also the reason why it is so popular. Seeing Xia Zishuan's slightly dejected expression, her best friend asked softly, Zishuan, is it really over between you and Gu Chun? Xia Zishuan's eyes dimmed as she gently stirred her coffee and said slowly, Actually, I knew from the beginning that it would be difficult for him and I to have a future. Tears fell from Xia Zishuan's eyes as she continued. Now he's created such excellent works and is becoming more and more successful. And I can only silently bless him from the sidelines. I know that the distance between us has been growing farther and farther. The best friend handed Xia Zishuan a tissue and said, Zishuan, maybe there will be another chance in the future. Maybe one day you can make up for this regret. Xia Zishuan took the tissue and wiped her tears. That day will never come. I just hope he can be happy forever, even if the person who stays with him is not me. My best friend sighed. Zishuan, you are so kind, but you also have to consider your own happiness. Xia Zishuan took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I know, but this relationship is too profound for me. It's really hard to let go, but I'll try to move on slowly and start my life again. Zhang Ruowei answered the call from her agent, Wei Wei Guchen's music. The agent was interrupted by her before he could finish his words. I don't want to hear the name Gu Chun. If there's nothing else, hang up. Wait a minute, Ruowei. Dear readers, please add the book to your bookshelf and click to urge for updates. I am looking forward to the new book. Chapter 90, I don't want to have anything to do with Gu Chun. Zhang Ruowei frowned, an impatient look on her face, and said, Don't mention him to me. I'm filming and don't have the time to care about these things. The manager said anxiously on the other end of the phone, Wei Wei, Gu Chen's new song is really popular this time. Don't you want to listen to it? Zhang Ruowei snorted coldly. What does it have to do with me, whether he's popular or not? I'm not interested in him. At this moment, the director shouted from the side, Zhang Ruowei, get ready to shoot. Zhang Ruowei hurriedly said into the phone, Don't bother me anymore, that's it. After saying that, he hung up the phone and turned around to focus on filming. However, during the filming process, Zhang Ruowei always found it difficult to concentrate. The name Gu Chun kept flashing in her mind, making her upset. Cut. Zhang Ruowei, what's wrong with you today? You're in such a bad state. The director roared in dissatisfaction. Zhang Ruowei took a deep breath and said, Sorry, director. I'll adjust it. She walked aside, feeling annoyed in her heart. It's all that Gu Chen's fault. He made me uneasy. After a short rest, Zhang Ruowei returned to the filming site, trying hard to forget about Gu Chun and focus on filming. After work, Zhang Ruowei returned to the lounge exhausted. She leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and tried to relax. At this time, the assistant came over cautiously and said, Sister Ruowei, the internet is full of news about Gu Chen's new song. It's really popular. Zhang Ruowei suddenly opened her eyes and glared at her assistant. Don't mention him in front of me. The assistant was so frightened that he didn't dare to say a word. Zhang Ruowei stood up and said irritably, Let's go back to the hotel. Zhang Ruowei had just sat down in the hotel room when her cell phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Zhao Yang calling. Zhang Ruowei hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. Ruowei, how's work going? Zhao Yang's concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. Zhang Ruowei's voice was a little tired. It's still the same, a little tired. Zhao Yang's tone was full of worry. You have a cold. Don't overwork yourself. Your health is important. Zhang Ruowei sighed softly. Okay, I understand. Zhao Yang continued. Ruowei, don't work so hard all the time. Take care of yourself more. Zhang Ruowei was a little impatient. Okay, I know what I'm doing. Zhao Yang was silent for a moment, then said, Then you should have a good rest and remember to take your medicine on time. Zhang Ruowei replied perfunctorily, Okay, hang up. After saying that, she hung up the phone without waiting for Zhao Yang's response, threw the phone aside, and fell on the bed. Zhang Ruowei tossed and turned in bed for a long time, but finally couldn't hold back her curiosity. I got up, turned on the computer, and typed Shun Shirhan and Gu Chen's new song in the search bar. Soon, the live video of Love in a Puff appeared on the screen. Zhang Ruowei put on headphones and clicked play. When the moving prelude sounded, Zhang Ruowei's originally tense expression relaxed a little. As the boys' rap and Shun Shirhan's singing intertwined, Zhang Ruowei couldn't help but immerse herself in it. After the song ended, Zhang Ruowei sat in front of the computer in a daze. She had to admit in her heart that the song was indeed nice, and Gu Chen's talent shocked her. But soon, she came to her senses, frowned, and said to herself, Even if the song is good, I still don't like him. Those unpleasant memories resurfaced in her mind. The slight recognition she had for Gu Chen's talent instantly disappeared. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip and slammed the computer shut, as if this could completely erase Gu Chun from her world. She lay back on the bed and pulled the quilt over her head, but she still couldn't calm down for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Ruowei felt suffocated in the quilt. She threw back the quilt and sat up, her eyes full of annoyance and confusion. The moonlight from outside the window shines in, cold and deserted. Zhang Ruowei looked at the moonlight, and his thoughts drifted away again. At this time, the agent called. Ruowei, I want to tell you something. The agent's tone was a little anxious. Zhang Ruowei frowned and asked, What's the matter? You know Shin Shirhan, right? Gu Chun wrote 108 songs for her. The company's top management thinks this is a good opportunity and wants to work with Gu Chun and have him write a song for you as well. Or get some from Shun Shirhan, the agent said in one breath. Zhang Ruowei immediately refused when she heard this. I don't want it. I don't want to have anything to do with Gu Chun. The agent advised. Ruowei, this is a rare opportunity that will allow you to take a step closer. You still have too few representative classic musics. Zhang Ruowei snorted coldly. I can do it with my own strength. I don't need to rely on him. But Ruowei, this is not the time to act on impulse. The agent said anxiously. Zhang Ruowei was silent for a moment, then said firmly, I said no, and that means no. Don't mention it again. After saying that, Zhang Ruowei hung up the phone again, threw the phone aside, and leaned against the headboard angrily. Gu Chun, why can't I avoid this name? Zhang Ruowei felt very annoyed. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Ruowei shouted impatiently, Who is it? It's me, Xiaoyu. The assistant's cautious voice came from outside the door. Zhang Ruowei sighed helplessly and said, Come in. Assistant Xiaoyu pushed open the door, looked at Zhang Ruowei timidly, and said, Sister Ruowei, I'll bring you something to eat. Zhang Ruowei took a look and didn't have much appetite. She waved her hand and said, Put it there. I don't want to eat it now. Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment and said, Sister Ruowei, I actually think what the agent said is not completely unreasonable. Gu Chen's songs are really popular. If you can work with him. Shut up. Zhang Ruowei shouted angrily. You want to persuade me? Get out. Xiaoyu was so scared that tears welled up in her eyes. She quickly put down the food and left the room. The next day, Zhang Ruowei came to the set with dark circles under her eyes. Seeing her condition, the director couldn't help but say, Zhang Ruowei, if you're not in good condition, this scene won't be filmed. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip and said, Director, I'm sorry, I'll adjust it. But throughout the whole day, Zhang Ruowei was still in poor condition and made frequent mistakes. After work, Zhang Ruowei returned to the hotel exhausted. As soon as I entered the room, my agent called again. Ruowei, Shun Shirhan is about to start the live broadcast. If the quality of this song is still very high today, the company will ask Gu Chun to write a song for you, said the agent. When Zhang Ruowei heard this, she immediately replied, I said I don't need it. Don't force me anymore. After that, she hung up the phone again. She collapsed powerlessly on the sofa, her heart full of confusion, and she didn't want to have any more entanglements with Gu Chun. At this time, the phone beeped. It was the live broadcast link sent by the agent. Zhang Ruowei hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help but clicked on the link. Shin Shirhan's sweet smile appeared on the screen, and she said softly, Hello everyone. Today, I bring you Gu Chen's new song. Chapter 91 Can't Quit. Shin Shirhan took a deep breath and said to the audience in the live broadcast room with a smile, Next, I will bring you the climax of the second song story, Can't Quit. The live broadcast room instantly became lively, and fans excitedly expressed their expectations. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm sure it will sound great. Come on, Shun Shirhan, Gu Chen's song will definitely not disappoint. Come on, this is the climax of the story? I think it's a trough. Love in a Puff was just luck. It would be great if this song is even half as good as mine. It's good enough for Gu Chun to write one-hit song. Do you expect all his songs to be good? Dream on. I dare say this song is definitely not better than Love in a Puff. Not even close. This song title isn't very good. It's a wonder it sounds good. Gu Chenjiang has run out of ideas. Don't expect it. It's a waste of energy. It's bound to be a bad song. Gu Chun is just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. He wrote a good song, but this time he will definitely be exposed. The senior executives of QiuQiu Music Platform are currently sitting in a spacious conference room. The big screen was showing the footage from Shun Shirhan's live broadcast room. Their eyes were filled with eager anticipation for the song Can't Quit. We've already missed the opportunity with this first song, Love in a Puff. Shun Shirhan actually released the song on Kugum Music. If Can't Quit can't be released on our platform, the loss will be too great. A senior executive said with a frown and worry. Another senior executive nodded and said firmly, "So we must be fully prepared this time. We have to get this song no matter what." I believe in Gu Chen's talent. Every song of his has the potential to become a hit. The supervisor crossed his arms over his chest and said solemnly, "Think about it. If this song can reach or even surpass the level of Love in a Puff, that will be a huge boost to the user activity and influence of our platform. We can't miss this opportunity." I've always wondered what kind of musical genius Gu Chen is, who can create so many excellent works in such a short period of time. The song Can't Quit might refresh our understanding of him again. If this song is really great, we need to quickly develop a comprehensive promotion strategy and make sure it's released on our platform. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was tense and full of anticipation. Everyone stared at the screen silently, praying in their hearts that this song would become another classic. I don't know what the style of this song will be. Will they continue to be affectionate, or will there be new breakthroughs and attempts? Someone speculated in a low voice. Gu Chen's creations never follow the rules and may bring us unexpected surprises. Another person responded. Douyin K Dong, live broadcast room. Director K was sitting on a chair, and his live broadcast screen happened to be in Shun Shirhan's live broadcast room. I'm really looking forward to Gu Chen's new songs. I play every one of his songs on repeat. Those of you who haven't heard it can go and listen to it. Shun Shirhan's voice slowly sounded in the screen, and the melancholy voice fell on the hearts of all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Are we starting anew today? We've already left scars. Have you forgotten? Traveling with you by your arm is like being crowned on the way. It's a pity that I missed the view. I almost kissed you. The love for this handsome young man in my heart can burn me. Ha ha ha. In K Dong's live broadcast room on Douyin, K Dong's originally relaxed expression gradually became solemn. He listened quietly, his eyes showing deep emotion. As the song progressed, K Dong's eyes began to redden. He couldn't help but say, "This song makes me want to cry even more than a moment of romance." Gu Chen songs are still so good at soothing melancholy. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room suddenly started scrolling wildly. Mr. K is right. I'm already in tears. This song is so touching. How could Gu Chen be so good at writing? I felt like my heart was being pulled apart. I wanted to cry, but couldn't. However, in this moving atmosphere, there are still some discordant voices. What's there to cry about? I just think it's normal. That's right. It's too exaggerated. It's just a song. Gu Chen only knows how to sing these sad tunes. It's annoying to listen to them. Is Mr. K deliberately exaggerating to attract attention? Seeing these mocking comments, Director K frowned and said with a hint of anger, "What do you people know? Music has a soul, and Gu Chen's songs can touch the softest part of people's hearts. That's real talent. Those who say it's not good, you haven't used your heart to feel it at all." That's right, Mr. K is right. Those who mock us simply don't know how to appreciate things. Ignore those haters and continue to immerse yourself in this beautiful song. Gu Chen songs are something that people can relate to. Those who don't like them haven't experienced it. In a live broadcast room, voices of support and opposition rose and fell, and the debate continued. I think Gu Chen has run out of ideas and can only rely on sad songs like this to attract attention. No, every song has its own unique charm. You don't understand. Anyway, I don't like it. It's too negative and makes people feel worse. You people have no emotions and cannot appreciate such profound expressions. K Dong took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and said, "No matter what others say, I believe that people who really like and understand music will understand the value of Gu Chen's songs. This song, Can't Quit, will definitely become a classic." Shin Shirhan hadn't stopped yet, but when she sang the rest of the lyrics, the entire live broadcast room was stunned. Ha ha ha. A fresh start? Huh. I'm even more eager for the future. Did this boy understand love in the past? It seems not enough. Do I love this young man's irony? Do I love this flower blooming? Is this flower blooming? When Shun Shirhan sang these familiar lyrics, the live broadcast room instantly fell into deathly silence, followed by a wave of overwhelming shock. Oh my God, the lyrics are exactly the same as Love in a Puff. But this song is completely different. Oh my God. What kind of divine talent does Gu Chen have? He can actually reuse lyrics so cleverly. And this new tune with the same lyrics is even better in both effect and mood. I was so shocked that I was speechless. This is too amazing. The barrage of comments scrolled madly, and the screen was full of admiration for Gu Chen's talent. K Dong sat in his chair with his mouth slightly open. It took him a long time to come back to his senses and said excitedly, "This is the power of Guchun." Same lyrics, completely different music, yet it creates a more beautiful feeling. It's simply a genius idea. Yeah, I originally thought that Love in a Puff was the peak, but I didn't expect this to be the real climax, someone echoed. What's wrong with Guchin's brain? How could he come up with such a brilliant idea? I'm convinced, completely convinced. Guchun is truly a genius in the music industry. The connection between these two songs is so unexpected. How did Guchun do it? I was originally still doubting it, but now I just want to say, Master Guchun, please accept my knees. The audience in the live broadcast room expressed their shock and admiration. Those who mocked us before are now getting slapped in the face. This is strength. Guchun uses his talent to shut everyone up. This is the climax of a story. Guchun is so awesome. I felt like I had witnessed a miraculous moment in music history. Chapter 92, I will definitely bring her here next time I have the chance. Zhao Yu was sitting in the office at this time, his face as gloomy as the sky before a storm. A video of Shun Shirhan singing Can't Quit was playing on a computer screen in front of him. The screen in the live broadcast room was filled with admiration and praise for Guchun's talent, like sharp blades piercing his heart. Guchun, it's Guchun again. Zhao Yu slammed the table and roared angrily. His eyes were bloodshot and his teeth were chattering. Why does this damn guy always get to be the center of attention? Why is everyone praising him? Zhao Yu paced back and forth in the room. He kept muttering to himself, his voice trembling with anger. He picked up his phone, dialed a number, and the call was connected. He roared at the other end. "What do you do for a living? I asked you to deal with Guchun. What happened?" "He's becoming more and more successful, but you can't do anything about it." The person on the other end of the phone explained timidly. Zhao Yu didn't listen at all and interrupted directly. "Don't give me these useless excuses. I just want to see satisfactory results." You know, Zhao Yu threw his phone to the ground, and it broke into pieces instantly. He panted, put his head in his hands, and sat down on the sofa. "What genius, what genius. That's all nonsense," Zhao Yu roared. "Guchun just got lucky and happened to write a few good songs. These foolish people were so easily deceived by him and praised him to the sky." He stood up and kicked over the chair next to him. Zhao Yu walked to the window and looked at the city scenery outside, but the anger in his heart did not subside at all. And that Yi Jinxian, she actually stayed with Guchun all the time. What is the charm of this guy, Guchun? Zhao Yu slammed his fist on the window, causing the glass to tremble. He thought of Gu Xian, the beautiful, intelligent, and charming woman whom he loved deeply. Now he is in prison because of Guchun. The pain and anger in his heart intertwined together, making him almost lose his mind. "I love her so much, but you hurt her like this." Zhao Yu gasped, with veins bulging on his forehead. He couldn't understand why things turned out like this. Zhao Yu slumped in the chair, covering his face with his hands, tears sliding through his fingers. "I thought I could give her happiness and protect her, but now..." His voice was full of despair and helplessness. Recalling every moment with Gu Xian, her every smile and frown. Her gentleness and kindness made Zhao Yu's heart feel like it was being stabbed by countless knives. "Guchun, I want you to pay the price." Zhao Yu stood up again, his eyes red. "I won't let you go. I will make you pay the price. Gu Xian, just wait. I will definitely rescue you." At this time, the assistant knocked on the door and came in. Seeing Zhao Yu's condition, he was so scared that he didn't dare to speak. Zhao Yu glared at his assistant and yelled, "What are you doing here?" The assistant said, tremblingly, "Boss Zhao, we are still trying to figure out what to do about Miss Gu Xian. Find a solution?" "What solution? There's still no result." Zhao Yu interrupted his assistant. "Get out of here. Don't bother me anymore." The assistant quickly left the room, and Zhao Yu once again fell into the abyss of anger and pain. At this moment, Guchun and Yi Jinxian have arrived in the mountain city of Peng County. The two were sitting in a restaurant preparing to eat. "Guchun, are you feeling unwell again? Why are you so weak? How about we go back?" Yi Jinxian followed behind and asked worriedly. After Guchun calmed down his somewhat rapid breathing, he turned around and said, "I'm fine, don't worry." Yi Jinxian looked down at Guchun's pale face, and her eyes instantly turned red. "You big liar. You're like this, and you still say you're fine." "Xiao Xian, I'm sorry for making you worry." Guchun apologized quickly. Of course, Yi Jinxian wouldn't be really angry, but if she didn't pretend, she would seem unreserved. She suppressed her worried look a little. walking beside Gu Chun and hugging Gu Chen's arm tightly. I wish time could stay at this moment forever. Gu Chun gently stroked her head. Silly girl, how could time stop? Gently open the bag in your hand. Yi Jinxian bought all of Gu Chen's favorite foods. He picked up a meat floss bread and took a bite. Seeing that Yi Jinxian was still unhappy, he said, "Wow, this bread is so delicious." Yi Jinxian still hugged him tightly, but swallowed her saliva. "I just want to hold you for a while longer." Gu Chen picked up a piece of bread and handed it to her mouth. "If you don't eat it, I will eat it all." "You dare!" Yi Jinxian let go of his hand and took a bite of the bread. In high school, Yi Jinxian was a well-known foodie. He often asked Gu Chun to take him to eat all kinds of delicious food, but Yi Jinxian still liked to eat the hot and sour noodles outside the school. Then he took out the hot milk from the bag, scooped up a spoonful, blew on it with his mouth, and fed it to Yi Jinxuan's mouth. Ah! Yi Jinxian obediently opened her mouth and accepted his feeding. No foodie can resist the temptation of delicious food. After drinking the hot milk, Yi Jinxian looked at Gu Chun with love on her face. "Can we go back to school sometime to eat hot and sour noodles again?" Gu Chun smiled and nodded. "Okay, we'll go when we get back." The two of them finished their meal in a warm atmosphere. Then I got up and walked on the streets of Pengxian. The evening breeze blows gently, bringing a hint of coolness. Yi Jinxuan's hair fluttered in the wind, and Gu Chun couldn't help but reach out to help her put it behind her ears. "Xiaoxian, thank you for always being with me." Gu Chen's voice was gentle and affectionate. Yi Jinxian blinked. "What nonsense are you talking about? I will always be by your side." As they walked, they came to a park. There are many people walking and chatting in the park, and children are laughing and playing. Yi Jinxian pulled Gu Chun to sit on a bench and gently rested her head on his shoulder. "Gu Chun, if you weren't sick, what do you think our life would be like in the future?" Gu Chun thought for a moment and said, "Maybe there will be a house that is neither too big nor too small. There are decorations we like, and we cook and watch TV together every day." Yi Jinxian raised the corner of her mouth. "I also need to raise a cat and a dog." "Okay, I'll do as you say," Gu Chun replied with a smile. Soon the two arrived at the station. Today he was going to Meihua Village in Pengcheng. After 2 hours of riding in a minibus in the county town, the two arrived at Meihua Village. The sunlight gently falls on the quiet village like a golden veil. It casts a warm and brilliant glow on the scattered farmhouses and vast fields. Gu Chun and Yi Jinxian held hands and slowly walked into this village full of rustic atmosphere. The breeze blows gently, bringing with it a hint of fresh fragrance of soil and flowers, making people feel relaxed and happy. A faint smile appeared on Gu Chen's pale face. He turned to look at Yi Jinxian, his eyes full of tenderness and gratitude. "Xiaoxian, thank you for accompanying me here." Yi Jinxian gently held Gu Chen's hand, her eyes slightly red. "What are you talking about? Of course I will accompany you." They walked slowly along the country road, and the wildflowers on the roadside swayed in the breeze, as if welcoming their arrival. Not far away, an old man was sitting in the yard basking in the sun. That was the grandfather Gu Chun met in the hospital ward. They came to Grandpa's yard. When Grandpa heard the noise, he slowly raised his head, and his eyes were instantly filled with surprise. "Gu Chun, why are you here? Come in and sit down." Grandpa quickly stood up and greeted them warmly. As they walked into the yard, Gu Chun asked with concern, "Grandpa, are you and Grandma all right?" Grandpa smiled and waved his hand. The wrinkles on his face seemed to tell the story of the years. "We are all fine, but we're getting older, and our movements are not as smooth as before. How about you guys? Are you tired from the journey?" Gu Chun shook his head and said with a smile, "We are not tired, Grandpa. I'm really grateful to Xiaoxian for accompanying me this time. Otherwise, I might not have the courage to embark on this journey." Grandpa turned his gaze to Yi Jinxian, his eyes full of love and admiration. "This girl is really good. Xiaoxian, you're Gu Chen's girlfriend, right?" Yi Jinxuan's cheeks instantly flushed with shyness. She lowered her head, her hands unconsciously fiddling with the corners of her clothes, feeling shy and not knowing how to answer. Gu Chen smiled and nodded firmly. "Grandpa, she is." Grandpa laughed happily. His laughter was hearty and warm. That's great. This is what young people should do. Accompany each other and support each other." Grandpa's eyes were full of blessings for them. Then, Grandpa's expression became a little emotional, and he slowly said, "By the way, is Xiaoyan recovered now? That child used to love drawing the most. I really like Xiaoyan and her sister. The child is so sensible even though she is so young." I can keep things in my heart. My brother passed away, and my sister is sick. It's not easy for me to work two jobs. Next time you come, bring Xiaoyan and Xiaoling with you. Gu Chen's smile froze on his face in an instant, and an indescribable grief surged in his heart. He didn't dare tell his grandfather that Xiaoyan and Xiaoling were both dead. He was afraid to see his grandfather's disappointed and sad expression. I could only suppress my sadness, trying to keep my voice calm, and said softly, "Grandpa, Xiaoyan is still receiving treatment. I will definitely bring her here next time I have the chance." Chapter 93, Don't Refuse a Toast and Drink a Penalty. After many discussions, the senior management of Zhang Ruowei's company finally decided to contact Gu Chen. The person in charge of the company called Gu Chen and said, "Hello, is this Mr. Gu Chen? I am the person in charge of Zhang Ruowei's company." Gu Chen received this strange call and was a little confused. "Hello, what can I do for you?" The person in charge said straight to the point, "Mr. Gu Chen, we admire your musical talent and would like to discuss the possibility of cooperation with you." Gu Chen frowned slightly. "Cooperation? I don't quite understand." The person in charge quickly explained, "It's like this, we think the song you wrote for Shen Shirhan is very good. So, I hope you can also write a few songs for our company's artist Zhang Ruowei. Of course, the compensation will definitely satisfy you." Gu Chen was silent for a moment and said, "I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to create for other people at the moment." The person in charge said hurriedly, "Mr. Gu Chen, please don't refuse so quickly. Zhang Ruowei is a top-tier superstar, and this is also a good opportunity for you to expand your influence." Gu Chen said firmly, "I'm really sorry, I don't have this idea for the time being." After saying that, Gu Chen hung up the phone. The head of the company put down his phone helplessly, sighed, and shook his head. As soon as Gu Chen hung up the phone, Yi Jinxian noticed something strange in his expression and asked with concern, "Gu Chen, what's wrong?" Gu Chen sighed lightly and said, "It's nothing serious, just asked me to write a song for Zhang Ruowei." As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, Yi Jinxian asked anxiously, "Did you agree?" Gu Chen shook his head and said, "No, I didn't agree. I once promised her grandfather that I would not have any contact with her." Yi Jinxian breathed a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. I was just worried that you had given out of pity." Gu Chen patted Yi Jinxuan's hand and comforted her, "Don't be unhappy. I've handed over everything to Shen Shirhan." Yi Jinxian nodded. "That's good. Let's ignore these troubles and enjoy the time we have now." Just then, there was a commotion outside the yard. "Fang Guofu, come out," a rough voice shouted. When they walked to the gate of the yard, they saw several ruffian-looking men standing there with a menacing look on their faces. "Old man, it's time to pay back the money you owe today." The leading man crossed his arms with a fierce look on his face. Grandpa's face turned pale instantly, and he said in a trembling voice, "Give me a few more days. I will definitely find a way." "Grace? Humph, do you think we are philanthropists? If you don't pay back the money today, don't blame us for being rude," the man said viciously, kicking down a stool next to him. Yi Jinxian said angrily, "Don't go too far." Grandpa said he would find a way. "Little girl, stop talking so much." The man glared at Yi Jinxian. Gu Chen took a step forward, protecting Yi Jinxian behind him, and looked at those people with cold eyes. "If you have something to say, talk it over nicely. Don't make a move." The man looked Gu Chen up and down and said, "Hey, you want to make a name for yourself? This old man owes us 50,000 yuan. Can you pay it?" Grandpa said anxiously, "Child, this is Grandpa's business. I can't let you get involved." Yi Jinxian tugged at the corner of Gu Chen's clothes and whispered, "Gu Chen this." Gu Chen was silent for a moment, looking at those arrogant people, then looking at his grandfather who had a helpless and guilty look on his face, and he felt very reluctant. 50,000 yuan, I'll give it to you. But you're not allowed to harass Grandpa again," Gu Chen finally said. As soon as Gu Chen finished speaking, the leading man laughed mockingly. 50,000 yuan? Can you come up with that? Stop pretending to be rich." The other men also laughed. "That's right, you look so poor. You don't look like someone with 50,000 yuan. Gu Chen's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. Give me an account number, and I will transfer it to you immediately." The man curled his lips. "Humph, just blow it." At this time, one of the men's eyes fell on Yi Jinxian, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. "Oh, this little girl is so pretty." Another man echoed, "Brother, this girl is worth much more than 50,000 yuan. Let her accompany us, brothers, for a few days, and forget about the money." When Yi Jinxian heard this, she turned pale with fright and grabbed Gu Chen's arm tightly. Gu Chen's eyes widened in anger as he roared, "Watch your mouths." The leading man smiled wickedly and said, "Why? Are you reluctant to part with her? Just give her to us, and we'll be done with it." Gu Chen gritted his teeth and said, "Don't even think about it. I'm warning you, don't even think about hitting on her." Grandpa said anxiously, "My dear friends, please don't make things difficult for the child. I will find a way to pay the money back." "Old man, what can you do?" the man said disdainfully. Gu Chen took a deep breath and said, "I'll say it again. I'll give you 50,000 yuan and leave here immediately." "Ha, what do you have to give me?" the man continued to provoke. Gu Chen took out his phone. "I'll transfer the money to you right now, right away." The man was skeptical. "Okay, if you dare play tricks on us, you'll be in trouble." Gu Chen quickly used his phone to complete the transfer, then showed them the transfer record. "The money has been transferred. Get out." The man checked his phone and confirmed that he had received the money, but he still refused to give up. "Humph, I received the money, but this girl." Gu Chen was furious. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. "I'm warning you, don't push your luck. Otherwise, I will make you pay for it." The leading man was not afraid at all, and he took a step forward. He provocatively poked Gu Chen's chest with his finger and said, "Hey kid, what do you think you could do to us?" "Just you." Several other men also came over and surrounded Gu Chen and the others, each with a malicious smile on their face. Yi Jinxian hid behind Gu Chen in fear, her voice tinged with tears. Gu Chen. Gu Chen protected Yi Jinxian even more closely. He stared at the people in front of him. "Don't mess around. This is a society ruled by law. You can't escape." One of the men snorted. "A society ruled by law? In this remote place, who can control it?" Grandpa stamped his feet in frustration. "You bastards, you will get what you deserve." The leading man sneered. "Retribution? I never believe in it. We're going to get this girl today." As he said that, he reached out and wanted to pull Yi Jinxian. Gu Chen opened his hand and said, "Just try to touch her." After Gu Chen opened his hand, the leading man became angry and said, "Oh, you are quite a gutsy guy. But do you think you could protect this girl like this?" A thin man next to him said sarcastically, "Brother, this young man probably doesn't know how powerful we are. Let's teach him a lesson." Another bald man grinned and said, "With his small body, how many of our blows can he withstand?" The leading man stepped forward again, glaring at Gu Chen with a fierce look. "Boy, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. This girl can eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks with us, but what can she get with you?" Chapter 94. Reflect on yourself in there. Just then, Grandma rushed out of the house with a kitchen knife. Her eyes widened in anger as she shouted, "You bastards, get out of here. I'll call the police." The leading man was stunned when he saw the kitchen knife in Grandma's hand, but he quickly regained his arrogant demeanor and said, "Old woman, stop trying to scare people with a broken knife. Call the police? By the time the police arrive, we'll have already finished the job." The thin man sneered. "That's right, you old man. You think you could do anything to us with just a knife?" The bald man laughed unscrupulously. "Ha ha. Old woman, can you still chop people with your old bones?" Grandma was so angry that she was shaking all over. She pointed the knife at them and said, "You are such heartless people. You bully us honest people. God will not let you go. The money has already been returned to you. What else do you want to do?" The leading man stepped forward and stretched out his hand to grab the knife from the grandmother's hand. "Old woman, put the knife down if you know what's best for you. Don't ask for trouble." Gu Chen quickly protected his grandmother behind him. "Don't mess around." Yi Jinxian also cried and shouted, "You are going too far." The thin man said sarcastically, "Oh, this family is quite united. What a pity we have decided on this girl today." The bald man echoed, "That's right. What can you do to us?" The leading man said even more proudly, "Old woman, do you think calling the police will help? What can the police do to us?" Grandma said angrily, "You have done so many evil things, you will definitely be punished." "Punishment? Ha ha." The thin man laughed. "We're not afraid." The bald man continued, "Old woman, stop bluffing here and hand over the girl obediently." The leading man reached out to grab Yi Jinxian again, but Gu Chen pushed him away. "Don't touch her." Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Uncle Wong from next door rushed over carrying a hoe, followed by several young and strong men. "You bunch of bastards! How dare you act wild here?" Uncle Wong shouted angrily, waving a hoe with a look of anger on his face. The leading man glanced at Uncle Wong and the others and sneered, "Hey, here come some nosy people again. The thin man taunted. Just a few of you country bumpkins. You think you could be heroes and save the damsel in distress? The bald man crossed his arms and said with disdain, You are overestimating yourself. Uncle Wong glared at them and said, How dare you be so arrogant in broad daylight? Do you still have any respect for the law? One of the guys also shouted, Get out of here now, or we'll start fighting. The leading man, however, showed no fear. Instead, he stepped forward and said provocatively, Fight? Come on, let's see who's afraid of who. As he said that, he reached out and pushed Uncle Wong. Uncle Wong staggered and almost fell. Seeing this, the young men behind him clenched their fists. You are a bunch of lawless things. Grandma was so angry that her hands were shaking as she pointed the knife at them. Guchen glared at the men and said, Don't go too far. Do you really think we are afraid of you? The thin man said sarcastically, Hey kid, you're pretty tough. The bald man then taunted, Come and hit us if you dare. The leading man reached out to grab Yi Jinshin again and said dirty words, Little beauty, come with your brother. Guchan couldn't bear it any longer and punched the leading man in the face. Ah! The leading man screamed and covered his face. Dare to attack. Brothers, go ahead, the thin man shouted. Just as they were about to take action, a group of villagers rushed over to the door with various weapons. Some of them carried shoulder poles, some held shovels, and some held wooden sticks, looking very aggressive. Stop! A gray-haired old man shouted loudly and slammed the carrying pole in his hand heavily on the ground. The leading man was frightened by the scene, but he still said stubbornly, Hey, here comes another group of nosy people. The thin man also shouted, Do you think we're afraid just because there are so many people? The bald man's eyes rolled around, and he said with a clearly weak tone, We are not afraid of you. When the grandmother saw the villagers coming, she excitedly said, Hey everyone, these bastards are bullying us. An old lady pointed at the men and cursed. How dare you, you scoundrels, run wild in our village? That's right, it's outrageous, another villager echoed. Gu Chun panted and said, Thank you all for coming to help. Seeing this, the leading man pretended to be calm and said, Don't mess around. Fighting will not benefit anyone. A young villager rushed forward, waving a wooden stick and shouting, How dare you talk back? I'm going to teach you a lesson today. The thin man took a few steps back in fear and stammered, Don't be impulsive. The bald man's legs also began to tremble. Brother, what should we do? The leading man gritted his teeth and said, What are you afraid of? At worst, we could just fight. After saying that, he wanted to rush forward again, but was stopped by several villagers. How dare you be so arrogant? An uncle pointed at him with a shovel. The villagers gathered around and surrounded the men. You bastards, you're always so arrogant, but today you finally fall into our hands. Yes, we can't let them go easily. Everyone was talking at once, accusing each other angrily. The leading man was completely panicked at this time. Brothers and sisters, please forgive us. We won't dare to do it again. Are you scared now? It's too late. They must learn a lesson. The villagers rushed forward, quickly subdued the men, and tied them up. You were so arrogant, but now you can't get away, a villager said fiercely. The leading man struggled, still saying stubbornly, Let me go, let me go. The thin man pleaded with a sad face. Brother, please forgive us. We really know we are wrong. The bald man also begged for mercy. We won't dare to do it again. Don't tie it so tight, it hurts. Oomph. Do you feel the pain now? Why didn't you think about it when you bullied me just now? An old lady said angrily. The villagers accused the men of their evil deeds, and the scene was noisy. Half an hour later, the sound of the police car sirens came from far away and soon stopped at the gate of the yard. Several policemen got out of the car and walked into the yard. What's going on? Asked a policeman. Uncle Wong stepped forward and told the police what had happened in detail. The police officer looked at the tied-up men and said sternly, How dare you be so arrogant in broad daylight? You are lawless. The leading man hung his head, not daring to meet the police officer's gaze, and whispered, Comrade police officer, we were just confused for a moment. Please forgive us. A moment of confusion? The police officer snorted coldly. Your actions have already constituted a violation of the law. You can't just let it go by saying you were confused. The thin man quickly agreed. Comrade police officer, we really know we were wrong, and we will never do it again. The police glared at him and said, Now you know you're wrong. Why didn't you do it earlier? The bald man trembled and said, It's all our fault. Please give us a lighter punishment. The villagers didn't buy it and said, "We can't let them off so easily. They're so abominable. They must be punished accordingly, otherwise they will bully others again." The police nodded and said, "Don't worry, the law will give them a fair judgment." Afterwards, the police began to further understand and record the situation at the scene. "Don't be afraid, old lady. Tell me the details of the incident clearly," a policeman said gently to the grandmother. Grandma angrily recounted the men's bad behavior, pointing at them as she spoke. The police turned to Gu Chun and Yi Jinxian and said, "Tell us what happened at that time." Gu Chun took a deep breath and told the police exactly what had happened. Yi Jinxian added, "They're going too far. They keep pestering me." While recording, the police looked at the tied man from time to time, his eyes full of majesty. After recording the situation, the police prepared to take the men back to the police station. "Take them away," the policeman ordered. The villagers made way for them and pointed at the men. "Reflect on yourselves in there. Let's see if you dare to be so arrogant again." The leading man was pushed forward by the police, looking back from time to time, his eyes filled with fear and regret. The thin man and the bald man lowered their heads, not daring to look at the villagers' angry eyes. The police took them into the police car, and the sirens sounded again, gradually fading away. The yard finally returned to peace, and the villagers comforted Gu Chen's family. "Don't be afraid. We are here and will not let bad guys bully you. If something like this happens again, let's all attack together." Gu Chun and his family were moved to tears and expressed their gratitude repeatedly. "Thank you, everyone. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what would have happened. We're all from the same village, so there's no need to say thank you. It's only natural for us to help each other." At this time, Grandpa said excitedly, "Everyone come to my house for dinner tonight. You must come. Let me thank you all." The villagers smiled and responded, "Okay, old man, then we won't be polite. Aha, let's have some fun tonight." Chapter 95, It's Okay. Shaoxian, everyone will leave. After hearing Grandpa's invitation, the villagers chatted for a while and then left one after another. "Everyone go back and do your own thing. See you in the evening," Grandpa said, waving his hand. "Okay, old man." The villagers responded one after another, carrying their things, talking and laughing as they walked towards their homes. The yard finally became quiet. Grandpa and Grandma held Gu Chun and Yi Jinxuan's hands, looking guilty. Grandpa sighed and said, "Son, we old couple will find a way to return the 50,000 yuan to you." Grandma also nodded and said, "Yes, I can't let you spend so much money for nothing." Yi Jinxian quickly waved her hands and said with a smile, "Grandpa and Grandma, don't say that. You don't have to pay the money back. We are not short of money now." Gu Chun also said, "This money is our accommodation fee for living here, so don't worry about it." Grandpa said anxiously, "How can that be possible? This is not a small amount of money." Yi Jinxian took her grandmother's arm and said coquettishly, "Grandma, just listen to us. You and Grandpa have been so kind to us during this time here, so this is just a token of our appreciation." Grandma was so moved that her eyes were red. "You two children are so sensible." Gu Chun looked at the time and said, "Grandpa and Grandma, we're going to the town to buy some food and treat everyone tonight." Grandpa said, "Okay, be careful on the road." Gu Chun and Yi Jinxian nodded and set off for the town. Along the way, the breeze blew on my face and the fields on both sides were lush and green. When we arrived in town, the market was bustling with activity. "Gu Chun, look how fresh the vegetables over there are," Yi Jinxian said, pointing to a stall. Gu Chun walked over, carefully selected the vegetables, and bargained with the stall owner. "Boss, please make it cheaper. We are buying a lot," Gu Chun said. The stall owner smiled and said, "Okay, since you two are so good at living, I'll give you a discount." Yi Jinxian blushed and said, "Boss, if you can talk, please talk more." Gu Chun smiled and picked up the vegetables. "Let's go." After buying vegetables, they went to buy meat and fruit. "Gu Chun, I'm going to buy some seasonings over there," Yi Jinxian said as she ran to another stall. Gu Chun shouted from behind, "Slow down, don't run and fall." The two returned home with bags full of goods. When I got home, my grandparents were already waiting in the yard. "You bought so many things," said Grandma. Yi Jinxian smiled and said, "We need to make sure everyone enjoys their meal tonight." Gu Chun and Yi Jinxian put down their things and started to get busy. Washing vegetables, cutting meat, making fire, and cooking. The yard is filled with the smell of smoke. Yi Jinxian accidentally cut her finger. Ouch! Gu Chun quickly ran over and said, "Why are you so careless? Let me take a look." Yi Jinxian pouted. "It's all your fault. You were talking to me, and I got distracted." Gu Chun smiled helplessly. It's my fault, I'll go find a Band-Aid. In the evening, several tables were set up in my grandfather's yard, and the aroma of food filled the air. Everyone sat together, laughing and talking. What happened today can be considered as a lesson for those bad guys. That's right, our village won't tolerate people like this running wild. Everyone was eating and chatting, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Grandpa picked up his glass and stood up. Today is really thanks to everyone. Let me toast to everyone first. Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Gu Chun also said, I will definitely repay everyone in the future. Uncle Wong smiled and said, we are all family. There's no need to talk about repaying or not repaying. As long as everyone is safe and sound, and living in harmony is better than anything else. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone started talking. An aunt took a bite of the dish and said with a smile, oh, this dish is so delicious. Jean Xian is such a skillful girl. Jean Xian smiled a little embarrassedly. Aunt, you are too kind. I just hope everyone enjoys the meal. A man nearby took a sip of his wine and said, I'm so relieved today. Seeing those bad guys being taken away by the police, I feel relieved. Another elder brother echoed, that's right. Let them be arrogant again. Our village is united. No one can bully us. At this time, Grandma added some soup to everyone and said, eat more everyone, you have worked hard today. Gu Chun stood up, filled everyone's glass with wine, and said, thanks to everyone's help this time. If you need me in the future, just let me know. Uncle Wong patted Gu Chun's shoulder and said, Gu Chun, don't be so polite. Neighbors should take care of each other. A young man, his mouth full, mumbled, yeah, it's always been like this in our village. If anyone encounters a problem, we all work together. Everyone nodded, and the atmosphere became even more lively. Grandpa looked at everyone, his eyes full of gratitude. It is a blessing for us old couple to have good neighbors like you. An old man put down his glass and said with emotion, we all live together. We are one family. We share happiness and difficulties together. Jean Xian smiled and distributed fruit to everyone. Come, everyone, have some fruit to sober up. While eating fruit, everyone continued to chat about the village's daily life. Suddenly, a child came running over, holding a piece of candy in his hand, and said excitedly, I ate a lot of delicious food today. Everyone was amused by the child's innocence. Gu Chun touched the child's head and said, little baby, eat slowly, there's still a lot. The child blinked and ran away to play again. At this time, gorgeous fireworks bloomed in the sky, lighting up the entire yard. Everyone looked up and exclaimed in amazement. Jean Xian leaned against Gu Chun and said softly, so beautiful. Gu Chun held her hand, just like our current life, beautiful and warm. Everyone's smiles became even brighter under the reflection of the fireworks. The night gradually deepened and the banquet was coming to an end. The villager stood up and said goodbye to Gu Chun and his family. Thank you for the treat. We're going back. Come and play often when you have time. Gu Chun and Jean Xian sent everyone to the door and watched their figures gradually disappear into the night. Back in the yard, Gu Chun and Jean Xian began to clean up the tables and chairs. Grandpa and Grandma also came to help. You are tired after a day. We will do the rest. Gu Chun said, Grandpa and Grandma, you two go and have some rest. We'll be done soon. Under the dim light, the busy figures of the 4 people appear particularly warm. After packing everything up, Gu Chun and Jean Xian returned to the room. Lying in bed, although my body was a little tired, my heart was full of happiness and satisfaction. Jean Xian said softly, I'm really happy today. Gu Chun hugged her and said, you will be happy like this in the future. After Gu Chun finished speaking, Jean Xian hugged Gu Chun tightly with tears in her eyes. Gu Chun, it's okay, Xiao Xian. People will eventually leave. I'm just one step ahead. The moonlight shone on them through the window, and Jean Xuan's tears sparkled faintly in the moonlight. Chapter 96, I Want to Stay with Grandma. The next morning, the sun shone through the thin clouds and fell on the village. Jean Xian and Gu Chun got up early and took their cameras to take pictures in the village to record the beautiful rural scenery. Jean Xian wore a light blue dress with her hair casually tied behind her head, looking fresh and charming. She held the camera in her hand and said to Gu Chun excitedly, Gu Chun, let's start shooting from the old locust tree at the entrance of the village. Gu Chun smiled and nodded. He looked handsome and sunny in his casual outfit. Okay, I'll listen to you. The two came under the old locust tree. The thick trunk of the old locust tree was covered with traces of time, and its branches and leaves were lush, like a huge green umbrella. Yi Jinxian adjusted the camera's parameters, her eyes focused on the viewfinder. Gu Chun, stand next to the tree. I'll take a picture of you. Gu Chun followed his instructions and stood over, posing naturally. Okay, don't move, smile. Yi Jinxian pressed the shutter, and with a click, the picture froze. Yi Jinxian looked at the photo in the camera and said with satisfaction, "It's really beautiful. This old locust tree suits you very well." Gu Chun came over and looked at the photo. Your photography skills are really good. Then they walked along the path in the village. The wildflowers on the roadside are colorful and sway gently in the breeze. Wow, these flowers are so beautiful. Yi Jinxian squatted down, moved close to the flowers, and took pictures carefully. Gu Chun watched from the side. Be careful not to touch the thorns. Yi Jinxian stood up after taking the photo and said, "It's okay, I'm being careful." Passing by a rice field, the golden rice ears swayed in the wind like a golden ocean. Gu Chun couldn't help but sigh. This scenery is so beautiful. Yi Jinxian quickly said, "Quick, stand in the middle of the rice field. I'll take a picture of you." Gu Chun walked into the rice field. Yi Jinxian found a good angle and pressed the shutter again. As they were filming, they came to the small river in the village. The river water is so clear that you can see the fish swimming around in the water. Gu Chun, look how free these fish are. Yi Jinxian said with a smile. Yes, everything here makes people feel peaceful and beautiful. Gu Chun responded. Yi Jinxian handed the camera to Gu Chun. Come, take a picture for me. I want to take a picture with Xiaohe. She stood by the river, with the flowing river behind her and the green mountains in the distance. Gu Chun pressed the shutter to record this beautiful moment. Oh, I don't know if the filming is good. Gu Chun said a little worriedly. Yi Jinxian ran over and said, Not bad, not bad. Your photography skills have improved. The two continued walking in the village, taking pictures of the old houses, children playing, villagers working. Every photo was full of the breath of life. At noon, the sun was quite strong. Yi Jinxian wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, Gu Chun, it's a bit hot. Let's find a cool place to rest. Gu Chun pointed to a big tree not far away and said, There's a big tree over there. Let's go there. The two walked to the big tree and sat on the rocks to rest. Yi Jinxian looked through the photos in the camera and said, I took a lot of beautiful photos today. I can organize them when I get back. After resting for a while, the two got up and walked towards their grandfather's house. As soon as I walked in the yard, I found a girl in a white floral dress packing things in the yard. She had her hair tied in a high ponytail, beads of sweat oozing from her forehead, and her movements were light and skillful. Just then, Grandma came back with a basket of vegetables. When she saw them, a kind smile immediately appeared on Grandma's face. Children, you're back. Grandma put down her basket and pointed at the girl, saying, This is Xiaoxi, my granddaughter. She just came back from the big city today. Xiaoxi stopped what she was doing and greeted them with a smile. Hello. Gu Chun and Yi Jinxian also responded quickly. Grandma then said to Xiaoxi, Xiaoxi, this is Gu Chun, your grandfather and I's adopted grandson. Xiaoxi's eyes lit up, so that's how it is. Nice to meet you. Yi Jinxian walked forward and said kindly, Sister Xiaoxi, are you tired after just coming back? Xiaoxi shook her head. I'm not tired. It's just that I haven't been back for a long time. This place feels both familiar and a little strange. Gu Chun looked at the things in the yard and asked, Xiaoxi, do you need help? Xiaoxi smiled and said, No need, I'll pack it right away. Grandma walked into the house and took out some fruit. Come, children, have some fruit. Everyone sat together and started chatting. Xiaoxi, how is life in a big city? Grandma asked with concern. Xiaoxi took a bite of the apple and said, Grandma, big cities are very prosperous, but I still miss the tranquility and intimacy here. Yi Jinxian asked curiously, How long do you plan to stay this time? Xiaoxi thought for a moment and replied, I've taken a long vacation. I want to spend more time with you and Grandpa. Grandma smiled and said, Okay, I'm glad you're back. At this moment, Xiaoxi noticed the cameras in Gu Chun and Yi Jinchuan's hands. Are you guys taking pictures? Gu Chun nodded and said, Well, the scenery in the village is very beautiful, so I took a lot of photos. Xiaoxi's eyes showed envy. That's great. I haven't really enjoyed the scenery here for a long time. Yi Jinxian took Xiaoxi's hand and said, Then let's go together tomorrow. Xiaoxi happily agreed. Okay. Everyone was chatting happily when Grandpa came back from outside. Oh, they're all here. Grandpa walked into the yard with a smile. Xiaoxi ran over and hugged Grandpa. Grandpa, I'm back. Grandpa patted Xiaoxi's shoulder and said, "It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." In the following time, everyone was busy in the yard preparing dinner. Xiaoxi helped wash the vegetables, Yi Jinxian cut the vegetables, and Gu Qian helped pass things around. The kitchen is steaming and full of the flavor of life. Xiaoxi washed the vegetables skillfully, humming a cheerful tune. Yi Jinxian picked up a knife and cut the carrots into small, even pieces with clean and neat movements. Gu Qian stood by, carefully handing over various ingredients, looking at this and that from time to time, with a warm smile on his face. Sister Jinxian, you are really good at cutting vegetables. Xiaoxi couldn't help but praise. Yi Jinxian smiled and said, "This is all acquired through practice. You can do it if you practice more in the future." Gu Qian picked up a towel and gently wiped the sweat off Yi Jinxuan's forehead. "Don't be too tired. Take a break." Yi Jinxian shook her head and said, "It's okay. It will be done soon." Grandpa walked into the kitchen, took a look at everyone's progress, and nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, not bad. We must have a good meal tonight." At this time, Grandma shouted in the yard, "Old man, come and help me move this table." Grandpa responded and hurried out to help. Xiaoxi finished washing the vegetables and shook off the water droplets on her hands. "I'll go see if Grandma can help me with anything." After a while, Xiaoxi and Grandma's laughter came from the yard. The food was served one after another, and the aroma was fragrant. There are fresh and tender braised fish, delicious braised pork, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a big pot of steaming corn and pork rib soup. "Wow, it's so rich." Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Everyone sat around the table, and Grandpa picked up his chopsticks and said, "Come on, let's eat." Gu Qian picked up some food for his grandpa and grandma. Grandpa and grandma, eat more. Yi Jinxian also picked up a piece of fish for Xiaoxi. "Xiaoxi, try this." Xiaoxi ate happily. "It's delicious." Everyone ate and talked, laughing constantly. "Xiaoxi, are you busy working in the big city?" asked Grandpa. Xiaoxi swallowed the food in his mouth and said, "Grandpa, sometimes it's very busy, but it's also very fulfilling." "Please take care of yourself and don't overwork yourself," said Grandma with concern. "I know, Grandma." Xiaoxi answered obediently. Yi Jinxian smiled and said, "Xiaoxi, come back more often when you have time. Let's have some fun together." Gu Qian also nodded in agreement. After dinner, everyone sat together in the yard to enjoy the cool air. The stars are twinkling in the night sky, and the breeze is blowing gently. Xiaoxi leaned on her grandmother's shoulder and said, "Grandma, I loved nights like this the most when I was a kid." Grandma patted Xiaoxi's hand gently and said, "Yes, time flies." Her eyes moistened. "I want to stay with Grandma forever." Grandma sighed softly and said, "Silly child, I want to be with you forever, but you have grown up and have your own life." After hearing this, Xiaoxi hugged her grandmother tightly. "Grandma, I think about eating the food you cook every day. I really want to see Grandma Mei Hua." The grandmother gently stroked her grandson and said, "It's only October now. The plum blossoms will bloom in 3 months." 3 months. Chapter 97, Dark Dream. In Jiangnan City, Shun Shirhan started live streaming again in a warmly decorated room. She sat gracefully in front of the piano, adjusting the equipment with a faint smile on her face. A large number of viewers instantly flooded into the live broadcast room, and barges of comments came like a tide. "Sister Shirhan, let's start quickly. I can't wait to hear the new song." The first 2 songs were amazing. This one will definitely be no different. I don't think so. Can Gu Qian always maintain his high level? Don't hold your hopes too high. You only know how to pour cold water on me. Gu Qian's talent is obvious to all. Who knows, maybe this is the peak, and it will go downhill from now on. Shun Shirhan looked at the barrage. A hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. "I hope this one will be on repeat like the first 2. Stop dreaming. There aren't that many good songs out there. I think this one will fail. Could you please stop being so negative? You're already saying bad things before you even start singing." "I'm analyzing this rationally, unlike your blind expectations." The debate in the live broadcast room became increasingly heated, with voices of support and questioning rising one after another. One fan said excitedly, "I believe in Gu Qian. He has never let us down." Someone immediately retorted, "That was before. It's hard to say this time." Shun Shirhan coughed lightly and said, "Thank you for your attention. The new song will be presented to you soon." This sentence made the live broadcast room quiet for a moment, and then it became lively again. It's finally about to begin. My heart is in my throat. What's there to look forward to? You might be disappointed after listening to it. Can't you hope for something good? Why do you have to be so sarcastic? I'm just telling the truth. If it doesn't sound good, please don't be too sensitive. At this time, a wealthy fan sent several super rockets in a row and left a message. Keep going, Shirhan. But someone immediately followed up with a comment. It's so great to be rich. If the song isn't good, no matter how many gifts you give, it's useless. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room became increasingly tense, with anticipation and worry, praise and ridicule intertwined. Shin Shirhan placed her fingers lightly on the piano keys and closed her eyes slightly, as if trying to calm herself down. Seeing how nervous she is, I guess she's not sure either. Nonsense. This is just building up the emotions, preparing to surprise us. So please, I think it's more like shock. Why are you so annoying? If you don't like it, just leave. Shin Shirhan sat in front of the piano and sorted out her emotions. She spoke slowly. Gray hair cannot be replaced by snow, and meeting each other is already a blessing. Even if the rest of my life is not with you, this life is enough. Here's the twist in the story. This song, Sweet Dreams in the Dark, is for everyone. The boy's part has already been recorded in advance. Shin Shirhan took a deep breath, gently pressed the keys with her fingers, and a beautiful melody slowly flowed out. The live broadcast room was quiet for a moment, followed by another burst of noise. This prelude feels a bit ordinary. Don't talk nonsense. I think it's very charming. Maybe there will be a surprise later. Shin Shirhan hummed softly along with the melody. Her voice was like the sound of nature. Wow, Shirhan's voice is still so beautiful. But the overall feeling of this song is just average, not as catchy as the first two. As the song progresses, more and more doubts arise. It seems that Gu Chun has really run out of ideas. This song is obviously not good. That's right, it's so disappointing. I was looking forward to new breakthroughs. However, there are also loyal fans who firmly support. Don't worry, the climax hasn't come yet. There might be a reversal. You people are impatient. Wait and see. Shin Shirhan's expression was still focused and engaged, as if she was not affected by the barrage at all. Suddenly, the melody became passionate and Shin Shirhan's singing became louder. This part seems pretty good. That's interesting. Is there really a surprise? But some people still poured cold water on it. It's only this small part that's okay. The whole thing is still not good. I think Gu Chun is just lucky. The first two songs just happened to be good. There was endless arguing in the live broadcast room, and the atmosphere was tense and heated. Shin Shirhan sang the chorus with a very infectious voice. Wow, that chorus is great. But I still feel it's not as good as Love in a Puff and Can't Quit. Gu Chun was a little too aggressive this time. Maybe it was a bit deliberate. Don't talk nonsense. I think it's very unique. You just don't know how to appreciate it. As the song drew to a close, the audience in the live broadcast room had different emotions. Oh, I'm a little disappointed. It didn't meet my expectations. It's not bad. We can't expect every song to be a hit. Gu Chun is indeed a bit disappointing this time. I hope the next one will be better. What do you know? This is called Gu Chun's unique style. If you don't appreciate it, don't make a fuss. Honestly, I think the styles of these three songs are too similar. They are not as amazing as Love in a Puff and Can't Quit. That's right, I'm a little tired of it. You guys are just so ungrateful. You can listen to such a good song, and yet you're still picky. At this moment, a comment caused an uproar. Have you heard? Queen Zhang Ruowei has also released a new song. It was made for her by the strongest man in the industry, Chu Dad, just for Gu Chun. Huh? Is this true? We're going to have a fight. It said that Chu Daddy said he would write 105 songs for Zhang Ruowei. He wants to crush Gu Chun. Tisk, Gu Chun is not afraid at all. His songs have soul. But Zhang Ruowei's new song has already made it into the top 50 hits. It's really gaining momentum. So what? Gu Chun's songs speak for themselves with their strength. As the song drew to a close, the debate in the live broadcast room continued. Alas, it's still not as good as the first two. I think Gu Chun will be outdone by Zhang Ruowei this time. Nonsense, this is just the beginning. Gu Chun's strength has not yet been fully demonstrated. After Shin Shirhan finished singing, she breathed lightly and said, "Thank you all for listening. The road of music has no end. Gu Chun and I will continue to work hard. Come on, Shirhan, don't be influenced by the outside world. Gu Chun, we believe you." Suddenly, another comment appeared. I just listened to Zhang Ruowei's new song. It's really amazing. The melody is very catchy, and the production is also very good. At this moment, the live broadcast room seemed to explode. Is it really that good? Then wouldn't Gu Chan be in danger? Impossible. Gu Chan songs are more profound. But now the market likes popular melodies. But we must believe in Gu Chan's talent and uniqueness. Some people began to complain. How come Gu Chan ran into such a strong opponent? This is deliberately targeting Gu Chan. It's so unfair. But if Gu Chan can create a better song under this kind of pressure, that would be truly amazing. Chapter 98, a TV crew came to the village. Many video accounts on the Douyin platform began to post slice videos of the press conference held by Zhang Ruowei's company and the well-known Chu Dad. In the video, the head of Zhang Ruowei's company said arrogantly, "This time we teamed up with the top song maker to create a new song. It will definitely dominate the hot songs charts this month. Even Gu Chan can't stop it." The father of the song also echoed, "That's right, our work is impeccable in both production and performance." After saying this, the two of them laughed contemptuously. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw this scene, they were immediately furious. Too arrogant. This is simply disrespectful. Gu Chan songs are so good. Why do they say that? That's right. Isn't it just because Zhang Ruowei is a queen with all the resources and background? At this time, Zhang Ruowei had just finished recording a song and was sitting in a lounge drinking water. Her agent hurried in with a smug smile on his face. "Ruowei, I just got the news that Shen Shirhan's new song released today is of average quality and not as well received as the previous two. It's a sure thing that will take the top spot on the Hot Songs chart this month," the agent said with a beaming smile. Zhang Ruowei frowned, put down the cup, and said softly, "Don't take it lightly. You still have to be cautious." The agent waved his hand. "What are you afraid of? If Gu Chan doesn't cooperate with us, then we will suppress him. Let him know that there's no good outcome for going against us in this circle." Zhang Ruowei sighed slightly. "Isn't this a bad idea?" The agent's eyes widened. "Ruowei, don't be soft-hearted. This entertainment industry is a jungle where the strong prey on the weak. If you don't suppress others, others will take advantage of you." Zhang Ruowei remained silent. Although she hated Gu Chan, she acknowledged his talent. The agent continued, "By the way, tomorrow you will be participating in the new variety show, The Most Beautiful Country Mushroom House. We're going to Plum Blossom Village in Peng County, a mountain city, to record. I've already arranged the itinerary. Go back tonight and prepare well." Zhang Ruowei nodded. "I understand." The agent reminded him again, "This show is a good opportunity. You need to perform well, increase your exposure, and consolidate your status as a queen." In the evening, Zhang Ruowei returned home, sat on the sofa, and fell into deep thought. She opened her phone and saw various comments about her new song online, some praising it, some questioning it. Zhang Ruowei's new song is just so, no breakthroughs. "I feel that Gu Chan's songs are more interesting. Does Zhang Ruowei have so many resources because of her connections?" Zhang Ruowei threw her phone aside in frustration, muttering to herself, "Do I really have to suppress others to succeed?" The next day, Zhang Ruowei came to the airport with her luggage, ready to go to Meihua Village in the mountain city of Peng County. Along the way, the agent kept nagging in her ear, "When you're on the show, interact more with other guests and show your friendliness. Don't forget to promote your new song and seize the opportunity to increase its popularity." Zhang Ruowei said impatiently, "I know, stop talking." After arriving at the destination, Zhang Ruowei looked at the beautiful countryside scenery and felt a little more relaxed. However, she was still thinking about the new song and the competition with Gu Chan. "I wonder if this new song can really dominate the hot song charts." Zhang Ruowei thought secretly. Soon, the next morning, the sun shone softly into the yard. Yi Jinxian, wearing an apron, was busy helping her grandmother in the kitchen. She skillfully cut vegetables and said to her grandmother with a smile, "Grandma, how about we make a new dish today?" Grandma smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll do as you say." Xiaoxi set up an easel in a corner of the yard, ready to paint. She carefully selected the paintbrush and then focused on painting the flowers and plants in the yard. Gu Chan sat at the desk in the room, frowning slightly, his fingers tapping quickly on the keyboard. At this time, Grandpa came back hurriedly from outside, with an excited and somewhat nervous expression on his face. "Oh, children, something terrible has happened," Grandpa cried. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at Grandpa. Yi Jinxian poked her head out of the kitchen and asked, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Grandpa took a breath and said, a production crew came to the village and said they want to shoot a variety show. Xiaoxi put down her paintbrush, ran over and asked, Grandpa, what kind of variety show is this? Grandpa waved his hand. I don't quite understand it either, but it seems to be able to boost our village's tourism industry. Guchen also came out and said, this is a good thing, Grandpa. Grandpa nodded and said, it's a good thing, but once this program group comes, our village will be very busy. Yi Jinxian smiled and said, it's good to be busy. Maybe our village will develop better and better in the future. Xiaoxi blinked her eyes. Will there be any celebrities coming? Grandpa scratched his head. I don't know about that, but it's said to be a pretty big production team. Everyone started discussing it one after another. Grandpa, where in our village do they plan to shoot? Guchen asked. Grandpa thought for a moment and said, it seems that we are going to the orchard at the entrance of the village in our old ancestral hall. Xiaoxi jumped up excitedly. That will definitely be interesting. Yi Jinxian said, Grandpa, we have to prepare well and not bring shame to the village. Grandpa said, yes, I just want to discuss it with the village chief. Every household should keep their homes and surroundings clean to showcase the good image of our village. Guchen nodded. Okay, then let's act quickly. After that, everyone got back to their work. Yi Jinxian sped up her cooking, and soon the meal was ready. Eat first, and then get busy after dinner. Yi Yinwan shouted. Everyone sat together, eating and chatting about the program crew. Grandpa, how long will they stay in the village? Xiaoxi asked while chewing food. Grandpa said, it will take about a week. Guchen said, then we'll have a lot of fun these few days. After dinner, Gu Chan went back to his room to write his novel, while Yi Jinxian and Xiaoxi helped Grandma clean up the dishes. Xiaoxi said as she washed the dishes, Sister Jinxian, do you think our village will become famous if this variety show is released? Yi Jinxian smiled and said, it's very likely. Maybe a lot of tourists will come to our village to play. At this time, there was a noise outside. It turned out that the program crew had entered the village and started to inspect the venue. Grandpa went out to inquire about the news again, and many people in the village couldn't help but run to the village gate to look out. I saw a group of people holding various devices, pointing and talking about something. I don't know what they were discussing. Anyway, it should be a good opportunity for our village. Chapter 99 Living for a Month. Yi Jinxian put the debris in the yard in order and swept the fallen leaves on the ground. Xiaoxi returned to the easel and stared blankly at the scene in front of him. After a while, Grandpa came back. His face was covered with sweat, but his expression was still excited. Grandpa wiped his sweat and said, a lot of people came this time. A lot of people were carrying cameras. Everyone gathered around immediately. Grandpa, tell me quickly. Xiaoxi asked impatiently. Grandpa took a sip of water, took a breath, and said, this program is a very famous rural experience variety show. They will invite some celebrities to our village to experience life and show us our local customs and culture. It is said that the celebrities who come here are all big names. Yi Jinxian asked, so what is their specific filming plan? Grandpa said, they will stay in the village for a few days, work with the villagers on the farm, cook delicious food, and participate in some folk activities. The village chief told us to each household to prepare something special. Maybe it will be on camera. Guchen nodded. This is a good opportunity. We can take out some of the handicrafts at home and show them off. Yi Jinxian thought for a moment and said, I think the embroidery that Grandma did is really good. Everyone expressed their agreement. By the way, Grandpa, should we prepare some special food to entertain them? Xiaoxi asked. Grandpa smiled and said, the village chief also mentioned this. Let each of our families play to their strengths. I thought, our bacon and pickles are really special. I'll take them out and let them try them when the time comes. The staff of the program, the most beautiful countryside mushroom house, have arrived in Meihua Village. Director Li Hua stood in the office, carefully checking every detail of the plan. This program must be innovative so that the audience can see the most real and down-to-earth side of the stars. Li Hua said to the assistant beside him. The assistant nodded and handed over a guest list. Director, this is the final guest list. In addition to the few people we had previously discussed, we also successfully invited the Queen Zhang Ruowei. Li Hua's eyes lit up. Zhang Ruowei? This is a big surprise. With her joining, the show will definitely attract more attention. The assistant continued. There's also the popular young actor Lin Yu. His recent film and television works are very popular, and he has a strong fan base. Comedian Wang Chong has also accepted our invitation. His humor will definitely add a lot of joy to the show. In addition, talented actress Zhao Na and idol singer Li Ming will also participate. Li Hua looked at the list with satisfaction. Not bad. This lineup is quite interesting. We've sent out notices so everyone can be fully prepared. We must ensure the safety and comfort of the stars, and also ensure the show is filmed brilliantly. Soon, the program crew arrived at the village. Along the way, the staff were discussing the shooting plan. We are under a lot of pressure to invite so many big-name stars this time. Yes, but this is also a rare opportunity. We must do a good job on the show. After arriving at the village, the program crew began to set up the shooting location and install various equipment. Director Li Hua called everyone to a meeting. Everyone, in this rural experience variety show, we want to show the beautiful scenery and simple folk customs of the countryside. The stars will interact deeply with the villagers, and everyone must capture those real and touching moments. As a queen of pop, Zhang Ruowei's performance will definitely attract much attention, so everyone should pay close attention to it. Lin Yu is very popular, and fans are looking forward to seeing a different side of him. We should assign him more challenging tasks. Wang Chong is responsible for the comedy, while Zhao Na and Li Ming also need to show their gentle and versatile sides. Cameraman Lao Zhang said, "Don't worry, director, we will not miss any wonderful shots." Screenwriter Xiao Wang also stated, "I will adjust the script in a timely manner based on the performance of the stars and the interaction with the villagers to make the show more interesting." After intense preparations, the program team welcomed the stars. Zhang Ruowei, wearing sunglasses, stepped out of the car gracefully, immediately attracting a lot of attention. Lin Yu was sunny and handsome and greeted the staff with a smile. Wang Chong started telling jokes as soon as he appeared, making the atmosphere relaxed and cheerful. Zhao Na and Li Ming also stepped into this unknown village with full expectations. The stars gathered together and started chatting excitedly. Zhang Ruo smiled and said, "I never thought I would be able to come to such a beautiful village to participate in the show. I feel it will be a very special experience." Lin Yu continued, "Yes, Sister Wei, I'm also looking forward to what interesting things will happen in the next month." Wang Chong remained humorous. "Haha, with me here, I guarantee this month will be filled with laughter every day." Zhao Na said gently, "I hope to get along well with everyone and complete the task together." Li Ming blinked her eyes. "I can't wait to start." At this moment, Director Li Hua came over and said loudly, "Dear guests, the show is about to begin. First, I'm going to assign everyone a house. This is where you'll live together for the next month." Everyone followed the director curiously to a quaint and warm country courtyard. The director went on to say, "Although the conditions here are not as good as those in the city, it is full of rural charm and warmth. I hope everyone can adapt and enjoy this time." Zhang Ruowei was the first to walk into the yard and looked around. "Not bad. Very impressive." Everyone nodded in satisfaction. The director cleared his throat and said, "Okay, let me tell you about today's mission. Today's task is to go to the mountains to pick fresh fruits and vegetables to prepare for tonight's dinner. At the same time, we have to go fishing in the village river." Lin Yu rubbed his hands together and said, "This sounds interesting. I'm ready to show my skills." Wang Chong laughed and said, "Haha, then we have to see who catches more fish." Zhao Na said with some concern, "I'm not very good at fishing. I hope everyone can teach me more." Li Ming encouraged, "Sister Na, don't worry. We will learn together." The director added, "During the picking and fishing process, everyone should pay attention to safety and help each other. After completing the task, we will evaluate everyone based on their results, and the best performing group will receive a special reward." Zhang Ruowei said, "Then everyone, work hard and strive to get the reward." Wow, this show looks so interesting. Celebrities go picking and fishing, looking forward to their performance. Zhang Ruowei is so elegant, Lin Yu is so handsome, and Wang Chong is so funny. Zhao Na's worried look is so cute, and Li Ming is also very lively. I hope they can successfully complete the task and get the reward. This country courtyard feels so cozy. The stars will surely have an unforgettable experience there. This program is really good. It allows celebrities to experience rural life. I wonder if they will encounter any difficulties. I want to see Wang Chong fishing. It must be very funny. Chapter 100, Knowing a Big Star. After all the guests put their luggage in the room, they began to clean the room. The atmosphere in the room was relaxed and cheerful. Everyone was talking and laughing while busying themselves. At this time, Wang Chong took out his mobile phone from his pocket and directly played a song, Love in a Puff. The cheerful melody instantly spread throughout the room. Everyone's movements unconsciously became lighter following the rhythm. UFOs always have twists and turns. Starting over again, all because of love. This song is so beautiful. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Zhao Na asked curiously, "Whose song is this?" Wang Chong smiled and said, "This was written by Gu Chun. This guy is so talented." When everyone heard this, they all showed surprise and appreciation in their eyes. Li Ming said excitedly, "So this is a song written by Gu Chun. I have always liked his works very much." Wang Chong continued, "Me too. Every song he wrote is so classic." Lin Yu sighed, "I really envy Shan Shihan. Gu Chun has written more than 100 poems for her." Wang Chong swayed his body to the music and said, "If Gu Chun could write a song for me, I would definitely be able to shine on the stage." Li Ming said mischievously, "Brother Chong, please finish today's task first." Everyone burst into laughter at Li Ming's words. The director's voice came from outside the door. "Dear guests, get ready to go and complete the mission." Everyone smiled at each other, turned off the music, and went out. Wow, the atmosphere among the guests is great. The song Wang Chong plays is really good. Gu Chun is so talented. Lin Yu and the others' admiration for Gu Chun was beyond words. Haha. Li Ming's response to Wang Chong was so funny. However, Zhang Ruowei beside her seems unhappy. It seems so. Could it be because she feels pressured by the fact that Gu Chen's songs are so popular? Have you forgotten? Zhang Ruowei's song is currently #1 on the Hot Song charts. But now the top 5 songs on the Hot Song list are all Gu Chen songs. The competition is too fierce. Perhaps Zhang Ruowei felt a little uncomfortable. It's understandable. After all, the competition in the music industry is so fierce. But they are all excellent singers. I hope they can create more good works. Looking forward to the guest performance in the next task. I wonder if Zhang Ruowei will have a special performance on the show because of this. No matter what, we still have to respect the efforts and achievements of every singer. I hope Zhang Ruowei can adjust her mindset and enjoy the show. The guests went out one after another, ready to complete the task. Not long after walking out of the yard, I met villagers Yi Jinxian and Xiaoxi. Yi Jinxian and Xiaoxi were holding a basket of fresh vegetables, which looked like they had just been picked from the fields. The two were walking and talking, and suddenly they saw the guests coming towards them, and the smiles on their faces froze instantly. Especially Yi Jinxian. Her eyes swept through the crowd and then fixed on Zhang Ruowei. Zhang Ruowei also noticed Yi Jinxian. The two looked at each other, and a hint of surprise and complicated emotions flashed in their eyes. Because the production crew was there, they all quickly adjusted their expressions and pretended not to know each other. Yi Jinxian quickly recovered her composure and said to the guests with a smile, "Welcome everyone to our village. How are you today?" The guests also responded to Yi Jinxuan's greetings. Xiaoxi looked at these stars curiously, her eyes full of curiosity and excitement. "This is my first time meeting a live star." Zhang Ruowei deliberately avoided Yi Jinxuan's gaze and talked with Lin Yu and Zhao Na beside her, as if Yi Jinxian didn't exist. Although Yi Jinxian felt a little uncomfortable, she remained polite and enthusiastic, introducing some of the village's conditions to the guests. Wang Chong asked Yi Jinxian curiously, "Did you grow all the vegetables in this basket yourself?" Yi Jinxian nodded. "Yes, they're all grown in our village. They are very fresh." Li Ming came over and smelled it. "Wow, it smells so good." Everyone was chatting with each other, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. However, the subtle atmosphere between Yi Jinxian and Zhang Ruowei was still captured by the careful director. The director wondered in his heart what the story was between these two people. The guests continued to walk towards the mission location, and Yi Jinxian and Xiaoxi also turned and left. After walking for a while, Xiaoxi couldn't help but ask Yi Jinxian, "Sister, do you know Zhang Ruowei? I feel like there's something strange between you two." Yi Jinxian sighed. "There were some conflicts in the past, but forget it. Let's not talk about it." "Sister, you even know a big star." "Wow, that villager just now was so beautiful. This appearance is simply stunning." I was stunned. She must be a fairy descending to Earth. I've never seen such beautiful villagers before. So stunning. This beauty is not inferior to that of a celebrity. This appearance and temperament are absolutely amazing. I feel like she can debut right away. The guests have arrived at the mountain and started picking fruits and vegetables. Lin Yu picked the fruits while shouting, "Hey everyone, look at my speed. Isn't it amazing?" Wang Chong responded with a smile. Lin Yu, stop showing off. My joke is more attractive than your fruit. Then he told another joke, which made Zhao Na and Li Meng laugh out loud. Zhao Na said with a smile, Wang Chong, you never stop talking, but it's really funny. Li Meng continued, Sister Na, let's work hard too. We can't let them outdo us. Zhang Ruowei was alone, picking vegetables silently and absent-mindedly. Wang Chong saw it and shouted, Ruowei, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and pick more. Zhang Ruowei came back to her senses. Oh, I see. After picking, everyone went to the river to prepare fishing. Wang Chong couldn't wait to jump into the river and shouted, Haha, fishes, here I come. Splashing water. Lin Yu said from his side, Wang Chong, be careful not to scare away all the fish. Wang Chong replied, I'm trying to scare them unconscious first, so they're easier to catch. Zhang Ruowei was still a little distracted and accidentally stepped on a stone by the river, causing her body to stagger. Lin Yu quickly reached out to support her and said, Be careful. Zhang Ruowei was a little flustered. Thank you. Lin Yu smiled and said, Be careful. This scene was seen by the director and other guests. The director whispered, That's interesting. Zhao Na whispered to Li Meng, It seems something is wrong. Li Meng blinked. Don't make any noise. See what's going on behind. Everyone understood and said nothing. Looking at how skilled Lin Yu is, he must have practiced a lot. Wang Chong is such a funny guy. There is always joy when he is around us. Sisters Zhao Na and Li Meng are such a sweet pair. Zhang Ruowei seems a little absent-minded. Chapter 101, if you want to leave, please tell me. Yi Jinxian went home and told Gu Chun that Zhang Ruowei was in the program crew he was visiting. Gu Chun was slightly stunned and said, Zhang Ruowei? Why is she participating in this program? Yi Jinxian sat down beside her, frowning slightly as she said, I didn't expect to meet her today. It felt quite awkward. Gu Chun, you and her. Gu Chun sighed. Just treat her as a stranger now. After the fishing activity ended, the guests returned to the courtyard with a full harvest. Everyone sat together and started discussing their experiences today. Wang Chong said excitedly, Today is really interesting, picking fruits and fishing at the same time. Li Meng smiled and nodded. Yes, I feel very fulfilled. Zhang Ruowei remained silent, as if she was still thinking about something. Lin Yu looked at Zhang Ruowei and asked with concern, Ruowei, you seem to be worried all day long. Are you tired? Zhang Ruowei shook her head gently. Nothing, just a little touched. Zhao Na came over curiously. Can you tell us about it? Zhang Ruowei hesitated for a moment and said, Seeing everything in this village and working with everyone reminds me of some simple and beautiful times in the past. At this time, the director came over and said, Everyone's performance today was great. Next, let's prepare a sumptuous dinner. How about that? Everyone responded. Everyone started busy preparing dinner. Zhang Ruowei stood aside, looking a little helpless because she didn't know how to cook at all. Lin Yu smiled and said, Ruowei, come and help cut these vegetables. Zhang Ruowei looked embarrassed and said, I'm not very good at cutting vegetables. I'm afraid I won't do it well. Lin Yu smiled and said, It's okay, I'll teach you. Under Lin Yu's patient guidance, Zhang Ruowei carefully picked up the kitchen knife. She tried to cut vegetables, and although her movements were a little clumsy, she was very serious. Wang Chong and Zhao Na set up a simple stove in the yard, and Wang Chong hummed a little tune while working. Li Meng helped set the table and put out the dishes. Soon, the aroma of food filled the air. Everyone gathered around the table, and the director said with a smile, Today's dinner is the result of everyone's hard work. Let's eat. Wang Chong couldn't wait to take a bite of the dish and praised it as he ate. It's so delicious. The taste is amazing. Everyone ate and chatted, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Zhang Ruowei said softly, Actually, I've been in the entertainment industry for a long time and rarely have the opportunity to cook. Today, I found cooking to be quite interesting, even though I'm not very good at it. Lin Yu said, Ruowei, it's okay. You'll get it after a few more attempts. What's important is the process of everyone participating together. Zhao Na continued, Yes, there's no hustle and bustle and pressure of the city here. Cooking together is such a pleasure. Zhang Ruowei nodded slightly. Being with you all today has made me feel the sincerity between people again. Li Meng smiled and said, Then we should find more opportunities like this to get together in the future. After dinner, everyone sat in the yard and enjoyed the tranquility of the night. Everyone opened their phones and entered the live broadcast room to wait for the release of Shun Shirhan's new song. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room kept scrolling, and the fans' expectations were beyond words. I've been looking forward to it for a whole day. It's finally here. I don't know what style this new song will be. I'm so nervous and looking forward to it. Guchin's production is bound to be a masterpiece. I believe this song will amaze the audience. I hope this is a song I can play on repeat. I can't wait. I feel like I'm going to be conquered by Shun Shirhan's singing again today. My heart is beating faster. I'm ready to get pregnant. Shun Shirhan, let's get started. Shin Shirhan was still sitting in front of the piano. I compared you to a dandelion, but you are in the center of the lake. A message for all boys. In any relationship, as long as you are willing to persevere, she will really be able to go on with you, without exception. Today's song is If You Want to Leave, Please Tell Me. I hope you like it. Wow, it's finally starting. So excited. Shun Shirhan's opening line is so soulful. It feels like this song has a story. I can't wait to listen. Let's start. I hope this song can bring you a different kind of emotion. Shun Shirhan's singing always touches people's hearts, and this time is definitely no exception. The celebrities in the yard also started discussing. Wang Chong was the first to speak. Shun Shirhan's opening words are very meaningful. It seems there are many stories behind this song. Li Ming nodded in agreement. Yes, I wonder if she was going through some special relationship that led her to write this song. Lin Yu pondered. Maybe I was touched by the experiences of people around me. After all, creation comes from life. Zhao Na continued. I think she always manages to incorporate emotion into her songs, which is very touching. Zhang Ruowei said softly. Guchen's lyrics are indeed very good. Wang Chong said with a smile. I wonder what the melody of this song will be like. I can't wait to hear it. Lin Yu said with emotion. Looking at this prelude, I feel like it will be a very lyrical song. Li Ming's eyes lit up. I guess it will be the kind of song that warms the heart. That's for sure. Anything produced by Guchen must be a top-notch product. Just as everyone was discussing enthusiastically, Shun Shirhan's singing voice slowly sounded. Her voice is soft and penetrating, like a gurgling stream, gently flowing into everyone's heart. If you give up your dignity, will you still say you love me? If you go, let me know. If the lies are not exposed, will the wind continue to blow? Shun Shirhan's singing is full of affection, and every note seems to be telling a heart-wrenching love story. The yard instantly became quiet, and the stars were all immersed in this moving melody. Wang Chong closed his eyes unconsciously, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. It seems like he is feeling every emotional fluctuation in the song. Li Ming held her chin with both hands, her eyes full of intoxication, and murmured softly, This voice is so beautiful. It really makes me intoxicated. It's still the same style, but I think this song is the best. Lin Yu nodded slightly and responded, Indeed, Shun Shirhan has always been very good at this kind of lyrical style, and she can always sing to the heart of the people. Zhao Ana took over the conversation. Yes, I feel like I'm being melted by this song. Zhang Ruowei listened quietly, tears glistening in her eyes, and said, I don't know why, but this song reminds me of a lot of things in the past. Li Ming looked at Zhang Ruowei and asked curiously, Sister Ruowei, did this song touch some memories in your heart? Zhang Ruowei nodded gently. Maybe the melody and lyrics are so contagious. Chapter 102 Xiaoxi likes to eat beggar's chicken. When Gu Chan was alone at home, he suddenly felt a strong discomfort. His heart began to beat rapidly, as if it was about to burst out his chest. My breathing became rapid and heavy, and every breath I took felt like I was pulling a ball of heavy cotton with great effort. He tried to stand up and look for the medicine bottle, but his legs felt like they were being dragged down by lead blocks, and he could not move them at all. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept rolling down his forehead, blurring his vision. Medicine. Where is the medicine? He muttered weakly, searching the room frantically. Gu Chen's hand trembled as he reached for the bedside table, but accidentally knocked the lamp to the ground. The loud bang sounded particularly harsh in the silent room. His face grew paler and paler, and his lips lost their color. It was as if all the strength had been drained from him, and he could only collapse powerlessly on the ground. Gu Chen lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his heart filled with fear and helplessness. His head was buzzing, and his consciousness began to become blurry. No, I can't fall down like this. Gu Chun used all his strength and crawled towards the drawer where the medicine was kept. Every little bit of progress seemed to exhaust all his life strength. There were traces of his body dragging on the ground as he crawled, and his clothes were soaked with sweat. Finally, his hand touched the edge of the drawer. He pulled open the drawer with all his might, messing up the things inside. Found it. Gu Chen picked up the medicine bottle with trembling hands, but found that he couldn't open the bottle cap because his hands were shaking so badly. Damn it! He roared and smashed the medicine bottle to the ground with all his strength, and the pills scattered all over the floor. Gu Chen didn't care about anything else. He just grabbed the pills on the ground and stuffed them into his mouth, not caring whether the number was enough or not. He swallowed them carelessly. After a while, the medicine gradually took effect, his breathing began to stabilize, and his heartbeat gradually returned to normal. Gu Chen was lying on the ground, his body still trembling slightly. His eyes accidentally swept over the wallet that fell to the side. An idea flashed through his mind, and he reached out with difficulty to pick up the wallet. When I opened my wallet, a slightly worn coin came into view. This coin was the change he got when he and Zhang Ruowei bought snacks on the street. He remembered the day when Zhang Ruowei playfully said that she wanted to keep this coin as their lucky coin. They walked hand in hand on the busy street. The sun shone on them. Everything was so beautiful and warm. Gu Chen held the coin, and tears couldn't stop flowing down. He got up. After half an hour, I finally recovered. He went to Xiaoxi's room to get some drawing paper to prepare for drawing. But he accidentally found a medical record in Xiaoxi's bag. Advanced brain cancer. The survival time is less than 3 months. Gu Chen stared blankly at the medical record, his hands trembling involuntarily, and he felt as if struck by lightning. No, how is this possible? Xiaoxi, how could this happen? His voice was filled with endless fear and despair, and tears burst out again. He remembered Xiaoxi's usual liveliness and cuteness, and her smile. Thinking of her love for life, it is impossible to connect her with the words advanced brain cancer. It must be a mistake, it must be. Gu Chen muttered to himself, unwilling to believe the facts before him. He hurriedly stuffed the medical records back into his bag, as if that would make it seem like nothing had happened. But those words were like nails, deeply piercing his heart. Gu Chen fell to the ground, holding his head in his hands, sobbing in pain. He felt more helpless and desperate than ever before, as if the whole world was collapsing at this moment. After a long time, Gu Chen slowly stood up, his eyes empty and lifeless. He walked to the window and looked at the outside world, feeling confused. He knew that he had to be strong for Xiaoxi. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. At this time, Grandma came in. Gu Chen quickly turned around, trying hard to force a smile and pretending that nothing had happened. Grandma said cheerfully, "Chener, I prepared a lot of bacon and sausages for Xiaoxi, you, and Xiaoxian. You can eat it when you return to the city. Xiaoxi loves the sausages I make the most. Every time I eat it, my mouth is full of oil. I specially can a lot of sausages this year. You and Xiaoxi both have a lot of work pressure in the city. Come to Grandma's house when you're tired. This will always be your home. You are also our grandson." Gu Chen suppressed the pain in his heart and responded with a trembling voice. "Grandma, you have worked hard and always thought about us." Grandma walked over to Gu Chen, looked at his face, and said, "Chener, you don't look very well today. Are you too tired?" Gu Chen quickly shook his head and said, "Grandma, I'm fine. I just didn't get enough rest." Grandma patted his shoulder gently and said, "Son, don't tire yourself out. Your health is important." Gu Chen bit his lip, trying hard not to let tears fall, and said, "Grandma, I know, don't worry." Grandma sighed and said, "I don't know where Xiaoxi is gone. All the things I prepared are gone." Gu Chen's voice was choked. "Grandma, Xiaoxi, she... What happened to her? It seems she went to town with Xiaoxian." Grandma smiled and said, "That's good. You are all my dearest children. I just hope that you are all safe and happy. Don't overwork yourself. Your health is important. By the way, Chener, the peaches here will be ripe in June next year. That's a local specialty. It's big and sweet. Xiaoxi loves it the most. When the time comes, you must bring Xiaoxian back with you to try it." Gu Chen bit his lip, trying hard not to let tears fall, and said, "Grandma, we will definitely come back." Grandma smiled brightly and continued, "Also, the lotus flowers in the village lotus pond will be in full bloom by then. When Xiaoxi was little, she liked to use lotus leaves to make beggar's chicken. Xiaoxi likes these the most. You guys are busy in the city and rarely come back. Grandma is looking forward to you coming back to get together more often." After Grandma finished speaking, she turned and left. Gu Chen stood there alone, tears welling up in his eyes. He went to the yard and lay on the armchair, trying to calm himself. At this time, Xiaoxi and Xiaoxian came back from the town talking and laughing. Brother Chun, look what I bought for you. Beggar's chicken is my favorite. Xiao, she said happily, holding the beggar's chicken in her hand, with a smile on her face. Eugene Xian also said, and me, I bought the cakes that Grandma likes to eat and the old-fashioned pipe that Grandpa always wanted. Xiaoxi continued, brother, I also picked out a new shirt for you. I think it suits you very well. Chapter 103. Gu Chen song is also called song. Grandpa held the old-fashioned pipe, his eyes narrowed into slits with a smile, and he kept muttering, Xiaoxi and Xiaoxian are the ones who really understand my feelings. I love this pipe so much. Grandma tasted the cake with a satisfied smile on her face and said, the taste of this cake is just what I want. My lovely granddaughters are so thoughtful. Gu Chen stood up and acted normal. I'm going to cook. Brother, don't be busy cooking. Try on your new clothes. Xiaoxi said, pulling Gu Chen's arm. Xiaoxian also echoed, yes, Gu Chen, try it on and see if it fits. Gu Chen smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll try. He put on a new shirt and stood in front of the mirror, while Xiaoxi and Xiaoxian smiled and praised him. Brother, you look so handsome. Xiaoxi's eyes lit up. Xiaoxian also nodded. It fits very well, and it makes me look more energetic. Gu Chen looked at their happy faces, and the haze in his heart temporarily dissipated a little. He said, okay, I'll go cook. Xiaoxi and Xiaoxian refused. Brother, let us see it again. Gu Chen looked at Xiaoxi and Xiaoshuan's expectant eyes and stood there helplessly, letting them continue to appreciate. Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you. Gu Chen smiled and shook his head. At this moment, Grandma came over and said, children, stop making trouble and let Gu Chen go to cook. Everyone is hungry. Xiaoxi and Xiaoxian then let Gu Chen go. Gu Chen turned and walked into the kitchen and started to get busy. Soon, the kitchen was filled with fragrance. The family sat around the dining table, enjoying this warm moment. This meal is so delicious, Grandpa said with satisfaction. Everyone ate and talked, laughing constantly. However, Gu Chen was always worried about Xiaoxi's condition, but he forced himself to smile and tried not to let others notice. After dinner, Xiaoxi helped Gu Chen clean up the dishes. The two were in the kitchen. Xiaoxi was washing the dishes briskly, saying, brother, I'm so happy today. I wish it could be like this every day. Jiangnan City, Watching You's live broadcast room. Watching You sat in front of the camera and said with a smug look on his face, dear fans, today we're going to have a good chat about some inferior works. For example, the song written by Gu Chen is utter garbage. No creativity, no quality at all. The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room instantly flew up. Hua is right. What Gu Chen wrote is just crap. That's right, compared to you, Hua. He's far behind. Seeing these comments, Watching You became even more complacent. I also release songs every day now, and they are all high-quality works. Look at Shun Shirhan. She's being dragged down by Gu Chen songs. I'm trying to save the music industry. At this time, he connected with another female, Queen Nayoung. As soon as Nayoung answered the phone, she smiled and said, Watching You. Who are you going to complain about today? Watching You sneered. Who else could it be? That Gu Chen. The song he wrote, If Heaven Has Feelings, can even be called a song? It's simply elementary school level, so childish. Nayoung echoed, that's right. And that song Chun Jiao and Ji Ming, the singing is such a mess, and the lyrics are terrible, there's no depth at all. Watching You continued, I think he's just run out of ideas. His writing is getting worse and worse. Unlike me, my style is varied, but every song is a classic. Nayoung praised, of course, Watching You, your songs are true art. People like Gu Chen are not even presentable. Watching You became more and more arrogant. I will release a new song tonight, and the new song chart will be updated today. Sister Na, you and I will definitely take first and second place. Gu Chen and the others don't even think about it. They don't have the strength to compete with us. At this time, a fan questioned, maybe Gu Chen's songs have his own characteristics? Watching You immediately retorted, features? Can that be called a feature? It's just nonsense and misleading the audience. I'm pointing everyone in the right musical direction. Nayoung also said, that's right, we have to let the audience know what truly good music is. Watching You continue to rant. The words written by Gu Chen are just a bunch of nonsense, without any connotation at all. Whatever I write is 100 times better than what he does. The live broadcast room was filled with voices of support for Watching You and disparagement of Gu Chen. Brother You is awesome, but Gu Chen is a joke. Looking forward to you, Gu, and Na Young's new songs dominating the charts. Watching you looked at the comments and smiled with satisfaction. Everyone, just wait and see how Naing and I crush them tonight. Watching you and Naing's ridicule of Gu Chun in the live broadcast room quickly became a hot topic. The popularity of related topics continues to rise on major social media platforms. Watching you angrily criticized Gu Chen's song. Headlines such as Naeung echoes Hua Qingyu's disparaging of Gu Chun dominated the headlines of entertainment news. Netizens joined the discussion, and public opinion became polarized. Some netizens support Hua Qingyu and Naeung, believing that they are authorities in the music industry and that Gu Chen's works are indeed not as good as theirs. Hua Qingyu is right. Gu Chen's singing is just not good enough. Queen Naeung has good taste. Those songs of Gu Chun are simply unbearable to listen to. Another group of netizens felt sorry for Gu Chenming and thought Hua Qingyu and Naeung were too arrogant and rude. Gu Chen's songs are very unique. Hua Qingyu and the others are just jealous. You can't just belittle other people's efforts like this. Gu Chen also has his talents. I play every song of Gu Chun on repeat, and every one of them is invincible. Gu Chen's songs can sweep the entire Chinese music scene. Music critics have also expressed their opinions. Commentary said, I think this is all malicious hype. How could Hua Qingyu and Naeung suddenly target Gu Chen like this? There must be a team behind this. Commentator B retorted, not necessarily. Maybe they really think Gu Chen's work is not good, so they're so outspoken. Commenter C interjected, I think this is more like a suppression of newcomers. Hua Sungwoo and Naeung have already established themselves in the music industry, so seeing newcomers emerging makes them feel a sense of crisis. Commentator Ding shook his head and said, it can't be so absolute. Perhaps it's just that their understanding and aesthetic of music are different from Gu Chen's. Commentator A reiterated, no matter what, it's inappropriate to publicly disparage someone else's work like this. Commenter B nodded in agreement. Yeah, even if you don't like it, you can express it in a more tactful way. This is too radical. Reviewer C sighed. The competition in the music industry has always been fierce. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Chapter 104 National Service Mage. In the live broadcast room, Hua Qingyu confidently prepared to sing his new song, White and Black Artist. He is dressed in a cool outfit in front of the camera. His eyes revealed immense confidence, as if announcing to the audience that this would be a heart-stirring masterpiece. The audience in the live broadcast room were full of anticipation, and the barrage of comments kept scrolling. Hua's new song is definitely awesome. Looking forward to Hua Qingyu's wonderful performance. I want to give Hua a monkey. The person upstairs is crazy. A dark-skinned athlete squatting at 1.8 meters tall must be handsome. The people above are all idiots. I only want Hua. Hua is so handsome. Hua Qingyu closed his eyes slightly and adjusted his breathing. The atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense and full of anticipation. The prelude of the music sounded slowly, and the melodious melody seemed to carry a mysterious magic, firmly grasping the hearts of every audience member. The audience held their breath, preparing for the passion that was about to erupt. Hua Qingyu opened his mouth and uttered the first note, ah. The sound was soft and magnetic at first, making people feel as if they were in a dreamy musical world. Everyone's ears perked up, looking forward to more exciting performances to come. However, what happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Hua Qingyu's voice suddenly became sharp. This series of high notes was neither beautiful nor out of tune, but more like an uncontrolled roar. The audience's expressions gradually changed from anticipation to astonishment. What's going on? This is too outrageous. Hua, please sing quickly and stop auditioning. The barrage was filled with confusion and disappointment. But Hua Qingyu seemed completely unaware that his singing was out of control. Still immersed in his own world, the sound became more and more harsh, unbearable. The audience, who had been looking forward to a musical feast, now felt extremely embarrassed and helpless. I thought it would sound good, but what the hell is this? This is a disaster. This is my first time here. Is this the practice? National Server Mage. He just said Gu Chen's songs are rubbish? Who gave him the courage? Next time, Liang Jingru, please stop giving people courage without authorization. Look at this crazy person. Hua Qingyu was still continuing his strange singing, ha 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 ha. His laughter mixed in with the chaotic singing, making it even more weird. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room became extremely awkward. The audience shook their heads, and some even turned off the live broadcast. However, some loyal fans are still trying to defend him. Maybe it's a new music style, and we haven't adapted to it yet. Wait a little longer. Maybe there will be a surprise later. It's worth mentioning that Hua Chenyu wrote this song in just 10 minutes. The world kisses you with pain, and you slap it. But as Hua Chenyu's singing continued, this excuse became increasingly weak. The live broadcast room, which was originally full of expectations, is now filled with disappointment and sighs. Hua Chenyu finished singing quickly, and he was very confident in his singing. He held his head high, an almost conceited smile on his face. There was a glint of pride in his eyes, as if he had just completed a musical feast that shocked the world. He clasped his hands in front of his chest held high, like a triumphant general, waiting for the cheers and praises of the crowd. He cleared his throat and said loudly, "I believe that my performance just now was perfect. This is another pinnacle of my music career. No one can match it." His voice echoed in the live broadcast room, full of unquestionable confidence. Hua Chenyu shook his hair and continued to boast. "Every note and every tone of my voice is a carefully crafted work of art. Those who don't know how to appreciate music only show that their musical literacy is not high enough. This is my style, this is my strength. No one can imitate, and no one can surpass. I will become the god of Chinese music." His self-confidence has reached a level that is almost blind and arrogant, as if the whole world should revolve around his music. What the hell is this singing? It's just noise. A masterpiece? You must be dreaming. How dare you call yourself a god? Don't laugh your head off. Wake up. This isn't art. It's torture. Stop being narcissistic and go home to practice hard. Where does your confidence come from? Who gave you the courage to say this? What style? Crazy style is more like it. Stop singing. My ears can't take it. This isn't a new song. It's a nightmare. I was so excited before, but this is all I get to hear. You're saying other people's songs are bad, but what's your own singing? You're still so confident. Stop embarrassing yourself. This level is not even as good as me yelling a few lines at KTV. Nayoung's live broadcast room opened, and a large number of viewers flocked in instantly. In front of the camera, Nayoung has exquisite makeup and gorgeous clothes, and she exudes the charm of a superstar. She greeted the audience with a smile, and her friendly look made her fans excited. What kind of surprise will Sister Na bring us today? Looking forward to Na Jie's new song. It's sure to be super good. A mage appeared next door. It was so unpleasant. The barrage of comments kept scrolling, full of fans' anticipation and excitement. Nayoung adjusted the microphone, closed her eyes slightly, and gathered her emotions. As the prelude of the music sounded, the beautiful melody flowed through everyone's heart like a clear spring. The fans all fell silent, holding their breath, waiting for Nayoung to start singing. Nayoung finally opened her mouth, and the clear and infectious voice came out instantly. La, la. Her singing voice is melodious, and her high notes are clear and bright. The bass part is steady and soulful, and every note is just right, as if it can penetrate the human soul. The fans in the live broadcast room were instantly excited. Sister Na sings so beautifully. This is simply the sound of nature. This level is no worse than Guchen. That rubbish Guchen can't be compared with Sister Na. Sister Na is amazing. Guchen is nothing. Guchen songs are simply child's play. Sister Na is the real queen of singing. The entire live broadcast room was filled with various comments praising Nayoung and belittling Guchen. Nayoung ended her performance perfectly amidst praises. Nayoung said, "Dear fans, I have been preparing this song for a long time and put a lot of effort into it. I hope everyone can support me and help me get this song to #1 on the Hot Songs chart. Don't worry, Sister Na. We will definitely give you our full support. Na Jie's song must be #1. Guchen's rubbish songs can't compare. Yes, let's help Sister Na reach the top." Nayoung smiled and thanked her fans. "Thank you, everyone. Your support gives me the motivation to do better. Guchen's songs are not even up to par. How can he compete with Sister Na?" That's right. Our Sister Na song will definitely surpass Guchen's by a long shot. Chapter 105. Are you Guchen? Guchen had just finished washing the dishes and was thinking about how to communicate with Xiaoxi. Suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door. "Who is it?" Yi Jinxian muttered and ran to open the door. As the door opened, a tall, handsome, yet somewhat aggressive man stood at the door. Yi Jinxian frowned. "Who are you?" The man ignored Yi Jinxian and rushed in, shouting, Xiaoxi, come out. When Xiaoxi heard the voice, her body stiffened and her face turned pale instantly. Guchen noticed something was wrong with Xiaoxi, walked up to her, and asked softly, "What's wrong?" Xiaoxi bit her lip and didn't answer. The man rushed into the kitchen and saw Xiaoxi and Guchen standing together. His eyes became even more angry. "Xiaoxi, why are you hiding from me? Why did you break up with me?" Xiaoxi took a deep breath and said, "Lin Shi, we're done. Don't bother me anymore." Lin Shi stepped forward and grabbed Xiaoxi's arm. "And? You say it's over?" "I don't agree." Seeing this, Gu Chan immediately stood in front of Xiaoxi and pushed Lin Shi's hand away. "Let her go." Lin Shi glared at Gu Chan. "Who are you? This is between Xiaoxi and me. It's none of your business." Gu Chan said coldly, "I am her brother. I won't let you bully her as long as I am here." Xiaoxi pulled the corner of Gu Chen's clothes. "Brother, don't argue with him." Lin Shi sneered. "Brother? Xiaoxi, is that why you broke up with me?" Xiaoxi said angrily. "Lin Shi, don't talk nonsense. I broke up with you because we are not suitable." "Not suitable?" Lin Shi raised his voice. "Why didn't you tell me it wasn't suitable when we were together? I've given so much for you, and you just break up like that. Are you being fair to me?" Tears welled up in Xiaoxi's eyes. "Lin Shi, don't force me. You are always so selfish and never consider my feelings." Lin Shi pointed at Xiaoxi and said, "I'm selfish? I work hard for our future and make money. But you treat me like this? I want to give you a better life." Xiaoxi wiped away her tears. "Lin Shi, you don't understand what I want at all. What I want is companionship and care, not what you call material things." Lin Shi was silent for a while. Then his tone softened a little. "Xiaoxi, I know I was wrong. Can we start over? I will change." Xiaoxi shook her head firmly. "It's impossible, Lin Shi. I have given up on you." Lin Shi's face turned gloomy. "Fan Yueshi, don't regret it." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave, but stopped at the door. He turned back and glared at Guchen and Xiaoxi fiercely, then slammed the door and left. Xiaoxi suddenly collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. Xiaoxian and her grandparents also rushed over when they heard the noise. Seeing Xiaoxi crying so sadly, they felt very distressed. Grandma comforted her, "Don't cry, child. That kind of person is not worth your tears." Xiaoxian also said, "Yes, sister, you will meet someone better in the future." Xiaoxi slowly stopped crying, and everyone's comfort made her feel a little better. Guchen looked at Xiaoxi, his heart filled with heartache. When he thought of his own experience, he couldn't help feeling sad. "Xiaoxi, don't be too sad, it will all pass," Guchen said, cheering himself up. Xiaoxi slowly stopped crying, and everyone's comfort made her feel a little better. Guchen looked at everyone and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, Xiaoxian, you guys go out first. I want to have a good chat with Xiaoxi alone." Everyone nodded and left the yard one after another. Guchen gently pulled over a chair and sat in front of Xiaoxi, his eyes gentle and firm. "Xiaoxi, I know you feel bad, but there are some things I want to tell you." Guchen spoke slowly. Xiaoxi raised her head, looked at Guchen with her red and swollen eyes, and nodded slightly. Guchen took a deep breath and said, "Actually, I've experienced painful moments like you before. That was when I met my true love. For that person, I gave everything. But in the end, I forced her to leave. I could feel her love for me. She cried and begged me not to abandon her. He even knelt down in front of me and begged me not to leave. I better still left her." Xiaoxi bit her lip and said, "Brother, I didn't expect you to." Gu Chan smiled bitterly. At that time, I felt like the whole world had collapsed. I didn't know how to go on. Gu Chen's eyes became extremely sad. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he said to Xiaoxi in a trembling voice, "Xiaoxi, I really love her very much. We once agreed that I would marry her and give her a warm home. But now, this promise may never be fulfilled in this lifetime." As he spoke, Gu Chen's tears rolled down his cheeks. Xiaoxi looked at Gu Chan in shock. Before she could recover from the sudden sadness, she heard Gu Chan say again, "Xiaoxi, I'm going to die. I have 3 months to live at most." Xiaoxi's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, and he said in a trembling voice, "Brother, don't joke with me. How is this possible?" Gu Chan shook his head painfully and said, "Xiaoxi, I'm not kidding. This is true. I originally wanted to keep it a secret from you because I didn't want to make you sad." Xiaoxi's tears immediately welled up, and she cried, "Brother, why is this happening? Why? Why is God so unfair? Why don't good people live long?" Gu Chun wiped Xiaoxi's tears and said, "Don't cry. I saw your medical record. Xiaoxi, how come you are also sick?" Gu Chun couldn't control his emotions and started crying. Xiaoxi was stunned. She didn't expect that her secret would be discovered by Gu Chun so quickly. She didn't know what to say for a moment. Gu Chun held Xiaoxi's hand tightly, his eyes full of heartache and determination. "Xiaoxi, don't be afraid. Brother will always be with you." Xiaoxi forced a smile and said, "Brother, I'm not afraid. I just feel sorry that I haven't properly repaid Grandpa and Grandma for raising me." "Brother, since you know everything, do Grandpa and Grandma know?" Gu Chun shook his head, his voice a little hoarse. "I haven't told them yet. I don't dare to say it. I don't know how to start." Xiaoxi sighed softly. "Brother, let's not talk about it for now. Don't let them worry." Gu Chun looked at Xiaoxi, his eyes filled with helplessness and pain. "But how long can we keep it a secret? They will find out sooner or later." Xiaoxi bit her lip and said, "Let's keep it a secret for as long as possible. At least they can be happy now." At this time, there was another knock on their door. Xiaoxi wiped away her tears and stood up to open the door. She saw two celebrities, a man and a woman, standing at the door. They said with a smile, "We are recording a show. Can I stay at your house for one night?" Gu Chun also came to the door and nodded. "Okay." The female star stared at Gu Chun for a long time, then said excitedly, "Are you Gu Chun?" Chapter 106 Regular Army lines up for expedition. Gu Chun nodded. He didn't expect that the female star in front of him actually knew him. "Yes, I am." Actress Li Meng excitedly said, "I'm your fan. I didn't miss a single episode of the dating show you participated in before." Male star Wang Chong also came over. "Yeah, I didn't expect to see you here." Xiaoxi asked curiously, "Brother, when did you become so famous?" Gu Chun scratched his head embarrassedly. "I just happened to participate in a dating show. It's nothing." Li Meng smiled and said, "Don't be modest. Everyone can see your talent. By the way, this is your sister. She's so cute." Xiaoxi smiled politely. "Thank you, sister." "Wow, I actually ran into a celebrity here. Gu Chun participated in a dating variety show? How come I didn't know?" Xiaoxi is so polite, so cute. Li Meng is a fan of Gu Chun? What a coincidence. It seems like this family is easy to get along with. Oh my god, Gu Chun is super popular, and I just found out about it. That's right, every one of his songs is so good. I played them countless times. I never thought Gu Chun would be so popular. What a surprise. I always knew he was talented. As expected, gold always shines. His songs are simply my spiritual food. Every one of them touches my heart. When the staff of the program, the most beautiful countryside mushroom house, learned that Gu Chun was in this small village, they hurried to tell the director. Staff member Shaoli. "Director, there's big news." "Director, what's the news? Why are you so anxious?" Gu Chun is in our small village." When the director heard this, his eyes lit up instantly, and his voice trembled with excitement. "Is it really Gu Chun? Are you sure?" "It's absolutely true. We saw it with our own eyes." "Director, great. This is such a pleasant surprise." "Director, what should we do next?" "Director, let's discuss it quickly and rearrange the shooting plan." Staff member Shaoli. "I think we can let Gu Chun participate in the recording of our program." Director, "Well, this is a good idea, but I don't know if Gu Chun is willing. Let's go ask first." "Okay, let's get ready and go talk to Gu Chun." However, some staff members made sarcastic remarks on the side. It's just Gu Chun. What's so great about him?" said a staff member with a sneer. "That's right. Although there's some traffic, it might just be a temporary fad." Another staff member echoed. The director glared at them and said, "What do you know? Gu Chun's traffic is quite huge now. His news is all over the trending searches every day." The staff members didn't take it seriously. One of them murmured quietly, "How big can it be as big as Zhang Ruowei?" Zhang Ruowei is the real top star. Jiangmen City. Shen Shirhan's live broadcast room opened. She had delicate makeup on and greeted the audience with a sweet smile. However, the atmosphere of the barrage was extremely strange. Shen Shirhan is trash. You dare to broadcast live at this level? Gu Chun is also trash, just like you. Stop embarrassing yourself here, Shen Shirhan. As malicious comments scrolled by quickly, Shen Shirhan's smile gradually froze as she realized that this was a targeted attack. But she still pretended to be calm and tried to continue communicating with normal audiences. "How was everyone's day?" Shen Shirhan tried to keep her voice steady. But the barrage did not ease at all. "Garbage, Shen Shirhan, stop talking. Gu Chun is that rubbish. You're still hanging out with him. You're no good either." It gets worse day by day. Shin Shirhan's face turned pale. She bit her lip, and a trace of grievance and anger flashed in her eyes. She knew that someone was deliberately stirring up trouble to discredit her and Guchun. Compared to my Hua Hua, you are nothing. Guchun is trash, and you are trash too. My Hua Hua songs will kill you instantly. My Hua Hua songs are art, while Guchun songs are just a bunch of nonsense. Watching You's live broadcast room and Naing were connected to the microphone again, and both of them were watching Shun Shirhan's live broadcast. Nayoung had a mocking smile on her face. Hyuji Kayam just released a new song. We are all here to surround and kill Guchun and Shun Shirhan. This week's hot song chart is going to be very exciting. Watching You laughed and said, that's right. With Shun Shirhan's level, her songs are getting worse day by day. It's a wonder what she sang today was any good. Nayoung said sarcastically, she really thinks she has a place in the music industry. Compared to us, he is simply overestimating his own abilities. Watching You said with disdain, her songs have no melody, no singing skills, they're just nonsense. Nayoung nodded. Yeah, I think her efforts are in vain this time. There's no way she can compete with us on the hot songs chart. Watching You cross his arms and said, Humph, the new song she released today probably won't even make it to the top of the charts. Nayoung continued, look at how hard she works in a live broadcast room. It's so pitiful. No matter how hard she tries, it's useless. Watching You scoffed, she probably doesn't realize how bad her song is and is still indulging in her own self-pity. Nayoung burst out laughing. Haha, an elementary school student singing. Shun Shirhan is just a low-level singer, yet she dares to compare herself to big stars. She's overestimating herself. Guchun and Shun Shirhan are a joke in the music industry. They're still releasing new songs. What a waste of resources. Any song from Hua Qingyu and Naing can crush them into pieces in seconds. Shun Shirhan's singing sounds like a duck. It's so awful. They both just wanted to ride on the popularity, but unfortunately, they don't have the ability. Shun Shirhan's singing skills are so good that no one would watch her performance at a kindergarten. In Mr. K's live broadcast room, the lighting is soft and warm. Mr. K sat in a comfortable gaming chair, the computer screen in front of him flickering, his face full of anticipation. Family, Shun Shirhan is going to release a new song today. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Mr. K said excitedly to the camera, his eyes sparkling with excitement. However, we saw the bad comments in Shun Shirhan's live broadcast room. Mr. K's face instantly became gloomy. What a mess. Mr. K slammed the table angrily. How can you say that about Shun Shirhan? His eyes were fixed on the screen, and those malicious comments were like thorns piercing his heart. Brothers, these people are going too far. Boss K shouted, Shun Shirhan works so hard and is so outstanding. We cannot allow them to slander her like this. The fans in a live broadcast room were also infected by Mr. K's emotions and responded one after another. Boss K, we listen to you. We can't let them bully Shun Shirhan. Yes, we must fight back. Brothers, the regular army is lined up and ready to go. Chapter 107, Why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet? Shun Shirhan looked at the negative comments and asked, are all the superstars trying to kill me? Okay, then my song today will let you know how talented Guchun is. The story series will be temporarily suspended for one day, since you are targeting me and Guchun. Then Guchun and I will bring a little shock to the Chinese music scene. Just you guys? You dare to say you can shock the music industry? Stop dreaming. You think you're so great, but in front of the superstar, you are nothing. Stop bragging and take a look at your own weight first. Who is Guchun? How can he be compared with a superstar? Shun Shirhan, you're overestimating yourself. Don't let your boasting slip. With this little ability, you still dare to speak so arrogantly? Just wait to be slapped in the face. What a small shock. I think it's just a small joke. Stop being ridiculous. Who do you think you are? You're still shocking the music world, but I think you're shocking yourselves. Stop struggling and just admit defeat. Guchun doesn't have that kind of strength. Everyone can brag, but if you have the guts, show them what you can do. Nayoung and Hyuji Kayam's new songs are both super good. What can you use to win? What does the above mean? Not bringing my Hua Hua. My Hua Hua's new song is also very nice. Shun Shirhan sat in front of the piano and spoke softly. Every girl has her own inferiority complex, but the only pride is to be strong and imagine invisible wings. Everyone has a pair of invisible wings. You can't see them, but they exist. They will hold an umbrella for you when it rains, comfort you when you are sad, and take care of you when you are sick. They are like your mother, always with you. A song of invisible wings for everyone. Her voice slowly began. Every time, I am strong in the wandering loneliness. Every time, even if I'm hurt, I won't shed a tear. I know I have always had a pair of invisible wings. Take me flying and give me hope. Wow, the lyrics of this song are so warm and healing. Shun Shirhan sang with such emotion that I was deeply moved. Those who mocked me before are now slapped in the face. This song is obviously very good. Who said Gu Chan has no talent? This song is really great. I suddenly feel that those negative comments are too much. Come on, Shun Shirhan. This song gave me goosebumps. It's so beautiful. I felt so inspired. It was like I had a pair of invisible wings supporting me. Those who say bad things, are you deaf? Shin Shirhan, I was wrong about you. This song is really great. Gu Chun and Shin Shirhan are an amazing duo. This song is definitely going to be a hit. This song made me get to know them again. It's awesome. Those superstars' new songs are just SOSO. This one is still the best. I was skeptical before, but now I'm completely convinced. It's amazing. Watching you sat on the sofa, frowning and watching the video of Shun Shirhan singing Invisible Wings on the screen, his face gloomy. Nang paced back and forth, anxiously saying, "What should we do?" The quality of this song is too high, and Shun Shirhan's performance is impeccable. Hua Qingyu snorted coldly. "Why are you panicking? The hot song chart hasn't come out yet, and our song isn't bad either." Nayoung paused and said worriedly, "But I have a feeling this time things are not going well. This song is so moving, and the audience's response is so great." Hua Qingyu gritted his teeth and said, "So what? We have powerful resources and publicity behind us. We won't lose to them easily." Naing sighed. "That's what I said, but I'm still unsure. How could Gu Chan write a song like this?" Hua Qingyu said with disdain, "Maybe it was just luck. It just happened." Nayoung shook her head. "Don't think that way. The lyrics and music of this song are both excellent. It's not something that can be achieved by luck alone." Watching you scratch his hair irritably. "All right, stop encouraging others and destroying your own prestige. Our song also has advantages. We can't give up so quickly. If your song doesn't work, there's still mine. Don't worry, my song will definitely be a hit," Naing said with a bitter face. "But the gap is too obvious. I'm afraid." Watching you interrupted her. "What are you afraid of?" The ranking of the hot songs is not just based on the quality of the songs. There are many other factors. Naing said helplessly. But the audience's reputation is also very important. If everyone likes Shan Shirhan's songs, then we. Watching you slam the table fiercely. I said, until the last moment, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. Naing was silent for a moment, then said, "How about we think of a way to increase our publicity efforts?" Watching you pondered for a moment and said, "It's something you can consider, but you can't make it too obvious, otherwise you'll be criticized." Nayoung nodded. "Then let's contact the team and discuss it." Watching you stood up and said, "Don't be anxious yet. Let's observe the situation and see what Shun Shirhan is doing." Nayoung said anxiously, "Why are you still observing? It will be too late if you wait any longer." Watching you glared at her and said, "Can you calm down? Even if this song becomes popular, it doesn't mean we've completely lost." Nayoung sighed. "I hope so, but I'm always feeling anxious." Watching you said impatiently, "Don't think too much. Wait until the results of the hot song chart come out." Nayoung responded, "Okay, that's all I can do. But I really don't want to accept failure." Watching you's eyes were firm. "Don't worry, it won't happen." In the small courtyard, the night light was shining on the ground, and Xiaoxi was talking and laughing with everyone. "Brother, the flowers in our yard are blooming so beautifully this year." Xiaoxi's face was filled with smiles, and her eyes were full of love for life. However, in the next second, without any warning, Xiaoxi's body suddenly froze. Blood began to flow from her eyes, nose, and ears. The bright red blood flowed down his cheeks and dripped onto the ground, which was shocking to see. Xiaoxi, Li Meng, was the first to react. She screamed in horror, her voice full of fear and shock. Wang Chang was also shocked by this sudden scene. He stood there at a loss as to what to do. Gu Chan was originally listening to Xiaoxi with a smile, but this sudden change made him panic. "Xiaoxi, how could this happen?" He rushed over, hugged Xiaoxi tightly, and tried to wipe the blood that kept flowing from her face with trembling hands. "Call an ambulance. Hurry!" Gu Chan shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice full of helplessness and panic. Grandpa and Grandma heard the noise, and came out of the house and saw the scene in front of them. Grandma suddenly collapsed to the ground, and Grandpa staggered a few steps and almost fell. "My granddaughter, what happened?" Grandma cried, tears streaming down her face. Grandpa held on with all his might, trembling as he took out his cell phone and dialed the emergency number. His voice was so trembling that he could barely speak. Guchan held Xiaoxi in his arms and kept calling her name. "Xiaoxi, wake up! Don't scare me! Don't scare me!" Xiaoxi's consciousness was already blurred. She wanted to respond to Guchan, but could only make faint moans. Li Meng and Wang Chong also recovered from their initial shock and hurried to help. Li Meng found a towel and wanted to help Xiaoxi stop the bleeding, but the blood seemed unstoppable and kept flowing out. Wang Chong was comforting Guchan, who was almost collapsed. The courtyard was in chaos, and everyone's heart was filled with fear and worry. "Why hasn't the ambulance come yet?" Guchan's voice was hoarse, and tears mixed with Xiaoxi's blood dyed his face red. "It will be fine, it will be fine." Grandpa kept repeating it, as if this could make Xiaoxi get better. Grandma was crying so hard that she almost fainted, and she kept calling Xiaoxi's name. "Why hasn't the ambulance come yet? Hurry up, hurry up." Chapter 108, Brother, I want to sleep. At this time, Wang Chong couldn't help but ask, "Why is Xiaoxi suddenly like this?" Grandpa and Grandma just kept shaking their heads and crying, "I don't know, I don't know." Guchan roared in pain. "Xiaoxi has brain cancer and won't live long." Upon hearing this, my grandparents collapsed instantly. Grandma wailed, "What? Cancer? Oh my God, why do you treat my granddaughter like this?" Grandpa burst into tears. "What a sin I have committed! Her mother was sexually assaulted by our bastard son and committed suicide after giving birth to her. Our bastard son still. Grandpa couldn't continue and beat his head in pain. Grandma cried heartbreakingly. "My little she, why is your life so miserable? Why didn't you tell Grandpa and Grandma earlier?" Grandpa also collapsed on the ground, looking at the sky in despair. At this moment, Li Ming couldn't help but cover her face and burst into tears. How could this happen? Xiaoxi is so kind and so cute. Why is fate so unfair? Wang Chong clenched his fists and roared angrily. Is there any justice in this world? His eyes were red and veins popped out on his forehead. Guchan raised his head and looked at the dark night sky, tears streaming down his face. "Xiaoxi, please don't be in any trouble." Grandma struggled to crawl towards Xiaoxi, wanting to hug her granddaughter again. "My baby, Grandma is willing to suffer for you, as long as you can get better." Her voice was so hoarse that it was almost inaudible. The grandfather covered his face with his shaking hands, his body trembling. "What sin have we committed to make our child suffer so much? Oh my God, Guchun is so miserable. His sisters Xiaoyan and Xiaoling are both gone. Xiaoxi must not be in any harm. This fate is too cruel to Guchun. Why does he have to bear all the misfortunes?" Seeing Guchun like this, it really hurts. I hope Xiaoxi can pull through. This is so heartbreaking. Guchun has already lost 2 sisters. Xiaoxi must be safe. Why did Guchun have to encounter all these tragedies? God is so unfair. Guchun is so pitiful. What did he do wrong to have to go through so much pain? Please, let Xiaoxi survive and give Guchun some hope. I really can't stand it anymore. Guchun has suffered enough. Please stop torturing him. I can't imagine how much pain Guchun must be in. I hope a miracle happens, and Xiaoxi can be saved. This world is too cruel to Guchun. Xiaoxi must be fine. Guchun looked at the gate of the courtyard, his eyes filled with anxiety and despair, and shouted loudly, "Why hasn't the doctor come yet? Why?" His voice had become hoarse, and the veins in his neck were bulging. Li Ming was also pacing anxiously, her hands tightly clasped together. Wait a little longer. It should be soon." Wang Chong gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the end of the road. "It's been so long. Why haven't you come yet?" Grandma slumped on the ground, clasped her hands together, and kept muttering, "Buddha bless you. Buddha bless my granddaughter." Guchun looked at the unconscious Xiaoxi, his face pale, and the fear and pain in his heart surged like a tide. "We can't wait any longer." Guchun suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. "It takes half an hour to walk from here to the town hospital. I'll carry Xiaoxi on my back." As he said that, he walked over to Xiaoxi and carefully carried her on his back. Xiaoxi's body felt light, as if weightless, which made Guchun's heart even tighter. "Guchun, be careful." Li Ming hurried forward to help support Xiaoxi. Wang Chong also came over and said, "I'll go with you." Gu Chun gritted his teeth and nodded. Let's go. As soon as they stepped out of the yard, a strong wind came howling, making it almost impossible to open their eyes. What a horrible weather. Gu Chun cursed, but did not stop. Instead, he quickened his pace. The dirt road in the countryside became muddy due to the rain. Gu Chun's shoes were soon covered with mud, and every step was extremely difficult. Gu Chun, be careful where you step. Wang Chang reminded from his side. Gu Chun gasped. I'm fine, let's hurry up. Brother, am I gonna die? Xiaoxi's weak voice came from Gu Chun's back. No, Xiaoxi, brother won't let anything happen to you. Gu Chun's tears mixed with the rain. Hold on, we'll be at the hospital soon. Xiaoxi coughed lightly a few times. Brother, it hurts so much. Xiaoxi, don't be afraid, brother is here. Gu Chun's voice trembled, but his pace did not slow down at all. Li Meng ran beside him while crying. Xiaoxi, you'll get better. You will definitely get better. Wang Chang wiped the rain off his face and said, Gu Chun, how about I carry you for a while? Gu Chun shook his head. No, I can do it. They struggled forward in the rain, and the trees along the road swayed in the wind and rain, as if they were also sad about their situation. Suddenly, Gu Chun slipped and fell forward. Gu Chun, Wang Chang, and Li Meng exclaimed at the same time. The moment Gu Chun fell, he used all his strength to hold Xiaoxi in his arms. He fell heavily to the ground, scraping his elbows and knees, blood mixed with mud. Gu Chun, how are you? Li Meng quickly helped him up. Gu Chun ignored the pain in his body and said, I'm fine. Where's Xiaoxi? Xiaoxi hummed softly on his back. Fortunately, Xiaoxi is fine. Gu Chun breathed a sigh of relief, struggled to stand up, and continued to move forward. Brother, I'm cold. Xiaoxi's voice became weaker and weaker. Oh my God, I can't stop crying. Wow, Xiaoxi, you must hold on. This family is so heartbreaking. I can't stand it anymore. Don't use the knife of emotions to kill me. How could this happen? My tears are flowing uncontrollably. Asterisk? I cried until my eyes were swollen. Shen Shirhan had just finished singing a song, and beads of sweat were still hanging on her forehead. Just as she was about to end the broadcast, her assistant came running over. His expression was nervous and a little sad. Sister Shirhan, look at this. As he spoke, the assistant handed the phone to Shen Shirhan. On the screen was a picture of Gu Chun carrying Xiaoxi on his back and struggling forward in the wind and rain. Live footage of rushing to the hospital. As soon as Shen Shirhan's eyes touched the screen, she was stunned. Her eyes widened and tears quickly gathered in her eyes. What's going on? Her voice trembled and her hands unconsciously grasped the phone tightly. In the picture, Gu Chun had a desperate yet determined expression. Xiaoxi's weak words, as well as the anxiety and helplessness of others, pierced Shen Shirhan's heart like sharp knives. Why hasn't the ambulance come yet? Her lips trembled. Tears kept rolling down my cheeks and dripping onto the phone screen. Shen Shirhan's body began to tremble, as if she could feel the pain and fear in Gu Chun's heart. Why? Why did all the suffering happen to Gu Chun? Shen Shirhan burst into tears. She covered her mouth and tried hard not to cry out loud. But the sad cry still overflowed from between his fingers. The assistant handed Shen Shirhan a tissue and gently patted her back, wanting to comfort her, but not knowing where to start. Shen Shirhan just stood there blankly, tears streaming down her face. Her heart seemed to be bleeding, and the piercing pain made it almost impossible for her to stand. Brother, I want to sleep. Xiaoxi's voice sounded weakly. Chapter 109, Saving Xiaoxi, is the most important thing. Brother, I want to sleep. Xiaoxi's weak voice seemed to come from a distant place, light, but hitting Gu Chun's heart like a heavy hammer. Gu Chun's body trembled violently, and his throat seemed to be choked by something. The voice was filled with extreme fear and trembling. Xiaoxi, don't sleep, don't sleep. You won't wake up if you fall asleep. His voice was almost hoarse, and tears and rain flowed freely on his face, mixed with sweat, making his face look a mess. His steps became more unsteady, and his breathing became so rapid that he seemed to be unable to breathe. Xiaoxi, brother is here, and he won't let you sleep, Gu Chun said as he quickened his pace. Although every step felt like walking on the edge of a knife and was extremely painful, he seemed not to feel it. Li Meng cried out, Gu Chun, Xiaoxi will be fine, she will be fine. Wang Chang also shouted, Gu Chun, hold on a little longer, we'll be at the hospital soon. Gu Chun's eyes had become a little crazy, and he widened his eyes. He stared at the road ahead, muttering to himself, It's almost there, Xiaoxi. Just hold on a little longer. The wind whistled in their ears, and the rain beat down on them mercilessly. Gu Chen's clothes were soaked and stuck tightly to his body, making his arms feel heavy every time he moved them. Xiaoxi, talk to your brother. Don't sleep. Gu Chen was almost begging. Xiaoxi did not respond, and her breathing seemed to be getting weaker and weaker. Gu Chen collapsed and yelled, "No, Xiaoxi, you can't be in trouble." His voice sounded so shrill in the wind and rain, as if it was going to tear a hole in the dark sky. He slipped and almost fell again, but he tried his best to steady his body, fearing that he would hurt Xiaoxi on his back. Why? Why hasn't the ambulance come yet? Gu Chen roared to the sky, his voice full of despair and anger. Li Meng cried and said, "Gu Chen, don't worry, we will be there soon." Gu Chen could no longer hear anything. The only sounds in his world were Xiaoxi's weak breathing and his own rapid heartbeat. "Xiaoxi, I promise you that I will take you to do whatever you want to do in the future. Just don't sleep. What will you do if you leave your grandparents?" Gu Chen's voice was filled with tears. The heart-wrenching pain almost made him lose his mind. His pace became faster and faster, as if he was racing with death to snatch Xiaoxi's life. When Shun Shirhan saw Gu Chen on the live broadcast, she froze in place as if struck by lightning. Tears instantly blurred her eyes. Her hands unconsciously covered her mouth, trying to hold back the sobs that were about to burst out. She had been secretly in love with Gu Chen for a long time and had just lost her two younger sisters some time ago. He was already scarred, and now faced the huge blow of Xiaoxi's life being in danger. Gu Chen's cruel parents and sister hurt him in every way, which made Shun Shirhan's heart feel like it was being twisted by countless knives. Gu Chen, Shun Shirhan's voice trembled, filled with endless heartache and pity. Her body kept shaking and tears slid down her cheeks and dripped on the ground. Why? Why? Shun Shirhan could no longer suppress the pain in her heart and burst into tears. She gripped the phone tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force, as if this could give Gu Chen a little strength. "Gu Chen, you must hold on. Xiaoxi will be fine," Shun Shirhan murmured to herself, her eyes full of determination and prayer. Her heart felt like it was being fried in oil, and the suffering endured by the person she secretly loved made her heartbroken. Shun Shirhan wanted to run to Gu Chen immediately and give him a warm hug. Tell him that he is not fighting alone, but she knows it clearly. At this moment, I may not be able to do anything but pray for them silently in this faraway place. Shun Shirhan's tears continued to flow. Her heart seemed to be bleeding, and the piercing pain made it almost impossible for her to breathe. In the base camp of the program, the most beautiful countryside mushroom house, Zhang Ruowei, sat quietly on the bench. I was just watching the live broadcast to kill time. However, when the scenes from the official live broadcast of the variety show came into her eyes, that was the scene where Gu Chen desperately carried his sister Xiaoxi to the hospital in the wind and rain. Zhang Ruowei's expression gradually became solemn, her eyes fixed on the screen. His brows furrowed unconsciously, although she has always felt a little disgusted with Gu Chen in her heart. But at this moment, an indescribable pain spread in my heart. She could feel her heart being tightly gripped by an invisible hand. Each beat was accompanied by a stinging pain. "He's really here," Zhang Ruowei murmured to herself, looking at Xiaoxi's pale face and weak breath in the live broadcast. Zhang Ruowei's hands unconsciously gripped the edge of the bench. Her breathing became rapid, and she felt extremely nervous, as if the person lying on Gu Chen's back and dying was her own relative. "Please don't let anything happen. Please don't let anything happen." Zhang Ruowei kept praying in her heart. She didn't know why she cared so much. But at this moment, she really didn't want to see Xiaoxi leave this world like this. Her eyes never left the live broadcast screen, and her heart tightened with every step Gu Chen took. In the courtyard, Yi Jinxuan's face was filled with anxiety, her phone tightly gripped in her hand. Her voice was urgent and resolute. "Send the best brain doctor in the world over here immediately, quickly. Let the doctor from Shanxing come over first. Fly a private plane over here." Her brows were furrowed, and her eyes were filled with unquestionable majesty. "This is an extremely urgent matter. We must get here as quickly as possible." Yi Jinxian paced back and forth in the yard while talking on the phone. "No matter what the cost, immediately right now." Just when Gu Chen was about to collapse, the ambulance finally arrived. The doctors quickly got out of the car to start the examination, but their expressions became increasingly serious. She must be sent to a large hospital in the city immediately. The girl's condition is too bad and we can't handle it here. The doctor said in a heavy tone, shaking his head. Guchen widened his eyes and shouted anxiously. Then send it quickly. The doctor glanced at Guchun and said helplessly, but she probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. Give up. It takes at least 5 hours to drive from here to the mountain city. There's simply not enough time. No, impossible. Guchun roared. You must find a way to save her. There must be a way. Li Ming also cried and begged. Doctor, please, don't give up. Wang Chong clenched his fists tightly. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we must not give up. The doctor sighed. It's not that we don't want to save him. It's just that the situation is too critical. Gu Chan shouted at the top of his lungs. I don't care. I must save her, even if there is only a little hope. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chan suddenly felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if he was being pricked by countless needles. His face turned pale in an instant, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Ah! Gu Chan couldn't help but groan in pain, holding his head tightly with both hands, and his body began to shake. Guchun, what's wrong with you? Wang Chong was panicked. Guchun endured the severe pain and said through gritted teeth, I'm fine. Save Xiaoxi. Saving Xiaoxi is important. Chapter 110, I love you so much. Just when Guchun was about to collapse, the ambulance finally arrived. The doctors quickly got out of the car to start the examination, but their expressions became increasingly serious. He must be sent to the town hospital immediately. The child condition is too bad. We can only provide preliminary treatment here. The doctor said in a heavy tone, shaking his head. Guchun widened his eyes and shouted anxiously. Then send it quickly. Everyone quickly carried Xiaoxi into the ambulance. Guchun sat next to Xiaoxi, holding her hand tightly, and kept muttering, Xiaoxi, don't be afraid, brother is here. Li Meng wiped her tears and prayed nonstop. Wang Chong anxiously urged the driver. Master, faster, faster. The ambulance sped along the muddy road, the wind howling outside the window and the rain still pounding against the window. Finally, the ambulance arrived at the town's hospital. The doctors and nurses quickly pushed Xiaoxi into the emergency room. Guchen wanted to follow in, but was stopped outside the door. Doctor, please, you must save her. Guchen's voice was filled with tears. Guchen paced back and forth outside the emergency room, rubbing his hands constantly, his eyes full of anxiety and fear. How could this happen, Xiaoxi? You must hold on. Guchen murmured to himself. Li Meng came over and gently held Guchen's arm. Guchen, don't worry too much. Xiaoxi will be fine. Guchen seemed not to hear and continued to talk to himself. It's all my fault. I didn't take good care of Xiaoxi. At this time, Yi Jinxian rushed to the hospital. Her hair was wet from the rain and stuck to her face. Guchen, what happened? Yi Jinxian asked anxiously. When Guchen saw Yi Jinxian, he seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Jinxian, Xiaoxi is inside, and the doctor hasn't come out yet. Yi Jinxian comforted her. Don't worry. The doctors in this hospital are very experienced. Wang Chong also came over. Yes, Guchen, let's wait together. The hospital corridor was filled with a tense and depressing atmosphere. Just then, a middle-aged couple came over in a hurry. Their faces were filled with anger and sadness when they saw the doctor standing in front of Guchen and the others. He immediately rushed up and started cursing at the doctor. You quack! You killed our son. The man's voice was filled with extreme anger. His eyes were red, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The woman cried heartbreakingly. My son, it's all this doctor's fault. He can't save you. The doctor was full of disdain. Your son was already dying, and you're blaming our hospital? We tried our best. Try your best? You call that trying your best? The man interrupted the doctor. My son was fine when he was brought here. How could he be gone? Guchen and others were upset by this sudden quarrel, but they had no time to persuade them. Your hospital is a place where people kill people. The woman's sharp voice echoed in the corridor. The doctor tried to explain. The situation was really critical at the time. We took all the measures we could. Stop talking nonsense. You are the murderer. The man roared and raised his fist to hit the doctor. Wang Chong quickly stepped forward to stop the man. Brother, don't be impulsive. Calm down first. The man struggled to break free from Wang Chong's obstruction. Calm down? My son is gone. How can I calm down? The woman collapsed on the ground, her cries becoming increasingly shrill. Is there any justice in this world? Give me back my son's life. The man's eyes widened as he suddenly pulled out a knife that gleamed with cold light from his arms, roaring angrily. It's all because of you, this quack doctor. that my son was killed. I want you to pay with your life." As he said this, he stabbed the doctor with lightning speed. It was so fast that people had no time to react. The doctor was horrified and in a panic. He pulled Yi Jinxian next to him. With a swish sound, the sharp blade ruthlessly pierced Yi Jinxuan's heart. In an instant, blood gushed out like a flood. It sprayed like a stream, quickly dyeing her white clothes red. Ah! Yi Jinxian let out a scream of pain, and her face instantly turned as pale as paper. The man stared blankly at the scene in front of him, and his hand holding the knife began to tremble. I, he stammered and could not speak coherently. Jinxian, Gu Chun let out a terrified cry, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He rushed over like a madman, raised his fist, and hit the doctor. "You bastard! How could you do this?" "Stop fighting, Gu Chun. Save Jinxian first." Li Meng was frightened and tried to hold Gu Chun while crying. Wang Chong was furious. He rushed forward and grabbed the man by the collar. "You lunatic! You made a big mistake." Then he punched the man hard. The man's legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. "I didn't mean to do that. I was just too impulsive." His face was full of fear and regret, and tears kept flowing down. "Jinxian, hold on. Gu Chen's voice trembled, filled with fear and despair. Yi Jinxuan's face turned pale as paper in an instant. Her eyes began to blur, but she still tried hard to see Gu Chen's face clearly. "Gu Chun, I may not be able to make it anymore." Yi Jinxuan's voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible, and blood kept flowing out of her mouth. No, you'll be fine." Gu Chun burst into tears, pressing Yi Jinxuan's wound tightly with both hands. He tried to stop the blood from flowing, but it kept flowing out through his fingers. Li Meng and Wang Chong were also stunned by this sudden change, and it took them a moment to react. Li Meng covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. How could this happen? How could this happen? Wang Chong angrily rushed towards the man and grabbed his collar. "What did you do? You bastard!" The man was completely panicked at this point. His legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground. I really didn't expect this to happen. I was just too impulsive." Gu Chun hugged Yi Jinxian, his voice filled with tears. "Jinxian, don't say anything. The doctor will be here soon. You'll be fine. You'll be fine." Yi Jinxian shook her head slightly and said with her last bit of strength, "Gu Chun, take care of yourself, and Xiaoxi. I love you. I love you so much. I'd be happy to die in your arms. It's just, I couldn't marry Gu Chun. I want you to accompany me to see the plum blossoms. I want you to accompany me back to high school to eat hot and sour noodles. Gu Chun, I want to hear you say, I love you. Jinxian, I love you. Gu Chun, take good care of yourself and go see my parents for me. I feel sorry for them." After she finished speaking, her eyes slowly closed and her hands dropped weakly. "No, Jinxian." Gu Chen's shouts echoed throughout the corridor, and his world seemed to completely collapse at this moment. Li Meng squatted down, gently patted Gu Chen's shoulder, and burst into tears. "Gu Chun, don't be like this. We have to save Jinxian quickly." Wang Chong also let go of the man, turned around, and ran to the nurse's station, shouting loudly, Doctor! Come and save him." Soon, a group of doctors and nurses rushed over pushing a stretcher. Get out of the way! Get out of the way!" the doctor shouted. Gu Chun reluctantly let go of Yi Jinxian and watched her being lifted onto a stretcher and quickly pushed into the operating room. The door of the operating room closed, and the in-surgery light came on. Gu Chun leaned weakly against the wall, his body slowly sliding down and finally sitting on the ground. Chapter 111, Why is this happening? Gu Chun slowly stood up, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. "Call the police. Arrest that doctor and that man. They harmed Jinxian." Li Meng and Wang Chong looked at Gu Chen's almost crazy appearance, their hearts filled with grief and helplessness. Wang Chong nodded and said, "Gu Chun, don't be impulsive. I'll call the police right away." After a while, the police arrived at the hospital. Gu Chun rushed forward and told the police what had happened in detail, asking them to severely punish the murderer. While calming Gu Chun down, the police said they would handle the matter according to the law. Gu Chun seemed to have lost his soul. He slumped on the ground, his eyes empty and lifeless, tears flowing uncontrollably. "Jinxian, you can't leave. You can't leave. I should be the one to go first. It's me. His voice was hoarse and broken. "You also said you want to go back with me to the restaurant outside high school to eat your favorite hot and sour noodles. We're going to travel around the country. Didn't you say you would always be with me? How can you go back on your word? Gu Chan held his head with both hands, his body shaking constantly. Didn't you say you would put on a wedding dress for me? Why did it turn out like this? What? Gu Chan roared hysterically, his voice echoing in the empty corridor. He pounded the ground with his fists until his hands were covered in blood without even noticing. Li Meng cried bitterly, but didn't know how to comfort Gu Chan. Xiaoxi and his girlfriend's lives are hanging by a thread, and she can't understand why all this suffering is placed on him. Wang Chang's face was filled with anger and helplessness, and he could only pace anxiously aside. At this moment, the door of the operating room suddenly opened and a doctor came out. Gu Chan suddenly raised his head, his eyes full of anticipation and fear. The doctor shook his head heavily and said, "We have tried our best, but the injured are too seriously injured." When Gu Chan heard this, he was struck by lightning. He collapsed to the ground and muttered to himself, "Impossible! This is impossible." Li Meng rushed forward and grabbed the doctor's arm, crying, "Doctor, please think of another way, please." The doctor sighed helplessly and said, "I'm sorry. There's really nothing we can do." Wang Chang punched the wall and roared, "Why on earth is this happening? Why are you treating Gu Chan like this?" Gu Chan slowly stood up and walked toward the operating room with unsteady steps. He walked into the operating room and saw Yi Jinxian lying quietly on the operating table, her face as pale as paper. He walked to Yi Jinxian, gently held her hand, and tears fell on her hand. Gu Chan didn't believe it. His eyes were full of determination and stubbornness. He shouted loudly, "I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Send Jinxian and Xiaoxi to the city hospital immediately. Right away, right away. Even if there is still a glimmer of hope." Wang Chang quickly said, "Gu Chan, calm down. I'll contact the car right away." Li Meng also agreed. "Yes, let's send them to the city as soon as possible. There must still be hope." Gu Chan clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles turning white from exerting too much force. His voice was trembling but firm. "Hurry up. We can't delay any longer. We must hurry." Soon, the car was contacted. Everyone hurriedly lifted Yi Jinxian and Xiaoxi carefully into the car. Gu Chan sat in the car, his eyes never leaving Yi Jinxian and Xiaoxi, and he kept muttering, "You must hold on, you must hold on." The car sped along the road, and Gu Chan's heart was hanging in the air. He kept urging the driver, "Master, drive faster, faster." The driver said helplessly, "This is already the fastest speed." Gu Chan gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. The pain in his brain was about to make him faint. He held on. At this time, a private plane appeared in front of the car. This plane was originally contacted by Yi Jinxian for Xiaoxi. Sitting in the plane, Gu Chan held Yi Jinxuan's hand tightly, which was icy cold. His heart felt like it had sunk into an icy cave, and tears rolled uncontrollably onto Yi Jinxuan's bloodless hands. "Jinxian, you can't leave me, you can't." Gu Chen's voice was filled with endless pain and pleading. Xiaoxi was also lying on a stretcher with tubes inserted into her body. Gu Chen took one look at her and felt heartbroken. The sound of the plane's engine roared in his ears, but Gu Chen seemed to hear nothing. The only sounds left in his world were the faint breathing of Yi Jinxian and Xiaoxi. Suddenly, the plane encountered turbulence and began to shake violently. Gu Chen hugged Yi Jinxian tightly, using his body to shield her from possible collisions. "It must be fine, it must be. We have so many appointments. Aren't you going to be my girlfriend for a month? It hasn't even been a month yet. You can't go back on your word. Not even a month yet. Aren't you the one who listens to me the most? Please get up." Gu Chen kept whispering in Yi Jinxuan's ear. The air current passed, and the plane returned to stability. But Gu Chen felt that his strength was gradually draining away. "I can't fall down, I can't." He gritted his teeth, trying hard not to faint. Finally, the plane arrived at its destination. Medical staff quickly carried Yi Jinxian and Xiaoxi off the plane and sent them to the hospital. Gu Chan ran all the way along with the stretcher, constantly shouting, "Jinxian, Xiaoxi, hold on." When he arrived at the hospital, Gu Chan was once again blocked outside the emergency room. He collapsed on the ground, holding his head in his hands and sobbing in pain. At this time, a nurse came over and said softly, "Sir, please calm down first. The doctors will do their best." Gu Chan raised his head, his eyes empty, and said in a hoarse voice, "Please, you must save them." The nurse nodded and turned to leave. As time passed, Gu Chen's heart became heavier. The lights in the emergency room went out, and the doctor walked out slowly. Gu Chun rushed forward, his eyes full of hope. However, the result is the same. The doctor shook his head heavily and whispered. There was a puncture in her heart, and the bleeding could not be stopped. His heart had already stopped beating when he was brought here. We tried our best. Gu Chen's world collapsed in an instant. He widened his eyes, unable to believe what he heard. Impossible. Impossible. Try again. Try again. He grabbed the doctor's shoulders frantically, his voice almost hoarse. Li Meng and Wang Chong hurried forward to hold Gu Chun, but Gu Chun seemed to have lost his mind. She struggled desperately to rush into the emergency room. Jin Xian, you won't leave, you won't. After being forcibly stopped, Gu Chun collapsed to the ground powerlessly, tears streaming down his face. Why? Why is this happening? His voice was filled with despair and pain, as if his soul had been pulled out of his body. Chapter 112. Gu Chun, we don't blame you. Just when Gu Chun fell into the abyss of despair and couldn't extricate himself, the door to another operating room opened, and a nurse rushed out, shouting happily, Xiaoxi has been rescued, and her vital signs are currently stable. This news was like a ray of light, instantly penetrating the darkness in Gu Chen's heart. He raised his head and murmured to himself, Xiaoxi is alive. Li Meng and Wang Chong also breathed a sigh of relief. Gu Chun struggled to stand up and staggered towards Xiaoxi's operating room. He stood at the door and looked through the window at Xiaoxi lying on the hospital bed. Tears blur my vision again. Xiaoxi, you must be fine, Gu Chun said softly. After a while, Xiaoxi was pushed out of the operating room by the nurse and transferred to the general ward. Gu Chun followed her to the ward, sat beside Xiaoxi's bed, and held her hand tightly. Xiaoxi was still in a coma, but her face was no longer as pale as before. At this time, Li Meng came over, patted Gu Chen's shoulder gently, and said, Gu Chun, it's a blessing in disguise that Xiaoxi was able to be rescued. I believe Jin Xuan's spirit in heaven will also feel comforted. Gu Chun was silent for a long time, and finally nodded and said, I understand. After receiving the news, Yi Jinchuan's parents rushed to the hospital. Their faces were filled with anxiety and fear, and their steps were hurried, as if the world had lost its color at this moment. As soon as Ye's mother entered the hospital and saw Gu Chun, her emotions burst out like a flood. She rushed forward, raised her hand, and hit Gu Chun, cursing nonstop. You bastard, why are you harming my daughter, why? Gu Chun stood there blankly, without dodging, allowing Ye's mother's slap to fall on his face. His eyes were empty, as if his soul had left his body. It's all because of you that my daughter is safe and sound abroad. She had to return home for you, and now you've caused her to lose her life. Give me back my daughter! Give me back my daughter! Ye's mother cried out at the top of her lungs, and every word was like a sharp knife, piercing Gu Chen's heart. Ye's father followed closely behind. His eyes were red and swollen, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to be deeper at this moment. He suppressed his grief and pulled Ye's mother, who was almost crazy, back. Don't be like this. The child doesn't want this to happen. Ye's father's voice trembled with endless sadness. Don't want to? He doesn't want to. Then how can my daughter die? She is so young and so outstanding. It's all because of him. Mother Yi broke free from Father Ye's hand and rushed towards Gu Chun again. Li Meng and Wang Chong quickly stepped forward to stop Ye's mother. Li Meng cried and said, Auntie, please don't do this. Gu Chun is in great pain too. This is an accident, and no one wants this to happen. Mother Yi glared at Li Meng and roared, Accident? My daughter's life is gone just like that. Could this be an accident? Doesn't Gu Chun have any responsibilities? Wang Chong also said, Auntie, we all know you are upset, but Gu Chun, don't tell me this. Ye's mother interrupted Wang Chong. My daughter is gone, my precious daughter. She's my only daughter. I've been treated like a princess since I was little. Because of you, my daughter has never had a happy day. Father Yi walked up to Gu Chun and looked at him deeply, with sadness and helplessness in his eyes. Gu Chun, I know this is not your fault. But my daughter, Father Yi said, his voice choked and tears rolled down his cheeks. Gu Chun finally couldn't help it and knelt down in front of Ye's father and mother with a plop. Uncle, Annie, it's my fault. I failed to protect Jin Xian. If possible, I am willing to die for her. Gu Chun's voice was full of pain and self-blame. Mother Yi looked at Gu Chun kneeling on the ground, and the anger in her heart subsided a little, but grief still occupied her whole body and mind. What's the point of you saying this? Will my daughter survive? Mother Yi leaned weakly on Father Yi, crying nonstop. Father Yi helped Gu Chun up and said, Child, get up. This may be your fate. Guchen refused to get up. He kept knocking his head, and his forehead was bleeding. Uncle, Aunt, I'm sorry to you and Jin Xian. Guchen's voice was already hoarse. Father Yu once again pulled Guchen up, his voice filled with a hint of determination that would not tolerate refusal. Guchen, get up. Don't humiliate yourself like this. Even if you knock yourself to death, Jin Xian will never come back. Guchen was pulled to his feet by Ye's father in a daze, looking ahead with empty eyes. It seems like there is no hope anymore. Seeing Gu Chun like this, Ye's mother felt a pang of pain in her heart. Who are you showing this to? I've lost my daughter. She loved you so much and gave up everything for you. Wow, my daughter is gone. At this time, Ye's mother's desperate cry echoed in the hospital corridor, and everyone fell into deep grief. Gu Chun suddenly broke free from Ye's father's hand, rushed to the wall of the hospital, and banged his head against it. With a bang, blood flowed from his forehead. Gu Chun, Ye's father, and Wang Chong hurried over and grabbed him. Let me die. I have no face to live. It was me who killed Jin Xian. Gu Chun shouted hysterically. At this moment, Yi Jinchuan's grandfather and uncle also rushed to the hospital. The entire hospital was now surrounded by countless soldiers with guns, and no one was allowed to enter. Grandpa was leaning on a cane, staggering, tears streaming freely down his wrinkled face. My uncle's eyes were red, his teeth were clenched, and his face was full of grief and anger. What on earth is going on? Why did my granddaughter? Grandpa's voice trembled and tears streamed down his face before he finished speaking. The uncle rushed forward, grabbed Gu Chun by the collar, and shouted angrily, "Why didn't you protect her? You know she's the only girl in our Yi and Chiu families." At this point, my uncle choked up and couldn't continue. He let go of Gu Chun's collar, covered his face with his hands, and tears seeped out from between his fingers. Grandpa walked over to Ye's mother, patted her back gently, and said in a hoarse voice, "Child, don't cry and hurt yourself." Mother Yi threw herself into Grandpa's arms and cried even more bitterly, "Dad, Jin Xian is gone. My Jin Xian is gone." Grandpa sighed and looked at Gu Chun with helplessness in his eyes. "Child, we don't blame you. I know a lot about you two. You're a poor kid too. But my granddaughter, she is so young and so kind." Grandpa wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with trembling hands. Gu Chun looked at his grandfather, tears welling up again. "Grandpa, I'm sorry for you and the Yi family." At this time, a senior general in military uniform knocked on the door and walked in, saluted, "Old Chief, Lin Yueshi's grandparents are here." Chapter 113, Can Only Wait for Death. Grandpa frowned and said in a deep voice, "Let them in." The uniformed general spoke again. "Old Chief, there are many media outlets outside, all asking about this matter." Grandpa said angrily, "Send them all away. Now is not the time for them to meddle in this." My uncle said angrily, "This matter must be severely punished, especially that doctor. If it weren't for him, Xiaoxian wouldn't have died." Just then the doctor came in and said, "Everyone, the patient needs quiet. Please go out first." Everyone had no choice but to leave the ward temporarily. After a while, Lin Yueshi's grandparents came in, supporting each other. Both of their faces were covered with tears, and their eyes were filled with grief and disbelief. They never thought that Xiaoxian would die. She was fine when she went out. They felt sorry for Gu Chun, and they could see Xiaoshuan's love for Gu Chun. Lin Yueshi's grandfather said in a trembling voice, "Gu Chun, child, what is going on?" Xiaoxian, she... Before he could finish his words, tears were already streaming down his face. Grandma wiped her tears with a handkerchief and choked up, saying, "Gu Chun, my poor child. Xiaoxian is gone. You must hold on." Gu Chun raised his head and looked at the two elderly people, tears welling up his eyes again. "Grandpa and Grandma, it's all my fault. I didn't protect Xiaoxian well." Grandpa slowly walked forward and held Gu Chun's hand. "Child, this is not your fault. Xiaoxian loves you deeply. If she knew you were blaming yourself like this, she wouldn't be at peace in heaven." Grandma walked over to Gu Chun and gently stroked his head. "Gu Chun, we all understand the relationship between you and Xiaoxian. She gave everything for you. You can't just break down like this." Gu Chun bit his lip, trying hard not to cry out. "Grandpa and Grandma, I'm sorry Xiaoxian, sorry to you." Grandpa sighed deeply. "Xiaoxian is gone. We are all very sad, but life must go on. You have to cheer up and not let Xiaoshuan's sacrifice be in vain." At this time, a cough was heard in Xiaoxi's ward, and everyone's attention was drawn over. Grandpa and Grandma followed Gu Chun to Xiaoxi's ward. Xiaoxi opened her eyes weakly, and tears welled up in her eyes when she saw the people in front of her. She asked weakly, "Where's Sister Jean Xian?" When everyone heard this, their expressions darkened. Gu Chan suppressed his grief and said softly, "Xiaoxi, Sister Jean Xian, she went to a very far place." Fang Yueshi asked, "Wasn't everything fine just now? What happened to her?" Gu Chen's voice trembled as he said with difficulty, "Jean Xian was stabbed in the heart." Fang Yueshi's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. "How could this happen? Who is so cruel?" Gu Chan clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, "It's that crazy man and that irresponsible doctor." Fang Yueshi's tears welled up again. "So, is my sister really hopeless?" Gu Chan closed his eyes in pain, tears falling from the corners of his eyes. By the time he was sent to the hospital, it was already too late. Fang Yueshi sobbed. "Why is this happening? Why did this happen to my sister?" Grandma hugged Fang Yueshi and comforted her. "Child, this is fate. We didn't expect this to happen." Fang Yueshi broke free from her grandmother's embrace and said excitedly, "This isn't fate. I must make those two pay the price." Grandpa said solemnly, "Yes, they will definitely receive the punishment they deserve." Fang Yueshi looked at Gu Chun, her eyes filled with determination. "Brother Gu Chun, we can't let my sister die in vain." Gu Chun nodded, his eyes showing determination. "Xiaoxi, don't worry, I will definitely do it." At this moment, Gu Chun suddenly swayed and fainted on the ground. "Gu Chun!" Everyone exclaimed in unison, their faces instantly filled with fear. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw Gu Chun starting to bleed from all 7 orifices. The bright red blood flowed freely, making his already pale face look even more miserable. "Hurry! Call a doctor!" Grandpa shouted anxiously, his voice changing in tone. Grandma kept calling Gu Chen's name, her voice full of fear and worry. "Child, don't scare Grandma." Xiaoxi also cried and shouted, "Brother Gu Chun, wake up quickly." After a while, the doctor rushed over and quickly examined Gu Chun. Everyone watched the doctor's every move nervously, their hearts in their throats. The doctor's face was very serious. As he examined the patient, he said, "The patient's condition is very critical. It may be due to excessive grief and fatigue, which has triggered the body's stress response." After hearing the doctor's words, everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Grandma asked anxiously, "Doctor, what will happen to my grandson? You must save him." The doctor did not answer immediately, but continued to busy himself with examinations and treatment. At this moment, Gu Chen's consciousness fell into chaos. He seemed to be in a dark abyss, surrounded by endless pain and despair. Yi Jinxuan's figure kept appearing in front of his eyes. Her smile, her gentleness, and the final farewell were like sharp blades, piercing his heart. "Xingxuan, I'm sorry." Gu Chun murmured to himself in his heart. In reality, beads of sweat covered the doctor's forehead as he kept directing the nurses to perform various operations. "Prepare emergency equipment and perform blood transfusion immediately," the doctor shouted. Gu Chun was quickly rushed to the emergency room. Ye's father and mother also hurried over. Ye's mother asked in a trembling voice, "What on earth is going on?" Grandpa said solemnly, "The doctor said he must have a blood transfusion immediately. Otherwise, he won't last 24 hours. But he has the rare panda blood, and the blood bank has almost no stock of this type of blood." Father Yi frowned. "Don't panic. Let's find a solution together." My uncle started calling around and contacting all possible channels to look for resources of panda blood. Time passes by minute, and every second feels extremely torturous. Gu Chun in the emergency room was in critical condition, and everyone outside the emergency room was extremely anxious. Li Ming and Wang Chong were also pacing anxiously, helpless. "I'll post a request for help and recruit volunteers online," Li Ming said, and immediately took out his mobile phone to start the process. At this time, the doctor came out of the emergency room. His face was heavy, and he shook his head helplessly. He said, "We have tried our best to contact all possible places, but we have not found anyone with the same blood type. Gu Yi, the only person known to have the same blood type as Gu Chun, has passed away. Now, I'm afraid Gu Chun can only just wait for death." When everyone heard this, it was as if they were struck by lightning. Grandpa staggered and almost fell. "How could this happen? Is there no way out?" Father Yi clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. "Doctor, think of another way. There must be hope." The doctor sighed. "There's really nothing we can do. unless a compatible blood type miraculously appears. Grandma suddenly collapsed to the ground and burst into tears. My grandson, how could this happen? Ye's mother also burst into tears and leaned on Ye's father. Xiaoxi heard the news in the hospital bed and struggled to get up. I want to go see Brother Guchun. No, he will be fine. The nurse quickly stopped her. You are still very weak, don't move. Li Meng's eyes were red and swollen, but she still did not give up and continued to post messages for help online. Wang Chong punched the wall. Why did God treat Gu Chun like this? Chapter 114, Mom is willing to exchange everything for you, as long as you can come back. Yi Jinxuan's mother sat in the hospital corridor, her eyes dull and tears streaming down her face. Father Yi gently put his arm around her shoulders and said, Hey, get some sleep. His voice was low and hoarse. Ye's mother simply couldn't listen. She held her daughter's cell phone tightly, and her fingers turned white from the force. She opened the photo album and saw the photos of her daughter and Gu Chun, and cried even more heartbrokenly. Why didn't he protect Jin Xian? Why? She screamed at the top of her lungs, the pain in her heart bursting out like a flood. In the photo, Yi Jinxian smiled so brightly, and the smile in the corner of her mouth seemed to be still in front of my eyes. But now, she can no longer see her daughter smile like this. She kept flipping through the photo album, which was almost entirely about Gu Chun. There are photos of the daughter and Gu Chun in the same frame, as well as moments when the daughter secretly took photos of Gu Chun. The last group of photos is a high school photo of Gu Chun and Yi Jinxian. Yi Jinxian photoshopped the two people together, making them look very close. Looking at this photo, Ye's mother seemed to see her daughter happily fiddling with these photos. Our daughter loves him so much, but Mother Yi choked and couldn't continue. Mother Yi was flipping through her phone and suddenly saw the memo message. Her hands trembled slightly as she clicked on the memo. When she saw the contents clearly, she felt like she was struck by lightning and tears burst out. Dad, Mom, if one day I'm gone, don't be too sad. Gu Chun is the person I love most in my life. Gu Chun may have passed away by now. My daughter really loves him so much. When you see these words, I may have already made up my mind to go with him. Daughter, I'm sorry. You have doted on me since I was a child, and yet I am leaving you in this way. Mom, I know you're going to cry your eyes out. Please don't cry. Okay, the daughter wants to see you happy. Dad, you must comfort Mom. You're usually the most serious person and you definitely won't cry, right? I haven't been able to be filial to you in this life. If there's a next life, I will repay you all for your kindness in raising me. Dear Ms. Chiu, you're always so gentle and kind, and you worry about everything for me. I still remember when I was sick as a child, he stayed up all night by my bedside. For every meal you made for me, every hug you gave me. I wish I could hug you again. I am sorry, Mom. I am sorry. The plum blossoms should be blooming. Mom and Dad, please check for me. When Ye's father came over and saw these words, his eyes instantly turned red and tears rolled down uncontrollably. Daughter, why are you so stupid? Father Ye's voice choked and his body trembled. Mother Yi burst into tears. My precious daughter, how could you abandon us like this? The two of them hugged each other and cried bitterly, and their cries echoed in the hospital corridor. The heart-wrenching sadness seemed to overwhelm the entire world. Ye's mother clicked on the next one. Gu Chun, today is our first day together. I'm so happy. Even if our relationship only lasts a month, I'm really happy. Why does God torture you like this? I don't want you to die. I really don't want you to die. I'm really stupid, so stupid. If it weren't for Zhang Ruhan, I still wouldn't know you had a crush on me in high school. The postcards in that book never reached me. Gu Chun, you idiot, I haven't even received the book. How could I see your postcard? I knew Zhang Ruawei liked you at that time, and she was my best friend, so I backed off. You may not know this girl named Zhang Ruhan. She's had a crush on you for 10 years. Zhang Ruawei's sister. I think she loves you more than me, than Zhang Ruawei. You might not have any impression. She is 2 grades higher than us. She loves you more than I do. But so what? It's me, not her, who's with me now. And she's not qualified to be with you anymore. Hey, why should I write about her? My mind is so confused. Gu Chun, today is our first day. I'm so happy I can't sleep. Don't worry, I will definitely make the Gu family pay the price. Especially your third sister. If it weren't for her, well, I don't want to talk about her. I really want to kill her. Gu Chun, I am your girlfriend now. I must wear a wedding dress for you. Even if you only have a few months to live, and I'm only your girlfriend for a month, I will still marry you. Gu Chun, I want to go to many places with you and see all the beautiful scenery in the world. Watch the sunrise on the beach and the sunset on a mountain top with you. Walking down every street hand in hand with you, just like a normal couple. But why is fate so unfair? Why can't you give us more time? Why make you go through so much suffering? I know you've always been strong. Even when facing illness, you have never complained. I really feel sorry for you. Sorry for your forbearance. Sorry for your pain. I sometimes wonder, if I had been braver, if I had realized your feelings for me earlier, would everything have been different? Will this allow us to have more beautiful memories? It's too late to say these things now. I just hope that in the remaining time, I can make you feel my full love so that you will no longer be lonely and afraid. Guchun, I love you deep in my soul. No matter what the future holds, I will never regret loving you. It's just that I really can't bear to leave you. I can't bear to let our love end like this. Ye's mother and father hugged each other and cried. Ye's mother choked up and said, "Why is our daughter so stupid? She actually wanted to commit suicide for love. My silly daughter." Father Yu wiped the tears from his face and said in a trembling voice, "Xian loves you too deeply and too persistently. But my daughter, how are we going to survive if you abandon us like this?" Mother Yi pounded her chest and said, "It's all our fault. We didn't pay enough attention to her." Mother Yi took out her daughter's photo and looked at it again. Her fingers gently stroked her daughter's smiling face in the photo, and tears blurred her eyes again. "Jin Xian, my precious daughter, Mommy really misses you." Mother Ye's voice trembled. "I really want to hug you and hear you call me Mommy again." The scene of her daughter jumping into her arms seemed to appear before her eyes. That warm embrace and that intimate call have now become luxuries. "How could you be so cruel to leave me and go away?" Ye's mother burst into tears. "I'm willing to exchange everything for you, as long as you can come back." Chapter 115, he is restraining his love for Zhang Ruowei. Xiaoxi was lying on the hospital bed, and her originally empty eyes were slightly fluctuated by the music coming from the bed next to her. "Every time, I am strong in the wandering loneliness. Every time, even if I'm hurt, I won't shed a tear. I know I've always had a pair of invisible wings." Her tears rolled down uncontrollably, and she felt more and more uncomfortable the more she listened. Every moment she had spent with sister Yi Jinxian played in her mind like a movie. "Take me flying, fly over despair. Don't think about it. They have a beautiful sun. I see that the sunset changes every day. Give me hope, and I finally see all my dreams blossom." Xiaoxi's crying became louder and louder. She felt that fate was too unfair to her. Why can't she live happily with her family and friends? The nurse heard Xiaoxi crying and hurried over to comfort her. "Little girl, don't cry, be strong." Xiaoxi sobbed and said, "Sister, how can I be strong? Sister Jin Xian is gone, Brother Guchen is in critical condition, and I don't have much time left. What will happen to my grandparents?" The nurse's eyes also turned red. She patted Xiaoxi's shoulder gently and said, "There will be a way. There will definitely be a way." Xiaoxi shook her head. "What else can we do? This is all too bad." At this time, Xiaoxi's grandparents came to the bedside. Seeing Xiaoxi crying so sadly, Grandma hugged her distressfully and said, "Child, don't cry. Don't cry and hurt yourself." Xiaoxi threw herself into her grandmother's arms. "Grandma, I feel sad." Xiaoxi was lying on the hospital bed. Many family members came to the bed next to her. The originally quiet ward suddenly became noisy. Fierce quarrels broke out one after another. It turned out that there was a huge disagreement over the patient's medical expenses and follow-up arrangements. The family members refused to give in and became increasingly emotional. Amidst the chaos, a hot-tempered family member suddenly lost his temper. His face flushed and his eyes filled with anger. Xiaoxi was startled by the sudden chaos and felt a little scared. However, the out-of-control family member turned his anger towards Xiaoxi. "It's all because of you patients who are occupying the beds and wasting resources." He cursed viciously while rushing towards Xiaoxi. Before Xiaoxi could react, he suddenly reached out and pushed Xiaoxi. "Just die soon and don't get in the way here." Those vicious words were like sharp blades, stabbing Xiaoxi fiercely. Xiaoxi was almost thrown off the bed by this sudden push. She was shocked and angry and shouted, "What are you doing?" But the man showed no guilt at all and continued to curse. "Humph, what's wrong with me scolding you?" Xiaoxi's grandparents were fetching water outside the ward at this time. They rushed in when they heard the noise. "How could you do this? This is too much," Grandma shouted angrily. Grandpa was also furious. "This is simply lawless. We must be given an explanation. But the family member became even more arrogant. An explanation? What do you do to me? At this time, other family members realized that something was wrong and came over to hold him back. Don't be impulsive, this is wrong. Calm down and stop making trouble. With the help of everyone, the family member who was causing trouble gradually stopped his extreme behavior. He continued to mutter unpleasant words. Xiaoxi was so angry that she was shaking all over and tears were welling up in her eyes. It's too bullying, Xiaoxi said, biting her lip. The nurses rushed over after hearing the noise. Stop arguing. This is a hospital, not a place for you to act wild, the nurse said loudly. The doctor also rushed over and, after understanding the situation, he seriously criticized a family member who was causing trouble. Your behavior has seriously affected the order of the ward and the rest of other patients. If this continues, we'll have to call in security. The doctor's tone was stern. The family member then calmed down a little, but still looked unconvinced. Xiaoxi leaned on the hospital bed, unable to calm down for a long time. Her grandparents kept comforting her. Don't bother with such an uncultured person. We're not angry. Grandma patted Xiaoxi's hand gently. Grandpa also said, don't be afraid. We are here. Xiaoxi took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. After a while, Xiaoxi's mood stabilized a little. She looked at her grandparents and said with a trembling voice, Grandpa and Grandma, am I really in the way? Grandma quickly shook her head, held Xiaoxi's hand tightly, and said, Child, don't listen to what that bastard said. You are our baby, and no one can say that to you. Grandpa also said firmly, Xiaoxi, don't let your imagination run wild. We are not afraid of him. Xiaoxi bit her lip, a trace of confusion in her eyes. But I feel like I really have caused a lot of trouble for everyone. Sister Jin Xian is gone, and Brother Guchen is also. I'm still sick, and I made you worry so much. Tears welled up in Grandma's eyes. Silly child, you have never been a problem. As long as you are well, we are willing to do anything. Grandpa sighed and said, Xiaoxi, our family must face these difficulties together. We can't be defeated by a few words from others. At this time, the nurse came over to change Xiaoxi's dressing and looked at Xiaoxi and said, Xiaoxi, you have to get better soon and don't think about those bad things. Xiaoxi nodded slightly, but her eyes were still dim. Lin Ming and Wang Chong came to visit Xiaoxi together. When Xiaoxi saw them, a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes, and she quickly asked, How is Guchun? Did you find a blood source? Lin Ming and Wang Chong looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Lin Ming said with a heavy expression, Xiaoxi, this kind of blood is too rare. There may be no more than 5 people in the world who have it. After hearing this, Xiaoxi's heart sank and tears welled up in her eyes again. How could this happen? Is there really no way? Xiaoxi's voice trembled. Mother Yi adjusted her mood and continued to click on the memo written by Yi Jinxian. I came to Plum Blossom Village with Guchun. I really like the pace of life here. Mother Yi adjusted her mood and continued to click on the memo written by Yi Jinxian. I came to Plum Blossom Village with Guchun. I really like the pace of life here. I actually met Zhang Ruowei here today. She came to Plum Blossom Village to participate in a variety show. I can feel that Guchun still loves Zhang Ruowei very much in his heart. He is restraining his love for Zhang Ruowei. I saw that Zhang Ruowei was really unhappy. It's not just because she failed to protect Guchun. And if it weren't for her, Zhang Ruohan wouldn't have died. Chapter 116, Do I Know Him Well? Xia Zixuan and her friend Su Yao were sitting in a dessert shop on the street, with sunlight streaming through the window onto the table in front of them. She stirred the ice cream in front of her with a small spoon, looking a little absent-minded. Her friend Su Yao took a bite of the cake, looked at Xia Zixuan and said, Zixuan, what's wrong with you today? You seem to be in a bad mood. Xia Zixuan sighed and was about to speak when a noisy sound came from outside the store. Hey, have you heard? That Guchun is so pitiful. What's going on? Tell me quickly. Some time ago, his 2 sisters died. It was said that they were murdered by their family members. This time he lost his girlfriend, and he is seriously ill. He has panda blood, and there is no blood source for him. When Xia Zixuan heard this, the spoon in her hand fell to the ground with a clang, and her face turned pale in an instant. Su Yao was startled by her reaction. Zixuan, what's wrong with you? Xia Zixuan didn't bother to answer. She stood up and walked out of the store. Su Yao quickly put down the cake in her hand and followed. Xia Zixuan grabbed the 2 passers-by who were talking and asked in a trembling voice, Is what you said true? Guchun. Passers-by were startled by her sudden action. Everyone says so. It must be true. Tears welled up in Xia Zishuan's eyes, and her body trembled slightly. She didn't bother to say anything more to the passers-by and hurriedly took out her cell phone from her bag. His fingers slid across the screen frantically, searching for news about Gu Chun. Su Yao was beside her, gently holding her arm, her face full of worry. Finally, Xia Zishuan saw a detailed report which stated that Gu Chun's girlfriend had been stabbed to death. For some unknown reason, Gu Chun suddenly fainted and is currently in critical condition and in urgent need of a blood transfusion. How could this happen? Xia Zishuan's voice was filled with tears, and her tears couldn't stop flowing. Su Yao came over and saw the content on the phone, and was also shocked. Zishuan, why don't we go see Gu Chun? Xia Zishuan shuddered, her eyes revealing entanglement and pain. Su Yao, I want to go, but I have a thorn in my heart. If it weren't for me last time, Gu Chen's sister Xiaoyan would not have died. At this point, Xia Zishuan's voice was filled with self-blame and regret. It's all my fault. I harmed Xiaoyan. Gu Chen must hate me to death. Su Yao held Xia Zishuan's hand and comforted her. It was just an accident. You didn't want this to happen. Xia Zishuan shook her head, tears streaming down her cheeks. No, Gu Chen loved Xiaoyan so much. How could he forgive me? But Gu Chen is in danger now. If something really happens, won't you see him for the last time? Su Yao persuadif. Xia Zishuan covered her face with her hands and sobbed. I'm afraid to face him, afraid to see the resentment in his eyes. But I'm really worried about him. What should I do? Su Yao patted Xia Zishuan's back gently. Anyway, let's go and take a look first. Shen Shirhan's Invisible Wings has become a huge hit on major short video platforms. In Mr. K's live broadcast room, he was shouting at the top of his lungs, already sobbing like a tearful man. Gu Chun, you're going to make me cry to death. Jin Xian is such a beautiful girl. That doctor isn't human. We must conduct a thorough investigation of that hospital. There must be a reason why that couple is causing trouble. This song is so tear-jerking, even more tear-jerking than a moment of romance. The barrage of comments instantly exploded. Gu Chun, this is so miserable. I feel like this song is Gu Chen's own experience. Wow, I'm in tears. How could Gu Chen be so unlucky? He always gets into all kinds of trouble. That's right, maybe he did it himself. How can you say that? Gu Chen has suffered enough. Do you still have any sympathy? Sympathy? He's incompetent. Who can he blame? He can't even protect his own girlfriend. Mr. K wiped away a tear, looked at the comments, and said, Everyone, stop arguing and listen to the song quietly. I won't listen anymore. I'm already crying like a dog. I understand why Gu Chun likes to write songs about depression. How can he be happy when these things happen to him? Yeah, Gu Chun is terrible. First, my sister died, and now my girlfriend died. Mountain City, Peng County, Meiwa Village. Zhang Ruowei had just learned that Yi Jinxian was dead, and she felt as if she was frozen in time. I stood there stupidly, my mind blank. Yi Jinxian used to be her best friend. They clearly met in this beautiful village yesterday. When their eyes met, there was a hint of awkwardness and distance. But she was fine at that time. How can it be gone just like that? The celebrity teacher next to him couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity for such a beautiful girl. Gu Chun is such a talented young man. It's too tragic. What a pity this young couple is gone like this. Zhang Ruowei's heart trembled when she heard Gu Chen's name. Teacher, he continued. First he lost his sister, and now his girlfriend has met with misfortune. He himself was seriously ill and couldn't find a blood source, so he was just waiting to die. Zhang Ruowei murmured to himself. How could it become like this? Teacher, he said, who knows? Maybe this is the impermanence of life. Zhang Ruowei was silent for a while, and suddenly felt a pain in her heart. She couldn't help but ask herself, I obviously hate him. Why do I feel so bad? Teacher, he seemed to see through her thoughts, and said, in fact, hatred is often caused by love or care. Maybe you don't really hate him deep down. Zhang Ruowei shook her head and said, impossible. Why would I care about him? Teacher, he smiled and said, sometimes our feelings can deceive ourselves. Think about it. What was your first reaction when you heard what happened to him? Zhang Ruowei fell into deep thought, and after a moment, she said, I just feel pity for him. He's so miserable. Teacher, he said, that's right. It shows that you still care about him. Zhang Ruowei still refused to admit it. That was just out of sympathy. Teacher, he said, sympathy is also an expression of emotion. Maybe you should look at your heart. Zhang Ruowei frowned. I don't understand why this happened. Teacher, he patted her shoulder and said, "It's hard to explain matters of the heart. Maybe without realizing it. He already has a place in your heart." Zhang Ruowei bit her lip and said, "Zhao Yang has been pursuing me, and I am ready to agree to him. The one I like is Zhao Yang. It's just normal human compassion for Guchun." Teacher, he thought for a moment. "Ruowei, can Zhao Yang make you feel this distressed?" Zhang Ruowei remained silent, but thoughts were swirling in her mind. At this time, Zhang Ruowei's cell phone rang. It was her good friend calling. "Ruowei, Guchun's condition is getting worse and worse. Are you really not going to come and see him?" Zhang Ruowei tightened her grip on the phone and said in a trembling voice, "I'm not going. Am I familiar with him? Should I go and see him?" Chapter 117, you think of me as a substitute for Guchun, right? Bai Lin, wearing a light black windbreaker, hurried to the hospital. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his fair face was flushed with anxiety. She didn't bother to wipe the sweat off her face and walked straight to the doctor, saying anxiously, "Doctor, I'll give Guchun a blood transfusion. I have the same blood type as him." The doctor looked at the young girl with some surprise. She was petite, but exuded a stubbornness. Her long, smooth hair was casually tied behind her head, with a few strands of hair sticking to her smooth forehead. "Girl, are you sure? Blood transfusion is no small matter. And Guchun has panda blood. Are you sure you have the same blood type as him?" Bai Lin nodded firmly, without a trace of hesitation in his eyes. "I'm sure. Doctor, please arrange it quickly." The doctor immediately notified Feng Yueshi's grandparents. The two old men rushed over, their eyes filled with tears of excitement, and they knelt down in front of Bai Lin. "Thank you, girl. You are such a good person." The grandfather has gray hair, and his face is full of wrinkles of time, but his cloudy eyes are now full of gratitude. Grandma was hunched over, wearing simple clothes, and her voice was trembling. "Thank you, child. Thank you." Bai Lin quickly helped the two elderly people up and said, "Grandpa and Grandma, don't do this. This is what I should do. I also hope Guchun can get better." Soon, the blood transfusion preparations were ready, and Bai Lin lay on the hospital bed. The nurse began to prepare her for a blood transfusion, and Bai Lin's heart was beating fast. She was actually very afraid of pain and a little fainted at the sight of blood. But for Guchun, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Her pink lips had lost their color from being bitten by herself, and her small nostrils were twitching slightly. The nurse comforted her softly. "Don't be nervous, relax." Bai Lin forced a smile, her delicate face looking a little pale at the moment. "I'm fine. Let's get started." The moment the needle pierced the blood vessel, Bai Lin couldn't help but tremble, and his face turned pale in an instant. As the blood slowly drained out, Bai Lin's eyes gradually became a little blurry, but she still tried hard not to fall asleep. The blood transfusion was completed successfully, and Bai Lin lay weakly on the hospital bed. The doctor here hurriedly delivered Bai Lin's blood to Guchun, and beads of sweat covered the doctor's forehead. As he ran, he muttered to himself, "Great, there's finally a source of blood. If it's any later, Guchun will be powerless to save the situation." When they arrived at Guchun's ward, the doctor quickly began to give Guchun a blood transfusion. Guchun's face was as pale as paper, and his lips were bloodless. He lay unconscious on the hospital bed, as if his life was about to end. The doctor was concentrating on the operation, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. His eyes were focused and nervous. It must succeed. It must succeed. After a tense operation, the blood transfusion was finally carried out smoothly. An hour later, Bai Lin barely recovered, and her face, which was originally as pale as paper, finally looked a little better and had some color. She leaned on the hospital bed, her eyes still a little tired. Her cell phone suddenly rang. Bai Lin picked up the call and said weakly, "Hello." Her boyfriend's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. "Baby, what are you doing?" "I'm in the hospital," Bai Lin replied weakly. Her boyfriend's voice was a little anxious and concerned. "Why did you come to the hospital? Are you feeling unwell? Why didn't you tell me you were feeling unwell? Next time you go to the hospital, ask me to come with you." Bai Lin took a deep breath and said slowly, "I'm fine. The doctor is here just to give Guchun a blood transfusion." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and after a moment he said, "Do you still like Guchun? You're with me because you look like Guchun, right? The person you loved from the beginning to the end was him, not me." Bai Lin frowned and raised his voice, saying, "Guchun will die if he doesn't get a blood transfusion. My blood type is just right. I can't just stand by and watch someone die." Her boyfriend was furious. He's the only one in your heart. Did you know today is my birthday? Just follow him. Bai Lin's eyes turned red with anger, and he said in a trembling voice, I haven't forgotten. Gu Chun will die if he doesn't receive a blood transfusion today. This is a life. Even if I didn't know him, I would have come to give him a blood transfusion today. I don't want to hear your explanation. I am tired. Get out of here. I don't want to see you again. After she finished speaking, her boyfriend hung up the phone harshly. Bai Lin stared at the phone blankly, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. At this moment, Bai Lin's hair was scattered messily on her shoulders, with a few strands of hair sticking to her tear-stained cheeks. Her long eyelashes were wet with tears and trembled slightly. Her small nose turned red from crying, and her lips lost their usual rosy color. The boyfriend on the other end of the phone was standing on the street, the sunlight shining on his angry face. He was wearing a black jacket and holding his phone tightly with both hands, his knuckles turning white from the force. Bai Lin, all these years of love are not as good as your white moonlight. Humph! What am I? A clown or a substitute? Think of me as Gu Chen's replacement. Depend on. In the ward, Bai Lin clutched the bedsheet tightly with both hands, his body trembling slightly as he choked, and said, Why can't you understand me? After crying silently for a while, she regained her composure. She stood up and straightened her messy hair. Bai Lin's long hair, like a waterfall, was a little rough at the moment, with a few strands sticking up unruly. She gently wiped away the remaining tears from the corners of her eyes, and her originally red and swollen eyes now looked a little dull. She took a deep breath and slowly walked out of the ward. Bai Lin's figure seemed a little thin, and her steps were a little unsteady, as if the quarrel she had just experienced had drained most of her strength. When she reached the hospital entrance, a reckless figure suddenly rushed over and accidentally bumped into her. Xia Zixuan raised her head while hurriedly apologizing. Her round face was set with a pair of lively big eyes, which were now full of panic and apology. Xia Zixuan had a high ponytail that swayed gently with her movements. Bai Lin was hit and his body shook, but he managed to steady himself. Looking at the girl in front of me, I felt that she was very familiar, but I didn't know her. I forgot where I had seen her before. Xia Zixuan said embarrassedly, I'm sorry, sister. I was too anxious. Did I hurt you? I'm fine. I just thought you looked familiar. Sister, maybe we met somewhere. Maybe I remembered it wrong. It doesn't matter. Bai Lin shook his head gently, his voice still a little hoarse. Xia Zixuan smiled sheepishly, revealing two cute dimples. Sister, I'm so sorry. Bai Lin nodded slightly and continued walking forward. Xia Zixuan also hurried into the hospital. Chapter 1, 18 Sister Likes Gu Chun. Zhang Ruwei finished recording the show last night and went straight back to Beijing. In the evening, Zhao Yang brought Zhang Ruwei to the beach. The moonlight is like water, gently sprinkling on the sea, creating silver ripples. The sea breeze blows gently, bringing a hint of coolness. Zhao Yang was wearing a clean white shirt with the collar slightly open, revealing his muscular chest. His handsome face was filled with nervousness and anticipation. The high-nose bridge cast a shadow in the moonlight. His lips curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Zhao Yang looked at Zhang Ruwei affectionately and said softly, Ruwei, this sea is beautiful. It makes my heart beat as fast as you do. Zhang Ruwei, who was sitting by the sea, was slightly stunned. He turned to look at Zhao Yang with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Zhao Yang, why did you bring me here? Zhao Yang took a deep breath, mustered up the courage, and said, Ruwei, actually I brought you here today. I want to tell you. Zhao Yang, stop talking, I'm afraid. Zhang Ruwei frowned, as if he had a premonition in his heart. Ruwei, from the moment we met, your image has been deeply imprinted in my heart. Every smile and every look of yours makes me fall in love with you. Zhao Yang, Ruwei, I know I may not be perfect, but I am willing to become better for you. I want to give you a warm harbor for you to rely on. Zhang Ruwei raised her head and shook it. Zhao Yang, I'm sorry, I don't have that kind of feeling towards you. I always consider you a good friend. I'm sorry you can't make my heart flutter. I know you're fine. Actually, I thought about our problems last night, but I don't really have that kind of feeling for you. Zhao Yang's face darkened, veins popping out on his forehead. He shouted angrily, Zhang Ruwei, I've been waiting for you for so long. Why don't you agree with me? I confessed to you 3 times, and you rejected me 3 times. I am tired. I'm really tired. His originally handsome face seemed a little distorted by anger. His eyes were wide open, filled with anger and resentment. Gu Chun, what's it to him? Zhao Yang, I said I have no feelings for you. It has nothing to do with anyone else. If you think I'm rejecting you because I like someone else, then Zhao Yang, you really disappoint me. Besides, Gu Chun and I are not familiar with each other at all. How can I like him? What a joke. Zhao Yang sneered and said sarcastically, "Ha, you don't like him? Huh. Zhang Ruowei, remember what Xian said now. Disappointed in me? As if you've ever been satisfied with me. Gu Chun is about to die, and you don't want to be with me. Zhao Yang, you're simply unreasonable." Zhang Ruowei felt puzzled. The sea breeze blew by, lifting Zhang Ruowei's long hair, making her look particularly beautiful and charming. Zhao Yang stomped his feet hard, and the sand under his feet flew up. Zhang Ruowei, from now on, I won't bother you anymore. After saying that, he turned and strode away, leaving Zhang Ruowei standing alone on the beach. The moonlight shines on Zhang Ruowei, outlining her lonely and desolate figure. She looked in the direction Zhao Yang left and shook her head. Zhang Ruowei returned home alone. There was a hint of tiredness on her beautiful face, and her soft long hair was casually scattered on her shoulders. A few strands of hair fluttered gently in the wind. When she entered the house, she saw her mother cleaning her deceased sister's room. My mother's figure looks a little hunched, and her once straight back has now been bent by the years. Her hands were covered with wrinkles, and she was carefully wiping every corner of the room. Zhang Ruowei said softly, "Mom, I'm back." The mother turned around with a hint of a smile on her face. "Wei Wei, you're back. Mom, clean up your sister's room. Your sister used to love cleanliness. I cleaned her room when I had nothing to do. By the way, has Wei Wei eaten yet?" Zhang Ruowei shook her head. "Not yet, Mom. I'm hungry." "Okay, I'll go buy some food. There's nothing left in the refrigerator at home." After saying that, the mother went out to buy vegetables. Zhang Ruowei walked into her sister's room, which was filled with the faint scent of memories. Thinking that my sister has been gone for 2 years, a deep longing welled up in my heart. He slowly sat down on his sister's bed, his eyes full of nostalgia. On my sister's bed was still her favorite doll, a pink rabbit, whose soft fur was a little worn. Zhang Ruowei gently stroked the rabbit, as if she could feel her sister's warmth. She murmured to herself, "Sister, I miss you so much. Mom always cries secretly when she misses you. You must take good care of yourself over there. Don't let others bully you anymore." Then she began to rummage through her sister's things, and those once familiar items appeared before her one by one. In a drawer, she found a diary. The cover of the diary is a little worn, as if it has been touched for many years. Zhang Ruowei opened the diary and flipped through it casually, and a photo slipped out of the diary. Zhang Ruowei picked up the photo. When she saw the person in the photo clearly, she asked, "Gu Chun?" She didn't expect that the person in the photo was Gu Chun. How did my sister know Gu Chun? She is friends with Gu Chun? With such doubts, Zhang Ruowei decided to read her sister's diary carefully. Zhang Ruowei sat in front of her sister's desk, the night light shining through the window onto her, outlining her slender figure. Her fair fingers gently flipped the yellowed papers. As she turned the pages, Zhang Ruowei's heartbeat gradually accelerated. I met him again today, and he seemed to have forgotten me. I don't know if he received the clothes I returned to him. Today my sister graduated, and I went to give her something. I saw him. I don't know whether I should be happy or sad. Meeting him again. Why does my heart still ache? He calls me sister. Today, I feel very uncomfortable. Why is he sick? I want to be with her, but who am I? It's so painful for me to see him fall ill. Why? I'm her attending physician. Today I went to visit my sister on set. She's becoming more and more beautiful and famous, but she doesn't seem happy. I don't dare. Today, Xiaolin asked me to be braver. I was ready to speak, but he still didn't seem to get over it. Yi Jinxian went abroad. I know she likes Gu Chun too. She let him go? I don't want to let him go. I just want to be with him like this. The more Zhang Ruowei looked, the more surprised she became. She didn't expect that her sister actually had a crush on Gu Chun. However, when she turned to the back, she found that part of the diary was torn. Did I hate Gu Chun because of my sister? Chapter 119, The One I Love Is You. Zhang Ruowei's mother came back with a basket full of vegetables. Her forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat, and a few strands of hair were soaked with sweat and stuck to her cheeks. Walking into the kitchen, my mother put the vegetables on the chopping board and began to arrange them skillfully. Zhang Ruowei also came in and helped wash and cut vegetables. Night light streamed in from the kitchen window, shining on the mother and daughter. While picking vegetables, Zhang Ruowei couldn't help but say, "My sister had a crush on Guchan when she was alive. Did you know, Mom?" My mother's eyes were instantly shocked, and her movements stopped. She said in a trembling voice, "Your sister has a crush on Guchan? I found it in my sister's diary." Mom, you really don't know anything? I've never heard your sister mention it. This child, how can he hide his thoughts so deeply? Zhang Ruowei sighed and put down the food in her hand. I didn't expect that. Looking at the front of the diary, my sister seemed to have been secretly in love with Gu Chun. But part of the diary at the back was torn out. Torn off? She tore it herself, didn't she? I don't know. When I think that my sister is gone, my heart feels like it's being cut by a knife. Zhang Ruowei clutched the corner of her clothes tightly with both hands. Mom stopped what she was doing, turned around, and looked at Zhang Ruowei, her eyes full of heartache. The mother reached out her hand and gently wiped away the tears on Zhang Ruowei's face. Wei Wei, don't be too sad. Your sister in heaven wouldn't want to see you so sad. But Mom, I really miss my sister. Why did she leave us so early? Her mother held Zhang Ruowei in her arms and patted her back gently. Child, this is fate's arrangement. We can only accept it. Zhang Ruowei leaned in her mother's arms, sobbing, her tears soaking her mother's clothes. Zhang Ruowei tried to calm herself down and took a deep breath. She slowly raised her head, and there were still traces of tears in her star-like eyes. Her delicate features looked somewhat pitiful under the shroud of sadness. After calming down for a while, Zhang Ruowei said, Mom, I heard that Gu Qian is going to die. When the mother, who was cutting vegetables, heard this, her hand suddenly jerked and the sharp knife cut her finger. Mom, how are you? Zhang Ruowei exclaimed, quickly put down what she was holding and rushed to her mother. Her eyes were full of panic and concern, and the only thing in her bright eyes was her mother's injured finger. Gu Qian is going to die. What happened to him? Mom seemed not to notice the pain in her fingers, but just asked anxiously. Zhang Ruowei didn't bother to answer her mother's question. She carefully held her mother's injured hand and said, Mom, don't worry about Gu Qian for now. Your finger is bleeding. Let me see if the wound is deep. What happened to that kid Gu Qian? Mom, don't worry about Gu Qian. Take care of yourself first. I'm going to get the medicine box. Please don't move. Zhang Ruowei hurriedly ran to get the medicine box and carefully treated her mother's wound. Her movements were gentle and focused, and she kept saying, Mom, please bear with it. It may hurt a little. Wei Wei, Mom is fine. I'm sorry to have made you worried. Gu Qian, I don't know the specific situation either. Anyway, I heard I need a blood transfusion. If I don't, I'll die. He has very little panda blood, so he's basically waiting to die. Gu Qian was also there when I participated in the show. Oh, by the way, Gu Qian's girlfriend Yi Jinxian passed away. Xian used to come to our house often when she was in high school. What? Jinxian is dead? She's the same age as Yi, right? Zhang Ruowei took a deep breath and said, I was stabbed in the heart by a patient's family member in the hospital. Mom, let me show you this video. Mom took the phone that was handed to her. The mother's eyes were fixed on the screen, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Her lips trembled as she muttered to herself. How could this happen? How could this happen? Is that doctor a human being? This person is not fit to be a doctor. Is that even human language? Should he be the one to die? Bai Lin dragged his tired body back home, and the house was pitch black. She gently pushed the door open, and an oppressive atmosphere filled the darkness. She fumbled to turn on the light, and instantly, bright light filled the room. She saw her boyfriend sitting on the sofa, looking at her coldly. Bai Lin's heart trembled at the cold gaze, but he still pretended to be calm and asked, Why don't you turn on the light? Bai Lin, do you love me? I don't love you and have been with you for so many years. Are you still angry? I'm sorry, I didn't discuss it with you. I'm sorry, okay. It's too late. Go and give Gu Qian a blood transfusion secretly without my knowledge. Why don't you let Gu Qian die? Because you love him, right? I told you that's a life. I'll go no matter who it is. Her boyfriend suddenly stood up, rushed to Bai Lin, and shouted angrily, In your heart, Gu Qian is more important than me, right? You are totally unreasonable. Her boyfriend completely lost his mind, raised his hand, and slapped Bai Lin hard. Bai Lin was hit so hard that he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Before Bai Lin could react, her boyfriend started punching and kicking her again. At this moment, Bai Lin's hair was scattered messily on her face, covering her eyes that were full of fear and despair. Her fair cheeks quickly became red and swollen, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Her boyfriend's face was hideous, veins bulging on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot. His originally handsome face was now distorted by anger. Bai Lin cried and shouted, "Stop hitting me! Stop hitting me!" But her boyfriend seemed not to hear her and continued to wave his fists. The room was in chaos, with things being knocked to the ground and making crackling sounds. Bai Lin collapsed to the ground powerlessly, his body shaking constantly. Tears and sweat mixed together and soaked her clothes. Bai Lin's boyfriend was like a mad beast, his bloodshot eyes staring at Bai Lin viciously. He suddenly reached out and roughly grabbed her hair, yelling, "You stinky bitch, do you want to cuckold me? Tell me the truth, will you?" Bai Lin's scalp was ripped so hard that it hurt. Tears welled up in her eyes. She screamed in fear, "I didn't do it. Let me go." Her hair was scattered around her face, covering her eyes that were filled with fear and despair. The delicate face was now twisted with pain, and the originally pink lips turned pale and cracked. Her boyfriend was unmoved. Instead, he pulled her hair even harder and roared again. "You still dare to quibble? Do you think I will believe you? Tell me, is it true or not?" "I really didn't. Why don't you believe me?" Her boyfriend suddenly threw her to the ground, and Bai Lin fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. "You keep saying you're saving people? Are you that kind-hearted? I think you still have feelings for Gu Chun." Her boyfriend put his hands on his hips and stared down at her condescendingly. Bai Lin lay on the ground, his body trembling constantly, and his voice was weak. "Gu Chun and I have no relationship anymore. Why don't you understand?" The boyfriend kicked Bai Lin and yelled, "I don't understand? If you can carry me once today, you will do it countless times." Bai Lin was kicked and rolled to the side. She curled up like a wounded little animal and said, "I didn't lie to you, nor did I want to betray you. The one I love is you." Chapter 120, I want to send him off for the last time. Bai Lin lay on the cold floor. The pain in his body seemed to be no match for the despair in his heart. She looked at the man she once loved deeply, who now looked like a demon, and the only glimmer of hope in her heart was completely shattered. Her hair was disheveled, with a few strands stuck to her tear-stained face. Her once bright eyes were now filled with despair and helplessness. The fair skin was covered with purple scars, and the blood at the corners of the mouth had dried. Her boyfriend looked at her coldly, turned around, and slammed the door. That resolute back seemed to tell Bai Lin that everything between them was completely over. The room was silent, with only Bai Lin's faint sobs as the sound came into being. After a long time, Bai Lin struggled to get up from the ground. Every time he moved, he felt a piercing pain in his body. She staggered to the mirror and saw her disheveled self in the mirror, her heart filled with bitterness. "Is this the man I love? Is this what I get for everything?" she murmured. Bai Lin took a deep breath, tidied himself up, and took a taxi to the hospital. In the hospital, the smell of disinfectant filled the air. A person sat quietly on the waiting chair with empty eyes. Her clothes were wrinkled and stained with blood and dust. The nurse who came over saw her and asked with concern, "Girl, what's wrong with you?" Hearing the nurse's concern, Bai Lin forced a smile. "I accidentally fell." The nurse frowned when she heard this answer, seeming a little unconvinced, but she didn't ask any more questions. While waiting for the doctor, Bai Lin's thoughts kept drifting back to the past. She thought of the sweet time she had with her boyfriend, and all those vows they had made seemed so ridiculous now. "I'm so stupid that I didn't even see his true face." Bai Lin bit his lip, tears welling up in his eyes again. Finally, it was Bai Lin's turn. The doctor saw her injuries and couldn't help but say, "This isn't something that can be caused by a fall. Miss, did something happen to you?" Seeing the doctor's inquiring gaze, Bai Lin was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Doctor, I'm fine. Just help me take care of the wound." The doctor shook his head helplessly and began to treat her wound. Every touch made Bai Lin gasp in pain, but she clenched her teeth tightly to prevent herself from crying out. After coming out of the clinic, Bai Lin walked into the hospital garden and found a bench to sit down. After coming out of the clinic, Bai Lin walked into the hospital garden and found a bench to sit down. She slowly took out her cell phone, opened the music player with trembling fingers, and selected the song Invisible Wings. The music started, and the familiar melody was like a torrent, instantly breaking down the last line of defense in her heart. Bai Lin's tears burst out again, and he cried heartbreakingly. "Every time I'm strong in the wandering loneliness, every time I don't shed tears, even if I am hurt." Shin Shirhan's powerful singing voice echoed in her ears. Bai Lin covered his face with his hands, his shoulders shaking violently, and his crying sounded particularly miserable in the quiet garden. She thought of the future she and her boyfriend had envisioned together, but all those beautiful pictures were now shattered. The vows I made in the past still seem to echo in my ears, but the reality is so cruel. I know I've always had a pair of invisible wings that carry me flying over despair. Bai Lin's cries were interspersed with mumbling to herself. Why? Why did it turn out like this? The song played on a continuous loop, and Bai Lin's tears seemed to never stop flowing. It was as if he wanted to vent out all the grievances, pain, and despair in his heart with tears. It wasn't until the phone ran out of battery and the music stopped that Bai Lin gradually stopped crying. She raised her head and looked at the sky, her eyes empty and confused. The light from the street lamp shone on her, making her look so lonely and pitiful. At this time, a firefly landed on the grass beside her. Looking at the fireflies emitting faint light, I suddenly had an epiphany. I can't ruin my life for a man like this anymore. I want to start over. She stood up, took a deep breath, and her eyes gradually became firm. At this moment, she decided to bid farewell to the past completely and embrace a new life. 2 days later, Gu Chun slowly woke up, his head still a little dizzy. He opened his eyes and saw Fang Yueshi's grandfather standing by the bed with a serious expression. "Child, you're awake," Grandpa said softly. Gu Chun tried to get up, but felt weak. "Don't move, you're still weak." Grandpa hurriedly stopped him. Gu Chun looked at his grandfather, his eyes full of confusion and weakness. Looking at the extremely weak Gu Chun, Grandpa sighed and said, "Today is the day of Jin Xuan's funeral." When Gu Chun heard the news, he was struck by lightning and froze instantly. He widened his eyes, unable to believe his ears. How could it be? How could it be so fast? Gu Chen's voice trembled with endless grief. "It's fate, kid." Gu Chen's tears welled up in his eyes, and his lips trembled slightly. I want to see her off for the last time." "Child, your body won't allow it. You just woke up. You still need time to recover." Grandpa shook his head helplessly. Gu Chan clutched the quilt tightly, his eyes firm and resolute. "Grandpa, I don't care. Even if I have to crawl, I will go to see Jin Xian off for the last time." "Gu Chun, don't be so impulsive. If Jin Xian is still alive, she wouldn't want to see you disregarding your own health like this." "Grandpa, how can I not go? That's Jin Xian. How can I let her go alone?" "Child, I understand how you feel, but you're so weak now that you won't be able to hold on. First, take care of yourself. Then go to her grave and talk to her properly. She will understand." "Grandpa, I really can't bear it. I can't let her go like this. I didn't even get to see her for the last time." Grandpa sighed. "Gu Chun, listen to Grandpa and take care of your body first. Only then can I have the ability to remember her and fulfill her unfulfilled wish. You must live well, not only for yourself, but also for Jin Xian." Gu Chun struggled to sit up from the bed, even though his body was still extremely weak. Every movement seemed extremely difficult. The grandfather standing by looked at Gu Chen's stubborn look and hesitated again and again. Finally, he sighed heavily and agreed. "Okay, kid, Grandpa will go with you." The two of them supported each other as they walked out of the room. The sunlight outside was a bit dazzling. Gu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. A car was already waiting at the door, and they slowly got in. Inside the car, Gu Chun leaned against the seat, his face as pale as paper, with beads of sweat constantly oozing from his forehead. Grandpa looked at him worriedly, handing him tissues and water from time to time. The car sped along the road. Gu Chun looked out the window, but his thoughts had already drifted away. He recalled every moment he spent with Yi Jinxian during this period. Those beautiful memories were like sharp blades, piercing his heart. "Kid, hold on." Grandpa's voice broke the silence in the car. Finally, the car arrived at the Yi family. With the help of his grandfather, Gu Chun got out of the car with difficulty, walking towards Yi Jinxuan's funeral hall step by step. Chapter 121, I want to see the world for her. When the Yi family saw that Gu Chun came despite being sick, they all looked at him quietly as he stood in front of Yi Jinxuan's smiling portrait. Tears flowed unconsciously. His body was shaking slightly, as if he would collapse at any moment. His eyes were fixed on the portrait, and he couldn't move them away. This time, his mother didn't blame Gu Chun anymore, because she knew that Gu Chun came over as soon as he woke up. Ye's father and mother stood aside, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of their eyes. The entire morning hall was filled with an atmosphere of sadness that was so oppressive that it made people feel breathless. Gu Chan slowly raised his hand, wanting to touch the portrait, but stopped in mid-air as if afraid of disturbing the person in the photo. Jin Xian, I'm here to see you off. Gu Chen's voice was hoarse and broken, filled with endless pain and regret. Father Yi stepped forward and patted Gu Chen's shoulder gently. Gu Chen, don't be too sad. Jin Xian doesn't want to see you like this either. Seeing Ye's father coming to his side, Gu Chan turned his head and looked at him, tears blurring his vision. Uncle, I'm sorry for you. Sorry for Jin Xian. This isn't your fault. We all know about your relationship with Jin Xian. She'll understand in heaven. Gu Chan closed his eyes in pain, tears welling up again. But it was me who failed to protect her. The relatives and friends around them also shed tears, feeling grief and regret for the couple who were separated by death. In this sad atmosphere, Gu Chan seemed to have lost all his strength. His legs went soft, and he was about to collapse to the ground. Ye's father and grandfather hurriedly supported him and took him to sit on a chair nearby. However, Gu Chen's eyes never left Yi Jinchuan's portrait. His heart seemed to be broken into countless pieces as she left. Gu Chan sat on the chair, his body shaking uncontrollably, tears still flowing. Ye's father and mother looked at him from the side, their hearts filled with grief. Gu Chan, you have to take care of yourself. If Jin Xian knew that you were neglecting yourself like this, she won't feel at ease there either. In your own body, Ye's mother sobbed. Gu Chan bit his lips, leaving bloody marks on them. He seemed not to have heard what Ye's mother said, and looked ahead with empty eyes. Some relatives and friends of the Yi family also gathered around, talking in low voices. This child is pitiful. He has such a deep relationship with Jin Xian. Alas, what can be done? Fate plays tricks on us. That doctor is such a scoundrel. He deserves to die. Let us, Shinner, take her place. After a while, the funeral ceremony began. Gu Chan forced himself to support his weak body and walked to Yi Jinchuan's coffin. He looked at Yi Jinxian lying quietly inside, as if she was just asleep. Jin Xian, I failed to protect you. It's all my fault, my fault. Ye's father and mother had already burst into tears. They wanted to comfort Gu Chan, but found that they couldn't even speak. Gu Chan stretched out his hand and wanted to touch Yi Jinchuan's face again, but was stopped by the person next to him. Let Jin Xian go in peace. Gu Chen's hand stopped in midair, then fell down weakly. The funeral was going on, and Gu Chan just stood there blankly, as if he had lost his soul. After the ceremony, people began to leave. Ye's father and mother walked over to Gu Chan, and Ye's father said, Gu Chan, go and rest for a while. Your body can't take it. Gu Chan shook his head. Uncle, I want to accompany her for a while. Ye's father and mother sighed helplessly and turned away. Gu Chan stayed alone in the morning hall until night. The moonlight shines through the window onto the ground, appearing particularly cold and clear. Jin Xian, what should I do now that you're gone? My world has collapsed. We have so many appointments. How could you break your promise? Gu Chan muttered to himself. At this time, a gust of wind blew, blowing the white curtains in the morning hall. Gu Chan seemed to feel that it was Yi Jinxian who was responding to him. Jin Xian, is that you? Are you also reluctant to leave me? However, there was no answer except the sound of the wind. Gu Chan stayed in the morning hall for a long time until his grandfather came to find him. Child, come back with me. If you continue like this, your health will collapse. Grandpa said with concern. Gu Chan stood up slowly. His legs were numb, but he still walked out step by step. After returning to the hospital, Gu Chan hid under the quilt and started crying. Gu Chan suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. He had a dream. In the dream, Yi Jinxian smiled and said to him, Gu Chan, live well and take my share with you. Let's go to southern Yunnan, where we've always wanted to go. Finish your novel about the two of us. Gu Chan woke up from his dream, his tears soaking the pillow. He looked out the window and swore silently. Jin Xian, I will live well for you. Zhang Ruowei has been feeling physically and mentally exhausted recently and decided to give herself a month's vacation. She rejected all variety show and TV invitations without hesitation. I just want to get away from the hustle and bustle and find inner peace. She came to a small town in a small city called Anning in southern Yunnan. There is no hustle and bustle of a bustling city, no spotlight chasing, only quiet streets, quaint buildings, and friendly residents. Zhang Ruowei stayed in a homestay in the small town. The room was decorated warmly and simply. Outside the window are green mountains and green waters, and the breeze brings bursts of fresh air. Lately, she has been having slight headaches. Although the pain was not severe, it was always there, making her feel a little uneasy. She thought it might be due to long-term work pressure and a hectic pace of life. She has been in town for 2 days. She would stroll along the cobblestone streets of the town, feeling the warmth of the sun on her body. She would sit on a bench by the lake, close her eyes, and listen to the water gently lapping against the shore. In the afternoon, she would find a small tea house, taste the local fragrant tea, read a favorite book, and immerse herself in the world of words. The headache seemed to be relieved a little in this relaxation. In the evening, she would go to the town market, chat with local residents, and experience their simple and happy life. The sunlight shone softly on the streets of Anning City in southern Yunnan. Gu Chan was walking slowly alone, dragging his slightly heavy luggage. Suddenly, Gu Chan bumped into a girl walking towards him without paying attention. He quickly steadied himself, mumbling, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. When he looked up at the girl, he was stunned. Her eyes, though beautiful, were unfocused and hollow. Gu Chan was shocked when he found that the girl seemed to be blind. The girl seemed to feel the collision and tilted her head slightly. Her voice was as clear and sweet as a mountain spring. It's okay. Don't take it too seriously. Gu Chan was a little flustered and quickly said, Miss, I'm really sorry. I was so careless when I walked. Did I hurt you? The girl smiled and shook her head, saying, I'm fine, it's just a small bump. Girl, be careful when you go out alone. Yes, I know. Thank you for your concern. Gu Chan hesitated for a moment and asked again, Your eyes are not inconvenient. Why don't you have her family with you? I'm used to being alone, and this can help me develop my independence. A trace of loneliness flashed across the girl's face, but she quickly regained her composure. You are so brave. My name is Gu Chan. What's your name, young lady? The girl said softly, My name is Su Jin. Su Jin, that's a nice name. Gu Chan said, The streets of Anning City are bustling with people. How about I give you a ride? Don't bother. I'm very familiar with this place and can walk back. Okay, but you have to be careful. Su Jin nodded, then turned and slowly left. A breeze blew by, and Gu Chan continued to move forward with his luggage. He checked his phone and saw that the homestay he had booked was not far away. Chapter 122, Why is Gu Chan here? Gu Chan dragged his luggage and stepped into the B&B called Meihua Villa. As soon as you enter the door, a faint fragrance of plum blossoms hits your nose. The lobby of the B&B is warmly and elegantly decorated, and the wooden floor glows warmly under the sunlight. Exquisite landscape paintings are hung on the surrounding walls, making people feel as if they are among the mountains and rivers. There is also a black and white photo frame hanging on the wall with the words Just Wind written inside the frame. Just the wind. Gu Chan looked at the photo frame curiously. A graceful woman walked out from behind the counter. She was the B&B owner Ling Ruo. She was wearing a light pink cheongsam embroidered with delicate plum blossoms. Her hair was tied up high with an antique hairpin in it. A few strands of hair naturally fell on both sides of her cheeks, adding a bit of charm. She has a pretty face, skin as white as snow, a pair of bright big eyes as clear and moving as autumn water, and a kind smile on the corner of her mouth. Ling Ruo smiled and said, Welcome to Plum Blossom Villa. It must have been hard on the journey. It's not hard, not hard. I'm very happy to be here. Gu Chan waved his hand. The scenery here is very beautiful. This will be your home from now on. Just tell me if you need anything. By the way, there's a hot pot restaurant opposite our B&B. I also own it. The food is really good. You can go try it when you have time. Gu Chan nodded lightly. Okay, I will definitely go. Our hot pot restaurant is very famous in this area. Many customers come here just for it. Looking around, Gu Chan nodded with satisfaction. The environment of this B&B is so beautiful. It feels so warm. I have carefully decorated all of this, hoping that every guest can feel the warmth of home. You really put your heart into it. It makes me feel really good. I believe you will adapt to this place quickly. By the way, your room is ready. I'll have someone take you there. As she spoke, Ling Ruo called a waiter and took Gu Chan to the room. Gu Chan followed the waiter to the room. The room was not big, but it was decorated very exquisitely. The white bedsheet is embroidered with a faint plum blossom pattern. Gu Chan put down his luggage and packed up briefly. He was going to go downstairs to eat hot pot, even though the doctor had repeatedly stressed that he couldn't eat that. This homestay is full of local characteristics. The wooden structure exudes a faint pine scent, and the carved railings in the corridor appear simple and elegant. As soon as he walked into the lobby on the first floor, he ran into the blind girl again. The sunlight shines on her through the window, creating a peaceful and gentle picture. Sujin was wearing a white cotton dress with fluttering sleeves, like a pure lily. Her hair cascaded down over her shoulders, with a few strands swaying gently in the breeze. Even though she is blind, her delicate facial features still allow people to feel her former beauty and agility. Seeing that she had unexpectedly met Guchen again, she spoke in surprise. "It's you. What a coincidence." Hearing this familiar voice, Sujin tilted her head slightly and said softly, "Are you the stranger from before? Well, what a coincidence. I'm planning to go eat hot pot across the street. How about joining us?" Sujin shook her head slightly, a trace of apology on her face. "Thank you for your kindness, but I can't see, so it will affect you. By the way, why are you here?" "I'm a tenant here, staying here for a while." "So you live here too? Then we are really destined to meet." Guchen nodded. "Maybe. Then I wish you a pleasant meal. I'll go back to my room first." Suhin nodded slightly. She turned and walked away slowly, her white skirt swaying gently, and her back looked a little lonely. Guchen looked at the direction she left, came to his senses after a moment, and walked alone to the hot pot restaurant opposite. The hot pot restaurant was bustling with activity, the steaming hot pot was bubbling, and the aroma was everywhere. Most of the tables around were occupied by groups of 3 or 5 diners, who were laughing and talking happily, creating a lively atmosphere. Guchen found a seat in a corner and sat down. Looking at the lively scene of people around him, he couldn't help feeling lonely. Others were in groups, talking and laughing, but he was alone. The waiter came forward to greet him warmly, and Guchen ordered a spicy hot pot base and a few of his favorite ingredients. After a while, the hot pot was served, and the peppers and spices were swirling in the pot, emitting an enticing aroma. He picked up the chopsticks, but the food tasted bland. Looking at the ingredients boiling in the pot, my thoughts drifted away. Guchen sat alone in the corner of the hot pot restaurant. The lively atmosphere in the restaurant formed a sharp contrast with his inner loneliness. The peppers and spices in the hot pot were boiling happily, and the heat was rising and filling the air, but he was a little absent-minded. Ling Ruo walked lightly to Guchen's table with a plate of fresh tripe in her hands, put the dish down, and said with a smile, "Handsome boy, this is the tripe just taken out from the kitchen. Try it." Guchen raised his head, looked at Ling Ruo in surprise, and said, "Thank you, boss. You are so polite." Seeing Guchen being so polite, Ling Ruo gently waved her hand and said, "Don't be polite. Try it and see how it tastes. It's delicious, right?" Guchen picked up a piece of tripe, put it into the pot, and dipped it for a few times, then put it in his mouth and chewed it, nodding and praising. "Well, it has a crispy texture and a fresh and fragrant taste. It's really great. The potatoes are delicious too. I'm glad you like it. I see you sitting here alone. Do you travel alone?" "It's not really tourism. I just want to change the environment and relax." "I understand. Sometimes there are too many worries in life, and you need to find a place to relax." Ling Ruo nodded slightly and gently played with the hair by her ear. The hair shone with a soft luster under the light. The light in the hot pot restaurant shone on Ling Ruo's face, highlighting her delicate features. Her nose is straight and as perfect as a sculpture, and the curve of her lips is just right, revealing a gentle charm. "Boss, your business is so prosperous. I'm sure your life must be going well." Ling Ruo shook her head slightly, a hint of emotion in her eyes. "There is no such thing as true happiness. It's just trying to live a good life. Just like this hot pot, it may seem simple, but it actually requires a lot of ingredients and a carefully prepared base to create such a satisfying taste. Yes, life is like this hot pot, with all kinds of flavors." Guchen looked at the ingredients rolling in the pot thoughtfully. Ling Ruo reached out and picked up the kettle beside her and filled Guchen's cup with water. "But no matter what, we must maintain our enthusiasm, just like the heat from this hot pot, which is always rising." Zhang Ruowei walked into the hot pot restaurant and habitually walked to the corner. She looked up and was stunned. "Guchen? Why is he here?" Chapter 123, You Thief. Zhang Ruowei wore a white mask, a light blue denim jacket, and a simple white t-shirt underneath. Because she had no interaction with Guchen and had not said hello to him, she walked straight to the corner. She sat alone in the corner and started eating hot pot. She thought this hot pot restaurant was very good. The decoration inside the store is quite unique, with artistic paintings hanging on the walls and soft and warm lighting. Her favorite were the words "Just Wind" in the photo frame. Give her a sense of freedom. Fresh green plants are placed on each table, making people feel particularly comfortable. The waiter hurried over with the dishes ordered by Jean Roy, but stumbled. He accidentally knocked over Jean Roy's dish, and the soup splashed out, landing squarely on Guchen. Guchen was wearing a pure black windbreaker today. Oh, sorry, the waiter apologized in panic. Guchen helplessly tugged at the soiled corner of his clothes and said, it's okay. Sir, ma'am, I'm so sorry. I'll clean it up for you right away. You didn't mean to do that. Be more careful next time. Guchen picked up a tissue and wiped the stains on his body. Fortunately, they were not too serious. He looked at Jean Roy, who was wearing a mask, and his eyes were slightly stunned. Even though Jean Roy was wearing a mask, he recognized her at a glance. But I didn't expect to meet Jean Roy here again. Seeing that she was eating hot pot quietly alone, Guchen did not disturb her and enjoyed the food silently. The store is filled with the aroma of hot pot. The sounds of people talking and laughing were intertwined, but there was a quiet, tacit understanding between the two of them. Guchen finished eating quickly. He stood up, straightened his windbreaker, and prepared to leave. His footsteps sounded very light in the noisy environment and were almost drowned out. When he reached the door, Guchen stopped and looked back at Jean Roy in the corner. Then he opened the door and disappeared into the crowd outside. Jean Roy seemed to have completely ignored Guchen's departure and continued to concentrate on eating the hot pot. On the bustling street, Su Jin stood there quietly, looking a little weak. The loyal guide dog beside her was quietly accompanying her. The guide dog had golden fur and a gentle and firm look in its eyes. At this time, several ants gathered around. The ant in the lead was obese and wore a colorful, yet tacky floral shirt. The fat on her face trembled with her expression. She put her hands on her hips, stared at Su Jin fiercely, and shouted, "This dog is ours, little girl. Hand it over quickly." Su Jin held the guide dog's leash tightly and said in a trembling but firm voice, "This is my guide dog. It's always been with me. It's not yours." Another short, plump woman came forward. She was wearing loose black pants and had a fierce look on her face. She pointed at Su Jin's nose and cursed, "You blind woman, how dare you talk back? This dog is the one we lost. Don't try to cheat. You thief." Tears welled up in Su Jin's eyes. She bit her lip and said, "You can't bully me like this. I can't see, and this dog is my only support." A tall, thin woman nearby also echoed the sentiment. She was wearing a red knitted jacket and had a mean look in her eyes. She said sarcastically, "Huh, how can a blind person like you take care of this dog? Don't delay it. Hand it over quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." After hearing the threat, Su Jin hugged the guide dog tightly and cried out in a tearful voice, "It won't leave me. You're trying to steal it." The fat lady stepped forward with a mocking look on her face, stretched out her hand to grab the rope, and said viciously, "Stop talking nonsense. We must take this dog away today." Feeling that they were trying to grab the rope, Su Jin backed away desperately. The guide dog also snuggled up to her, whimpering softly. Passers-by began to gather around and point fingers at the dispute. Seeing this, the tall and thin woman shouted to the crowd, "What are you looking at? This blind man stole our dog. Please leave me and my dog alone." Seeing that Su Jin refused to let go, the fat lady became more and more arrogant. She pulled hard at the guide dog's leash, cursing nonstop, "You ungrateful girl, don't even think about leaving until you hand over this dog today." The thin Su Jin staggered when she pulled her and almost fell to the ground. But she still held on to the rope tightly and refused to let go. Her fingers turned white from excessive force, and she cried out in a tearful voice, "This is my dog. You can't do this. You are just bullying me. I'm going to call the police. You're going too far." At this time, Guchen happened to pass by here. Seeing that it was Su Jin whom I had just met, I was somewhat impressed by this blind girl. With a frown on his face, he quickly stepped forward and said, "It's illegal to rob someone else's things. I've called the police. Leave now if you don't want to be arrested." Seeing someone standing up for Su Jin, the short and fat lady curled her lips and said, "What's it to you? This dog is ours. It's no use calling the police. The dog is ours." Guchen glared at her and said, "Everything must be based on evidence. You guys are stealing someone's dog without any evidence? How do you prove that this dog is yours?" The tall and thin lady said impatiently, "Stop meddling in other people's business, or you'll get yourself into trouble. I'll take care of it today. This girl is blind, and her life is already difficult. You still bully her like this? Are you still human?" When Su Jin heard Gu Chen's voice, she felt like she had found a life-saving straw and cried, "Brother, thank you. This dog is really mine. Don't be afraid. I'm here. They won't be able to take your dog away." The fat lady still refused to give in and shouted, "Huh? You said the dog is hers. How can a blind woman like her take care of it? We're taking the dog away for the dog's own good. It's not up to you to decide whether or not you can take good care of this dog. Besides, this is a specially trained guide dog, specifically for them. You guys are all snatching this kind of dog. Don't you really have any qualms about it?" At this time, the sound of police sirens came from far away. When the ants heard the sound, their faces turned pale instantly. They looked at each other with panic in their eyes. The tall and thin woman said in a trembling voice, What should we do? Or let's run." Seeing their reaction, Gu Chen shouted, "Run? Where can you run to? If you do something wrong, you must take responsibility." The police arrived at the scene quickly, and after understanding the situation, they gave serious criticism and education to the ants, and warned them that if they continue to act unreasonably, they will be punished by law. After the ants were taken away, Su Jin said to Gu Chen gratefully, "Brother, thank you so much for today. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do." "You're welcome. Be careful when you go out next time. Be brave and protect yourself when you encounter such a situation." Chapter 124, How Are You Lately? Su Jin, holding the guide dog, followed Gu Chen and walked towards the courtyard together. "Brother Gu, today is really thanks to you," Su Jin said softly. Gu Chen responded with a smile, "Don't take it to heart. It just happened to happen. Brother Gu, let me tell you about myself. Actually, I am a voice anchor." A faint smile appeared on Su Jin's face. Gu Chen was a little surprised. "Voice host? That really suits you." "Yes, I don't have to face the camera. I can communicate with everyone with my voice. I feel very comfortable." There was a hint of satisfaction in Su Jin's tone. The two talked as they walked, and soon they arrived at the lobby of the BB. Su Jin groped her way to the piano, sat down, gently stroked the keys, and then began to play. A beautiful melody echoed in the lobby. It was the song "The Truth That You Leave." After playing, she raised her head slightly and said, "I like this music the most. It always makes me feel peaceful inside." Gu Chen stood quietly by and listened. At this time, Su Jin suddenly said, "I particularly like the composer of this song. What a coincidence. Your name is the same as his. You are all called Gu Chen. This is really a coincidence." Gu Chen also smiled. Su Jin smiled softly and continued, "His music always touches my heart. It allows me to see beautiful things even in this dark world. You don't know how talented he is. Every song he sings is so good. But he never sang any songs himself, only the song Sunny Day. But Sunny Day is really, really nice to listen to. Brother Chun, you can go and listen to it." "Yeah, I'll go and listen." You don't know that many singers now envy Shan Shirhan. Gu Chen wrote more than 100 songs for her alone. It would be great if Gu Chen could write a song for me. Gu Chen looked at Su Jin's expectant expression and said gently, "Maybe one day, this wish will come true. I was just saying it casually. How could a musical talent like him write a song for me? Don't be so unsure. You have such a beautiful voice. Maybe you'll attract him someday. Thank you for your good wishes, but even if you didn't, I'd be satisfied just to hear his works. Then I'll go back to my room first, bye." Su Jin was a little reluctant. "Okay, it's nice to chat with you today, Brother Gu." Gu Chen nodded and walked upstairs, bye too. Su Jin stood up and slowly left the lobby with her guide dog. Gu Chen arrived at the door and was about to open it when he heard some movement behind him. When I turned around, I found Zhang Ruowei was also standing in front of the door opposite. The two looked at each other, and Zhang Ruowei was the first to break the silence, her eyes showing a hint of concern. "Gu Chen, long time no see." Gu Chen nodded slightly. "Long time no see." Zhang Ruowei bit her lip and seemed to hesitate for a moment before saying, "I know about Yi Jinxian. You, don't be too sad." Gu Chen took a deep breath and tried to force a smile. "Thank you for your concern." Seeing him pretending to be strong, Zhang Ruowei couldn't help but feel sad. "Well, time will slowly heal everything. How have you been?" Zhang Ruowei stroked her hair gently. "Not bad, just a little busy at work. So come out and relax." The two fell into a brief silence again, and a hint of awkwardness filled the air. In the end, it was Zhang Ruowei who spoke first. "Well, you have a good rest. I'll go in first." Gu Chen said, and the two of them opened their doors and walked into the room. Gu Chen returned to the room, closed the door gently, walked to the desk in front of the window, and sat down. He opened the drawer, took out a piece of white drawing paper, and carefully selected a few paintbrushes. He took a deep breath, as if to calm down all the emotions in his heart. He picked up the pen, his eyes focused and deep, his thoughts gradually immersed in the world of brush and paper. At first, the lines were a bit messy, as if reflecting his inner turmoil. But as time went on, the picture gradually became clearer. He painted a peaceful forest, with sunlight shining through the gaps between the leaves and the ground covered with golden fallen leaves. Gu Chen's brushstrokes became more and more steady, and every stroke was filled with his emotions. He seemed to be finding some kind of solace in this forest. Try to let your heart find a moment of peace in this quiet picture. After an unknown amount of time, a beautiful painting gradually appeared before my eyes. Gu Chen put down his pen and stared at the painting, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and relief. In the evening, the afterglow of the setting sun covered the earth with a layer of golden gauze. Gu Chen slowly walked to a small tea house downstairs. The tea house is not big, but it is decorated very warmly. The antique tables and chairs and the wafting aroma of tea make people feel particularly peaceful. Gu Chen found a seat by the window and sat down. The boss came over to greet him warmly and soon placed a cup of steaming hot tea in front of him. This tea smells delicious. Gu Chen took a sip and exclaimed in praise. The boss smiled and sat down beside him. Sir, you are very knowledgeable. This is this year's new tea. The two of them chatted back and forth from tea varieties to tea-making techniques, from daily trivia to life philosophy, and the more they talked, the more they got along. We were chatting happily when the boss's phone suddenly rang. After answering the call, the boss looked embarrassed and said, "Excuse me, my friend has something urgent to ask me. Could you please help me watch the store at the front desk?" Gu Chen responded readily, "No problem, go and do your thing." The boss patted Gu Chen's shoulder gratefully and left in a hurry. Su Jin led her dog, De Huang, and groped her way into the small tea house. She was holding a lot of food in her hands and walked forward carefully. She came directly to Gu Chen based on her memory and handed the thing to him. Gu Chen was stunned for a moment and hadn't reacted yet. When she touched Gu Chen's hand, Su Jin realized that she had recognized the wrong person and said hurriedly, Sorry, I think I recognized the wrong person. I thought it was an uncle." As soon as he finished speaking, De Huang called out softly. Su Jin seemed to suddenly react and said in surprise, "Brother Chun? It's you." Gu Chen smiled gently. "It's me." Su Jin blushed and said embarrassedly, "Oh, I'm so sorry, Brother Chun. I couldn't see and made a mistake. I'm here to deliver something to the uncle. Sorry. Why are you here, Brother Chun?" "Uncle has something to do, so he asked me to help him look after the store. Please sit down for a while, Su Jin." Su Jin nodded, fumbled to sit down, and put the things in her hand on the table. "Brother Chun, it's a coincidence that we meet today. We always meet each other," Su Jin said with a smile. "Yeah, by the way, how's your Voice Live broadcast going?" Su Jin lowered her head slightly. "It's still the same as always, but it's nice to be able to share some stories and feelings with the audience." At this time, there was a sound of footsteps at the door, and several guests came in. Gu Chen stood up and greeted the guests, skillfully arranging seats for them and introducing the tea. Su Jin sat quietly aside, listening to Gu Chen's busy voice, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously rose. When Gu Chen came back after finishing his work, Su Jin said, "Brother Chun, I didn't expect you to be so good at entertaining guests." Gu Chen smiled and said, "This is nothing. Chapter 125 Gu Chen, I'm afraid." After the tea house owner came back, he thanked Gu Chen repeatedly. Gu Chen responded with a smile, then bought some snacks and walked towards the room. As soon as I arrived at the lobby, I saw Zhang Ruwei wearing loose pajamas, with her hair casually tied behind her head, walking out slowly. The two looked at each other, and Zhang Ruwei raised her hand slightly and said, "You're back so late." Gu Chen nodded and said, "I went out for a walk." After a brief greeting, Zhang Ruwei walked in another direction, and Gu Chen continued to move towards his room. Back in the room, Gu Chen casually placed the snacks on the table, sat at the desk, and opened his laptop. His eyes were focused and deep, and his fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of typing on the keyboard and his occasional light breathing. After a while, Gu Chen was immersed in his creation when the phone beside him suddenly rang. He stopped typing on the keyboard, picked up his phone, and saw that it was Shun Shirhan calling. Gu Chen picked up the phone, but before he could say anything, Shun Shirhan's gentle voice came over. "Gu Chen, I heard about Yi Jinchuan's situation. Don't be too sad. Gu Chen was silent for a few seconds before he slowly said, I know. Thank you for your concern. I want to come see you and keep you company. No, I came to Southern Yunnan to relax. I want to be alone and quiet. Shin Shirhan paused on the other end of the phone and said, Okay, take care of yourself and tell me if you have any questions. Gu Chen responded and then hung up the phone. He looked out the window at the night scene, his mood growing heavier, and after a moment, he turned his attention back to his unfinished novel. Gu Chen had just hung up the phone when there was a sudden knock on the door. Gu Chen, open the door. It was Zhang Ruowei's voice. Gu Chen frowned, stood up, and opened the door. Zhang Ruowei was wearing pajamas. Her hair was a little messy, and there was panic in her eyes. Zhang Ruowei, what's wrong? Gu Chen asked. Zhang Ruowei rushed into the room and said in a trembling voice, There seems to be some strange noises in my room. I am scared. Maybe it's the wind or some other normal noise. Don't be so nervous. No, it wasn't. The sound was eerie, and I was really scared. Gu Chen patted her hand and said soothingly, Then I'll go with you to take a look. The two came to Zhang Ruowei's room and checked it carefully, but found nothing. Gu Chen said, Look, there's nothing. Don't scare yourself. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip, still feeling a bit frightened. Back in Gu Chen's room, Zhang Ruowei sat on the chair, her emotions a little more stable. Zhang Ruowei sat on the chair, sighed softly, and broke the silence. Gu Chen, do you know my sister? Don't you know that I know your sister? Gu Chen looked at her with confusion. Zhang Ruowei just shook her head and said, I really don't have much impression of you. I forgot something after my last car accident. Maybe I forgot. Gu Chen was stunned for a moment, then said in surprise, You were in a car accident? When did it happen? How come I didn't know about it? It was a while ago, and I didn't tell many people. Gu Chen frowned, his heart full of confusion and heartache. But then, he smiled bitterly to himself, thinking it was better that she forgot about him. After all, she won't be sad if I die in the future, and she can have her own happiness. Zhang Ruowei raised her head, looked at Gu Chen's complicated expression, and asked, What's wrong? Gu Chen quickly concealed his emotions and said, Nothing, I just didn't expect it to be like this. So how is your recovery going? It's nothing serious, just some memory loss. Zhang Ruowei said lightly. Gu Chen nodded and said no more. The atmosphere in the room became a little depressing. Zhang Ruowei seemed to sense something was wrong with Gu Chen and said, Gu Chen, did I forget something that made you unhappy? No, don't think too much. As long as you are fine, that's all. But I always feel like you're hiding something from me. Gu Chen took a deep breath and said, Really? It's getting late. You should go back and rest early. Zhang Ruowei stood up helplessly and said, Well, then you should go to bed early too. Looking at Zhang Ruowei's leaving back, Gu Chen felt mixed emotions. After Zhang Ruowei left, Gu Chen sat on the chair. His thoughts kept shuttling between the past and the present, and his mood became increasingly heavy. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Chen turned on his computer again, wanting to continue finishing his novel. But the figures of Zhang Ruowei and Yi Jinxian always appear in my mind. He sighed helplessly, stood up, and walked to the window, staring at the night outside in a daze. Just then, there was another soft knock on the door. Gu Chen opened the door and saw Zhang Ruowei standing at the door with a book in her hand. Gu Chen, I can't sleep and want to find a book to read. Zhang Ruowei's voice was very soft. Gu Chen led her into the room. Zhang Ruowei was browsing in front of the bookshelf, while Gu Chen watched her quietly from the side. How about this one? Zhang Ruowei asked, holding a novel. Gu Chen took a look and said, That's a good book. The plot is very attractive. Zhang Ruo smiled, sat down on the edge of the bed, and began to read. Gu Chen also sat back in his chair. The room was very quiet, with only the sound of Zhang Ruowei occasionally turning pages. After a while, Zhang Ruowei put down the book and rubbed his eyes. Are your eyes tired? Gu Chen asked with concern. Zhang Ruowei nodded. Maybe. Gu Chen stood up and walked to her side. How about I pour you a glass of water? Zhang Ruowei looked at him with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. Thank you. Gu Chen poured a glass of water and handed it to Zhang Ruowei. When she took the glass, her fingers lightly touched Gu Chen's hand, and both of them were slightly startled. Gu Chen, I feel an indescribable sense of security right now. Zhang Ruowei said softly. Gu Chen's heart moved. Me too. At this time, Zhang Ruowei's hair fell down, covering half of her face. Gu Chen subconsciously reached out to help her tuck her hair behind her ears. When his fingers touched her cheek, it was as if an electric current passed through her. Zhang Ruowei's face turned slightly red, and Gu Chun withdrew his hand somewhat embarrassedly. I am sorry. Gu Chun didn't know what to say. It's okay. Zhang Ruwei lowered her head with a hint of smile on her lips. The atmosphere in the room became more ambiguous. When their eyes met, they seemed to be able to understand each other's feelings. Gu Chun actually, Zhang Ruwei hesitated to speak. What's wrong? Gu Chun asked. Zhang Ruwei took a deep breath and said, Actually, I seem to have a special feeling for you. Although I have forgotten many things, when I am with you, I always feel familiar and warm. At this moment, a gorgeous firework suddenly bloomed outside the window, and the colorful light reflected on the faces of the two people. Chapter 126. Thank you, Brother Gu Chun. Zhang Ruowei returned to her room and lay on the bed. The scene of her time with Gu Chun just now emerged in her mind. She had an indescribable feeling towards Gu Chun. She tossed and turned but couldn't fall asleep. She wanted to understand Gu Chun and why her sister had a crush on him. Her sister was Gu Chun's attending physician. Could it be that her sister fell in love with Gu Chun during that time? Is a reason why my sister doesn't dare to confess her feelings because of Yi Jin Xian? She guessed in her heart that Gu Chun already had a girlfriend, and her sister could only secretly like him in her heart and have a crush on him while restraining her love. Thinking of her sister Zhang Ruowei, tears fell uncontrollably again. Early the next morning, Gu Chun got up early and went downstairs to find the BB owner Ling Ruo doing gymnastics in the yard in yoga clothes. Her movements were particularly graceful. Good morning. Ling Ruo took the initiative to greet Gu Chun when she saw him. Good morning. Gu Chun, wearing a black windbreaker, prepared to go out for a run. By the way, we're going to a nearby farm to pick tangerines today. Do you want to come? Our sugar oranges are especially delicious. The skin is thin and soft, easy to peel, and the flesh is sweet and juicy. Su Jin walked out holding De Huang's hand. She came to Ling Ruo and said, Brother Chun, let's go together. My sister and her family's tangerines are especially delicious. Gu Chun looked at Ling Ruo and Su Jin and thought they didn't look alike. Are you sisters? Yes, Su Jin is my cousin, my real cousin. Brother Chun, come with us. You're here for a trip anyway. Experience the specialties of my sister and her friends. Gu Chun couldn't refuse Su Jin and Ling Ruo's invitation and nodded in agreement. Okay, we'll set off soon. After breakfast, Ling Ruo touched Da Huang's head. Da Huang raised his head and shook his body. Su Jin untied the rope for him, and Da Huang ran directly to Gu Chun. It stuck out its tongue and had a flattering expression on its face. Da Huang, you've fallen in love with someone else so quickly. Su Jin pouted and shouted angrily. Although she couldn't see it, she could feel that her dog was flattering Gu Chun at the moment. At this time, Zhang Ruowei also walked downstairs wearing a red windbreaker. Ling Ruo saw her and said enthusiastically, Good morning, beautiful lady. We're going to pick tangerines today. Let's go together. Zhang Ruowei was slightly startled, then nodded in agreement. That's great. It's more lively with more people, Su Jin said with a smile. Gu Chun glanced at Zhang Ruowei. Their eyes met for a moment and then quickly looked away. Then let's go have breakfast and leave after that. Let's go to the restaurant and eat now. Go early to cool down. The sun will be too strong at noon. Can. Yeah. Ok. Everyone went to the restaurant and enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast. After dinner, everyone prepared their tools and got on the car to the orchard. Along the way, Ling Ruo and Su Jin talked and laughed, introducing the local customs and culture. Zhang Ruowei sat quietly by the window, looking at the scenery outside and occasionally stealing a glance at Gu Chun. Gu Chun looked ahead, as if thinking about something. Soon, they arrived at the orchard. The orchard is full of vitality, with tangerines hanging on the branches like small lanterns. Ling Ruo, who was standing at the front, introduced the fruits. Everyone can pick whatever you want. Pick the big and yellow ones. They are guaranteed to be sweet. Everyone walked into the orchard and began to pick their favorite tangerines. Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun came together unknowingly. Both of them felt a little embarrassed and didn't know what to say. It was Zhang Ruowei who broke the silence first. This orchard is so beautiful. Yes, indeed. Gu Chun nodded. As they picked oranges, they occasionally chatted, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Everyone was happily picking tangerines in the orchard. Ling Ruo and Zhang Ruowei gradually walked away and went to the other end of the orchard. Su Jin groped carefully among the fruit trees, with Da Huang following her. Suddenly, Su Jin slipped and fell towards the steep slope next to her. Ah! Su Hin screamed. Da Huang barked anxiously. Gu Chun, who was not far away, heard Da Huang's cry. His heart tightened, and he quickly ran towards the direction of the sound. Su Hin, Gu Chun shouted as he ran. When he arrived, he saw Su Jin's half-body hanging on the edge of the steep slope, and the situation was very critical. Gu Chun rushed over without hesitation, grabbed Su Jin's arm, and pulled her up hard. Don't be afraid, Su Jin. I'll pull you up, Gu Chun said, panting. Su Jin's face turned pale, and her voice trembled. Brother Gu Chun, I'm so scared. I'm here. Nothing will happen to you. Gu Chun gritted his teeth and used all his strength to finally pull Su Jin up. Su Jin, slumped on the ground, gasped for breath, with fear in her eyes. Gu Chun squatted beside her and asked with concern, How are you? Are you hurt? I'm fine. Thanks to you, Brother Gu Chun. Seeing her breathing heavily, Gu Chun patted her shoulder gently and said, I'm glad you're okay. The two were so close that they could clearly feel each other's breathing. Su Jin's heart was beating fast, and a blush appeared on her face. Brother Gu Chun, thank you, Su Jin said in a low voice. Don't be so polite, this is what I should do. Hearing Da Huang's dog barking, Ling Ruo and Zhang Ruowei hurried over. Seeing Su Jin slumped on the ground, Ling Ruo looked anxious. Su Jin, what happened? Are you injured? Hearing her cousin's concern, Su Jin shook her head, her voice still trembling. My sister is gone. I accidentally slipped and almost fell. Thanks to Brother Gu Chun for pulling me up. Hearing that Su Jin was fine, Ling Ruo breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, that was really scary. Luckily, everything is fine. Zhang Ruowei looked at Gu Chun and Su Jin, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. I'm glad you're okay. Everyone be careful. Let's all watch our step and avoid any more accidents. Gu Chun slowly stood up. Ling Ruo also nodded. If anything happened to her cousin, she would probably feel guilty for the rest of her life. Yes, everyone be careful. Su Jin, take a rest first. I'm fine. Let's continue picking oranges. It's better to take it slow first. Don't rush. Then let's pick them nearby, so we can look after each other. Everyone nodded and started picking oranges again, but this time, everyone was more cautious. Zhang Ruowei would occasionally look at Gu Chun and Su Jin, wondering what she was thinking. This tangerine is so sweet. It's delicious. Brother Gu Chun, Sister Ruowei, you two should try it too. It's really delicious. You can pick some extra and send them to your family and friends. Chapter 127, It's nice to meet you here. Gu Chun smiled as he took the tangerine that Su Jin handed over, peeled it, took a bite, and praised. It's really sweet. Thank you, Su Jin. Zhang Ruowei, who was standing beside him, also took a bite and nodded, saying, it tastes great. Let's pick more and take them back for other guests at the BB to try. Ling Ruo also picked one and put it in his mouth. Everyone started chatting while picking oranges. Su Jin asked Gu Chun curiously, Brother Gu Chun, where are you traveling from? I came from Beijing because my girlfriend has always wanted to come to Yunnan, so I came for her. Take a good look at the world for her. It's just that she will never appear by my side again. There was sadness in the corners of Gu Chen's eyes, and even if he forced himself to be happy, he couldn't be happy. When Zhang Ruowei heard Gu Chun say this, she naturally knew it was because of Yi Jinxian. She really felt sorry for Yi Jinxian. She passed away so beautifully and young. Gu Chun loved her so much, but she left alone first. She knew how much pain Gu Chun was feeling. It was as if her sister had been gone for 3 years, and her heart ached unconsciously when she thought of her sister. The people here are very welcoming, and the scenery is beautiful, which makes me feel very relaxed. Su Jin blinked and asked cautiously, Brother Gu Chun, what about your girlfriend? She's gone. She was taken away by an accident. Oh, let's not talk about such sad things. Let's just enjoy the present moment. Gu Chun, let the past be the past. I believe she also hopes that you will be well in the other world. Hearing everyone's comfort, Gu Chun nodded and forced a smile. Well, I will try my best. Everyone was silent for a moment and continued picking oranges. At this time, a few dark clouds floated in the sky, and it looked like it was about to rain. Ling Ruo looked up at the sky and said, Let's speed up, otherwise we'll get wet in the rain. Everyone quickened their picking speed, and soon several baskets were full. Just as they were about to leave the orchard, raindrops began to fall. Run! Gu Chun shouted, and everyone ran out of the orchard. Run! Gu Chun shouted, and everyone ran out of the orchard. Su Jin couldn't see and walked very slowly with Da Huang. Guchen looked back and found that Su Jin had fallen behind and the rain had begun to fall heavily. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran back to Su Jin, saying, Su Jin, I'll carry you. Su Jin hesitated. Brother Guchun, how can I do this? Stop talking nonsense. The rain is getting heavier. Guchun said, then squatted down and carried Su Jin on his back. Su Jin hugged Guchen's neck a little embarrassedly, and a Huang followed closely beside him. Guchun ran in the rain with Su Jin on his back. The rain wet his hair and clothes, but his pace did not slow down at all. Zhang Ruowei and Ling Ruo were running in front, looking back at them from time to time. Guchun, be careful, Zhang Ruowei shouted. You guys run ahead. I'll be right there. Brother Guchun, thank you. Don't talk. Save your energy. Finally, they ran to a roof outside the orchard to take shelter from the rain. Guchun put Su Jin down, and everyone was breathing heavily. Su Jin looked at Guchun gratefully. Brother Guchun, thank you. Guchun smiled and said, It's okay. You already call me brother, so why are you thanking me? The rain won't stop anytime soon. Let's wait. Wait a moment. Why is the rain getting heavier? If we don't stop, we'll have to spend the night here, haha. Everyone stood under the eaves, looking at the rain outside. Zhang Ruowei took out a tissue and handed it to Guchun. Wipe the rain off your face. Guchun took the tissue and said, Thank you. It's all my fault. I've dragged everyone down. Su Jin felt a little guilty. She couldn't help it all and was even making things worse. Don't say that. No one expected it to rain suddenly. When the rain stops, we must go back and take a hot bath. Otherwise, we will catch a cold. Ling Ruo said. Yeah, it's raining at a really bad time. Zhang Ruowei agreed. After a while, the rain gradually subsided. Guchun said, Let's go back quickly while the rain is still light. Along the way, although the rain had become much lighter, the road was still muddy and slippery. Guchun carefully protected Su Jin, fearing that she would fall. When we got back to the BB, everyone was soaked. Hurry up and change your clothes. Don't catch a cold. Ling Ruo said. Everyone went back to their rooms to change clothes. After changing his clothes, Guchun stood in front of the window, looking at the scenery outside washed by rain, feeling a little complicated. At this time, someone knocked on the door. Please come in, Guchun said. The door opened, and Zhang Ruowei walked in. Guchun, I made you a cup of hot tea to drive away the cold. Zhang Ruowei said, putting the teacup on the table. Thank you, Guchun said. Zhang Ruowei hesitated for a moment and said, Guchun, I actually understand how you feel. The pain of losing a loved one is really hard to bear. Guchun was slightly startled. Looking at Zhang Ruowei, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Zhang Ruowei continued, My sister is gone too. The sudden feeling of loss is like a piece missing from my heart. But life must go on, doesn't it? Guchun nodded and said, Yes, but sometimes I still can't help but think of the past. Zhang Ruowei sighed softly. But we can't stay in the past, we have to look forward. Maybe this is what they want to see. The two fell into a brief silence. After a while, Guchun said, You are right. I will try my best to get over it. That's good. By the way, we're planning to have a barbecue in the yard tonight. Do you want to join us? Guchun nodded. Of course. In the evening, a barbecue grill was set up in the yard, and everyone sat around it. Although it's a bit embarrassing because of the rain today, it's also a special experience. Ling Ruo said. Everyone was grilling food while chatting and laughing. Zhang Ruowei handed Su Jin a bunch of grilled chicken wings and said, Su Jin, try this. Su Jin took it and took a bite. It tastes good. Ling Ruo picked up a bottle of drink and said, Come on, let's have a drink. I hope everything will go smoothly in the future. Everyone raised their drinks, clinked glasses, and drank them all in one gulp. Stars twinkle in the night sky, and the breeze blows gently. Zhang Ruowei looked at everyone, and a warm feeling welled up in her heart. It's great to meet you here. Sister Ruowei, please come visit us more often when you have time. Must. I don't know how long we chatted, but everyone was a little sleepy. Ling Ruo stretched and said, Oh, I'm a little sleepy. I'm going to bed first. You guys should get some rest too. Chapter 128, Guchun is actually my sister. Zhang Ruowei also went upstairs to rest. Only Guchun and Su Jin were left sitting in the yard. Su Jin, holding a water cup in her hand, said softly, Brother Guchun, I'm really happy today. Yeah, it's fun when we're together. It's been a long time since it's been this lively. A breeze blew by, and Su Jin couldn't help but shrink her shoulders. Seeing her hunch her shoulders, Guchun asked with concern, Are you cold? With Brother Guchun here, it's not cold. Sometimes I feel that I am very lucky, but I think that meeting Brother Guchan is my greatest luck. Guchan was silent for a while. Su-jin, although your eyes are temporarily blind, but your heart must be able to feel the beauty of this world. Your eyes will definitely recover their sight, if you really believe me. Su-jin raised her head slightly, a smile on her face. Yes, I believe it. And today, with you carrying me on your back, I feel warm and safe. Guchan patted Su-jin's shoulder gently. If you have any difficulties in the future, tell me. Okay, Brother Guchan, you are so nice. At this moment, a meteor streaked across the sky. Su-jin, there's a shooting star in the sky. Make a wish. Really? Okay. Su-jin clasped her hands together and made a wish seriously. After making the wish, Su-jin said, Brother Guchan, I hope we can stay friendly like this forever. Yes, definitely. Afterwards, Guchan helped Su-jin stand up and said, Let's go. Let's go back and rest. Su-jin obediently followed Guchan's guidance and slowly walked towards the room. Back in the room, Su-jin lay on the bed and soon fell asleep with a sweet smile on her lips. Guchan looked at Su-jin's peaceful sleeping face and gently closed the door. He sat at the desk, spread out a piece of white drawing paper, picked up a pencil, and began to sketch lightly. His eyes were focused and deep, as if his thoughts were completely immersed in the picture that was about to be created under his pen. The lines gradually intertwined on the paper, starting with simple outlines. Slowly, a beautiful landscape picture emerged. After finishing the painting, Guchan took a short break and drank some tea. I turned on the computer, created a new document, and prepared to write a novel. His fingers danced lightly on the keyboard. Each word is like a lively musical note, arranged and combined on the screen. Zhang Ruowei lay in bed, tossing and turning, but unable to fall asleep. She felt upset when she thought of Zhao Yang's entanglement with her. After hesitating for a long time, she stood up, walked to Guchan's door, and knocked gently. Guchan, are you asleep? It's me, Zhang Ruowei. Zhang Ruowei's voice was a little anxious. Guchan opened the door and saw Zhang Ruowei with a worried look on her face. He asked, What's wrong? Why aren't you sleeping so late? Zhang Ruowei walked into the room and said, Guchan, I really can't sleep. There's a guy who's been pursuing me. His name is Zhao Yang, but I don't like him at all. I rejected him, and she scolded me at that time. He still texts me every day. I blocked him, and he changed his phone number to send messages. It really annoyed me. He's driving me crazy. Looking at Zhang Ruowei's haggard appearance, Guchan thought for a moment and said, Why don't you just change your contact information? Completely cut off his way of contacting you. Zhang Ruowei shook her head. This is too much trouble. Besides, my work and friends all contact me through this number. The two fell into a brief silence, and the atmosphere in the room was somewhat solemn. After a while, Guchan broke the silence and said, Let's ignore him for now. Maybe he will calm down after a while. Zhang Ruowei nodded, her eyes drawn to the painting in Guchan's room. She couldn't help but exclaim, Guchan, this painting is so beautiful. You are so talented. Guchan smiled slightly. Thank you, just drawing casually. Zhang Ruowei walked up to the painting and admired it carefully, his thoughts seeming to drift away. Actually, my sister used to like painting too. Zhang Ruowei said slowly. She always painted beautiful scenery, just like this one of yours. So, is there any particular place she likes to paint? She loved painting the sunrise at the seaside, saying it was the hope of a new day. I also like to paint the old streets of my hometown, those corners full of memories. Guchan listened quietly. My sister also likes reading, especially books full of philosophy. She always shares her insights with me after reading. Then she must be a person with a lot of connotation. Guchan said. Zhang Ruowei's eyes revealed a hint of nostalgia. Yes, she is very gentle and kind. Only, speaking of this, Zhang Ruowei's voice was choked. Guchan patted her shoulder gently. Don't be too sad. I believe she will live well in another world. Zhang Ruowei took a deep breath. Are you impressed by my sister? I don't know how she died, but she was really caring and nice to me during the few months I was in the hospital. We lost contact after that, and only later did I hear that she had passed away. Zhang Ruowei's eyes were filled with tears, and her voice trembled. She was in an accident. I didn't expect this to happen. She's such a nice person. At this moment, Zhang Ruowei suddenly frowned, rubbed his temples with his hands, and said, My head hurts a little. Seeing this, Guchan quickly said, Please sit down for a while. I'll make you a cup of tea. After a while, Guchan came over with a cup of steaming black tea and handed it to Zhang Ruowei. Zhang Ruowei took the teacup, her face full of shock, and asked, Gu-chun, how do you know I like black tea? Gu-chun smiled slightly and said, I like it too, so I thought maybe you would like it too. Zhang Ruowei took a sip of black tea, feeling the warm tea aroma spreading in his mouth, and his mood seemed to calm down a little. This black tea tastes really good. Zhang Ruowei said, Thank you, Gu-chun. Gu-chun sat down opposite her and said, You're welcome. I hope this makes you feel better. Zhang Ruowei looked at the teacup in her hand with a dazed look in her eyes. Whenever I have a headache, drinking a cup of black tea always makes me relax. Gu-chun listened quietly without saying anything. After a while, Zhang Ruowei raised her head, looked at Gu-chun and said, Actually, my sister also likes black tea. She always said that black tea has a unique flavor, just like life, which needs to be savored slowly. Perhaps this is fate, making us both have a special love for black tea. Sometimes I feel like my sister is still by my side, just like now, when I drink this cup of black tea, I can almost feel her presence. Zhang Ruowei hesitated for a long time before finally deciding to speak out what was in her heart. She looked at Gu-chun and said slightly, Gu-chun, actually my sister. Chapter 129, She was originally blind. What happened to your sister? Gu-chun looked at Zhang Ruowei, unable to understand why she kept mentioning her sister. The pain from his brain made Gu-chun's breathing quicken. Seeing that Zhang Ruowei was still about to speak, Gu-chun immediately ordered her to leave. Go back early. It's not early now. Well, okay. Zhang Ruowei looked at Gu-chun as if something was wrong, but she couldn't put her finger on it. She would not stay even if she was ordered to leave. She stood up and looked at Gu-chun. Her gentle voice rang out, Good night, Gu-chun. After saying that, he walked straight out the door. As soon as Zhang Ruowei left, Gu-chun fell to the ground in pain. Puff! A pool of blood spurted out of his mouth, and he lay in the pool of blood with his eyes closed. Weak gasps echoed throughout the room. He now felt as if there were thousands of steel thorns piercing his brain. He lay there quietly, tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, his pain finally disappeared. He slowly stood up, took off his clothes, and dragged his tired body towards the bathroom. Drops of water from the shower head washed over his body. At that moment just now, Gu-chun almost couldn't control his urge to hug Zhang Ruowei. He has suffered too much hardship over the years. He wanted comfort and wanted to be with the one he loved. But he couldn't be so selfish. Back in his room, he began to look up information about organ donation. I'm going to die anyway, so I could donate my eyes and other organs to people in need. After watching for a while, he habitually drank a sip of water and saw that Zhang Ruowei's bracelet had fallen on his desk. He stood up, dragged his tired body to the bed, and slowly lay down. The next morning, there was a knock on his door. Brother Gu-chun, get up. Su Jin's voice rang out in Gu-chun's room. Gu-chun had just finished washing up and walked to the door to open it. Su Jin was wearing a light yellow windbreaker, holding Da Huang in one hand and holding breakfast in the other. Brother Gu-chun, give me breakfast. We have a market here today. Do you want to go with us? Okay, wait for me. Gu-chun returned to the room, changed his shoes, went to the table, and swallowed all the medicine. Okay, let's go. The corridor was really difficult for her as a blind person to walk. He didn't know how Su Jin got to his room without a cane. The two of them took Da Huang out. Su Jin's face was filled with a happy smile along the way. Gu-chun looked at her smile, and his mood unconsciously improved. The market is bustling with people coming and going, and the sounds of shouting and bargaining can be heard one after another. Gu-chun held Su Jin's hand tightly, fearing that she would get lost. Brother Gu-chun, it's so lively here, Su Jin said excitedly. Yes, be careful and don't run around, Gu-chun warned. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and an out-of-control motorcycle rushed towards them. Gu-chun was quick-witted and quick-handed. He pulled Su Jin into his arms and turned around to protect her. As a motorcycle passed by them, Gu-chun and Su Jin both broke out in cold sweats. Su Jin, are you okay? Gu-chun asked nervously. Su Jin's heart was still pounding. She shook her head and said, I'm fine, Brother Gu-chun. At this moment, a young man suddenly came to Su Jin and said angrily, Su Jin, who is this man? You went on a blind date with me, so why are you with another man? Although Su Jin couldn't see, she immediately recognized the voice full of sarcasm. She frowned and said, I told you, we're not suitable. I'm blind, and I'm not worthy of you. The young man snorted coldly. Huh, you're still going on a blind date when you're not suitable? Aren't you kidding me? Gu-chun frowned and said, Don't talk nonsense. Su Jin is not that kind of person. The young man looked Gu Chen up and down and said disdainfully, "Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in other people's business?" Gu Chen's eyes turned cold. "I am her friend. You are not allowed to say that about her." Su Jin held Gu Chen's hand tightly and said, "Brother Gu Chen, ignore him. Let's go." The young man refused to give in and blocked their way. "Su Jin, you must explain yourself clearly today." Gu Chen protected Su Jin behind him and said, "What do you want?" The boy said, "I originally thought she was just blind and was fine in other aspects, but I didn't expect her to be so casual and get along with anyone." Su Jin was so angry that her body was shaking. "You are talking nonsense. I didn't do that." Gu Chen shouted angrily. "That's enough. If you keep talking nonsense, I will not be polite to you." The young man was frightened by Gu Chen's aura, but he still said stubbornly, "Humph. Anyway, I don't want a blind man." Hearing this, tears welled up in Su Jin's eyes. Gu Chen couldn't bear it any longer and punched the boy in the face. "Apologize to me." The boy was knocked to the ground, covering his face and shouting, "Someone's hitting me! Someone's hitting me!" People around gathered around and pointed and talked. Gu Chen took Su Jin's hand and said, "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Su Jin choked up and said, "Brother Gu Chen, I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Gu Chen said distressfully, "I don't blame you. He was just too much." At this time, a policeman walked out of the crowd and shouted, "Stop arguing. What's going on?" Gu Chen calmed down and briefly told the police what had happened. The police officer looked at the teenager and said sternly, "Young man, no matter what, you shouldn't insult others like this. Apologize to this girl immediately." The boy was a little scared when he saw the police coming, but he still said stubbornly, "I'm not wrong. She is blind." The police officer's face darkened. "You still don't repent. Your behavior constitutes an insult to others. Come back to the police station with me." The boy panicked and said quickly, "I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that." Su Jin said softly, "Forget it. Let him go." The police officer looked at Su Jin and glared at the boy again. "This time, the lady is generous and will not make a fuss with you. But if you do it again, I will not let you off easily." The boy ran away in shame. After the police left, the crowd gradually dispersed. Gu Chen looked at Su Jin and said, "Su Jin, we've been walking around for so long. Let's go eat." Su Jin smiled and nodded. "Okay." The two of them led Da Huang to a nearby restaurant. However, there were several steps at the entrance of the restaurant, and Su Jin walked cautiously because she couldn't see. Gu Chen said softly, "Su Jin, slow down. There are steps ahead." As he spoke, he held Su Jin's hand tightly and guided her up the stairs. After entering the restaurant, the waiter came over and saw Su Jin holding Da Huang, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Gu Chen hurriedly explained, "I'm sorry, this dog is very docile and will not disturb other guests." The waiter hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed to let Da Huang stay with him. Gu Chen helped Su Jin sit down and carefully set the table for her. "Su Jin, what would you like to eat?" Gu Chen asked. Su Jin thought for a moment and said, "Whatever, brother Gu Chen. It's up to you to decide." Gu Chen ordered a few signature dishes, and the food was served soon. Gu Chen picked up the dish and put it in Su Jin's bowl, saying, "Come, try this." Su Jin smiled and said, "Thank you, brother Gu Chen." During the meal, Gu Chen kept an eye on Su Jin, fearing that she might feel any inconvenience. Suddenly, Da Huang cried out. It turned out that a child nearby approached him curiously and wanted to touch him. Da Huang was startled. The child's parents immediately came over and criticized, "Why did you bring a dog in? What if it scares the child?" Gu Chen quickly apologized. I'm sorry. This dog is really docile and won't hurt anyone." Chapter 130. Da Huang returns home. Su Jin also hurriedly said, "I'm so sorry. The child wasn't scared, was he?" Seeing their sincere attitude, the parents' expressions softened a little. "Be more careful next time. It's not good to bring a dog to a public place like this." Gu Chen quickly responded, Of course, there won't be a next time." The two continued to eat in silence. After dinner, Gu Chen took Su Jin's hand and walked out of the restaurant. "Su Jin, are you tired?" Gu Chen asked with concern. Su Jin smiled and shook her head. "Brother Gu Chen, I'm not tired at all." "Then let's walk back slowly to digest the food," Gu Chen said. The two walked slowly along the street, and the breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness. "Brother Gu Chen, thank you for accompanying me," Su Jin said. Gu Chen smiled lightly. "You are still so polite to me." As we walked, we arrived at the entrance of a park. "Su Jin, Why don't we go in and sit for a while? Guchen suggested. Okay. Suhin responded. There are not many people in the park, and it is very quiet. They found a bench and sat down. Sujin sighed softly and said, Brother Guchun, I know that many people dislike my blind eyes. Since I was little, I've heard so much ridicule and gossip because of these eyes. Sometimes I wonder why I have to endure this. Guchun held Sujin's hand and said firmly, Sujin, don't think like that. It doesn't matter what those people think. They don't understand how good you are. But these eyes have made my life full of difficulties and inconveniences. I also want to be able to see the world freely and do many things on my own, just like a normal person. Sujin, medicine is becoming more and more advanced now. Your eyes will definitely get better. Believe me. And even if you can't see it now, you still have many shining points. Your kindness and strength are so dazzling. Sujin was silent for a while. Brother Guchun, sometimes I am really scared. I'm afraid of never seeing the light, and I'm afraid of always being a burden to others. Sujin, you have never been a burden to anyone. You have to believe that fate won't always be so unfair. One day, you will see the light again and see everything you want to see. Brother Guchun, I feel much better with your words. Even if I can't see anymore, I will work hard to live my life and not let those who laugh at me look down on me. Guchun smiled. That's right, Sujin. No matter what happens, stay positive and stay strong. Brother Guchun, wait until my eyes are better, and then we can go see the mountains and rivers together and watch the sunrise and sunset, okay? Guchun hesitated for a moment and didn't speak. Sujin noticed it and said softly, Brother Guchun, don't you want to be with me? No, Sujin. Is it because I'm ugly and short? If you're not beautiful, then why do you? Sujin, I will go with you to see it. You can see me wherever you go from now on. I will always be with you. I see the world with yours. Sujin smiled. Brother Guchun, I'm happy to hear you say that. A couple was walking along the path in the park. The girl's eyes lit up. She tugged at the sleeve of the boy next to her, pointed at Guchun excitedly, and said, Baby, look, isn't that Guchun? The boy looked in the direction the girl pointed. A look of surprise appeared on his face. He walked forward quickly and said in an excited voice, Guchun, is it really you? Guchun was slightly stunned, then smiled politely and nodded. The girl was so excited that she covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes full of admiration. Wow, it's really you. I especially like your songs. I like every one of your songs. As she spoke, her eyes looked back and forth at Guchun. Guchun responded with a smile. Thank you for your likes. The girl seemed to have not yet recovered from her excitement. She kept shaking the boy's hand and said, I'm so lucky to meet Guchun here. The boy also smiled and said, Guchun, can you take a photo with us? As he said that, he had already taken out his mobile phone and was ready to take a photo. Guchun readily agreed, stood up, and approached the couple. The girl affectionately held Guchun's arm, and the boy quickly pressed the shutter to record this precious moment. Guchun, you must keep creating good songs. We will always support you, the girl said with a smile. Guchun smiled and nodded. Thank you. When Sujin heard what the couple had just said, she was completely stunned, her face full of disbelief. She never imagined that her favorite singer and songwriter did not have the same name as Guchun. But it was Guchun who was always by her side and caring for her gently. Her lips trembled slightly, and her voice trembled a little. Brother Guchun, so you are the singer I have always liked? But, Brother Guchun, why have you never mentioned this to me? You didn't even ask me. Sujin's eyes gradually became moist, and she said excitedly, Brother Guchun, do you know? I listen to every one of your songs over and over again. The lyrics and melodies give me a lot of strength. In my darkest days, your songs kept me company. Guchun held Sujin's hand tighter. Sujin, I'm very happy to give you strength like this. Sujin suddenly laughed, her smile showing both surprise and emotion. Brother Guchun, this is simply incredible. I feel like I'm dreaming. Guchun looked at her gently. This is not a dream, Sujin. Sujin nodded heavily. Brother Guchun, I believe you. It took a long time for Sujin to calm down, but her eyes were still shining with excitement. Brother Guchun, can you tell me the stories behind the creation of those songs? Sujin asked expectantly. Guchun smiled and began to talk about the inspiration and experience behind each song. Sujin listened attentively, occasionally adding a few words about her understanding and feelings about the song. Guchun stood up, extended his hand to Sujin, who was still immersed in surprise, and said gently, Sujin, it's time for us to go home. Sujin nodded. placed her hand on Gu Chen's palm, and used the force to stand up. Gu Chen tidied up Da Huang's rope and handed it to Su Jin, while he held Su Jin's hand tightly. Da Huang, let's go home, Gu Chen called softly. Da Huang wagged his tail happily and led the way. Along the way, Su Jin was still very excited. She turned her head to look at Gu Chen from time to time with a sweet smile on her lips. Brother Gu Chen, I still feel like I'm dreaming, Su Jin said. Chapter 131 Ruo Wei, You Can't Die. Gu Chen had just gone downstairs to buy something, and before he could return to the courtyard, he felt the ground begin to shake violently. At first, it was just a slight shake, and Gu Chen felt a sense of foreboding. But before he could think about it, the vibration suddenly intensified. The surrounding buildings began to shake violently, as if they were about to be torn apart by an invisible force. Oh no, it's an earthquake! Gu Chen's face turned pale in an instant. The first thing that came to his mind was Zhang Ruowei's figure, and then he thought of Su Jin, who was also there. They are still in the courtyard. His heart was instantly filled with fear and worry, and Gu Chen ran towards the courtyard desperately. Chaos broke out in the streets. The screams of people in fear and the roar of collapsed houses intertwined together, as if the end of the world was coming. The ground cracked, and the huge crack was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, wanting to swallow everything. Telephone poles collapsed one after another, and sparking wires twitched on the ground like deadly poisonous snakes. Gu Chen dodged desperately. His shoes fell off, and the soles of his feet were scratched by sharp stones. He was completely unaware of it. His eyes were fixed on the front, with only one thought in his mind: to return to the courtyard as soon as possible and find Zhang Ruowei and Su Jin. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Gu Chen shouted while trying hard to push away the crowd, blocking his way. An old man fell to the ground. Gu Chen reached out without hesitation to help him up and continued to rush forward. Along the way, the tragic scenes made his heart sink to the bottom. Some people were buried by collapsed houses, with only one hand waving desperately exposed. Some people had blood all over their faces and empty eyes, standing blankly in front of the ruins, as if they were still unable to accept this sudden disaster. Some children were crying beside the ruins, calling out their parents' names. Tears welled up in Gu Chen's eyes. He couldn't imagine Su Jin's current situation. Ruowei, you must wait for me. You must be okay. He kept praying in his heart. Finally, Gu Chen arrived in front of the courtyard. However, the scene before him almost made him collapse. The houses in the courtyard have completely collapsed and turned into ruins. Dust is flying all over the sky, making it almost impossible to breathe. Zhang Ruowei, Su Jin. Gu Chen shouted at the top of his lungs and rushed towards the ruins frantically. His hands kept digging in the brick and rubble. The sharp stone cut his finger. Blood stained the soil in front of him, but he felt no pain at all. Zhang Ruowei, answer me. Where are you? Su Jin, can you hear me? Gu Chen's voice was already hoarse, but he still kept shouting. At this time, the whole city was in chaos and despair. Television and TikTok were filled with emergency reports of a massive earthquake in southern Yunnan province. The pictures are full of heartbreaking scenes. High-rise buildings collapsed in an instant, and the bustling streets turned into a living hell. Countless families were torn apart, and people were crying, shouting, and struggling in the ruins. In a collapsed school, the cries of children were heartbreaking. The teachers used their bodies to protect the students, but they could never wake up again. The parents rushed to the scene and dug frantically in the rubble, their hands covered in blood, but they refused to stop for a moment. They had only one belief in their hearts: to find their children. In the hospital, injured people were sent in continuously, and the doctors and nurses were overwhelmed. There is a shortage of medicines and medical equipment, but they still tried their best to treat every injured person, even though they were exhausted. In the courtyard where Gu Chen was, he was still desperately looking for Zhang Ruowei and Su Jin. He carefully turned over every brick and every piece of wood, fearing to miss any glimmer of hope. Ruowei, nothing can happen to you. Nothing can happen to you. Gu Chen muttered to himself. Tears and sweat mixed together and dripped onto the ruins. As time passed, Gu Chen's physical strength gradually became exhausted, but his spirit remained tense. Suddenly, he heard a faint cry. Brother Gu Chen. Gu Chen's heart was filled with surprise. Su Jin, digging desperately in the direction of the sound. Finally, he saw Su Jin, who was pressed under a huge wooden board. Su Jin. Gu Chen's voice was filled with tears. Brother Gu Chen, I thought I would never hear your voice again. Su Jin's voice was weak and trembling. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. I will rescue you right away. Gu Chun used all his strength to try to lift the wooden board. Just then, aftershocks struck again. The surrounding ruins began to shake again, and falling rocks kept hitting Gu Chun. But he protected Su Jin tightly and didn't let her get hurt. Brother Gu Chun, please go away and don't worry about me. Su Jin said, crying. What nonsense are you talking about? I won't abandon you. Gu Chun gritted his teeth and finally stopped when the aftershocks stopped. He lifted the wooden board and rescued Su Jin from the rubble. Su Jin, you're okay, that's great. Did you hear Zhang Ruowei's voice? Su Jin shook her head and said, I didn't hear Sister Ruowei's voice. Their danger is not over yet. The surrounding environment remains unstable and may collapse again at any time. Gu Chun carried Su Jin on his back and walked carefully towards a relatively safe place. Along the way, they saw more tragic scenes. Some people lost their loved ones and sat on the ruins crying loudly. Some people were searching for food and water in the ruins, their eyes filled with despair. Gu Chun and Su Jin snuggled up to each other and struggled forward in the ruins. They don't know what the future will be like, but they know that as long as they have each other, there is hope. Finally, they came to a temporary shelter. It was crowded with injured and terrified people, but at least it was safe for the time being. Gu Chun asked Su Jin to sit down and rest while he went to find food and water. After some effort, he finally found some bread and mineral water, although not much, but enough to temporarily relieve their hunger and thirst. Su Jin, eat something. Gu Chun handed the bread to Su Jin. Su Jin took the bread, took a bite, and couldn't help but shed tears. Brother Gu Chun, can we still survive? Gu Chun held Su Jin's hand tightly and said firmly, Yes, we can. We have been through so much. We will definitely get through this. After resting for a while in the temporary shelter, Gu Chun looked at Su Jin and said, Su Jin, wait here. I have to go back to the courtyard to look for Zhang Ruowei. Su Jin tightly grasped the corner of Gu Chun's clothes, her eyes full of worry. Brother Gu Chun, it's too dangerous. There are constant aftershocks. Maybe. Gu Chun patted Su Jin's hand gently. Su Jin, I can't give up looking for Zhang Ruowei. I must go. Su Jin bit her lip and finally let go of her hand. Brother Gu Chun, you must be careful. Gu Chun nodded, turned, and walked towards the courtyard. Along the way, the earth was still shaking from time to time, and the broken walls and the ruins were crumbling. Gu Chun's heart was also hanging in the air, but his steps did not hesitate at all. Returning to the courtyard again, Gu Chun took a deep breath and began to shout Zhang Ruowei's name in the ruins. Zhang Ruowei! Zhang Ruowei! Where are you? Only his own voice echoed in the empty ruins with no response. Ruowei, you can't die. You can't die. Chapter 132, Ruowei, where are you? Gu Chun was digging frantically in the ruins. His hands were already covered in blood and his nails were broken, but he seemed to feel no pain and did not stop for a moment. His eyes were fixed on every corner where someone might be hiding, and he kept calling Zhang Ruowei's name. Zhang Ruowei! Zhang Ruowei! Where are you? Answer me. His voice was hoarse and desperate, and sounded particularly mournful in the dead silence of the ruins. A firefighter rushed over and tried to stop Gu Chun's almost crazy behavior. Brother, calm down first. Digging blindly like this is not a solution. You will hurt yourself. The firefighter grabbed Gu Chun's arm tightly. Gu Chun broke free suddenly, his eyes full of persistence and anxiety. Okay, I won't cause you any trouble. He stopped and collapsed to the ground, his voice filled with tears. At this time, the sky was gloomy and depressing, making people feel breathless. The ruins were thick with dust, and every breath was filled with choking particles. Gu Chun's face was covered in dust and blood, and his clothes were torn by gravel, looking in a dishevel. Another body was carefully carried out. Gu Chun's heart instantly rose to his throat. He staggered over and forced himself to look at the face of the body. When he found out it wasn't Zhang Ruowei, he breathed a sigh of relief, but the worry in his heart didn't diminish at all. Ruowei, where are you? Gu Chun muttered to himself, his voice trembling. A soldier walked up to Gu Chun, patted him on the shoulder, and comforted him. Don't worry too much. Our rescue team has been working hard and will not give up any possible corner. Gu Chun took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. I know, thank you. But I'm really scared. Scared that I'll never see her again. Gu Chun's voice was filled with deep fear and helplessness. The soldier looked at Gu Chun and said firmly, Believe in us and believe in yourself. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we will not give up. Guchen nodded, stood up, and his eyes became resolute again. I will look for it with you. The soldier handed him a bottle of water. Drink some water first and save your energy. Guchen took the water, drank a few big gulps, and then devoted himself to the rescue work again. They searched the ruins together with great difficulty. Every time they moved a stone and turned over a piece of rubble, Guchen's heart became heavier. Time passed by minute, and the sky became darker and darker. Guchen's body was exhausted to the extreme, but his spirit was still tense. Back at the camp, Guchen sat in a corner with a piece of food in front of him, but he couldn't eat it. His head started to hurt again. The pain was like being pricked by countless needles and was unbearable. The camp was filled with wounded soldiers, and groans of pain could be heard everywhere. Some people lost their legs, and some were wrapped in gauze with only a pair of dazed eyes exposed. Everyone's face was filled with despair and sadness, and the air was filled with a heavy sense of depression. Guchen heard someone crying softly next to him. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man holding a photo with tears dripping on it. My wife and children are all gone. The man's voice was hoarse and full of despair. Guchen's heart suddenly tightened, and he didn't know how to comfort her. At this time, the camp's radio sounded, and the news anchor's heavy voice came. This earthquake has caused 30,000 deaths, and the number of missing people is still increasing. Upon hearing this number, the camp fell into silence. Some people burst into tears, while others stared blankly at the sky with empty eyes. An old lady sat on the ground, her hands shaking. My grandson, he was only 5 years old. How could he be gone? Guchen clenched his fists, his heart filled with anger and grief. He looked into the distance. The ruins looked even more eerie and terrifying in the night, like a huge black hole that swallowed up countless lives and hopes. Why? Why is this happening? Someone shouted in despair. Guchen lowered his head, tears blurring his eyes. She lost Yi Jinxian and could no longer be angry with Zhang Ruowei. Su Jin's sister Ling Ruo held Su Jin's hand tightly and said anxiously and seriously, Su Jin, don't go out. You can't see, and the earthquake outside is too dangerous. Su Jin bit her lip, a hint of hesitation on her face, but soon she nodded obediently and said softly, Sister, I understand. I will be obedient and not go out. I'm just here, not causing any trouble for everyone. This is probably the best help I can give. Ling Ruo looked at her sister's sensible appearance, touched her head lovingly, and said, Su Jin is so good. Sister will be back soon. After saying that, Ling Ruo turned around and left in a hurry. Outside the tent, the scene was extremely miserable. The collapsed houses were like small hills. The roads were shattered by huge cracks, and the dust in the sky made it almost impossible to breathe. The cries and calls for help were endless. The soldiers were digging hard in the ruins. Their camouflage uniforms had long been soaked with sweat and dust. Their faces were full of fatigue, but their eyes were still firm. Doctors and nurses were busy shuttling among the wounded, bandaging their wounds, and providing emergency treatment. A doctor frowned and shouted, This injured person needs a blood transfusion immediately. Firefighters used tools to cut through the collapsed steel beams in an attempt to rescue those trapped below. A reporter, holding a microphone, reported the situation at the scene in a heavy voice, facing the camera lens. This is the earthquake-stricken area. We can see that the rescue work is underway intensively. Inside the tent, Su Jin sat quietly, listening carefully to the movements outside. She clasped her hands together tightly and prayed silently in her heart. I hope everyone is safe. I wonder how Brother Guchen is doing. Outside the tent, Guchen heard a heart-wrenching cry. He couldn't help but walk out of the tent to check, only to see a man collapsed on the ground, crying bitterly. Wife, why did you leave? Wake up. The man's voice was hoarse and desperate. He kept pounding the ground with his hands, and he was in extreme pain. The people around watched silently, their eyes full of sympathy and sadness. At this time, several soldiers came over, their faces looking heavy. One of the soldiers whispered to the man, Brother, please accept my condolences. We need to take your sister-in-law's body away and dispose of it properly. The man hugged his wife tightly, refusing to let go. No, don't take her away. Let me stay with her for a while. The soldier sighed helplessly, squatted down, and patiently comforted him. Brother, we understand your feelings, but the situation is special now. We have to do this so that my sister-in-law can leave in peace. The man's tears kept flowing, and finally, he slowly let go of his hand, watching with empty eyes as the soldiers lifted his wife's body onto the stretcher and walked away. Gu Chun stood aside and witnessed this scene, feeling extremely sad. Ruowei, where are you? Chapter 133, Are You Okay in Heaven? The next morning, Gu Chun ignored his physical fatigue and joined the PLA soldiers in the intense rescue work. The earthquake's aftershocks have been fluctuating, making rescue efforts more difficult and dangerous. While Gu Chun was struggling to move the stones, he silently prayed in his heart that Zhang Ruowei was safe. Just then, he heard people talking nearby. I heard that a woman who looked very similar to Zhang Ruowei died under the restaurant next to our courtyard. These words were like a thunderclap exploding in Gu Chen's ears. His hands suddenly froze, and he froze in an instant. Impossible, it can't be Ruowei. Gu Chun muttered to himself, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness to believe. He rushed towards the restaurant next to the courtyard regardless of everything, with only one thought in his mind. He must confirm with his own eyes that it was not Zhang Ruowei. Gu Chun, be careful of aftershocks. The PLA soldiers behind him shouted loudly, but Gu Chun seemed to hear nothing. He stumbled as he ran, and the rubble and broken walls on the road kept tripping him up, but he quickly got up and continued moving forward. Finally arriving at the ruins of the restaurant, Gu Chen's heart was beating wildly, and he began digging with trembling hands. Ruowei, you can't be in trouble. At this moment, another strong aftershock hit. The surrounding ruins began to shake, and fallen rocks fell down one after another. At that critical moment, a PLA soldier rushed over and pulled Gu Chen aside to avoid the falling rocks. You want to die? The PLA soldier shouted loudly. Gu Chun calmed himself down and continued digging frantically. Finally, he saw the body. When he saw the face clearly, the tension in Gu Chen's heart relaxed a little. It was not Zhang Ruowei. But then, his heart was filled with great sorrow. But then, his eyes moved to the bottom of the woman and found a little girl. The little girl closed her eyes tightly. Her face was pale, but she was still breathing weakly. The mother protected her daughter with a tight hug, but her own body endured countless blows. Gu Chen carefully moved the woman's body away and found that the little girl was still alive, but unconscious. This is a great mother, the PLA soldier next to her said in a low voice. Gu Chun carefully took the little girl out of her mother's arms. At this time, a doctor hurried over. Quick, give me the baby. The doctor quickly took the little girl and conducted a preliminary examination. The child's condition is not good, and he needs to be sent to a medical center immediately. The doctor frowned. Gu Chen returned to the ruins again and bowed deeply to the mother. We must find more survivors. Gu Chen vowed secretly. He turned around and devoted himself to the rescue work again, his heart filled with awe for life and hope for the future. The aftershocks continued, but Gu Chun and the rescue workers did not retreat at all. They kept searching through the ruins, not missing any possible corner. Time passed minute by minute. Sweat soaked their clothes. The wounds on their hands opened again due to constant labor, and blood dyed the bricks red. Yet, no one stopped and no one complained, because they know that every extra effort can save one more life and bring hope to one more family. Gu Chen looked at the ruins, his heart filled with emotion for the mother and the little girl. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if countless needles were pricking him. Ah! He cried out in pain and covered his eyes with his hands. Then, a hot stream gushed out of his eyes, and blood flowed down through his fingers. Gu Chun, what's wrong with you? The soldier next to him exclaimed. At this time, Gu Chen's brain also began to hurt violently, as if a heavy hammer was hitting it continuously. His breathing became rapid and weak, and his body was shaky. My head hurts, Gu Chun said with difficulty, his voice trembling. The soldier quickly supported him, only to see that Gu Chen's face was as pale as paper, his eyes were bleeding, and he looked very horrifying. Hurry, put him on the stretcher, the soldier shouted anxiously. Other rescue workers quickly gathered around and hurriedly lifted Gu Chun onto the stretcher. Hold on, Gu Chun, the soldier encouraged him while running after the stretcher. Gu Chen's consciousness gradually became blurred, and the pain almost made him lose the ability to think. He only felt his body shaking constantly and people's anxious shouts in his ears. When we arrived at the camp, the doctors were already ready. Quick, prepare first aid, a doctor shouted. Gu Chun was quickly pushed into the makeshift first aid tent. Blood pressure dropped and heart rate increased. The nurse reported the data nervously. The doctor frowned and quickly started treatment. stop the bleeding first, and inject him with painkillers. The sounds of various medical instruments echoed in Gu Chen's ears, and his body kept shaking. The soldiers outside paced anxiously, their hands clenched into fists. "We must save him. He is a good man," the soldier muttered to himself. Time passed minute by minute, and Gu Chen's condition remained critical. The doctors were sweating profusely and doing their best to rescue the patient. Finally, Gu Chen's breathing gradually stabilized, and the bleeding from his eyes stopped. He's out of danger for now, but he still needs to be observed. The doctor walked out of the tent and said to the soldiers waiting outside. The soldier breathed a sigh of relief, walked into the tent, and looked at the unconscious Gu Chen, silently praying in his heart that he would recover soon. Gu Chen was lying on a hospital bed, surrounded by various suffering patients, all of whom were in extremely serious conditions and very desperate. Some patients sobbed softly, while others stared blankly at the ceiling with empty eyes. Gu Chen looked at all this with a heavy heart. He turned to look at an old man who had lost both legs and was lying on the bed next to him. The old man was crying silently and muttering, "How am I going to live in the future?" On the other side, a young woman covered her injured arm tightly, bit her lips, and suppressed her tears. Gu Chen took a deep breath and felt that he couldn't just lie on a hospital bed and do nothing. He got up with difficulty and asked the doctor for a guitar. Back in his hospital bed, he picked up his phone, opened Douyin, and started a live broadcast. "Everyone is in darkness. I hope everyone can find the stars in the night during this disaster." His voice was weak, but full of power. The patient's attention was gradually drawn to him. Gu Chen gently plucked the guitar strings. Only after experiencing the most painful pain can you see the most beautiful rainbow when the sky clears. I hope this song, "The Brightest Star in the Night Sky," can bring hope to me and everyone else. The girl next to her wiped the tears from her eyes and took out a photo of her grandmother. "Grandma, are you doing well in heaven? The pocket money you gave me is still under my pillow." Chapter 134, I'm going to Southern Yunnan. Gu Chen's singing voice rang out in the ward, and everyone immediately fell silent. His breathing was very steady. Can you hear the brightest star in the night sky? The loneliness and sigh in the heart of the person looking up. Oh, can you remember the brightest star in the night sky? Will the sun rise, or will an accident come first? I would rather keep all the pain inside. I also don't want to forget your eyes, which gave me the courage to believe again. The old man who lost both legs had tears in his originally turbid eyes. His lips trembled as he hummed softly to Gu Chen's rhythm. The painful expression on his weathered face gradually eased, as if he had found a trace of comfort in the singing. The young woman stopped sobbing. She raised her head and looked at Gu Chen intently. She no longer held her injured arm tightly, but relaxed it at her side. There was no longer only despair and fear in her eyes, but now there was hope for the future. In the corner, a middle-aged man who had been silent all along was slightly moved. His tightly closed lips opened slightly, and he murmured softly along with the song. His eyes changed from dull to bright, as if he had found something lost in the song. There was also a little kid who had been crying because of the pain, but now he calmed down, blinked his big eyes, and listened quietly to Gu Chen singing. His little hands tightly grasped the corner of his mother's clothes, and there were still traces of tears on his face. But his expression had become calm and peaceful. My parents both died in the earthquake. I really have no motivation to live anymore. As this barrage of comments passed across the screen, Gu Chen's singing paused slightly, but soon continued. "Don't say that, my friend. You're not alone. We are all here. Yes, we understand the pain of losing loved ones, but you must live well for them. Gu Chen's songs are about hope, believing that everything will be fine. Brother, you must be strong. Your parents in heaven also hope that you will be well. We will accompany you through this difficult time. Life must go on, and you must carry their love with you." The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room kept scrolling. "I lost both my legs in this earthquake, and I don't know how I'm going to live in the future. My house collapsed completely. There's nothing left. I feel like everything is over. My child is still buried under the rubble. I don't know if he's alive or dead. I'm going crazy. The business I worked so hard for many years was destroyed by the earthquake. I am now deeply in debt, and I really see no hope. During the earthquake, I watched my lover being hit by the collapsed wall, but I was powerless to do anything. Not only did I lose my home, I also lost my job. My future is uncertain. My parents were seriously injured, and the high medical bills are making me breathless. The memories I treasured for years, the photos and letters, were all buried in the ruins and can never be found again. This earthquake caused me to lose my best friend. From now on, no one in the world understands me anymore. I studied hard for years just to get into a good university, but now that school is gone, my dream is shattered. My pet got lost in the earthquake. It was my only companion. Now I feel really lonely. The tragic experiences that filled the screen made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room even more heavy, but everyone was also looking for a bit of courage and strength to persevere through talking to each other. Shin Shirhan sat in the dim room, feeling worried. Ever since the news of the earthquake in southern Yunnan came, she has been calling Gu Chun since yesterday, but all she got in response was the cold power-off tone. Her heart was in suspense, and she was restless, her mind full of images of Gu Chun possibly being in danger. Just when she was extremely anxious, she accidentally saw Gu Chen's live broadcast. When I saw that familiar figure on the screen and heard his steady and powerful singing, Shin Shirhan's frown finally relaxed, and her heart finally settled down. That's great, he's okay. Shin Shirhan murmured to herself, tears of excitement flashing in her eyes. She stared at the screen intently, as if this would bring her closer to Gu Chun. She left a message in the live broadcast room. Gu Chun, I feel relieved to see that you are safe. Be sure to take good care of yourself. After sending the message, Shin Shirhan listened quietly to Gu Chen's singing, silently praying in her heart that Gu Chun could survive this disaster safely. She decided to go to southern Yunnan to accompany Gu Chun. Shin Shirhan was really worried about her being alone in southern Yunnan and in the hospital. She picked up the phone and called her agent. I'm going to southern Yunnan. Shin Shirhan, are you crazy? There's an earthquake over there. Don't you know how many people died? I know, that's why I'm going. Xiaoxi was lying on a hospital bed in Beijing, her face pale, but her eyes were fixed on the TV screen hanging on the wall. The news was showing Gu Chun singing live in the earthquake-stricken area in southern Yunnan. Grandpa, look, it's Brother Gu Chun. Xiaoxi shouted excitedly, her voice trembling a little because of weakness. Grandma came over quickly and saw Gu Chun on the screen. She clasped her hands together and muttered, "Thank God, the child is fine." Grandpa also came over, his eyes full of relief. This kid finally makes us feel at ease. Xiaoxi said with tears in her eyes, "Since yesterday, I have sent him messages and called him, but he has not responded. I am really afraid that Brother Gu Chun has died in southern Yunnan." Grandma gently stroked Xiaoxi's head and said, "Don't worry, child. Gu Chun is a lucky child with a long life. He will be fine." Xiaoxi sniffed. "Grandma, I've been thinking, if something really happens to Brother Gu Chun, I don't know what to do." Grandpa comforted him. "Xiaoxi, isn't Gu Chun fine now? We should be happy." Xiaoxi nodded. "Grandpa, I know, but for this whole day and night, I felt like there was a huge rock pressing down on my heart, and I couldn't breathe." Grandma sighed. "We were all worried about him. Fortunately, he is safe." Xiaoxi looked at Gu Chun on the screen and said, "Brother Gu Chun sang to encourage everyone in such a difficult situation. He is really brave." Grandpa sighed and said, "Yes, this child has always been very strong and responsible." Xiaoxi clenched her fists and said, "When I recover, I will help those in need just like Brother Gu Chun did." Grandma smiled and said, "Okay, my Xiaoxi is the best and most sensible one." Xiaoxi added, "I wonder if Brother Gu Chun is eating well or sleeping well over there." Grandpa said, "Son, don't think too much. Believe that he can take care of himself." Xiaoxi bit her lip and said, "I hope Brother Gu Chun can come back soon. I have a lot to say to him." Grandma said, Yes, when he comes back, we will have a good family reunion." At this time, Gu Chen's singing on TV was still going on. Xiaoxi listened quietly, and finally a long-lost smile appeared on her face. Chapter 135. After all, my sister likes him. On top of the ruins, a makeshift camp was built. It was simple but carried the hope of life. In a corner of the camp, a faint light flickered, illuminating Su Jin's pale yet resolute face. At this moment, Su Jin was lying quietly on the bed, with her sister Ling Ruo's hurried and worried voice in her ears, like a gust of cold wind in the night, piercing her heart. "Su Jin, Gu Chun is injured. We are now in a medical tent not far away, and the situation is not optimistic." Ling Ruo's voice was filled with anxiety that was hard to conceal. She knew that this news was very important to Su Jin. Su Jin's heart suddenly tightened. Gu Chun, the one who always had a warm smile. Although she couldn't see, the picture in her mind was extremely clear. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Jin fumbled to her feet. Her movements were slow but extremely firm. Every step seemed to be treading on thorns, but she had only one thought in her mind. "I want to see him. I want to be with him." The road to the camp was both familiar and unfamiliar to her. But relying on her memory and perception, she finally arrived at the door leading to the medical tent. The door was gently pushed open, and a scent mixed with disinfectant and herbs hit me in the face. It is in stark contrast to the chaos outside. Inside, the atmosphere is more tense and orderly. Su-Jin followed the direction of the sound and moved closer step by step until she felt a familiar and faint breath. She sat down gently on the bed and placed her hand lightly on his. The cold feeling made her feel distressed. There were wailing sounds all around. "Gu-chun, I'm here." Su-Jin's voice was gentle and firm. Although she couldn't see, her heart could feel every change in Gu-chun. Gu-chun put down the guitar in his hand and turned off the live broadcast. He didn't expect Su-Jin to come to see him. "There are too many people here. It's not safe at all, and there are still aftershocks. Go back quickly." He asked the nurse to send Su-Jin back. Su-Jin shook her head gently. Her voice was full of determination and tenderness. "Brother Gu-chun, I won't leave. I'm worried about you being here alone." Gu-chun's eyes were slightly red. He tried hard to control his emotions, not wanting to make Su-Jin worry. "But, Su-Jin, this place is too dangerous. Your safety is more important than anything else." His voice was soft, but full of unquestionable firmness. Seeing this, the surrounding medical staff slowed down their movements. Gu-chun was silent for a moment, finally sighed lightly, and held Su-Jin's hand tightly. "Okay, Su-Jin, but you have to promise me that you will be careful, okay?" "I promise you." Tears flashed in Su-Jin's eyes, but a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, a smile full of hope for the future. At this moment, a doctor came over and said to Gu-chun with a serious expression, "Mr. Gu, your injury requires surgery as soon as possible. We have contacted the nearest rescue team. They will send the necessary equipment and medicines as soon as possible. However, the risks of surgery." "I will get through this." Gu-chun interrupted the doctor, his eyes firm and powerful. "For Su-Jin, for everyone, I must get better." Zhang Ruowei returned to the capital yesterday morning. Not long after she came back, she heard that an earthquake had occurred in southern Yunnan province, and her heart couldn't help but writhe. Her best friend Lin Xiao was cooking with her at her house. As she listened to Zhang Ruowei sigh, Lin Xiao said while cutting vegetables, "Wei Wei, don't worry too much. There will be help in southern Yunnan. Everything will be fine." Zhang Ruowei nodded slightly and helped pass the washed vegetables to Lin Xiao. "I hope so." After a moment of silence, Zhang Ruowei seemed to remember something and said, "Shower, I met Gu-chun in southern Yunnan this time." "Gu-chun? Why is he in southern Yunnan?" Lin Xiao suddenly became a little nervous. Zhang Ruowei responded, "He went there to relax. After getting to know him, I found him to be a nice person. I don't understand why I hated him before." Lin Xiao stopped what he was doing and looked at Zhang Ruowei. "Tell me what happened to you." Zhang Ruo smiled and said, "Nothing happened. I just felt that he was very warm-hearted and had his own ideas on how to handle some things." Zhang Ruowei continued as she stir-fried the food in the pot. "Also, I discovered a secret." "What secret?" "Stop keeping us in suspense," Lin Xiao urged. Zhang Ruowei pursed her lips and said, "I actually found out that my sister had a crush on Gu-chun when she was alive." "Huh?" Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. "I really didn't expect this." "Why does your sister like him too?" Zhang Ruowei sighed. "I only found out about this by chance when I saw my sister's diary. I never noticed it before." Lin Xiao said thoughtfully, "That's really surprising. What do you think of Gu-chun now?" Zhang Ruowei was stunned for a moment. "What else can I think? I just think he's a nice guy." "Is it really just that? I noticed your eyes were different when you talked about him." Zhang Ruowei rolled her eyes at Lin Xiao and said, "Stop talking nonsense and focus on cooking." After the meal was ready, the two sat at the dining table. Lin Xiao couldn't help but mention Gu-chun again. "Wei Wei, are you going to tell Gu-chun that your sister has a crush on him?" Zhang Ruowei took a bite of food and put it in her mouth. After chewing for a few times, she said, "I don't know. I was going to tell you, but it's all in the past. There's no point in telling you." Lin Xiao nodded. "True, but this can also be considered a hidden emotion." Zhang Ruowei looked out the window, her thoughts drifting away. "I wonder how my sister would deal with this relationship if she were still alive." Lin Xiao held Zhang Ruowei's hand and said, "Don't think too much about it. Let the past be the past." Zhang Ruowei retracted her gaze and smiled. "Well, let's eat." However, despite saying this, Gu-chun's figure quietly took root in Zhang Ruowei's heart. It would pop up from time to time, making her a little confused about what this feeling meant. After dinner, Zhang Ruowei sat on the sofa, staring at the news report about the earthquake in southern Yunnan province on TV, her brows furrowed and her face full of worry. She clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands and murmured to herself, Gu Chun, please don't get into trouble. Lin Xiao, who was standing by, looked at Zhang Ruowei's anxious expression and comforted her softly. Wei Wei, don't worry too much. Gu Chun will be fine. Zhang Ruowei stood up and paced back and forth in the living room. But what if something unexpected happens? After all, my sister used to have a crush on him. Shower. I'm feeling very nervous and uneasy. Zhang Ruowei stopped and looked worried. Chapter 136, Nothing will happen. After sending the message, Shun Shirhan and Gu Chun hurriedly flew to Anning City, southern Yunnan province. As soon as she got off the plane, Shun Shirhan went straight to the camp. Her steps were hurried, her heart was beating rapidly, and her heart was full of worry about Gu Chun. When she finally arrived at Gu Chun's bedside in the camp and saw Gu Chun lying there alone, Shun Shirhan's tears instantly burst out. She walked quickly to the bedside and said in a crying voice, Gu Chun, come with me. It's too dangerous here. I'll take you to a safe place. Gu Chun turned his head slightly, looked at Shun Shirhan, and said weakly but firmly, Shirhan, I won't leave. Zhang Ruowei's life or death is still unknown. I can't leave here. Shun Shirhan shouted anxiously. Gu Chun, don't be so stupid. You are injured like this, and you are still thinking about Zhang Ruowei. Gu Chun frowned and said, Shirhan, you don't understand. Ruowei is very important to me. I must find her. Shun Shirhan wiped her tears and said, But how are you going to find her like this? Can you heal your wound first? Gu Chun shook his head gently and said, Shirhan, I can't wait. Every minute we delay, Ruowei will be in more danger. Shun Shirhan raised her voice. What about you? Don't you care about your own life or death? Gu Chun held Shun Shirhan's hand and said, Shirhan, I know you are worried about me, but I really can't leave. Shun Shirhan broke free from Gu Chun's hand and said angrily, Gu Chun, why are you so stubborn? Are you doing this to the people who care about you? Gu Chun sighed and said, Shirhan, I know you're doing this for my own good, but Ruowei is suffering somewhere right now. How can I leave with peace of mind? Shun Shirhan bit her lip and said, What if something happens to you? Gu Chun's eyes were firm as he said, Shirhan, I'll be fine. I must find Ruowei. Shun Shirhan said helplessly, Gu Chun, what do you want me to do? I can't watch you take risks like this. Gu Chun looked at Shun Shirhan and said, Shirhan, please understand me. Shun Shirhan was silent for a while, then said, Then I'll go with you to look for it. Gu Chun quickly shook his head and said, No, it's too dangerous here. I can't let you follow me into danger. Shun Shirhan glared at him and said, Don't try to get rid of me. I won't change my decision. Gu Chun smiled helplessly and said, Shirhan, why are you doing this? Shun Shirhan said, Gu Chun, I don't want you to face it alone. At this moment, a rescue worker nearby came over and said, Gu Chun, we just searched again, but there is still no news of Zhang Ruowei. Gu Chun's eyes became even more anxious, and he said, Look again. There must be some places we haven't looked yet. Shun Shirhan looked at Gu Chun's anxious look and felt distressed. She said, Gu Chun, don't worry too much. We will find her. Gu Chun murmured to himself, Ruowei, where are you? Shun Shirhan held Gu Chun's hand and said, Gu Chun, we must have confidence. Gu Chun nodded and said, Shirhan, thank you for always being with me. Shun Shirhan said, Gu Chun, we are friends. This is what should happen. After a while, another rescue worker came to report the situation, but there was still no clue about Zhang Ruowei. Shun Shirhan comforted Gu Chun and said, Gu Chun, don't be discouraged. Maybe there will be news next time. Gu Chun looked into the distance and said, Shirhan, I'm really scared. Shun Shirhan said, Don't be afraid. We will face it together. At this time, the camp broadcast sounded, Everyone, please pay attention. Aftershocks may be coming soon. Please be prepared for protection. Shun Shirhan said more nervously, Gu Chun, we have to go. Gu Chun said firmly, No, I won't leave. Shun Shirhan cried anxiously and said, Gu Chun, can you just listen to me this time? Gu Chun was silent for a moment and finally shook his head and said, Shirhan, go away and leave me alone. Shun Shirhan said loudly, Gu Chun, I will not leave you. Su Jin came in carefully from outside to bring food to Gu Chun. Shun Shirhan looked at Su Jin and found that she was blind. Shun Shirhan looked at Su Jin in surprise. not knowing how to react for a moment. Su Jin seemed to sense someone watching her and whispered, "Is it Brother Gu Chun?" Gu Chun quickly said, "Su Jin, it's me." Su Jin smiled gently and said, "Brother Gu Chun, I brought you some food." Shin Shirhan couldn't help but say, "You can't see. Why did you come here alone? It's too dangerous." Su Jin tilted her head slightly and said in the direction of Shun Shirhan's voice, "I'm fine. I was worried that Brother Gu Chun was hungry." Gu Chun said with emotion, "Su Jin, thank you." Su Jin slowly walked to the bedside, handed the food to Gu Chun, and said, "Brother Gu Chun, eat something quickly so you have the energy to go find Sister Ruo Wei." Shun Shirhan said from the side, "Su Jin, you have to take care of yourself too." Su Jin nodded gently and said, "I know, sister." Gu Chun took a few bites of food and said, "Su Jin, don't worry about it. It's not safe here." Su Jin said firmly, "Brother Gu Chun, I'm not afraid. I want to help." Shun Shirhan looked at Su Jin, her heart full of admiration and pity, and said, "Su Jin, we all understand your feelings, but you make us even more worried." Su Jin smiled and said, "Sister, although I can't see you, my heart can feel you." At this time, another aftershock hit and the camp began to shake. Shun Shirhan exclaimed, "Oh no, the aftershock is coming." Gu Chun grabbed Su Jin and shouted, "Be careful." Everyone huddled together, waiting for the aftershocks to pass. After a while, the aftershocks gradually subsided. Su Jin panted and said, "Brother Gu Chun, I'm really fine. Don't chase me away." Shun Shirhan said helplessly, "Su Jin, you are too stubborn." Su Jin said, "Sister, I also want to contribute to finding Sister Ruo Wei." Gu Chun looked at Su Jin and said, "Su Jin, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't let you take risks." Su Jin said anxiously, "Brother Gu Chun, I can do it. Let me stay." Shin Shirhan said, "Su Jin, why don't you just help out at the camp and not go out looking for them, okay?" Su Jin thought about it, nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll help out at the camp." In the following time, although Su Jin was blind, she helped take care of other injured people in the camp, bringing warmth and comfort to everyone. A day passed, and there was still no news from Zhang Ruowei. Gu Chun became more and more anxious, and Su Jin comforted him, saying, "Brother Gu Chun, don't worry, Sister Ruowei will be fine." Shin Shirhan also said, "Yes, Gu Chun, let's think of a solution." Gu Chun stood up and said, "I'll go talk to the rescuers and expand the search area." Su Jin said, "Brother Gu Chun, be careful." Gu Chun nodded, turned, and left. Shin Shirhan looked at Gu Chun's back and said to Su Jin, "Gu Chun is so persistent." Su Jin said, "Sister, this is because Brother Gu Chun values friendship and loyalty." Shin Shirhan sighed and said, "I hope we can find Zhang Ruowei soon." 2 more days passed, and there was still no clue. Su Jin also showed a worried look on her face. She said to Shin Shirhan, "Sister, I have a bad feeling." Shin Shirhan quickly comforted her, "Don't overthink it, it'll be fine." Chapter 137, I have been with Zhang Ruowei for 7 years. Shin Shirhan stood in front of Gu Chun, her eyes filled with determination and affection. The air around her seemed to freeze. She took a deep breath and finally mustered up the courage to say, "Gu Chun, I have something to tell you." Gu Chun raised his head slightly and looked at Shun Shirhan with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Shun Shirhan's voice trembled a little, but she still spoke clearly. "Gu Chun, ever since the first time we were in a pair on a dating show, my heart has been beating for you. At that time, every moment with you, I felt extremely happy and blessed." Recalling that time, Shun Shirhan had a gentle smile on her face. "I still remember that we completed the mission together, sharing each other's joys and sorrows. I can feel the special understanding and closeness between us." Gu Chun listened quietly without saying anything, but there were some complicated emotions in his eyes. Shin Shirhan continued, "When you came back and were hospitalized because of Xiaoyan's matter, I was really worried about you during that time. I hope every day that you can get better soon. I want to be by your side to take care of you and accompany you." Her eyes were slightly red, but later, you left the love show and got together with Yi Jinxian. At that moment, my heart was really hurt, but my feelings for you have never changed. Tears welled up in Shin Shirhan's eyes, but she tried hard not to let them fall. "Gu Chun, I know I may be stupid. I know you already have someone else, but I still can't control my feelings. My love for you is not a momentary impulse, but the result of a long period of accumulation. This love is growing deeper and stronger." She took a step forward, approaching Gu Chun, her eyes full of anticipation. "Gu Chun, I want to stay by your side forever. No matter what difficulties we encounter, I am willing to face them with you. Gu Chen's face showed a trace of pain. He turned his head, not daring to look directly into Shun Shirhan's eyes, and said slowly, Shirhan, I'm sorry. I can't accept your feelings. Shun Shirhan's body trembled slightly, as if she couldn't believe what she heard. Why? Gu Chun, don't you have any feelings for me at all? Gu Chun lowered his head and was silent for a moment, then raised his head and looked at Shun Shirhan, his eyes full of despair and helplessness. Shirhan, it's not your problem. It's me. I'm going to die. I won't live long. Maybe 2 months, maybe 1 month. Shun Shirhan's eyes widened, her face full of shock and disbelief. Gu Chun, what are you talking about? How is this possible? Gu Chun smiled bitterly. Shirhan, this is true. I have a very serious disease, and the doctor said there is no cure. I don't want to burden you. I don't want you to waste your time and feelings on a dying person. Shun Shirhan couldn't help but burst into tears. No, Gu Chun, I don't care. Even if it's just for 1 day, I'm willing to stay with you. Gu Chun shook his head. Shirhan, you don't understand. I don't want you to experience the pain of losing me. I hope you can live a good life and find someone who can truly bring you happiness. Shun Shirhan held Gu Chen's hand tightly. Gu Chun, in my heart, only you can bring me happiness. No matter what the future holds, I don't want to give up. Gu Chun gently broke free from Shun Shirhan's hand. Shirhan, don't be silly. I don't deserve this. Forget me and go find your new life. Shun Shirhan cried and shouted. Gu Chun, you can't be so cruel. You can't just push me away like this. Tears also flashed in Gu Chen's eyes. Shirhan, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But this is for your own good. After saying that, Gu Chun turned and left, leaving Shun Shirhan alone there. Tears blurred her vision, and her heart seemed to be broken into countless pieces at that moment. Shun Shirhan stood there blankly for a long time. Then she slowly squatted down, hugged her knees with her hands, and burst into tears. After Gu Chun left, he walked alone on the quiet street and couldn't help but shed tears. He knew he had hurt Shun Shirhan, but he had no choice. He didn't want Shun Shirhan to waste her youth and feelings on him. I don't want her to suffer the great pain of losing her lover in the future. Shun Shirhan doesn't care. She said she is willing to stay with you forever. She looked at Gu Chun's departing back and shouted, Gu Chun, no matter what, I will never leave you. Gu Chun stopped and turned slowly, his eyes filled with helplessness and bitterness. He said softly, Shirhan, I have one more thing to ask of you. Shun Shirhan walked quickly to Gu Chun and said anxiously, Gu Chun, tell me, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Gu Chun took a deep breath, as if he had made a great decision, and said, I plan to donate my eyes to Su Jin. Please help me with the process, but don't let Su Jin know. Shun Shirhan widened her eyes in shock, her voice trembling. Gu Chun, how could you? Gu Chun interrupted her. Shirhan, Su Jin is still young. She should see this beautiful world. And I don't have much time left. This is the only thing I can do for her. Shun Shirhan burst into tears and shook her head. Gu Chun, what should I do if you do this? Gu Chun held Shun Shirhan's shoulders and said, Shirhan, please help me. This is my wish, and only you can help me fulfill it. Shun Shirhan bit her lip, trying to calm herself down. After a long time, she choked and said, Okay, Gu Chun, I promise you. But you have to promise me. Take good care of yourself in the remaining days, and don't give up hope. Gu Chun nodded gently, his eyes filled with confusion and despair. Shirhan, thank you for agreeing to me. But this disease, I'm afraid there is no hope. Shun Shirhan looked at him firmly. Gu Chun, even if there is only a glimmer of hope, we can't give up. I will stay with you until the last moment. Gu Chun shook his head and said, I just want to take another good look at this world. Gu Chun's eyes revealed endless attachment and reluctance, and his voice became extremely low. I originally wanted you to give Zhang Ruowei a lot of things, but she's gone. Shun Shirhan was stunned, her face full of confusion. Zhang Ruowei? Isn't your relationship very bad? Gu Chun shook his head and spoke slowly, his eyes becoming distant and sad. She and I were together for 7 years, and I was sick at that time. I just wanted to escape. I felt sorry for her, but why did she leave before me? After saying this, 2 lines of tears flowed down Gu Chun's face, and those tears seemed to carry his deep regret and pain. Shun Shirhan listened quietly, feeling mixed emotions. Gu Chun then murmured to himself, Xiaoyan, Xiaoling, Jinxian, Ruowei, I will be here to accompany you soon. Shen Shirhan couldn't help but shed tears. She held Gu Chen's hand tightly and said, Gu Chen, don't say that. Don't give up. Gu Chen gently pulled his hand back, smiled bitterly, and said, Shirhan, I'm tired, really tired. I have let down too many people in my life. But you still have me. I will always be with you. Shirhan, thank you, but I'm not worthy. Gu Chen, don't say that about yourself. The past is in the past. We should look forward. Looking forward? I have no future anymore. Chapter 138, This Kind of Like is Not Love. Shen Shirhan is helping Su Jin and the others at the camp. At this moment, her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw that it was her agent calling. Shirhan, you're invited to this year's music awards ceremony. All the heavyweight singers in the entire Chinese-speaking world will be there this time. It's a rare and great opportunity. The agent's voice came from the receiver, with a hint of excitement and anticipation. Shen Shirhan frowned slightly. Is Gu Chen going? The agent on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment and said, Gu Chen said he won't go, but Shirhan, this has nothing to do with your attendance. You can't miss this great opportunity to increase your popularity. Shen Shirhan answered without hesitation. Then I won't go either. The agent got anxious when he heard this. Shirhan, how can you be so willful? This is the stage that many singers dream of. What's going on between you and Gu Chen? Shen Shirhan was silent for a while, then slowly said, Sister, you don't understand. For me, it's meaningful only where Gu Chen is. If he doesn't go, I won't be happy even if I go. The agent sighed helplessly. Shirhan, I know you have a good relationship with Gu Chen, but you also have to consider your own career. This awards ceremony is crucial to your development. Shen Shirhan's attitude remained firm. Sister, I know you are doing this for my own good, but I have made up my mind. Hang up the phone. Su Jin and Shen Shirhan were busy and chatting in the camp, with a warm smile on Su Jin's face. Sister Shirhan, although I can't see you, I can tell from your voice that you must be very beautiful. Su Jin said softly. Shen Shirhan was slightly stunned and smiled a little embarrassedly. Su Jin, you are really good at talking. Su Jin continued. Sister Shirhan, can I ask you a question? Well, ask. Shen Shirhan stopped what she was doing and responded to Su Jin seriously. Su Jin paused, as if trying to organize her words. Do you like Brother Gu Chen? After all, you are willing to accompany him in such a dangerous place like the earthquake. Shen Shirhan's face flushed instantly. She lowered her head and said in a panic, Su Jin, why do you ask this suddenly? Su Jin smiled and said, Sister Shirhan, don't be embarrassed. Since you came here, I can feel your concern and nervousness for Brother Gu Chen. Shen Shirhan sighed softly. Su Jin, I won't hide it from you, I do like Gu Chen. Su Jin nodded. Sister Shirhan, I understand your feelings. Brother Gu Chen is a very good person. Su Jin, actually I don't have too many expectations of Gu Chen. Shen Shirhan's eyes were a little blurry, as if she was lost in memories. Su Jin tilted her head slightly and listened attentively. Shen Shirhan continued, I will be very satisfied as long as I can be with him and see that he is well. There was a hint of helplessness and sadness in her voice. Su Jin asked softly, Sister Shirhan, why don't you fight for yourself a little more? Shen Shirhan smiled bitterly and shook her head. Love is not something that can be won by force. Gu Chen has his own ideas and choices. I don't want to add any pressure to him. But Sister Shirhan, it will be very hard for you to make silent contributions like this. Su Jin said with concern. Shen Shirhan's eyes were firm. As long as he can live well, my hard work is nothing. I know he might have someone else in his heart, but I can't control my heart. It is a blessing for me to be able to support and accompany him when he needs it. Su Jin held Shen Shirhan's hand. Sister Shirhan, you are so kind. Shen Shirhan smiled slightly. Maybe, but even if he will never see it, I will always be there for him. To love someone, isn't that to hope that he can be happy? A gentle breeze blew by, and Shen Shirhan's hair fluttered in the wind. Shen Shirhan smiled and touched Su Jin's head. Su Jin, do you like Gu Chen too? Su Jin nodded first, then shook her head, her expression filled with dejection. Sister Shirhan, I don't know. I can't see it. Although I have a good impression of Brother Gu Chen, how can someone like me have the qualifications to like others? No one wants to be with a blind man. Shen Shirhan squatted down, gently placed her hands on Su Jin's shoulders, and said gently, Su Jin, don't say that about yourself. Liking someone is the purest emotion in everyone's heart. It has nothing to do with whether your eyes can see it. Everyone has the right to like and be liked. Sister Shirhan, you don't understand. This world is very realistic. People like me will only become a burden to others. Shin Shirhan gently lifted Su Jin's face and looked at her seriously. Su Jin, don't be so pessimistic. Your heart is brighter than many others. I believe there will always be someone who can see the beauty in you and not care about your eyes. Sister Shirhan, it's not that easy. Even if there really is such a person, I don't dare to believe it. I'm afraid this is just a dream, and when I wake up, everything will be the same. Shen Shirhan held Su Jin's hand tightly. Su Jin, you must believe that fate will arrange your own happiness for you. Su Jin was silent for a while. Sister Shirhan, actually, my love for Brother Guqian is more of admiration and gratitude. He helped me when I was most helpless and made me feel warm. But I know that this kind of liking is not love. At this moment, a shout came from not far away. Shirhan, Su Jin, come and help move the supplies over here. The two looked at each other, stood up, and walked towards the direction of the sound. After finishing their work, it was getting dark. Shen Shirhan and Su Jin sat in the corner of the camp, looking at the twinkling stars in the sky. Su Jin said softly, Sister Shirhan, what do you think the future will be like? Shen Shirhan looked into the distance and said slowly, no one can predict the future, but as long as we have hope, things will get better and better. Su Jin nodded thoughtfully. Well, just like your feelings for Brother Guqian, maybe there will be different results in the future. Shen Shirhan smiled and said, let it be. I'm already very satisfied to be able to stay by his side and do what I can. Sister Shirhan, you are really brave. Su Jin said sincerely. Shen Shirhan held Su Jin's hand and said, Su Jin, you must face life bravely. Don't deny yourself just because you can't see. Chapter 139, Does He Care About Me? Zhang Ruowei sat in front of the window, looking at the night outside, his thoughts drifting. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, picked up her phone, and called Guqian. On the other end of the phone, Guqian broke down emotionally as soon as he heard Zhang Ruowei's voice, crying, Where have you been? I looked everywhere for you. I thought you were dead. Zhang Ruowei was shocked by Guqian's strong reaction. She never expected Guqian to be so excited. She was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Guqian, don't be like this. I didn't expect you to react so strongly. I just remembered that you were still in southern Yunnan. I didn't know how you were doing after the earthquake, so I tried to call you. I came back that morning and knocked on your door. You weren't there, so I just left. Guqian's voice was still filled with tears. I thought I would never see you again. I was worried about you during the earthquake. I've searched everywhere I could, but there's no news of you. Zhang Ruowei felt touched, mixed with a hint of guilt. Guqian, I'm sorry for making you worry. I came back in a hurry and didn't have time to tell you. Guqian took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Just go back, just go back. I've been going crazy these past few days. Your shadow is all in my mind. I'm really scared. Xiaoyan, Xiaoling, and the others are gone. I'm really afraid you'll leave too. I'm sorry I got excited just now. Zhang Ruowei said softly. It's okay, Guqian. I know you care about me. But I didn't expect you to be so anxious. I was anxious, sorry. Fina. After Zhang Ruowei hung up the phone, she sat quietly on the sofa, feeling a little strange. She kept thinking about Guqian's anxious and tearful words. Why did she feel that Guqian cared about her so much? When this idea came to her mind, she herself found it a little unbelievable. Zhang Ruowei frowned and fell into deep thought. Is it because of his deceased sister? Could it be that Guqian also has a crush on his sister, so he is so afraid that something will happen to him? This guess gradually became clear in her mind. The more Zhang Ruowei thought about it, the more she felt that her guess made sense. Perhaps in Guqian's heart, there's always been a place for his sister. And because I am his elder sister's younger sister, Guqian is so worried about my safety. She couldn't help feeling a little lost. If this is true, then Guqian's concern for himself is not out of concern for himself. And it's just because of my sister. Zhang Ruowei stood up and paced back and forth in the room. She tried to convince herself not to think too much about it. Maybe it was just her wild guess. But that uneasy feeling always lingers in my heart. She walked to the window and looked at the night view outside, her thoughts becoming more and more confused. After a few days of contact, he felt that Guqian was actually a pretty good person. At this time, a breeze blew by, ruffling Zhang Ruowei's hair. She gently tucked her hair behind her ear with her hands. The cell phone rang suddenly, and she picked up the phone. Seeing that the screen showed that it was a call from my mother, I sighed softly and pressed the answer button. Wei Wei, if you have time to go on a blind date tomorrow, I'll introduce you to a good candidate. The mother's anxious voice came from the receiver without any preparation. Zhang Ruowei frowned and said helplessly, "Mom, why are you bringing this up again?" The mother's tone became more resolute. "Wei Wei, don't take it lightly. You're so busy, either filming or appearing on variety shows. You don't have time to find a partner. You have to find me a partner this year." Zhang Ruowei rubbed her temples, trying to calm herself down. "Mom, my career is on the rise. How can I have the time to fall in love?" Career, that's all you think about." The mother raised her voice on the other end of the phone. "It's hard for girls to find a partner when they get older. If you don't hurry up now, you'll regret it later." Zhang Ruowei smiled bitterly and said, "Mom, I'm just a child. Don't be so anxious. Not old enough? Look at Aunt Wang's daughter next door. She's 2 years younger than you, and she's already old enough to help with cooking." The mother continued to nag. "The young man I introduced to you has great conditions. He looks energetic, has a stable job, and a good family. Go and see it tomorrow. I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Zhang Ruowei was a little impatient. "Mom, you only look at these superficial things. How can you be so casual about feelings?" The mother snorted. "What do you mean by casual? I'm doing this for your own good. It won't hurt to meet him. What if you hit it off?" Zhang Ruowei sighed. "Mom, I really don't want to go. Blind dates are so embarrassing." "What's so embarrassing? We're all going there to get married, so just be honest." Mother didn't seem ready to budge. "If you don't go, I'll keep nagging you until you do." Zhang Ruowei knew her mother's temper. Once she made up her mind, it was difficult to change it. She reluctantly compromised and said, Okay, can I go? But I've already said that I'm just going to meet her. I can't guarantee it will work out." The mother was satisfied and said, "Okay, as long as you go. Remember to dress nicely and leave a good impression on others." After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ruowei felt even more depressed. She collapsed on the sofa, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Her mother has been urging her about her love life, which makes her feel under great pressure. She knew that her mother was doing this for her own good and hoped that she could find someone to rely on as soon as possible. But she was still not ready mentally. As she thought about it, Zhang Ruowei's thoughts drifted to Gu Chun again. The look of Gu Chun caring about her lingered in her mind. She didn't know what her feelings were towards Gu Chun. The next day, Zhang Ruowei was woken up early by her mother's call again. "Wei Wei, don't forget your blind date today. Get ready early and don't be late." Mother reminded on the phone. Zhang Ruowei responded drowsily, turned over and got up, looked at her tired self in the mirror, and sighed. She simply washed up, put on some light makeup, put on a nice dress, and prepared to go to the appointment. Arriving at the restaurant for the blind date, Zhang Ruowei saw a man in a suit sitting there from afar. She took a deep breath and walked over. "Hello, I'm Zhang Ruowei." Zhang Ruowei tried her best to make her voice sound more natural. The man stood up and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm Li Yang. I know you're a big star." No. The two sat down and began to chat casually. Li Yang was very talkative and kept introducing his work and life. But Zhang Ruowei was absent-minded and just responded politely. "Are you usually very busy with work?" Li Yang asked. Zhang Ruowei nodded. "Well, with filming and variety shows, the schedule is not fixed." "That's good too. It shows that you're successful in your career," Li Yang said with a smile. Zhang Ruowei smiled perfunctorily, but in her heart, she was wondering how she would feel if the person sitting opposite her was Gu Chun. After the meal, Zhang Ruowei felt extremely tormented. The blind date finally ended, and she walked out of the restaurant feeling relieved. "When I got home, my mother couldn't wait to call me. 'Wei Wei, how is it? Isn't the boy this time good?' Zhang Ruowei said helplessly, "Mom, I really don't feel anything. I'm not attracted to you." The mother sighed and said, "Well, forget it. I'll find another one for you." Zhang Ruowei quickly said, "Mom, please stop worrying. I can handle my own affairs." Chapter 140, Please don't donate your eyes, I beg you. 3 days later, the earthquake finally stopped, and the devastated land ushered in the time for post-disaster reconstruction. Gu Chun, Shun Shirhan, and Ling Ruo threw themselves into helping everyone rebuild without hesitation. The early morning sun shone on the ruins, and Gu Chun arrived at the reconstruction site early. He was wearing a simple blue overalls with the sleeves rolled up high, revealing his strong arms. His face was covered in dust, but his eyes were full of determination and resolve. Gu Chun walked to a pile of collapsed bricks and stones, bent down, picked up a heavy stone with both hands, and moved it to the open space on the side with steady steps. Sweat flowed down his forehead. He wiped it casually with his sleeve and continued to work. Not far away, Shun Shirhan was distributing relief supplies with a group of volunteers. She was wearing a white volunteer vest, and her long hair was tied into a neat ponytail. With a smile on her face, she patiently asked about the needs of every disaster-stricken person and delivered the corresponding supplies to them. "Uncle, please take this bag of rice. Take care of yourself, and let us know if you have any difficulties." Shun Shirhan's voice was gentle and kind, which made the disaster-stricken people feel extremely warm. Ling Ruo was busy on the other side, helping professionals build a temporary shelter. She held the tools in her hands and followed the instructions carefully, her movements skillful and agile. Everyone should work harder to ensure that our compatriots affected by the disaster have a place to stay as soon as possible. Ling Ruo encouraged the volunteers around her, and everyone became more motivated. At noon, the sun was high in the sky, and the temperature gradually rose. Gu Chun, Shun Shirhan, and Ling Ruo gathered together, sat on a rock, and hurriedly ate their simple boxed lunch. "I've been really tired these past few days, but seeing everyone's lives getting back to normal little by little, I feel like it's all worth it," Shun Shirhan said while eating. Gu Chun took a sip of water, nodded and said, "Yes, but the reconstruction work still has a long way to go, and we have to keep working hard." Ling Ruo put down the lunchbox, looked at the two of them, and said, "We divided the work and cooperated, and the efficiency is quite high. We must keep it up from now on." After a short rest, they plunged into their intense work again. In the afternoon, Gu Chun led a group of young people to clean up the debris in the ruins. While working, he encouraged everyone, "Brothers, work harder. If we clean up more, the reconstruction will be faster." Shin Shirhan organized a children's activity to help the children temporarily forget their pain and find some happiness after experiencing the disaster. She took the children to sing and draw, and the children's laughter echoed over the ruins. Ling Ruo continued to be busy at the construction site of the temporary residence. She carefully checked each built residence to ensure its safety and stability. In the evening, the day's work is over. Gu Chun, Shun Shirhan, and Ling Ruo were walking home with tired bodies. "Although I'm tired today, it is very fulfilling. Yes, seeing everyone's lives gradually getting better, I feel a sense of accomplishment. I hope that our efforts can help this land regain its former vitality as soon as possible." Gu Chun and Shun Shirhan walked side by side into the hospital corridor, and the atmosphere seemed particularly heavy. Gu Chun's steps were firm, while Shun Shirhan's face was full of worry and uneasiness. They stopped in front of the doctor's office. Gu Chun turned his head, looked at Shun Shirhan, and said calmly, "Shirhan, I've decided. I'll have the eye donation surgery today." Shun Shirhan widened her eyes and shouted in disbelief, "No, Gu Chun, I don't agree." Her voice was particularly abrupt in the quiet corridor. Gu Chun sighed softly and looked at her firmly. "Shirhan, you know my physical condition. I don't have much time left. I really want Su Jin to take a good look at this matter. I made a promise with her. My eyes accompany her to see the world. It's all I can do." Tears welled up in Shun Shirhan's eyes, and she said in a trembling voice, "Gu Chun, I know what you're thinking, but why are you so anxious? You still have a month to live. Why can't we donate it after you die?" Gu Chun held Shun Shirhan's shoulders and said earnestly, "Shirhan, I don't want to drag it out until the end. If something unexpected happens and the donation cannot be carried out, wouldn't that be a pity? I want to get this sorted out while I still have the ability to decide." Shun Shirhan broke free from Gu Chun's hand and said excitedly, "Gu Chun, how can you be so selfish? Have you ever thought about how I feel? I don't want to lose you so soon, even for one more day." Gu Chun's eyes were full of helplessness and tenderness. "Shirhan, I'm not selfish. I just want to do something meaningful in my last moments. Let me continue my life in another way." Shun Shirhan loudly retorted, "There are many meaningful things to do. It is not necessary to donate your eyes now." Gu Chun was silent for a moment, then slowly said, "Shirhan, you should understand me." Shun Shirhan cried and said, "I can't understand. Gu Chun, you are running away, avoiding facing the rest of your life with me." Gu Chun gently wiped away the tears on Shun Shirhan's face and said in a low voice, "Shirhan, I didn't escape." Shun Shirhan shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "Gu Chun, I beg you, don't do this. Let's spend this last month together, okay?" Gu Chun looked at Shun Shirhan, his eyes full of determination. "Shirhan, stop trying to persuade me. I have decided. This is my last wish." Shun Shirhan cried out in despair. "Gu Chun, why are you so stubborn? Why don't you listen to my ideas?" At this time, The doctor came out of the office and saw the two people arguing fiercely. He said softly, "Calm down first and discuss it properly." Guchen looked at the doctor and said firmly, "Doctor, there is no need to discuss it. I want to have surgery today." Shin Shirhan rushed forward and grabbed the doctor's arm. "Doctor, please persuade him. Don't make such a hasty decision." The doctor sighed helplessly. "This is his personal wish, but from a medical and ethical perspective, we also hope to have a more appropriate arrangement." Shin Shirhan turned to Guchen again, her voice pleading, "Guchen, even if it's for me. Wait a little longer, okay?" Guchen turned his head away and no longer looked into Shin Shirhan's eyes. "Shirhan, I'm sorry. I have made up my mind." Shin Shirhan collapsed on the ground, crying inconsolably. "Why didn't I meet you earlier? Why was I so cowardly before? I really want to stay by your side, forever." Guchen, I like you. Chapter 141, Don't Persuade Me. On a sunny afternoon, Su Jin was sitting quietly by the window. Holding a braille book in his hand, he frowned slightly, trying to feel the world and the book through touch. At this time, the door was gently pushed open, and Ling Ruo walked in with brisk steps. Ling Ruo has long, smooth hair that falls on her shoulders like a waterfall. The ends of her hair are slightly curled, adding a bit of playfulness and agility. "Su Jin, sister has good news to tell you." Ling Ruo's voice was clear and pleasant, with uncontrollable excitement. Su Jin put down the book in her hand, turned around, and asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Sister, what's the good news?" Ling Ruo quickly walked over to Su Jin, squatted down, held Su Jin's hand, and said excitedly, "Su Jin, your eyes may be able to recover. Someone is willing to donate corneas to you." When Su Jin heard the news, she was stunned at first, then a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but quickly dimmed. "Sister, is this true? Are you kidding me?" Ling Ruo quickly shook her head and reached out to gently stroke Su Jin's hair. "Silly sister, how could I lie to you? This is absolutely true." Su Jin's lips trembled slightly. "Sister, I can't believe it." Ling Ruo stood up and gently hugged Su Jin into her arms. "Su Jin, believe me, this is true. Soon, you'll be able to see this beautiful world again." Su Jin hugged Ling Ruo tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Sister, I'm so happy, but I don't know how to thank that kind person." Ling Ruo let go of Su Jin, gently wiped the tears from her face with her hands, and said with a smile, "Sister, don't think too much. This is a selfless love. As long as we live a good life with a grateful heart, that will be the best way to repay that kind person." Su Jin nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. "Sister, when can the surgery be performed?" Ling Ruo took Su Jin's hand and sat down. "The doctor said that we still need to make some preoperative preparations, and the surgery can be performed in about a week." "1 week." Suin Makar told herself. "You need to rest well and keep a good mood this week, okay?" Ling Ruo gently reminded. Su Jin nodded vigorously. "Sister, I will." Ling Ruo looked at Su Jin, her eyes full of love. "Su Jin, when you can see, sister will take you to see many beautiful scenery." Su Jin smiled brightly. "Okay, sister, I really want to see you soon." The sunlight shines through the window onto Su Jin's face, which is filled with joy. She couldn't wait to pick up the phone and dial Guchen. As soon as the call was connected, Su Jin said excitedly, "Brother Guchen, I have good news for you. Someone is going to donate corneas to me, so I can see the world." Guchen on the other end of the phone was stunned at first. "Really? Su Jin, this is great." Su Jin held the phone tightly, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. "It's true, Brother Guchen. I feel like I'm dreaming." Guchen smiled and said, "This is not a dream. Su Jin, this is real. You're finally going to get your wish." Su Jin took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. "Brother Guchen, I'm so happy. I've been waiting for this day for a long, long time." "Su Jin, I can imagine how you feel right now." Guchen's voice was filled with warmth. "From now on, you'll be able to see blue sky and white clouds, beautiful flowers, and all the beautiful things." Su Jin nodded repeatedly, even though Guchen couldn't see. "Well, Brother Guchen, I really don't know how to describe my current mood. I'm so excited. When I can see again, I want to be the first to see you." Guchen on the other end of the phone paused. "Okay, Su Jin, I'll wait for you." Su Jin walked to the window, feeling the warm sunlight on her face. "Brother Guchen, I've always wondered what it would be like to be able to see the world. I think it must be very beautiful. It will definitely be better than you imagine, Su Jin." Su Jin laughed, her laughter as clear as a silver bell. Brother Gu-chun, when I can see again, I want to do many things with you. Okay, Su-jin, no matter what you want to do, I will accompany you. Gu-chun answered without hesitation. Su-jin's face was filled with a happy smile. Brother Gu-chun, you are so nice. I can't wait to have the surgery and see the world sooner. Gu-chan said, Don't worry, Su-jin, the operation will be successful. Trust the doctor. Yes, Brother Gu-chan, I believe it. Su-jin nodded. I feel like the luckiest person in the world now. In the quiet corridor of the hospital, Shun Shirhan sat powerlessly beside Gu-chan. Her face was pale, and her eyes were full of pain and helplessness. Su-jin's cheerful voice was still echoing in Gu-chen's phone, but Shun Shirhan was already in tears. She tightly grasped Gu-chen's arm, her voice filled with tears. Gu-chan, if Su-jin knew that her cornea was donated by you, she would be so upset. There was not much expression on Gu-chen's face. He just looked ahead firmly, as if he had made up his mind. Shun Shirhan couldn't stop her tears from falling, and her voice became more urgent. Gu-chun, please don't donate, okay? What if the disease is cured? Don't donate, Gu-chun. Gu-chun slowly turned his head and looked at Shun Shirhan, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Shirhan, I know my illness well, and the hope of recovery is too slim. And Su-jin, she is still young. She should have the opportunity to see the beauty of this world. Shin Shirhan shook her head desperately. No, Gu-chun, there must be a way. Let's look for other ways. There will always be hope. Gu-chun sighed softly. Shirhan, stop deceiving yourself. I think it's worth it to be able to do this for Su-jin at the end of my life. Shin Shirhan's body trembled. But, Gu-chun, what should I do if you do this? What should Su-jin do? If she knew the truth, she would live with guilt for the rest of her life. Gu-chun held Shun Shirhan's hand and tried to comfort her. Shirhan, don't tell her. This is a secret between us. Let her live a good life with expectations for the future. Shin Shirhan broke free from Gu-chun's hand, stood up, and shouted excitedly. Gu-chun, how can you be so selfish? You only think about Su-jin. Have you ever thought about me? I don't want to lose you. Gu-chun also stood up and hugged Shin Shirhan in his arms. Shirhan, I'm sorry for making you so painful. But this is the only thing I can do for Su-jin. Shin Shirhan sobbed in Gu-chun's arms. Gu-chun, why do you have to do this? Why? Gu-chun patted Shin Shirhan's back gently. Shirhan, don't cry. Believe me, this is the best option. Shin Shirhan raised her head and looked at Gu-chun with tearful eyes. Gu-chun, I beg you, please think about it again. Please think about it again, okay? Gu-chun shook his head firmly. Shirhan, stop trying to persuade me. I have made up my mind. Chapter 142 Ruawei. Did you and Gu-chun really break up? Zhang Ruawei got out of the car and came to a high-end restaurant. She originally didn't want to come to the college reunion, but her class monitor kept calling her, so she came anyway. The moment she walked into the box, the originally lively atmosphere instantly reached a climax. Wow, Zhang Ruawei, the big star is here. The classmates stood up one after another, their faces filled with surprise and excitement. Zhang Ruo smiled slightly and greeted everyone one by one. Her elegant posture and friendly smile made the students feel extremely cordial. Ruawei, you are very famous now. Your works can be seen everywhere. A female classmate took Zhang Ruawei's hand, her eyes full of envy. No matter what, it's all thanks to everyone's support. Zhang Ruawei said modestly. Everyone sat together, reminiscing about the good times in college and laughing constantly. Ruawei, you are so successful now. How is your love life? A straightforward male classmate suddenly asked. Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Zhang Ruawei, full of curiosity. Zhang Ruawei was slightly stunned, then answered generously, I'm still single. This answer made the students excited. Oh, Ruawei, you are so beautiful and outstanding. Why are you single? Are your standards too high? Zhang Ruo smiled and explained, Really not. I'm just too busy with work and haven't met the right person yet. That won't do, Ruawei. You have to hurry up. A woman's youth is precious. A female classmate said with concern. Zhang Ruawei nodded. I know, but this kind of thing still depends on fate. Ruawei, you should have a lot of outstanding suitors around you, right? Someone else asked. Zhang Ruawei shook her head slightly. Actually, there aren't as many as everyone imagines, and even if there are, they may not be suitable. The classmates discussed it one after another, and everyone wanted to give Zhang Ruawei some advice. Ruawei, how about I introduce you to someone? I have a friend who's in very good condition. Zhang Ruawei quickly waved her hand. Thank you, but I don't need it for now. I still want to find it slowly on my own. The party continued in a cheerful atmosphere, with everyone eating, drinking, and chatting. Ruawei, no matter what, I hope you can find the right person soon and live a happy life. The squad leader raised his glass and said. Zhang Ruowei also raised his glass and responded with a smile. Thank you, everyone. I believe it will happen. After the party, Zhang Ruowei and her 3 college roommates went to a cozy pub. The 4 of them sat around a table in the corner. The lighting was soft and the atmosphere was relaxed. One of the roommates broke the silence first. She looked at Zhang Ruowei and asked seriously, Ruowei, are you and Gu Chun really breaking up? You've been together for so many years. Zhang Ruowei was stunned when she heard this. She asked in confusion, have I ever been in a relationship with Gu Chun? The other 2 roommates also showed surprised expressions, and one of them said, Ruowei, stop joking. Back in college, you two were a recognized couple. Zhang Ruowei frowned and tried to search her memory for the fragments about her love affair with Gu Chun, but found nothing. She shook her head and said, I really don't remember. The roommate who spoke first said anxiously, how could I not remember? Back then, you were stuck together every day, attending classes together, eating together, and going to the library together. Zhang Ruowei still looked confused. Why don't I have any impression of it? Another roommate continued, didn't you guys appear on a show recently? When I saw your interactions on the show, I felt like there was some affection between you. Do you still have feelings for him? I forgot. The roommates looked at each other in disbelief. One of the roommates held Zhang Ruowei's hand and said, Ruowei, are you deliberately hiding this from us? Or were you too heartbroken after the breakup and chose to seal away this memory? Zhang Ruowei pulled back her hand, looking a little flustered. I really didn't, don't guess. I really don't remember having a romantic relationship with Gu Chun. Zhang Ruowei fell into deep thought, wondering if she had really forgotten something important. But no matter how hard she tried to recall, the scene of her love with Gu Chun in her mind was still blank. The roommates looked at Zhang Ruowei's confused look and were also a little at a loss. The roommate who first asked the question sighed and said, Ruowei, maybe you really have forgotten. But it doesn't matter. Let the past be the past. Zhang Ruowei nodded gently, but the doubts in her heart grew deeper and deeper. Zhang Ruowei took a deep breath and said slowly, Actually, I lost my memory some time ago. I really don't remember anything about my past with Gu Chun. The 3 roommates opened their mouths in surprise, not knowing what to say for a moment. Zhang Ruowei frowned, a look of disbelief on her face. I really can't believe that Gu Chun and I were actually in love. My sister has a crush on Gu Chun. Is it because of me that she doesn't dare to confess her feelings? Thinking of her deceased sister, Zhang Ruowei became more depressed. She picked up the wine glass in front of her, tilted her head back, and took a big sip. Did I really have a relationship with Gu Chun before? Why do my mother and my agent say that Gu Chun and I have a bad relationship? Why do we break up? Zhang Ruowei looked confused and asked a series of questions one after another. A roommate patted Zhang Ruowei's shoulder gently and said, You two were so sweet back then. Gu Chun is from Huaqing University, not the same school as us, but you should go out on dates together whenever you have time. You'll go to the movies together, walk hand in hand in the park, and share a meal at a street food stall. Every time I see you, I feel that love is so beautiful. Another roommate echoed, Yes, Gu Chun was very nice to you back then. They'll prepare surprises for you on every holiday, and even plan elaborate parties for your birthday. We are all so envious that you have such a considerate boyfriend. Zhang Ruowei listened to her roommate's descriptions and tried hard to piece together the missing fragments of memory in her mind, but still found nothing. What happened next? Why did you break up? Zhang Ruowei asked anxiously. The roommates looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. We don't know the specific reasons. It seems like I heard suddenly that you broke up. When I asked you, you didn't tell me anything, but just grieved silently. Zhang Ruowei held her head in her hands and said in pain, Why can't I remember anything? Why is this happening? Ruowei, don't push yourself too hard. Maybe your memories will suddenly come back one day. Zhang Ruowei lowered her hands, staring blankly ahead, muttering to herself, I hope so. This blank period in the past makes me feel empty inside. Zhang Ruowei suddenly recalled that she called Gu Chun some time ago. Gu Chun cried when he knew that she was fine. Was it because Gu Chun cared about her? Chapter 143 Xiaoxi is almost dead. Zhang Ruowei sat in the corner of the tavern, holding the phone tightly in his hand. I was struggling with whether I should call Gu Chun to find out what happened in the past. Her fingers slid across the screen, and Gu Chen's phone number appeared before her. But she couldn't press the dial button. Zhang Ruowei took a deep breath and put down her phone. Since we've broken up, don't bother me anymore. Maybe some things are better not to know. My thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the days when I was with Gu Chun in southern Yunnan some time ago. At that time, the sun was warm, the breeze was gentle, and the beautiful scenery of southern Yunnan was picturesque. She still remembers the shock and joy she felt when she first saw the vast rice fields under the blue sky. Gu Chun was indeed a nice person during that time. In those moments, Zhang Ruowei could truly feel his care and concern. However, Gu Chun always had a hot and cold feeling towards her. Sometimes he would do it in an unexpected moment. There was a deep tenderness in his eyes, which made Zhang Ruowei intoxicated. But sometimes, he would suddenly become silent, as if immersed in his own world. He turned a deaf ear to Zhang Ruowei's concern and words. At this moment, Zhang Ruowei seemed to understand the reason. Perhaps it's because of the complicated emotional entanglement between them. Perhaps it was because of the entanglement and struggle deep in Gu Chen's heart. Thinking of this, a blush appeared on Zhang Ruowei's face. She couldn't help but recall that night when she actually took the initiative to go to Gu Chen's room. But now when I think about it, I just feel extremely embarrassed. Zhang Ruowei covered her face with her hands, trying to free herself from these embarrassing memories. She told herself that the past was the past. No matter how beautiful or embarrassing it was in the past, it should be let go with the wind. The lights in the pub were still dim, but Zhang Ruowei's mood was just like the lights, flickering. Zhang Ruowei sat there with a frown on his face, his brain working rapidly. She now seemed to finally understand why her mother and agent felt that she and Gu Chun had a bad relationship. Gu Chun must have hurt me, Zhang Ruowei murmured to himself, with a flash of anger and sadness in his eyes. The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed. Otherwise, how to explain those vague fragments of painful memories and the negative perceptions of their relationship by those around them? Gu Chun is a scumbag. Once this thought came up, it grew wildly in her heart like weeds. She recalled the details of the past, those subtle details that she had once ignored or not paid attention to. Now it all seems to be evidence that Gu Chun is a scumbag. Thinking of Eugene Schwann's hostility towards her during her lifetime, Zhang Ruowei became even more confused. Yi Jinxian is Gu Chen's girlfriend. Could it be because Gu Chen cheated on her? Is that why I hate Gu Chen so much? Zhang Ruowei's hands clenched unconsciously, her nails digging deep in her palms, but she seemed unaware. If this is true, then Gu Chun is so hateful. She cursed fiercely in her heart. She began to recall every moment of her interaction with Yi Jinxian. Yi Jinxuan's eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment. Those harsh words seemed to have a reasonable explanation. Gu Chun must be wavering between us. Or maybe he and Yi Jinxian have some secret relationship behind my back. The more Zhang Ruowei thought about it, the angrier she became, and her breathing became rapid. The scene of Gu Chun and Yi Jinxian together seemed to appear in front of her eyes. The scene made her feel sick and angry. This scumbag deceived my feelings and hurt me. Tears welled up in Zhang Ruowei's eyes, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. She picked up the wine glass on the table and drank the wine in it, trying to numb his painful thoughts with alcohol. Those speculations and suspicions lingered in her mind like ghosts. How could I fall in love with someone like this? Gu Chun sat quietly on the chair in the doctor's office in the hospital, looking a little solemn. The doctor took the medical record and said seriously, "Gu Chun, you'll have to stay in the hospital for this week. Donating corneas is not a trivial matter and involves risks." Gu Chun nodded slightly, his eyes firm. "Doctor, I am ready." Shun Shirhan, who was standing aside, bit her lips, her eyes full of reluctance and worry. But she knew that Gu Chen's decision could not be changed. At this moment, she has accepted this reality. All I wanted was to be able to spend more time with Gu Chun during these final moments. Coming out of the doctor's office, Gu Chun and Shun Shirhan walked in the hospital corridor, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Shun Shirhan gently held Gu Chen's arm, leaned her head on his shoulder, tears welling up in her eyes. "Gu Chen, no matter what, I will always be with you." Shun Shirhan's voice was choked with sobs. Gu Chun patted her hands and comforted her. "Shirhan, don't be too sad. This is what I want to do." Back in the ward, Gu Chun sat on the bed, looking at the scenery outside the window, thoughtful. Shin Shirhan was busy making his bed and arranging his belongings. Guchun, are you hungry? I'll go buy you something to eat. Shin Shirhan asked with concern. Guchun shook his head. I'm not hungry, Shirhan. Don't work too hard. Shin Shirhan stopped what she was doing, walked to Guchun, squatted down, and held his hand. Guchun, as long as I can be with you, I don't feel tired at all. At night, the lights in the ward seemed a little dim. Shin Shirhan sat on a chair beside the bed and chatted quietly with Guchun. Guchun, when you get better, let's go traveling together, okay? Okay, I won't be able to see anything by then, so please don't abandon me. As the night deepened, Shin Shirhan fell asleep on the edge of the bed. Guchun gently covered her with a blanket and looked at her sleeping face, his heart filled with gratitude and reluctance. Just then, his cell phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Guchun took the phone and saw that it was a call from Fang Yueshi's grandfather. Grandpa's voice was anxious and tearful. Is it Guchun? Xiaoxi's condition has worsened. The doctor said he may not survive the night. Guchun's head buzzed as if struck by thunder. His face turned pale instantly, and the hand holding the phone began to tremble unconsciously. Grandpa, don't be anxious. What's going on? Guchun tried hard to keep his voice calm. I don't know. Xiaoxi suddenly fell into a coma this afternoon. When we were sent to the hospital, the doctor said the situation was not optimistic. Grandpa was already sobbing on the other end of the phone. Guchun's heart sank suddenly, and he felt that breathing became difficult. Fang Yueshi's lively and lovely face kept appearing in his mind. Grandpa, I'll be there right away, Guchun said as he lifted the quilt and prepared to get out of bed. Shin Shirhan was startled by his actions and quickly asked, Guchun, what's wrong? Guchun didn't have time to explain. He hurriedly said to his grandfather on the phone, Grandpa, wait for me. I'll be there soon. Then he hung up. Shirhan, Fang Yueshi is seriously ill and may not make it. I have to go see her, Guchun said as he put on his shoes. Chapter 144, Why Did You Hide It From Me in Southern Yunnan? After hearing what Guchun said, Shin Shirhan's eyes were full of understanding and support. Guchun, go quickly, don't delay. Guchun nodded, rushed out of the ward, and took a taxi straight to the hospital where Fang Yueshi was. Along the way, his heart was in his throat, and Fang Yueshi's smile and figure from the past kept appearing in his mind. Arriving at the hospital, Guchun went straight to Fang Yueshi's ward. In the ward, Fang Yueshi lay quietly on the bed, her face as pale as paper, and her body was full of various tubes. Guchun walked to the bedside, gently held Fang Yueshi's hand, and said in a trembling voice, Xiaoxi, I'm coming, you must hold on. Fang Yueshi's grandfather was beside her, tears streaming down his face. Guchun, Xiaoxi. Guchun comforted his grandfather. Grandpa, don't worry too much, Xiaoxi will be fine. At this time, the doctor came in and said to Guchun and Grandpa, the patient's condition is very unstable. We will do our best, but you must also be mentally prepared. Guchun's eyes were firm. Doctor, please save her. Time passed minute by minute. Guchun stayed by Fang Yueshi's bedside, constantly saying words of encouragement in her ear. Xiaoxi, didn't you say you want to go to the sea together? When you're better, we'll go right away. Xiaoxi, you are so strong. You will definitely be able to defeat the disease. After an unknown amount of time, Fang Yueshi's fingers seemed to move. Guchun was extremely surprised. Xiaoxi, you can hear me, right? However, Fang Yueshi still did not wake up, and Guchun's heart sank to the bottom again. Just when Guchun felt desperate, Fang Yueshi's breathing suddenly became steady, and the data on the instrument also showed signs of improvement. After checking again, the doctor showed a trace of relief on his face. The situation has improved, and the patient's vital signs are beginning to stabilize. When Guchun and his grandfather heard the news, they were so excited that tears filled their eyes. When Guchun and his grandfather heard the news, they were so excited that tears filled their eyes. However, the doctor said with a heavy face, so don't be too happy. We can't cure his disease. At best, she can survive for 2 to 3 months, and that's under the best-case scenario. Your family needs to be mentally prepared. Her brain cancer is incurable. You all should be very clear about this. Guchun's body trembled violently, as if hit by a heavy hammer. His eyes widened, his voice trembling with anger. Doctor, how could this happen? Is there really no other solution? Grandpa's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face again. Doctor, please think of another way. Even if there's a glimmer of hope, it's good. The doctor shook his head helplessly and sighed. We have tried all possible treatment options, But at this stage of brain cancer, there's really no way to save it. Gu Chen slowly turned his head and looked at Fang Yueshi, who was still unconscious on the hospital bed. Tears blurred his vision. Xiao Xia. Grandpa grabbed Gu Chen's shoulders with trembling hands and said in a hoarse voice, Gu Chen, we can't give up like this. Even if it's only for 2 or 3 months, I have to make Xiaoxi happy. Gu Chen bit his lip and tried to calm himself down. 3 months? Grandpa, I may not be able to come over for the next period of time. Grandpa Xiaoxi's last moments. Can you accompany her for me? It's about work. Your work is the most important thing. Just come over and accompany Xiaoxi from time to time. Okay, Grandpa. The ward fell into deathly silence, with only the ticking of instruments and the heavy breathing of Gu Chen and his grandfather. The next morning, accompanied by Shen Shirhan, Gu Chen came to a temple to pray for blessings. The temple was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious. Gu Chen knelt devoutly in front of the Buddha statue, silently praying in his heart that Fang Yueshi would be able to recover completely, and also hoping that his work would go smoothly. At this time, an old monk slowly walked to Gu Chen, looked at him deeply, and said, Donor, there is a dead person who can't let you go and is reluctant to leave for a long time. Gu Chen was confused after hearing this. He frowned and said, Master, what do you mean by this? I don't quite understand. The old monk clasped his hands together and shook his head slightly. The secret cannot be revealed. The donor will understand it in the future. Gu Chen felt puzzled and thought that the old monk was trying to be mysterious. Shen Shirhan was also a little confused and said to the old monk, Master, can you explain it more clearly? The old monk just smiled, said nothing more, turned around and slowly walked away. Gu Chen stood up helplessly and said to Shen Shirhan, Don't worry about him. He is probably talking nonsense. Let's go. Shen Shirhan nodded, and the two left the temple. Along the way, Gu Chen was still thinking about the old monk's words. He felt a little uneasy, but he really couldn't understand the meaning of it. Shen Shirhan comforted him. Gu Chen, don't think too much. Maybe it's just that old monk talking nonsense. Gu Chen sighed. I hope so. Maybe there have been too many things going on recently, and I'm a little sensitive. As soon as Gu Chen returned to the hospital, before he could even walk into the ward, the phone in his pocket rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Zhang Ruowei calling. After answering the call, he only heard Zhang Ruowei say coldly, Gu Chen, come out. Although Gu Chen was confused, he still agreed. The two of them met at a high-end restaurant. Gu Chen arrived early and sat in his seat, wondering why Zhang Ruowei was looking for him. After a while, Zhang Ruowei came over in high heels with a cold face. She walked straight to the table and, without saying a word, threw a watch in front of Gu Chen. I'll give you your watch back. Zhang Ruowei's voice was filled with anger and disdain. Gu Chen was stunned. He stared at the watch blankly, and his thoughts were instantly brought back to high school. This is the watch he bought after saving a lot of money for a long time, and it carries many memories of his youthful time. However, during his sophomore year of high school, the watch disappeared. He searched for a long time, but couldn't find it. He didn't expect that she would reappear in front of him in this way. How come you have it? Gu Chen asked in surprise. Zhang Ruowei sneered. This is what my sister found. You are a scumbag. You're not worthy of my sister's love. Gu Chen frowned, looking confused. Your sister? I don't quite understand what you mean. Zhang Ruowei's eyes became even sharper. Stop pretending, Gu Chen. My sister has done so much for you, and you hurt her like this. Gu Chen tried hard to search his mind for memories of Zhang Ruowei's sister, but he still had no clue. Zhang Ruowei, can you explain clearly? I really don't know what happened. Zhang Ruowei slammed the table angrily. Don't you know? My sister is because of you. And here you are, having a good time. Gu Chen, why don't you just die? Why did your sister die? Gu Chen said anxiously. I really don't know. If I have done anything to offend your sister, there must be a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Zhang Ruowei's tears welled up in her eyes. My sister is so kind and loves you so much. Why don't you look back at her? You're just a scumbag. Gu Chen stood up and said sincerely, Zhang Ruowei, calm down first. Let's talk things over. Your sister and I have nothing, really. And you and I were together before. Why did you hide it from me last time in Southern Yunnan? Chapter 145 Zhang Ruowei turned her head away, unwilling to look at Gu Chen, and said in a tearful voice, What's the point of you saying this now? My sister is gone. Gu Chen's face was filled with pain. Ruowei, I really didn't know things would turn out like this. I really didn't know about your sister. I'm sorry. Nothing I do now can make up for your sister. I am sorry. Zhang Ruowei sneered. Make up? What can you do to make up for it? Can my sister's life be brought back? Gu Chan was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I will give her my life as compensation. Okay. Zhang Ruowei's eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, Your life? Is your life worth my sister's? She is so young, so kind, and her future holds so many possibilities. Can you afford to pay her back? Gu Chun, if you want to die, die now. The shock of reading her sister's diary yesterday was still raging in her heart, making her so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. Her hands were trembling as she turned page after page, and every word felt like a knife stabbing her heart. My sister's beautiful handwriting is full of deep affection for Gu Chun. Those delicate descriptions of emotions, those silent watching and expectations, made Zhang Ruowei's heart twist into a knot. Why? Why don't I know anything? Zhang Ruowei burst into tears, her voice choked with sobs. She hated Gu Chan, hated him for making her sister so miserable without knowing anything about it. She hated herself even more, hated her carelessness, and hated herself for not realizing her sister's feelings. After her sister broke up with Gu Chan, she was shaken and struggled. She obviously liked Gu Chun so much, but she didn't dare to take that step because he was her sister's ex-boyfriend. I can only bury this feeling deep in my heart. Sister, I'm sorry. Her heart was filled with self-blame and regret. She was able to discover her sister's thoughts at the time. If she hadn't been with Gu Chun, perhaps everything would have been different. Zhang Ruowei looked at Gu Chun in front of her, and the anger in her heart was instantly ignited. Her eyes were fixed on Gu Chen's face, which had once moved her heart, but now made her extremely disgusted, and her teeth were chattering. I'm so blind. Why did I end up with this scumbag before? Zhang Ruowei cursed fiercely in her heart, her eyes filled with anger and disdain. Gu Chun seemed to want to say something, but Zhang Ruowei didn't want to give him the chance at all. She glared at Gu Chun fiercely, and that look seemed to be able to pierce Gu Chun. Then, Zhang Ruowei turned around and left without hesitation, his steps quick and firm. Gu Chun stood there, a look of helplessness and regret on his face. He silently put away his watch and walked to the front desk to pay. While paying the bill, his eyes were always looking in the direction where Zhang Ruowei left, with mixed feelings in his heart. After paying the bill, Gu Chan slowly walked out of the restaurant and looked at the bustling crowd on the street, but he could no longer see Zhang Ruowei. He sighed deeply, understanding. The rift between him and Zhang Ruowei was irreparable. Isn't this what he ever wanted to see? But why does his heart ache? Gu Chan walked alone on the quiet street, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to the past related to Zhang Ruowei's sister Zhang Ruhan. He tried hard to recall his interactions with Zhang Ruhan, but found that he had only met her once before breaking up with Zhang Ruowei. It was a chance encounter. Later, as fate would have it, he was diagnosed with cancer, and Zhang Ruhan became his attending physician. At that time, he didn't even know that his attending physician was Zhang Ruowei's sister. Until one day, I heard the nurses chatting outside the ward. When he mentioned that Zhang Ruhan had a sister who was a big star, he suddenly realized that Zhang Ruhan was Zhang Ruowei's sister. When did she fall in love with me? High school, but I didn't even see her in high school. Gu Chan was full of doubts and frowned. He tried to search for any trace of Zhang Ruhan in the depths of his memory, but there was no trace of her at all in his high school memories. He thought of the watch that he had lost and found again. Why is my watch with her? Gu Chan stopped and leaned against the street lamp pole, looking up at the dim light, his thoughts becoming more and more confused. Perhaps she has been paying attention to me silently, but I have never noticed it. Gu Chan sighed lightly. He remembered Zhang Ruhan's care and concern for him during the treatment. At that time, I just thought it was a doctor's duty, but now I think about it. Perhaps there are some other emotions mixed in. The November wind blew gently, bringing a hint of coolness, and Gu Chan couldn't help but shiver. He slowly stood up and continued walking forward. Gu Chan walked slowly, and fragments of the past kept emerging in his mind. He recalled the last time he saw Zhang Ruhan. By then, he decided to give up treatment. When you want to take a good look at the world in the last moments of your life. That day, the sunlight shone through the window of the hospital ward and onto the white sheets. Zhang Ruhan walked into the ward as usual. There was a hint of fatigue in her eyes. But when he saw Gu Chun, he still tried to force a warm smile. Gu Chun, I heard that you're planning to give up treatment and go out for a walk. Zhang Ruhan asked softly. Gu Chun nodded with a relieved look on his face. Yes, Dr. Zhang. Instead of suffering in this ward day after day. I want to go out and experience the outside world, even if time is running out. Zhang Ruhan was slightly stunned for a moment, then sighed softly. Actually, I've been under too much pressure at work lately, and I'm going to go out and relax. Guchen looked at her with some surprise, and they smiled at each other. At that moment, it seemed as if the haze in the ward had faded a little. However, since then, Guchen has had no news of Zhang Ruhan. He embarked on a journey alone to see the vastness of the ocean. I felt the magnificence of the mountains and rivers, and also experienced the hustle and bustle of life. As the days passed, Guchen's physical condition worsened again, and he had to return to the hospital. I walked into the familiar ward, but didn't see Zhang Ruhan. When Dr. Lin, who was in charge of him, came to check on him, Guchen couldn't help but ask Dr. Lin, "Where is Dr. Zhang Ruhan?" A complicated expression flashed across Dr. Lin's face. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "Dr. Zhang has passed away." At that time, he seemed to be struck by thunder and was completely stunned. What died? How could it be? Dr. Lin shook his head. "I don't know the details. I just know she passed away suddenly." At that time, Guchen's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. He could never have imagined that the gentle and strong Zhang Ruhan would disappear from this world just like that. Chapter 146. Guchen, you have to tell Zhang Ruowei the truth. He stopped, raised his hand to stop a taxi, and gave the address of his high school. The car sped along, and Guchen looked at the street scene outside the window that was constantly receding, his thoughts becoming more and more confused. The driver, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, glanced at the dejected Guchen through the rearview mirror and took the initiative to say, "Young man, you look so worried. Are you facing any troubles?" Guchen smiled bitterly and did not answer immediately. The driver didn't seem to care and continued to talk to himself. Life is full of troubles, but sometimes talking about it might make you feel better. Perhaps it was the genuine concern in the driver's tone that made Guchen hesitate for a moment and then slowly speak. "Master, do you think life is very short?" The driver nodded slightly. "That's not true. Sometimes decades go by in the blink of an eye." Guchen sighed. "I've been through a lot recently, and I really feel the impermanence of life." The driver responded, "Can you tell me about it? Maybe I can give you some advice." Guchen was silent for a moment and said, "The people I love have left me one after another." The driver sighed softly. "I understand the pain of loving someone but not being able to be together. Sometimes fate plays tricks on us." Guchen's eyes became even darker. "I did everything I could. I wanted to keep them, but in the end it was all in vain." The driver said, "Young man, fate in this world is hard to explain. Maybe some people leave so that you can meet the right person." Guchen shook his head. "But I can't let go. Those memories always haunt me." The driver smiled. "It's normal to feel stuck, but you can't keep getting stuck in the past. Life is short. You need to move on." Guchen smiled bitterly and said, "Looking forward? It's not that easy." The driver said seriously, "It's not easy, but how will you know if you don't try? Perhaps at some corner in the future, you will find the happiness that truly belongs to you." Guchen was silent for a long time, then said, "Master, you are right. But I still feel very confused." The driver consoled her. "Confusion is temporary. Once you figure out, the road will become clear. Just like me driving this taxi, I run on the road every day and encounter various road conditions. But as long as I keep driving, I can always reach my destination." Guchen nodded thoughtfully. "Thank you, Master. Your words make me feel a little better." The driver smiled brightly. "Glad to be able to help you, young man. Come on." The car continued to move forward and soon arrived at its destination. Guchen paid the money and got out of the car. Before leaving, the driver did not forget to encourage him again. "Young man, remember, everything will be fine." Guchen nodded gratefully to the driver. Standing at the high school gate, Guchen looked at the familiar campus with mixed feelings. The youthful years I spent here seemed to be still before my eyes. Back then, I was full of vigor and dreams, but now I feel overwhelmed by all the troubles in life. I casually glanced at the snack street outside the school and saw a familiar figure. His heart skipped a beat, thinking it was Zhang Ruowei. But after a closer look, he realized that it was not Zhang Ruowei, but Bai Lin. Bai Lin was standing in front of a small stall, carefully selecting ingredients for Malatang. Guchen calmed himself down and walked forward slowly. "Boss, I want a bowl of hot and sour noodles," Guchen said. Bai Lin heard the voice and turned around, a hint of surprise on his face. "Guchen? What a coincidence." Guchen forced a smile. "Yeah, what a coincidence." The stall owner was busy working skillfully, cooking various ingredients in the steaming pot. Gu Chun and Bai Lin sat at a small table on the street with steaming hot and sour noodles and spicy hot pot in front of them. Bai Lin picked up a piece of tofu from the spicy hot pot, hesitated for a moment, and said, Gu Chun, Zhang Ruwei contacted me and sent me a message. Gu Chen's hand holding the chopsticks paused. His expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Oh, really? Bai Lin put down his chopsticks and looked at Gu Chun seriously. Are you really not going to tell her the truth? Gu Chun lowered his head and gently stirred the hot and sour noodles in the bowl. His voice was low and he said, What good will it do to tell her? It will only cause more trouble. Bai Lin frowned. But it's not fair to her if you keep it a secret from her. Gu Chun raised his head. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes. I can only live for a month at most. We just had a big fight. It's good. At least she won't think of me anymore. Bai Lin's eyes widened in surprise. A month? Gu Chun, how come you? Gu Chun interrupted her. This is fate. I have accepted it. Bai Lin's eyes were red. Then you can't just give up like this. Maybe there is still hope. Gu Chun smiled bitterly and shook his head. Don't comfort me. I know my own body well. The two fell into silence, with only the noisy sounds from the street echoing in their ears. After a while, Bai Lin broke the silence. Gu Chun, you are too selfish. Zhang Ruowei has the right to know the truth. Gu Chun was silent for a moment and said, I don't want her to see me like this. I don't want to make her sad. Bai Lin said, But have you ever thought that if she knew the truth from others, she would be even more miserable? Gu Chun sighed. I just hope she can live a good life and forget me. Bai Lin bit her lip and said, You're not doing this for her own good. You're hurting her. Gu Chun stopped talking and just ate the hot and sour noodles silently, but it felt like chewing wax. Bai Lin continued, Gu Chun, you should be brave enough to face reality and give Zhang Ruowei a chance to choose. Gu Chun raised his head, his eyes full of confusion. I don't know what to do. Bai Lin held Gu Chun's hand and said, Tell her that no matter what the result is, at least you have no regrets. Gu Chun looked at Bai Lin's determined eyes and began to waver in his heart. At this moment, a gust of wind blew by, bringing a hint of coolness. Gu Chun looked into the distance, his heart in deep entanglement. Bai Lin said, Gu Chun, stop running away and believe in Zhang Ruowei. She might be stronger than you think. Gu Chun took a deep breath. Let me think about it again. After they finished eating, they sat there with heavy hearts. Bai Lin spoke again. Gu Chun, time is running out. Don't hesitate any longer. Gu Chun nodded. I understand. Thank you, Bai Lin. Chapter 147, We are still good friends now, aren't we? Gu Chun, why did you suddenly go back to high school? Bai Lin stared at Gu Chun. Gu Chun's eyes dimmed. Yi Jinxian always said she wanted to eat this hot and sour rice noodle when she was alive. It's a pity that she can't have it now. Gu Chun, don't be too sad. Yi Jinchuan's spirit in heaven wouldn't want to see you so depressed. She said we should come back together in the future and try all the snacks here. But now, his voice was choked. The beautiful memories of the past will remain in my heart forever, and Yi Jinxian will accompany you in another way. Gu Chun raised his head and looked into the distance. I know, but sometimes those memories are too beautiful, which makes me more painful now. Bai Lin patted Gu Chun's shoulder and said, But life must go on. Perhaps there will be more wonderful things waiting for you to discover and experience in the future. I understand. It just takes some time to come to terms with it all. Gu Chun turned his head and looked at Bai Lin curiously. Bai Lin, why are you here too? Bai Lin smiled bitterly, lowered his head, and said in a low voice, I have some relationship problems, so I came back to see you. I want to find the same feeling as before and calm myself down at the same time. What's going on? Can you tell me about it? Bai Lin sighed and looked up at the familiar scenery on campus. He and I always quarrel over trivial matters and don't understand each other. I feel more and more tired, and our feelings are growing weaker. I don't know if I can keep going. Don't be so pessimistic. Maybe it's just a temporary conflict. It's inevitable that there will be friction between two people. It's not that simple. The problems between us have accumulated so much that I don't know how to solve them. Gu Chun was silent for a moment. So, what are your thoughts or decisions after coming back this time? I haven't thought about it yet. There are too many memories here, and I feel very confused. No matter what, just follow your heart and don't let yourself regret it. Bai Lin nodded. Yes, I know. Thank you, Gu Chun. The aunt selling spicy hot pot nearby finished her work at the stall and came over to the two of them. She looked at Gu Chun and Bai Lin with a smile, her eyes full of kindness and curiosity, and asked, Kids, were you students here before? You look very familiar to me. Gu Chun and Bai Lin looked at each other and smiled. Gu Chun said, Annie, do you remember that we often ate spicy hot pot here? Annie clapped her hands, her smile growing even brighter. Oh, I was wondering why you two seemed so friendly. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Lin also said, Auntie, your business is still so good, and the food is still so delicious. The aunt smiled and waved her hand. Haha, thanks to you kids, I've always loved eating the spicy hot pot I made. You're all grown up now, how are you doing? Gu Chun lowered his head slightly, his expression somewhat gloomy. Auntie, it's hard to put it into words. Seeing this, the aunt asked with concern, What's wrong, kid? Tell me if you have any troubles. Bai Lin took over the conversation. Auntie, Gu Chun has encountered a lot of difficulties recently and is in a bad mood. Auntie sighed softly. Children, life is not always smooth sailing. Don't be afraid when you encounter difficulties. Grit your teeth, and you'll get through it. Annie still remembers when you were in school. You were all full of energy and vitality. Gu Chun raised his head. A touch of emotion flashed in his eyes. Auntie, thank you for your encouragement. Seeing you, I think of the old days and I really miss them. Annie smiled and said, What are you missing? Your good days are still ahead. By the way, what kind of jobs are you doing now? Bai Lin said, Annie, I work in a company. It's pretty stable. Annie nodded. Not bad, not bad. What about Gu Chun? Gu Chun was silent for a while and said, Auntie, I'm still groping and haven't found a particularly clear direction yet. Auntie patted Gu Chun's shoulder and said, Don't be anxious, kid. Take your time and you will find the path that suits you. At this time, more customers came to buy spicy hot pot. Auntie smiled apologetically at them and said, Children, Annie will be busy for a while. You can sit here for a while. Looking at their aunt's busy figure, Gu Chun and Bai Lin fell into deep thought. Bai Lin said with emotion, Gu Chun, you see, Annie has been here for so many years. Although it is hard, she has a fulfilling life. We must also work hard. Gu Chun took a deep breath. Yes, everyone is working hard to live, and we can't give up easily. Bai Lin sat there quietly, his eyes a little vague, and his thoughts seemed to have gone back to the past. A gentle breeze blew by, and Bai Lin's hair lifted slightly. She was silent for a moment, and finally broke the silence and said softly, Gu Chun, do you know? Sometimes I think back to the old days. Gu Chun was slightly startled and looked at her curiously. What did you remember? Bai Lin's face flushed slightly, and he hesitated for a moment. I remember the time when I had a crush on you. Gu Chun's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. What? We didn't know each other in high school, did we? Do we know each other? Bai Lin gave a bitter smile and said, It's normal that you don't know. After all, I've always kept this feeling hidden deep in my heart and never expressed it. Although you and I are not from the same school, our schools are right next to each other. Your villa at that time was very close to mine. We go to school on the same road every day. Didn't I have my period one day? It's especially awkward on the road. I was even deliberately ridiculed by the female classmates in the same class, speaking loudly to the people around and pointing at me. Just when I was at a loss, you stood up. You scolded those who laughed at me. He even took off his coat and tied it around my waist. Ever since then, I've had a crush on you. Follow you secretly. I'm secretly in love with you like this. Her eyes softened, as if she saw her past self. Back then, every time I saw you, my heart would beat faster. Gu Chun listened quietly, with a complex emotion surging in his heart. But I never had the courage to confess to you, for fear of being rejected by you. Because you don't know me at all, and you don't even know that there's someone who secretly likes you. Gu Chun was somewhat moved. Bai Lin, I really didn't expect. Bai Lin took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Speaking out now doesn't mean I want anything. I feel that those past emotions are also part of my youth. It's beautiful and precious. Gu Chun is gone, and we are still good friends now, aren't we? Of course, always. The two smiled at each other, and the sunlight shone on them, casting a warm glow. Chapter 148, I'm fine. Zhang Ruowei sat on the sofa, frowning and holding the phone tightly in her hand. The screen was full of negative news about her and Gu Chun. Her face was terribly gloomy, and her heart was filled with anger and helplessness. At this time, the agent hurried over, his face full of anxiety and worry. Ruowei, what should we do? The news on the internet has completely gotten out of control, the agent said while gasping for breath. Zhang Ruowei raised her head, her eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and boredom. How should I know? What a mess. The agent sat down next to Zhang Ruowei and said anxiously, Someone revealed that you and Gu Chun were having an underground relationship. They also said that Yi Jinxuan's death was related to you. The entire internet is cursing Gu Chun now, and you've been dragged into this as well. Zhang Ruowei snorted coldly. I have nothing to do with that, Gu Chun. This is pure nonsense. The agent frowned and said, but public opinion is so one-sided right now. No one is listening to our explanation. Some people also said they saw singer Shen Shirhan going to southern Yunnan to look for Gu Chun. Southern Yunnan was still experiencing an earthquake at the time, and Gu Chun's image completely collapsed. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip and said angrily, Gu Chun is such a troublemaker. I hated him to begin with, and now I've been dragged down so badly by him. The agent soothed him. Don't be angry yet. We have to think of a way to deal with it. The company is already discussing public relations strategies, but the current situation is not optimistic. Zhang Ruowei scratched her hair irritably. What can I do? These rumors were so convincing that everyone believed them. How about we hold a press conference to clarify things? The agent suggested. Zhang Ruowei shook her head. Hold a press conference? Who knows what those reporters will write? They might just make things worse. Just then, Zhang Ruowei's cell phone rang. It was her friend calling. Ruowei, have you seen the news online? This is too outrageous, a friend exclaimed on the other end of the phone. Zhang Ruowei said angrily. How could I not see it? I'm almost annoyed to death. My friend comforted me. Don't get too angry. Maybe it will pass after a while. Zhang Ruowei sighed. How can it be so easy to get over it? My career is going to be ruined by him. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ruowei looked at her agent, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. No matter what, I must draw a clear line between myself and Gu Chun. I can't let him affect my life anymore. At the same time, online public opinion is becoming increasingly turbulent. On major social platforms, netizens' anger is like a tide that is difficult to contain. Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun are such a despicable couple. How could they do such a thing? They have absolutely no moral bottom line. Boycott Zhang Ruowei and ask her to quit the entertainment industry. Countless bad reviews flooded the internet, and each comment was like a sharp blade, stabbing Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun. On the other side, Shen Shirhan was sitting in the room. Seeing all the comments online cursing Gu Chun, I felt extremely upset. Faced with the overwhelming accusations, she felt helpless. Shen Shirhan decided to go find Gu Chun in person. She came to the hospital, but found that Gu Chun had not returned yet. She anxiously took out her cell phone and called Gu Chun. On the other end of the phone, Gu Chun's voice sounded extremely tired. Shirhan, is there something wrong? Shen Shirhan said anxiously, Gu Chun, everyone on the internet is scolding you now. Do you know that? Gu Chun was silent for a moment, then said calmly, It's okay. Say whatever you want. I won't live long anyway. Gu Chun, don't say that. We can find a way to clarify this. Clarify? No one will believe it, so let them scold me. Shen Shirhan couldn't help crying. Gu Chun, this is your reputation. Gu Chun sighed. Shirhan, thank you, but I'm really tired. Yi Jinxuan's death was a huge blow to me. I know my own body very well, and I don't have much time left. No? Gu Chun. Gu Chun said helplessly. Shirhan, forget it. Don't worry about me. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Shen Shirhan stared at her phone blankly, tears streaming down her face. She decided not to sit idly by and wait for death. She wanted to seek justice for Gu Chun. What happened to Gu Chun? Bai Lin asked. Gu Chun actually didn't know either, so he subconsciously picked up his phone and started looking at it. As soon as I opened the page, I was flooded with comments, all scolding me. Gu Chun is a complete scumbag. People like this should be spurned by society. Gu Chun, how dare you still be alive? You should die for Yi Jinxian. You should be the one to die. Gu Chun's face turned pale in an instant, and his hands trembled slightly. He opened his eyes wide, unable to believe what he saw. Seeing this, Bai Lin leaned over to take a look, and was also shocked by the screen full of evil words. How could this happen? Bai Lin exclaimed. Gu Chun bit his lip, his voice low and hoarse. It's okay. I shouldn't be alive in the first place. I should be the one to die. They don't understand anything at all and just insult you so wantonly. Bai Lin held Gu Chun's hand, trying to give him some strength. Gu Chun, don't take these too seriously. They are all nonsense. But Gu Chun seemed not to hear Bai Lin's words, just staring blankly at the phone screen. Those vicious words were like thorns, piercing deep into his heart. Gu Chun, this is not your fault. Someone must be deliberately slandering you. We will find out. It doesn't matter anymore, and I don't care anymore. Gu Chan sat on the chair. His already gloomy face suddenly became even paler. Without any warning, a sharp pain suddenly hit him, as if countless sharp blades were stirring wildly in his body. His body tensed up instantly. He clutched his abdomen tightly with both hands and bent over in pain. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and soon soaked his clothes. Ugh! Gu Chan couldn't help but groan in pain and began to spit out large mouthfuls of blood. The bright red blood stained his front, which was shocking. Bai Lin was frightened by this sudden scene and panicked. Gu Chan, what's wrong with you? Gu Chan. Gu Chan didn't have time to respond. He endured the severe pain and rummaged through his bag for medicine with trembling hands. Every turn was accompanied by excruciating pain, but his eyes were filled with determination and a desire to survive. Medicine! Where's the medicine? Gu Chan shouted in his heart. At this moment, he felt that time seemed to have become extremely long. Finally, he touched a small bottle and took it out tremblingly. However, because his hands were shaking so badly, he almost dropped the bottle. Gu Chan used all his strength to unscrew the bottle cap, poured a few pills into his hand, and stuffed them into his mouth without thinking. However, the pain caused his throat to spasm, making it almost impossible for him to swallow. Cough, cough. Gu Chan coughed violently, blood mixed with saliva flowing from the corners of his mouth. Gu Chan. Bai Lin looked at Gu Chan with a worried look on his face and hurried to his side. Gu Chan swallowed the pill with difficulty, then leaned weakly in the chair, gasping for breath. The pain still raged through him, but he could feel it. As the medicine took effect, the severe pain was gradually easing. After a long while, Gu Chan's expression finally eased a little and his breathing gradually became steady. I'm Fina. Gu Chan said weakly to Bai Lin, his voice hoarse and weak. Chapter 149, You shameless man and woman should be banned. Bai Lin looked at Gu Chan with concern and hurried to his side. When Aunt Malatang heard the noise, she quickly put down the work in her hands and walked over quickly. She saw Gu Chan looking pale and vomiting blood. The smile on his face disappeared instantly, replaced by concern and anxiety. Child, what's wrong? Annie's voice was full of worry and nervousness. While supporting Gu Chan, Bai Lin said to his aunt, Aunt, he suddenly became ill and is in great pain. Auntie frowned, staring at Gu Chan intently, and said, Oh, this is serious. Should we rush to the hospital? Gu Chan shook his head weakly and said, Auntie, no need. I took the medicine and I feel better now. The aunt looked worried and said, Child, don't force yourself. Your health is more important. As she spoke, she turned around and took a bottle of water from her stall and handed it to Gu Chan. Come, drink some water and take your time. Gu Chan took the water and said softly, Thank you, Annie. Auntie sighed. What's there to thank me for? Seeing you like this, Annie feels so distressed. She looked at the medicine bottle in Gu Chan's hand again and asked, Child, does your illness often occur? Bai Lin replied, Auntie, his illness keeps coming back and it's tormenting him a lot. The aunt smacked her lips and said, Oh, what's suffering? You young people, you should pay more attention to your health and don't overwork yourself. At this time, other guests also gathered around and expressed their concern. The aunt quickly said, Everyone stop crowding around and let the child get some fresh air. Then she turned to Gu Chan and said, Child, you should rest here for a while. If you feel uncomfortable again, you must tell me. Gu Chan nodded, and the aunt returned to her stall with peace of mind, but she still looked over here from time to time, full of worry. Just when Gu Chan had just recovered, his cell phone suddenly rang and the caller ID showed that it was Zhang Ruowei. Gu Chan hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Zhang Ruowei's angry voice came over. Gu Chan, what the hell are you doing? Do you know that you brought serious influence to me? Audio Wei, I'm sorry. Zhang Ruowei didn't listen to his explanation at all and continued to yell, Sorry? What's the point of saying sorry? The whole internet is scolding me now. I'm sorry, Zhang Ruowei. I didn't expect to implicate you. Gu Chan, you must come forward and explain it to me now. What are you really thinking about by letting public opinion ferment like this? Hold a press conference to explain clearly. I probably can't now. Given Gu Chan's current condition, it is impossible for him to publish a post. I'll explain it clearly on my neckerchief. Zhang Ruowei sneered. Gu Chan, you are a coward. You don't dare to face it. So you want to escape like this? Just wait to be drowned in spit. I tell you. Gu Chan, You must solve this problem as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will never let you go. After saying that, Zhang Ruowei hung up the phone. Gu Chun sat there blankly with his cell phone in his hand, his face becoming even paler. Bai Lin listened to their conversation and said, Gu Chun, don't take Zhang Ruowei's words too seriously. She's just mad at me. Gu Chun smiled bitterly and shook his head. She was right to scold me. It was me who got her into trouble. Bai Lin comforted him. This isn't your fault. Let's think of a solution together. We'll eventually figure it out. Gu Chun looked at Bai Lin, a trace of gratitude flashing in his eyes. Thank you, Bai Lin, but I really don't know what to do to make up for this. After Zhang Ruowei hung up the phone, she angrily threw the phone aside. She paced back and forth in the room, her chest heaving violently. However, as time went on, her emotions gradually calmed down. She sat back on the couch, covered her face with her hands, and took a deep breath. In fact, she knew in her heart that Gu Chun was not to blame at all. Recalling the unexpected encounter in southern Yunnan, she thought Gu Chun was a good guy at that time, and the experience in Meihua village cannot be blamed on Gu Chun at all. This really has nothing to do with him. Zhang Ruowei said to herself. At this moment, her agent came in and saw Zhang Ruowei's expression. She asked cautiously, Ruowei, are you okay? Zhang Ruowei raised her head and said with a wry smile, I don't know either. I was too impulsive just now. Maybe I shouldn't have lost my temper with Gu Chun like that. The agent sat next to her and said, Actually, I understand how you feel, but this matter really can't be blamed entirely on Gu Chun. Zhang Ruowei frowned. I know, but when I think about the fact that he and I were in a relationship before, and he actually hid it from me and even bullied me because I had lost my memory, I get so angry. The agent patted her shoulder and said, Maybe he has his own difficulties. Zhang Ruowei snorted coldly. Difficulties? Then why didn't he tell me clearly earlier? And my sister in my previous life, this matter is also inseparable from him. The agent sighed. Relationships are inherently complicated. Perhaps we are only seeing the surface. Zhang Ruowei was silent for a while, then said, But I just can't get over this. The agent advised, Why don't you talk to Gu Chun again? It's better to make things clear than to let each other misunderstand each other like this. Zhang Ruowei hesitated. I don't know how to face him. No matter what. Running away is not a solution, said the agent. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip. Let me think about it. After a while, Zhang Ruowei spoke again. Actually, I don't really want to blame him. It's just that it happened too suddenly, and I can't accept it for the time being. The agent nodded. I understand, but don't push yourself too hard. She recalled her meeting with Gu Chun in the restaurant just now. Those heated words were still echoing in her ears. I scolded him, but what can change? It can't change the fact that we once loved each other. You can't bring my sister back to life either. But I'm just unhappy, she murmured to herself. She turned on her computer and looked at the overwhelming comments online. Each one stung her eyes like a knife. Her eyes lingered on a particularly vicious comment. You shameless couple. You should be banned. Chapter 150. My eyes are about to recover. Bai Lin wiped away her tears and looked at Gu Chun. Gu Chun, go to my school. Gu Chun was slightly stunned, then nodded. Okay, let's go. Bai Lin remained silent along the way. He only looked up at the sky occasionally, as if trying to free himself from the pain. Soon, they arrived at the school next door, which was Bai Lin's former school. The campus was filled with a familiar atmosphere, and Bai Lin's eyes revealed a hint of complex emotions. At this moment, Bai Lin's boyfriend suddenly appeared, with anger and ridicule on his face. You stinky bitch, you're still in the mood to hang around here. You haven't been home for more than 10 days. It turns out you're with a strange man. You still say you don't love him? You hypocritical woman. Damn bitch. He cursed loudly, staring at Bai Lin fiercely. Bai Lin's body trembled slightly, and his face turned pale in an instant. Gu Chun frowned and stood in front of Bai Lin. Watch your mouth. Who do you think you are? How dare you meddle in my business? Bai Lin's boyfriend glared at Gu Chun. You shameless guy, you stole someone else's girlfriend, and you still have a nerve to stand here. Gu Chun said coldly. What nonsense are you talking about? No, I installed the location on her phone. I followed you here and saw you two together with my own eyes. How could it be fake? Bai Lin's boyfriend pointed at Bai Lin, his voice becoming more and more sharp. Bai Lin bit his lip, his eyes filled with anger. You followed me? You are simply unreasonable. I am unreasonable. You're with another man behind my back, and you think you're reasonable? He said, and was about to go forward and attack again. Gu Chun grabbed his wrist and said, Don't dare to do that again. Let go. Bai Lin's boyfriend struggled. You two bastards don't even think about having an easy time today. Passers-by around him cast curious glances at him, and Bai Lin felt extremely ashamed and angry. That's enough, Bai Lin shouted. We're over now. Don't bother me anymore. And? It's not that easy. He broke free from Gu Chen's hand. Bai Lin, I've given so much for you, and you treat me like this? Is this how you treat her in your so-called dedication? You don't deserve her love at all. Bai Lin's boyfriend sneered. What do you know? She's just a fickle woman. Bai Lin's tears welled up again. I once thought you loved me, but I didn't expect you to be such a person. Love you? You've done this now, and you still expect me to love you? He continued to insult. Bai Lin's boyfriend waved his hand, and two middle-aged men came over. They quickly controlled Gu Chun and Bai Lin. Gu Chun had just fallen ill and was in a weak state. Facing two strong men, he was unable to resist at all. In this way, Gu Chun and Bai Lin were captured in an abandoned factory. The two men were hung in midair, and the cold iron chains made their wrists hurt. Let us go, Bai Lin shouted angrily. Bai Lin's boyfriend sneered. Humph, you're scared now? It's too late. The two burly men brandished their clubs and attacked Gu Chun and Bai Lin, each blow coming with full force, leaving them covered in wounds. You bunch of bastards. Bai Lin kept cursing, his eyes full of indomitable spirit and anger. Bai Lin's boyfriend looked at her with an increasingly fierce look in his eyes. Try to curse me again. Bai Lin's boyfriend looked at her with an increasingly fierce look in his eyes. Try to curse me again. Bai Lin didn't flinch and shouted, You lunatic, you will be punished. Hearing this, Bai Lin's boyfriend was completely enraged. He rushed forward and slapped Bai Lin hard. You bitch, I'll teach you how to be so stubborn. Gu Chun roared, Come at me if you dare. What kind of man is it to bully a woman? Bai Lin's boyfriend turned to look at Gu Chun and sneered, Humph, don't worry, no one can escape. At this time, blood continued to seep from the wounds on Bai Lin and Gu Chun's bodies, and the pain made their faces paler. Give her the aphrodisiac. Bai Lin, I just want to see you in heat. Didn't you say you loved me? Then give me everything you have. Stinky bitch. Don't worry, I will make you happy. 3 times as happy. You two, get the cameras recording. The two strong men released Bai Lin and prepared to strip her clothes off. Gu Chun looked at Bai Lin's boyfriend in disbelief. Are you still human? She's your girlfriend? You treat her like this. Do you know how important innocence is to a girl? You are breaking the law. When Bai Lin's boyfriend heard Gu Chun's words, he showed disdain and ridicule on his face. Breaking the law? Humph, who can prove it? Besides, she dared to betray me. This is what she deserves. Gu Chun roared angrily. You are simply crazy. Even if Bai Lin did something wrong, you can't use such despicable means to retaliate against her. Bai Lin's boyfriend sneered. Revenge. I'm teaching her a lesson, letting her know the consequences of betraying me. Don't worry, I won't let you go. Bai Lin was already in tears and shouted in a trembling voice. Peng Fei, are you still human? Don't touch me. Give it to me. The two strong men held Bai Lin tightly, pried her mouth open, and forced the medicine into her mouth with force. Bai Lin was in despair at this moment. She wanted to die. She didn't expect that her boyfriend was not a human being at all. Southern Yunnan. Su Jin picked up her phone and called Zhang Ruowei. Sister Ruowei, I'm relieved to know you're okay today. Zhang Ruowei on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then replied calmly, Yes, thank you. Su Jin continued, Sister Ruowei, Brother Gu Chun was so worried when he found out you were missing. He thought you were gone in the earthquake. Luckily, you're okay. Zhang Ruowei was stunned when she heard Gu Chen's name and said coldly, That has nothing to do with me. Su Jin seemed to be surprised by Zhang Ruowei's reaction. She paused and said, Sister Ruowei, don't be like this. Brother Gu Chun is really worried about you. When the earthquake happened, he was looking for you like crazy, and his voice was hoarse. Zhang Ruowei tightened her grip on the phone, a ripple in her heart, but she remained firm. I said, This has nothing to do with me. Su Jin sighed softly. Sister Ruowei, is there a misunderstanding between you and Brother Gu Chun? Zhang Ruowei frowned and said impatiently, Stop talking. I don't want to listen. Su Jin was silent for a while, then said, Sister Ruowei, I have good news for you. My eyes will be able to see again soon. Zhang Ruowei was slightly startled, and then his tone softened a little. That's great, congratulations. Chapter 151, I was kidnapped? Outside the school, in the bustling crowd, an old lady was chatting with the old man next to her. The school is really lively today, said the aunt. That's right. Young people nowadays are very creative. The old man responded with a smile. Suddenly, a young man ran over in a panic, shouting, "Oh no! Oh no! Someone's been kidnapped." This shout instantly attracted the attention of the people around. "What? Kidnapped?" The aunt opened her mouth in surprise. "Yes, I saw with my own eyes that two young men were stuffed into a car and taken away by two big men." The young man's face turned red with anxiety. "This is too much. Call the police immediately." The old man made a prompt decision. Soon, the police arrived quickly. The sirens of police cars broke the tranquility of the streets, and the flashing red and blue police lights filled people's hearts with anticipation and tension. "Captain, we have arrived at the scene," said a young policeman. "Launch an investigation immediately, question witnesses, and check the surrounding surveillance." The captain ordered seriously. The police acted quickly and carried out their tasks in an orderly manner. "Comrade police, I saw that the two young people were a man and a woman, and they both looked very young." An eyewitness said anxiously. "Okay, thank you for your cooperation," the police said while recording. At the same time, the police responsible for checking the surveillance made a major discovery. "Captain, come take a look. The people who were kidnapped are actually the celebrities Gu Chun and Zhang Ruowei." This news was like a bombshell, shocking the police present. "What? It's them." The captain frowned. Soon, the news was known to the media and instantly caused an uproar on the internet. "Oh my God, the people who were kidnapped were Gu Chun and Zhang Ruowei." This news spread rapidly on major social platforms. Some netizens immediately began to maliciously speculate. Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun really are having an underground relationship. They kept denying it before, but now it seems to be true. Gu Chun is a scumbag. He must have been caught cheating on multiple women, which is why he implicated Zhang Ruowei. Someone echoed, "These two people seem to be doing well in normal times, but who knows how chaotic things are in private." Various sarcastic and abusive remarks emerged one after another. "You were acting innocent before, but now something's wrong." Gu Chun has always been a playboy, and Zhang Ruowei was blind to be with him. Some people even made up jokes to mock them. This so-called golden boy and jade girl have now become a pair of lovebirds in distress. However, some rational fans stood up to speak for them. "Before the matter is clarified, please do not speculate and attack at will." But such voices were quickly drowned out by a chorus of curses. The entire online world is filled with negative emotions, and all kinds of malicious remarks are pouring in like a tide, making people feel as if they are in a chaotic storm. The atmosphere in the police station was extremely tense. After learning that the kidnapped people were celebrities Gu Chun and Zhang Ruowei, the entire police station was like being dropped a blockbuster bomb. In the director's office, the director angrily slammed the table and shouted, "What the hell is going on? Who leaked the information to the reporter?" Now that public opinion has such a huge impact, we must solve the case as soon as possible. A group of policemen stood in front of the chief, lowered their heads, and dared not say a word. "If we can't rescue the people safely within a few hours, where will our police station put its reputation?" The chief's voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. The criminal police captain, sweat beads on his forehead, said cautiously, "Chief, we are already investigating with all our strength, but the kidnappers are very cunning and have not left many clues." "No clues? Then go find them for me. Use all available resources, surveillance, informants, and not let anyone go." The director glared. "I don't care what method you use. You must rescue this person." At this time, a policeman whispered, "Chief, could it be that someone from our ranks leaked the information to the reporters?" The director whipped his head around, his gaze piercing. "Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. If there's a problem within us, there will be no leniency." The criminal police captain quickly responded, "Yes, Chief, I will arrange for someone to investigate immediately." Back in the office area, the criminal police captain summoned all the police officers involved in the case. "Everyone, listen up. This is an extremely urgent situation. The director has issued a death order. The case must be solved within a few hours. We cannot let the people down, and we cannot let criminals go unpunished," said the criminal police captain seriously. "Team 1, continue checking the surrounding surveillance footage and don't miss any details. Team 2, investigate the identities and backgrounds of those two men and the young man to see if they have any criminal records. Group 3, contact informants and gather intelligence." The police acted quickly, and the office was filled with a tense atmosphere. The police responsible for surveillance and investigation kept their eyes fixed on the screen, not missing any suspicious figure. The police responsible for the background investigation quickly searched the database for relevant information. At this time, another policeman rushed in. "Captain, this is bad. There are a lot of reporters outside, all asking about the progress of the case." The criminal police captain frowned and said, "Don't worry about them for now. Focus on the case. Go notify the security guard and stop the reporters. We can't let them interfere with our work." As time passed, everyone in the police station became increasingly anxious. "Captain, we found something," a policeman shouted excitedly. The criminal police captain ran over quickly. "Hurry up and tell me." "We found traces of that car in the surveillance footage, heading towards the suburbs." "Okay, notify the action team immediately and get ready to go," said the criminal police captain. Under tremendous pressure, everyone in the police station was determined to rescue Gu Chun and Zhang Ruowei safely. Zhang Ruowei's agent was busy handling various matters in the office when suddenly an urgent notification popped up on his phone. Breaking news. Celebrities Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun have been kidnapped. When the agent saw the news, he panicked instantly and the documents in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. How is this possible? The agent muttered to himself as he frantically dialed Zhang Ruowei's number. But the phone is always busy. The agent's heart was in his throat, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Just when the agent was getting anxious like an ant on a hot pan, Zhang Ruowei called. "Hello, Sister Lee. I want to ask about tomorrow's work arrangements." Zhang Ruowei's voice came from the other end of the phone, as calm as usual. When the agent heard Zhang Ruowei's voice, he was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, "You weren't kidnapped?" Zhang Ruowei was also stunned and asked in confusion, "Who is spreading rumors? When was I kidnapped?" The agent said hurriedly, "It's all over the internet now, saying that you and Gu Chun were having an underground relationship and were kidnapped." Zhang Ruowei couldn't help but raise her voice when she heard this. What a mess. This is simply fabricated. The agent said anxiously, "Public opinion has exploded. News about your kidnapping is everywhere." The fans were going crazy, and the company's phone was flooded with calls. Zhang Ruowei took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. "Don't worry about these rumors for now. We have to find a way to clarify them," the agent said. But in the current situation, simply clarifying the situation might not be very effective. Everyone has already formed a preconceived notion. Zhang Ruowei frowned. "What should we do? We can't just let them talk nonsense like this. How about we first collect evidence to prove your whereabouts during this period and then release a statement through official channels? That's all we can do. By the way, how's Gu Chun doing? He wasn't really kidnapped, was he?" "Not sure yet. That might be a rumor." Zhang Ruowei sighed. "It's really inexplicable. Such a thing happened for no reason." The agent soothed him. "Don't worry, we'll take care of it. But you have to be careful during this period. There might be reporters chasing you." Zhang Ruowei said, "I understand. Let's leave it at that for now. Let's quickly prepare to clarify things." Chapter 152 by Lin's Medicine works very quickly. When the news of Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun were kidnapped came out, all the major marketing accounts became excited instantly, like sharks smelling blood. In a small and messy office, Xiao Li, the operator of a marketing account called Entertainment Gossip First Line, works. His eyes were fixed on the computer screen, and his hands were typing rapidly on the keyboard. "This is a perfect hotspot," he said to himself with a greedy smile. He quickly wrote an article with an extremely exaggerated title, "Exclusive Reveal: The Shocking Secret Behind Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun's Kidnapping. A secret relationship revealed leads to a murder case." In the article, he fabricated all kinds of so-called inside information without any basis. It was claimed that the two's secret love affair was exposed due to a dispute over interests, which led to their murder. Another marketing account, Star News Breaking News, was not to be outdone, and their team held an emergency meeting. "Editor-in-chief, this is a great opportunity to increase our traffic," a young editor said excitedly. The editor-in-chief made the final decision. "Regardless of whether it's true or not, let's stir up the hype first. Immediately arrange a series of speculative articles, starting with the past scandals between the two. Analyze the possible reasons for this kidnapping." As a result, articles full of speculation and misleading information were quickly published. The Hot Entertainment Tracking marketing account adopted a different strategy. They deliberately stir up conflicts among fans, posting comments such as "Zhang Ruowei dragged Gu Chun down," which led to the two of them being kidnapped. This sparked heated arguments among fans in the comment section, thereby increasing the interaction of the article. Some marketing accounts even fabricate so-called insider revelations in order to attract attention, vividly describe details that don't exist. For example, the kidnapper's threatening words, the terrified expressions of Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun at the time, etc. These marketing accounts completely disregard the truth and only pursue traffic and attention. They spread rumors wantonly on the internet, making the whole incident even more confusing and public opinion increasingly chaotic. Some marketing accounts feel secretly proud of their ever-increasing number of readers and fans, and do not care at all about how much harm their actions may cause to the parties involved. However, some marketing employees who have a little conscience have some hesitations in their hearts. But driven by profit, they still chose to follow the trend and hype. In this carnival of public opinion, marketing accounts showed their unique skills. The incident of Zhang Ruowei and Gu Chun being kidnapped was used as a tool to gain traffic and profits. They continue to add fuel to the fire, causing the situation to spiral out of control. When Zhang Ruowei learned that the online rumors about her kidnapping were getting more and more intense, she decided to release a video immediately to refute them. She sat in a simple, bright room, the lights softly shining on her face. She had a serious expression and a determined look in her eyes. At the beginning of the video, Zhang Ruowei said to the camera, "Dear friends, hello everyone. I would like to solemnly clarify the online rumors that I have been kidnapped. This is a completely false rumor." She paused briefly, took a deep breath, and continued, "I'm fine at the moment and not in any danger. Those so-called secret love affair between Gu Chun and me and the claim that I was kidnapped because of it are completely nonsense. I don't know where this irresponsible rumor came from, but it has caused great trouble to me, Gu Chun, and everyone around us." Zhang Ruowei's voice was a little excited. "I hope everyone will not believe these rumors lightly and do not spread them casually. At the same time, I reserve the right to pursue legal responsibility against those who spread rumors." Finally, Zhang Ruowei emphasized again, "Thank you for your concern, and please believe the truth." After the video ended, Zhang Ruowei's expression still showed a hint of anger and helplessness. On the other hand, the police officers in the police station were stunned after seeing this rumor-refuting video. "What's going on?" Zhang Ruowei posted a video saying she was not kidnapped, but the young woman in the video is Zhang Ruowei. A policeman said puzzledly. The captain frowned, thought for a moment, and then said, "Don't panic. Maybe there's some misunderstanding here. Re-examine the clues and evidence we have." The police once again plunged into intense investigation work. After careful comparison and investigation, they soon found out the truth. The captain was not kidnapped by Zhang Ruowei, but by a woman named Bai Lin. Bai Lin and Zhang Ruowei looked so similar that even the witnesses and the police who initially reviewed the surveillance footage made the mistake. One of the kidnappers was Bai Lin's boyfriend. He made a serious mistake in a fit of rage due to a relationship dispute. We don't know their exact location at this moment. Contact Bai Lin's family and friends immediately to learn more about the situation. The captain gave the order. The police acted quickly and collected information about Bai Lin through various channels. During the investigation, they discovered that Bai Lin's boyfriend had a bad temper. He often loses his temper with Bai Lin and even behaves violently. This kidnapping may be an extreme act caused by his losing control of his emotions. We must find Bai Lin's whereabouts as soon as possible and ensure her safety, a policeman said anxiously. "Bai Lin, I've been with you for so many years, but you've never let me touch you. Have you already given yourself to Gu Chun? The medicine works very quickly. Don't panic. Strip her naked, tie her hands and feet, and gag her with the props I bought." Chapter 153 Bai Lin Infine. Bai Lin's boyfriend Peng Fei got angry when he saw Gu Chun hanging in the air. "Huh, you have some talent, and you come and touch my girlfriend? Put him down for me." The two big men put Gu Chun down, as they said. Gu Chun was now covered in wounds and extremely weak. Peng Fei stepped forward, kicked Gu Chun with his foot, and said viciously, "Boy, do you think you can beat me? How dare you snatch Bai Lin from me?" Gu Chun raised his head and looked at Peng Fei firmly. Although his voice was weak, it was still full of strength. "You don't know how to cherish her at all. Someone like you doesn't deserve her love." Peng Fei became even more furious after hearing this. He squatted down and grabbed Gu Chun by the collar. "You think you have a right to touch my woman? Today I'll let you know what happens if you mess with me." Peng Fei raised his fist and was about to hit Gu Chun. At this moment, Bai Lin, who was limp on the ground, hurriedly said, "Peng Fei, stop it. If you dare to hurt him again, I will never forgive you. Peng Fei's fist stopped in midair. He turned to look at Bai Lin, his eyes filled with pain and anger. Bai Lin, are you still protecting him? I'm so good to you, but you treat me like this? Bai Lin glared at Peng Fei. Is this the violence and control you call good? I've had enough. Peng Fei slowly loosened Gu Chen's collar and stood up, staggering a little, as if he was hit by Bai Lin's words. He turned his head, looked at Bai Lin fiercely, and walked towards her step by step. Bai Lin looked at him in horror, his body shaking uncontrollably. Peng Fei came to Bai Lin and stopped. Bai Lin's eyes were filled with despair and fear. She said in a trembling voice, Peng Fei, what do you want? Peng Fei's eyes were filled with pain and anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Bai Lin, why? Why do you treat me like this? I've given so much for you. Is this the kind of hurt and torture your efforts bring? I once wanted to be with you, but your actions have chilled my heart. Peng Fei clenched his hands into fists, his body trembling slightly with anger. He roared, I don't believe it. These are all excuses. It's all because of the appearance of this man. At this moment, Gu Chun held on to his body and shouted, Peng Fei, wake up. This is not Bai Lin's fault. You are the one who pushed her further away. Peng Fei glared at Gu Chun and yelled, Shut up. You have no right to speak here. Bai Lin burst into tears and shouted, Peng Fei, it's all over. Let us go. Peng Fei's face twisted with pain, and he roared loudly. No, it won't end. A depressing atmosphere permeated the dim, abandoned factory. Peng Fei's face was twisted into a hideous shape due to anger, and veins bulged on his forehead. His eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Bai Lin and Gu Chun fiercely. Bai Lin slumped on the ground, his hair disheveled and his eyes filled with despair and fear. Her clothes were already tattered from the previous struggle. At this moment, she was like a wounded little animal, trembling. The wounds on Gu Chen's body were still oozing blood, and his face was as pale as paper. Peng Fei stared at Gu Chun fiercely and said through gritted teeth, Give him the medicine. The two strong men moved at the sound. Their faces were full of flesh and muscles bulged, and they grabbed Gu Chun forcibly. Gu Chun collapsed to the ground powerlessly, gasping for breath. A big man grabbed Gu Chen's hair roughly and pulled his head back. Another big man took out a bottle of unknown medicine from his pocket and walked towards Gu Chun with a grin. At this time, the light in the factory became dimmer and dimmer, with only a few rays of light coming in from the broken windows. Shining on everyone's faces, it reflected their distorted faces. Just as the big man was about to pour the medicine into Gu Chen's mouth, Peng Fei frantically shouted, Let him have a taste of bitterness and see if he dares to be so arrogant again. Gu Chun struggled with his last bit of strength, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. Bai Lin cried out, You bunch of demons, let him go. However, the two big men ignored Bai Lin's shouts, and their movements became more and more violent. Suddenly, one of the big men punched Gu Chun impatiently. Gu Chun felt a black screen in front of his eyes and almost fainted. Gu Chun, Bai Lin screamed heartbreakingly. Peng Fei laughed heartily at the side. This is what happens to you. You dare to go against me. Bai Lin's eyes were filled with despair, and she looked at Gu Chun. He looked at Peng Fei, who was carried away by his own pride, and the two vicious men, and an unprecedented determination surged in his heart. I'll fight you. Bai Lin rushed forward with strength coming from nowhere. Seeing this, the big man kicked her to the ground. Bai Lin fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. You think you can resist? The big man laughed. Peng Fei said even more proudly, Bai Lin, why don't you just be obedient? You have to ask for trouble. Gu Chun raised his head with great effort, looked at Bai Lin lying on the ground, and said in a weak but firm voice, Bai Lin, leave me alone. Bai Lin gritted his teeth, climbed up again, and rushed towards the two big men. The big man grabbed her hair and threw her against the wall. Bai Lin's head hit the wall hard, and blood flowed down instantly. Bai Lin, Gu Chen's voice was filled with pain and anger. At this time, Peng Fei continued to taunt. This is the fate of those who resist me. Just wait for death. Bai Lin's eyes were already a little blurry, but the anger in his heart was growing stronger and stronger. She struggled to get up again, and she didn't know when a sharp piece of iron appeared in her hand. When the big man approached her again, she used all her strength to stab the iron piece into his throat. The big man screamed, fell to the ground, and blood spurted out like a fountain. The other big man and Peng Fei were stunned by this sudden change. You dare to kill someone. Peng Fei roared in horror. Bai Lin was already bloodthirsty at this point, and she rushed towards the other big man. The big man tried to resist, but Bai Lin was too fast, and the iron piece pierced his chest again. The big man also fell down, twitching in a pool of blood. Seeing this, Peng Fei turned around and tried to run. Gu Chen used up his last bit of strength and hugged Peng Fei's legs. Peng Fei fell to the ground, struggling desperately. Bai Lin walked up to Peng Fei and looked at him coldly. You have come to this day. Bai Lin raised the iron sheet. Peng Fei was so frightened that his face turned pale, and he begged for mercy again and again. Bai Lin, spare me, spare me. Forgive you? Have you ever thought of sparing us? Bai Lin's voice was filled with despair and hatred. After she finished speaking, she raised her hand and swung the iron piece, and Peng Fei fell into a pool of blood. The entire abandoned factory suddenly became quiet, with only the heavy breathing of Bai Lin and Gu Chen. Bai Lin looked at the three bodies on the ground. The iron piece in her hand slipped, and she collapsed on the ground, bursting into tears. Gu Chen forced himself to crawl to Bai Lin and hugged her. It's okay, Bai Lin, it's okay. The factory was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the few rays of light coming in through the windows shone on the three people lying in a pool of blood, making them look particularly terrifying. Chapter 154 Gu Chen, I have always loved you, really. At this moment, the effects of the medicine on Bai Lin and Gu Chen took effect. The breathing of both of them gradually became rapid. Gu Chen's forehead was covered with sweat. He clenched his teeth and tried hard to restrain the uncontrollable impulse in his body. He turned his back and tried to calm himself by taking deep breaths. Bai Lin, we must hold on and not be controlled by the effects of this medicine. Gu Chen's voice trembled. Bai Lin hugged his arms tightly with both hands, his body trembling slightly. Her eyes were full of struggle and confusion, but she still nodded firmly. However, the power of the medicine became stronger and stronger, and Gu Chen felt that his sanity was being devoured bit by bit. His heart was beating like a drum, and every beat seemed to urge him to give up resistance. Bai Lin's condition was equally bad. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes gradually became blurred. Gu Chen, I feel so uncomfortable. Bai Lin's voice was filled with tears. Gu Chen endured the pain, walked to Bai Lin, gently held her hand, and gave her a little comfort. Bai Lin, believe me, we will definitely make it through this. However, as time went on, their bodies became hotter and their inner desires became stronger. Gu Chen's eyes began to wander. He looked at Bai Lin, and the defenses in his heart gradually loosened. Bai Lin also lost the last of her sanity, and she suddenly threw herself into Gu Chen's arms. Gu Chen subconsciously wanted to push her away, but his hands couldn't help but hug Bai Lin tightly. Just when the two were about to lose control, Gu Chen suddenly used up his last bit of consciousness and bit the tip of his tongue hard. The intense pain instantly sobered him up a bit. Bai Lin, no, we can't do this. Gu Chen shouted loudly. Bai Lin was startled by his roar and temporarily regained some of his sanity. The two of them remained in a stalemate, constantly fighting the impulse brought by the drugs. But the effect of the drug was too strong, and their bodies moved closer and closer involuntarily, their lips getting closer and closer. Just when their lips were about to touch, Gu Chen tried his best to push Bai Lin away. Bai Lin, run. Stay away from me. Gu Chen shouted loudly. Bai Lin was pushed to the ground by him, tears welling up in her eyes. But this fall also brought back some of her sanity. She sat on the ground with messy hair, her eyes showing both a struggle against the effects of the medicine and deep affection for Gu Chen. Gu Chen, I can't control myself anymore. Bai Lin sobbed. I really like you. I love you so much. Peng Fei is really real. I always have you in my heart. I've always loved you. It's never changed. I'm willing to give you everything. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with pain and entanglement. He looked at Bai Lin and said in a hoarse voice, Bai Lin, don't be like this. That's not what you really said. It's the effects of the medicine that are causing the problem. Bai Lin shook his head desperately. No, Gu Chen, even without this medicine, my feelings for you are real. It's just that I haven't dared to say it out loud. Now, I can't bear it anymore. Gu Chen clenched his fists, trying hard to control his urge to get closer to Bai Lin. Bai Lin, wake up. We can't be controlled by the drug like this. Do something you'll regret. Bai Lin slowly stood up and walked towards Gu Chen with unsteady steps. Gu Chen, I know this is difficult, but I really don't want to suppress my feelings anymore. Gu Chen stepped back again. Bai Lin, we have to be responsible for each other and not ruin everything because of a momentary impulse. Bai Lin bit his lip, his body trembling. But I really feel so uncomfortable. It feels like there's a fire burning in my heart. Gu Chen's eyes were filled with heartache, but he still said firmly, Bai Lin, hold on a little longer. The effect of the medicine will definitely wear off. Bai Lin held his head in his hands and squatted on the ground, his crying echoing in the empty room. Bai Lin looked at Gu Chun, her eyes full of affection and desire, and she slowly approached Gu Chun. Gu Chen's gaze also became hot, and the distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Finally, their lips touched. Bai Lin hugged Gu Chen's back tightly with both hands, murmuring, Gu Chun, I love you, love you. The kiss between the two became more and more passionate, as if they had forgotten everything around them. At this moment, Zhang Ruowei's figure flashed through Gu Chen's mind. He was confused and couldn't tell who was in his arms. But the body cannot stop this impulsive action. Their breathing became more rapid and their hearts beat like drums. The two completely lost control and consciousness under the control of their bestial brains. The two of them took off their disguises and started to speak honestly to each other. Bai Lin's face was flushed, and her lips greedily stayed on Gu Chen's lips, a mark of love between the two of them. They hugged each other tightly. Bai Lin has very fair skin, and her long, slender, snow-white legs are attractive to any man. Although there is no D, there is C. Gu Chan was reluctant to leave and had completely fallen in love with Bai Lin. Bai Lin's voice is very nice. Soon the effects of the drugs wore off, and they looked at each other with embarrassment. At this time, Peng Fei, who was lying on the ground covered in blood, suddenly got up slowly and saw the two of them cuddling together. Peng Fei showed a ferocious smile on his face and said in a hoarse voice, Humph, you two dogs and bitches. How disgusting. I'm going to kill you. At this moment, Peng Fei really wanted to kill these two people. Looking at the blood beneath Bai Lin, his eyes were filled with anger. Bai Lin, the first time is still here. You stinky bitch, why don't you give it to me? Bai Lin and Gu Chun were startled by Peng Fei's voice and separated instantly. The embarrassment on their faces was instantly replaced by vigilance. Gu Chun took a step forward, protecting Bai Lin behind him and shielding his body with his clothes. Peng Fei, what else do you want? Peng Fei sneered. So, you guys don't even think about having an easy time today. As he spoke, he tried to struggle to stand up, but because of his severe injuries, he fell heavily to the ground again. Bai Lin looked at Peng Fei's miserable state without a trace of sympathy in his heart. He said, Peng Fei, this is all your own fault. Peng Fei lost too much blood and fainted again. The two strong men lying in a pool of blood were still breathing. Gu Chun and Bai Lin put on their clothes and decided to call the police. The police are already overwhelmed. The public pressure caused by Gu Chen's kidnapping was too great. They haven't been able to find any clues yet. Gu Chun and Bai Lin were in a state of confusion in this chaotic and tense scene. Bai Lin's body couldn't stop shaking, tears welling up in his eyes. Gu Chun forced himself to remain calm, hugged Bai Lin tightly, and his eyes were determined. Don't be afraid. I'm here. We'll call the police, and we'll definitely solve it. Gu Chen's voice was trembling a little, but more of it was determination. Soon, the sound of sirens came from far away. The police quickly rushed into the factory and took action immediately after seeing the messy scene. Medical staff were busy trying to rescue Peng Fei and the two strong men who were still breathing. Chapter 155, I just did something sorry to my daughter. Ling Ruo ran into the room in a hurry, and the hurried footsteps broke the original tranquility in the house. Her voice was filled with panic as she said to Su Jin, Su Jin, this is terrible. I heard that Gu Chun and Zhang Ruowei were kidnapped. Su Jin was originally sitting quietly on a chair by the window. When she heard this, her body trembled slightly, and the cane in her hand almost slipped. Her face was full of surprise and disbelief. She said, Sister, how could this happen? I just spoke to Zhang Ruowei on the phone. At this moment, the room was filled with a tense atmosphere. The breeze outside the window gently blew the curtains, but could not dispel the solemn atmosphere. At this moment, Ling Ruo picked up the mobile phone on the table. He quickly scrolled through the screen, his eyes fixed on it, and suddenly said, Wait, it seems Zhang Ruowei has released a clarification video. Although Su Jin couldn't see, she tilted her head slightly towards the direction of the voice and asked anxiously, Sister, what did the video say? Ling Ruo approached Su Jin and said, Zhang Ruowei said she is safe and has not been kidnapped. Su Jin frowned and murmured worriedly, What about Gu Chun? How is he? At this time, The online police also immediately issued a clarification statement. The recent rumors about Gu Chun and Zhang Ruowei being kidnapped are false. In fact, it was Gu Chun and Bai Lin who were kidnapped. Because Bai Lin and Zhang Ruowei look alike, the news was misrepresented. The case is currently under further investigation. Ling Ruo looked at the statement and read it to Su Jin with a slightly trembling voice. Su Jin's face turned pale instantly. She clutched the handrails tightly with both hands and said in a trembling voice, "Sister, how could Brother Gu Chun be kidnapped? Will he be in danger?" Ling Ruo held Su Jin's hand and comforted her. "Don't worry too much, Su Jin. The police will find a way to save them." Su Jin shook her head, tears welling up in her eyes. "Sister, I'm so scared. I hope nothing happens to Gu Chun." The room became quiet, with only the ticking of the wall clock, as if telling of the urgency of time and Su Jin's inner anxiety. Ling Ruo patted Su Jin's shoulder and said, "Su Jin, everything will be fine. Let's wait and see if there is any new news." Su Jin nodded slightly, but in her heart, she kept thinking about Gu Chun, praying that he would return safely. In the office of the Beijing municipal government, the mayor was busy dealing with a pile of documents. Suddenly, a rapid phone ring broke the silence in the room. The mayor frowned, put down the pen in his hand, and answered the phone. The Public Security Bureau chief's nervous voice came from the other end of the phone. "Mayor, this is bad. I just got the news that Gu Chun has been kidnapped again." The mayor's face darkened instantly, and his hand gripping the phone tightened unconsciously. His voice was low and commanding. "What? How could this happen?" "The specific circumstances are still under investigation, but this situation seems to be more complicated than we expected." The Public Security Bureau chief's voice was full of anxiety. The mayor stood up suddenly and paced back and forth in his office. His face was solemn. His eyes revealed determination and anger. No matter what the cost, Gu Chun must come back safely. The mayor immediately called an emergency meeting, and the heads of various departments quickly rushed to the meeting room. The mayor sat at the head of the table, his hands resting on the table. He swept his eyes over everyone and said seriously, "Everyone, I believe you all already know that Gu Chun was kidnapped. This is a criminal act that we absolutely cannot tolerate. I asked the police to go all out and mobilize all resources. We must find Gu Chun's whereabouts in the shortest possible time and ensure his safety." The Public Security Bureau chief stood up and said seriously, "Mayor, we have set up a special task force to conduct a comprehensive investigation into the case. But currently there are limited clues, and the suspect seems to have strong anti-detection capabilities." The mayor frowned. "Increase the intensity of the investigation and conduct a thorough investigation of Gu Chun's social relationships. Don't miss any possible clues. At the same time, we will strengthen public security control in the city to prevent similar incidents from happening again." The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense and serious, and everyone felt the mayor's anger and determination. At the same time, the mayor personally communicated with the media and promised the citizens that he would ensure Gu Chun's safety. The entire city of Jing was plunged into a tense atmosphere. The police were searching in every corner, and the citizens were also paying close attention to the progress of the case. The mayor waited anxiously for news in his office, asking for the latest developments from time to time. Time passes by minute, and each moment seems extremely long. "Mayor, there are new clues." The Public Security Bureau chief hurried into the office with a tired but hopeful look on his face. The mayor perked up. "Speak." "We have detected a suspicious vehicle through surveillance and are tracking its whereabouts." The mayor stood up and said, "We must seize this clue and not let the suspect escape." The Yi family's villa was filled with a heavy and depressing atmosphere. Ye's father and mother sat on the sofa in the living room, their faces haggard and their eyes filled with deep worry. Father Yi frowned, and the newspaper in his hand was crumpled. "Gu Chun has been kidnapped again. What should we do?" His voice was low and raspy, filled with endless worry. Ye's mother's eyes were red and swollen, and tears were welling up in her eyes. "After all, that child was our daughter's favorite person when she was alive." Her voice trembled as she recalled every detail of her daughter's life with Gu Chun, her heart aching. Thinking of his lively and lovely daughter, Ye's father's eyes became moist. They only have one daughter, whom they treat as the apple of their eye and pamper in every way since she was young. If Gu Chun died now, how could we be worthy of our dead daughter? Ye's mother murmured to herself, her voice full of pain and self-blame. Father Yi sighed heavily, stood up, and paced back and forth in the living room. Our Yi family is one of the most powerful in China, but we failed to protect our daughter and take good care of the people she loves. Mother Yi wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief and said, "No matter what, we must find a way to save Gu Chun. Even for our daughter, we can't let anything happen to him." Father Yi stopped and looked out the window with a determined look. "I will use all my connections and resources to find Gu Chun and ensure his safety." Afterwards, Ye's father began to make phone calls one after another, contacting the Yi family's connections in various circles. Ye's mother sat aside, clasped her hands together, and prayed silently. Time passed by minute, and every minute was torture for Ye's father and mother. "What's going on? Any news?" Ye's mother couldn't help but ask again and again. Father Yi shook his head and said, "Still waiting, but don't worry, I believe there will be results soon." Mother Yi stood up, walked to the window, looked at the scenery outside, and had a lot of thoughts in her mind. "My daughter, your spirit in heaven must protect Gu Chun and keep him safe." The servants of the Yi family were also very cautious, and the whole villa was so quiet that it was suffocating. Finally, Ye's father's cell phone rang, and he couldn't wait to pick it up. Ye's mother looked at him nervously, hoping to get a hint of good news from his expression. As Ye's father listened to the report on the other end of the phone, his expression gradually eased. After hanging up, he said to Ye's mother, "He's fine, but he did something wrong to my daughter." Chapter 156. You donate your eyes? Gu Chun and Bai Lin were taken to the hospital by the police. Both of them were seriously injured. Gu Chun's body was covered with bruises and abrasions, some of which were still bleeding. Bai Lin's condition was not optimistic either. There was a long cut on her forehead and multiple scratches on her arms. In the hospital corridor, Gu Chun and Bai Lin sat on a bench waiting for examination. Bai Lin's body was still trembling slightly. Gu Chun reached out and gently held her hand, trying to give her some warmth and comfort. "Don't be afraid, Bai Lin. We are safe." Gu Chun's voice was a little weak, but full of determination. Bai Lin raised his head and looked at Gu Chun, tears in his eyes. "Gu Chun." At this time, the doctor came over and said, "You too. Follow me to different departments for detailed examination and treatment." Gu Chun was lying on the hospital bed while the doctor treated his wound. The stinging sensation from the disinfectant made him frown. "Doctor, how long will it take for my injury to heal?" "Don't worry. You need to take good care of it for a while." "How about Bai Lin in the next ward?" "Her condition is relatively stable. The wounds have been sutured well, but she still needs to rest well." Bai Lin was in another ward, and the doctor was carefully stitching the wound on her forehead. Bai Lin gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and asked the doctor, "Doctor, will I be left with a scar?" "Don't worry too much, girl. As long as you take good care of yourself, it won't be too obvious." After some intensive treatment, Gu Chun and Bai Lin's wounds were initially treated. They were arranged to rest in adjacent wards. Gu Chun was lying on the hospital bed. Although the pain in his body was unbearable, his thoughts were always on Bai Lin. "I wonder how Bai Lin is doing now." On the other side, Bai Lin was lying on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. The horrible experience kept replaying in my mind. She remembered Peng Fei's ferocious face and that terrifying moment, and her body began to tremble again unconsciously. At this time, a nurse walked into Bai Lin's ward and said softly, "Girl, don't be too scared. You're safe now. Rest well so that you can recover quickly." Bai Lin nodded slightly and said, "Thank you, nurse. Tell us if you feel uncomfortable." "Good." While the nurse was changing the dressing, Gu Chun asked about Bai Lin's condition. "Nurse, is Bai Lin okay?" Bai Lin's wound was sutured successfully, but he needs to rest for a while. Hearing this, Gu Chun felt a little relieved and said, "That's good. Thank you." As night falls, the hospital becomes exceptionally quiet. Gu Chun tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. He quietly got up and walked to the door of Bai Lin's ward. Through the window, I saw that Bai Lin had fallen asleep, but his brows were still slightly furrowed. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the ward. When Gu Chun woke up, he felt the pain in his body eased a little. He couldn't wait to see Bai Lin. When he walked into Bai Lin's ward, he found that Bai Lin had woken up and was staring out the window in a daze. "Bai Lin, how do you feel?" Gu Chun asked softly. Bai Lin turned around and saw Gu Chun, forcing a smile. "Much better." "That's good. I was so worried I couldn't sleep last night. Whenever I close my eyes, I see those horrible images." The two looked at each other for a moment, both feeling a little awkward. Gu Chun was the first to break the silence and paused. "About what happened before?" Bai Lin quickly interrupted him. "It's all in the past. Don't mention it anymore." Gu Chun smiled helplessly. "Okay, But no matter what happens in the future, I will be responsible for you. Bai Lin blushed and lowered his head. Just then, a doctor came over and said, Mr. Gu Chun, Ms. Bai Lin, your review results are out. They are recovering well, but they still need to rest. At this time, a policeman walked into Gu Chen's ward. Mr. Gu Chun, how are you feeling? The police asked with concern. Gu Chun turned his head slightly and said, Much better. Thank you for your concern. Officer, how are those criminals doing? The police officer frowned. They're still receiving treatment, but they're under guard so they can't escape. This case is serious, and we will investigate it thoroughly. Gu Chun nodded. That's good. I hope they can receive the punishment they deserve as soon as possible. After the police left, Gu Chun fell into deep thought. He recalled every detail of his past with Bai Lin, as well as the complex emotions they had experienced during this accident, and his heart was filled with mixed emotions. At the same time, Bai Lin was also talking to friends who came to visit. Bai Lin, you made us so worried. A friend said, holding Bai Lin's hand. Bai Lin forced a smile. I'm fine, it's just this happened too suddenly. Her friend seemed to see what she was thinking and said, Don't think too much about it. It's all in the past. What matters is that you are safe now. Bai Lin sighed softly. I hope so. Shin Shirhan called Gu Chun all night, but couldn't get through. She felt uneasy and anxious. She sat on the sofa, holding her phone tightly in her hand, looking at the screen from time to time, waiting for Gu Chen's call back. What is going on? Why doesn't Gu Chen answer the phone? Shin Shirhan murmured to herself, her worry growing stronger. She kept pacing around the room, trying to get news about Gu Chun through other means. When she saw the news that Gu Chun was kidnapped, she was completely panicked. No, Gu Chun will be fine. Shin Shirhan's voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. The next day, the official news said that Gu Chun was fine. Shin Shirhan called Gu Chun again immediately, but he still didn't answer. She became increasingly anxious. Gu Chun, where are you? Why didn't you answer my call? After a while, Shin Shirhan hit another one. This time, the call was finally connected. Gu Chun, how are you? I was so worried about you. Shin Shirhan's voice was filled with tears. Shirhan, I'm fine, don't worry. Gu Chun's voice sounded weak. Which hospital are you in? I'll be there right away. Shin Shirhan asked anxiously. Gu Chun told her the address of the hospital. Shin Shirhan didn't bother to pack up. She just picked up her coat and rushed out of the house. Along the way, her heart was in her throat, and she kept urging the driver to drive faster. Finally arriving at the hospital, Shin Shirhan went straight to Gu Chen's ward. Seeing the injuries on Gu Chen's body, she couldn't help but shed tears. Gu Chun, how did you get injured like this? Shin Shirhan said with concern. Gu Chun forced a smile and said, I'm fine, don't cry. Shin Shirhan sat on the bed and held Gu Chen's hand. What happened? Gu Chen briefly told her what had happened. Shin Shirhan was still frightened after hearing it. Fortunately, you were safe and sound. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Shin Shirhan said. At this time, Bai Lin walked in and was slightly stunned when he saw Shin Shirhan. Shin Shirhan also looked at Bai Lin with a hint of doubt in her eyes. Gu Chun quickly introduced, Shirhan, this is Bai Lin. Shin Shirhan nodded to Bai Lin, shocked at how much she looked like Zhang Ruowei. Thank you, Bai Lin. Chapter 157, Eye Surgery, Tomorrow. Zhang Ruowei participated in an outdoor variety show, and the recording scene was very lively. The show is in full swing, and Zhang Ruowei is fully immersed in it, showing your charm and talent. Zhang Ruowei, you shameless woman. How dare you have a secret relationship with Gu Chun? Yi Jinxian died because of you. You all deserve to die. Zhang Ruowei's face turned pale instantly when she heard these insults. She tried to explain, but the angry voice drowned out her words like a tide. Suddenly, a fan in the crowd lost control of his emotions and rushed toward the car parked not far away. He quickly started the engine, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed straight towards Zhang Ruowei. The scene suddenly fell into chaos, and people screamed in fear and ran away. But Zhang Ruowei was stunned by this sudden situation. Her legs seemed to be nailed to the ground, unable to move. Bang! With a loud bang, the car hit Zhang Ruowei hard. Her body flew out like a fragile doll and fell heavily to the ground, and blood instantly dyed the ground red. Hurry up and save them. Call an ambulance. The scene was in chaos, and the staff and other guests were stunned by the horrific scene. The crazy fan saw the tragic scene before him. He woke up instantly and sat in the car with his hands shaking. This is her karma. She deserves to die. The sound of the ambulance sirens came from far away, and medical staff quickly rushed to the scene, lifted Zhang Ruowei onto a stretcher, and sent her to the hospital. Outside the hospital's emergency room, many media outlets and fans who had heard the news gathered. Some fans are still angrily accusing Zhang Ruowei, while some fans have begun to reflect on whether their behavior was too impulsive. Zhang Ruowei's agent paced anxiously and kept calling various people. Time passed minute by minute. Each second seemed so long. Finally, the door of the emergency room opened and the doctor came out. "Doctor, how is she?" the agent asked anxiously. The doctor took off his mask and said solemnly, "The patient is seriously injured and still in a coma. We have done our best." This news was like a bolt from the blue, plunging everyone present into silence. At this time, this incident has caused an uproar on the internet. Some people condemned the fans' extreme behavior, while others believed that Zhang Ruowei brought it upon herself. Zhang Ruowei's family also rushed to the hospital. They were in tears and unable to accept this cruel reality. "Ruowei, why do you have to suffer such hardships?" Zhang Ruowei's mother burst into tears. In the ward, Zhang Ruowei lay quietly on the bed, with various tubes inserted into his body and his face as pale as paper. As public pressure grew, the police also intervened in the investigation and dealt with the fan who hit people with his car in accordance with the law. Zhang Ruowei's fans also began to organize and pray for her, hoping that she would wake up soon. While in a coma, Zhang Ruowei seemed to have returned to the past, recalling every moment she spent with Gu Chun. And her friendship with Yi Jinxian kept emerging in her mind. "I can't fall like this. I have to prove my innocence." Zhang Ruowei cried silently in her heart. Gu Chun was sitting by the window, looking at the scenery outside with a lonely expression. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang, and the caller ID showed that it was an unfamiliar number. He picked up the phone, and a strange doctor's voice came from the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Gu Chun? I'm a doctor from the 2nd Municipal Hospital. I want to inform you that I can arrange an eye donation surgery for you tomorrow." Gu Chun responded calmly, "Okay, I understand." Then he hung up the phone. Shun Shirhan, who was sitting next to him, heard the content of the call. Tears welled up in her eyes instantly, and she said in a trembling voice, "Gu Chun, is this really necessary?" Gu Chun turned his head and looked at Shun Shirhan with a bitter smile. "Shirhan, this is the last good thing I can do." Shun Shirhan held Gu Chun's hand tightly, wanting to persuade him to change his mind, but the words were on the tip of her tongue, and she couldn't say them. She knew Gu Chun's determination and understood the pain and despair he had experienced. "Gu Chun, I don't know what to say. I just hope you can think about it again." Shun Shirhan's voice was tearful. Gu Chun patted Shun Shirhan's hand gently. "Shirhan, don't be sad. I've thought it through clearly. There's no cure for my illness. It is of some value to be able to leave my eyes to those who need them." Shun Shirhan's tears kept flowing. She bit her lips, trying hard not to cry out loud. At this time, the room fell into silence, with only Shun Shirhan's occasional sobbing. After a while, Bailin walked in. She saw Shun Shirhan's face covered in tears and Gu Chun's determined expression, and a bad premonition arose in her heart. "What happened?" Bailin asked anxiously. Shun Shirhan choked up and said, "Gu Chun is going to donate his eyes tomorrow." Bailin looked at Gu Chun in shock, his eyes widening. "Gu Chun, why? How could you do this?" Gu Chun said calmly, "Bailin, I don't have much time left. It's the only meaningful thing I can do." Bailin rushed over and grabbed Gu Chun's shoulders. "No, Gu Chun, there must be other ways. You can't give up like this." Gu Chun shook his head. "Bailin, stop trying to persuade me. I have made up my mind." Bailin's tears welled up in her eyes, and she pleaded in her voice, "Gu Chun, please, don't give up so easily. We are all still here. If we all work together to find a solution, there will always be hope." Gu Chun closed his eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and said, "Bailin, you really don't need to persuade me anymore. I know my physical condition, and this was the best decision I could have made." The room fell into silence again, and the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was suffocating. At this time, Shun Shirhan wiped her tears, slowly stood up, and said in a hoarse but firm voice, "Gu Chun, since you have made up your mind, then we respect you. But in these final moments, we will always be with you." Bailin also nodded and said with a sob, "Yes, Gu Chun, we will accompany you." Su Jin came back from the town with De Huang. Suddenly, the phone rang, and Su Jin hurriedly fumbled to pick up the phone. "Hello, is this Miss Su Jin? This is the hospital. I have good news to tell you. I can arrange eye surgery for you the day after tomorrow. If the operation is successful, you will be able to see again soon." The doctor's voice on the other end of the phone was full of joy. When Su Jin heard the news, she was stunned for a moment, and then tears flowed uncontrollably. She couldn't believe that the moment she had been waiting for was finally here. Really? Doctor, is this true? Su Jin's voice trembled, and she was so excited that she could hardly speak. It's true, Miss Su Jin. You just need to be prepared and come to the hospital on time the day after tomorrow. The doctor confirmed again. After hanging up the phone, Su Jin couldn't calm down for a long time. Chapter 158 Memory Recovery. The news that Zhang Ruowei was hit by a fan's car was like a depth bomb. It instantly caused a stir in the entertainment industry and the internet world, and unsurprisingly topped the hot list. In a busy cafe, several young people were sitting together discussing the incident intensely. I think Zhang Ruowei did it herself. Having a secret love affair with Gu Chun has only made a mess of things. Xiaoli curled his lips, his face full of disdain. That's not the case. Maybe there's a misunderstanding. Xiao Wang retorted with a frown. What kind of misunderstanding could there be? Yi Jinchuan's matter might be related to them. Xiaoli still insisted on his opinion. At this time, Xiao Zhang, who had been silent all the time, spoke up. Anyway, being hit by a car is no small matter. This fan is too crazy. In another corner, a group of Zhang Ruowei's fans gathered together, looking anxious. How can those people say that about Sister Ruowei? She works so hard and is so kind. A young girl's eyes were red and her voice was filled with tears. That's right, we must unite and speak up for Sister Ruowei. We can't let those rumors hurt her. Another fan clenched his fists. Yes, we want everyone to know the truth. Sister Ruowei is innocent. Everyone echoed. In a TV station studio, the host and two guests were discussing this matter. Host, today we're going to talk about the incident where Zhang Ruowei was hit by a fan's car. Teacher Zhang, what do you think about this? Guest teacher Zhang, this is an extremely bad incident. No matter what, the act of hurting others is unforgivable. But we can't ignore the negative voices online either. This is undoubtedly adding insult to injury for Zhang Ruowei. Host, then how do you think we should guide public opinion? Teacher Zhang, first of all, we would like to urge everyone to remain rational and not easily believe unconfirmed rumors. Secondly, malicious and slanderous remarks should be stopped. In the hospital corridor, Zhang Ruowei's agent, Sister Lin, was anxiously making a phone call. Hey, Mr. Wang, this matter is too serious. We must find a way to deal with it. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Stabilize the situation first and check on Zhang Ruowei's injuries. Sister Lin, okay, I understand. At this time, Zhang Ruowei's good friend Su Na hurried over. Sister Lin, how is Ruowei? Suna Lukthreet. Sister Lin shook her head helplessly. He's still in a coma. The doctor said the situation is not optimistic. Su Na's eyes were red. How could this happen? Ruowei. On the internet, discussions are in full swing. I think Zhang Ruowei might have offended someone. Otherwise, why would she be so unlucky? Don't talk nonsense. This is the fault of that crazy fan. Zhang Ruowei is innocent. Anyway, I hope she gets better soon. In a fan forum, the administrator is organizing everyone to pray for Zhang Ruowei. Administrator, everyone, take action and make a blessing video for Ruowei so that she can feel our support. Okay, let's get started. Outside Zhang Ruowei's ward, a group of reporters were waiting, hoping to get first-hand information. The security guard stopped the frantic reporters and said, "Please leave and don't disturb the patient's rest. Just a few questions, it won't take long." No, this is the hospital's policy. In the ward, Zhang Ruowei lay quietly on the bed, wrapped in bandages and looking pale. Suddenly, her fingers moved and she slowly opened her eyes. The nurse exclaimed in surprise, "Doctor, the patient is awake." The doctor rushed over and performed an examination. "Doctor, Zhang Ruowei, how are you feeling?" Zhang Ruowei said weakly, "I'm fine. Rest well and don't think too much. You'll be fine." Zhang Ruowei nodded gently. After the doctor left the ward, Zhang Ruowei tried hard to move his eyes and look at the surrounding environment. There was a hint of confusion and fear in her eyes. At this time, Sister Lin and Suna quietly walked into the ward. "Ruowei, you're awake, that's great," Sister Lin said excitedly with a trembling voice. Zhang Ruowei opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found that her throat was very dry. Suna quickly poured a glass of water and carefully fed it to Zhang Ruowei. "Thank you." Zhang Ruowei drank a few sips of water and felt a little better. "Ruowei, don't worry. We will find a way to deal with those negative voices online." Sister Lin comforted. Zhang Ruowei gave a wry smile. Did I disappoint everyone? How could that be? You have always been the best. Suna held Zhang Ruowei's hand tightly. Just then, Zhang Ruowei's cell phone rang. It was another good friend calling. Ruowei, you must get better soon. We are all waiting for you. A concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. Tears welled up in Zhang Ruowei's eyes. I will. Outside the ward, reporters were still waiting unwillingly. One of the reporters muttered to himself, "This is big news. We must dig up more exclusives." In the fan forum, everyone is busy making blessing videos. This photo looks good. Use this one. This paragraph is so touching. Add it in. In the hospital, Zhang Ruowei's attending physician was discussing her condition with other medical staff. Her condition is still very weak, and she needs to be closely monitored. Mental comfort is also important. She shouldn't be put under too much pressure. Some friends in the circle also came to visit her. Ruowei, take good care of yourself. We'll film together when you come back. Come on, Ruowei. We believe you can make it through this. Zhang Ruowei felt everyone's concern, and her heart was filled with warmth and strength. Public opinion about her on the internet is gradually improving. More and more people are beginning to understand and support her and condemn that crazy fan. Zhang Ruowei is innocent. Please don't be misled by rumors. I hope she recovers soon and returns to her normal life. Zhang Ruowei suddenly had a splitting headache, and all her memories of Gu Chun came flooding back. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. My sister likes Gu Chun. Sister Lin and Suna were startled by her sudden reaction. Ruowei, what's wrong with you? Don't scare us. Sister Lin asked anxiously. Zhang Ruowei held her head in her hands and said painfully, I remembered a lot of things I had forgotten before. My sister. Suna quickly comforted him. Ruowei, don't get excited, talk slowly. Chapter 159. The operation was successful. Zhang Ruowei held her head in her hands, her voice filled with pain and confusion. My sister has always given in to me. Suna patted Zhang Ruowei's back gently, trying to comfort her. Ruowei, don't be too sad. You are still very weak. Zhang Ruowei calmed down and said, I lost my memory before and always blamed Gu Chun. I think he's a scumbag. Sister Lin sighed. Ruowei, let the past be the past. You need to take good care of yourself now. Zhang Ruowei bit her lip and said, but I'm very confused. My sister actually likes him. Did he break up with me because of my sister? At this time, reporters outside the ward were still trying their best to get the latest news. I heard that Zhang Ruowei is emotionally unstable. This is big news. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let the security find out. In the fan forum, everyone is still praying and blessing Zhang Ruowei. I hope Ruowei can get rid of the pain as soon as possible and cheer up again. May she recover quickly and continue to pursue her dreams. Zhang Ruowei was lying on the hospital bed with a lot of thoughts in his mind. She recalled every little detail of her time with Gu Chun, the sweet moments, and the subsequent misunderstandings and quarrels. Sister, if it were you, what would you want me to do? Zhang Ruowei looked at the ceiling, tears rolling down her eyes. At this time, the doctor came in to check on the patient. Zhang Ruowei, your mood is very important to your recovery. Don't think too much about the past. Take care of your health first. The doctor said earnestly. Zhang Ruowei nodded. Doctor, I understand. I will try my best to adjust. The next morning, the sun shone through the thin clouds and gently shone on the city streets. Gu Chun, accompanied by Bai Lin and Shun Shirhan, slowly walked towards the hospital. Gu Chun's face was pale and haggard, but his eyes showed determination and calmness. He was wearing a loose blue hospital gown, which made his figure look even thinner. Bai Lin held his arm tightly, his eyes full of worry and reluctance. She wore a white dress today and tied her hair neatly behind her head, looking gentle and charming. Gu Chun, have you really made up your mind? Bai Lin's voice trembled slightly, and his eyes were red. Gu Chun patted her hand gently. Bai Lin, don't worry, I have thought it through clearly. Shun Shirhan walked on the other side, holding Gu Chun's medical records and some related documents in her hands. Her brows were furrowed, and her eyes fell on Gu Chun from time to time. Shun Shirhan was wearing a simple professional suit, looking capable and neat. Gu Chun, when we get to the hospital, there may be some preoperative preparations to do. Shun Shirhan said. Gu Chun nodded slightly. I know, Shirhan. Thank you for coming with me. The three of them walked into the hospital gate. The hall was busy and noisy with people coming and going. Gu Chun's steps were a little heavy, but he still walked forward firmly. Come this way, Gu Chun. Shun Shirhan led the way and led them to the elevator entrance. The atmosphere in the elevator was particularly solemn. Bai Lin bit her lip, trying hard not to let tears fall. Gu-chun, what should I do when I miss you in the future? Bai Lin's voice was filled with tears. Gu-chun forced a smile. Bai Lin, don't be so pessimistic. My eyes will continue to see the world through others, as if I am still with you. The elevator doors opened, and they arrived at the eye surgery floor. The corridor was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and nurses were busy moving around. A nurse came forward and said, "Is this Mr. Gu-chun? Please follow me." Gu-chun followed the nurse into the preoperative preparation room. Bai Lin and Shun Shirhan were waiting anxiously outside the door. After a while, Gu-chun changed into surgical gown and came out. Bai Lin, Shirhan, don't worry too much. Gu-chun tried to comfort them. Shun Shirhan walked forward and held Gu-chun's hand. Gu-chun, you must be safe. At this time, the doctor came over and said, "Mr. Gu-chun, we are about to enter the operating room. Please relax." Gu-chun took a deep breath and said, "Okay, doctor." The moment he entered the operating room, Gu-chun turned around and glanced at Bai Lin and Shin Shirhan. "Wait for me to come out." After saying that, he turned and walked into the operating room. The door of the operating room slowly closed, and Bai Lin suddenly collapsed in the chair, tears streaming down his face. "Shirhan, I'm so scared." Bai Lin burst into tears. Shin Shirhan hugged Bai Lin's shoulders and said, "Bai Lin, don't cry. Gu-chun will be fine." Time passed minute by minute, and Bai Lin and Shun Shirhan sat restlessly outside the operating room. Their eyes were always fixed on the door of the operating room, and they prayed silently in their hearts. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the operating room finally opened and the doctor came out. "The operation was successful and Mr. Gu-chun's wish was fulfilled," said the doctor. Bai Lin and Shun Shirhan hugged each other excitedly and cried with joy. After the operation, Gu-chun lay on the hospital bed with his eyes wrapped in thick gauze and endless darkness in front of him. His face was as pale as paper, his lips had lost their color, and he looked extremely weak. Bai Lin and Shun Shirhan stood by his bed, their faces full of worry. "Gu-chun, how do you feel?" Bai Lin asked softly, his voice trembling slightly. Gu-chun smiled weakly. I'm fine. Shun Shirhan held Gu-chun's hand and said, "Gu-chun, why didn't you let me meet you earlier?" At this time, the nurse walked into the ward to check on Gu-chun's condition. The nurse, wearing a neat pink uniform, gently checked the data on the instrument. "The patient's condition is currently stable. You don't need to worry too much," the nurse said with a smile. Bai Lin looked at the nurse gratefully. "Thank you, nurse." After the nurse left, the ward fell into a brief silence again. Shun Shirhan sighed softly. "Gu-chun, is there really no possibility that your illness will be cured?" Gu-chun moved slightly. "This is the most meaningful thing I can do." Bai Lin's tears welled up in his eyes. "But seeing you like this, I feel so sad." Gu-chun fumbled for Bai Lin's hand and said, "Don't cry, I will be fine." The ward was filled with a faint floral fragrance, which came from the flowers that Bai Lin brought. The sunlight shines through the window onto the ground, forming spots of light, but Gu-chun cannot feel the warm light. Suddenly, Gu-chun's cell phone rang, and Shun Shirhan quickly picked up the phone. It was the doctor who called and said that he would examine Gu-chun again in a few days. Shun Shirhan said, "Chapter 160 Sister will give in to you." Zhang Ruowei paced slowly in the long and silent corridor of the hospital. Her steps were a little heavy, and there was a hint of confusion and helplessness in her eyes. The hospital gown she was wearing seemed a bit loose, making her thin figure even more prominent. At this moment, the back of a man in white hospital gown suddenly came into her sight. The figure was tall and straight, just a simple outline, but it made Zhang Ruowei's breathing quicken instantly. Her heart seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand, and every beat was accompanied by sharp pain. "Gu-chun," Zhang Ruowei murmured subconsciously. Her pace involuntarily quickened, and she chased after him step by step. Her hands trembled slightly, and her steps were unsteady, as if she had used up all her strength. Her eyes were fixed on the figure's back, afraid that he would disappear in the blink of an eye. However, just as she was about to catch up, the man had already stepped into the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed mercilessly, blocking her hope. Zhang Ruowei rushed to the elevator and pressed the buttons frantically, his eyes full of despair and unwillingness. Wait for me," she shouted at the top of her lungs, her voice echoing in the empty corridor, but unable to stop the elevator from rising. At this moment, Her nurse came running over. She was a young girl with neatly combed short hair, her face full of anxiety and worry. Zhang Ruowei, why did you run out? Come back with me to rest. The nurse panted and reached out to grab Zhang Ruowei's arm. Zhang Ruowei seemed not to have heard the nurse's words. Her eyes were still fixed on the constantly changing numbers above the elevator, and her body was trembling slightly with excitement. That's Gu Chun, it must be him. Zhang Ruowei's voice was filled with tears, and tears were welling up in her eyes. The nurse pulled Zhang Ruowei back forcefully and said sternly, "There are a lot of reporters here. You shouldn't come out normally. If you get photographed, it will cause unnecessary trouble." Zhang Ruowei turned her head and looked at the nurse with empty eyes. "I don't care, I want to find him." The nurse held Zhang Ruowei's arm tightly and said in a slow tone, "Ruowei, can you go back to the ward first? Maybe you just saw it wrong. It's not too late to look for him when you feel better." Zhang Ruowei's body suddenly softened, and she let the nurse pull her towards the ward. The lights in the corridor were a little dim, and the paintings on the wall looked particularly strange in the shadows. "It's really him, I won't be wrong." Zhang Ruowei was still muttering to herself. The nurse sighed helplessly. "Okay, let's go back first." Their footsteps echoed in the corridor, appearing particularly clear. But Zhang Ruowei's heart still remained in the elevator that was already rising. She wanted to find Gu Chun and ask him clearly whether the reason for their breakup was because of her sister. Zhang Ruowei lay quietly on the hospital bed, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. At this time, Zhang Ruowei's mother gently pushed open the door of the ward and walked in. My mother's face was full of fatigue and worry, and the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes seemed to have deepened a little. She was holding a thermos bucket filled with nutritious soup that she had carefully prepared for Zhang Ruowei. "Wei Wei, Mom is here to see you," Mom said softly, walked to the bed, and put the thermos on the bedside table. Zhang Ruowei turned her head and forced a smile. "Mom, you're here." Mom pulled a chair over, sat beside Zhang Ruowei's bed, and held her hand. "Child, you don't look happy. Is there something on your mind?" Zhang Ruowei was silent for a while and did not answer. Mother held Zhang Ruowei's hand and stroked it gently. "Wei Wei, Mom is thinking about your childhood with your sister, and I want to talk to you about it." Zhang Ruowei was slightly startled, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, but he still nodded slightly. Mom's eyes became distant, as if lost in deep memories. "Do you remember the time you went hiking together? Although that mountain wasn't high, it was still quite a challenge for you young kids back then. Along the way, you were always running ahead, as excited as a bird. But after a while, you were too tired to walk anymore. I stayed by your side, holding your hand and constantly encouraging you. She herself was out of breath, but she never let go of your hand." My mother's voice was a little choked up. "When we reached the top of the mountain, you jumped up and down with joy, shouting that you had succeeded. But you don't know that I'm sweating profusely from taking care of you." Zhang Ruowei listened quietly, tears welling up in her eyes. She seemed to see that scene again. Her sister held her hand tightly and climbed up step by step. Mom took a deep breath and continued. "Another time during the Chinese New Year, our family bought new clothes. You and your sister both really like that pink dress, but there's only one. Sis saw that you liked it so much, so she gave it to you without hesitation. She put on another dress that she didn't like as much and told you with a smile that she looked good in that one too. Actually, Mom knows that she wants that pink dress too." At this point, her mother couldn't help but shed tears. "Wei Wei, your sister has always been like this, thinking of you and giving in to you in everything." Zhang Ruowei couldn't hold back any longer. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Mom, I know my sister is good to me. It's all my fault. I used to get angry with her all the time." The mother hugged Zhang Ruowei in her arms and said, "Don't say that, child. I have never blamed you. She just loves you so much and is willing to do anything for you." Zhang Ruowei sobbed in her mother's arms. "Mom, I miss my sister so much. I really miss her so much." Mom patted Zhang Ruowei's back gently and said, "Mom misses her too, but sister's love is always with us. Wei Wei, you must take good care of yourself and get well soon. That way, your sister in heaven will feel at ease watching you." Zhang Ruowei raised her head, took a breath, and tried to calm herself down. "Mom, I will. I won't let my sister down." Mom wiped the tears from Zhang Ruowei's face and opened the thermos. "Come, Wei Wei, have some of the chicken soup I made." Zhang Ruowei took the chicken soup and drank it in small sips. The ward was filled with the aroma of chicken soup, and the mother and daughter snuggled up to each other. Mom watched Zhang Ruowei finish her chicken soup and said softly, "Wei Wei, can you tell me why you are so anxious to find Gu Chun?" Mom, well, the nurse just told me. Zhang Ruwei bit her lip and was silent for a moment before she slowly spoke. Mom, I want to find Gu Chun and ask him if our breakup was because of my sister. Mom frowned and said, Wei Wei, it's all in the past. Don't dwell on it anymore. Just take good care of yourself. Getting well is more important than anything else. Zhang Ruwei shook her head. Mom, this matter has been weighing on my mind. If I don't get to the bottom of it, I will never be able to let it go. Mom sighed and said, Then wait until you feel better before thinking about these things. Zhang Ruowei's eyes were firm. Mom, I can't wait any longer. I'm lying on this hospital bed, and my mind is full of these questions. I really love Gu Chun. Just then, the nurse came in, took Zhang Ruowei's temperature, and checked her body. While recording the data, the nurse said, You're still very weak. Don't get too excited. You need to get more rest. Zhang Ruowei didn't say anything, but her eyes were still full of stubbornness. After the nurse left, my mother said helplessly, Wei Wei, even if you want to find Gu Chun, you have to get well first. Otherwise, how will you have the energy to face him? Chapter 161, I may not be able to wait until the plum blossoms bloom. The morning sun shone softly on the earth, and Su Jin and her family boarded the plane to the capital early. Along the way, Su Jin was nervous and expectant, and she held her sister Ling Ruo's hand tightly. Finally, accompanied by her family, Su Jin arrived in the capital. Although she couldn't see, she could hear the lively sound around her and the descriptions of her family members. She could imagine the bustling scene here. Jiner, look, the streets in the capital are so lively, with people coming and going. Sister Ling Ruo said gently. Su Jin raised her head slightly with a smile on her face. Sister, I can feel it. Mom and Dad were taking good care of Su Jin, fearing that she would get hurt. At noon, the family found a restaurant to eat. Jiner, this is your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs. Eat more. Mom picked up a piece of pork ribs and put it in Su Jin's bowl. Su Jin said obediently, Thank you, Mom. In the afternoon, Ling Ruo, his parents, and Su Jin strolled around the capital. They came to a park where children's laughter and joyful voices could be heard. Jiner, there are a lot of children flying kites here. Ling Ruo described the scene in front of him. Su Jin listened quietly, the corners of her mouth raised. It's great. I seem to be able to see their happy faces. My father said, when your surgery is successful tomorrow, you will be able to see it with your own eyes. The family strolled in the park, enjoying this warm time. Before they knew it, the sun was setting and its golden afterglow was cast on them. Jiner, we should go back to the hotel and rest for a while. We still have to go to the hospital in the evening to make final preparations before the operation, said my mother. Suhin nodded. Okay, Mom. Back at the hotel, Su Jin sat on the bed, feeling a little uneasy. Ling Ruo seemed to see through her thoughts, held her hand, and said, Jiner, don't be afraid. Everything will go well. Su Jin took a deep breath and said, Sister, I know. I trust the doctor. In the evening, the family came to the hospital. The hospital was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and the lights in the corridor were dim. The doctor carefully performed various examinations on Su Jin and explained the precautions before the operation. Get a good rest tonight. We are fully prepared for tomorrow's surgery, the doctor said gently. Coming out of the doctor's office, Su Jin felt even more nervous. Mom, Dad, sister, I'm a little scared. Su Jin's voice trembled slightly. Dad held her in his arms and said, Don't be afraid, Jiner. We are all here with you. The mother also comforted her. Yes, baby, sleep well and wake up, then you will be able to see this beautiful world. Back in the ward, Su Jin lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Thinking of Brother Gu Chun, her heartbeat unconsciously quickened. Ling Ruo sat by the bed, humming a lullaby from her childhood. Sleep, sleep, my dear baby. As Ling Ruo sang, Su Jin gradually relaxed and fell asleep. In the hospital ward filled with the smell of disinfectant, Fang Yueshi lay quietly on the bed. Her little face was as pale as a piece of paper. The big, lively eyes now looked dull and lifeless. Her body was so thin that it seemed like it could be blown down by a gust of wind, and her slender arms were covered with needle marks. The window of the ward was half open, and the cold wind blew in from time to time, ruffling the white curtains. At this time, Fang Yueshi's grandparents rushed into the ward with anxious looks on their faces. Yueshi, something bad has happened. Grandpa's voice was trembling, and his hair was gray and messy. The wrinkles on his face are like deep ravines, filled with the vicissitudes of life and the worries of the moment. Fong Yueshi turned her head with great effort and asked weakly, Grandpa, what's wrong? Grandma walked to the bedside, held Fong Yueshi's hand, and said in a choked voice, Child, Guchen has been kidnapped. When Fong Yueshi heard the news, her body trembled violently, and her already fragile breathing instantly became rapid. How could this happen? Her lips trembled, her face grew paler, and beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on her forehead. Grandpa quickly patted her back, trying to calm her down. Yueshi, don't get excited, don't get excited. However, Fong Yueshi's condition worsened sharply, and she began to cough violently. His whole body kept twitching, as if he was fighting a desperate battle with death. Doctor, doctor, come quickly. Grandma shouted in panic, her voice echoing in the silent corridor. Doctors and nurses arrived quickly and carried out rescue work in a tense and orderly manner. The sounds of various instruments intertwined together, making people's heartbeats accelerate. Grandpa and Grandma watched anxiously from the side, and Grandpa clenched his hands tightly together. His knuckles turned white, and he kept muttering, Yueshi must hold on, must hold on. Grandma kept wiping her tears with her handkerchief, not daring to take her eyes off Fong Yueshi for a moment. After a period of intensive rescue, Fong Yueshi's condition finally stabilized temporarily. She seemed to have exhausted all her strength, lying exhausted on the hospital bed, gasping for breath. Grandma, I want to see the plum blossoms. Fong Yueshi's voice was as thin as a thread. Grandma couldn't stop her tears from flowing again. Son, it's only November now. The plum blossoms haven't bloomed yet. Fong Yueshi closed her eyes slightly, a tear slipping from the corner of her eye. I may not be able to wait until the plum blossoms bloom. Grandpa squatted beside the bed and gently stroked her hair. Yueshi, don't say such discouraging words. You'll get better, and you'll definitely see the plum blossoms. Fong Yueshi shook her head with difficulty. Grandpa and Grandma, I know my body. I can only hold on for a week at most. Grandma hugged her tightly and said, No, child, there will be a miracle. There will definitely be one. The ward was filled with sadness and helplessness, and the cold wind was still howling outside the window. Fong Yueshi's grandparents stayed by her bedside, not daring to leave for a moment. Grandpa sighed softly and said, Why does this child have such a miserable life? Grandma wiped her red and swollen eyes and said, Old man, we must find a way to make Yueshi get better, even if there's only a glimmer of hope. Although Fong Yueshi was extremely weak at this time, she was still conscious. She slowly opened her eyes and said weakly, Grandpa and Grandma, don't worry too much about me. I don't want you to be too tired. Grandpa held her hand and said, Silly child, what are you talking about? You are our dearest child. As long as you can get better, we will do anything for you. Just then, Fong Yueshi's cell phone suddenly rang. Grandma picked up the phone and saw that it was Guchen calling. Yueshi, it's Guchen calling, Grandma said excitedly. A hint of surprise flashed across Fong Yueshi's eyes, but quickly dimmed. Grandma, I don't have the energy to answer it now. Grandma hesitated for a moment, but still pressed the answer button. Chapter 162, I Don't Blame Mom. Xiaoxi raised her hand with difficulty and weakly took the phone from her grandmother. The voice was weak but full of concern. Brother Guchen, how are you? I was so worried about you. Guchen on the other end of the phone quickly said, Xiaoxi, don't worry. The kidnappers have been apprehended by the police. I'm Fina. How's your health? Xiaoxi bit her lip and tried to make her voice sound steady. Brother Guchen, I'm fine. You have to take care of yourself, too. Grandpa and Grandma stood by, listening silently, tears streaming down their wrinkled faces. Grandpa wiped his eyes with his rough hands, his eyes full of heartache and helplessness. Grandma kept wiping her tears with the corner of her clothes, her body trembling slightly because of sobbing. Grandpa sighed and said in a hoarse voice, These two children have suffered so much. Grandma choked up and responded, Yes, fortunately Guchen is fine. If anything happens to him, how will we survive? At this moment, the ward was filled with a sad atmosphere. The white sheets are particularly eye-catching. The clock on the wall ticked away, as if mercilessly urging the passage of time. Xiaoxi leaned on the pillow, her face as pale as paper, and her originally bright eyes had lost their luster. Her hair was scattered messily on the pillow, making her look even more haggard. Grandpa walked to the bedside and gently held Xiaoxi's hand. The calluses on his hands brushed against Xiaoxi's delicate skin. His eyes were filled with love and reluctance, and he said in a trembling voice, Child, don't hold on. If you feel uncomfortable, tell Grandpa. Xiaoxi forced a smile and comforted his grandfather. Grandpa, I'm really fine. I feel much more at ease when I hear that brother Guchan is safe. Grandma walked to the window, looked out at the gloomy sky, and murmured to herself, how could God be so blind as to let such a good child suffer so much? Xiaoxi felt sad when she saw the sad faces of her grandparents. She took a deep breath and said, Grandpa and Grandma, don't be too sad. I'm already very satisfied to have you by my side. Grandpa sat down on the chair beside the bed, leaned forward, and held Xiaoxi's hand tighter. Xiaoxi, it's all Grandpa's fault. I couldn't give you a good life. Xiaoxi shook her head. Grandpa, don't say that. You and Grandma have already sacrificed too much for me. The nurse came in to change Xiaoxi's dressing. She moved gently, afraid of hurting Xiaoxi. But Xiaoxi couldn't help but frown, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Grandma quickly took a towel and wiped Xiaoxi's sweat, muttering, this poor child has suffered so much. After the dressing was changed, the ward became quiet for a while. Xiaoxi closed her eyes, as if gathering strength. After a while, Xiaoxi opened her eyes again and said to her grandparents, Grandpa and Grandma, I know I don't have much time left. Don't be too sad. After I'm gone, you have to take good care of yourselves. When Grandpa heard this, tears welled up in his eyes again. Xiaoxi, don't say such things. You will definitely get better. Grandma also cried and said, my child, our family must always be together. Xiaoxi looked at her grandparents, her eyes filled with attachment and reluctance. The atmosphere in the ward was so oppressive that it was suffocating. Only the occasional bird calls outside the window broke the heartbreaking silence. Grandma hugged Xiaoxi, tears pouring out like a flood. My poor grandson. Her voice trembled and her body twitched continuously. Grandpa was standing by, with his back turned, wiping his tears with his rough, big hands, his shoulders shaking constantly. The ward was filled with a sad atmosphere, and the white walls seemed to be sighing for this tragic fate. Grandma, don't cry, I'm fine. Xiaoxi stretched out her hand weakly, wanting to wipe away her grandma's tears, but she didn't have the strength to lift her hand. Grandma hugged Xiaoxi tightly, as if she would disappear if she let go. Xiaoxi, why are you so miserable? If it weren't for that bastard, you could be like other children, with your mother's love and care. Grandma's voice was filled with pain and regret. Xiaoxi leaned in her grandmother's arms, staring at the ceiling with empty eyes. Grandma, this is not your fault. Grandpa turned around, walked to the bed, squatted down, and held Xiaoxi's hand. Children, it's because Grandpa is incompetent and failed to protect you. Grandpa's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were full of self-blame. Grandma stroked Xiaoxi's hair and said, Xiaoxi, your mother, after giving birth to you, she couldn't stand the humiliation and pain, so she chose to leave. Xiaoxi's tears rolled down her cheeks. I know, Grandma. I don't blame my mother. She must be in so much pain. There was a sound of children's laughter outside the window. Grandma looked out the window, her eyes full of envy and sadness. Other children are playing happily, but my Xiaoxi has to suffer like this. Grandpa stood up, walked to the window, looked out at the world, and sighed heavily. This is all fate. Grandma patted Xiaoxi's back gently and said, Xiaoxi, no matter what happens, Grandpa and Grandma will always be with you. Xiaoxi nodded slightly. I know, Grandpa and Grandma are the closest people to me in this world. At night, moonlight shines into the ward through the window. Grandma sat by Xiaoxi's bed and told her stories from her childhood. Xiaoxi, when you were little you loved to laugh. That smile could melt people's hearts. Grandma's voice echoed in the silent ward. Xiaoxi closed her eyes, as if recalling those good times. Grandma, I really want to go back to my childhood. Grandpa came in with a bowl of hot soup. Xiaoxi, drink some soup to replenish your body. Xiaoxi sat up with difficulty, and her grandfather carefully fed her soup. Grandpa, I can't drink anymore. Xiaoxi shook his head. Grandpa looked at her distressfully and said, then take a rest. The next morning, sunlight shone into the ward. Grandma got up early and prepared breakfast for Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, Grandma made your favorite porridge for you. Grandma brought the porridge to the bedside. Xiaoxi reluctantly ate a few bites and lay down again. Xiaoxi's body is getting weaker and weaker. Xiaoxi suddenly said to her grandparents, Grandpa and Grandma, I want to go out and take a look. Grandpa and Grandma quickly found a wheelchair and pushed Xiaoxi to the hospital garden. In the garden, the flowers are in full bloom, colorful. Xiaoxi looked at the beautiful scenery in front of her and a long-lost smile appeared on her face. "Grandma, this flower is so beautiful," Xiaoxi said softly. Grandma nodded with tears in her eyes. "Yes, Xiaoxi, she is as beautiful as you." Chapter 163. Why is Feng Yueshi here? Just then, two doctors, a man and a woman, walked into the garden. The male doctor, Su Qingyan, is tall and straight, and he looks elegant and handsome in his neat white coat. His face was well-defined, with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high-nose bridge, and slightly upturned lips with a gentle smile. Female Dr. Zhao Sina has neat short hair, a delicate face, and clear and bright eyes, giving people a sense of capability. She always has a confident smile on her face and exudes the charm of a professional woman. Su Qingyan accidentally glanced at Feng Yueshi, sitting in the wheelchair, and was stunned for a moment. His heart felt like it was hit by a heavy hammer, and his breathing became rapid. Feng Yueshi? Why is she here? He was stunned. He didn't expect that they would meet in such a scene again. Feng Yueshi, the white moonlight he thinks about day and night. They had been in a relationship for 3 years. Memories are interrupted by cruel reality. Due to strong opposition from his family, he was forced to separate from Feng Yueshi and was forcibly sent abroad to study. Those days will always be a pain in his heart. He thought of Feng Yueshi's gentleness and kindness countless times on nights in a foreign country. He looked at Feng Yueshi's pale face and felt a pang of pain in his heart. He knew very well that Feng Yueshi was sick and looked very ill. A deep sense of powerlessness and guilt came over me. Zhao Sina, who was standing next to him, noticed his abnormality and asked, "Dr. Su, what are you looking at?" Su Qingyan hurriedly withdrew his gaze and covered it up. "I didn't see anything. Let's go." His voice was trembling, and his steps were a little unsteady. Zhao Sina looked at him puzzledly. She keenly felt that something was wrong with Su Qingyan, but he didn't ask any more questions, and the two of them walked towards the office together. Along the way, Su Qingyan remained silent and felt extremely confused. "How come I met her here? What's wrong with her? Why do you look so weak?" Countless questions swirled in his mind, making him feel upset. Zhao Sina hesitated several times before finally saying, "Dr. Su, did you see anyone you know?" Su Qingyan shook his head slightly and did not answer. Zhao Sina bit her lip and guessed secretly in her heart. In fact, she has been secretly in love with Su Qingyan for a long time. From the first time they worked together in the hospital, she was attracted by Su Qingyan's professionalism and handsomeness. She silently watched his every move, every smile, and every frown touched her heart. In the office, Su Qingyan was also unable to concentrate on his work. All he could think of was Feng Yueshi's pale face and frail figure. Zhao Sina secretly observed him, her heart full of worry. "Dr. Su, you're not feeling well today. Do you need some rest?" Zhao Sina asked with concern. Su Qingyan raised his head and forced a smile. "I'm fine. Thank you for your concern." Zhao Sina sighed softly. "Dr. Su, if you have any concerns, you might as well tell me. Maybe you will feel better." Su Qingyan was silent for a moment, then said, "I just saw an old friend I haven't seen for a long time. I remembered some things from the past." Zhao Sina's heart tightened. She knew that this old friend must mean a lot to Su Qingyan. "Is he an important person?" Zhao Sina asked cautiously. Su Qingyan nodded. "It's very important." Zhao Sina's heart seemed to be stabbed, but she still pretended to be calm, so that's how it is. Feng Yueshi had no idea that she was in love with Su Qingyan. She was still immersed in the beautiful scenery before her, trying to capture the beauty of this moment. "Grandma, I wish I could stay like this forever," Feng Yueshi said softly, with a hint of longing and helplessness in her voice. Grandma gripped the wheelchair handles tightly and said, "Yes, child, I will." Grandpa watched silently from the side, his eyes full of heartache. Su Qingyan had no intention of attending the meeting. In the conference room, the lights are soft and bright, and the projector projects complex case analysis on the screen. Colleagues were discussing seriously around the conference table, with voices rising and falling. Su Qingyan sat there, seemingly staring intently at the front, but in fact his thoughts had already drifted away. His eyes wandered, and the brief moment of eye contact with Feng Yueshi in the garden kept appearing in his mind. "No, I must find out about her situation." Su Qingyan secretly made up his mind. His fingers moved unconsciously on the notebook, and the rhythm of his heartbeat was disordered due to tension and worry. The meeting continued, and the director raised a key question, glancing at Su Qingyan. "Dr. Su, what are your thoughts on the risk assessment of this treatment plan?" Su Qingyan was startled and came to his senses. I think I need to consider the relevant data again. His answer was a little hasty, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead unknowingly. Finally, the meeting ended. Su Qingyan couldn't wait to get up, and the chair made a harsh sound as it rubbed against the ground. He didn't notice anything and ran straight to the medical records room. In the medical records room, rows of medical record cabinets are neatly arranged, and the air is filled with a faint smell of disinfectant. Su Qingyan quickly found Fang Yueshi's medical record folder, his hands trembling slightly with anxiety. When he saw the shocking diagnosis results on the medical record, his hands couldn't help but tremble. How could this happen? How could it be so serious? Su Qingyan muttered to himself, his eyes red. His lips were tightly pursed, and his brows were furrowed into a deep frown. Su Qingyan took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He took the medical records and quickly went to find Fang Yueshi's attending physician. The attending physician's office is simply decorated with medical certificates and banners of thanks from patients hanging on the wall. The attending physician was sitting at his desk, concentrating on writing something. Seeing Su Qingyan come in, he was slightly startled. "Dr. Su, why are you here?" "Dr. Li, I'd like to know the specific situation of Fang Yueshi," Su Qingyan said anxiously, with a tremor in his voice. The attending physician raised his head and pushed his glasses. "Dr. Su, she is you. I'm her friend," Su Qingyan explained quickly. The attending doctor sighed and said, "Her condition is not optimistic. Based on the current condition, he can live for at most 1 week." Su Qingyan's body shook, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. "Is there really no other way?" His voice was almost pleading. The attending physician shook his head helplessly. "We have tried all possible treatment options, but her body didn't respond well to the medication, and she deteriorated faster than expected. You're a doctor too? You should know that she's beyond saving." Su Qingyan gripped the medical record tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. He was silent for a moment, then turned and left. People were coming and going in the corridor, but Su Qingyan felt as if he was in a lonely wilderness. He leaned against the wall, looked up at the ceiling, tears welling up in his eyes. "I'm the youngest chief physician in the hospital, but I couldn't save her." Su Qingyan felt full of self-blame. He hated himself for leaving in the first place. Why abandon her? My heart felt like it was being stabbed by a steel fork when I heard it. A nurse pushed a medical cart past, and the sound of the wheels rolling was particularly clear in the silent corridor. Su Qingyan slowly stood up and wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 164: Restoring Light. Early in the morning, the city was still immersed in a thin morning mist. Su Jin came to the hospital accompanied by her family. Su Jin clutched the corner of her clothes tightly, her eyes revealing a complex emotion of nervousness and anticipation. Today is an extremely important day for her. Dad walked on her left, put a hand on her shoulder, and said gently, "Jiner, don't be nervous. Everything will be fine." Dad wore that smart suit today and combed his hair neatly. There was an encouraging smile on his face, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed particularly kind at this moment. Mom walked to the right, held Su Jin's hand, and patted it gently. "Baby, relax. The doctors are very professional. Your eyes will recover soon." My mother was wearing a simple dress with her hair tied behind her head. Her eyes were full of concern, and her carefully made-up face still showed worry. Ling Ruo followed behind, walked up quickly, gently put his arm around Su Jin's waist, and said, "Soon you will be able to see this colorful world." Ling Ruo was wearing a light blue shirt today, paired with a white miniskirt, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. The delicate facial features looked even more charming in the sunlight. Her eyes were full of love and expectation for her sister. Su Jin raised her head slightly and said with a trembling voice, "I know, but I still can't help but feel scared." She bit her lip, and her small face looked a little pale because of nervousness. Although a pair of beautiful eyes cannot see, they are filled with tears at this moment. The family walked into the hospital lobby, where people were coming and going, and the sounds of footsteps and conversations were intertwined. Su Jin heard the noise around her, and the tension in her heart grew stronger. Dad comforted her, "Jiner, don't be afraid, we are here." Mom looked around, searching for the sign, and said, "Let's go to the registration office first." The family came to the registration office and waited in line. Su Jin could feel the gazes of the people around her, so she couldn't help but lower her head and clasp her hands tightly together. Finally, it was their turn, and Mom quickly completed the formalities. Then they came to the floor where the ophthalmology clinic was located. The corridor was filled with the smell of disinfectant, and the white walls looked particularly deserted. Ling Ruol whispered to Su Jin, "Sister, we'll be there soon." Su Jin nodded and tried to calm herself down. Entering the consulting room, the doctor greeted them with a smile. The doctor looked very kind, wearing a pair of glasses, and his eyes showed professionalism and confidence. The doctor said gently, "Don't be nervous, little girl. We will do our best to make your eyes healthy again." Su Jin whispered, "Thank you, doctor." The doctor began to give Su Jin a detailed examination, asking various questions. After the examination, the doctor said, "The success rate of the operation is very high, don't worry." Hearing this, the whole family breathed a sigh of relief. Walking out of the clinic, Dad said, "Jiner, you heard it, don't worry anymore." Su Jin smiled and said, "Well, I will try not to be afraid." Mother stroked Su Jin's hair and said, "Good child. After the operation is successful, let's go see the beautiful scenery together." Su Jin's heart was full of anticipation, imagining the beautiful scene of blue sky, white clouds, flowers, plants, and trees. There is also an agreement with Guchan. A family is in a hospital corridor, sunlight streaming through the windows onto them. Inside the operating room, everything was white and quiet. Various advanced medical equipment are neatly placed. It exudes a reassuring yet slightly tense atmosphere. Su Jin was lying on the operating table, her body covered with a light blue sterile cloth. Only the head and the eyes that were about to be given light were revealed. The surgeon in charge is an experienced and focused expert. He was wearing a mask, revealing only a pair of deep and calm eyes. Beside him, several assistants were ready to assist in completing this important operation. "Su Jin, don't be nervous, relax." The doctor's voice was gentle and calm, as if it had a magical power that made Su Jin's originally tense nerves relax a little. Su Jin nodded gently, but her fingers unconsciously gripped the edge of the operating table. The doctor saw it and smiled and said, "Trust us, this is just a minor operation. Soon you'll be able to see this beautiful world." The operation officially began, and the nurse gently disinfected the area around Su Jin's eyes. The coolness of the alcohol made Su Jin shudder slightly. The doctor was concentrating on adjusting the angle of the surgical light to ensure that the light could perfectly illuminate the operating area. "Prepare for local anesthesia." The doctor's voice was steady and powerful. The nurse quickly handed the anesthetic to the doctor, who skillfully placed the needle close to Su Jin's eyes. "It might sting a little, just bear with it." Su Jin bit her lip and felt a slight stinging sensation. After the anesthesia took effect, the doctor picked up the delicate surgical instruments with a focused and sharp look in his eyes. Each of his movements was extremely precise, as if he was performing a delicate work of art. The assistants on the side cooperated tacitly, handing tools and wiping sweat, and everything went on in an orderly manner. "Tweezers," the doctor whispered, and the assistant immediately handed the tweezers to him. The doctor operated very carefully, being extremely cautious with every subtle movement. Time passed minute by minute, and the only sounds in the operating room were the gentle movement of instruments and the occasional instructions from the doctor. Although Su Jin didn't feel any pain, but she could feel the tense and orderly working atmosphere among the doctors and assistants. This made her feel a little more at ease. "Microscope," the doctor said again, and the nurse quickly adjusted the position of the microscope. Through the microscope, doctors can see the fine structures of the eye more clearly. Make sure every operation is foolproof. The operation has reached a critical stage. Fine beads of sweat oozed from the doctor's forehead, but his eyes remained firm. "Pay attention to stop the bleeding," he reminded his assistant, and the assistant immediately pressed the bleeding spot gently with gauze. During the operation, the doctor kept observing Su Jin's vital signs to ensure her physical condition was stable. "Blood pressure is normal and heartbeat is stable," the nurse reported. As the operation progressed, the doctor's expression gradually relaxed. Finally, the doctor put down the instruments in his hands and breathed a sigh of relief. The operation was successful. Hearing this, a barely perceptible smile appeared on Su Jin's face. Everyone in the operating room breathed a sigh of relief. The nurses began to bandage Su Jin's eyes with gentle and careful movements. "Su Jin, have a good rest from now on. You will soon be able to see the sight you have been waiting for," said the doctor. Su Jin said weakly, "Thank you, doctor." Afterwards, Su Jin was pushed out of the operating room by the nurse, and her family members who were waiting anxiously outside the door immediately surrounded her. The operation was successful. The nurse's voice finally put the family's hearts at ease. Sujin was sent back to the ward, and she lay on the bed. Her eyes were bandaged, but she could feel hope blooming in her heart. Chapter 165 Yueshi, I'm sorry. Su Qingyan lingered outside Fang Yueshi's ward for a long time. His footsteps seemed to be dragged by invisible shackles, and each step seemed so heavy. The lights in the corridor were dim, making his figure look long and lonely. His heart was filled with entanglement and struggle. He raised his hand several times to push open the door, but put it down at the last moment. How should I face her? Will she blame me? Su Qingyan thought to himself, and beads of sweat unconsciously seeped out of his forehead. He took a deep breath, mustered up the courage, and gently pushed open the door of the ward. Fang Yueshi was leaning on the hospital bed, looking out the window with empty eyes. When she heard the door being pushed open, she subconsciously turned her head. The moment she saw Su Qingyan, her face was filled with shock, and she was speechless for a moment. I have many questions in my mind. Why is Su Qingyan here? Did she think she would never see him again in this life? Su Qingyan looked at Fang Yueshi in front of him. Her face was so haggard, and her hair had lost its former luster. The whole person looks like a flower that is about to wither. His heart ached, his lips trembled slightly, but he didn't know where to start. Yueshi. Su Qingyan uttered these two words with difficulty, his voice filled with endless guilt and longing. Fang Yueshi widened her eyes, unable to believe that the person in front of her was Su Qingyan. After a long while, he said in a trembling voice, Qingyan, why are you here? A nurse came in, saw Su Qingyan, and said with a smile, Hello, Dr. Su. Su Qingyan nodded slightly, but his eyes never left Fang Yueshi. After the nurse changed Fang Yueshi's medicine, she left the ward. The room fell into a brief silence again. Only the rhythmic sound of the ECG monitor could be heard. Su Qingyan slowly walked to the bedside, sat down, held Fang Yueshi's hand, and said in a hoarse voice, Yueshi, I'm sorry, I'm late. Tears welled up in Fang Yueshi's eyes. She pulled her hand back and turned away. What are you doing here? We've been separated for years. Su Qingyan's eyes were filled with pain. Yueshi, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have left you. Fang Yueshi sneered. What's the point of saying this now? You're a doctor, and you should know that I'm going to die soon. Su Qingyan lowered his head and said, I heard about your illness. I want to accompany you through these last moments. Fang Yueshi bit her lip and said, No need, just go. Su Qingyan raised his head and looked at Fang Yueshi. Yueshi, don't be like this. Give me a chance to make amends. Fang Yueshi's tears welled up in her eyes. Make amends? Can you make me better? Can you turn back time? Su Qingyan clenched his fists tightly. Yueshi, I know I can't change the past, but I'll do everything I can to make the rest of your days less painful. Fang Yueshi was silent for a long time, and finally sighed. Qingyan, it's all too late. I only have a week to live at most. Su Qingyan's eyes also became moist. No, it's not too late. I will always be by your side as long as you want me to. At this time, there was a sound of birds singing outside the window, and sunlight shone through the window onto the hospital bed. Fang Yueshi looked at the sunlight outside the window, her expression a little dazed. Su Qingyan stood up and poured a glass of water for Fang Yueshi. Yueshi, drink some water. Fang Yueshi took the water cup and took a sip. Qingyan, I never thought I would see you again. Yueshi, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have abandoned you. You didn't do anything wrong, so don't say sorry. And we're just strangers now. Su Qingyan looked at Fang Yueshi and swore secretly in his heart. Be sure to make her feel warm and loved for the rest of her days. Su Qingyan helped Fang Yueshi pull up the quilt. Yueshi, have a good rest. I will come to see you tomorrow. Fang Yueshi closed her eyes and said nothing. Su Qingyan walked out of the ward quietly and closed the door. He leaned against the wall outside the door, tears streaming down his face again. After Su Qingyan left Fang Yueshi's ward, he walked with heavy steps in the hospital corridor. The corridor was empty at this moment, and his figure looked extremely lonely under the light. He came to the hospital garden and found a bench to sit on. The autumn wind was a little cool, blowing on his face, but he seemed unaware of it. His thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the happy times he spent with Fang Yueshi in the past. He thought back to their first meeting on a sunny spring day. Fang Yueshi was wearing a white dress, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and her smile was like a flower blooming in spring. He was immediately attracted by her beauty and innocence and took the initiative to approach her and strike up conversation. Hello. My name is Su Qing'an. Can I get to know you? He remembered how nervous and expectant he felt at that time. Fang Yueshi raised her head, looked at him with those bright eyes, and said with a smile, "Okay, my name is Fang Yueshi." From then on, they walked together along the paths of the park, hand in hand, sharing their dreams and thoughts. Su Qing'an still remembers that one time they went to the beach together to watch the sunrise. As the sun slowly rose from the sea level, golden light shone on them. Fang Yueshi snuggled tightly in his arms. At that moment, he felt that he was the happiest person in the world. "Qing'an, I hope we could be together like this forever." Fang Yueshi's voice seemed to still echo in his ears. Thinking of these beautiful memories, Su Qing'an unconsciously showed a happy smile on his face. But it was soon replaced by pain and regret. Tears blurred his eyes, and he murmured to himself, "Yueshi, I am sorry for you. If I could do it again, I would never leave you." And Fang Yueshi in the ward couldn't stop crying after Su Qing'an left. She leaned back against the pillow, staring blankly at the ceiling. The painful and sad memories of the past came flooding back to my mind. She thought of the little coffee shop they used to go to together, which was their usual meeting place. The shop was filled with the rich aroma of coffee. They would sit by the window, holding hands and sharing a small piece of cake. "Yueshi, I will open a bigger and more beautiful coffee shop for you in the future." Su Qing'an once promised this, but later he left. She was left alone in that familiar corner, crying. There was also the time when they went hiking together and reached the top of the mountain. Su Qing'an held her tightly in his arms and shouted to the mountains, "Fang Yueshi, I love you forever." At that time, she felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. But later, when she needed him, he was not there. She fell ill and was hospitalized, facing the cold ward and fear alone. I called him, but no one answered. "Why? Why do you treat me like this?" Fang Yueshi bit her lips and burst into tears. She still remembers that rainy night. She waited at his door for a long, long time, just to see him and ask him why he wanted to break up. But he never showed up, leaving her crying in the rain. The ward was eerily quiet, with only Fang Yueshi's sobbing as the sound could be heard. Chapter 166. Who is she? Why does Qing'an care about her so much? Yueshi. Su Qing'an could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart. He stood up suddenly and ran towards Fang Yueshi's ward. His heart was beating so fast it felt like it was going to burst out his chest. He pushed open the door of the ward, rushed to the bedside, looking at Fang Yueshi lying on the hospital bed. Without hesitation, he hugged her tightly and said in a tearful voice, "Yueshi, I can't forget you. You're the only one in my heart these years, and I still love you. I don't want you to leave me. You've already left me once. You can't leave me again." Fang Yueshi felt a pang of pain in her heart, but she endured the pain in her body, pushed Su Qing'an away with force. Her eyes were filled with determination and indignation, and she said in a trembling voice, "Don't touch me. Go away. I don't want to see you again." After Su Qing'an was pushed away, he asked, "Yueshi, how did you get a terminal illness? What on earth have you been through?" Fang Yueshi sneered, tears welling up again. She gritted her teeth and said, "Do you still care about how I'm doing? Ever since you left, my life has been in darkness. I spend every day in pain and longing. Running around for a living puts me under tremendous pressure, both physically and mentally. Now I have a terminal illness. This is fate. Are you satisfied? Don't bother me anymore." Su Qing'an fell heartbroken as he listened to Fang Yueshi's story. He looked at Fang Yueshi's thin body and haggard face, tears streaming down his face. "Yueshi, I didn't know it would be like this. I didn't know my leaving would cause you so much harm. I thought time would make everything go away. But I was wrong. I just can't forget you." Su Qing'an's voice choked, and his body trembled slightly. Fang Yueshi turned her head away, unwilling to look at Su Qing'an. "What's the point of saying this now? Please go and let me leave this world alone and peacefully." Su Qing'an slowly walked to the window, looked at the scenery outside, his heart filled with regret. The leaves outside the window were fluttering in the autumn wind, just like his broken heart at the moment. "Yueshi, no matter what you say, I won't leave. I want to be by your side and spend your last moments with you." Su Qing'an turned around and looked at Fang Yueshi firmly. Fang Yueshi turned her head and glared at Su Qing'an. "Why are you torturing me like this? You've already ruined my past. Isn't that enough? I just want to leave this world peacefully." Su Qing'an walked to the bedside, squatted down, and held Fang Yueshi's hand. "Yueshi, give me a chance to make up for my mistakes. Please, please. Fang Yueshi's hands trembled slightly. She wanted to break free from Su Qingyin's hand, but she had no strength. Do you think this can make up for it? You are too naive. At this time, the atmosphere in the ward was so solemn that it was suffocating. Su Qingyin stood up, walked to the table, picked up an apple, and began to peel it silently. Yueshi, eat some apple to replenish your nutrition. Su Qingyin cut the peeled apple into small pieces and handed it to Fang Yueshi. Fang Yueshi looked at the apple in front of her, feeling mixed emotions. She hesitated for a moment, then took the apple and took a small bite. Su Qingyin felt a little comforted when he saw Fang Yueshi eating the apple. Yueshi, I will peel apples for you every day from now on. Fang Yueshi didn't say anything, just ate the apple silently. Just then, Zhao Sina, a doctor who has a crush on Su Qingyin, comes to Fang Yueshi's ward for rounds. She was holding a medical record folder in her hand and had a professional smile on her face. When she walked into the ward and saw Su Qingyin, my eyes lit up and my heart was filled with joy. Qingyin, why are you here? There was a hint of surprise in Zhao Sina's voice. When she saw Su Qingyin's concerned look towards Fang Yueshi, the smile on his face froze instantly. She was stunned for a moment, a hint of doubt and jealousy flashing in her eyes. Su Qingyin didn't notice Zhao Sina's strange behavior and just said casually, I came to see Yueshi. Zhao Sina walked to the bedside and began the routine check. Her movements were a little stiff, and her eyes glanced at Su Qingyin and Fang Yueshi from time to time. The jealousy in my heart grows wildly like weeds. How do you feel? Zhao Sina asked Fang Yueshi with forced calmness, but her voice was a little cold. Fang Yueshi replied weakly, it's still the same. Zhao Sina made a brief note and prepared to leave. When she reached the door, she looked back at Su Qingyin again. She noticed that his eyes were always on Fang Yueshi, and she felt even more uncomfortable. After returning to the office, Zhao Sina sat in the chair, unable to calm down for a long time. Who is that woman? Why is Su Qingyin so concerned about her? She scratched her hair irritably and threw the medical record folder on the table. She sat in the chair. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the more unfair it seemed. She has given so much to Su Qingyin, silently caring for him and supporting him. But he has never looked at me straight in the eye. But now he cares so much about Fang Yueshi. No, I can't just sit there and wait to die. Zhao Sina bit her lip, and an evil idea came to her mind. She called a nurse into the office and said in a low voice, go and cause some trouble for Fang Yueshi. Don't let her get too comfortable. The nurse hesitated. Dr. Zhao, this is not good. Just go if I tell you to. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Zhao Sina glared at the nurse fiercely. The nurse had no choice but to nod and agree. He could only follow Zhao Sina's instructions, while the other party usually made things difficult for him in every way. Fang Yueshi needed an 4 drip, so the nurse deliberately slowed down the process. The potion dripped very slowly, and Fang Yueshi's arms became numb from maintaining the same posture for a long time. Ms. Nurse, can you speed it up a bit? Fang Yueshi requested weakly. No, this is the prescribed speed, the nurse replied coldly. Fang Yueshi had no choice but to endure it silently. Fang Yueshi's grandparents came to bring her food, but the nurse deliberately said that there couldn't be the smell of food in the ward and drove them out. Nurse, please let us stay and accompany the child. Grandma begged. No, this is the hospital's rule. Leave now, the nurse said mercilessly. Grandpa and Grandma could only leave with tears in their eyes. Su Qingyin knew very well that Fang Yueshi didn't have much time left. He secretly made up his mind to spend as much time with her as possible during her last week. Back in the office, Su Qingyin picked up the schedule on the desk without hesitation and began to make arrangements one by one. He called his assistant and said firmly, put aside all my work for the next week that can be done. Those that really can't be postponed will be assigned to other colleagues. Also, please cancel all those social engagements for me. The assistant on the other end of the phone was a little surprised, but still responded, okay, Dr. Su, but some work and social events are very important, so this may have some impact. Su Qingyin's voice didn't waver at all. Nothing is more important than accompanying Yueshi. Do as I say. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingyin rejected several colleagues' invitations to discuss cooperation. Faced with their confusion and doubts, he simply said, I have more important things to do. He also asked the director for leave from the department meeting. Director, I can't attend the department meeting this week. The director looked at him with helplessness in his eyes, but still nodded. His deputy director is a workaholic, and although he was curious, he didn't ask too many questions. Chapter 167. I heard she was Dr. Sue's ex-girlfriend. Early the next morning. Today is Thursday. Su Qingyan came to Fang Yueshi's ward early, bringing flowers and her favorite snacks. Yueshi, how do you feel today? Su Qingyan asked cautiously. Fang Yueshi turned her head, looked out the window, and said lightly, You don't have to come to see me every day. We have broken up. There is no need to do this. A trace of pain flashed in Su Qingyan's eyes. Yueshi, I just want to accompany you. Fang Yueshi sneered. Accompany me? Are you pitying me? I don't need your pity. Su Qingyan hurriedly explained. No, Yueshi, I really want to be by your side. Fang Yueshi turned her head and looked directly into Su Qingyan's eyes. Really? Why didn't you say you really meant it when you left? Now that I'm so sick, do you think staying by my side can make up for everything? Su Qingyan held Fang Yueshi's hand and said, Yueshi, I know I was wrong. Give me a chance. Fang Yueshi struggled to break free from his hand. I gave you a chance, but you gave up on it. Don't bother me now. We can't go back. Wouldn't you know if I died? Please don't bother me. Tears welled up in Su Qingyan's eyes. Yueshi, I don't care whether I can go back or not. I just hope you can let me spend these last moments with you. Fang Yueshi turned her head away and stopped looking at him. Go away. I want to be alone for a while. Su Qingyan stood up helplessly and slowly walked towards the door. The moment he was about to go out, he looked back at Fang Yueshi. I saw her closing her eyes and tears rolling down from the corners of her eyes. Su Qingyan walked out of the ward and leaned against the wall, his heart filled with pain and helplessness. He didn't understand why Fang Yueshi was unwilling to accept his company. In the ward, Fang Yueshi opened her eyes, looked at the ceiling, and had a lot of thoughts in her mind. She also wanted Su Qingyan to be with her. Maybe it's better for both of us to end it like this. He shouldn't be dragged down by me. Fang Yueshi murmured to herself. At noon, Su Qingyan still brought food to the ward. Yueshi, I bought you your favorite porridge. Su Qingyan said with a smile. Fang Yueshi frowned. I told you not to come. Don't you understand? Yueshi, no matter what you say, I won't leave. Fang Yueshi said angrily. Why are you so stubborn? It's impossible for us to be together. Su Qingyan sat beside the bed. Yueshi, I know what you are afraid of. Fang Yueshi was silent for a long time. Su Qingyan, please go. I don't want to spend my last days filled with pain and entanglement. Su Qingyan looked at Fang Yueshi's determined expression and felt a pang of pain in his heart. He stood up and said slowly, Okay, Yueshi, I respect your decision, but I'll always be out there, so if you need me, just call me anytime. After saying that, Su Qingyan walked out of the ward and closed the door gently. Fang Yueshi looked at the closed door and tears burst out again. She didn't know whether what she did was right or wrong. She just felt so heartbroken. Su Qingyan did not enter the ward again, but waited at the door and learned about Fang Yueshi's condition from the nurse. And Fang Yueshi spent time without Su Qingyan around. Although he appears resolute on the surface, he is actually filled with loss and loneliness on the inside. That afternoon, Fang Yueshi's grandparents came to the ward. As soon as Grandma entered the room, she saw the untouched food that Su Qingyan had brought to the table, and she couldn't help but frown. Xiaoxi, who sent this? Why didn't you eat it? Grandma asked with concern. Fang Yueshi's eyes dodged. Nothing, Grandma. I'm not hungry. Grandpa also noticed something strange. He looked out the window and saw Su Qingyan standing at the door with a lonely look on his face. Xiaoxi, what's going on with that doctor outside? Is he related to you? Grandpa asked. Fang Yueshi bit her lip and said, Grandpa, he's just an old friend of mine. Grandma sat down beside the bed and held Fang Yueshi's hand. Child, don't hide it from us. What's going on? Fang Yueshi was silent for a while and finally couldn't help crying. Grandpa and Grandma, he is my ex-boyfriend. I'm sick and he wants to accompany me, but I don't want to drag him down. Grandma wiped Fang Yueshi's tears distressfully and said, Silly child, maybe he really means it. Grandpa also sighed. Xiaoxi, don't reject others' sincerity easily. This may be your last chance for happiness. Fang Yueshi shook her head. Grandpa and Grandma, I don't want him to see me like this. I don't want him to feel sorry for me. Grandma said, Xiaoxi, this isn't necessarily out of pity. It might be out of love. Look how deep his affection must be for you, having been waiting outside all this time. Grandpa went on to say, Yes, child, don't close your heart. No matter what the outcome is, at least don't leave yourself with regrets. Fong Yueshi felt mixed emotions as she listened to what her grandparents said. At this time, the nurse came in to change the dressing, and grandparents took the opportunity to ask about Fong Yueshi's physical condition. "Nurse, how is my granddaughter doing?" Grandma asked anxiously. The nurse looked at Fong Yueshi, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Old man, Miss Fong's condition is not optimistic. You should be mentally prepared." Grandma's tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. "How could this happen? Is there no way?" The nurse shook her head helplessly. "We've tried our best." Grandpa suppressed his grief and said, "Thank you, nurse." After the nurse changed the medicine and left, the ward fell into silence. Grandpa and Grandma looked at Fong Yueshi, their hearts filled with heartache and reluctance. The news that Su Qingyan was accompanying Fong Yueshi in the ward gradually spread in the hospital. "Have you heard? Director Su is so affectionate towards that female patient." "Yeah, I heard she was Dr. Su's ex-girlfriend." "What a pity. I know the condition of the female patient, Fong Yueshi. She can only live for a week at most." Zhao Sina, who was passing by, heard these discussions and felt jealous instantly. She didn't expect Su Qingyan to be with Fong Yueshi the whole afternoon, and her face suddenly became gloomy. "Dr. Zhao, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" A colleague next to him asked with concern. Zhao Sina suppressed the anger in her heart, forced a smile, and said, "It's okay. Maybe I'm a little tired." After saying that, she quickly left and returned to her office. With a bang, Zhao Sina closed the door and leaned against it, breathing heavily. Her heart was filled with anger and jealousy. Why does Su Qingyan care so much about Fong Yueshi, but turn a blind eye to his own efforts? She sat in a chair and tried to calm herself down. Fong Yueshi will die in a week. If I just endure it for another week, Su Qingyan will come back to me. She thought so, trying to comfort herself. When she thought of Su Qingyan's deep affection for Fong Yueshi, she couldn't calm down. She grabbed a book on the table and threw it away. I picked up the phone and wanted to call Su Qingyan, but hesitated. She put down her phone, sat on the chair, held her head in her hands, and fell into deep confusion. Chapter 168, Why Should I Leave? It was late at night, and the hospital corridor was quiet, with only faint lights flickering. Fong Yueshi was lying on the hospital bed with a frown on her face, as if she was suffering great pain even in her sleep. Fong Yueshi's violent cough broke the silence of the ward. She sat up suddenly, gasping for breath, and then a mouthful of blood spurted out of her mouth, staining the white sheets red. The nurse on duty heard the noise and rushed into the ward. Seeing the scene in front of her, her face turned pale instantly. "Quick, prepare first aid," the nurse shouted. Su Qingyan was studying Fong Yueshi's medical records in the office at this time. When he heard the call, his heart sank, and he rushed to the ward like a gust of wind. When he arrived, Fong Yueshi was already in a semi-comatose state. There was blood at the corner of her mouth, and her face was as pale as paper. "Yueshi, Yueshi!" Su Qingyan called her name anxiously. Fong Yueshi opened her eyes with difficulty and looked at Su Qingyan, her eyes full of despair and fear. She coughed violently again, more blood pouring out her mouth. Su Qingyan quickly put on his white coat and joined the rescue team. "Prepare for blood transfusion," he ordered loudly. The sounds of various instruments intertwined in the ward, and Fong Yueshi's body kept shaking. She felt that her life was slipping away bit by bit, and the feeling of powerlessness made her feel extremely scared. "I'm not going to make it anymore," Fong Yueshi said weakly, her voice almost inaudible. "No, Yueshi, you'll get better." Su Qingyan held her hand tightly, trying to give her strength. Fong Yueshi's condition continues to deteriorate. She vomited blood more and more frequently, and each time she vomited blood seemed to take away a part of her vitality. Su Qingyan was extremely anxious, and beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead. He kept adjusting the treatment plan, hoping to find a glimmer of hope. Fong Yueshi's consciousness gradually became blurred, and she felt her body becoming heavier and heavier. "Qingyan." She used her last bit of strength to call out Su Qingyan's name. Su Qingyan moved closer to her. "I'm here, Yueshi. I'm here." "I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't refuse your company." Fong Yueshi's tears slid down the corners of her eyes and mixed with the blood at the corners of her mouth. "Don't talk. Yueshi, save your energy." Su Qingyan's voice was filled with tears. At this time, Fong Yueshi's grandparents also rushed to the ward. Seeing her granddaughter's miserable condition, the grandmother collapsed to the ground on the spot, while the grandfather held the wall with his hands, tears streaming down his face. "Doctor, Please, you must save my granddaughter. The grandmother cried heartbreakingly. Su Qingyan gritted his teeth and nodded. I will, I definitely will. But Fang Yueshi continued to vomit blood, and the entire ward was filled with an atmosphere of despair. Why is this happening? Su Qingyan's heart was filled with pain and helplessness. Fang Yueshi opened her eyes again, looked at the people around her, and her eyes gradually became empty. Don't be sad for me. After saying that, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Then her head tilted and she fell into a deep coma. Yueshi! Su Qingyan shouted loudly, his voice full of fear and despair. The rescue is still going on, and every second seemed so long. Su Qingyan had only one thought in his mind, and that was to pull Fang Yueshi back from the brink of death. But Fang Yueshi's body seemed to have reached its limit, and her vital signs were getting weaker and weaker. Prepare for electric shock, Su Qingyan shouted. The electrode pad was placed on Fang Yueshi's chest, but repeated electric shocks did not bring any obvious improvement. Su Qingyan felt his heart trembling with every electric shock. Yueshi, you can't leave me like this. Su Qingyan's tears burst out. Just when everyone was feeling desperate, Fang Yueshi's heartbeat suddenly had a slight fluctuation. There's hope. Keep going. Su Qingyan shouted as if he saw a ray of hope. After some intensive rescue efforts, Fang Yueshi's condition finally stabilized temporarily. Su Qingyan sat tiredly beside the bed, looking at the unconscious Fang Yueshi, his heart filled with deep guilt. He recalled that he was forced to break up with Fang Yueshi because of his family's strong opposition. At that time, he felt that he was unable to resist the pressure from his family and chose to compromise. It's all my fault, Yueshi. If I hadn't been such a coward, we wouldn't be here today. Maybe you wouldn't have experienced so much pain and wouldn't have gotten sick. Su Qingyan talked to himself, tears blurring his eyes again. He remembered the desperate look in Fang Yueshi's eyes when he broke up with her on that cold night. At that time, he thought that time would dilute everything and that separation would be better for both of them. But he never thought that this separation would bring Fang Yueshi endless pain and torture. I thought I could follow my family's instructions and live the life they expected of me. But from the moment I left you, my heart felt empty. I put on a brave face in front of others, but I miss you every night. Su Qingyan held Fang Yueshi's hand, his voice low and hoarse. I imagined the scene when we met again, but I didn't expect it to be this way. He thought back to the days after their breakup. Although he had a successful career, he always felt empty inside. Those so-called successes and glory seemed so insignificant compared to the pain of losing Fang Yueshi. Yueshi, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't give up our love because of so-called family pressure. If I could do it again, I would be with you no matter what. Su Qingyan's voice was filled with endless regret. At this time, Fang Yueshi's grandparents were also crying silently. Grandma walked over to Su Qingyan and patted his shoulder gently. Kid, I don't blame you. Our Xiaoxi has a miserable life. She has been very strong since she was a child, but we know that she is actually very fragile inside. She's our only grandson, Grandma said while choking with sobs. Su Qingyan raised his head and looked at his grandmother, his eyes full of self-blame. Grandma, if it weren't for me, Yueshi wouldn't have become like this. I hurt her, I'm so sorry. Su Qingyan burst into tears. Grandpa came over and sighed. It's too late to say these now. We just hope Yueshi can survive this. Grandpa said. Su Qingyan nodded. Grandpa, I will do my best to save her. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, I will not give up. Su Qingyan stood up and walked to the window. The night outside the window is still dark, just like his mood at the moment. Yueshi, you must wake up. I still have a lot to say to you. I want to tell you that I have always loved you, and it has never changed. I will spend the rest of my life making up for the mistakes I made. Su Qingyan looked out the window and vowed secretly. Back at the bedside, Su Qingyan continued to watch over Fang Yueshi, not daring to relax for a moment. His eyes were fixed on the display screens of various instruments, afraid of missing any subtle changes. Yueshi, no matter what, I will always wait for you. Even if you can never wake up again, I will stay by your side and never leave you. Su Qingyan gently stroked Fang Yueshi's hair and said affectionately. Chapter 169, A Dying Person Does Not Deserve Love. Under Su Qingyan's day and night protection and prayers, Fang Yueshi finally slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were confused and weak, as if she had just woken up from a long and dark dream. Yueshi, you're awake. Su Qingyan's voice trembled with excitement, tears of surprise flashing in his eyes. Fang Yueshi opened her mouth slightly, wanting to speak, but found her throat dry and painful and could only utter a weak sound. Am still alive? Su Qingyan quickly poured a glass of water and gently brought it to her mouth with a straw. Don't talk. Drink some water first. After drinking a few sips of water, Fang Yueshi felt a little stronger. But she soon felt extremely unwell and had a splitting headache. Blurry images appear in front of my eyes from time to time. Her hands and feet were numb, and she had almost no feeling, and it was extremely difficult to move even the slightest bit. Su Qingyan felt heartbroken when he saw Fang Yueshi's painful expression. He knew that the symptoms of late-stage brain cancer were becoming more severe. In order to save Fang Yueshi's life, Su Qingyan used all his connections. I contacted experts at home and abroad and consulted countless medical materials. Research all possible treatment options and don't miss any glimmer of hope. Every expectation is met with a ruthless blow. All the experts said that Fang Yueshi's condition had reached a point where it was irreversible. Existing medical methods are completely powerless. Su Qingyan refused to give up. He kept calling various major hospitals and sending emails, but the answers he received were always the same. His hopes were shattered bit by bit. Is there really no way out? Su Qingyan slumped in his office in despair, with all kinds of information and documents piled in front of him. Fang Yueshi began to vomit frequently, could not eat anything, and became extremely emaciated. Her eyesight and hearing are gradually deteriorating, and sometimes she can't even recognize people around her. Qingyan, stop busying yourself. I know I don't have much time left. Fang Yueshi said weakly. No, Yueshi, there must be a way. I won't let you leave me. Su Qingyan held her hand tightly, his voice firm but trembling. Reality is cruel. Fang Yueshi knew that her health was getting worse day by day, and she was awake less and less. He was in a coma most of the time. Su Qingyan watched his beloved dying from illness. But he was powerless and felt more helpless and desperate than ever before. Why? Why does fate treat her like this? Su Qingyan looked at the sky outside the window, tears silently sliding down her face. Su Qingyan temporarily left the ward because of an emergency meeting at the hospital. Zhao Sina, the doctor in charge of ward rounds, walked into Fang Yueshi's room. She had a professional smile on her face, but her eyes revealed a hint of complicated emotions. Fang Yueshi saw her come in and smiled weakly, without any hostility in her eyes. How do you feel? Zhao Sina asked while checking Fang Yueshi's medical records. Fang Yueshi coughed lightly a few times and said, It's still the same as before. It's not very good. Zhao Sina nodded and began to do some routine examinations for Fang Yueshi. During the examination, she couldn't help but say, Actually, Su Qingyan really cares about you. Fang Yueshi was slightly stunned, then smiled bitterly. So what? Zhao Sina bit her lip and seemed to have made a great decision. It may not be appropriate for me to tell you this, but I still want to tell you that Su Qingyan, he might just be feeling sorry for you. Fang Yueshi's eyes dimmed for a moment, but soon regained their composure. I know. After all, we have been separated for a long time. Zhao Sina continued. Do you know? He has been neglecting his work recently because of you. But what will that change? You still have a few days. Having said this, Zhao Sina paused, as if realizing that she had gone a little too far. Fang Yueshi was silent for a long time, then slowly said, Dr. Zhao, thank you for telling me this. But no matter whether he pities me or not, it's for me. It was a comfort to have him by my side in my final days. Zhao Sina looked at Fang Yueshi, who was so calm and composed, and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. But I just feel that if he gives so much, he might end up getting hurt very badly. Fang Yueshi shook her head gently. Dr. Zhao, I understand what you mean. But who can tell clearly about matters of the heart? I've been in love again myself, and know how complicated love is. Maybe Qingyan still has feelings for me, or maybe it's just sympathy, but it doesn't matter anymore. What's important is that I felt his care in the last moments of my life, and I'm already satisfied. Zhao Sina sighed. Miss Fang, you are really strong. I hope you suffer as little as possible. Fang Yueshi smiled and said, Pain is inevitable, but I've also experienced many wonderful things. I don't have any regrets anymore. Zhao Sina finished the examination and prepared to leave the ward. Before leaving, she looked back at Fang Yueshi again, feeling mixed emotions. Fang Yueshi lay on the hospital bed, recalling what Zhao Sina said. She knew that she didn't have much time left, and she didn't want to affect Su Qingyan's future because of herself. She decided to wait for Su Qingyan to come back. You need to have a good talk with him and ask him to stop giving too much for you. After a while, Su Qingyan hurried back to the ward after the meeting. As soon as he entered the ward, he asked Fang Yueshi with concern, Yueshi, did you feel uncomfortable just now? Fang Yueshi looked at him, her eyes full of tenderness. Qingyan, I'm fine. Su Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief, sat down beside the bed, and held her hand. Fang Yueshi hesitated for a moment and said, Qingyan, I want to tell you something. Su Qingyan looked at her. What's the matter? Tell me. Fang Yueshi took a deep breath. Qingyan, don't waste too much time and energy on me. You should think about your future. Su Qingyan frowned. Yueshi, why are you suddenly saying this? I don't care about the future. I only care about being with you now. Fang Yueshi's tears welled up in her eyes. Qingyan, I don't want to be a burden to you. I know you're good to me, but I don't want you to ruin your life because of me. Su Qingyan hugged Fang Yueshi tightly. Yueshi, you are not a burden. You are the one I love the most. I won't leave you ever. Fang Yueshi leaned in Su Qingyan's arms, crying silently. She knew that her heart still loved Su Qingyan, but she couldn't be so selfish. A dying person does not deserve love. Chapter 170, What does it have to do with me? What happens to her? Fang Yueshi broke free from Su Qingyan's arms and suddenly became excited. Su Qingyan, why don't you understand? I am already a dying man. I can't give you a future. Fang Yueshi shouted loudly. Her voice became hoarse with excitement. Su Qingyan tried to comfort her. Yueshi, don't be like this. Don't say such things. Go away. Go away. Fang Yueshi's face turned red and her breathing became rapid. Su Qingyan refused to leave and held Fang Yueshi's hand tightly. Yueshi, I won't leave. I want to stay with you. Fang Yueshi shook his hand off and shouted, I don't need you to accompany me. Don't you understand? Get out. Su Qingyan was shocked by Fang Yueshi's intense reaction and was at a loss for what to do. At this moment, Fang Yueshi suddenly covered her chest and vomited blood. The blood stained her hospital gown red, which was shocking. Yueshi! Su Qingyan shouted in horror. Fang Yueshi gasped, pointed at the door, and shouted with her last bit of strength. Get out. I don't want to see you again. Su Qingyan panicked and wanted to step forward to help, but Fang Yueshi scolded him again. Don't touch me. At this time, Fang Yueshi's grandparents heard the noise and rushed over. Seeing the scene in front of them, her grandmother cried distressfully, Xiaoxi, don't be excited, don't be excited. Grandpa glared at Su Qingyan and said, Young man, go out first and stop provoking her. Su Qingyan felt heartbroken when he saw Fang Yueshi's painful expression, but he didn't dare to go against the old man's wishes, so he had to stand up slowly and walk towards the door, looking back every few steps. Wait! Fang Yueshi suddenly shouted. Su Qingyan thought she had changed her mind and turned around expectantly. Take all your things away. I don't want to see anything related to you anymore. Fang Yueshi's eyes were full of determination. Su Qingyan's tears welled up in his eyes, and he choked and said, Yueshi, I... Go! Fang Yueshi shouted again. Su Qingyan walked out of the ward helplessly. The moment the door closed, he slowly squatted down against the wall, covered his face with his hands, and tears slipped through his fingers. Inside the ward, Fang Yueshi's vomiting of blood had subsided somewhat, but her breathing was very weak. Her grandmother sat by her bed, gently wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Xiaoxi, why are you doing this? Grandma said with concern. Fang Yueshi closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Grandma, I don't want to burden him. I don't want him to have painful memories of me in the future. Grandpa sighed heavily and said, Son, why are you doing this? We all see the sincerity of Qingyan. Fang Yueshi shook her head weakly. Grandpa, I don't have much time left. I can't let him waste his time and feelings on me. Grandma held Fang Yueshi's hand and said, But Xiaoxi, he must be so sad if you treat him like this. Fang Yueshi was silent for a while, then slowly said, Sadness is only temporary, but it's better than a lifetime of pain and regret. At this time, Su Qingyan outside the ward was still immersed in pain. He couldn't accept Fang Yueshi's determination to be so decisive towards him, but he knew in his heart that she was doing it for his own good. After a while, Su Qingyan stood up and wiped his tears. Su Qingyan returned to the door of the ward in a daze, but did not dare to go in. He just stood there quietly. In the ward, Fang Yueshi slowly opened her eyes and said to her grandmother, Grandma, I want to drink some water. Grandma quickly poured a glass of water and fed it to her carefully. After drinking a few sips of water, Fong Yueshi felt a little better. Grandma, am I very selfish? Fong Yueshi asked in a low voice. Grandma stroked her hair gently and said, Silly child, this is a sign of your love for him, but the way you do it is so heartbreaking. Grandma, I really want to get better. I still have a lot of things to do. Fong Yueshi said, sobbing. Grandma hugged her and said, Xiaoxi, don't think too much. No matter what, we are always by your side. Just then, Grandpa's cell phone rang. It was his inhuman son calling to ask for money. Fong Yueshi's bastard father loved gambling and raped Fong Yueshi's mother when he was young. Her mother committed suicide out of despair after giving birth to her. He was later arrested many times for drug use, rape, and gambling. He has been released for more than a year this time, and he has not contacted Fong Yueshi except to ask her for money. But now Fong Yueshi is about to die, and her father doesn't know and has never cared. Grandpa walked to the window to answer the phone, his voice full of sadness and helplessness. How dare you call me? Do you know what Xiaoxi's situation is now? A gruff voice came from the other end of the line. I don't care what's going on with her. Hurry up and give me the money, otherwise I won't let you go. Grandpa was so angry that he was shaking all over. You beast! Xiaoxi's almost dying, and you're still only thinking about money. When Fong Yueshi heard what her grandfather said, she couldn't help but shed tears again. She recalled the painful past. I have never enjoyed fatherly love since I was a child. Only endless fear and pain. Grandma held Fong Yueshi's hand tightly, trying to comfort her. Xiaoxi, don't listen. Don't think about it. Let's ignore him. Fong Yueshi bit her lip and said in a trembling voice, Grandma, why do I have such a father? Why is fate so unfair to me? Grandma looked at her distressfully. Child, this is not your fault. You are innocent. Don't let that beast affect your mood right now. Outside the ward, Su Qingyan heard the noise inside. He frowned, his heart filled with anger and sympathy. He couldn't imagine Fong Yueshi had endured so much pain. Grandpa yelled angrily on the phone. You will never get a penny from us in your life. Even if Xiaoxi dies, she will never give money to a scum like you. After saying that, Grandpa hung up the phone angrily. He turned around and looked at Fong Yueshi, his eyes full of heartache. Xiaoxi, don't worry about him. Grandpa will protect you. Fong Yueshi sobbed and said, Grandpa, I'm not afraid of him. I just feel that my life is so sad. Su Qingyan couldn't bear it any longer and walked into the ward. He came to Fong Yueshi's bedside and said softly, Yueshi, you still have us. We will always be with you. Fong Yueshi looked at Su Qingyan, her eyes filled with gratitude and helplessness. Qingyan, with a family like mine and a background like mine, isn't it terrible? Su Qingyan held her hand firmly. Yueshi, this is not your fault. Your value does not lie in your family, but in yourself. You are so kind and strong, and none of this pain can define you. I haven't updated in the past few days because I've been on the train every day. Don't believe in online romance. I owe you 12 chapters, but I'll make up for it later. Chapter 171, Su Qingyan. I love you. The setting sun in the afternoon shone onto the hospital bed, leaving a faint shadow. After Su Qingyan finished some very important work, he immediately came to Fong Yueshi's ward with the food he cooked. Just as I came in and put down the food, there was a sudden noise outside the ward. Let me in. I'm looking for my daughter. I want to see Fong Yueshi. My daughter is dying. Why didn't you tell me earlier? A rough voice came. It was Fong Yueshi's shameless father. The nurses and security guards tried to stop him, but he broke free and rushed into the ward. Xiaoxi, give Dad the money quickly. I heard that Guqin cares about you a lot. He's a star and must be rich. Can you ask him to give me some money? Dad is in debt. They're going to chop off my hands. Cece, you don't want to see Daddy's hand chopped off, do you? He completely ignored Fong Yueshi's illness and had only greed and selfishness in his eyes. The moment Fong Yueshi saw him, his body trembled even more violently, as if he had seen the most terrifying demon in the world. Get out. Not a penny. I don't have a father like you. Fong Yueshi shouted with all her strength. How dare you talk to me like that, you damn girl. I'm your dad. You have to give me money. I gave you your life, and your money is my money. He cursed and tried to get closer to Fong Yueshi's bed. Su Qingyan and his grandfather immediately stood in front of Fong Yueshi to prevent him from getting closer. Do you still have any humanity? Your daughter is so sick, and you're still only thinking about money. You're her father. Su Qingyan was furious. Humph, whether she lives or dies is none of my business. If you don't give me money, I will make her have no peace. as stubborn as her mother. He roared ferociously. Grandma was so angry that she almost fainted. You beast! We don't have a son like you. Are you worthy of your ancestors? Fang Hao, you will be punished. Retribution? I'm not afraid. No one will have a good life if they don't get paid today. As he said that, he actually reached out to grab the bag on Fang Yueshi's bedside table. Su Qinggan couldn't stand it any longer and punched him in the face. Get out. He was knocked back and fell to the ground. But he quickly got up and continued to rage. He's hitting someone. The daughter and son-in-law teamed up to bully their own father. The hospital security finally arrived and forcibly dragged him out. The ward temporarily returned to calm. But Fang Yueshi's heart was hurt again. Why? Why does he treat me like this? Fang Yueshi burst into tears. Su Qingyan held her hand tightly. Yueshi, don't think about it. He is not worth your sadness. Fang Yueshi shook her head in despair. From childhood to adulthood, he has never given me a trace of warmth. Only endless nightmares. I miss my mother. I'll be able to see her again soon. Grandpa sighed. Xiaoxi, ignore him. We won't let him hurt you again. Grandma also wiped her tears and said, Child, don't be angry. It's not worth it to get yourself hurt by anger. However, Fang Yueshi's emotions could not be calmed down. Her condition began to worsen again due to this stimulation. The doctor rushed over and provided emergency treatment. Su Qingyan was waiting anxiously outside the ward, his heart filled with anger and helplessness. He hated the man's shamelessness and cruelty and felt even more sorry for what Fang Yueshi had suffered. After a long time, the doctor walked out of the ward and shook his head solemnly. Su Qingyan's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. We have tried our best, but the patient's condition is very grim, said the doctor. Su Qingyan rushed into the ward and saw Fang Yueshi's face was as pale as paper and her breath was weak. Yueshi, you must hold on. Su Qingyan's voice was filled with tears. Fang Yueshi opened her eyes with great effort and looked at Su Qingyan. Qingyan, I'm so tired. Su Qinggan burst into tears. Yueshi, don't give up. I can't live without you. Fang Yueshi shook her head slightly. I might really have to leave, but I'm so reluctant. At this moment, the man shouted outside the ward again. If my daughter dies, all the inheritance will be mine. Su Qingyan couldn't stand it any longer, so he rushed out and yelled at him, Shut up. You are not worthy of being a father. Everything that happens to Fang Yueshi has nothing to do with you. The man was frightened by Su Qingyan's aura and didn't dare to say a word for a moment. Su Qingyan returned to the ward and saw that Fang Yueshi's condition had improved a little. However, at this moment, Fang Yueshi's shameless father rushed into the ward again, still shouting, I don't care, my daughter is mine, and everything that belongs to her belongs to me. Su Qingyan glared at her. Get out of here and don't harass Yueshi anymore. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around? Fang Hao said as he rushed towards the hospital bed, trying to grab Fang Yueshi. Su Qingyan stood in front of Fang Yueshi again. Don't touch her. Fang Hao was so angry that he raised his fist and punched Su Qingyan. Get out of the way. Su Qingyan was not willing to be outdone and started fighting with Fang Hao. The ward was in chaos. Fang Yueshi was lying on the bed, calling out weakly, Stop, stop. Grandma and Grandpa tried to dissuade them, but they were unable to stop the two people who had already gone crazy. During the fierce fight, Fang Hao suddenly pushed hard, and Su Qingyan staggered and retreated. Unfortunately, there was a staircase behind Su Qingyan. He couldn't keep his balance and rolled down the stairs. Qingyan, Fang Yueshi cried heartbreakingly. When Fang Hao saw this scene, he was also stunned, and then turned around and wanted to escape. Grandpa and Grandma quickly ran to the stairs. I saw Su Qingyan lying on the ground, blood constantly flowing from his head, and he was unconscious. Quick, call a doctor, Grandpa shouted. The hospital was suddenly in chaos. Doctors and nurses rushed over, lifted Su Qingyan onto a stretcher, and sent him to the emergency room. Fang Yueshi was in the ward, extremely anxious. Her condition worsened again due to this sudden change, and she kept coughing. Grandma, will Qingyan be okay? Fang Yueshi asked in a trembling voice. Grandma comforted her. Don't worry, child. Su Qingyan will be fine. In the emergency room, doctors were trying their best to save Su Qingyan. His injuries were extremely serious, with severe brain damage and signs of internal bleeding. Time passed minute by minute, and Fang Yueshi waited anxiously in the ward. The door to the emergency room opened, and the doctor came out. Doctor, how is he? Grandma asked anxiously. The doctor said with a heavy face, "The patient's condition is very critical, and he is not out of danger yet. We will do our best." Fang Yueshi's grandmother burst into tears. This child. Thinking of Grandma Yi Jinxian, I couldn't control my tears anymore. All the difficulties always surround Xiaoxi and Guchun. At this time, Fang had already disappeared. Fang Yueshi's heart was filled with anger and self-blame. If it weren't for her, Su Qingyan would not have suffered such misfortune. Su Qingyan is in the intensive care unit. His vital signs have been unstable, and his life may be in danger at any time. The hospital organized an expert consultation and developed a series of treatment plans. But Su Qingyan's injuries were too severe, and his hope of recovery was very slim. Fang Yueshi ignored her own health and insisted on going to the intensive care unit to visit Su Qingyan. When she saw Su Qingyan lying on a hospital bed with tubes inserted all over his body, her heart ached. "Qingyan, you must get better. I can't live without you. I still love you. Wake up, please." "I love you, Su Qingyan. Don't you want to be with me? Hurry up and get up and accompany me. You've already lied to me once, and you're going to lie to me again this time. Su Qingyan, get up quickly. Stay with me. You can't leave before me. I should be the one to die. Su Qingyan, I forgive you. Please wake up, please." Fang Yueshi said softly. However, Su Qingyan remained unconscious and did not respond. Chapter 172, It's all Fang Yueshi's fault. Fang Yueshi stayed by Su Qingyan's bedside, constantly expressing her feelings, tears streaming down her face. Zhao Sina arrived at the door of the intensive care unit. When she heard what had happened to Su Qingyan, she was filled with anger and resentment. She rushed into the ward and shouted at Fang Yueshi, "Fang Yueshi, you're going to die. Why are you still trying to harm Su Qingyan? Can't you just die in peace? Su Qingyan is still so young." Fang Yueshi raised her head and looked at Zhao Sina with tearful eyes. Her voice was weak but firm. "I don't want this to happen either. This is not something I can control." Zhao Sina sneered. "It's not something you can control? Then why didn't you reject him earlier and keep him away from you? Now look, he's lying here, hanging by a thread because of you." Fang Yueshi bit her lip. I don't want to see him like this either." "You don't want to see it either?" Zhao Sina raised her voice. "You know your disease is incurable. Do you have a clear conscience if you still keep dragging him along?" Fang Yueshi burst into tears. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry to Qingyan. But I never meant to harm him." Zhao Sina said angrily. "You just say sorry, and that's it? He had a bright future and a happy life. Now everything could be ruined because of you." Grandma couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Girl, don't say that to Xiaoxi. She doesn't want this to happen." Zhao Sina turned to look at her grandmother. "Don't want to? But it has already happened. She shouldn't have gotten entangled with Su Qingyan and given him hope." Grandpa couldn't help but say, "This is the relationship between children. No one could have expected it to turn out like this." Zhao Sina ignored her grandparents' words and continued to say to Fang Yueshi, "Fang Yueshi, if you really want to do this for his own good, just leave him and stop getting him into trouble." Fang Yueshi's heart ached. "I know I don't have much time left. If Qingyan can get better, I'm willing to leave." Zhao Sina snorted coldly. "You'd better do what you say." Then she turned and left the ward. Fang Yueshi looked at Zhao Sina's departing back, her heart filled with pain and self-blame. She knew that although what Zhao Sina said was unpleasant, it did make sense. "Grandma, Grandpa, am I really wrong?" Fang Yueshi asked in a trembling voice. Grandma hugged Fang Yueshi and said, "Child, this is not your fault. No one can control emotional matters." Grandpa also comforted him. "Don't listen to what that girl says. Qingyan is staying with you voluntarily." Fang Yueshi's heart couldn't calm down. She began to wonder whether Su Qingyan could live better if she really left. In every corner of the hospital, people were talking about what happened to Fang Yueshi and Su Qingyan. "Have you heard? Fang Yueshi's father is simply not a human being. He has done so many unscrupulous things." A nurse whispered to her colleagues at the nurse's station. "That's right. Poor girl Fang Yueshi. She has never had a normal family since she was a child, and now she is so sick." Another nurse echoed, her face full of sympathy. "And Dr. Su? Such a good person, his life may be ruined because of this incident." The doctor next to him couldn't help but join in the discussion. "I heard that Dr. Su was seriously injured. Even if he is cured, he may remain in a vegetative state." A low voice came, and everyone was silent for a moment. Someone sighed. "Fang Yueshi's life is so miserable. How could she have such a father and even implicate Dr. Su. Maybe this is fate, but Dr. Su is really wronged. In a hospital cafeteria, several patients' families were also discussing this matter. Fang Yueshi's father is so evil. He not only committed evil, but also harmed his daughter and others. A middle-aged woman said, while shaking her head while eating. Yeah, I heard Fang Yueshi won't live for many days. And now Dr. Su is like this again, sigh. Another family member sighed. I think Fang Yueshi shouldn't get entangled with Dr. Su. This is harming others. A man said coldly. You can't say that. Who can control matters of the heart? Someone nearby retorted. Anyway, I think she's a jinx who has ruined Dr. Su's life. The man insisted on his point of view. In the corridor of the ward, two cleaners were also whispering. The whole hospital knows about this. Fang Yueshi is pitiful, but it's such a pity for Dr. Su. Who says it's not true? Such an excellent doctor was pushed down the stairs by her father. It's really a sin. Fang Yueshi was lying on the hospital bed, hearing the discussions outside, and her tears soaked her pillow again. She felt like a sinner, not only harming herself, but also implicated Su Qing'an. Grandma walked into the ward and saw Fang Yueshi crying. She said distressfully, Child, don't listen to what those people say. This is not your fault. Fang Yueshi said in a hoarse voice, Grandma, they are right. If it weren't for me, Qing'an wouldn't have become like this. Grandpa also came in and said, Xiaoxi, don't let your imagination run wild. Dr. Su volunteered to stay with you. This is an unexpected accident that no one expected. Fang Yueshi shook her head. But if I had cut off contact with Qing'an earlier, none of this would have happened. At this time, the doctor came to check on Fang Yueshi. Seeing her condition, he comforted her. Don't pay too much attention to what others say. The most important thing for you now is to take good care of yourself. Fang Yueshi smiled bitterly and said, Doctor, I know there is no hope for my illness. I just hope Qing'an can get better. The doctor sighed and said, We will do our best to treat Dr. Su, but the situation is indeed not optimistic. Fang Yueshi's eyes became more desperate, and she felt that her world had completely collapsed. In another ward, Zhao Sina heard her colleagues' discussions and became more determined in her opinion of Fang Yueshi. That Fang Yueshi is a disaster. Dr. Su is so good to her, but she ended up like this, said a nurse. Zhao Sina said, I told her a long time ago to leave Dr. Su, but she just wouldn't listen. It's too late to say anything now. I just hope that Dr. Su can make a miracle happen. Zhao Sina bit her lip and said, Dr. Su will definitely get better. At this time, Su Qing'an was still lying in the intensive care unit, unconscious, and his fate concerned everyone. The discussions in the hospital continued. There are those who sympathize with Fang Yueshi, but there are also those who accuse her and make cold remarks about her. Chapter 173, Su Qing'an wakes up. The police searched everywhere for Fang Hao, but they never caught him. When the news reached Fang Yueshi's ward, she just closed her eyes silently, tears rolling down from the corners of her eyes. She lay in bed, growing weaker. Every breath seemed to use up all the strength in my body. Fang Yueshi knew that she had very little time left. Now her only wish is to see Su Qing'an wake up before she dies. She looked at the ceiling, and every moment she spent with Su Qing'an kept flashing through her mind. Those warm smiles and affectionate eyes have now become the most precious memories in her heart. Grandpa and Grandma sat by the bed, looking sad. Grandma kept wiping away her tears and muttering to herself, How could I have given birth to such a wicked child? You've harmed our Xiaoxi like this. Grandpa's face was filled with regret and anger. He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. If I had known he would be such a person, I should never have let him be born. Fang Yueshi turned her head, looked at her grandparents, and said weakly, Grandpa and Grandma, don't blame yourselves. This is not your fault. Grandma held Fang Yueshi's hand, her voice choked with sobs. Xiaoxi, don't think too much. Just take good care of yourself. Maybe a miracle will happen. Fang Yueshi smiled bitterly. Grandma, I know my illness cannot be cured. I just hope I can see Qing'an wake up before I leave. Grandpa sighed and said, Son, I will. I will definitely do it. As the days passed, Fang Yueshi's health became worse and worse. She no longer had the strength to speak, but her eyes were always fixed on the door of the ward. She was expecting Su Qing'an to suddenly appear there and walk towards her soberly. The nurses and doctors in the hospital were also heartbroken about what happened to Fang Yueshi and Su Qing'an. When they were taking care of Fang Yueshi, always be extra careful, for fear of touching the pain deep in her heart. One day, when a young nurse was changing Fang Yueshi's dressing, She couldn't help but say, "Miss Fong, you must be strong. Maybe Dr. Su will wake up tomorrow." Fong Yueshi nodded slightly, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Fong Yueshi's heart was filled with anxiety and fear. She was afraid that she would not be able to wait until Su Qingyan woke up. One night, Fong Yueshi woke up from her sleep and saw the moonlight outside the window shining on the ground. She suddenly had a strong premonition that her time was running out. She raised her hand with difficulty, trying to touch the moonlight. Her grandparents were awakened by her noise. Grandma quickly asked, "Xiaoxi, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Fong Yueshi shook her head, her voice so weak that it was almost inaudible. "Grandma, I feel like I'm dying." Grandpa and Grandma burst into tears immediately, and Grandpa said, "Xiaoxi, don't talk nonsense, you will get better." Fong Yueshi forced a smile. "Grandpa and Grandma, thank you for always being with me. If I leave, you must take good care of yourselves." At this moment, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open and a doctor walked in hurriedly. Fong Yueshi's eyes lit up instantly, thinking it was news that Su Qingyan had woken up. But the doctor brought bad news. Su Qingyan's condition relapsed and became more critical. Fong Yueshi was disheartened when she heard the news. She felt that her last glimmer of hope was shattered. Why? Why does fate treat us like this? Fong Yueshi cried in her heart. Fong Yueshi fell into a deep coma. Her grandparents stayed by her bedside, never leaving, their tears never drying. In the intensive care unit where Su Qingyan is, doctors are doing their best to save him. On the morning of the 5th day, Fong Yueshi slowly opened her eyes. This was her last bit of strength. She saw her grandparents' faces full of fatigue and sadness, and her heart was filled with reluctance. "Grandpa and Grandma, I'm leaving. Tell Qingyan that I love him." After Fong Yueshi said this, she slowly closed her eyes and her hands dropped weakly. Grandpa and Grandma burst into tears, and the whole ward was immersed in endless grief. Doctors and nurses heard the crying and rushed over. Seeing Fong Yueshi leaving, they couldn't help but tear up. "How could such a good child leave like this?" said an elderly nurse, wiping away tears. "Fate is so unfair. She is still so young and has so many things she hasn't had time to do." Another young nurse also choked up. The doctor sighed heavily and patted the grandparents' shoulders gently. "Old people, I am deeply saddened by your loss." Grandpa and Grandma held Fong Yueshi's already cold hands tightly and were unwilling to let go. Grandma cried until she was hoarse. "My little Shi, how can I live without you?" Grandpa was in tears, unable to utter a word, and just trembling constantly. Everyone else in the ward also shed tears silently, feeling extremely sorry for Fong Yueshi's departure. Zhao Sina also came to the ward. When she saw the deceased Fong Yueshi, she felt mixed emotions. All the resentment and dissatisfaction I once had towards her turned into deep sympathy and guilt at this moment. "I'm sorry, Fong Yueshi. Maybe I shouldn't have said that to you before," Zhao Sina said softly, tears sliding down her cheeks. Other patients and their families in the hospital also heard the news, and everyone was lamenting Fong Yueshi's misfortune. "This child is so pitiful. He has never had a good family since he was young." And in the end, a patient's family member shook his head and sighed. "Yes, I hope she is free from pain in heaven," another person echoed. Fong Yueshi's body was slowly pushed out of the ward, followed by her grandparents, who walked unsteadily, as if they had aged 10 years in an instant. In the hospital corridor, people spontaneously stood on both sides to see Fong Yueshi off. Their eyes were filled with sadness and sympathy. Fong Yueshi left this world just like that, taking with her love for Su Qingyan and reluctance to leave her grandparents. Su Qingyan is still fighting with death in the intensive care unit. He didn't know that his beloved had left him forever. At this moment, a burst of surprised shouts came from Su Qingyan's ward. "Dr. Su is awake. Dr. Su is awake." Unfortunately, Fong Yueshi will never hear this news again. Chapter 174. Keep the wealth within the family. Su Qingyan's condition finally stabilized. When he woke up, the first thing he asked was, "How is Yueshi?" No one dared to tell him the truth, and no one knew how to start. Su Qingyan looked at everyone's expressions and had a bad feeling in his heart. He struggled to get up, but was held down by the nurse. "Tell me, what happened to Yueshi?" Su Qingyan's voice was filled with anxiety and fear. In the end, Su Qingyan learned the news of Fong Yueshi's death. He was completely stunned, tears welling up in his eyes instantly. "Impossible! This is impossible!" Su Qingyan muttered to himself, unable to accept this cruel fact. He recalled every moment he spent with Fang Yueshi, and his heart ached. He hated himself for not waking up earlier and not being able to stay with her until the last moment. He stared blankly ahead, a painful whimper coming from his throat. The nurses tried to comfort him, but he seemed not to hear them and was immersed in his own grief. Yueshi, how could you just leave like this? I saved so many people. Why couldn't I save you? It's all my fault. It's all my fault. If I had stayed with you all the time, you might not have gotten cancer. Su Qingyan's voice trembled, and every word was filled with deep pain. He struggled to get up, ignoring the nurse's attempts to stop him. I'm going to see her. I'm going to see her for the last time. His eyes were crazy and determined. The nurses had no choice but to support him carefully. Su Qingyan came to Fang Yueshi's former ward, and her scent still lingered in the room. He slowly walked to the bedside. Sit down, touching the cold sheets. It seemed as if I could still feel Fang Yueshi's warmth. Yueshi, I'm back. Why didn't you wait for me? His tears dripped onto the bed sheets, spreading patches of sadness. Su Qingyan covered his face, and his body trembled continuously. I thought we still had time. I thought I could save you. I was wrong. I was wrong. He walked to the window and looked at the world outside, feeling that everything had become so strange and gloomy. What's the point of a world without you? Su Qingyan's voice was hollow and desperate. After returning to his ward, Su Qingyan refused to eat and was unwilling to cooperate with the treatment. What's the point of me living? Yueshi is gone. His eyes had lost their former luster. All that is left is endless pain and confusion. When his grandparents came to visit him, they were heartbroken to see him so depressed. Grandma held his hand and burst into tears. Qingyan, Xiaoxi is gone, but you have to live well. That's what she wants to see. Su Qingyan just shed tears silently without saying a word. Friends came to persuade him, but he simply wouldn't listen. He locked himself in the memories of Fang Yueshi, unable to extricate himself. Night. Su Qingyan often sees Fang Yueshi in his dreams. She walked towards him with a smile, but when he reached out to grab her, she disappeared. Yueshi, don't go, don't leave me. He woke up from his dream with tears soaking his pillow. 2 days passed. Su Qingyan's body became weaker and weaker, but his heart was still filled with longing and regret for Yueshi. He often sits alone in a corner. Holding Fang Yueshi's photo, I cried silently. Zhao Sina also visited him many times, and seeing him in so much pain, her heart was filled with guilt. Su Qingyan, you can't go on like this. Even in heaven, Fang Yueshi doesn't want to see you torturing yourself like this. Su Qingyan raised his head. Looking at her, his eyes were filled with pain. You don't understand. You don't understand the pain of losing her. She was my first love. She's the only one I've ever loved. Su Qingyan sank into sorrow, as if he had lost the direction and motivation in life. Su Qingyan was in endless grief. A fire of anger gradually grew in my heart. All this anger was directed at Fang Yueshi's scumbag father, Fang Hao. It's all his fault. It's all because of him that Yueshi has been so miserable since she was little. Su Qingyan gritted his teeth and talked to himself, his eyes full of hatred. He wanted Fang Hao to pay the price for his actions. Su Qingyan began to ask around about Fang Hao's whereabouts. He contacted everyone he could. All possible resources were mobilized. At the same time, the police are also stepping up their efforts to hunt down Fang Hao. Finally, in a surprise operation, Fang Hao owed money due to gambling and had not paid it back. He was discovered when the creditor was chasing him for debt. He was subsequently arrested by the police. When Su Qingyan learned the news, he rushed to the police station immediately. In the police station, Su Qingyan saw Fang Hao in a miserable state. His face was filled with fear and despair. Fang Hao's 5 fingers had been taken away by his creditor and were covered in blood. You beast! Su Qingyan rushed forward and wanted to attack Fang Hao, but was stopped by the police. You've ruined Yueshi's life. You're not worthy of being a father. Su Qingyan roared, his voice filled with anger and grief. Fang Hao raised his head and looked at Su Qingyan, without a trace of regret in his eyes. It's all fate. She has a bad fate. She's just as much of a bastard as her mother. Hey, did you sleep with her? Did you find out that her virginity is gone? Ha ha ha. Good things should be kept within the family. My daughter must be the first to taste it. Hearing this, Su Qingyan became even more angry. You are not a human being. Comrades, you heard it too. She raped her own daughter. Why don't you just die? She should have had a wonderful life. All because of you. Fang Hao sneered. So what? I'm going to die anyway, so it's worth it to have my daughter by my side. And now she's dead. What can you do to me? Su Ching'an's eyes were red. You will be punished by the law, and you will pay for your crimes. Humph. I have AIDS. I'm going to die anyway. I don't care how you sentence me. In court, Fong Hao's crimes were exposed one by one. His rape, gambling, drug abuse, and harm to his family made people hate him deeply. As a witness, Su Qing'an recounted in detail the pain and torture Fong Yueshi suffered. Final. Fong Hao was sentenced to a heavy sentence. When the judge announced the verdict, Su Qing'an did not feel relieved at all. He knew that even if Fong Hao was punished, Fong Yueshi's life could not be saved. That bastard got away with it. Back to the hospital. Su Qing'an was still immersed in sadness. He often walked alone into the hospital garden, recalling every moment with Fong Yueshi. Yueshi, Fong Hao has been punished, but you can never come back. Su Qing'an murmured to himself at the sky. Zhao Sina came to visit him again, and seeing that he was still in so much pain, her heart was filled with helplessness. Su Qing'an, Fong Hao has gotten what he deserved, and it's time for you to try to move on. Zhao Sina said softly. Su Qing'an shook his head. Come out? How can I get out? Yueshi's shadow is always in my heart and can never be erased. Chapter 175. Gu Chun, her eyes. Shen Shirhan brought Gu Chun to her villa. The environment here is quiet and peaceful, making it a great place for recuperation. However, Gu Chun's condition was getting worse. Bai Lin and Shen Shirhan took turns taking care of Gu Chun, but his body was still getting weaker. There is often a heavy atmosphere in the room. There were always traces of tears on Bai Lin and Shen Shirhan's faces. Gu Chun became completely blind after donating his eyes to Su Jin. Darkness became his whole life. He seemed to have gotten used to the darkness, no longer as resistant and painful as at the beginning. Gu Chun lay quietly on the bed, and the room was filled with a quiet sadness. The cell phone on his pillow suddenly rang, broke the tranquility. Bai Lin quickly picked up his phone. When she saw that the caller ID showed that it was Fong Yueshi's grandfather, her heart sank. Bai Lin walked to Gu Chun, gently put the phone next to Gu Chun's ear. With a trembling voice, he said, Gu Chun, it's Grandpa, Fong Yueshi calling. Gu Chun's body trembled slightly, although it can't be seen, but his expression suddenly became tense. On the other end of the phone, Fong Yueshi's grandfather's voice was heavy and hoarse. Gu Chun, Xiaoxi, she's gone. Gu Chun's breathing seemed to stop at this moment. His lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't utter a word. Grandpa went on to say, before she died, she said she must not tell you. Said I don't want you to worry about her. But my child, she is gone, and I still want you to come and see her for the last time. Grandpa's voice was filled with deep sorrow and helplessness. Gu Chun's tears slid silently down his cheeks. He opened his mouth, but could only make whimpering sounds. Bai Lin had already burst into tears. She held Gu Chun's hand tightly, want to give him some strength. After hanging up the phone, Gu Chun fell into a long silence. Bai Lin looked at him, his heart filled with pain and pity. Why? Why is this happening? Gu Chun finally murmured. The voice was filled with despair and confusion. Bai Lin cried and said, Gu Chun, let's go and see Yushi off for the last time. Gu Chun nodded, clutching the bed sheet tightly with both hands. His knuckles turned white from the force. On the way, Gu Chun remained silent. In the darkness, he seemed to be immersed in deeper darkness. Arrived at the place, Gu Chun groped his way to Fong Yueshi's coffin. His hands trembled as he touched the cold coffin. Yueshi, I'm here. How can you leave me like this? Gu Chun's voice choked. Bai Lin described Fong Yueshi's appearance from his side. Gu Chun listened, tears streaming down his face. Grandpa walked over slowly. When he saw Gu Chun sitting in a wheelchair, those eyes that were once bright and lively are now dull and lifeless. The whole person was stunned as if struck by lightning. The sky outside the morning hall was so gloomy that it was almost hard to breathe. The wind blew quietly, blowing up the fallen leaves on the ground. Make a rustling sound. It seemed as if he was also crying for Fong Yueshi's departure. Grandpa's eyes were fixed on Gu Chun. His lips trembled. The voice was filled with disbelief and deep concern. Gu Chun, child, what's wrong? Your eyes. Gu Chun heard his grandfather's voice. He raised his head slightly, his face full of pain and vicissitudes. His face was as pale as paper. Chapped lips. His originally handsome face now looked very haggard. Grandfather. His voice was hoarse and low. Grandpa walked up to Gu Chun. She squatted down and held Gu Chun's hand, her eyes full of heartache and confusion. Kid, what happened? You were fine some time ago. How come? Gu Chen's throat moved, and tears welled up in his eyes again. Grandpa is fine. Real. Grandpa's eyes instantly ignited with anger. Is it the beasts who kidnapped you? How could you do such a thing? His hands trembled slightly with anger. Gu Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Grandpa, this is not important anymore. Yueshi. Grandpa sighed deeply, tears streaming down his wrinkled face. Xiaoxi. She has always been a kind child. Why is God so blind? Gu Chen's hands tightly grasped the armrest of the wheelchair. I wasn't able to be there for her and protect her. Grandpa patted Gu Chen's shoulder gently. Child, this is not your fault. This is fate. At this time, Bai Lin came forward, her eyes red and swollen, her voice tearful. Grandpa, you must cheer up. Grandpa looked at Bai Lin and nodded. Girl, thank you for taking care of Gu Chen. Bai Lin shook his head. Grandpa, it's what I should do. But Gu Chen. Grandpa looked at Gu Chen with a firm gaze. Gu Chen, you have to cheer up. Xiaoxi doesn't want to see you giving up on yourself like this. Gu Chen was silent for a moment, then slowly said, I'm fine. Grandpa stood up and looked at Feng Yueshi in the coffin, his voice low and sad. Xiaoxi has had a hard life since childhood. Now that she's gone, I hope she can live a good life over there. The morning hall was filled with an atmosphere of sadness. White wreaths around it. It looks particularly solemn. Grandpa's figure looked even older and lonelier in this sad atmosphere. Chapter 176, Su Jin. It's me, Gu Chen. Su Jin recovered and was discharged from the hospital. She was so happy that she wanted to share this joy with Gu Chen. She couldn't wait to pick up the phone, dial Gu Chen's number. But the message from the other end of the phone always kept saying, the user you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Su Jin's heart suddenly tightened. She didn't give up, dialing over and over again. But the result remains the same. Gu Chen, where are you? Why didn't you answer my call? Su Jin muttered to herself, her eyes filled with loss and worry. She tried to contact Shin Shirhan, who had been with Gu Chen, but Shin Shirhan's phone was also unreachable. Su Jin felt confused and helpless. It's as if I have been forgotten by the whole world. She remembered the agreement she had made with Gu Chen. After regaining her sight, Gu Chen said that he wanted to see the world with her. Su Jin's eyes couldn't help but become moist. Gu Chen seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Su Jin returned home in a daze and sat on the sofa in a daze. Her cousin Ling Ruo walked in. Su Jin, what's wrong? You look so distraught. Ling Ruo asked with concern. Su Jin raised her head, her eyes filled with tears. Cousin, I can't contact Gu Chen anymore. Sister Shin Shirhan is the same. I don't know what to do. Ling Ruo sighed softly, walked over to Su Jin and sat down, comforting her. Su Jin, don't be too anxious. Maybe Gu Chen is busy. After all, he's a big star and must be very busy with work. Maybe he's filming or attending an event out of town, so we can't get in touch with him for the time being. Su Jin shook her head. Cousin, I know he's busy, but it's not like there's no news at all. We used to be so close. He wouldn't do this to me. Ling Ruo patted Su Jin's shoulder. Maybe there is something special going on? Don't let your imagination run wild. Maybe he'll contact you in a few days. Su Jin was silent for a while and said, Cousin, I'm really afraid of losing him. He means so much to me. Ling Ruo comforted her. Su Jin, don't be so pessimistic. Even if you can't contact him for the time being, it doesn't mean he doesn't care about you anymore. You've just regained your sight. You should think more about good things and stop looking so sad all the time. Su Jin nodded, but the worry in her heart still could not be eliminated. In the following days, Su Jin would check her phone countless times every day, hoping to receive news from Gu Chen. She even ran to the place where Gu Chen often went. I look forward to meeting him by chance, but I always come back disappointed. As time went by, Su Jin became more and more depressed. She began to become less talkative and always sat alone in a daze. Ling Ruo saw it and felt pain in her heart. Su Jin, why don't we go out and relax? Maybe we'll feel better. Ling Ruo suggested. Su Jin just shook her head calmly. Cousin, I'm not in the mood. Ling Ruo said helplessly. It's not a solution for you to continue like this. Do you want to stay depressed like this forever? Su Jin remained silent. Her eyes were empty, as if she had lost her soul. Just then, Su Jin's parents walked into the room. They felt distressed when they saw Su Jin's haggard appearance. Su Jin, your eyes have recovered. You should go back to university to complete your studies. Father said earnestly. The mother immediately agreed. Yes, child. You can't keep being trapped in the pain of not being able to find Gu Chen. College life is very important to you. You can't just waste it like this. Sujin slowly raised her head and looked at her parents. A hint of hesitation flashed in her eyes, but she finally nodded. The sun was shining brightly on the first day of school, but Sujin's mood was still gloomy. Her parents helped her pack her luggage and took her to school. Walking into the campus, the familiar scene reminded Sujin of the time when she walked with Gu Chun, and her heart ached. She dragged her heavy feet to the dormitory, and her roommates surrounded her excitedly when they saw her back. Sujin, you're finally back. It's great that my eyes are healed. Suhin Forstijsmite. After exchanging a few words with his roommates, he quietly began to pack his things. During class, Sujin sat in the classroom with a wandering look in her eyes, unable to hear a single word the teacher said. After class, the students gathered in groups of 3 or 5, talking and laughing. Sujin always walked alone on the campus path, looking lonely. Arriving at the library, Sujin found a quiet corner and sat down. She picked up a book at random. Want to use this to distract myself. But his mind was not on the book at all. Classmate, is this seat taken? A gentle voice came. Sujin raised her head and saw a strange boy looking at her with a smile. No, no one. Suhinan said softly. The boy sat down and began to read quietly. Sujin couldn't help but secretly glance at him a few times. But in my heart, I was thinking how great it would be if Gu Chun was by my side. A few days passed. Sujin's condition at school has not changed much. She always eats, attends classes, and goes to the library alone. During a physical education class, Sujin accidentally fell down. Just as she was about to get up, a pair of hands reached out to her. Are you okay? It was the boy I met in the library. Sujin awkwardly held his hand and stood up. Thank you, I'm fine. From then on, this boy often appeared beside Sujin, sometimes discussing homework with her, and sometimes accompanying her for walks on campus. Sujin knew that the boy had a crush on her, but she only had Gu Chun in her heart. One night, Sujin lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She took out her cell phone and dialed Gu Chun's number again, but still couldn't get through. Gu Chun, where are you? Why haven't you shown up yet? Sujin asked silently in her heart. At this moment, the phone suddenly received a text message from that boy. Sujin, I know there's someone in your heart that you can't let go of, but I'm willing to wait for you to get over it. Sujin looked at the text message and couldn't help but shed tears. During her school days, Sujin's parents often called to ask about her situation. Sujin, take good care of yourself at school and stop thinking about those unhappy things. Mother said on the other end of the phone. Sujin always answered, Mom, I know. But after hanging up the phone, she fell into deep longing and confusion again. The school organized a cultural evening. Sujin didn't want to attend at first, but after being persuaded by her roommates, she went anyway. At the party, the boy went on stage and sang a beautiful song, his eyes always looking at Sujin. After the party, the boy walked up to Sujin and said, Sujin, I hope I can bring you happiness. Sujin felt a little touched, but she still couldn't respond. Just then, Sujin's cell phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number. She picked up the phone tremblingly, and a familiar voice came from the other end of the line. Sujin, it's me, Gu Chun. Chapter 177, Sujin, Be My Girlfriend. Sujin, it's me, Gu Chun. Upon hearing this familiar voice, Sujin's tears instantly burst out. Gu Chun, where have you been? Why haven't you contacted me? I've been looking for you and waiting for you. Sujin's voice was tearful, anxious, and aggrieved. Gu Chun on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then slowly said, Sujin, don't contact me anymore. I'm going abroad with Shun Shirhan and won't be back. Maybe I have to break my promise to you. Sujin seemed to be struck by lightning. She froze in place, her mind going blank. What? Gu Chun, what are you talking about? What? Her voice was trembling, and she could hardly believe her ears. Gu Chun's voice sounded full of helplessness and fatigue. Sujin, some things have changed. Shin Shirhan and I, we have new plans and arrangements. I am happier than anyone else that your eyesight has returned. Suhin, Gudvye. Sujin held the phone tightly and shouted, No, Gu Chun, you can't do this to me. We used to be so happy. You said you would show me the world. Were all those promises false? Gu Chun sighed. Sujin, reality is not as simple as we imagined. I'm in pain too, but this is the choice I have to make. Forget me and live your life well. After saying that, Gu Chun hung up the phone. Sujin listened blankly to the busy tone on the phone. Her heart seemed to be broken into countless pieces. No, Gu Chun would not do this to me. Sujin talked to herself, tears streaming down her face. At this time, the boy who had been with her came over. Seeing Su Jin so sad, he felt heartbroken. Su Jin, what's wrong? What happened? The boy asked with concern. Su Jin seemed to have lost all her strength. She collapsed on the ground and told the boy what Gu Chan said while crying. The boy squatted down and gently held Su Jin's shoulders. Su Jin, maybe there is some misunderstanding here. But no matter what, you still have me. I will always be by your side to support you. Su Jin raised her head and looked at the boy with tearful eyes, her heart filled with pain and confusion. In the following days, Su Jin fell into deep pain and self-doubt. She couldn't accept Gu Chen's departure, nor could she understand why he made such a decision. She locked herself in the room, refused to eat or drink, and cried all day long. Her roommates and cousin Ling Ruo were all very worried about her and took turns to comfort her, but she could never get out of this shadow. Just when Su Jin was immersed in pain and unable to extricate herself, a girl named Chu Xiao appeared in her life. Chu Xiao is a unique girl with short hair, which makes her look capable and free and easy. She always wears a black jacket. Various metal chains hung on his jeans, and he often had a cigarette dangling from his lips. One day, Su Jin was crying in a corner of the campus. Chu Xiao came over and handed her a cigarette. Come, try this. Maybe it can help you forget your troubles for a while. Su Jin looked at her in surprise and shook her head. Chu Xiao sighed. He lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled smoke rings. I know you feel bad, and so do I. There was a sense of unruliness and vicissitudes in Chu Xiao's eyes. For some reason, Su Jin felt a little curious about this unique girl. The two gradually started chatting. Chu Xiao told Su Jin she has also experienced betrayal and hurt, so she understands that kind of pain. From then on, Chu Xiao often came to Su Jin and took her to do some crazy things. They ran together on the streets at night, shouting loudly, as if to release all the pain in their hearts. Chu Xiao also taught Su Jin how to smoke, but Su Jin refused at first. But under Chu Xiao's persuasion, she tried to take a sip and started coughing. But the stimulating feeling made her temporarily forget the pain brought by Gu Chun. Life is like this. Sometimes we need some madness to fight the pain, said Chu Xiao. They also went to a tattoo parlor together. Chu Xiao had a black rose tattooed on her arm. Su Jin hesitated for a long time and finally got a small star tattooed on her wrist. This star represents hope. Even in darkness, we must look for our own starlight, Su Jin said. With Chu Xiao's company, Su Jin seemed to feel better. At least she no longer locked herself in the room all day. Such indulgence did not really solve Su Jin's inner problems, but instead made her fall into another kind of confusion. Su Jin looked at herself smoking in the mirror and suddenly felt strange and scary. She remembered the simple and kind self she once was. Thinking of the worries of my parents and cousin, I felt a deep sense of guilt. Chu Xiao, I can't go on like this. This is not the life I want, Su Jin said to Chu Xiao. Chu Xiao was silent for a while, then smiled. Actually, I knew it a long time ago. Such indulgence is only a temporary escape, but I'm happy to see that you can rethink. From that day on, Su Jin decided to change. She began to work hard to quit smoking and stop going to those crazy places. Chu Xiao was also there to support her. Although it is no longer as crazy as before, their friendship is even deeper. During this process, Su Jin gradually understood. True salvation does not come from indulgence and escape. Instead, you should face your inner self bravely, accept the pain of the past, and then find the meaning of life again. Chu Xiao also felt warmth and trust in her interactions with Su Jin. She began to try to let down her inner defenses and no longer disguise herself with indifference and madness. Su Jin and Chu Xiao sat together and chatted as usual. Chu Xiao suddenly looked at Su Jin seriously. Su Jin, I think you are pretty. I like you. Although I'm also a girl, I want you to be my girlfriend. Su Jin was shocked by Chu Xiao's sudden confession and was at a loss for a moment. Xiao, you stop joking. Chu Xiao held Su Jin's hand, her eyes firm. I'm not kidding, Su Jin. During the time I've been with you, I've become more and more clear about my feelings. I know this may come as a surprise to you, but I really hope you'll give it some serious consideration. Su Jin broke free from Chu Xiao's hand, stood up, and said in a panic, Xiao, I have always regarded you as a good friend. I have never thought of such a thing. Chu Xiao's eyes dimmed for a moment, but soon regained their firmness. Su Jin, I know this is too sudden for you, but I really mean it. I don't care what others think. I just know that I'm happy with you. Su Jin frowned and fell into deep thought. She was very grateful to Chu Jiao for accompanying her when she was in the most pain, but she felt lost and perplexed about this special feeling. Su Jin, no matter what your answer is, I hope you can follow your own heart, and I will always respect you. Chapter 178, Let Everyone See. A rainstorm came, and the raindrops hit the windows violently, making crackling sounds. Su Jin looked at the rain outside the window, and her annoyance grew stronger. Chu Jiao looked at Su Jin expectantly, waiting for her response. However, Su Jin took a deep breath and said slowly, Jiao, I'm sorry, I really can't accept your feelings. I cherish our friendship and appreciate your continued companionship. But love is not like this for me. The light in Chu Jiao's eyes dimmed instantly, but she still forced a smile. It's okay, Su Jin, I understand. After saying that, she turned and rushed into the rain. Su Jin looked at Chu Jiao's departing back, feeling mixed emotions. After experiencing these emotional ups and downs, Su Jin decided to devote her energy to a new career. She used the hundreds of thousands of dollars she had saved from working as a voice anchor over the years. I opened a small bar called Just Wind. The bar's decoration is simple and warm, with soft lighting and soothing music. Su Jin hopes that this place can become a haven for people to relax. A group of drunk guests came to the bar in the evening. They were loud and rude, which seriously affected the mood of other guests. Su Jin stepped forward and said politely, Gentlemen, please be quiet and don't disturb other guests. One of the drunks glared at Su Jin and shouted, Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere with us? Su Jin remained calm. Sir, I just hope everyone can have a good time here. The drunk man suddenly stood up and pushed Su Jin. Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to make a scene here today. What can you do to me? Just then, Chu Jiao came to find Su Jin. Seeing this scene, she rushed forward without hesitation and stood in front of Su Jin. The drunk man was so angry that he picked up a wine bottle and threw it at Chu Jiao. Bang! The wine bottle shattered on Chu Jiao's head, and blood instantly flowed down her forehead. Jiao! Su Jin shouted in horror. There was chaos in the bar, and other guests began to hide. Su Jin quickly supported Chu Jiao, her eyes full of anxiety and heartache. Chu Jiao endured the severe pain and said to Su Jin, I'm fine, don't worry. Su Jin glared at the drunks and shouted, I've called the police. You can expect your punishment. After hearing the alarm, the group of drunks suddenly sobered up and started to panic. Soon, the police arrived and took away the group of drunken troublemakers. Su Jin took Chu Jiao to the hospital, and the doctor treated Chu Jiao's wounds. Su Jin waited anxiously on the side, tears welling up in her eyes. Su Jin, don't cry. I'm really fine. Chu Jiao said weakly. Su Jin held Chu Jiao's hand. Jiao, it's all my fault. I got you hurt. Chu Jiao smiled and said, This is not your fault, and I am willing to take the blame for you. Su Jin's heart was filled with emotion and guilt. While Chu Jiao was recovering from her injuries, Su Jin would go to take care of her every day, cook for her, and chat with her. The relationship between the two people also became closer unknowingly. Jiao, when you get better, we will run the bar together, Su Jin said. Chu Jiao nodded, her eyes full of anticipation. Okay, let's go together. Her injuries gradually healed. Just when the business of Shaoqing Bar started to get worse. Su Jin and Chu Jiao were very worried about this and discussed how to improve the current situation. Su Jin, we have to think of a solution, otherwise this bar may not be able to survive. Chu Jiao frowned and said with a worried look on her face. Su Jin bit her lip and thought for a moment before saying, Why don't we invite a resident singer? Maybe that will attract more customers. Chu Jiao's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. They began to look for a suitable resident singer. A girl named Lin Qing came into their sight. Lin Qing has a petite figure, with long, smooth hair draped over her shoulders and clear and gentle eyes. Her face is small and delicate, and when she smiles, there are two shallow dimples at the corners of her mouth, which makes people feel particularly kind. The first time Su Jin and Chu Jiao saw Lin Qing, they felt that she was very suitable. Lin Qing, would you like to come to our bar and perform as a singer? Su Jin asked expectantly. Lin Qing smiled and replied, I'd love to. I feel the atmosphere here is great. Lin Qing became the resident singer of Shaoqing Bar, Just Wind. Her singing is gentle and beautiful, like a clear spring in the mountains, slowly flowing into people's hearts. Lin Qing became good friends with Su Jin and Chu Jiao. There were not many customers in the bar, and the three of them sat together chatting. Lin Qing, your singing is so charming. The customers come here just for you, Su Jin said with a smile. Lin Qing lowered his head somewhat embarrassedly. It's not that exaggerated. I have to thank you for giving me this opportunity. Chu Jiao interrupted. It's fate that we can get together. Let's run the bar together in the future. The street outside the bar was dimly lit, with a few cars occasionally passing by. Inside the bar, the lights are soft and the music is gentle. By the way, Su Jin, do you think we should redecorate the bar to make it more attractive? Lin Qing suggested. Su Jin nodded. That's what I was thinking. We can turn that corner into a cozy booth. Chu Jiao agreed with both hands. Okay, then add some special decorations. While the three of them were busy with the bar business, they also carefully decorated every corner of the bar. While Lin Qing was singing on the stage, Su Jin and Chu Jiao were busy greeting guests below the stage. Welcome. Please come this way. Su Jin guided the guests enthusiastically. Chu Jiao was busy mixing drinks for the guests. This is the drink you ordered. Please enjoy it slowly. With their joint efforts, the bar's business gradually picked up. One weekend night, the bar was full of guests. Lin Qing sang passionately on the stage, while Su Jin and Chu Jiao were busy and having fun. Wow, what a great atmosphere here, one guest exclaimed. Yes, the singer sang well, and the service was attentive, another guest agreed. Hearing the guest's praise, Su Jin, Chu Jiao, and Lin Qing smiled at each other, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, the door of the bar was flung open, and a woman with delicate makeup but a distorted face rushed in. She looked fierce and walked straight towards Lin Qing on the stage. Before anyone could react, the woman raised her hand and slapped Lin Qing. You stinky bitch, you seduced my husband. You are so shameless. This sudden scene made the entire bar quiet in an instant. Lin Qing turned his head away due to the slap, and a red palm print instantly appeared on his face. She looked confused and horrified. I didn't. The woman didn't listen to her explanation at all. How dare you quibble? You vixen, you specialize in destroying other people's families. As she said this, she turned around and shouted to the two strong men following behind her. Take off her clothes and let everyone see her true face. Chapter 179, This Blind Man Looks Like Gu Chen. When Su Jin and Chu Jiao saw this, they immediately rushed forward. What are you doing? Don't mess around. Su Jin shouted loudly, opening her arms to protect Lin Qing. Chu Jiao was not afraid either. Let's talk it over nicely. Don't make trouble here. The woman sneered. Humph, you two are no good either. He's in the same group with her. Today I must teach this bitch a lesson. The two strong men ignored Su Jin and Chu Jiao's obstruction and reached out to grab Lin Qing. The patrons in the bar began to stir. Some were whispering, while others were trying to dissuade them. At this moment, Su Jin picked up the microphone beside her and said loudly, Everyone calm down and don't be impulsive. Ma'am, please calm down first. This won't solve the problem. If you have any misunderstandings, we can sit down and talk slowly. The woman was unmoved. Stop talking nonsense. I'm going to ruin her reputation today. Chu Jiao tightly grasped the arm of a burly man and said, You are breaking the law. I've called the police. Hearing the alarm, the two strong men paused for a moment. The woman was even more frantic. Go ahead and report it. I'm not afraid. No one can stop me today. Lin Qing was already in tears at this time. I really didn't seduce your husband. You must have misunderstood. The woman pointed at Lin Qing's nose and cursed. Misunderstanding? My husband comes here every day to listen to you sing. You've completely captivated me, and you're still saying it's a misunderstanding. Su Jin said, Maybe your husband just likes the atmosphere here. Just because he likes to listen to singing doesn't mean Lin Qing seduced him. The woman shouted angrily, You guys are still speaking up for her. You're all bad people. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, the police arrived in time. The arrival of the police instantly quieted the woman and the two strong men. What's going on? Don't move, said the policeman seriously. Su Jin briefly recounted what had happened to the police. After understanding the situation, the police said to the woman, Your behavior is wrong. Problems should be resolved through legal channels, rather than causing trouble here. The woman's momentum suddenly weakened. Comrade police officer, I am too angry. The police officer said, Being angry is not illegal. Come back to the police station with us for an investigation. The woman and two strong men were taken away by the police, and peace returned to the bar. Lin Qing was still in shock, and Su Jin and Chu Jiao comforted her. Lin Qing, don't be afraid, it's all over. He patted Lin Qing's shoulder gently. Chu Xiao also said, "That's right. Don't take it to heart. It's just a misunderstanding." Lin Qing wiped away her tears and said, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what I would do." Chu Xiao took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled smoke rings. There was a hint of fatigue and helplessness in her eyes. Su Jin looked at Chu Xiao, hesitated for a moment, and took the cigarette she handed over. Chu Xiao held a cigarette in her mouth, brought the burning but close to Su Jin's cigarette, and lit it for her. In the smoke, Chu Xiao's short hair looks even more neat. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and her delicate features were faintly visible in the smoke. She was wearing a black leather jacket with a white t-shirt underneath. She wore tight jeans that highlighted her long legs. Su Jin was wearing a simple white dress with her long hair casually draped over her shoulders. There was worry on her face, and her originally clear eyes now looked a little confused. "What's going on?" Chu Xiao muttered, with a hint of annoyance in her voice. Su Jin sighed softly and said, "Don't think too much." Fortunately, the police arrived in time. Lin Qing stood aside, still recovering from the shock. She was wearing a light blue floral dress, her hair was a little messy, and her eyes were full of fear and grievance. "We won't be open tonight. Let's pack up and go back," Chu Xiao said. Su Jin nodded. "Well, everyone is out of mood. Let's go back and have a good rest." The three of them began to clean up the bar in silence. The lights in the bar were still soft, but it seemed a little deserted at the moment. The music had stopped, leaving only the sound of people packing up. Chu Xiao said as she cleaned up the wine glasses, "Lin Qing, don't be afraid. This won't happen again." Lin Qing's voice trembled a little. "Thank you. I really didn't expect this to happen." Su Jin comforted her. "It's not your fault. Don't take it too seriously." After cleaning up, the three of them walked out of the bar. The streets were exceptionally quiet at night, with only a few street lamps emitting dim light. A gentle breeze blew, bringing a hint of coolness. Chu Xiao put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the sky. "The stars are hiding tonight." Su Jin tightened her coat around her and said, "Maybe he was scared away by this terrible thing." Lin Qing walked between the two of them, with his head lowered, silent. Chu Xiao turned her head and looked at Lin Qing. "Lin Qing, tomorrow is another new day. Everything will be fine." Lin Qing raised his head and forced a smile. "Well, I hope so." The footsteps of the three people echoed in the silent street. Su Jin broke the silence. "After a while, let's promote the bar again, and business will definitely be better." Chu Xiao smiled and said, "That's right, this little setback is nothing." As we walked, we came to a crossroads. Chu Xiao stopped and said, "Su Jin, Lin Qing, no matter what the future holds, we sisters will face it together." Su Jin and Lin Qing nodded heavily. "Let's go home and have a good sleep," Chu Xiao said, taking the first step. Su Jin and Lin Qing followed behind her, their figures stretched out under the streetlights. Su Jin, Chu Xiao, and Lin Qing continued walking. Suddenly, Su Jin saw a blind man fall to the ground not far ahead. He looked very embarrassed. There was blood flowing from his mouth on the ground, which was shocking. Su Jin's heart suddenly tightened, and she ran over quickly. As a former blind person, she knew too well the helplessness and pain. "Sir, are you okay?" Su Jin asked with concern, reaching out to help the blind man up. The moment she touched the blind man, Su Jin felt a strange feeling in her heart. This person's body shape is so similar to Gu Chen. But then she shook her head, thinking that Gu Chen had already gone abroad. How could it appear here? It must be an illusion caused by my excessive thinking. After the blind man was helped up, he heard Su Jin's voice. His body trembled slightly, and then he immediately staggered away. "Sir, you are injured. Don't leave in a hurry. I will take you to treat your wound," Su Jin said anxiously. At this time, Chu Xiao and Lin Qing also rushed over. "Su Jin, what's going on?" Chu Xiao asked. "This gentleman is injured and refuses to let me help." Su Hin looked anxious. Chu Xiao looked at the blind man and said, "Sir, don't be afraid. We have no ill intentions. We just want to help you." Chapter 180, Let's Just Ignore It. Chu Xiao looked at the blind man and said, "Sir, don't be afraid. We have no ill intentions. We just want to help you." The blind man remained silent and still wanted to break free and leave. Chu Xiao and Lin Qing looked at each other and said to Su Jin, "Su Jin, I think this person is so ungrateful. Why don't you go first and we will handle it?" Su Jin hesitated for a moment, nodded, and turned around and took a few steps. Suddenly, several teenagers riding ghost fire motorcycles came roaring like the wind. The harsh roar of the engine broke the tranquility of the night. These teenagers had their hair dyed in various colors and wore strange clothes. The blond boy in the lead had a row of earrings on his ears. Glinting in the light of the street lamp, his eyes held a fierce look. The other teenagers also had ruffian looks on their faces. There was a cigarette in his mouth, and the smoke swirled in the dim light. Hey, where did this blind man come from? He's blocking my way. The blond boy laughed wildly, his voice sharp and piercing. Haha, look at how miserable he is, what bad luck. A red-haired boy followed suit. The blind man shrank back, helplessly trying to avoid it, his voice very hoarse. Sorry, I'll leave right away. I'm Soda. If I could use an apology, why would we need the police? The blond boy stepped forward and pushed the blind man hard. The blind man staggered and almost fell to the ground. When Sujin saw this scene, she stopped and turned back angrily. You are going too far. How can you bully people like this? Sujin scolded loudly. When the Ghostfire boys heard Sujin scolding, they all turned around and looked her up and down. Hey, here comes a nosy girl. She's pretty good looking. The blonde-haired boy raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a malicious smile. Haha, big brother, how about we play with this girl? Another green-haired boy said with a wicked smile. Sujin was so angry that her face turned red. You bastards, do you have any compassion at all? Chu Xiao quickly grabbed Sujin and said in a low voice, Sujin, don't be impulsive. Let's just call the police. Lin Qing also echoed. Yes, Sujin, if we force our way into it, we'll suffer. Sujin bit her lip, even though her heart was filled with anger. But he still followed their advice, took out his cell phone, and quickly called the police. When those Ghostfire teenagers saw Sujin call the police, instead of restraining themselves, they became even more arrogant. Call the police? By the time the police arrive, the grandfathers will be gone. The blonde-haired boy snorted disdainfully. That's right. What can a blind man and a little girl do to us? The red-haired boy spit a puff of smoke at Sujin provocatively. Sujin glared at him. Just wait. The police will take care of you. Who are you trying to scare? The green-haired boy rushed forward and tried to snatch Sujin's cell phone. Chu Xiao and Lin Qing protected Sujin closely. At this time, the surrounding environment became more and more eerie and terrifying. Under the dim street lights, a few moths fluttered towards the light. The trees along the road swayed in the wind. It made a rustling sound, as if it was also trembling because of the tense situation. After calling the police, Sujin and the other two did not dare to stay any longer and quickly left the scene. Their footsteps echoed in the silent street, and the laughter of the will-o'-the-wisp boys could be heard behind them. Sujin walked and looked back, her heart full of worry. Chu Xiao comforted him. Don't worry, the police will be here soon, and those guys won't be able to escape. Lin Qing also said, Yes, we have done what we can. Sujin sighed. I hope the blind man is okay. The three of them quickened their pace, and their figures gradually disappeared into the night. After Sujin and the other two hurriedly left, the laughter of the Ghostfire boys still echoed behind them. The streets looked increasingly eerie at night, and the old locust trees on the roadside creaked in the wind. The bent branches were like twisted devil's claws, casting strange shadows under the dim street lights. Moths fluttered tirelessly around the streetlights. Occasionally, a few of them would pounce on people's faces, bringing an irritating sensation. You run quite fast, you coward. The yellow-haired boy spat in the direction where Sujin and the others left. Brother, don't bother with them. Let's continue doing our own thing. The red-haired boy said flatteringly. His face was covered with acne scars, which made him look even more hideous in the smoke. The blind man was still huddled in the corner, his body shaking constantly. The blond boy stepped forward and kicked the blind man. Get away. Stop being an eyesore here. The blind man struggled to get up and groped his way to leave. Wait, the green-haired boy suddenly shouted, his hair flying in the wind like a ball of weeds. Brother, this blind man might have some money on him. The blond boy's eyes lit up. Search. Several teenagers surrounded the blind man and started to touch him all over. Please, let me go. The blind man's voice was filled with tears, and he tightly protected his pocket. Stop talking nonsense. The blonde-haired boy pried the blind man's hands apart with force. Just then, sirens were heard in the distance. Oh no, the police are here. The red-haired boy panicked. The yellow-haired boy cursed. Damn it, this blind man is lucky. After saying that, several people rode on the Ghostfire motorcycles and drove away, leaving behind only smoke and dust in a messy scene. When the police arrived, they saw the blind man standing there alone, looking terrified and helpless. "Comrade, what happened?" asked the policeman. The blind man recounted what had happened. "Damn, these lawless guys." The police frowned and quickly started search. On the other side, Su Jin and the other two were walking quickly. "This is really too much. How can these people be so lawless?" Su Jin said angrily. Her cheeks flushed with anger and her eyes gleamed with fury. Chu Xiao patted Su Jin's shoulder. "Don't be angry, Su Jin. The police will handle it." Chu Xiao's short hair was a little messy due to the wind. Her brows were furrowed, her face full of worry. Lin Qing agreed. "Yes, Sister Su Jin, don't get angry at those bad guys. It's not worth it to get yourself hurt." Lin Qing's long hair fluttered in the wind, and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. The shops on both sides of the street have been closed, and it is deserted. Occasionally, a stray cat would pop out of the alley, startling the three of them. "It's so scary at this time of night." Lin Qing hugged his arms tightly. "Don't be afraid. Let's go home quickly." Zhu Xiao gom fought. Su Jin stopped and looked back. "I wonder what happened to the blind man." "Don't worry. The police will take good care of him," Chu Xiao said. Su Jin sighed. "I hope so." The three continued to move forward. The moonlight shone through the clouds, covering the ground with a layer of silver frost. But this cold moonlight did not bring them much warmth, but made the surrounding environment seem even more desolate. "Oh, I'm so unlucky today," Lin Qing complained. "Stop complaining. Just take it as a lesson and be careful when you go out at night next time," Chu Xiao said. "Well, but we can't just stand by and watch them die," Su Jin said firmly. Suddenly, a cold wind blew, rustling the leaves. "The wind is so cold." Lin Qing shrank his neck. "Let's go quickly and go home early." Chu Xiao quickened her pace. Chapter 181. I didn't keep an eye on Gu Chen. Just as Su Jin and the other two were rushing home, Bai Lin came to Gu Chen anxiously on the other side. I saw the police surrounding Gu Chen and asking him various questions. Bai Lin pushed through the crowd and rushed to Gu Chen, his face full of anxiety and worry. "Comrade police officer, he is my friend. His name is Gu Chen," Bai Lin said anxiously. The police glanced at Bai Lin and continued to ask about the relevant situation. At this time, Gu Chen's face was as pale as paper, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Bai Lin's heart suddenly tightened, and the pain was so severe that he felt like he was suffocating. "Gu Chen, how are you?" Bai Lin's voice was tearful, tears welling up in his eyes. Gu Chen raised his head slightly. His eyes were empty and lifeless, as if he had lost focus. Bai Lin's heart was broken. She knew that Gu Chen would not live long. Fang Yueshi's death some time ago was a huge blow to him. His spirit completely collapsed, and his health deteriorated. At this moment, Shen Shirhan also hurried over. When she saw Gu Chen like this, her heart felt so painful that it felt like it was bleeding. "Gu Chen." Shen Shirhan covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Bai Lin turned his head to look at Shen Shirhan. Their eyes met, and they saw deep pain and helplessness in each other's eyes. "Shirhan, Fang Yueshi's departure was too much of a blow to him, and he hasn't been able to get over it," Bai Lin said in a trembling voice. Shen Shirhan walked to Gu Chen, squatted down, and gently held Gu Chen's hand. "Gu Chen, we are all here with you." Shen Shirhan burst into tears. Gu Chen's lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but he could only make a faint breathing sound. Bai Lin leaned over, trying hard to hear what Gu Chen said. I'm sorry." Gu Chen uttered a few words with difficulty. "No, Gu Chen, you haven't done anything wrong to anyone," Bai Lin cried. The policemen around watched this scene silently and couldn't help being moved. In the night sky, dark clouds gradually covered the moon, and the cold wind blew by, as if lamenting Gu Chen's fate. Bai Lin hugged Gu Chen tightly, trying to give him some warmth. "Gu Chen, do you still remember the happy times we had together? We played and laughed together. Those were such wonderful days." Bai Lin recalled the past, hoping to arouse Gu Chen's will to survive. Shen Shirhan also echoed, "Yes, Gu Chen, there are so many wonderful things waiting for us to do together. You can't just give up like this." However, Gu Chen's eyes became increasingly dim, and the breath of life was fading away bit by bit. "Why hasn't the ambulance arrived yet?" Bai Lin looked into the distance anxiously. Shen Shirhan stood up and looked around, her eyes full of eagerness and anticipation. Finally, the sound of an ambulance came from far away. Medical staff quickly lifted Gu Chen onto a stretcher and sent him to the hospital. Bai Lin and Shen Shirhan followed closely behind, their hearts in their throats. The lights in the hospital corridor were pale. Bai Lin and Shun Shirhan sat on the bench, anxiously waiting for the results of the rescue. It's all my fault. I didn't keep an eye on him. Bai Lin hid his head in self-blame. Shin Shirhan held Bai Lin's hand. This is not your fault. He must be thinking about Su Jin too. Bai Lin raised his head, his eyes filled with pain and regret. But I should have noticed something was wrong with him earlier and stopped all this from happening. Shin Shirhan sighed softly, her eyes filled with helplessness and sadness. Who could have predicted this? Gu Chen's pain is too deep. At this moment, there was a noisy sound of footsteps and discussions coming from the other end of the corridor. I heard that this person was trapped in love and tortured himself into this state. How foolish. He's willing to sacrifice his life for a woman. Humph. This kind of person is just a coward and can't withstand even the slightest blow. Bai Lin stood up angrily and yelled at those who were mocking him. Shut up. You know nothing. Shin Shirhan quickly grabbed Bai Lin and said, ignore them. They don't understand. Bai Lin was so angry that he was shaking all over. How can these people be so heartless? Gu Chen is already like this, and they still say such sarcastic words. Outside the window, the wind was howling and the branches were swaying wildly in the wind, as if they were also angry and unwilling about Gu Chen's fate. Bai Lin sat down again, clasping his hands tightly together. Shirhan, do you think Gu Chen will make it? Shin Shirhan bit her lip. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. I don't know, but I hope he can. Time passed minute by minute, and every second was torture for Bai Lin and Shun Shirhan. The smell of this hospital is so uncomfortable and cold, just like Gu Chen's life now. Bai Lin muttered to himself. Shin Shirhan looked towards the door of the emergency room and said in a low voice, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, we can't give up. Suddenly, the door of the emergency room opened and the doctor came out. Bai Lin and Shun Shirhan hurried to meet them. Doctor, how is he? Bai Lin asked anxiously. The doctor took off his mask, his face solemn. The situation is not optimistic. We have tried our best, but his will to live is very weak. Bai Lin's body swayed, and he almost fell down. Doctor, please, think of another way. There must be another way. The doctor shook his head helplessly. We will continue to observe, but you must also be mentally prepared. Bai Lin collapsed on the ground, sobbing. How could this happen? How could this happen? Shin Shirhan held back her tears and helped Bai Lin up. We can't give up. Gu Chen still needs us. At this time, some discordant sounds were heard in the corridor again. I told him there was no hope for him. He didn't want to live, so no one could save him. It's just a waste of medical resources. Bai Lin turned his head angrily, his eyes blazing with fire. Get out of here, you cold-blooded people. Shun Shirhan hugged Bai Lin tightly, trying to calm her down. Don't bother with them. We have to trust Gu Chen. The night in the hospital was exceptionally quiet, with only the sobbing of Bai Lin and Shun Shirhan echoing in the corridor. Shirhan, what should we do if Gu Chen really leaves? Bai Lin's voice trembled. Shin Shirhan took a deep breath and said firmly, even if he really left, we must also remember his goodness and let him live forever in our hearts. At this moment, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a dull thunder. The rain began to fall, hitting the windows and making crackling sounds. Bai Lin looked at the rain outside the window and murmured, Oh my God, why are you so cruel? Why do you treat Gu Chen like this? Shin Shirhan shed tears silently and did not answer. After an unknown amount of time, the door of the emergency room opened again and a nurse came out. The patient is temporarily stable, but is not out of danger yet and needs to be transferred to the intensive care unit for observation, said the nurse. When Bai Lin and Shun Shirhan heard the news, it was as if they saw a ray of light in the darkness. Thank you, thank you. Bai Lin kept thanking them. They followed the nurse to the door of the intensive care unit. Looking through the window at Gu Chen lying on the hospital bed, I silently prayed that he would wake up soon. The rain is still falling, as if to wash away all this sadness in the world. Chapter 182, Eternal Spring. Just as Bai Lin and Shin Shirhan were standing outside the intensive care unit, worried, a tall, beautiful woman appeared in the hospital corridor. She was wearing a simple white dress, the hem of which swayed gently with her steps. Her long black hair fell softly on her shoulders, with a few strands of hair gently swaying in a breeze. Her eyes are bright and clear, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Hello, my name is Zhao Shuohua. How can I help you? Her voice was soft and gentle, like a spring breeze blowing through everyone's heart. Bai Lin and Shan Shirhan raised their heads and looked at the strange woman who suddenly appeared with some surprise. Who are you? Why are you helping us? Bai Lin asked vigilantly. Zhao Xuehua smiled slightly, revealing two shallow dimples on her face. I just passed by and heard your conversation. I thought maybe I could help. Shen Shirhan looked Zhao Xuehua up and down, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. How can you help? Zhao Xuehua walked gently to their side, looked at Gu Chun through the window of the intensive care unit, and said slowly, I am a psychologist. Maybe I can help him find the courage to live again. A glimmer of hope ignited in Bai Lin's eyes. Really? But his current situation? Zhao Xuehua gently patted Bai Lin's shoulder. Don't worry too much. As long as there's a glimmer of hope, we can't give up. At this time, the rain outside the window gradually subsided, and a ray of sunlight shone through the clouds, illuminating a corner of the hospital corridor. Zhao Xuehua continued, I want to understand his past first. What on earth did he go through to become like this? Bai Lin and Shan Shirhan told Zhao Xuehua about Gu Chen's experience, including the heavy blow that Fang Yueshi's death brought him. Zhao Xuehua listened carefully and nodded slightly from time to time. I get it. It's a really big trauma. But I believe that people have strong self-healing abilities in their hearts, said Zhao Xuehua. Bai Lin looked at her gratefully. Dr. Zhao, please save Gu Chun. Zhao Xuehua nodded. I will do my best. However, this takes time and requires your cooperation. Just then, the instruments in the intensive care unit issued several slight alarms, and the nurses hurried in. Bai Lin, Shen Shirhan, and Zhao Xuehua's hearts were in their throats again. After a while, the nurse came out and said, the patient's condition is temporarily stable, but he still needs to be closely monitored. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. When the monitor's alarm sounded for the third time late at night, Zhao Xuehua was standing on the hospital rooftop flipping through the diary with a gold cover. A few dried cherry blossoms were sandwiched between the yellowed pages, and the ink glowed with a faint blue halo under the moonlight. April 12, 2015. Today, I met a strange senior from the psychology department under the cherry tree. She said that my handwriting hides an unhealed wound. Zhao Xuehua's fingertips paused at a certain paragraph, and hurried footsteps were heard behind her. Bai Lin panted and held onto the railing. Dr. Zhao, Gu Chen's heart rate has dropped to 40 again. In the intensive care unit, Shen Shirhan was holding Gu Chen's cold hand and sobbing softly. Zhao Xuehua's eyes swept across the monitor on the bedside, and suddenly she took out an old MP3 from the pocket of her white coat. When a melody of Moonlight Sonata flowed out, everyone was stunned. This was Fang Yueshi's favorite song to play during her lifetime. Student Gu, can you hear me? Zhao Xuehua gently placed the diary on his pillow. On Yueshi's last night, she actually sent me this. She pressed the play button, and a girl's clear voice came from the rustling background. If I'm gone one day, please give this to Brother Gu Chun. Tell him that the cherry blossoms will bloom again every year, just like the ripples on the monitor suddenly oscillated violently. Amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Gu Chen's eyelashes trembled like a dying butterfly, and a tear slid down his pale cheek, soaking the words "To my eternal spring" on the title page of the diary. Chapter 183, Gu Chun will be fine. In the slightly dim staff lounge of the hospital, intern nurse Xiaoyan is concentrating on organizing the medical records in her hands. Her leader, a serious-looking head nurse, walked in hurriedly. Xiaoyan, I have something to tell you. The head nurse's voice was low and solemn. The patient named Gu Chun is in a very bad condition. He may die at any time. Xiaoyan almost dropped the medical record in her hand. Her eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. How could it be? Is he really that seriously ill? Xiaoyan is a loyal fan of Gu Chun. The room is covered with posters of Gu Chun, and his phone contains every photo and video of him. The head nurse shook her head helplessly and turned away. Xiaoyan sat there in a daze, and the image of Gu Chun shining brightly on the stage kept appearing in her mind. No, I can't just stand there and watch. I want everyone to know his current condition. Xiaoyan gritted her teeth, took out her cell phone, and opened the album, which contained several videos of Gu Chun in the ward that she had secretly taken before. After hesitating for a moment, she posted one of the videos online with trembling fingers, with the caption, Gu Chun's condition is critical and he may not be able to hold on any longer. Soon, this news was like a huge rock thrown into a calm lake, causing 1,000 waves. Gu Chun's fans were instantly excited after seeing the video. How is that possible? Chen Chen will definitely be fine. Oh my God, is this true? I can't believe it. How did the hospital take care of us? Why is this happening? Fans were filled with mixed emotions of shock, grief, and anger, leaving messages in the comments section and forwarding the video at an alarming rate. In just a few hours, the video had been viewed over 1 million times. Some anxious fans began to gather at the hospital entrance. They held up Gu Chen's photo and emotionally demanded that the hospital give an explanation as to why Gu Chen's condition was so serious. The hospital security guards had to step up their vigilance and try hard to maintain order. Inside the hospital, the director was furious when he learned about this. This is a serious violation of hospital regulations. Who allowed her to send out the patient's video? The dean paced back and forth in the office, yelling at the head nurse. The head nurse lowered her head, her face full of guilt. Director, this is my negligence. I will take care of it right away. Xiaoyan realized at this time that she had caused a big disaster, and her face turned pale as paper with fright. She didn't expect that her impulsive behavior would cause such a big storm. I just wanted to let everyone know about Gu Chen's situation. I didn't mean it. Xiaoyan's voice trembled, tears welling up in her eyes. The head nurse looked at her sternly. Your intentions may be good, but this behavior seriously violates the patient's privacy and has a huge negative impact on the hospital. Please stop what you are doing and write a profound self-reflection. Xiaoyan slumped in the chair, tears streaming down her face. At this time, online public opinion became increasingly turbulent, and various voices became increasingly prominent. What a crappy hospital. They can't even take good care of a patient. If anything happens to Gu Chen, I will never forgive you. A fanatical fan shouted loudly while holding a sign at the hospital entrance. That's right, it must be the hospital's negligence. Maybe it's a medical accident. Another fan echoed, his face full of anger and questioning. Some passersby were mocking him, saying, you're so obsessed with idols. Making a scene over a star? Is that really necessary? That's right. Young people nowadays have lost their minds in chasing stars. An old man next to him also shook his head. In the hospital's conference room, the director, the head nurse, and several doctors were urgently discussing countermeasures. Now that public pressure is so great, we must issue a statement as soon as possible. We need to clarify the facts and not let the hospital's reputation be ruined. The dean's face was solemn, and he tapped his fingers lightly on the table. But Dean, this matter does show a loophole in our hospital's management. The intern nurse posted the patient's video without authorization. This is our responsibility, said a doctor worriedly. Need you to tell me that? But we also have to emphasize that Gu Chen's condition is extremely serious, and we have been doing our best to rescue him. The dean frowned. At this time, Bai Lin and Shen Shirhan also learned the news online and rushed to the hospital. What is going on? Why is Gu Chen's video circulating online? Bai Lin angrily found the head nurse and asked. The head nurse said apologetically, I'm so sorry. It's our intern nurse. She's a fan of Gu Chen and acted impulsively. We have already severely criticized her. Shen Shirhan said anxiously, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. Gu Chen is still in the intensive care unit. Will such great public pressure affect his treatment? Just when everyone was at a loss, Zhao Xuehua rushed over. Don't panic, everyone. I have an idea. Everyone turned their eyes to her. Zhao Xuehua cleared her throat and said, we can use this opportunity to let the public know about Gu Chen's true condition and the efforts we have made for him. At the same time, we urge everyone to remain calm and not put more pressure on hospitals and patients. Will this work? The fans are very excited right now. Bai Lin was a little worried. We can release a video statement with the doctor explaining Gu Chen's condition in detail. Add some records of the treatment process so that everyone can see that we have been working hard, Zhao Xuehua explained. After thinking for a moment, the dean nodded and said, we can give it a try. There is no time to lose. Let's get ready right away. Soon, a statement video produced by the hospital was posted online. In the video, the doctor explained in detail Gu Chen's condition and the various treatment measures the hospital has taken since his admission. However, the online doubts did not subside immediately. It sounds nice, but who knows if it's true, maybe they're just making excuses. Yes, it would be fine if Gu Chen was okay, but if Humph. But some fans began to calm down. Maybe the hospital really did their best. If we continue to make a fuss like this, it won't be good for Gu Chen either. While the hospital was scrambling to respond to public opinion, sadness among the fan community spread like a plague. A young fan named Ye was sitting in her small and messy rental house. With red and swollen eyes, he stared at the statement released by the hospital on the mobile phone screen. Her lips trembled as she murmured to herself, "How could it be? How could Gu Chun be so seriously ill? I don't believe it. There must be something wrong." She was surrounded by Gu Chen's peripherals, with posters and albums scattered all over the floor. But at this moment, these objects that once brought her countless happiness were piercing her heart like needles. Yi's friend Xiaomin looked at her distressfully and tried to comfort her. "Yeah, the hospital has said so. We have to accept reality. Maybe Gu Chun." Before she could finish her words, Yi interrupted her. "No, Xiaomin, you don't understand. Gu Chun has always been so strong. He will be fine. Those people don't understand him at all." Yi's voice was filled with tears, and she was almost on the verge of collapse. Chapter 184, How could this happen? How could this happen? Just when the fans' emotions had just calmed down a little, a piece of news exploded on the internet like a bombshell. A fan claiming to be an insider posted the news on various social media platforms. Gu Chun has decided to donate his eyes. He really can't hold on any longer. This news instantly caused a stir across the entire internet. After seeing the news, countless fans and netizens were shocked and saddened. How could this happen? Gu Chun is still so young. I can't believe it. Why would he make such a decision? Fans left messages one after another, and the sad emotions spread like a tide again. However, voices of doubt also followed. How did this person know that Gu Chun was going to donate his eyes? Is this information reliable? Yeah, organ donation is such a private matter. How could he know about it? He must be spreading rumors. Mockery ensued. Maybe they just made up this lie to attract attention and deceive everyone. As the doubts grew louder, netizens spontaneously began a human flesh operation. Soon, the identity of the fan who broke the news was revealed. He was actually a doctor in the hospital. It turned out that he happened to be present when Gu Chun decided to donate his eyes and signed. After learning the news, netizens became even more angry. As a doctor, how can you disclose patient privacy at will? This behavior is extremely immoral and must be severely punished. For a time, reporting information flew to various relevant departments like snowflakes. The hospital was also shocked and angry when it learned about this. The dean immediately convened an emergency meeting and said with a stern face, "Our hospital will never tolerate such serious violations of professional ethics. We must cooperate with relevant departments to thoroughly investigate this matter and give the public an explanation." The police quickly intervened in the investigation and, based on the clues provided by netizens and the cooperation of the hospital, quickly identified the doctor involved. When the police appeared in front of him, the doctor's face turned pale and his legs went weak. "Why did you leak patients' private information online?" the police asked seriously. The doctor lowered his head, his voice trembling. I'm also a fan of Gu Chun. Seeing that he was in critical condition, I was so sad. I acted impulsively. I know I was wrong. Your momentary impulse has caused extremely bad consequences and seriously violated the patient's privacy rights. The police reprimanded sternly. Subsequently, the doctor involved was taken away by the police. After the news came out, heated discussions were once again sparked online. This kind of behavior must not be tolerated, and he must pay the price for his mistakes. I hope the hospital can strengthen its management and prevent this kind of thing from happening again. Gu Chun is already so pitiful. At this time, in the intensive care unit of the hospital, Gu Chun was still fighting against death. Bai Lin, Shan Shirhan, and Zhao Xiuhua were standing outside the ICU with heavy hearts. How could this happen? Gu Chun is already suffering enough. Why does he have to endure this? Bai Lin's face was full of grief and anger, tears welling up in his eyes. Shin Shirhan bit her lip and said, "Don't be too sad. All we can do now is trust Gu Chun and the hospital. I hope he can get through this." The sunlight is like golden silk threads, gently sprinkling on the streets and alleys of the city, casting a warm and bright filter on the world. Su Jin strolled in the park with her parents. Her eyes were full of curiosity and joy, as if every corner of the world contained endless treasures waiting for her to discover. Su Jin, who had wandered in the darkness for too long and now saw the light again, cherishes everything in front of her. She looked at the flowers swaying in the wind. The crystal dew on the petals reflected colorful light, which was as beautiful as a dream. She couldn't help but move closer, gently sniffing the elegant fragrance of the flowers, with a happy smile on her face. "Mom and Dad, look, these flowers are so beautiful." Before, in the dark, I could only imagine them, but now that I see them with my own eyes, I realize how beautiful they are. The parents looked at their daughter's happy face with relief in their eyes. The father smiled and said, "Yes, baby, the world has always been beautiful, and now you can finally see it." The mother gently held Su Jin's hand and said, "In the future, there will be many more wonderful things waiting for you to discover." They walked slowly along the path by the lake, the water shimmering in the sunlight. It is like a huge mirror, reflecting the snow-white clouds in the sky and the lush trees on the shore. Su Jin excitedly pointed at the ducks playing on the lake and cheered like a child. "Look, those ducks are so cute," swaying back and forth. The laughter echoed on the lake, as if sweeping away all the gloom. At noon, the family came to the lawn in the park for a picnic. Su Jin lay on the soft grass, gazing at the azure sky, her heart filled with emotion. "I'm so happy to be able to see this world again and to enjoy this leisurely time with you." Her parents looked at her with a smile, their eyes full of love. In the afternoon, more and more people came to the park. Just as Su Jin got up and prepared to go somewhere else with her parents, a sunny and handsome boy walked towards her with a red face. He was wearing a white t-shirt and light blue jeans, looking clean and refreshing. "Hello. Hello. My name is Linyu." The boy scratched his head nervously. "I just saw you over there and thought you were very charming. Could you please share your contact information?" Su Jin was slightly stunned, and then a blush appeared on her face. This was the first time she had encountered such a scene since she was a child. She felt a little shy and a little surprised. The parents smiled at each other and tacitly walked to a place a little further away to give their daughter some space. "Well, sure," Su Jin said softly, took the phone from a boy, and entered her own phone number. "That's great, thank you." Lin Yu smiled happily, showing his white teeth. "I hope to talk to you more in the future. It's really nice to meet you." Su Jin smiled and nodded. "I'm happy to meet you too." Su Jin was immersed in the joy of traveling with her parents and was watching Douyin in her spare time when the two words Guchun suddenly appeared on the hot list. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and her fingers clicked in involuntarily, as if out of control. The video shows a solemn scene in the hospital, and the text describes the news that Guchun is seriously ill. Her eyes froze instantly, and the smile disappeared from her face, as if the whole world had stopped at this moment. How could this happen? Su Jin muttered to herself, her voice trembling, and the phone in her hand almost slipped. All the memories of my time with Guchun came flooding back to my mind. Those beautiful memories intertwined with the news that he was seriously ill at this moment made her heart feel as if it was being pierced by countless needles. Chapter 185. Guchun will not survive tonight. Su Jin looked at the news about Guchun's donation on the phone screen and was stunned for a moment, her mind going blank. Guchun donated his eyes? These words kept echoing in her mind, hitting her heart like a heavy hammer. A strong sense of uneasiness quickly spread, surging from the depths of her heart, making her feel a chill. Her hands trembled slightly uncontrollably, and her eyes began to ache slightly, as if confirming the terrible suspicion in her heart. If my eyes were really donated by Guchun. Once this thought appeared, it was like a wildly growing vine, entwining itself wildly in her heart, making her feel more and more uncomfortable the more she thought about it. Su Jin's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the time after her eyes recovered. At that time, she was full of joy and wanted to share this joy with Guchun. I want to tell him that they can finally see this colorful world together and fulfill the promises they made. However, since then, she has been unable to contact Guchun. No matter how many times she called or sent messages, there was no response. She was sad and upset about this, and even felt resentful, thinking that Guchun was too cruel and why he suddenly disappeared when she needed him the most. But now, when this terrible guess took shape in my mind, she was shocked to realize that during those days when they had no contact, Guchun might be suffering unimaginable pain. Su Jin's eyes gradually became moist, tears welled up in her eyes, and her vision became blurred. She couldn't believe that Guchun actually made such a decision to donate his eyes to her. What about himself? What should he do next? Self-blame and heartache overwhelmed her like a tide, making it almost impossible for her to breathe. Impossible! Something must have gone wrong. Su Jin murmured softly, trying to deny this heartbreaking guess. But deep down in her heart, she felt that this might be the cruel truth. She seemed to have returned to those dark days. Everything around her became blurred, but the pain in her heart became clearer. She recalled every moment she had spent with Guchun, those warm smiles and caring words, which now became sharp blades piercing her heart. Why? Why didn't you tell me? Su-Jin finally couldn't help it. Tears burst out and slid down her cheeks. She felt as if her heart was torn into countless pieces, and each piece was aching. She didn't know how to face this possible truth, nor did she know how to make up for everything Gu-chan had endured. The night was like a heavy black cloth, weighing heavily on Su-Jin's heart. She gripped her phone tightly, her eyes fixed on the report on the screen that Gu-chan might not survive the night, her fingers turning white from the force. How could this happen? How could this happen? Su-Jin's voice was trembling with tears, and tears were welling up in her eyes, threatening to burst at any moment. Her parents stood beside her and were extremely anxious seeing their daughter in such pain. The mother hugged Su-Jin gently, trying to comfort her. "Baby, don't be too anxious. Maybe there will be a turn for the better." But the mother's voice was trembling slightly, and she was obviously shocked by the sudden news. Su-Jin raised her head abruptly, her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. "Mom, he may not survive tonight. I want to see him now." With that, she turned around and started packing her things. His movements were hurried and hasty, and he didn't even notice that his clothes had fallen to the ground. The father hurried forward, supported Su-Jin, and said, "Baby, calm down first. Let's find out if there is any other way to get to his city." As my father spoke, he quickly took out his cell phone to check flight information. "There are no more flights, and the nearest flight is tomorrow morning." My father frowned, looking helpless. "No, how could this happen?" Su-Jin screamed in despair, and the things in her hands fell to the ground with a crash. She collapsed on the ground, holding her head in her hands, crying heartbreakingly. "Why are there no planes at this time? Why?" The mother squatted down and hugged Su-Jin tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Don't be like this, honey. Let's think of another way. There must be another way." Su-Jin raised her tear-stained face and looked at her father, her eyes filled with a final glimmer of hope. "Dad, let's drive there. Let's go now. We'll definitely make it in time." The father looked troubled and looked out the window at the dark night. "Honey, it will take a long time to drive there, and it's not safe to drive at night." "I don't care." Su-Jin interrupted her father and stood up emotionally. "I can't just stand by and watch him. I will regret it for the rest of my life." The father looked at his daughter's determined eyes, knowing that he couldn't dissuade her at the moment, and sighed heavily. "Okay, let's drive there. Please pack up first. I'll go prepare some things for the journey." Su-Jin seemed to have grabbed the last straw. She immediately began to pack her things in a hurry, and every movement revealed her inner anxiety. She stuffed her clothes into her bag so carelessly that she didn't even notice that she had buttoned them the wrong way. The mother looked at her daughter with heartache. While helping her pack her things, she reminded her, "Dear, don't be too anxious on the road. Be careful. If you're too tired, let your dad drive." "Yeah." Su-Jin responded casually and walked towards the door with her bag. The family of three hurried downstairs and got into the car. Su-Jin sat in the passenger's seat, her eyes fixed on the front, her hands clenched tightly together, her knuckles turning white. The car sped through the night, and the streetlights outside the window flashed by quickly, as if time was passing by in a hurry, and every second made Su-Jin's heart tighten. "He must be fine, he must be fine." Su-Jin kept muttering to herself, as if she was cheering herself up or as if she was praying to God. The mother looked at Su-Jin in the back seat, her heart full of worry. She patted Su-Jin's shoulder gently and said, "Don't worry too much, baby. Gu-chan will feel your heart." Su-Jin turned her head and looked at her mother, tears welling up in her eyes again. "Mom, I'm really scared. If I get there, I can't even think about it." The mother's eyes were red as she comforted him. "No, baby, he will definitely wait for you." My father drove the car attentively, glancing at Su-Jin from time to time and saying, "Su-Jin, take a rest first. I'll call you when we get there. Save some energy. When you see Gu-chan, you still have to give him strength." Su-Jin couldn't sleep at all. She just nodded mechanically. His eyes were still fixed on the front, not daring to relax for a moment. It seemed that as long as she relaxed, Gu-chan would leave her. The night was getting deeper and deeper, and the car was speeding along the silent road. Chapter 186. This is not just for me, but also for my sister. The night was dark, and the city seemed to be covered by a huge piece of black silk. The colorful neon lights flicker against the black background, like an illusory dream. A black Maybach was driving steadily on the busy street, but the atmosphere inside the car seemed a bit dull. Zhang Ruowei leaned lazily on the spacious back seat of the Maybach. She wore a black, form-fitting evening gown with an exquisite tailoring. The delicate silk fabric fits her graceful figure, exuding a low-key and luxurious atmosphere. On her fair neck, a dazzling diamond necklace sparkles. Each diamond reflects a cool light, contrasting with her delicate porcelain-like face. Her eyes were like the deep night sky, revealing an elusive depth and mystery. But at this moment, they looked a little tired. The agent sat next to her, holding a tablet tightly in his hands. He was methodically reporting to her about his schedule for the next month. Ruawei, next Monday is the endorsement signing ceremony for he. This is a big brand and will be very helpful in improving your commercial value. I'm going to be filming a popular variety show right after this. The production team really values you and has reserved a lot of screen time for you. At this moment, the car TV suddenly interrupted with an urgent news report. Important news. Well-known musician Gu Chun has suddenly fallen seriously ill. The situation is critical. According to reliable sources, he may not survive tonight. Zhang Ruwei, who originally had a tired look on her face, stiffened instantly when she heard the word Gu Chun. Her half-closed eyes suddenly widened, and a trace of panic and shock flashed in her eyes. She subconsciously sat up straight and stared at the car TV. The agent was also stunned for a moment, then shook his head regretfully and said with emotion, "It's such a pity for a genius like Gu Chun. Every song he wrote was of legendary quality. His musical talent is unmatched. So young, and already come to this point? Alas." Zhang Ruawei did not respond to her agent's words. Her eyes were empty, as if her thoughts had drifted far away. After a moment, she slowly reached out and gently pressed a button, and the car window began to slowly lower. The cold wind rushed into the car, ruffling her carefully styled long hair. She leaned against the car window, letting the wind blow freely on her face and her hair flying wildly in the wind. Seeing this, the agent frowned and said worriedly, "Ruawei, the wind is so strong. Be careful not to catch a cold. Close the window." Zhang Ruwei seemed not to have heard what her agent said and continued to lean against the car window. He stared blankly at the street scene passing by quickly outside the window. The colorful lights flickered alternately on her face, reflecting her beautiful features. After a long while, Zhang Ruwei seemed to finally come back to his senses from his trance. She turned her head slightly and said to her agent with a firm and unquestionable look, "Turn around and go to the hospital where Gu Chun is." The agent's eyes widened as he looked at Zhang Ruwei in disbelief, as if what she had just said was a fairy tale. "Ruwei, are you crazy? That's absolutely not possible. Do you know what a sensation it would cause if you went to the hospital now?" Zhang Ruwei frowned slightly, his tone cold. "I said to go to Gu Chen's hospital." The agent was so anxious that beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He waved his hands, trying to make Zhang Ruwei change her mind. "Calm down. Gu Chun is so popular right now, and your sudden appearance at the hospital will definitely be widely reported by the media. No one will be able to control how public opinion develops, and it will have a huge negative impact on the company and your image. What about the endorsement contract and variety show recording next week? The company has invested so much resources. We can't let it go to waste just because of this incident." Zhang Ruwei bit her lip, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. "That's not important." Before he could finish his words, his agent's cell phone suddenly rang. The agent glanced at the caller ID, and his expression instantly became serious. He made a hushed gesture to Zhang Ruawei, then answered the phone. "Hello, Mr. Wang. Yes, I understand. Don't worry. I'm trying to persuade Ruawei." The agent nodded continuously while listening to the phone, with beads of sweat on his forehead sliding down his cheeks. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Zhang Ruawei helplessly and said earnestly, "Ruawei, the company's top management just called and clearly stated that you are not allowed to go to the hospital. Gu Chen's case has now attracted the attention of the entire network, and any disturbance may cause an uproar. The company is worried that if you go there, you'll be exploited by people with ulterior motives, causing irreparable losses to the company." The agent sighed and said earnestly, "I understand how you feel, Ruawei, but we are in this circle, and many times we can't just consider our own feelings. Think about it. You've worked so hard for so many years to achieve what you have today. You can't let it all be ruined in a moment of impulse." Zhang Ruawei was silent. She looked at the night view outside the window, her mind full of thoughts. She knew that what her agent said made sense, and that the company had invested a lot in her development. She couldn't let her own willfulness put the company in trouble. However, when she thought that Gu Chan might be struggling alone with illness and might leave this world at any time, her heart felt like it was being pierced by countless needles, and the pain was unbearable. The car fell into a dead silence, with only the sound of air from the car air conditioner whirring in my ears. Zhang Ruowei was struggling painfully in her heart, whether to go or not, as if two villains were fighting fiercely in her mind. Finally, Zhang Ruowei slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, the determination in his eyes had been replaced by helplessness. She said softly, "Okay, I won't go." The voice was small, but it revealed endless loss. The agent felt relieved. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Ruowei, I'm glad you understand. After this matter is over, we will find another opportunity to mourn Gu Chun." Zhang Ruowei did not respond. She leaned against the car window again, letting the wind blow her hair even more messy. The colorful neon lights were still flashing outside the window, but in Zhang Ruowei's eyes, the bustling night scene seemed so illusory and cold. My thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the time I spent with Gu Chun in southern Yunnan. Gu Chun is in critical condition and may not survive the night. Zhang Ruowei's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and it hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. She thought of her sister. If her sister were still alive, she would definitely run towards Gu Chun regardless of everything. And how could she give up seeing Gu Chun for the last time just because of external pressure? Zhang Ruowei sat up straight abruptly, a determined glimmer rekindled in his eyes. She looked at her agent and said resolutely, "I'm still going. I can't have any regrets, not only for myself, but also for my sister." Chapter 187. You don't know? The night fell like a heavy black cloth, tightly covering the earth. The moon was covered tightly by dark clouds, unwilling to let out a single ray of light. The dim lights flickered in the prison corridor, emitting a weak and dim light, as if it would go out at any time, adding a bit of depression to the gloomy environment. In a cell in the women's prison, Gu Yao was pacing back and forth in annoyance. She was thin, with a sallow complexion, messy hair hanging over her shoulders, and a fierce and unwilling look in her eyes. The rough prison uniform hung loosely on her body, making her look even more disheveled. Suddenly, the prison guard came over and said outside the iron bars, "Gu Yao, your brother Gu Chun is seriously ill and may not survive tonight." Gu Yao was stunned at first, and then a look of unbelievable ecstasy appeared on her face. She rushed to the iron bars, grabbed them tightly with both hands, and shouted, "What did you say? Is that bastard really going to die? Haha, he deserves it." She laughed wildly, and her laughter echoed in the small cell, revealing an indescribable hideousness. The prison guard frowned and scolded, "Gu Yao, watch your words and actions." Gu Yao turned a deaf ear and continued laughing. "He should have died long ago. If it weren't for this substitute, how could my real brother have died?" Her eyes widened as if they were about to spit fire. "He's a nuisance. We shouldn't have let him stay in the Gu family." At this time, the corridor outside the cell was dimly lit, and the water stains on the wall looked particularly strange in the dim light, like a series of distorted ghost faces. Gu Yao's laughter sounded particularly harsh in this depressing environment, scaring the rats in the nearby cells so much that they fled away. On the other side of the men's prison, Gu Chin's father was also informed of the news. He was sitting in the corner of the cell, his body hunched, his face haggard, his hair gray and messy. After hearing the prison guard's words, he slowly raised his head. A complicated look flashed in his eyes, and then a sarcastic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Retribution has finally arrived, haha." He slowly stood up and walked to the iron railing with heavy steps. "This useless thing is just a waste of air if it's still alive." He clenched his fists and smashed them hard on the iron bars, making a loud clang sound. Zhang Ruowei sat in the back seat of the Maybach with her eyes closed and her brows slightly furrowed. Ever since she heard the news that Gu Chun was seriously ill, her heart has been in a knot, and every moment she spent with Gu Chun kept emerging in her mind. She didn't understand why her heartbeat would accelerate uncontrollably every time she heard the name Gu Chun. The Maybach drove smoothly on the street, and the interior of the car was so quiet that only the sound of slight breathing and the sound of the car air conditioner running could be heard. Suddenly, the car body shook violently, accompanied by a sharp brake sound. Zhang Ruowei's body rushed forward uncontrollably, but fortunately the seat belt was tightened in time to avoid injury. What's going on? Zhang Ruowei opened her eyes and asked in panic. The agent was also startled by this sudden change. He quickly opened the car door and got out to check the situation. I saw an ordinary black car parked diagonally in front of the Maybach, with the front of the car slightly scraping against the body of the Maybach. A young man in fancy clothes and with dyed, yellow hair got out of the car, cursing. How do you drive? Can you even look at the road? The agent frowned, walked up and said, It was you who suddenly changed lanes and almost hit our car. Do you think you're right? The young man looked his agent up and down, then looked at the luxurious Maybach and snorted disdainfully. Oh, so you think you're so great just because you drive a luxury car? Don't think you can just drive sideways on the road just because you drive a luxury car. You must give me an explanation for what happened today. Zhang Ruowei also got out of the car. She was wearing an exquisitely tailored black slim evening gown. On the fair neck, the dazzling diamond necklace sparkles brightly. Her delicate face looked particularly cold under the street light, and there was a hint of displeasure in her eyes. The young man was stunned when he saw Zhang Ruowei. Then a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his arrogant look. Why, you still want to use your power to bully others? I'm telling you, even if the Jade Emperor comes today, this matter can't just be let go. The agent looked at Zhang Ruowei helplessly and whispered, Ruowei, this guy is obviously trying to extort money. Ignore him. I'll call the police. When the young man heard they were going to call the police, instead of being scared, he became even more excited. Call the police? Okay, go ahead. I'm just going to let the police judge who's responsible. Maybe your luxury car didn't come from a legitimate source. Zhang Ruowei took a deep breath, trying to suppress the anger in his heart, and said, Sir, it was clearly your illegal lane change that caused the accident. We are not holding you responsible. We have done our utmost. Is it fun for you to be so unreasonable? The young man sneered. Doing your best? You rich people only know how to say high-sounding words. I think you're just feeling guilty. If you don't come up with 100,000 or 80,000 a day, this matter won't be over. Gradually, a number of onlookers gathered around, and some began to whisper, the owner of this luxury car doesn't look like he's in the wrong. Is this guy trying to scam someone? Who knows? There are a lot of people like that nowadays. When a young man heard the discussions of the people around him, instead of calming down, he raised his voice. What do you know? They hit my car, so they should pay for it. Looking at the luxury cars they drive, they definitely don't lack this little money. Just when the situation was at a stalemate, a middle-aged man, wearing glasses and looking somewhat educated, came over. He looked at Zhang Ruowei, then at the young man, and said, This young lady seems to be Zhang Ruowei, right? When the young man heard the name, Zhang Ruowei, he was stunned at first, a hint of confusion on his face. Zhang Ruowei? Who? Is she famous? The middle-aged man smiled and said, You don't even know Zhang Ruowei? She's a top diva, famous all over the country, with endless endorsements and performances. And you don't even know her? Chapter 188, So what if I'm a big star? The young man's expression changed instantly. He widened his eyes and looked at Zhang Ruowei carefully, as if confirming what the middle-aged man said. When he finally confirmed that the woman with extraordinary temperament in front of him was the famous Zhang Ruowei, the arrogance on his face suddenly disappeared without a trace, replaced by a look of panic and regret. Zhang, Queen Zhang, I didn't know it was you. I really didn't recognize a great man just now. Please be magnanimous and don't take it personally. The young man stammered, a flattering smile plastered on his face. Zhang Ruowei looked at him coldly and said, Are you scared now? You weren't like that just now. The young man lowered his head, not daring to look Zhang Ruowei in the eye, and stammered, Queen Zhang, I was wrong. I was just confused for a moment and wanted to extort some money. Look, can we just let this go? I promise I'll never do it again. The agent snorted coldly. You want to forget it now? It's too late. You were so arrogant just now and even threatened us. I have to teach you a lesson. When the young man heard this, he was so anxious that he almost cried, Brother, I really know I was wrong. My family is not well off, and I was possessed by a ghost and came up with such a bad idea. Please forgive me this time. The people around him also began to criticize the young man. Looking at the expression on your face just now, I know you are not a good person. Now you know you're scared. What were you doing before? Zhang Ruowei looked at the young man's pitiful appearance, and the anger in her heart subsided a little. She just wanted to leave quickly. She said to her agent, Forget it. It's too troublesome to call the police. Tell him not to do this again. The agent nodded reluctantly. Okay, For Ruo Wei's sake, I'll let you go this time. If we catch you doing this again, we won't let you off easily. The young man nodded hurriedly. Yes, yes, thank you, Queen Zhang. I will definitely change in the future. After saying that, he got into his car dejectedly and drove away. After the young man drove away, Zhang Ruwei and her agent got back into the car. The Maybach started again and slowly merged into the traffic flow. Zhang Ruwei leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and tried to calm his disturbed mood. But the shadow of Gu Chen's serious illness still looms in his heart and cannot be shaken off. However, the calm did not last long. Not long after, the car suddenly stopped again. Zhang Ruwei opened her eyes in confusion and saw that the road ahead was blocked by a group of people. The agent sighed helplessly and got out of the car to check the situation. Zhang Ruwei looked through the car window and saw a man in a shabby suit. A man with greasy, messy hair stood in the middle of the road, gesturing at his agent. There were a few people around him who looked like his accomplices, all with malicious smiles on their faces. The agent looked helpless and angry and was arguing with the man. Zhang Ruwei frowned and got out of the car. As soon as she walked to the agent, the greasy man's eyes fell on her, with a flash of surprise and greed in his eyes. Hey, isn't this the famous star Zhang Ruwei? The greasy man said sarcastically. I'm so lucky today, I actually got to meet a famous star. Zhang Ruwei looked at him coldly. Who are you? Why did you stop our car? The greasy man chuckled and said, Queen Zhang, don't be impatient. My name is Wang Er, and I'm well known for my warm heart in this area. Just now I saw a kid driving away in a panic up ahead. Did he have a small conflict with you guys? The agent said warily, What's it to you? You'd better not meddle in other people's business. Wang Er, however, was not annoyed. He continued to smile and said, Ah, brother, you are being too polite. I think there's something wrong with that guy. He's probably a repeat offender who specifically targets luxury cars to scam people. I just want to remind you not to be deceived by this kind of people. Zhang Ruwei was a little confused. Wang Er didn't look like someone who was willing to help, and there was a cunning look in his eyes. Since you knew he was trying to scam people, why did you stop our car? Zhang Ruwei asked. Wang Er patted his head and pretended to understand something. Look at my memory. I haven't finished what I said yet. I just asked around, and it seems that guy has some connection with a local tyrant I know. I'm afraid he won't give in and will come back to cause trouble for you. As for you guys, give me some hard work money, and I'll help you settle this matter and make sure that guy doesn't dare to harass you again in the future. Upon hearing this, the agent flew into a rage. This is clearly blackmail. We don't need your help. Get out of the way immediately, or I'll call the police. When Wang Er's accomplices heard that they were going to call the police, they immediately surrounded him with ferocious expressions on their faces. Call the police? Who are you trying to scare? If you don't pay me today, none of you will be able to leave. One of them, a tall and thin man with dyed red hair, threatened. Seeing this, passers-by around all stayed away and did not dare to get close. Under the dim street lights, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Zhang Ruwei was angry and anxious. She didn't expect that she would encounter this group of scoundrels again after just getting rid of a trouble. You are committing a crime. How dare you blackmail people in broad daylight? Zhang Ruwei shouted. Wang Er disagreed and sneered. So what if I'm a big star? If you don't know what's good for you today, I'll make you a headline tomorrow. By then, this little money won't be enough to solve the problem. Zhang Ruwei was so angry that she was shaking all over. She had never met such an arrogant person. The agent protected Zhang Ruwei behind him and glared at Wang Er and the others. Don't go too far. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. What are you doing? How shameless of you to bully a girl in broad daylight. Everyone turned around and saw a tall young man in sportswear walking towards them. He had a resolute expression and a look of justice in his eyes. Wang Er gave him a disdainful look and said, Kid, mind your own business. Otherwise, I'll get rid of you too. The young man in sportswear was not afraid at all and took 2 steps forward. You are so confident in bullying others? You just want to extort money? Come at me. Don't embarrass this lady. Wang Er and his accomplices burst into laughter. You? How much money can you come up with? Get out of here right away and don't waste our time. The young man in sportswear calmly pulled his phone out of his pocket and waved it. I've called the police. They'll be here soon. If you leave now, you might be able to save a few years in prison. When Wang Er and others heard this, their faces changed immediately. The tall, thin, red-haired man said in a panic, Brother, what should we do? This kid really called the police. Wang Er was hesitant, but he remained firm. What are you afraid of? He's just trying to scare us. Even if the police come, we're not afraid. But his eyes revealed a hint of panic. At this time, the sound of sirens was heard in the distance. Wang Er's face changed drastically, and he glared at the young man in sportswear. You're so cruel. Let's see what happens. After saying that, he and his accomplices got into a van on the side of the road in shame and drove away quickly. Zhang Ruowei looked at the young man in sportswear with gratitude. Thank you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how we would get out of this situation today. The young man in sportswear smiled and said, You're welcome. I see injustice, and I'm here to help. Besides, I'm also your fan. How can I just sit back and watch you being bullied? A warm feeling welled up in Zhang Ruowei's heart. After experiencing this series of twists and turns, she had a deeper understanding of the good and evil of human nature. The sirens gradually approached, and the agent said to Zhang Ruowei, let's get in the car first. The police will come, and we'll have to take your statement. Today has been full of disasters. Zhang Ruowei nodded and got into the car with her agent. The boy in sportswear received a message on his phone. He picked up the phone and took a look. Brother, how was our acting just now? Chapter 189 Gu Chun, let's go on well. Baby, wake up. Gu Chun slowly opened his eyes and saw the woman wrapped in a white bath towel beside him. Memories began to flash back in his mind, and there was a hint of doubt in his eyes. Shouldn't I be dead? Ruowei, why are you here? We are not divided. Zhang Ruowei was stunned for a moment. This stinky man slept with her last night, and now he is pretending to be stupid. Thinking of Gu Chen's affectionate confession to her last night, her face flushed. You clearly confessed to me yesterday. We were just together for one night. Now that you have me, you want to break up with me? Gu Chun, lying on the bed, felt a slight headache. Was he dreaming? But this dream is too real. Looking at the woman he had loved for many years, the stain of rose blood on the bed sheet, and Zhang Ruowei's shy expression. We're together. Sure enough, Mom is right. Men are all big liars. It's obviously you who told me that. As she spoke, tears began to fall from Zhang Ruowei's fair face. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she bit her lips with her teeth. Okay, since... Seeing Zhang Ruowei's red eyes, Gu Chun felt a pang of pain in his heart for some reason. He stood up and hugged Zhang Ruowei without hesitation. Ruowei, I love you. I love you so much. I'm almost in love with you. I don't know if it was a dream, but I don't want to lose you again. Seeing Gu Chun running towards her from the bed without reservation, Zhang Ruowei's face turned slightly red. Feeling the warmth from Gu Chun's body, he didn't push her away. He just held her tightly. Listening to Gu Chun say that he loved her, she didn't know why tears started to flow. Gu Chun, I love you too. I was just afraid that you wouldn't want me. Let's be good together, okay? Let's never be apart for the rest of our lives, okay? Good. Gu Chun slowly let go of his hands, and Zhang Ruowei in front of him had tears on her face red from crying, and the bath towel on her body slipped to the ground at this moment. Zhang Ruowei's face flushed red, tears still glistening in her eyes. Gu Chun, I will love you forever. Hospital. The doctor said that Gu Chun might not be able to hold on for much longer. Zhang Ruowei, who was sitting outside the ward, just sat there stupidly. Many nurses secretly took out their phones to secretly take photos of this super diva. Zhang Ruowei hugged her head. She remembered everything, and her heart felt like a knife was twisting it. At this moment, she knew everything. Looking at the video Gu Chun sent her, her tears wet the floor. She whispered to herself, Why is this happening? Gu Chun, I forgive you. Would you please get better? I really want to exchange my life for yours. I don't know how long she sat there before she fell asleep. When she opened her eyes again and saw Gu Chun standing in front of her, she felt it was unreal. I thought I was dreaming and pinched my hand. It hurt. Ruowei, let's break up. I can't give you a future, and I don't like you either. This is my new girlfriend. Watching Gu Chun performing, Zhang Ruowei knew that she might have been reborn to the night when she and Gu Chun broke up. She could no longer control her emotions at this moment. Her eyes moistened. Gu Chun, why are you so stupid? Why do you always think about me? I don't want you to leave me. Ruowei, why are you doing this? I already have a girlfriend. I love her very much. Gu Chun, I know you are sick and you only have 3 years to live. You invited her too. She rushed to Gu Chun and hugged him. Do you think this is good for me? I love you. My grandfather can cure this disease. Gu Chun was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that Zhang Ruowei knew everything. His mind was blank at the moment, and he just let Zhang Ruowei hold him without resisting. Gu Chun, let's go together. Good. The whole book is finished.